The man opened his eyes and found himself transported to a bizarrely descended world of magic cards. But the Chinese people of this world have lost all their legends of gods and monsters. Even with everyone's best efforts, they could only create props and mortal human magic cards. In contrast, the angel decks from other countries completely overwhelmed Kyushu. The memories of Su Ming's past life, which he had deeply cultivated over 5,000 years of mythology, have become a unique treasure here. The unpredictable underworld and the 10 kings of hell. Any one of them could crush the monsters of the abyss. Immediately, a sharp light flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Su Ming returned to his room, took out a pure white card from his pocket, and inserted it into the energy slot on the wall. As the energy card was inserted into the slot, the lights came on, and the room instantly became bright. A pale white line spreads out from the slot, connecting end to end in an instant to form a circle. Now, it's time to begin the first card construction. Su Ming took a deep breath. He took out a black crystal from his pocket. The crystal was long and diamond-shaped, about the size of a ping-pong ball. 5,000 silver dollars. And this is only the lowest level of the strange crystal core. Card construction is really an expensive thing. Su Ming sat down and then took out a broken sword covered in rust from the drawer. It was made from materials from a mysterious soldier-level expert. Spiritual ink and brushstrokes, outlining heaven and earth. A pale blue light emanated from between Su Ming's brows. The light transformed into a pale blue calligraphy brush, moving swiftly, and with each stroke, the outline of a figure slowly took shape. Before long, Su Ming's gray hoodie was soaked with sweat, and beads of sweat dripped onto the mottled floor. Just a little bit more, and the framework will be completely complete. We can't give up. Before him, a pale blue brush was continuously sketching, and a man holding a long sword was floating in midair. Su Ming struggled to finish the last stroke, only to feel a buzzing in his head, as if a needle had suddenly pierced his brain. As expected, my mental strength is still too weak. I can only take the mind-concentrating oral liquid. Su Ming took a deep breath before pulling out a white medicine box from his pocket, a hint of reluctance on his face. One box contains 2 bottles, totaling 50,000 yuan. This single box emptied his savings. However, no matter how painful it is, we can only bear it. As long as we can successfully construct the card, then it will all be worth it. As soon as the concentration liquid entered his throat, it transformed into pure energy that merged into his body, and Su Ming's spirit and energy were quickly restored. Immediately, he put down the medicine bottle and took out a completely transparent card from his pocket. Card fusion. Create source card. Su Ming controlled the image in midair to merge into the blank card. Half an hour later, Su Ming sat in a chair, carefully examining the cards in his hand. On the card, a long-haired swordsman holds a sword in his right hand and a gourd of wine in his left, tilting his head back to drink. Immediately, 2 beams of light shot out from Su Ming's eyes. Source card finalized. Your physical body. Material casting. Sword immortal. Drink. Su Ming stood up and threw the wine jar on the table at the swordsman in front of him. The swordsman moved the instant the wine jar was thrown. His long sword instantly transformed into a phantom. He effortlessly caught the wine jar with the tip of his sword, allowing it to land steadily on the blade, as stable as Mount Tai. Immediately afterwards, he picked up the wine jar with one hand and drank it down in large gulps. As the wine went down his throat, and as time went on, the radiance emanating from him grew even more intense. His previously lifeless eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam, and at the same time he uttered a deep, indistinct voice. Evil heretics, how dare you invade my great Tang? Immediately, he lightly swung his longsword, and a beam of sword light shot out, swiftly slashing towards the city. To possess a brief period of consciousness during the process of creating a physical body? How powerful! Su Ming's pupils dilated, and his face revealed a look of wild joy. This is the first magic card he has created, and he will need it to explore the Black Mist Zone and find high-quality materials. The stronger this magic card is, the more advantageous it will be for Su Ming. Being able to possess brief consciousness in the second step of card construction, and even unleash sword light, indicates that its abilities are certainly not weak. However, after his initial joy, Su Ming's brows furrowed slightly. Evil spirits? Could something strange have infiltrated the Qingshan district? Su Ming wasn't stupid. He naturally understood the meaning of those words. He turned his head to look in the direction from which the sword light had shot out. Through the bay window, One could see the sword light pierce through the black mist and land directly between buildings not far away. In the darkness, a figure darted swiftly across the street. She wore a red miniskirt and carried a fiery red spear on her back in her right hand. Such speed. We definitely can't catch up at this rate. Lu Qingqing gazed into the distance, watching the faintly visible black cat figure. Her current speed is achieved through desperate bursts of energy, which cannot be sustained for long and consumes a great deal of physical and spiritual strength. Even so, she still couldn't catch up with the black cat, which undoubtedly dealt her a significant blow. I'm too tired. I'm not going to chase anymore. Lu Qingqing's old habit flared up again. She stopped walking abruptly, panting heavily. I really don't know what my dad was thinking, insisting that I join the Night's Watch Reserve. Isn't this torture? Suddenly, she froze. Her pupils contracted sharply, and she stood frozen in place. A white beam of light, trailing a long tail, pierced the darkness and shot towards the city center. A shooting star? No, it's not a shooting star. It's sword light. A sword light that is condensed and does not dissipate. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Before she knew it, she had gotten up again, and with a sudden burst of strength, she moved quickly in the direction the sword light was pointing. This sword light was able to cut through the black mist and linger for a long time. How powerful must it be to do that? To unleash such a sword light, one would need at least a rare magic card, right? In fact, the user must be at least at the peak of the general level, or even a king-level powerhouse. Just then, the sword light suddenly turned sharply downwards, followed by a shrill cat's cry that echoed through the sky. The black cat was strange. It was killed by the sword light. A single sword strike to the throat. What a terrifying sword light. Before Lu Qingqing even got close, she heard old Zhang exclaim in surprise. She asked, "Old Zhang, was it that sword light that did it?" Zhang Yi suddenly turned to look at her and asked in confusion, You saw that sword light too? Where did it come from?" Lu Qingqing recounted what she had seen and heard, and Zhang Yi was stunned after listening. Spanning 10 miles, it lingered for a long time. At this moment, Su Ming looked at the gradually fuller figure after the infusion, feeling both excited and uneasy. Su Ming closed his eyes and once again manipulated the pale blue brush formed from pure spiritual energy. Pale blue characters appeared spontaneously, floating in midair. Li Bai, courtesy name Tai Bai, sobriquet Qinglian Jusher. He loved drinking and composing poetry, and was fond of swordsmanship. He became skilled in swordsmanship at the age of 15, and his swordsmanship became proficient. The Yellow River's waters come from the sky, rushing to the sea never to return. As the last character was incorporated, those previously dim eyes suddenly shone with 2 dazzling rays of light. The light shot straight into the sky. In an instant, a mysterious aura emanated from his body, spreading outwards like invisible ripples. It's a success. Su Ming smiled, his heart filled with immense joy. If even Li Bai could create one, then the gods and myths and legends certainly can too. Is something else approaching? Li Bai suddenly frowned, a flash of sword light passing through his eyes. He lowered his head and stroked the long sword in his hand, then nodded and smiled at Su Ming. "Cardholder, since you've given me a second chance at life, I'll use the remaining power of the card to give you a gift." As soon as he finished speaking, a sword rang out, and Li Bai instantly transformed into a streak of blue light, stepping through the air towards the window. He actually walked on air, and with each step he took, a translucent blue lotus would bloom beneath his feet. Ha, a little weird, laughable. Li Bai laughed loudly, and the long sword in his hand transformed into a white light that shot into the sky. He strode forward, and a phantom of a blue lotus grew out behind him. The sword that pierced the air grew larger in the wind, transforming into a huge sword light. At this moment, in the sky above the city shrouded in black mist, sword light swept across like a rushing river, drawing the attention of countless people. "It's here." Wang Minjiang raised his head, his expression shifting slightly, his joy evident in his eyes. He stopped, abandoning the pursuit, his gaze fixed on the cascading river of swords, his expression one of intense excitement. Such a sword strike was truly breathtaking. This is not the kind of power that an ordinary king-level expert could unleash. "Captain Wang, we made the right bet. This king-level expert has really made his move." Lan Tian, who was standing next to him, also came over. He wasn't excited, and his tone remained very calm. Only when the blue light on his body completely dissipated did they realize that his sleeves were completely empty. "Do you remember this sword?" Wang Minjiang asked, his tone full of curiosity. None of the king-level experts I know have ever seen one like this. Lan Tian narrowed his eyes and shook his head slightly, saying, I never expected that there would be such a powerful figure living in seclusion in Qingshan district. No sooner said than done. The sword light suddenly fell, piercing through the eerie creature hidden in the black mist. Even so, the sword light remained condensed and did not dissipate, piercing straight into the air. As the sword light pierced through it, the eerie creature immediately let out a long howl to the sky. This is incredibly powerful, at least at the peak of the general level. Wang Mingjiang's pupils trembled as he stared at the enormous figure in midair, unable to resist swallowing hard. Such bizarre power, if unleashed, would have unimaginable consequences. This is almost the absolute limit for infiltrating a city. Even if he and Lan Tian joined forces, they definitely wouldn't last more than 10 moves. Just thinking about this made Wang Mingjiang feel a chill run down his spine. Why is it so strange that it hasn't made a move yet, instead running around the city? If it does make a move, neither the captain nor I will be a match for it. Hearing this, Wang Mingjiang's heart tightened even more. His gaze fell on the monster once more. At this moment, as the sword light gradually receded, everyone finally saw the opponent's full appearance. It was a deformed and bizarre creature, entirely gray in color. Its shape is not much different from that of a human, except that it has no mouth, no nose, no ears, a huge eye on its forehead, and a single horn on its head. The next second, a white-clad man with long hair was seen walking in midair, with rootless blue lotuses blooming beneath his feet. Azure Lotus Sword, return. Li Bai gently waved his hand, and the sword light quickly retracted, turning into a stream of light and returning to the scabbard hanging at his waist. As the long sword was withdrawn, the eerie one-eyed body rapidly disintegrated, turning into fine sand and dissipating into the air, leaving only a drop of dark red blood. This isn't the real body. Li Bai frowned. However, he didn't linger and instead tossed the wine gourd from his waist. The sake gushed out, turning into a stream of water as thick as an arm, rushing towards the drop of blood. This scene left Wang Mingjiang and the others dumbfounded, not daring to even breathe loudly. The sake seemed to possess boundless magic. The moment it enveloped the drop of eerie blood, it sealed it off, and the terrifying aura vanished instantly. King-level essence blood, better than nothing. Li Bai hung the wine jug back on his waist, shook his head, and walked away in the air with a hint of disappointment. Wang Mingjiang and the others came to their senses and looked in the direction Li Bai had left, remaining silent for a long time. That scene was truly breathtaking. Each step seemed to create lotus blossoms, as if walking on air. A single sword strike, and the uncanny was annihilated. Whether it was that sword strike, that pot of sake, or the poem he shouted out, everything about it was awe-inspiring and captivating. This senior is incredibly powerful, at least a king-level 7-star expert. Wang Mingjiang stared intently in the direction the other party had left. Lan Tian, standing to the side, spoke up. That swordsman just now wasn't a senior. He was just a character card. A character card? That sword-wielding man was just a character card. Wang Mingjiang's pupils suddenly contracted, and he even held his breath. On the other side, Li Bai instantly returned to Su Ming's side. He patted his wine gourd, and a sip of clear wine containing strange essence blood was offered to Su Ming. Master, this is a drop of strange essence blood from a king-level 7-star. It's quite a good material. However, you must be careful. This is just a drop of strange king-level blood essence. I only killed one of its avatars. After Li Bai finished speaking, he patted the wine pot, which then transformed into a streak of orange light and merged into the source card on the table. Suddenly, the card underwent a wondrous transformation. The previously transparent card turned a brilliant orange, shimmering brilliantly. Orange, an epic magic card. Chapter 9. The Black-Clad Youth. The Curse Descends. Hero, Li Bai. Type, character card. Quality, epic, orange. Level, soldier level, 9 stars. Attributes, metal, water. Race, human. Class, Azure Lotus Swordsman. Originality, 100%. Upon seeing the attributes of this magic card, Su Ming's eyes immediately lit up. Epic magic cards are already unimaginable in the Qingshan district. The quality of magic cards in this world is divided into common, fine, rare, epic, legendary, and god tier, from low to high. Most card masters use only ordinary magic cards. Possessing high-quality magic cards already qualifies one as an elite. This is especially true in the impoverished Qingshan district. Even the members of the Night Watch squad usually use common and premium magic cards. That rare magic card was an official, standard issue card. So-called standard magic cards are cards that are mass-produced and replicated. They lack originality and spirituality, and their quality is weakened. The power they can actually unleash is often only 1 or 2/10 of that of the original cards. That's why original magic cards are so precious. An originality of over 50% is considered to have crossed a threshold, but the hero, Li Bai, in Su Ming's hand has an originality of 100%. This level of skill is astonishing even in the entire world of magic cards. Su Ming sighed softly, truly impressed by the unfathomable depths of Chinese culture. Just the modified swordsman Li Bai alone could create an epic magic card. This is still limited by the low quality and level of the broken sword material. If higher-grade materials were used, the results would likely be even more astonishing. Thinking of this, Su Ming felt a surge of excitement, wishing he could immediately collect a large amount of high-level materials and bring all the mythological figures in his mind to life. But he quickly calmed down. He knew that his current strength was still too weak in this strange and treacherous world. A wise man does not stand under a crumbling wall. If he frequently constructs high-quality magic cards, revealing this terrifying ability, he will inevitably attract danger. Although the bizarre creatures are insane, they are not without brains. Card construction abilities must be concealed to the extent possible. Thinking of this, Su Ming looked at the gray card-controlling device on his right hand. This was the mark of a card master. Only through it could the true power of the magic cards be unleashed. However, he has not yet received the blessing of heaven and earth in the college entrance examination. So although the card-wielding device has awakened, it is still gray and can only place one magic card for battle at a time. Li Bai's card is too powerful to reveal for the time being. However, his identity as a prospective card master cannot be hidden forever. Su Ming quickly made up his mind. I need to take a couple of days off to go to the Black Mist area to kill some low-level monsters, gather some materials, and craft an item card to fool them. He carefully stored the magic card away from his body, then looked at the pool of clear wine floating in midair. With the help of the card's residual energy, Li Bai's strength briefly reached the peak of the king level. That's why he realized that the drop of blood contained a strange power. It was a curse. Su Ming certainly didn't dare to touch it casually. In this world, even ordinary king-level experts wouldn't dare to easily provoke a curse left by a king-level monster, let alone someone who isn't even a soldier-level expert yet. If you're truly afflicted by the curse, you probably won't even know how you died. But this thing can't be left out indefinitely. It must be stored in a container. Su Ming glanced around the room, his gaze quickly landing on the refrigerator. His eyes lit up, and a smile spread across his face. He smiled and channeled his spiritual power, guiding the wisp of sake towards the refrigerator. The refrigerator door opened, making room in the freezer compartment, and he simply stuffed the sake inside. What he just killed was merely a clone of that strange, king-level being. Su Ming was going to explore the Misty Zone next, so naturally, he couldn't carry this drop of blood essence with him. The outer perimeter of the fog zone isn't too dangerous. Now that he's a prospective card master and possesses an epic magic card at the peak of the soldier level, he has a certain level of confidence to act alone. His primary purpose for this first expedition was to familiarize himself with the Misty region and search for some low-level materials. As for the high-level materials needed for the college entrance examination, now that he had this drop of king-level essence blood, he wasn't in such a hurry. Once his strength improves further, or perhaps he can craft a few high-quality consumable cards to sell, that would be a safer path. Having thought it through, he lay down on the bed and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in a secluded alley in Qingshan district, a young man dressed in black was huddled in a sewer. His face was deathly pale, almost bloodless. The boy coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of dark blood with each cough. His voice was hoarse, filled with disbelief. That sword light was terrifying. It actually contained almost a layer of sword intent. Could it be that this small Qingshan district really has a peak king-level expert in charge? After the initial shock, a wicked smile appeared on the boy's pale face, and a mysterious symbol faintly emerged in his blood-red pupils. He had originally intended to wait a while longer, until the time was perfectly ripe, before unleashing the curse. Unfortunately, he couldn't wait any longer. The boy gave a low, bitter laugh, slowly raising his right hand, and then suddenly clawed at his left chest. An arm pierced through his chest, the boy's mouth gaped open, pupils dilated, and he laughed maniacally. Since time was running out, he wouldn't wait any longer. Let the curse descend slowly. Chapter 10. Just call me Brother Zhang. The next morning, as the sun rose, the black fog that had shrouded the city dissipated on time, and the mountain city once again revealed its original appearance. After having breakfast, Su Ming called teacher Zhou to ask for leave. His reason wasn't exactly a lie. He simply said he was preparing to calmly construct a consumable card, and naturally didn't mention that he was going to the Misty Zone. Walking down the street, Su Ming arrived at the city gate. Looking up at the tall and imposing city wall, he couldn't help but exclaim, "How magnificent!" This city wall firmly encloses the entire mountain city, blocking the strange invasions from the outside world. Inside the wall are special devices, containing a total of 108 array cards. This is the first time Su Ming has seen it so closely. An elderly man with white hair nearby heard his sigh and looked at the city wall, saying, "Young man, is this your first time seeing this? Just look at it from here, and don't go out and lose your life." Back in the day, before the old man could finish speaking, Su Ming had already stepped through the city gate, his figure quickly disappearing into the passage. The old man was stunned for a moment, then could only shake his head and sigh. Why don't kids these days listen to advice? Outside the city gate was not a foggy area, but a long, narrow passage. Su Ming walked along the passage for about 3 minutes before arriving at a spacious, transparent safe house. The entire room was transparent, and the mist outside was clearly visible, with the outlines of tree branches and mountains faintly discernible within it. As Su Ming was looking around, a man in a black uniform approached. Seeing that he was young, the man frowned and reminded him, "Young man, you can't enter the mist zone until you become a card master. Didn't you know that?" Su Ming calmly replied, "I know." He was well aware of this. His father, the one who had previously lived, had left the city before the regulations were issued and had ultimately died from being tainted by the mist. Su Ming raised his right hand, and a gray card-controlling device appeared on his wrist. He continued, "I'm a prospective card master, so I should meet the requirements, right?" As soon as he said this, all the few people in the safe house were drawn to his words. They stared at the gray card-controlling device on Su Ming's wrist, their gazes lingering for a long time. The originally dull and lackluster card-controlling device now appeared exceptionally dazzling in their eyes. The man in black was named Zhang Yeqing, and he was the night watchman here. Upon seeing the card-controlling device, his pupils dilated slightly, and he couldn't help but murmur in amazement. "A prospective card-controlling master? Our Qingshan district has actually produced such a genius." But the next second, his expression turned serious, and his tone became firm. "Young man, you can't go out." Su Ming wasn't flustered. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Lord Night Watchman, I should meet the requirements, right?" Zhang Yeqing was speechless. He wanted to refute, but found that what the other party said made perfect sense. The regulations from 10 years ago only restricted ordinary people from entering the fog zone under special circumstances. Although Su Ming is young, he is already a genuine prospective card master. According to the laws of Kyushu, as long as one is a card master, whether prospective or formal, one has corresponding rights, and entering and exiting the Misty Zone is just the most basic one. Zhang Yeqing had no right to stop him. But as a night watchman, Zhang Yeqing knew better than anyone that the Misty Zone was no safe place. Even a formal card master had to be fully prepared to go in, as a single mistake could cost him his life. Moreover, this child has only just become a prospective card master, and it's far too dangerous for him to rush out of the city to hunt. Qingshan district is already impoverished, so it's extremely rare for such a talented young man to emerge. If something unexpected happens, it will be a loss for Qingshan district, for Shansheng, and even for the entire Kyushu kingdom. You're right, I don't have the right to restrict you. But you need to think carefully. The Misty Zone is not child's play. It's really dangerous inside. Su Ming still wore a faint smile. Lord Night Watchman, since I'm going, I've naturally made preparations. After the strange occurrences, most humans can only cower in towns, so of course I know how dangerous it is outside. He was actually quite helpless. If he could, he would like to stay in the city peacefully, slowly constructing magic cards to improve his strength. But constructing magic cards requires materials, and materials cost money. Where would he, a poor orphan, get the money? Hearing this, Zhang Yeqing understood that Su Ming was determined to leave the city. All right, once you enter the fog zone, be sure to follow the rules, don't wander around. Follow the electronic map, and whatever you do, don't go to unexplored areas. Su Ming had just turned around and taken 2 steps when Zhang Yeqing's voice came from behind him. Little classmate, catch. He turned around and saw a rectangular box, completely black, being tossed over. The box was engraved with silver patterns, and the words "Magic Mirror" were written on it. Upon catching it, Su Ming immediately recognized what it was. It was the Magic Mirror glasses, a high-tech device specifically designed for the Misty Zone. Wearing it, ordinary people could see clearly within a range of about 20 meters in the mist, while for a cardmaster, the field of vision could even reach hundreds of meters. This item is extremely valuable. In a poor area like Qingshan District, there's nowhere to buy it, and the price is definitely not cheap. As a night watchman, the Magic Mirror glasses are standard equipment, so it's already quite remarkable that Zhang Yeqing would give them to a complete stranger. Su Ming handed the box back, shaking his head in refusal. This is too precious. I can't accept it. He shouldn't accept something for nothing, especially not such life-saving equipment. Zhang Yeqing likely only had one of these. If Su Ming accepted it, he would be incurring a favor. Zhang Yeqing smiled and said, "Young student, a prospective card master like you is a rare treasure for our Kyushu. We night watchmen protect humanity. So tell me, aren't you human?" Su Ming was speechless for a moment, then couldn't help but complain, "You're just borrowing things. Why are you swearing at me?" Zhang Yeqing then realized what was happening and awkwardly scratched his head. All he wanted was for this genius in front of him to return safely. Zhang Yeqing explained with a smile, "Consider these glasses as a loan to you. You can pay me back when you get back. Don't refuse. Consider it an investment for me. If you're planning to join the night watch after graduating from university, just think about your hometown." Seeing this, Su Ming stopped refusing and nodded, saying, "Then thank you, Lord Night Watchman." Zhang Yeqing waved his hand. "Don't call me Lord. I don't like it. I'm older than you. Just call me Brother Zhang from now on." Su Ming smiled and said, "Brother Zhang, my name is Su Ming, a student from No. 2 Middle School." Zhang Yeqing sighed and couldn't help but advise, "Brother Su, can't you just focus on preparing for the college entrance exam? The outside world is no joke." Su Ming shook his head. "This time it really won't work. But don't worry, I'll be careful and won't go too far." After saying that, he put on his equipment, left the safe house, and his figure quickly disappeared into the churning fog ahead. Chapter 11. The Cry of an Infant. The Misty Zone is named for its perpetually shrouded in black fog. Its extent is vast. Aside from a few major cities that have established effective defenses, almost the entire world is swallowed by the black fog. This place is home to countless bizarre creatures, and ordinary people dare not set foot here. Qingshan District already lacks card masters, and Su Ming didn't see a single person along the way after leaving the safe house, which saved him a lot of trouble. Deep in the dense forest, a figure dressed in black cautiously moved forward. He wore a black mask, and a white-clad swordsman followed behind him. The swordsman held a long sword. A gourd of wine hung at his waist. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes were dull and lifeless. The man in black was none other than Su Ming, and the swordsman behind him was the manifestation of the hero Li Bai magic card. As a 100% original magic card, it naturally consumed little soul power, and with Su Ming being the creator, it was even easier for him to use. So as soon as he left the safe house, he summoned Li Bai. After all, this was the fog zone, and having an extra trump card by his side meant extra security. Su Ming adjusted his glasses and sighed softly. "Luckily, I had Brother Zhang's glasses, otherwise, entering the fog zone would have been no different from being blind." These glasses were indeed a great help. They allowed Su Ming to see further in the black fog and make it easier for him to spot valuable things. In less than half a day, he had already hunted down several soldier-level monsters. Although he hadn't obtained any useful materials, he hadn't lost a single crystal core. His harvest in just half a day was worth nearly tens of thousands of coins. Just then, Su Ming's gaze sharpened as he looked into the distance. "That's a ghost bone mantis." The ghost bone mantis is only at the soldier level, but it possesses the ability to fly and moves extremely nimbly. Even an ordinary general-level card master would find it difficult to kill, because this thing is incredibly adept at hiding. However, among all the soldier-level mysteries, the ghost bone mantis is most likely to give birth to a special material called spirit item after it is hunted down. The so-called spirit item is also a card construction material, but it is different from ordinary materials. It possesses spiritual power and is one of the essential materials for constructing divine magic cards. Su Ming quickly calculated in his mind. Spiritual objects are already rare, and even if he successfully killed the ghost bone mantis, the probability of actually obtaining a spiritual object was very low. Among the supernatural beings at the soldier level, the ghost bone mantis is already among the most probable. He didn't rush to attack. Li Bai was indeed strong, and in a direct confrontation, the ghost bone mantis would be no match. But the problem was that the opponent could fly and was extremely adept at escaping. Killing him on the spot wouldn't be easy. Su Ming activated his wristwatch and marked the current location. Since success wasn't guaranteed this time, he'd first assess the situation to prepare for the next attempt. He then tiptoed closer to the location of the ghost bone mantis, trying to gather more information. But before he could get too close, a series of rapid wing vibrations came from in front of him. The sounds rose and fell, indicating there was definitely more than one. Su Ming's expression changed slightly, and he immediately judged in his mind, at least 10. How is that possible? The ghost bone mantis is always solitary, and even after mating, the female mantis will not hesitate to eat the male mantis. Logically speaking, there's no way they could have gathered together in groups of more than a dozen at the same time. Something's not right. Something's really not right. Su Ming held his breath, not daring to even breathe loudly, for fear of disturbing the swarm of ghost bone mantises in front of him. This was the foggy area. Any unusual activity could mean danger. He didn't move forward, but lay prone on the ground, motionless. He became completely silent, listening intently to the sounds around him. Soon, a strange sound came from further away. The sound was very much like the cry of a baby, sometimes near, sometimes far, sometimes loud, sometimes soft, drifting in the depths of the black mist. It was not clear, but it sent chills down one's spine. Su Ming frowned and muttered to himself. How could there be a baby crying in a place like this? The wilderness area was shrouded in black fog, and even an ordinary adult could not stay there for long, let alone a baby. An infant could not possibly live here unharmed, much less utter such a clear cry. Yet the wailing grew increasingly piercing, as if it were no longer coming from afar, but right next to the ear. Su Ming felt a chill run down his spine, and his heart pounded uncontrollably. He had to leave. He had to leave immediately. Su Ming swallowed hard, trying to get up and retreat. But no matter how hard he tried, his legs seemed to have lost their grip. The eerie crying seemed to be slowly pressing down on his body. Su Ming's heart sank, and he immediately gave Li Bai the order. Take me away from here. The next moment, Li Bai took the wine gourd from his waist, tilted his head back, and drank the wine in a big gulp, and his aura rose accordingly. He immediately stepped forward, hoisted Su Ming onto his shoulder, and quickly retreated back the way he came. Only when they were far away from that area did the baby-like cries gradually fade into the depths of the black mist. Half a day later, Su Ming returned to the safe house. He had changed back into his original clothes, and he had put away his magic cards. He didn't want to reveal his terrifying card construction talent so soon, especially after personally venturing into the misty zone. This thought only became more resolute. After the fog and the eeriness descended, humanity's living space was constantly shrinking. Even with the power of the magic cards, humanity can now only barely hold onto some towns. Compared to those bizarre and unpredictable mysteries, human power still seems insignificant. Su Ming didn't want to attract attention too early because of his talent, much less become a target in the eyes of certain beings. He thought to himself that becoming a prospective card master already demonstrated some of his talent. His current strength was still too weak. He had to proceed step by step. By the time he truly became powerful, even if those strange beings knew of his special abilities, it would be too late. The most important thing right now is to create a prop card to conceal the Li Bai magic card. With that in mind, Su Ming didn't linger outside the safe house. After saying goodbye to Zhang Yehua, he went straight home. Back home, Su Ming tallied up his spoils, 13 soldier-level strange crystal cores, and 3 sets of ordinary materials. These were more than enough to construct an item card. One of the materials was a rotten crow's feather. This thing possesses wind attributes, and next, he planned to investigate the swarm of ghost bone mantises. Su Ming narrowed his eyes, and the image of a mysterious talisman slowly surfaced in his mind. Then it's you. Chapter 12. The Ghost Infant, The Curse. Mountain City, Night Watch Headquarters. An urgent document was passed through layers of bureaucracy, finally landing in front of a middle-aged man in a tang suit. He opened the document, his gaze quickly freezing, his expression turning serious. A 7-star general mysteriously appeared in Qingshan District. It's suspected that a royal-level card master intervened and killed him. Ouyang Qingran slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly after reading the contents, his shock barely concealed. He was the chief administrator of the Night Watchers organization in Shanxing City, and his strength was only at the royal level 5-star. Qingshan District was within his jurisdiction, and the sudden appearance of a powerhouse suspected to be at the emperor level was something he couldn't ignore. If an Emperor-level expert lost control, even a casual strike could cause immense destruction to the town. He looked at Captain Huang and asked in a deep voice, "What exactly is going on?" Captain Huang immediately reported, "Minister Ouyang, that person did not show himself, but only activated a swordsman magic card. That magic card has already demonstrated the strength of the peak of the king level, so we speculate that the opponent's true form is likely a royal-level expert." Swordsman magic card? Ouyang Qingran frowned. There are only a handful of people in all of China who possess a magic card of this level. Have you checked any records? Captain Huang shook his head. "We haven't had time to search the database yet. We've never heard of anyone like this." At this point, he added, "This incident occurred in Qingshan district, and Lantian was also at the scene." Ouyang Qingran was slightly taken aback, then sighed softly. Lantian was there too? It seems that this magic card was most likely not registered. He looked at the document in his hand again, pondered for a moment, and then ordered, "Captain Huang, this matter is to be handled by your giant bear squad. Remember, finding the person is fine, but whatever you do, don't anger them." "Yes, sir." After Captain Huang left, Ouyang Qingran looked out the window, her expression somewhat dazed. Qingshan District, Emperor-level expert. Meanwhile, at number 48 Yangwang Road, Qingshan District, Su Ming sat in a chair, a light blue calligraphy brush dancing rapidly before him, a rectangular talisman quickly taking shape. Having learned from his previous experience constructing Li Bai, he was significantly more skilled this time. Moreover, the swift travel talisman itself was small and merely an item card, consuming far less mental energy than a character card. With a soft hum, the brush naturally finished its work, a faint ripple spreading outwards. Source card, fusion. Su Ming channeled his mental energy, guiding the sketch of the swift travel talisman towards the blank magic card. This was the most crucial step in the first stage. The slightest mistake would lead to failure. However, he had even succeeded with character cards like Li Bai before, so he remained calm and steadily advanced. Soon, the pale blue runes were completely imprinted on the card, and the source card was formed. But at that very moment, Su Ming's heart felt like it had been struck by a heavy hammer. His whole body trembled violently, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. The sudden cry of a baby rang in his ears, and Su Ming felt his consciousness drifting and his head becoming dizzy. His breath hitched, and he immediately remembered the sound from the misty zone. This crying was almost identical to the one he had heard there before. The surrounding environment began to shake, and his head grew heavier and heavier. Su Ming couldn't help but feel panicked. After all, this world was rife with the bizarre, and anything could happen. Especially since he had just returned from the misty zone, the memory of that baby's cry was too vivid. When he was tracking the ghost bone mantis, he felt something was off. Those eerie creatures that should have lived alone were gathered together, as if guarding some unknown entity. And that unknown, eerie creature was emitting a sound like a baby crying. Could I be under some kind of curse? Su Ming's heart raced, his thoughts in turmoil. He was only out of town for the first time to find some low-level materials, and he had already run into a cursed creature. His luck was truly terrible. It was impossible not to be afraid. Although his soul was more mature than his body, he had only been in this strange world for a day or two. The earth of the past had no ghosts or gods. Strange creatures existed only in fantasy. Fortunately, this abnormality didn't last long. After a few breaths, the negative effects on Su Ming suddenly dissipated, the scenery before his eyes stabilized again, and the crying in his ears completely disappeared, as if it had never happened. Even more strangely, the fear in his heart faded away at an incredible speed. In just a few seconds, he couldn't even muster the slightest fear. Instead, he began to doubt whether he had just imagined it. "I think I just heard a baby crying, my head is spinning, and my heart is aching, like I'm about to die." He muttered to himself, trying to recall, but quickly shook his head. No, the baby's crying was heard in the fog zone. I even marked it on the map. Su Ming took out his watch, looked at the mark on the map, and rubbed his temples. Seeing that the mark was still there, he actually breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he might have been too exhausted by the fog and was hallucinating. As for the real heart-pounding blow and the clear crying in his ears a dozen seconds ago, he seemed to have subconsciously forgotten them. Omnipotent talisman. Once you've finished constructing yourself, get some rest. Su Ming touched the source card and activated his mental power again. The talisman on the card's surface rose up and floated in midair, with an almost invisible strand of mental energy still attached to its tail. Source card formed, material infused, shape me. He took out a black feather, with pale green wind elements swirling around it. However, this thing ultimately came from the bazaar. The wind element was only on the surface, and the true main element was still darkness. As the feathers merged, the swiftness talisman gradually stabilized, no longer appearing ethereal. The second step, shaping and infusing, was quickly completed. Without pausing, Su Ming immediately condensed his spiritual brush, preparing to add the finishing touch, imbuing the talisman with a soul. This step was the easiest for him. One by one, the words rapidly merged into the magic card, making the card face even more dazzling. But just then, the eerie cry of a baby rang out again. This time, it didn't seem to come from afar, but exploded directly from the depths of Su Ming's mind, instantly filling his consciousness. Su Ming had no time to react. He felt his head was as heavy as lead, his body completely out of control, and he fell to the ground, instantly losing consciousness. In midair, the newly formed divine speed talisman card still shone brightly, looking incredibly sacred. But after a short while, the light emanating from the card began to distort. The originally bright cyan radiance gradually deepened, eventually turning completely black. Not only did the light turn black, but the entire swift travel talisman also changed from pale cyan to pure black. The next moment, the black runes returned to the card, eventually forming a purple magic card. However, the card had several large, crooked characters written on it. Strange infant, swift travel talisman. Chapter 13, The Curse of the Abyss. That night, black mist shrouded the area, and the streets were deserted. Su Ming lay on his bed, his forehead covered in cold sweat, his face contorted in pain. He had a terrible dream. In my dream, I felt as if I had fallen into an endless abyss, the entire world swallowed up by the eerie creatures, becoming their playground. Humans were kept like livestock, with the monsters constantly intruding, devouring their souls, a cruelty beyond measure. Strange. Kill, kill, kill. Su Ming sat up abruptly, his eyes bloodshot, and roared as he raised his hand. But soon, he regained his senses, feeling utterly drained and listless. The baby's cries still echoed in his mind, impossible to shake off, tormenting him with a splitting headache. What kind of curse is this? Su Ming gripped his hair tightly, his gaze inadvertently falling on the table, his expression instantly changing. On the table, the purple magic card lay quietly, but a wisp of scarlet blood pattern had inexplicably appeared around its edge, giving it an eerie aura. Crimson patterns? What's going on? What did I encounter that could alter the structure of the magic card? Su Ming's mind went blank. The structure of the magic card was his greatest asset. He couldn't afford any mistakes. He forced himself to calm down, got up, walked to the table, and grabbed the magic card. The moment the blood pattern magic card touched his hand, a mysterious power seemed to surge in. The baby's cries in his mind vanished abruptly, and the heaviness in his body subsided. He felt as if he had been pulled out of a quagmire, instantly feeling refreshed and invigorated. The feeling was so comfortable, almost like being reborn, that he even had the illusion that a few more times would allow him to ascend to immortality. But the next second, alarm bells rang in Su Ming's mind. No, this doesn't feel right. Isn't this just like those addicts in his past life? He quickly realized this, his breathing becoming heavy. He was destined to become the strongest card master, revitalize the 9 provinces, and let 5,000 years of Chinese culture shine again in this other world. It's only just begun. How can we let such bizarre methods drag us down? This strangeness is indeed terrifying. Its attack methods are bizarre and completely impossible to defend against. Su Ming suppressed his panic and began to analyze the situation. Li Bai was successfully constructed. This proves that the Chinese myths and legends in his mind can indeed be realized. The swift travel talisman has also been successfully constructed, but due to special circumstances, it has become what it is now. The prefix, strange infant, is most likely related to the baby crying he heard in the misty zone. Curses and other supernatural phenomena are not uncommon, and perhaps the teacher knows the reason behind them. Although the basic rules of this world come from a game he once designed, he is not familiar with anything except the magic card system, especially the supernatural phenomena, which are far more terrifying than he imagined. In the game's lore, the supernatural is merely a tool to help players grow. But in reality, they're like Pandora's box that's been opened, possessing all sorts of incomprehensible abilities. Su Ming couldn't help but mentally complain. Why did he write numerous and countless strange things when setting the background? If he had written it as strange and cute, he wouldn't be suffering the consequences now. But who could have imagined that he would be transported to a real world based on his own game? Inside the office of the second Yucca Middle School in Qingshan District, Zhou Qingfeng was stunned when he saw the magic card Su Ming produced. He was 1.89 meters tall and had a muscular build, but even he trembled with shock, his face filled with disbelief. A blood-pattern magic card. How is this possible? Su Ming immediately asked, Teacher Zhou, do you know what this is? Zhou Qingfeng stared at him for a long time, a hint of regret and sadness gradually appearing in his eyes. After more than 10 seconds, he took a deep breath and said in a low voice, This is a curse from the abyss, always targeting only human geniuses. I never expected one to emerge from our Qingshan district. The abyss? What is that place? How does it determine human geniuses? I've only just become a prospective card master. Why is it targeting me? Su Ming's heart sank, and fear surged up again. He had clearly never revealed his true talent. Even after creating the epic-level magic card Li Bai, he had always kept it hidden in the shadows. Zhou Qingfeng explained that the mist and eeriness shrouding the world all originated from the abyss. As for where the abyss is, no one knows. Su Ming was even more puzzled. No one knows? Then how do humans know about the existence of the abyss? Zhou Qingfeng shook his head. Even the teacher doesn't know. But it is certain that anyone who has been afflicted by the blood pattern curse must possess talent that belongs to the most outstanding group of humans. At this point, he looked at Su Ming. Take out the magic card you constructed and let me see it. The problem is most likely with that card. Su Ming nodded and pushed the swiftness talisman with blood-red markings forward. Zhou Qingfeng frowned. I want to see the first magic card you constructed. At a time like this, you're still hiding it. Left with no other choice, Su Ming took out Hero, Li Bai. The moment the entirely orange card appeared, Zhou Qingfeng's expression froze completely. He stood there for a few seconds before exclaiming in shock, An orange epic. My first card draw is a character card. Then, he saw the image on the card clearly, and his pupils contracted sharply. The Azure Lotus Swordsman? Isn't this the powerful figure who stood on an Azure Lotus the night before last? Zhou Qingfeng instantly realized. The one who truly triggered the strange phenomenon was actually the student in front of him. He had already guessed that since Su Ming was cursed by the abyss, the magic cards he constructed would at least be extraordinary. But he never expected that the opponent would be able to construct an epic-level character card on his first attempt, and that it was the Azure Lotus Swordsman whose sword light was as dazzling as a galaxy. No wonder, no wonder. Su Ming, your talent is amazing. Your first magic card is the Azure Lotus Swordsman. If you really grow up, how terrifying will you be in the future? But as he spoke, Zhou Qingfeng's face showed regret. I'm guilty. I failed to discover your talent sooner, causing Kyushu to lose a genius in vain. Su Ming sensed something was wrong, and his expression changed drastically. Teacher Zhou, is there really no way? Is the abyss curse so difficult to break? Zhou Qingfeng was silent for a moment before speaking. In our world, humans and the supernatural coexist. Above is the heavenly Tao, and below is the abyss. The abyss is opposed to the heavenly Tao. To break the curse, one can only face the abyss directly and live by facing death. Facing the abyss head-on, living on the brink of death? Su Ming's heart tightened. You mean, I have to find the abyss and enter it to have any hope? Zhou Qingfeng sighed. My knowledge and intelligence are limited, and I only have a superficial understanding of the secrets of the abyss. Su Ming immediately pressed. Then who can answer this question? Just then, there was a knock on the office door. The next moment, a man with a cold expression walked in. As soon as the door opened, his voice reached their ears. Student, I can answer your question. Chapter 14, The Underworld, where all enemies shall be suppressed. Lord Lantian, you have arrived. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhou Qingfeng immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. He then tugged at Su Ming's sleeve and whispered, This is the deputy captain of the night watchman of Qingshan district. Why don't you pay your respects to Lord Lantian? Lantian said calmly, No need for formalities. We are all card masters, all working for Kyushu. Su Ming bowed, but his gaze involuntarily fell on Lantian's empty sleeves, and his heart skipped a beat. He quickly looked away and asked, Lord Lantian, can you answer my question? Lantian took a few steps closer and said calmly, Above lies the heavenly Tao, below lies the abyss. The bazaar originates from the abyss, while the demonic cards originate from the heavenly Tao. To fight against the abyss, one must borrow the power of the heavenly Tao. Su Ming frowned and pressed, The heavenly Tao? How can I get the heavenly Tao to help me fight against the abyss? Magic cards, Lan Tian answered directly. Since magic cards originate from the heavenly Tao, if you want to break the deadlock, you can only work on magic cards. At this point, Lan Tian looked at Su Ming and continued. You should have already noticed that the power of the curse is amplified when constructing magic cards. After the card is formed, it will also infiltrate the magic card, causing blood patterns to appear, right? Su Ming nodded. That's right. My swift travel talisman was corrupted, with the words strange infant added to it, which should be related to the curse on me. He paused, then asked, is the abyss curse really that terrifying? Does that mean that all those genius card builders of the human race can't leave the sanctuary? Lan Tian said, the curse is indeed terrifying. Once you are tainted, the chance of breaking it is extremely small. But this level of primordial curse is mainly aimed at people like you who have not yet truly become card masters. If you have already become a card master and have the protection of the heavenly Tao, it will be very difficult to be afflicted by this kind of primordial curse. Hearing this, Su Ming was speechless for a moment, feeling a tightness in his chest. With less than a month until the college entrance exam, if he had been more cautious and waited until he truly became a card master before leaving the base city, he might not have encountered this trouble. But in his attempt to boost his strength with infinite soul power before the exam, he ultimately acted rashly. Regret is useless now. The most important thing is to find a way to break the curse. Su Ming looked at Lan Tian again, waiting for his answer. Lan Tian shook his head and said, this kind of primordial curse is terrible, but as long as you can control your inner desires, it may not be fatal. Inner desires? Su Ming was puzzled. Lan Tian said, as long as you stop creating magic cards, stop using magic cards, and are willing to be an ordinary person, the curse will lie dormant and won't cause you too much trouble. Stop creating magic cards? Be an ordinary person? Su Ming shook his head almost without hesitation. That's impossible. In this bizarre world, being an ordinary person is no different from waiting to die. Living in constant fear of bizarre attacks is not the life Su Ming wants. Moreover, he has countless Chinese mythologies in his mind. If he can't transform them into magic cards, that would be truly frustrating. Only by becoming a card master can one be qualified to explore the secrets of the world, and even have the chance to live for hundreds or thousands of years. If he could materialize those myths one by one, he might be able to change the world's Gujyu, a concept encompassing overall structure, overall situation, and overall destiny. Therefore, he would never give up. Su Ming asked in a deep voice, what if I insist on continuing to construct magic cards and insist on becoming a card master? Lan Tian looked at him, his tone grave. Then you will be gradually eroded by the abyss, eventually becoming a monster. After saying that, he added, however, it's not entirely hopeless. To fight the abyss, you must first submit to it. Your personal strength alone is insufficient to confront it head-on. Submit to the abyss? Su Ming frowned even more. Wouldn't that still lead to falling into the abyss and eventually becoming a monster? He was human and didn't want to become something neither human nor ghost. One was forced into depravity, the other was actively drawn to it. In his view, there was no essential difference. Lan Tian explained, it's not about spiritual submission, but about choosing the dark element when constructing the magic card, so that you can resonate with the power of the abyss. This can temporarily suppress the curse, but it's only a temporary fix. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before continuing. Is there really no way to completely break this? Lan Tian nodded. Yes, the heavenly Tao can fight against the abyss. But to obtain the power of the heavenly Tao, one must construct a god-level demon card. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingfeng's face immediately fell. But there are no legends of the god-level race in our 9 provinces. Isn't this a dead end? Lan Tian shook his head. The fact that there are no gods in the 9 provinces isn't the hardest part. The real difficulty lies in the fact that the cursed must use dark magic to construct a godlike magic card. Even those kingdoms with legends of gods would find it almost impossible to do so. As he said this, a hint of regret appeared in Lan Tian's eyes. Su Ming's talent is nothing short of monstrous. His very first magic card was enough to construct a figure akin to a sword immortal. If he were to grow into a fully fledged being, he would be an immense asset to the 9 provinces, and might even become a pillar-level powerhouse in the future. However, he was born into humble circumstances, and his talent was exposed before the avatar of the Ghost King, thus attracting the attention of the abyss. It was only after leaving the base city that the curse had a chance to manifest. If any one of those steps hadn't happened, things might not have come to this. Fate can be so cruel sometimes. Zhou Qingfeng was filled with regret, and couldn't help but whisper, "Dark gods? How can this be? Dark beings have always been associated with demons and monsters. How could they possibly become gods?" The more he thought about it, the more guilty he felt. If he hadn't forced Su Ming to create prop cards in class, perhaps things wouldn't be like this now. One sentence of his might have ruined a true genius. Zhou Qingfeng looked at Su Ming and took a deep breath. "Su Ming, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have forced you." However, when Su Ming heard the words divine race magic card, his heart stirred. Before he could ponder it carefully, he was interrupted by Zhou Qingfeng's words of remorse. He quickly waved his hand. "Teacher Zhou, please don't be like that. It's just the dark element divine race, isn't it? If we don't try, how will we know it won't work?" Zhou Qingfeng looked bitter. He wanted to explain, but then realized that saying more would be pointless. Lan Tian also sighed softly. "Su Ming, this path is extremely dangerous. Remember not to force it, and even more so, not to fall into the abyss. If it really doesn't work out, staying in your hometown is not a bad idea. Even if you stop at the rank of general, you can still achieve something." Su Ming nodded, a smile appearing on his face, and said earnestly, "All right, thank you, Lord Lan Tian." These words weren't a blow to him. Instead, they pointed him in the right direction. The dark gods? Others didn't have them, but he did. The underworld was, after all, a legitimate realm of ghosts and gods. All the gods of the underworld held divine positions bestowed by the heavenly court. Who dared say they weren't gods? If even a modified card like Li Bai can materialize, then the underworld might be just as capable. Su Ming's eyes sharpened, and a surge of ambition welled up within him. Since the abyss was using a curse to suppress him, then he would construct the underworld and use the abyss's most powerful abilities to suppress all enemies. Chapter 15. The Wondrous Use of Curses. The Sword Cuts Through the Bizarre. What? That swordsman demon card wasn't made by a royal-level expert, but by a prospective card master. Xiong Qingkuei's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Our mountain city actually produced such a genius card master? Wang Minjiang's expression was grave as he nodded and said, "It's absolutely true. Strategist Lan saw that child with his own eyes. It's a pity that no matter how talented he has been cursed by the abyss, and I'm afraid he will have difficulty achieving great things in his future advancement." Upon hearing the words curse of origin, Xiong Qingkuei instantly became furious. Staring at Wang Minjiang, he said sternly, "How could you do this? In your jurisdiction, you allowed a peerless genius to be cursed by the abyss. This is a loss to the entire 9 provinces." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The first magic card could create such a powerful figure. Su Ming's talent didn't need further testing. Moreover, the very fact that he was targeted by the abyss and cursed indicates his extraordinary potential. Throughout human history, only a handful of geniuses have truly been chosen by the abyss. Of course, most geniuses are well protected by powerful forces from a young age, giving the abyss no opportunity to strike. Only a child like Su Ming, from a poor neighborhood, would fall victim to such a curse when he knows nothing about the world. Wang Minjiang didn't refute, but only sighed. He understood that Xiong Qingkuei was right. The incident occurred in his jurisdiction, and he couldn't shirk responsibility. Moreover, he himself felt he had made a grave mistake. Prodigies were incredibly rare. The loss of even one was a loss for the entire 9 provinces, and even for all of humanity. At this moment, Lan Tian, standing beside him, spoke up with a cold face. "Xiongda, did you come here just to pin a label on someone? Does Captain Wang want to see this kind of thing happen? Why would a poor genius go out into the wild to hunt monsters for materials? Shouldn't he think about the system and welfare of the mountain city?" Xiong Qingkuei's expression changed, and he quickly lowered his voice. "Brother Lan, let's talk about this in private. Don't spread it around. It's already not easy to hold on to the mountain city base and give the citizens a relatively stable home. The college entrance examination stage is also a hard one." Lan Tian shook his head. "It's pointless. You're still so timid. The problem is there, and we have to face it. The selection method for prodigies really needs to be changed." After saying that, he looked at Xiong Qingkuei. "You know enough. Go back and tell Minister Ouyang that I'll take care of this kid. I'll keep a close eye on him." Xiong Qingkuei hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. "Okay, I will report it truthfully. However, the specific handling will depend on the minister's decision." At the same time, in the misty area outside the city, Su Ming was moving through the forest. He was agile and extremely fast, and the thick fog around him seemed to have no effect on his vision. Behind him, Li Bai, dressed in white, followed closely, his long sword gleaming with a cold light. Su Ming smiled as he advanced. The Abyss Curse. That's interesting. After being cursed, I can actually see through the mist, with no difference from normal vision. He knew very well that after being cursed by the Abyss, his only option to continue building cards was the Dark element. Moreover, he had to construct Dark God-type cards to have any chance of breaking the curse and continuing to grow. The Dark God-type path had trapped the 9 provinces and even all of humanity. But for Su Ming, it wasn't unsolvable. He had no doubt that the Underworld Ghost and Demon card could be successfully constructed. What he truly lacked now was only one thing, a spiritual object. With the college entrance exam approaching, only by obtaining a spiritual object would he have a chance to construct an Underworld Ghost card in one fell swoop to break the curse on him. Therefore, he returned to the marked location where he had previously encountered the Ghost Bone Mantis. Upon entering the misty area, Su Ming noticed something amiss. The mist, which normally obscured vision and hindered movement, now posed no obstacle to him, and he felt none of the obscurity he had experienced before when his body touched it. He quickly understood the reason. The Abyss had planted the primordial curse precisely to assimilate human geniuses, turning them into part of the bizarre race. The Abyss probably didn't expect that this curse would temporarily provide Su Ming with an advantage, allowing him to move freely within the mist and more easily search for strange creatures and hunt for materials. Thinking of this, Su Ming didn't panic. Instead, he became even more excited, increasing his speed once more. Using the connection between the curse and the mist, he constantly assessed his surroundings. There was a powerful and eerie presence to his left, something he couldn't handle in his current state. He had to avoid it. There was no eerie activity to his right, perfect for continuing his journey. Continuing forward, he sensed that the eerie aura ahead was very weak. Further ahead lay the territory of the Ghost Bone Mantises. Soon, Su Ming detected the presence of only 2 Ghost Bone Mantises there, enough to make his move. Along the way, he also noticed that the longer he stayed in the mist, the more active the curse power within him became. However, this change was still within a controllable range. As long as he left the mist, the curse would naturally weaken. The only thing to be careful about was not staying too long at a time. Before long, Su Ming arrived at the place where he had marked it last time. This was also the location where he heard the cries of the ghostly infant and was cursed. This time, there were no cries of infants around. Using the mist's perception, he clearly located the Ghost Bone Mantis ahead. Su Ming stopped, leaned against a rock, and whispered, "Southeast, 30 meters, a Ghost Bone Mantis. Go all out, try to kill it in one strike." He knew very well that his current abilities were limited. He had to strike decisively, or he would strike a vital point. Otherwise, given the Ghost Bone Mantis's speed and agility, it would be difficult to succeed again. Su Ming closed his eyes, his mental energy surging, and began to control Li Bai. Li Bai took the wine gourd from his waist, tilted his head back, and drank the wine. The next moment, a faint white light emanated from his body, and his aura rapidly increased. This was Li Bai's skill, drunken revelry. After drinking, he could temporarily boost his combat power. Since he aimed for a fatal blow, Su Ming naturally wouldn't hold back in the slightest. Seeing the light around Li Bai stabilize, Su Ming's eyes narrowed, and he whispered, "Go." With a whoosh, Li Bai charged out with his sword, his speed suddenly increasing as he headed straight for his target. Su Ming's lips curled slightly, his spiritual power surged, and he murmured, "In the name of poetry, the sword shatters the Milky Way." Li Bai's body shimmered with light, and the long sword in his hand flew out, transforming into a streak of sword light that soared through the air. At the same time, he laughed loudly. The Yellow River's waters come from the sky, rushing to the sea never to return. With these lines, Li Bai's momentum surged once more. The sword light in midair suddenly expanded, transforming into a rushing river of sword light that crashed down towards the Ghost Bone Mantis. This time, although the river of sword light was far less vast than when it was in Chinka, resembling only a stream shrunk 1,000 times, it was still terrifyingly sharp. With a whoosh, the sword light fell with pinpoint accuracy, as if locking onto its target. The Ghost Bone Mantis didn't even have time to react before being completely annihilated by the sword light, its fragile body instantly turning into dust. In midair, only a strange crystal remained, floating silently. Chapter 16. The Black and White Circles, the Heart of the Mantis. Time flies, and half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Su Ming travels through the mist. Since being cursed by the Abyss, apart from being unable to construct ordinary magic cards, he has not been greatly affected in other aspects. In fact, He is even more adept at it after entering the misty area. Using the mist, he could sense life within 100 meters. Of course, this ability came at a price. Using it too frequently would strengthen the curse, and it would take him a long time to suppress it again. Su Ming finally understood why so few geniuses cursed by the abyss could maintain their true nature. As long as one is willing to embrace the abyss, their strength will increase rapidly, and even reaching the king level within a year is not difficult. However, the price is also terrible. Once completely succumbing, consciousness will be devoured, leaving only a shell that knows only killing. Su Ming was able to remain conscious because he had found a solution. Once he gathers all the materials and successfully constructs the Ein God, he can not only continue to grow stronger, but also resolve the current crisis. Other geniuses, however, don't have this path. They either accept mediocrity or repeatedly attempt breakthroughs until they lose themselves in the allure of power. And most geniuses are confident. Who is willing to fade into obscurity? Once they choose to continue growing stronger, losing their way is almost inevitable. After half a month, Su Ming had gained a deeper understanding of the abyss curse, and his mindset had become much calmer. At least before he broke through to the king level, this curse couldn't completely destroy his mind. The prerequisite was that he couldn't construct non-dark attribute magic cards. Otherwise, this process would be greatly accelerated. Thinking of this, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. If he had known this day would come, he should have learned more about Chinese ghost stories and legends. Although he liked fantasy stories, he mostly read supernatural novels like Investiture of the Gods and Journey to the West, and didn't know much about folk ghosts and monsters. Even with strange tales from a Chinese studio, he had only heard of it and knew a thing or two. If it weren't for this, he could have constructed more dark-type magic cards to enhance his strength much earlier, instead of dragging it out until just before the college entrance exam. Su Ming continued forward through the mist, his brows gradually furrowing. With his current strength, the only way to hunt down the ghost bone mantises was through surprise attacks. In the past 2 weeks, he had already hunted down 13 ghost bone mantises. Forget about any spiritual object, he hadn't even seen a glimpse of it. With only 5 days left until the college entrance exam, he didn't know if he could even succeed. As he used the mist to sense his surroundings, the baby's cries in his mind became clearer and clearer. With the exam approaching, he spent more and more time exploring the misty area each day, and naturally, the power of the curse began to rise. However, Su Ming couldn't care less about that now. As long as he abided by the rules, didn't construct other attribute magic cards, and didn't break through to the king level, this curse couldn't do anything to him for the time being. At most, he would just have to endure a little more pain. And this little bit of pain was nothing compared to a spiritual object that could eradicate the curse. I'll hunt one last one. Su Ming spoke in a low voice, his brows furrowing even more deeply. He was about to collapse, but just then, he spotted a lone ghost bone mantis. The next instant, a flash of sword light descended, engulfing the ghost bone mantis in front of him. Su Ming was already incredibly skilled at ambushes. In the past few days, he had used the same tactic countless times, each time with swift and decisive execution. This time, however, Su Ming was stunned when the sword light dissipated. The ghost bone mantis was completely unharmed. It had somehow moved from its original spot to a nearby ditch. Su Ming's pupils contracted. He immediately realized something was wrong. Its speed was far too fast, definitely not the speed of an ordinary ghost bone mantis. He suppressed the cries echoing in his mind, and, once again using the power of the curse, sank his consciousness into the mist, carefully sensing the ghost bone mantis. After a moment, Su Ming's lips curled into a slight smile. There was an extremely faint, mysterious fluctuation emanating from the ghost bone mantis. Although the fluctuation was so faint as to be almost imperceptible, it could still be discerned upon careful sensing. It was somewhat similar to the power of the curse, seemingly originating from the core of the abyss as well. Su Ming couldn't help but smile. This time, the abyss seemed to have done him a great favor. Without any hesitation, he directly took out the strange infant, swift travel talisman, and activated it instantly. 2 dark red light talismans flew out of thin air and directly adhered to Li Bai's legs. Su Ming's eyes darkened, and he said in a low voice, "Again, no matter how fast you are, can you outrun Li Bai with the swiftness talisman?" With his control, Li Bai suddenly charged towards the ghost bone mantis. Boosted by a rare quality consumable card, Li Bai's speed instantly surged, even faintly touching the first-tier limit. It was the same sword strike, but this time the result was completely different. The peculiar ghost bone mantis desperately dodged, but faced with its surging speed, it had nowhere to escape. The sword light fell, and a blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out. The ghost-bone mantis's body disintegrated bit by bit in the sword light, until only a dark black heart remained, throbbing there. Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he immediately ordered Li Bai to retrieve the item. Even after the dark heart landed in his hand, he still felt a sense of unreality. After half a month of hard work, hunting so many ghost-bone mantises, he had finally obtained the spiritual object he desired. The feeling was almost indescribable. Su Ming carefully examined the heart in his palm. The spiritual object was indeed extraordinary. Even though its original form was destroyed, it could still beat on its own, as if it still possessed life. However, the excitement didn't last long. Su Ming quickly packed his heart into his backpack and rushed towards the city gate entrance. Now that he had the spiritual item, there was no need for him to continue taking risks. Meanwhile, inside the night watchman team's office in Qingshan district, the atmosphere was unusually heavy. Lu Qingqing sat at her desk, her right hand gripping the mouse, constantly flipping through case files. She stared at the screen and said in a low voice, "Old Zhang, this is the 15th accident, isn't it? I think it's definitely the work of some kind of supernatural force." Zhang Yeqing stood beside her, his brows also furrowed. In 15 days, 15 accidents had occurred in Qingshan district. Some people's homes caught fire, and the entire family perished in the flames. Others drove their cars into rivers, and everyone in the car was killed. These cases appear unrelated on the surface, all seeming like ordinary accidents. But what's truly bizarre is that all the victims died at exactly noon, down to the second. Moreover, almost all the victims were families of 3, with no survivors. Lu Qingqing nodded in agreement. Individually, each case could seem to be explained as an accident, but put together, the common thread was glaringly obvious. The problem is, they couldn't find any other pattern besides noon. If it were truly a supernatural occurrence, it should have chosen midnight, but instead, it chose noon, when yang energy is at its peak. Zhang Yeqing couldn't figure it out either. He had already reviewed all the available surveillance footage, and there was no suspicious person involved. If human intervention is ruled out, then only the bizarre is left. Zhang Yeqing shook his head and smiled bitterly, feeling that the whole thing was strange, yet they couldn't find a breakthrough. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the doorway. "It's the black and white circle, a curse-like anomaly at work." Lan Tian slowly walked into the office. "I just don't know how it got in." Chapter 17. On the eve of the college entrance examination, examiners from the association. Su Ming watched the news report on TV, but his heart was unusually calm. Now he was already burdened with the curse of the abyss, and ordinary curses would avoid him. There was no danger of being affected again. In the end, curses also have a first-come, first-served principle, and they know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. The strange creatures originated from the abyss and naturally revered its power, so they wouldn't provoke him. However, this news seemed increasingly suspicious. A cursed, strange creature, with no identifiable entity, and its appearance at such a coincidental time. It looked exactly like the strange creature Li Bai had slain that day. Both lack a physical form, both are curse type, and both recently emerged. The more Su Ming thought about it, the more his brows furrowed. However, he quickly shook his head and whispered, "I can't worry about that now. The most important thing is to successfully construct the Dark God Clan magic card in the college entrance examination. Only then will I have a chance to break free from the abyss curse." Su Ming slapped his forehead and sighed. "It seems I underestimated the power of the curse. Next time I go to the Misty Zone, I can't rely on this power to find the strange things." He only hoped that constructing black impermanence would go more smoothly this time. But to completely remove the abyss curse, a single magic card was clearly far from enough. In recent days, he frequently entered the town, meeting Zhang Yeqing, Lan Tian, Lu Qingqing, and others at the safe house, and even seeing Captain Wang Minjiang once. The entire Night Watch team knew about his situation. Wang Minjiang even personally invited him to join the Qingshan District Night Watch team, even though he wasn't yet a true card master. But Su Ming refused. He wasn't good at dealing with people, and he didn't want joining the team to affect his plans and growth rate. Lan Tian had also talked to him a lot about the details of the Abyss Curse. However, Su Ming could sense that Lan Tian didn't have much confidence in his ability to break the curse. Thinking of this, Su Ming couldn't help but smile. "Brother Lan Tian, I wonder what your expression will be when you see black impermanence tomorrow." Su Ming laughed loudly, not even realizing that he was getting more and more excited as he spoke, and his tone became more and more arrogant, even carrying a hint of villainy. The following day, at the playground of Qingshan No. 2 Yucca Middle School. As Yucca Senior High School, there weren't many students here. There were 6 graduating classes in total, with a total of 218 students. At this moment, all the students stood on the playground in 6 neat squares, organized by class, waiting for the college entrance examination to officially begin. On the platform, the white-haired principal stood with 6 homeroom teachers, all gazing expectantly towards the inner city of Shanxing. After a moment, the old principal's eyes lit up, and he smiled. The examiners have arrived. His words instantly drew everyone's attention, and the students tensed up. The Card Masters Association is finally arriving. Su Ming looked up at the distant sky, his eyes filled with anticipation. In human society, the most powerful organization is the Card Masters Association. It doesn't belong to any nation, yet it holds a transcendent position within the entire Blue Star Alliance, its strength being terrifying. The vast majority of powerful card masters are members of the association. The most elite card masters from various countries jointly established the association with the aim of balancing the various factions and allowing humanity to develop faster and more steadily. In peacetime, this would be virtually impossible. But now, with the arrival of an anomaly and humanity struggling to survive, cooperating is essential to reclaiming Earth and restoring peace to humankind. This is the very reason for the existence of the Card Masters Association. Offending the Card Master Association is tantamount to offending the world's most powerful figures. The college entrance examination is a system established by the association to select the future hope of humanity. Soon, a golden streak appeared on the horizon. The next second, an old man rode a white horse through the air. The white horse had a single horn on its head, wings spread across its back, and its entire body shimmered with golden light, dyeing half the sky a pale gold. What terrifying pressure! Su Ming's breath hitched, feeling as if a heavy object was pressing down on his chest, making even breathing difficult. Even the baby's cries in his mind seemed to lessen considerably at that moment. On the playground, almost everyone involuntarily bowed slightly. That was an instinctive reaction to the overwhelming pressure, and even the teachers were no exception. Only the old principal remained smiling, gazing at the white unicorn, and softly said, "Elder Feng, it's been a long time." Chapter 18, Epic Grade Dark Material. A unicorn flapped its wings and flew in, leaving a trail of golden light behind it, a scene as dreamlike as a dream. Elder Feng landed on the platform, raised his hand, and the unicorn transformed into a golden card, flying back into his palm. He looked at Principal Li and said with emotion, "Old Li, it's been many years, you've aged quite a bit." Principal Li simply sighed, showing no inclination for reminiscing. "Let's not talk about these things today. Let's start the ceremony." Elder Feng nodded, his gaze sweeping across the playground before finally settling on Su Ming, his tone carrying a hint of anticipation. "I heard that your No. 2 middle school has produced a genius this year." But when he saw Su Ming clearly, a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. This time, the Card Master Association sent him a king-level card master, not because Qingshan District was anything special, but because a young man cursed by the Abyss had appeared there. The Abyss curse, across the entire Blue Star, might not occur even once every 10 years. The conditions for triggering this curse are extremely harsh. Only truly exceptionally talented individuals can attract the Abyss's attention. But unfortunately, this boy came from a poor neighborhood and was an orphan. People often say that great talents can emerge from humble backgrounds, but at least those from poor families have resources, inheritance, and opportunities. Su Ming, however, was practically at the very bottom of society. It's already difficult for ordinary people to successfully construct magic cards, let alone create highly original and powerful ones. Constructing a card requires knowledge, vision, and imagination, and must also conform to historical and global rules, resonating with the universe. In this era, most geniuses come from powerful forces or the core areas of major cities. They receive the best education, possess abundant resources, and rarely even enter the fog zone before reaching the general level. By avoiding the misty zone, one would naturally avoid being easily corrupted by the Abyss. This is why Elder Feng understood even more clearly just how terrifyingly talented a lowly youth must be to be targeted by the Abyss's curse. Unfortunately, while the Abyss's curse doesn't kill immediately, it gradually erodes a person's potential, preventing geniuses from growing. Every cursed individual is a loss to humanity. Elder Feng sighed inwardly, but was powerless to do anything. He quickly composed himself, and his authoritative voice resounded throughout the hall. I hereby declare the annual college entrance examination officially open." With that, Elder Feng waved his hand, and a golden magic card embedded itself in the slot on his wrist. The next moment, a deep blue light rapidly gathered, transforming into a large array that completely enveloped the entire second high school. External prying eyes were completely cut off. Su Ming's pupils contracted slightly as he immediately sensed that the surrounding spiritual energy had become incredibly dense and gentle, as if he could absorb it at any time if he wanted. This effect was far superior to the spiritual energy oral liquids he had seen before, which cost tens of thousands of yuan per bottle. Only at this moment did he understand why the college entrance examination preparation didn't require worrying about spiritual energy depletion. All the candidates were now immersed in an ocean of spiritual energy, absorbing as much as they wanted. Su Ming was also eager to try. However, he didn't rush to act because the process wasn't over yet, and the card construction materials hadn't been distributed. Although the materials provided at the college entrance examination site were mostly of ordinary quality, at most of high quality, they were obviously too crude for constructing divine magic cards. But these materials were free. Su Ming certainly wouldn't refuse something for free. Once the mental energy array was completely stable, Elder Feng waved his hand again, and fist-sized materials flew onto the playground, slowly moving among the students for them to choose from. Soon, exclamations erupted from the crowd. Orange light. It's actually an epic-level material. This isn't right, is it? How could our Qingshan district possibly get epic-level materials? Who cares if it's right or wrong? We'll use the materials. You're overthinking it. Epic materials are beyond our capabilities. We might even fail at deck building and waste them. Wait, these materials are dark. Dark? Forget it then. Who in their right mind would use dark to build a deck? That's suicide. The moment the material appeared, the entire playground erupted in noise. Su Ming was the first to spot the epic material radiating orange light. His heart skipped a beat. In previous years, number 2 middle school would at most receive high-quality materials, with most being of ordinary quality. But this year, an epic material had appeared, and it was even of the dark element. This was far too much of a coincidence. Even the top high schools in the city center only receive 1, at most 2, epic-level materials each year. As for attributes, you have to apply in advance, and even then, approval is uncertain. The more Su Ming thought about it, the more he felt this stuff was probably prepared specifically for him. However, he was too lazy to delve deeper. For him, the higher the quality of the material, the better. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Ming reached out and plucked the dark epic material that shimmered with orange light. On the platform, Elder Feng watched this scene, his expression growing increasingly complex. This child's character was indeed admirable. Knowing the abyss's curse was terrifying, he still dared to move forward. If not for being corrupted by the abyss, he might very well become a royal level, or even stronger, card master in the future. What a pity, what a pity. On the playground, everyone turned to look when they saw Su Ming take away the dark attribute material. A classmate next to him couldn't help but advise, "Su Ming, that's a dark attribute material. Don't be impulsive. Using dark attribute cards to construct decks can easily corrupt your mind and eventually turn you into a monster." Someone else chimed in. Epic-level materials are beyond our control, especially dark attribute ones. With your grades, wouldn't it be better to just construct a decent item card? Teacher Zhou also said that becoming a card master is the most important thing first. Su Ming felt a warmth in his heart as he listened to these words. After 3 years of being classmates, he knew these people were genuinely worried about him. Pure dark attribute materials are indeed dangerous. A slight misstep can corrupt one's mind. But for Su Ming, this material is perfect. Because what he wants to construct is a ghost or god. Dark attribute is the most suitable direction. As for the danger, he'd already taken the curse of the abyss upon himself, so why would he fear this small risk? Besides, he was absolutely confident in this card construction. As long as the construction succeeded, he wouldn't have to worry about the materials backfiring on his mind. Su Ming gripped the epic-grade dark elemental material tightly and slowly sat down cross-legged. So, the construction begins. Chapter 19. Black Impermanence. What kind of monster is this? On the vast playground, the examinees stood in their respective positions, each holding a glowing material in their hands. Only Su Ming sat cross-legged in the southwest corner, holding a broken chain in his palm, its black aura faintly tinged with orange light. It was an epic-level dark elemental material. Even though he was sitting in the most inconspicuous spot, he instantly attracted countless gazes. Whispers quickly arose around him. Some felt sorry for him, thinking he shouldn't have ignored advice. So many geniuses in history had failed with dark magic cards. What made a high school senior think he could succeed? Others sneered, saying he was just blinded by the allure of epic-level materials. Those who had kindly warned him earlier were now filled with displeasure, waiting to see if he would regret it after being corrupted by the strange entity. Some classmates even spoke up for Su Ming, believing that he wasn't usually reckless and might actually be confident. But these words were immediately refuted. Someone even declared that if Su Ming succeeded, they would do a handstand and defecate on the spot. When dark magic cards were mentioned, everyone immediately thought of Wei Tsong. He was once hailed as the most talented person of the previous generation in Kyushu, but ultimately lost himself while constructing dark magic cards. Voices rose and fell on the playground, but almost no one was optimistic about Su Ming. After all, dark magic cards and the supernatural were fundamentally different paths leading to the same end, making them unsuitable for humans to handle lightly. Over the years, many geniuses have chosen the path of darkness, but none have truly succeeded. Most ended up as monsters who only knew how to kill, while some were half-mad. Later, the Magic Card Master Association continuously publicized the dangers of dark magic cards, which reduced such incidents considerably. Even so, there are still arrogant geniuses who want to defy fate, but without exception, they all fail. Therefore, in the eyes of these examinees, Su Ming's choice of dark elemental materials, especially epic-level dark elemental materials, was practically tantamount to pushing himself into an abyss. Su Ming seemed completely oblivious to their discussions. He focused his spiritual power, transforming it into an invisible brush, and began sketching the prototype of the magic card. What he wanted to construct was black impermanence. The underworld messengers are among the most representative Ein deities in Chinese mythology. For those familiar with mythology, the underworld and the black and white impermanence are practically household names. However, despite his fame, the black impermanence is not considered a high-ranking official in the underworld, nor is he among the most powerful. This is precisely why Su Ming chose him as the blueprint for his first Ein deity card. The 10 kings of hell, Lord Shui, Meng Pe, and Zhong Kuei are all too powerful for him to handle with his current strength. Moreover, the upcoming college entrance exam is his only chance to construct cards using a massive amount of spiritual energy. As for Oxhead and Horseface, their strength is similar to that of black and white impermanence, but Su Ming simply cannot accept their appearance. In comparison, the black and white impermanents were clearly more domineering and handsome. The spiritual energy brush flew down rapidly. Because the spiritual energy provided by the examination hall was almost inexhaustible, Su Ming didn't pause for a moment. The brushstrokes were fluid and seamless. Soon, a fierce-looking figure appeared in the void. The figure wore a tall hat, on which were prominently written 4 large characters: Peace under heaven. In this world, no one could imagine that a being imbued with a chilling aura would have such peaceful words written above his head. On the podium, Elder Feng's pupils trembled slightly, and he murmured, "Peace throughout the world? What kind of dark magic card is this kid trying to create?" Dark magic is supposed to be eccentric and unpredictable, capable of bewitching people's minds. His going against the grain is a major taboo. Principal Li frowned, his face darkening. Similar attempts had been made before, but all had ended badly. Forcibly combining dark imagery with peaceful themes was highly likely to backfire. The homeroom teacher, Zhou Qingfeng, couldn't help but speak up. "Principal, should we stop Su Ming now? What if something goes wrong if we continue?" "No rush." Principal Li and Elder Feng spoke almost simultaneously. After speaking, both stared intently at Su Ming, not daring to miss the slightest change. At this moment, Su Ming opened his eyes, took out a blank magic card from his robes, and placed it on the grass in front of him. His expression hardened, and he poured all his spiritual power into the sketch of black impermanence. The next moment, black impermanence seemed to be dragged by an invisible hand, slowly approaching the blank magic card. The speed was astonishingly slow, practically crawling. Su Ming was shaken. Moving even a fraction of a distance had almost completely drained his mental energy. The power of the underworld god was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Fortunately, this was the college entrance examination venue, where his mental energy supply was plentiful. Otherwise, with his body cursed by the abyss, he would never have been able to cultivate such a vast amount of mental energy, let alone construct the God Race Demon card. Su Ming took a deep breath and whispered, "I must seize this opportunity." As soon as he finished speaking, he began to frantically absorb the floating spiritual energy around him. Centered on him, A vortex seemed to form on the playground, drawing in countless streams of spiritual energy, which then flowed continuously into the black impermanence sketch through his body. Gradually, a faint connection began to form between Su Ming and the illusory figure of black impermanence. The crowd in the stands stared wide-eyed. Elder Foam, his forehead dripping with cold sweat and panting heavily, whispered in disbelief, "What kind of monster is this? I feel like half of my soul power has been drained, and it's still absorbing it frantically." Chapter 20. The source card takes shape, shocking everyone. A sudden gust of wind arose within the great formation, whipping dust into the air. In the southwest corner of the training ground, a pale blue tornado was taking shape, frantically devouring the surrounding wandering spiritual energy with immense power. Elder Foam stared at Su Ming, who was sitting cross-legged in the formation, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Such terrifying absorption power. If this continues, my soul power will probably be drained." His eyes were wide open, his mouth agape, a far cry from his previous air of superiority. Everything that had happened today was completely beyond his expectations. Principal Li also noticed something was wrong and frowned, asking, "Old Foam, how much soul power do you have left?" Elder Foam replied in a deep voice, "Less than half, and it's still decreasing." After saying that, he took out a light blue pill and swallowed it, his complexion easing slightly. Seeing this, Principal Li couldn't help but laugh. "You even used a soul-returning pill? Looks like this consumption was quite significant." He became increasingly excited, even bursting into laughter. A mere aspiring card master constructing a magic card actually drains so much of your soul power. It seems our second high school has truly produced an extraordinary genius this time. Elder Foam glared at him, annoyed. "Old Li, are you still laughing? Can't you see I'm about to collapse? Hurry up and help." Normally, the effects of the soul-returning pill are more than enough for him. After all, the examinees aren't card masters yet. Even with the strongest talent, they can only construct soldier-level epic magic cards at most, requiring limited soul power. He, a powerful king-level expert, used to easily handle several candidates constructing epic-level magic cards while proctoring exams in the central area of the mountain city, without needing any elixirs. But today was different. The absorption power of Su Ming's card was unlike anything a soldier-level magic card should produce. Principal Li's expression hardened, finally realizing the seriousness of the problem. "Are you sure you want me to intervene?" Elder Feng's voice was urgent. "If you don't come soon, I really can't hold on any longer." Principal Li no longer hesitated, raising his hand to place on Elder Feng's shoulder and transferring his own soul power to him. But the next moment, his expression changed. The soul power within his body surged out like a flood, completely uncontrollable. Elder Foam smiled bitterly, pale. "Now you know how I felt just now, right?" Principal Li stared intently at Su Ming in the southwest corner, his throat dry. "This attraction is terrifying. At this rate, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold out for long." He was even more shocked. Others only knew that he was currently at the peak of the general level, but they didn't know that his soul power foundation was no weaker than that of the king level. If it weren't for the damage to his foundation in that battle, he might have already stepped into the emperor level. Even if his cultivation level drops, the meridians and Naiwan Palace he had opened up would not shrink, and his soul power reserves would still be astonishing. But now, this foundation is being rapidly drained away. At this moment, Su Ming is in the center of the pale blue vortex. Surging soul power is constantly flowing into his body, and under his mental control, it is continuously poured into the floating sketch. As soul power was injected, the outline of black impermanence moved little by little, and the patterns were gradually imprinted onto the blank magic card. "Again, merge for me," Su Ming roared, his eyes bloodshot, his fists clenched tightly, and he was using almost all his strength. Even though the college entrance examination array could replenish his soul power, he still felt his head buzzing and all his muscles tense to the limit. He knew that giving up halfway through card construction was the worst thing one could do. One's initial burst of energy fades with each attempt, and eventually, exhaustion follows. Once that initial burst of energy was gone, all previous efforts would be wasted. "I can't give up," Su Ming roared inwardly, his vision blurring and his body growing heavy. But he knew better than anyone that he had been reborn not to continue living a life of mediocrity, nor to be forever bound by the curse of the abyss. "I will shatter the darkness and crush the abyss." Source card, merge with me, Su Ming roared, his aura surging once more, blood trickling from the corners of his eyes, sweat pouring down like a waterfall, soaking a large patch of the ground beneath him. Fortunately, the image of black impermanence was already mostly engraved on the blank magic card. Almost there, just a little more. Su Ming gritted his teeth, almost solely relying on willpower to hold on. The next moment, a sudden burst of light shone. The source card had taken shape. Su Ming reached out and grasped the card, his arm trembling uncontrollably, a forced, ugly smile finally appearing on his pale face. He no longer had the strength to even stand up. But when he saw the translucent card in his hand, and the image of the monstrous black impermanence with its blue face and fangs, he couldn't help but smile. He finally succeeded. Of the 3 steps in card construction, the first step was the most difficult for him. Once the source card was formed, the rest would be much easier. The second step only required sufficient materials. Shaping the physical body was not difficult. The final finishing touch, infusing the soul, using the background story to trace back the river of time, and resonating with the heavenly Tao, only required a small amount of soul power. Su Ming carefully put away the source card, sat down cross-legged again, and began to recover his soul power and injuries. Chapter 21. Can he do it? At this moment, on the podium, Principal Li and Elder Feng were deathly pale, breathing heavily, their bodies drenched in sweat. They exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with shock. In just 10 minutes, their soul power had been almost completely drained. Had they not taken a soul-returning pill in time, they probably wouldn't have even been able to maintain the formation. In all their years of presiding over the college entrance examination, this was the first time they had witnessed such a thing. Could it be that this kid Su Ming really has a chance to create a God-type magic card? A God-type magic card that truly belongs to the 9 provinces? Thinking of this, Elder Feng and Li Wushuang's breath hitched slightly, and a hint of excitement appeared on their previously pale faces. But quickly, this excitement faded. Elder Feng smiled. Old Li, what am I thinking? The 9 provinces have no gods to begin with. How could they possibly create a God-type magic card? Li Wushuang sighed. We've waited our whole lives, but no one has ever succeeded. If there truly were gods in the 9 provinces, why would we have to wait until now? Elder Feng nodded. There are no gods in the 9 provinces. This is a consensus within the alliance. However, human will can overcome fate. Even without the god race magic cards, our human race's magic cards contain powerful beings. One day, we too will be able to slay a god. Upon hearing this, Li Wushuang's face revealed a hint of pride. Of course. If I hadn't been injured 3 years ago, my Gale Sword would probably be at the demigod level by now. Indeed, the principal of No. 2 Middle School was no ordinary person. He was none other than Li Wushuang, who had gone to Tiandu City 5 years ago and single-handedly slain the 3-headed, king-level, and bizarre Gale Swordsman. In that battle, he was severely injured, and his magic card was seriously damaged, almost beyond repair. After that, he stepped down from his post and became the principal of the 2nd Magic Card Middle School. Elder Feng was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, Old Li, we owe you a great debt for that battle. Otherwise, Shanxing City probably wouldn't have survived, and these children might not be alive today. You are a hero. Li Wushuang gave him a disdainful look. Old Feng, can't you be normal for once? You're so old. Why are you being so sentimental? After saying that, he looked down at Su Ming and said, What kind of magic card is this kid creating? He's using far more soul power than all the other candidates combined. Elder Feng shook his head and said, It's unlikely to be a magic card from the God clan. Li Wushuang said in a deep voice, Of course I know. Going back through the river of time, there are no traces of the God clan in the 9 provinces, and they can't resonate with it. It's even stranger that a prospective card master like him can consume so much soul power. Elder Feng's expression changed. Strange? He carries the Abyss Curse, and this time he chose dark attribute materials as his foundation. Could he really be trying to create a strange magic card? Thinking this, the 2 men's gazes fell on Su Ming again, and they couldn't help but feel tense. If something went wrong, the consequences would be difficult to handle. If the magic card Su Ming created really had a problem, it wouldn't be too late to intervene then. They sat down cross-legged and began to recover their soul power, just in case. They were confident enough to control a newly advanced soldier-level card master. No matter how strange the opponent's magic card was, it couldn't cause any trouble in the face of absolute strength. Su Ming naturally knew that the 2 people on the platform were prepared and would immediately subdue him should he lose control. However, he couldn't care less about that at the moment. He was rapidly absorbing soul power to heal his injuries, and his overall condition was gradually recovering. Just then, a surge of pure soul power suddenly rippled out from not far away. A lean young man leaped up, a white magic card floating in midair in front of him, its surface emitting a faint glow. Immediately afterward, a stone-like card-controlling device slowly took shape on his wrist, eventually transforming into a square watch with the character Bang, Soldier, appearing in the center and surrounded by a 5-pointed star. A white light shone, turning the card-controlling device a pale white. A line of white text then appeared in the sky. Li Bai, 2nd Magic Card Middle School, Qingshan District, Shanxing City, created an ordinary 3-star magic card, advancing to Card Master level. Initial realm, Soldier level 1 star, potential, ordinary. The words transformed into streams of light, merging into the examination hall's array and transmitting directly back to the Magic Card Master Association headquarters. Time flew by, and a day and a night passed quickly. During this time, most students completed their magic card creations. Some successfully broke through to the next level, while others failed completely. Surprises and sighs echoed throughout the examination hall. Some excitedly shouted that they had created blue-quality equipment cards, while others were dejected. The crowd was still discussing Zhongli. She had created a rare-grade magic card, its initial level directly reaching the 4th star of the soldier rank, potentially making her a general-level powerhouse in the future. However, some people felt it was a pity that she had created an item card, with an originality level just over 62. Otherwise, its potential might have been even higher. As the discussion continued, the topic shifted to Su Ming. Looking at Su Ming, who was still sitting cross-legged, someone couldn't help but ask, "It's been a whole day and night. Can Su Ming still keep going?" Immediately, someone sneered, "Can he keep going? Keep going my ass." Others joined in the mockery, saying that Su Ming only had solid theoretical knowledge. But in this era, magic cards were king. Only those with high realms and strong magic cards were true academic geniuses. Some even speculated that Su Ming wasn't confident he could create a magic card with over 50% originality, which is why he deliberately chose the dark attribute. Since no one in history had succeeded, he could blame it on the dark attribute if he failed. This theory resonated with many. Some were disappointed, some mocked, while others defended Su Ming. "Stop talking nonsense. He hasn't failed yet. What if he succeeds?" But someone immediately retorted, "Dark attribute, epic level materials, tell me how he succeeded?" This question silenced everyone for a moment. After a short while, the students who had finished the exam gathered in small groups again, continuing their discussion. Meanwhile, Su Ming, sensing his physical condition, took a deep breath, slowly opened his eyes, his gaze unwavering. He raised his hand, tossed out the source card, and then took out 12 strange crystal cores, throwing them all at the location of the card. 12 crystal cores exploded simultaneously, and a dense, eerie power instantly surged into the source card. The card vibrated slightly, and the transparent figure of black impermanence floated out from it, a chilling wind blowing and a pervasive cold. Su Ming stood up, a confident smile on his face, and whispered, "The source card is complete, material infusion." The next second, he raised his hand, and a drop of dark red blood, enveloped in a flask of sake, slowly appeared in his palm. Chapter 22 Bizarre. This is truly bizarre. The essence blood of the Demon King, fill me up. Su Ming let out a low roar and gently waved his right hand, causing the pool of clear wine, mixed with his essence blood, to float into the air. Break. As soon as he finished speaking, the essence blood instantly broke free from the wine's restraints and hovered 10 centimeters above Black Impermanence's head. A chilling aura spread out, and the surrounding classmates instinctively took a half step back, their faces turning pale. The chill wasn't just ordinary cold. It felt like it pierced straight into your heart, making you uncontrollably panic. Elder Feng's gaze sharpened, and he said in a low voice, "The essence blood of the Ghost King, and it's a curse type? It seems to be the same ghost that Swordsman Demon Card killed when he was in the card-making stage that day. The fact that it could still leave behind essence blood after that sword strike means that its strength is probably stronger than we guessed." The image of the sword light that pierced the sky that night also flashed through Li Wushuang's mind. That sword light was like a cascading galaxy, dazzling and vast. Even he, known as this swift wind sword, the #1 swordsman in Shanxing City, could only admit his inferiority. He couldn't help but exclaim, "That sword strike was amazing." The sword intent within it was vast and profound, far surpassing my Gale's sword intent. Elder Feng comforted him. "Old Li, don't underestimate yourself. Your Gale sword intent is already very strong. After all, your opponent is a character from a magic card, Who knows how long he has been fighting in the long river of history. There's no need to compete head-on. Li Wushuang shook his head with a wry smile and said nothing more. Just then, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out in the examination room. An even stronger gust of cold wind rushed in, and the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. The two of them looked up at the same time. Black Impermanence tilted his head back, and dark red blood dripped onto his forehead. The blood slowly spread, staining his entire body a pale red, like he was draped in an eerie blood-red veil. As the essence and blood continued to merge, the originally illusory figure of Black Impermanence began to gradually fill out, becoming three-dimensional and real. Beneath the blood-stained veil was a hideous, blue-faced monster with fangs. It wore a long black hat inscribed with the 4 characters, Peace under Heaven. Its face fierce, its eyes wide with rage, and its skin a dark, bruised color. It looked nothing like a benevolent being. He held a thick, long iron chain in his left hand and a black mourning staff in his right. A pained face was etched on the staff, and just one glance at it sent chills down one's spine. As their life essence was continuously absorbed, the wind grew increasingly fierce. They could even faintly hear weeping sounds, but when they listened carefully, the sounds seemed to vanish into thin air. Extremely bizarre. At that moment, everyone in the examination hall involuntarily moved away from Su Ming. All eyes were fixed on the Black Impermanence in midair, and almost simultaneously, the word eerie arose in their minds. What exactly is he trying to do? He dares to construct such bizarre creatures. Isn't he afraid of being attacked from behind? This aura is terrifying. My legs are shaking. This is definitely a strange entity. The magic card can use the bizarre as its prototype? Then when entering the mist, wouldn't it be possible to fool the bizarre and disguise oneself as one of their own? As soon as someone finished speaking, they were immediately refuted by the person next to them. I told you to study, but you insisted on feeding pigs. The bizarre magic cards do exist, but almost all the card masters who created them in history went mad and ended up as monsters that were neither human nor ghost, living a life worse than death. Hearing this, many people's faces turned even uglier. Then why would he dare to do that? Didn't you just say he was only pretending because he wasn't confident he could get the card? This is only the second step. The real challenge is the third. Creature cards aren't something just anyone can create. They're far more difficult than ordinary cards. As the crowd discussed the matter, they continued to back away, their eyes fixed on the Black Impermanence. At this moment, his cheeks gradually turned purple, then black, and his face became increasingly ferocious. Black blood slowly seeped from his fangs. Weird. This is truly bizarre. Seeing this, almost everyone became even more certain. The timid students turned pale, their lips trembled, and even their breathing became rapid. Su Ming remained completely calm. He had been observing He Wuchang's changes, and when the time was right, he immediately threw out the chain-shaped epic material he had just received. The chain flew towards Black Impermanence, landing precisely in his left hand and quickly merging with the original soul-hooking claw. In an instant, an even more chilling and terrifying aura erupted. A whirlwind swirled around Black Impermanence, spreading in all directions, accompanied by cries. The crying sounded like a demonic whisper, seeping into everyone's minds. Many students instantly froze, their faces filled with fear. Some of the weaker students couldn't even stand up straight. Some collapsed to the ground, their eyes filled with terror. The homeroom teachers on the podium were in no better shape. They kept swallowing, forcibly suppressing their fear. Although they could still control their bodies, their hearts were being slowly eroded by terror. Gloomy, desolate, and hopeless. A jumble of chaotic emotions welled up inside, making it almost unbearable to breathe. Elder Feng and Li Wushuang were the least affected, but they could still feel the desolation and pain. The power seemed to strike directly at their hearts without passing through their bodies, leaving them completely defenseless. Or rather, it's simply impossible to defend against. A moment later, the two of them frowned simultaneously. What happened? Following that desolate and barren atmosphere, they actually sensed a faint glimmer of life. Moreover, that aura was incomparably sacred. But what I see before me is clearly a strange creature. Why do I feel such a completely opposite aura emanating from it? The next moment, that feeling disappeared again. Or is it just my imagination? Or is it that the opponent's abilities are so terrifying that they can affect their perception? Li Wushuang frowned, feeling increasingly uneasy. He subconsciously looked at Elder Feng, who happened to be looking at him as well. Their eyes met, and they spoke almost simultaneously. You felt it too? As soon as they finished speaking, They both saw shock in each other's eyes. In the entire examination hall, only the two strongest individuals noticed the slight anomaly. As for the others, they were already too overwhelmed by the fear emanating from the black impermanence to lift their heads. Hee. Just then, black impermanence suddenly let out a strange laugh. The laughter was sharp and sinister, sending chills down one's spine. Li Wushuang swallowed hard and couldn't help but lower his voice to ask, "Old Feng, if problems arise after the card is completed, can you suppress it?" Chapter 23. The Integration of Spiritual Beings and the Terrified Classmates. Suppress. Elder Feng couldn't help but exclaim, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. He shook his head and said, "Don't you know my strength? Just based on its current momentum, once it becomes a card and uses its residual energy, let alone suppress it, I'm afraid I won't be a match for it." Li Wushuang replied, "I've been gone for 5 years. Who knows if you have other tricks up your sleeve?" Elder Feng took a deep breath and said in a heavy tone, "Old man Li, I'm going to stop him now. There are still so many children here, and countless ordinary people in Qingshan district. We can't afford to gamble." Li Wushuang reminded him in a deep voice, "But he is a genius cursed by the abyss." Elder Feng immediately retorted, "Precisely because he was influenced by the abyss, it was all the more necessary to stop him. If his heart had already been corrupted, continuing to let it run wild would harm both him and others." Li Wushuang looked at Su Ming and said, "You sensed that life force just now, right? And those strange words, peace under heaven above your head. I think we should give it a try." Elder Feng's face was grim. "I am the chief examiner, and I absolutely cannot allow such a huge uncertainty to occur in the examination room. If a problem really occurs, who will take responsibility?" Looking at Su Ming's calm face, Li Wushuang gritted her teeth and took out a golden card from her pocket. "I'll take responsibility. If he loses control, I'll seal him away myself." Elder Feng's pupils shrank. "A legendary sealing card of the King level 9 stars? Old man Li, you're willing to part with it? This is an item card you risked your life to get. Legendary magic cards are already rare, and King level 9 star item cards are even more unattainable. Character cards, weapon cards, and scene cards can be gradually cultivated, but item cards have a limited number of uses, and their level and quality cannot be improved after they are completed." Li Wushuang laughed. "I can still tell the difference between a magic card and a prodigy." Elder Feng was still worried that Su Ming was burdened with the curse of the abyss and might never achieve great things in his life. If he kept creating dark magic cards, he would eventually be devoured. Li Wushuang shook his head. "No, I always feel that his card is different. How can there be a strange card with peace under heaven engraved on it, and containing the aura of life?" Elder Feng sighed. "You are still the same. You were the same 5 years ago, and you are still the same today." Li Wushuang's gaze was firm. "The 9 provinces have been suppressed by the supernatural for too long, and by other countries for too long. Since there is hope, why not take a chance? Being afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind will only lead to defeat." Elder Feng was silent for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, "Even the West, which possesses the divine race magic card, has not been able to completely resolve the abyss curse. As for us in the 9 provinces." He finally sighed and said, "Fine, since you don't care, I'll play along to the end." Li Wushuang looked at Su Ming and murmured to himself, "Su Ming, you are the most talented card master I have ever seen. I hope you can be the first person to break the limits." In the southwest corner of the examination hall, apart from Su Ming, everyone else was already gone. The students who hadn't yet completed their magic card creations also moved away from that area as much as possible. Before Su Ming stood the black impermanence, its body swirling with black energy, its sinister and terrifying aura spreading outwards. Su Ming glanced at it and said softly, "Not enough. It lacks a trace of spirituality." After saying that, he took out another dark red heart from his pocket. The heart looked as if it had just been ripped out, its bright red color beating, and it was wrapped in an invisible energy that showed no apparent properties or strange power. To create a god-level magic card, a spiritual object is indispensable. Elder Feng's pupils shrank when he saw the heart. A spiritual object. He really wants to create a god-level magic card. He was shocked again. The strange creatures that can give birth to spiritual objects are mostly extremely powerful, and he actually has one. Li Wushuang nodded in admiration. Su Ming's swordsman magic card was indeed powerful, capable of killing ghost bone mantises, and more than one at that. Spiritual items were already rare drops, so obtaining one must have meant that he had slain quite a few ghost bone mantises. Moreover, Those strange creatures that can drop spiritual objects are usually stronger than their kind. The ghost bone mantis, a kind of spiritual creature, carries spiritual energy from birth, and it is only through the accumulation of time that it can condense spiritual objects. Of course, not all spirits possessing spiritual objects are powerful. Some weaker spirits also carry spiritual objects, but they cannot control them, and their strength does not increase dramatically as a result. However, spirits are rare to begin with, so Su Ming's ability to find that nest of ghost bone mantises was by no means simply good luck. He found it after his extraordinary talent was revealed, and he was intentionally guided by the abyss to find it. Later, due to the curse of the abyss, he thrived in the misty zone and, with the help of the power of the abyss, finally obtained this spiritual object. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. This is roughly the way it is. However, Li Wushuang and Elder Feng were unaware that Su Ming dared to directly borrow the power of the abyss to search for the strange. In the past, no one had ever dared to do such a thing. The power of the abyss is too terrifying. Once consumed, one becomes a being neither human nor ghost. Even if someone tries it, they dare not use it for an extended period, for no one wants to truly fall into the abyss. Su Ming was absolutely confident that as long as he obtained the spiritual object, he could create a god-demon card during the college entrance examination. As the spirit merged into Black Impermanence's body, his chest began to rise and fall, and his body emitted a faint, eerie light. Within that strange aura, there was also a hint of holiness. Breathing, Black Impermanence seemed to truly come alive, eerie green smoke billowing from his nostrils, instantly lowering the surrounding temperature. His body also rapidly expanded with each breath, rising like a skyscraper, quickly transforming into a 10-meter giant, the iron chains in his hands clanging loudly. At that moment, all the candidates trembled with fear. They looked up at the enormous figure, and fear spread from the depths of their hearts, impossible to suppress. Some people were deathly pale, their voices trembling. It's terrifying. I feel like my heart is about to jump out of my chest. Others were having trouble breathing, staring at Su Ming in horror. Is he really creating magic cards? I feel like he's creating something bizarre. This feeling spread quickly. The oppressive aura emanating from the Black Impermanence directly terrified them. Soon, the examinees could no longer contain themselves and began shouting towards the examiner's seats. Examiner, he's not creating magic cards, he's creating monsters. Please stop Su Ming immediately. That's right, this is a bizarre creature. What human magic card would look like this? Examiner, please suppress him. Examiner, please suppress him. Examiner, please suppress him. Chapter 24 Impermanence opens its eyes, darkness descends. Elder Feng listened to the shouts rising and falling from the audience, his brows furrowing deeply. This scene before him was far beyond his expectations. From the very beginning, he was targeting Su Ming. After all, in impoverished areas like Qingshan District, the examiners sent in previous years were mostly generals. The real king-level experts usually went to the central urban area. But this year is different. A single Abyss Curse user is enough to warrant the attention of the Cardmaster Association, which is why Elder Feng came here personally. He forcibly shifted his gaze away from He Wuchang and said in a deep voice, "Students, the college entrance examination is sacred and inviolable. Every candidate has the right to freely create magic cards, and no one can interfere. But if anyone creates a magic card that violates the rules and threatens security, as the examiner, I will never sit idly by and will take action immediately. Rest assured, everyone, the Cardmaster Association will not allow any examinees to be harmed." With Elder Feng's assurance, the murmurs on the playground finally subsided considerably. However, when everyone looked at the 10-meter-tall giant, the fear in their eyes remained undisguised. Black Impermanence was never a benevolent being to begin with, and now, transformed into a colossal creature, its blue face and fangs are even more clearly defined, especially those blood-dripping fangs, which exude an indescribable eeriness. Su Ming stood at its feet, as insignificant as an ant. Yet, as he looked up at the colossal statue, his face showed no fear, but rather was filled with excitement. "I've got it. That hint of life is there." Su Ming murmured softly. As the creator, he could almost communicate with this magic card, and every change in He Wuchang was clearly presented in his mind. He could feel that sacred aura very clearly. Unlike Li Wushuang and the others, who only noticed it the moment the magic card took shape and then thought it was an illusion, Su Ming could see its presence all the time. The creation of magic cards is essentially a journey through the river of history. Only stories that have existed in history can resonate with the will of heaven. The appearance of Li Bai has already proven that the history of Kyushu and the history of China are not that different. Since the West can create the angel god magic card, then the Ein god of the Great China can naturally also succeed. Moreover, this wisp of sacred aura has already explained everything. Thinking of this, Su Ming's excitement intensified. He stared intently at black impermanence and said, "The three realms of heaven, earth, and man include the underworld, which governs the 6 paths of reincarnation. The impermanent underworld general is a soul-collecting messenger who specializes in taking the souls of the dead, leading them to the yellow springs and the underworld of Fengdu. Claws snatch souls, and death is relentlessly claimed." Su Ming's voice grew louder and louder, and the spiritual brush continued to write according to his thoughts. One character after another quickly entered He Wuchang's body. The next moment, the 10-meter-tall body seemed to come alive completely. Its body was filled with a surge of Ein energy. A Ein wind swept across the playground, and dark clouds rolled in the sky, instantly obscuring the sunlight. The entire sky darkened instantly. Soon, the darkness became so thick that one could not see their own hand in front of their face. The dark clouds spread rapidly, and in no time, the entire Qingshan district was shrouded in them. Night fell. At that moment, countless people in Qingshan district looked up simultaneously, their faces filled with panic. Screams, cries, and sounds of fear quickly spread throughout the city. The streets were pitch black, and people were running and bumping into each other in a panic. But no matter what they did, they couldn't illuminate their surroundings. Lights, flashlights, and even candles were lit, but strangely, the light could only illuminate themselves and could not dispel the surrounding darkness. The more this was the case, the more terrified everyone became. The entire Qingshan district seemed to be swallowed by darkness, falling into an endless cycle. "I can't see anything. I can't see anything at all. I even used a lighting card, but I still can't see my surroundings. I can see the flare itself, but it's still pitch black all around. It's so eerie. It's not as simple as not being able to see. My senses have also been blocked, and now I'm just like an ordinary person." Panic spread, and the people on the playground soon discovered something even more terrifying. Despite the complete darkness around them, they could see the black impermanence that Su Ming had created. He grew taller, standing alone in the darkness, as if he were the only being in the world that could be observed. "Is this really a magic card? It looks weird. Zhou Qingfeng, what's wrong with your student? How could he create something so terrifying? Could he really be a spy sent by the abyss? This is too outrageous. If this thing were at its peak, just how terrifying would it be?" A general-level card master, his face pale and his voice trembling, said, "I only glanced at him just now, and my scalp tingled, tears streamed down my face uncontrollably, and I felt a sense of awe." On the podium, the homeroom teachers of each class also changed their expressions. After becoming card masters, their perception had far surpassed that of ordinary people. Even with their eyes closed, they could sense the movements around them. But now, all their senses have failed. This situation is extremely rare. Even when facing a king-level anomaly, they might not be suppressed to this extent. Therefore, their panic grew stronger. But this fear wasn't pure, it was mixed with a hint of awe. It was like the instinctive submission that mortals feel when facing a high-ranking ruler. Li Wuxuang and Elder Feng shared the same feeling. Even though they both possessed king-level combat power, and Elder Feng was a true king-level expert, they could not escape this oppressive feeling. The two were simply stronger and had a clearer sense of their abilities. Li Wuxuang was deeply shaken and couldn't help but whisper, "This is reverence, reverence for those in high positions. What exactly has Su Ming created? This feeling is almost like facing a god." Elder Feng's expression turned grave. "Strange? A god? What kind of being did he create? Could it be that he really created a dark god?" But as soon as he said it, he found it hard to believe. The bizarre originates from the abyss, the magical cards from the heavenly Tao, and the gods also belong to the heavenly Tao. The two have always been irreconcilable. How could the bizarre and the gods coexist in one body? Li Wuxuang had once had the privilege of seeing a divine race magic card. The awe it exuded was pure and gentle, and its sacred radiance even made one feel warm. But the being before them, with its blue face and fangs, was different. The awe it evoked was mixed with boundless fear, as if even a single glance would drag one's soul out of their body. Just as everyone was in a state of panic, the eyelids of this strange figure in front of them suddenly twitched. The next second, Black Impermanence suddenly opened his eyes. Two beams of light shot out from his eyes, soaring straight into the sky and piercing through the thick, dark clouds, creating two large holes. Chapter 25. When to be thrown into the 18 levels of hell. Half an hour ago, the atmosphere inside the Night Watchers Association in Qingshan District was so oppressive that it was almost suffocating. Zhang Yehua sat in a chair, head bowed, his face full of sorrow. He told Lan Tian that the situation was indeed as he had predicted. Before each victim was killed, black and white circles appeared around them. The black circles represented fires, and the white circles represented floods. They had witnessed one case yesterday, but still couldn't prevent the tragedy from happening. Lu Qingqing, standing beside her, had red eyes, clearly having just cried. She choked back tears as she said that they had noticed the black rings on the family's car and had taken precautions, keeping watch nearby to prevent them from getting close to any flammable or explosive materials. But in the end, the family of three still spontaneously combusted without a flame and was burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. At this point, Lu Qingqing could no longer hold back her tears. This curse was utterly devastating. They couldn't find a pattern to its occurrence, and even if they were lucky enough to discover it, they were powerless to stop it. 3 living people had died right before their eyes, and they were powerless to do anything about it. Lu Qingqing was the eldest daughter of the Lu family from a young age, and was well protected. In her past, although strange creatures roamed freely, humans ultimately had the ability to protect themselves, and as their strength increased, they would eventually turn the tide. Textbooks described the hardships faced by the human race, but she had never truly experienced them herself. But things are different now. After Li Wuxuan's grandfather's foundation was damaged, he chose to retire, and the Lu family lost an important ally. She had no choice but to come out and gain experience, hoping to become stronger and dispel the doubts within the family. But this incident involving the black and white circles has shattered her original understanding. It turns out that humanity is far from strong enough to completely resist the supernatural. A single curse-type supernatural entity can plunge the entire Qingshan district into panic, with everyone feeling insecure. And there are more than 20 impoverished areas like Qingshan district in the city. The only truly relatively safe place is the central urban area. Tears streamed down her face, but her soft heart slowly hardened amidst this helplessness and pain. Just then, the door creaked open. Wang Minjiang walked in, sporting dark circles under his eyes, looking listless and clearly out of sorts. Lan Tian immediately sensed something was wrong and rushed over to ask him what was wrong. Wang Minjiang forced a smile and said in a somewhat dazed voice, "The black and white circles have appeared today." The 3 of them turned around instantly and asked almost simultaneously, "Black circle or white circle? Where is it?" Wang Minjiang didn't say much, but slowly lifted his sleeve, revealing his forearm. A neat white circle was clearly imprinted on his arm, as if it had been painted on. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Everyone stared blankly at the familiar white circle, finally understanding why Wang Minjiang had become like this. No one could remain calm in this situation. Lu Qingqing's already swollen eyes became even redder, and tears streamed down her face. Lan Tian took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Old Wang, we can't wait for reinforcements any longer. We need to leave the city immediately and kill that monster, otherwise." He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present understood what was going to happen. Lu Qingqing cried and echoed, saying that if they waited any longer it would be too late, and she had already pulled out a rare magic card. Zhang Yehua also nodded with red eyes, indicating that they would go kill the monster now. But Wang Minjiang refused outright. He knew very well that, judging from the methods displayed by the black and white circle, their opponent was at least a king-level expert. Even if they left the city, they would have no chance against them. Lan Tian grew anxious and reminded him that the black and white circles were skilled in curses, and their true form might not be powerful. He argued that if they found the true form, they might still have a chance. But Wang Minjiang countered that the Misty Zone was vast and boundless. Without headquarters support, how could they possibly find it? Moreover, Zhang Yehua and Lu Qingqing were not strong enough. Venturing deep into the Misty Zone would almost certainly be suicide. His attitude was absolutely firm. Then, he looked up at Lan Tian and said that he was smarter than anyone else and knew better than anyone else that what he said was true, and that this matter should not be handled impulsively. Lan Tian's eyes reddened, and he couldn't help but say, "Old Wang, even if you don't think about yourself, don't you think about your wife and children? The prerequisite for this curse is a family of 3. Wang Minjiang remained silent for a moment, then whispered, "I know." Then, He looked up towards the direction outside the city and said in a much calmer tone, Lantian, Yehua, Qingqing, I'll have to put in a lot more effort for Qingshan district from now on. Lantian frowned and asked him coldly what he wanted to do. Wang Minjiang did not answer, but turned and walked towards the door, leaving behind a soft sigh. To the abyss, to fight for a sliver of life. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared beyond the doorway. The sunlight streaming in from outside seemed exceptionally pale and weak. Lu Qingqing and Zhang Yehua wanted to chase after them, but Lan Tian stopped them. He regained his usual indifference and shook his head, saying, You two are not allowed to move. Listen to the captain. Lu Qingqing cried out. The misty zone is extremely dangerous. What's the difference between the captain going to find the black and white circles alone and sending himself to his death? Lan Tian said calmly. That's right. It's no different from sending them to their deaths. But if he goes alone, he's going to his death, and if the four of us go together, we're going to our deaths too. Lu Qingqing fell silent. She actually understood, but she was unwilling to admit it. She wasn't used to this feeling of trying her best, but still being powerless. Just then, thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, terrifying energies rippled outwards, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. In the next instant, dark clouds covered the sky, plunging the entire sky into darkness. Lu Qingqing and Zhang Yehua panicked immediately, realizing that the light source had completely failed and they couldn't see through the darkness no matter what they tried. They could only grope their way out. Lan Tian was already standing at the doorway when he looked up and saw two golden beams shoot into the sky, forcefully tearing through the boundless darkness. At the end of the golden light, the black clouds were tinged with a faint gold and spread out at a visible speed. Lan Tian's eyes trembled violently, his heart churning with shock. A card-forming phenomenon, golden clouds. This was the card-forming phenomenon of a legendary magic card. He stared in the direction from which the golden light was rising, his shock almost impossible to conceal. Fortunately, it was pitch black all around, and no one could see his expression. Otherwise, Lu Qingqing and Zhang Yehua would have been astonished that the usually composed strategist Lan could be so distraught. Before he could recover from the shock, a whooshing sound suddenly came from the direction of the examination hall. Immediately afterwards, a huge black chain swept past the golden light and roared out of the city, like a black dragon soaring through the sky. The black dragon rose with the wind, and a majestic and solemn voice resounded throughout the sky, lingering for a long time. A cursed demon king who slaughters humans without cause deserves to be cast into the 18th level of hell. Chapter 26 Punishment, Heaven's Blessing. Golden light shines through the clouds, and dark clouds are tinged with gold. This is actually a strange phenomenon in Qingca. Elder Feng stared intently at the two golden beams in the sky, his voice filled with disbelief. His shout drew everyone's attention, and they saw that the dark clouds that had been looming over the city were gradually turning golden. Li Wushuang's pupils dilated violently, and he froze on the spot, forgetting even to think. The teachers behind him gaped, their eyes wide open, as if they had stopped breathing. Zhou Qingfeng's Adam's apple bobbed as he exclaimed with barely concealed excitement. When a card master creates a magic card, only when the originality reaches 100% will the heavenly Tao bestow upon the card as a magical phenomenon. I never imagined that I would witness it with my own eyes today. More importantly, this magic card was created by a student, Su Ming. In Kyushu, there are over 200,000 college entrance exam takers every year, and only 1 in 10,000 can create original magic cards. A legendary magic card that can trigger a golden phenomenon is even rarer, appearing only once every 10 years. The last prodigy to achieve this level was 18 years ago. Just as everyone was in shock, black impermanence suddenly swung the iron chain. The chain swelled in the wind and instantly transformed into a black dragon, churning the clouds and making a clattering sound, flying directly out of the city. The crowd snapped out of their shock, their gazes falling on black impermanence, a chill running down their spines. That giant with a blue face, fangs, blood dripping from his mouth, and bluish-black skin looked nothing like an ordinary magic card. Especially the morning staff in his hand, the eerie human face on it seemed to come alive, revealing a ferocious expression and emitting a chilling cry. Lord of the Demon God, spare my life. I will never dare to do it again. No, my lord, we are all monsters, please spare me. The morning stick emitted mournful pleas, the cries heart-wrenching. Each Lord of the Demon God struck the hearts of the crowd like a heavy hammer, sending chills down their spines. Strange, mysterious spirit? If this blue-faced, fanged giant is truly a demon god, then wouldn't he be an even more terrifying being than the demon emperor? On the platform, Elder Feng's face darkened, and he immediately said, "Old Li, give me the sealing card." Li Wushuang frowned immediately. "Old Feng, what are you trying to do? This is an absolutely original legendary magic card. It's about to be completed. Do you want to destroy it?" Elder Feng shook his head and said, "Absolutely original, golden legend, those are all fine. But what he created is a dark magic card. Look, although the golden clouds are spreading, the darkness has not receded." Li Wushuang still disagreed. "The phenomena of the cards are all different. When did you become so rigid?" Elder Feng's tone grew even more serious. "That's not all. Didn't you hear what the face inside the morning staff was shouting? Weird eerie." Li Wushuang remained silent for a moment, then looked up at the black chains that pierced the sky, then at the terrifying figure of He Wuchang, and finally sighed. "That's right. None of us know what it will be like once it's formed. Kyushu can't afford to gamble on it." As he finished speaking, he took out a gleaming golden sealing card from his pocket. It was a standard sealing card, but extremely precious. Unlike character cards and equipment cards, item cards have a fixed quality level upon creation, and each use reduces the available supply. Elder Feng took the sealing card, his eyes instantly sharpening. He raised his left hand, the purple card-controlling device lighting up, and with 2 fingers of his right hand, he pinched the golden magic card and inserted it directly into the card slot. Legendary sealed card, activate. In an instant, golden light radiated outwards. The legendary sealing card shattered into countless specks of light, transforming into streams of light that soared into the sky. Yet, even with its dazzling brilliance, the golden light failed to truly pierce the darkness. All that remained was the light itself. Elder Feng gave a low shout. "Seal." The scattered golden light quickly gathered together, transforming into a huge golden Feng seal character, which hung in the sky and kept rotating, growing larger and larger, like a canopy that enveloped the entire playground. Sealing card. Use full force to seal it. Pale blue soul power surged from Elder Feng's hands, pouring into the golden character, Fug, seal. The next moment, the enormous character, Fug, slowly sank down like Mount Tai, directly approaching the top of Black Impermanence's head. Upon seeing this, Su Ming's brows furrowed instantly, and anger surged within him. He came to take the college entrance exam, creating a divine magic card. But now, the examiner is trying to seal it, forcibly interrupting his card creation. However, he also knew that Black Impermanence had already been created and was at the most crucial moment in the card's formation. If he were to be distracted and interfere at this time, and the card's formation failed, that would truly be a loss. As for that sealing card, bang! Black Impermanence merely glared coldly, and the golden seal, character suspended in the air, instantly shattered, turning into countless fragments of light. Elder Feng's expression changed drastically. Before he could react, Black Impermanence had already looked away. With a gentle tug of his arm, the endless iron chains rattled, and the chains that had soared through the sky like a black dragon were instantly pulled back. The sharp hook at the very end of the chain pierced through the strange black and white collarbone. The creature was neither human nor non-human, its body composed of interlocking black and white rings, each ring adorned with a fleshy ball, within which grew a grotesque human face. These are clearly people who were killed by it. The black and white circle knelt down eerily, begging for mercy, its voice trembling. "Spare me, Lord Ghost God. I don't know what crime I have committed to anger you." The faces inside the fleshy spheres on its body cried even more miserably. Each sphere had 3 faces carved into it, 2 old and 1 young, like a family of 3. Black Impermanence, with a majestic expression, slammed down his morning staff, knocking off the fleshy spheres on black and white circles' bodies one by one. The transparent souls, finally freed, knelt and kowtowed. Then, Black Impermanence spoke coldly. "Now, it's your turn. Since the underworld no longer exists and you cannot enter the 18 levels of hell, then I will judge you on behalf of Lord Shui." As soon as he finished speaking, he dragged the soul-hooking rope and threw the eerie black and white circle into his mouth. He swallowed it with a crunching sound, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Immediately afterwards, Black Impermanence looked down at the ordinary souls, his morning staff clanging loudly. Strands of dark energy scattered, drawing these souls into the staff before they completely dissipated. Buzz. After all this was over, the dark clouds in the sky were completely dyed a brilliant gold. The darkness that had enveloped the Qingshan district quickly receded, and the world returned to its clear state. People looked up and saw golden light shining down, warm and comforting them. The fatigue and fear they had felt moments before vanished, and they felt as if they had been reborn. Before they could fully appreciate the warmth, thunder suddenly roared and lightning flashed between the golden clouds, followed by a downpour of golden rain. Elder Feng looked up at the scene, letting the golden rain fall on him, his eyes filled with shock. The injuries he sustained from the broken seal card were rapidly healed in the golden rain. Blessed by heaven, this is truly a magic card recognized by heaven. Chapter 27 Golden Rain, an unparalleled opportunity. Shanqing City, Qingshan District. The dark clouds turned golden, lightning flashed among the clouds, and the golden rain fell harder and harder. The sound of rain pounding down on the street caused chaos among pedestrians, who rushed to cover their heads and seek shelter under the eaves, fearing the strange rain would get on them. They had just experienced apocalyptic darkness and hadn't recovered when they were struck by a shower of golden rain. Everyone panicked. Someone shouted in terror. This kind of ability to influence celestial phenomena is not something ordinary supernatural beings can do. It must be at least at the level of a king of monsters. Some people looked up at the endless golden clouds, their voices trembling, saying that 5 years ago, when the neighboring city was destroyed, there were also dark clouds stretching for miles, accompanied by lightning and thunder. As soon as they said this, the streets became even more chaotic. Many people were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and they were only concerned with escaping for their lives, having no mind to appreciate the changes brought about by the golden rain. On the other side, after regaining his sight, Wang Minjiang immediately sprang into action and rushed home. He darted between rooftops, quickly reaching his front door. Inside, he found his wife and daughter huddled together in the living room, trembling with shock, but their vital signs stable. Seeing this, Wang Minjiang finally felt relieved. But the next second, his gaze suddenly froze. The white rings that had been wrapped around his wife and daughter were gone. He was jolted awake and quickly rolled up his sleeves. The circle, which looked like white paint on his skin, vanished completely, as if it had never existed. Wang Minjiang stood there, stunned, his face filled with disbelief. That was a curse of the king of demons level. How could it disappear silently? As a veteran of the Night's Watch, he understood better than anyone else what this meant. The black and white circles were already cursed supernatural entities, and they had even reached the king level. There were only 2 ways to break the curse. Either use a healing consumable card of king level or higher, or directly kill the ghost king to remove the source of the curse. But no matter which one, the difficulty is terrifying. But now, the facts are undeniable. The white marks around him, his wife, and daughter have all disappeared. The 3 of them have indeed escaped the danger of the flood. Could it be that the ghost king was killed? Once the thought crossed his mind, Wang Minjiang could no longer suppress it. His throat tightened, he kept swallowing, and his mind went blank. The curse has been lifted. It's really over. His knees buckled, and he knelt down on the ground, shouting excitedly. Heaven has eyes. Heaven has eyes. It wasn't until the golden rain hit his face that he finally noticed something was wrong. This rain is surprisingly warm. Wang Minjiang lowered his head and clenched his fist, only to find that the fatigue in his body had vanished without him noticing, and he was full of energy, with even his physical strength slowly increasing. Immediately afterwards, his pupils contracted. His soul power is also increasing. Could this golden rain be a blessing from heaven? Wang Minjiang instantly understood, his shock turning into ecstatic joy. He immediately shouted into the house. Wife, Minner, come out quickly. This is an incredible opportunity, an incredible opportunity. Not content with just shouting, he rushed into the living room, grabbed his wife and daughter by the arms, and led them outside, leaving them standing in the golden rain. At this moment, the golden rain continued to pour down. Second Royal Middle School. On the playground, almost all the students huddled at the edge, no one daring to look directly at the black impermanence. Their faces were pale, their bodies trembling, and their eyes filled with fear. The methods that He Wucheng just displayed have completely shocked them. That 10-meter-tall giant with a blue face, fangs, dripping blood from his teeth, and bluish-black skin used only a single chain to pierce through the sky, dragging the eerie creature from countless miles away to his front, and finally torturing it to death. What's even more chilling is that he also collects human souls into the mourning stick, and the mournful cries send chills down the spines of all the students. They were just high school students who hadn't seen much of the world, and faced with this scene, all they felt was fear and awe. coupled with the sudden darkness that had preceded them, and the relentless golden rain that was now falling, everything was an incomprehensible unknown to them. The unknown is often the easiest thing to frighten. Qingshan District is an impoverished area. On ordinary days, it's already considered quite good if someone can create original magic cards and successfully become a card master. As for absolutely original magic cards with 100% originality, they had never heard of them before, and naturally did not know that such magic cards would cause strange phenomena when they were completed, or even attract rewards from the heavenly Tao. Not to mention Qingshan District. Even looking at the entire Kyushu region, or even the whole world, there are only a handful of people who can create absolutely original magic cards during the college entrance examination. Sometimes, it might not happen even once in a century. After all, creating magic cards requires not only extraordinary talent, but also profound knowledge and experience. Only by finding prototypes in the history of civilizations, and then incorporating one's own imagination can one invoke the spirits of the gods, and ultimately succeed in creating a card. Just as the students were panicking, Principal Li Wushuang's voice rang out. Students, do not hide. Let the golden rain soak your bodies. This is a tremendous opportunity. You must cherish it. Upon hearing this, the rioting crowd gradually quieted down. They looked towards the podium and saw that all the class teachers, Principal Li Wushuang, and Examiner Feng had their eyes closed and heads tilted back, letting the golden rain fall on them, with even smiles of enjoyment on their faces. The students then stepped forward with some skepticism. Soon, some people exclaimed in surprise, discovering that their soul power was increasing and their physical fitness was also improving. One boy shouted excitedly that he could get hard again. The people next to him immediately chuckled, and he quickly explained that he was referring to his biceps. He had been training too hard these past few days, and his arms were sore, but now he had regained his strength. As more and more people feel the changes, the fear on the playground gradually turns into surprise. The boys and girls imitated their teacher, tilting their heads back to welcome the golden rain. Some even opened their mouths, trying to swallow the rainwater. Some people took out their eating bowls to try to catch the golden rain, but found that the rainwater was like light, disappearing as soon as it encountered an obstacle, leaving not even a trace of water. They then looked down at the ground and their surroundings, and sure enough, there were no water stains. This golden rain was so magical that everyone was speechless. Chapter 28 Strange? He is a god of the underworld. What terrifying energy! My body is transforming, and my soul power is increasing wildly. Su Ming sat cross-legged beneath black impermanence. As the creator of black impermanence, the rain around him almost materialized, and dense energy continuously surged into his body, bringing about astonishing changes. At the same time, the gray card in his hand was also stained with a faint golden light, and the color was rapidly deepening. The originally transparent magic card in front of him turned completely golden. One after another, gilded five-pointed stars appeared on the card's surface, until the fifth star completely filled the card before finally stopping. In the circle at the top left corner of the card, there is an additional eye-catching character, Zhang, General. This means that this magic card has reached the 5-star general level. Boom. Just then, a loud bang came from the sky. The golden clouds dispersed, and the rain stopped. Immediately afterwards, from deep within the clouds, a translucent Milky Way descended from the sky. The river was a chaotic blur, stretching across the entire firmament, a scene so breathtaking it left one speechless. After the Milky Way fell, it circled around black impermanence. The chaotic river water gradually became clear, and countless transparent shadows seemed to be rushing past within it. They just moved too fast to be seen clearly. Even if someone manages to remember a certain feature, they'll forget it completely the next second. It was as if some mysterious force was preventing everyone from remembering those figures. Splash. The Milky Way flows on, and time seems to stand still at this moment. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute. 5 minutes later, the Milky Way finally changed. Bubbling sounds rose from the murky river, causing the entire sky to tremble. The recently dispersed dark clouds pressed down again, and a cold, eerie wind rose from nowhere. As the bubbles continued to surge, a colossal soul slowly rose from the Milky Way, gradually revealing its full form. His skin was bluish-black, with a blue face and fangs. He held a morning staff in one hand and dragged a black chain in the other. His appearance was exactly the same as the black impermanence on the ground. Li Wushuang took a deep breath and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Is this an absolute original? It is exactly the same as the soul in the long river of history, without any difference. He was a genius from the start, renowned as Li Wushuang, the swift wind sword, having once single-handedly defeated multiple opponents and slain the Demon King. Even in the capital or the Demon City, he would be a figure of immense potential. All of this is inseparable from the Gale Sword Demon card in his possession. It was an epic magic card with 75% originality, created by him personally. As the creator, he could unleash 120% of the card's power. Furthermore, Li Wushuang's single-minded devotion to the sword naturally resulted in an extremely terrifying increase in combat power. A powerful card creator is often an even more formidable card master. It is precisely because he understands card creation that he is even more aware of how difficult it is to achieve this level of originality in magic cards. However, the next second, Li Wushuang's shock suddenly turned into terror. Wait, the sky has darkened again, and what's that thing? He couldn't help but take 2 steps back, staring intently at the figure in the long river of history. The enormous black impermanence opened its eyes, its body immediately radiating a dark light. One by one, pale figures floated out from around it, their mournful laughter and cries echoing around it. Those white figures wandered around the playground like terrifying ghosts. No, they're ghosts. The eerie crying and laughing sounds were chilling, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. And this is far from over. As the soul gradually pulled its legs out of the river of history, skulls also turned into afterimages and flew around, making a grating sound like grinding teeth. The sound sent chills down everyone's spines and filled them with unbearable pain. Elder Feng's face was grim, and he gritted his teeth as he said, "A strange phenomenon that has emerged from the long river of history? What exactly is going on?" He stared at the strange figure, a sense of panic washing over him. The way of heaven and the abyss are mortal enemies, and the long river of history comes from the heavens. How could a strange creature possibly emerge from within it? Li Wushuang stood there stunned, muttering, "Was I really wrong? Did he really create a bizarre magic card? A bizarre magic card that is unprecedented and absolutely original." Strange magic cards have appeared before, but no one has ever allowed a strange entity to emerge from the river of history and merge into the magic card when it was first formed. Most of the bizarre magic cards are actually just dark magic cards in essence. It's only after the creator fell into the abyss that the magic cards became tainted by the power of the abyss, transforming them from ordinary dark magic cards into bizarre magic cards. This is also one of the main reasons why dark magic cards are not popular. Dark-type magic cards are at a disadvantage when dealing with strange entities, because their power is reduced by at least 30% due to their similar attributes. Even more terrifying is that creating dark magic cards over a long period of time can subtly influence the mind of the card master, making them more likely to fall into the abyss and become a monster card master who is neither human nor monster. Some may even become truly bizarre. However, this is the first time that a strange figure has emerged from the river of history so soon after the magic card was formed. Elder Feng held his breath, his pupils dilated again, and exclaimed, "Old Li, you felt it, didn't you? This is the power of the abyss." Li Wushuang's breath hitched, and fear appeared on her face. Yes, it is indeed the power of the abyss, right there in him. It's all too clear. If it was just speculation before, then when that enormous soul emerged from the river of history, with its pale figure and skulls flying out and turning the playground into a ghostly realm, they finally confirmed it. This is truly bizarre. They sensed an aura emanating from the black impermanence. The aura was so intense that even ordinary royal-level monsters couldn't match it by more than a tenth. Is it really that strange? That Ghost King called him the Ghost God before. What exactly is Su Ming doing? Zhou Qingfeng, is this the student you taught? Does he want to ruin number 2 middle school and the entire Qingshan district? The demon god. Ha ha ha. Qingshan district is going to be destroyed. The homeroom teachers standing at the back spoke up one after another, their faces growing increasingly grim, and their questions were all directed at Zhou Qingfeng. Zhou Qingfeng's face was also deathly pale, and he swallowed hard. But in his mind, all sorts of things from Su Ming's past appeared, as well as the resolute look in Su Ming's eyes when facing the curse of the abyss. For some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of peace. He took a deep breath, glanced at everyone, and said in a deep voice, "The matter is not settled yet. Aren't you being a bit too hasty in drawing conclusions so early? Have you forgotten the blessing from heaven just now? Was your increased soul power and physical fitness fake? Was the recovery from your hidden injuries fake too?" Someone immediately retorted, "Of course these are real, But you also felt the power of the abyss, right? Even we general level and soldier level card masters can sense it. So how intense must this power be? That's right. That's the most obvious feature of the eerie thing. It's a done deal. Are you still going to deny it? This child possesses such terrifying talent, yet he has plunged into the abyss. It is truly hateful, pitiful, and a pity. Overestimating themselves, actually walking into the abyss, they've even lost all shame. Hearing these comments, Zhou Qingfeng's eyes reddened, and he angrily retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Su Ming is cursed by the abyss. He had no choice but to construct dark magic cards." Wow. Everyone was stunned when he said that. Then, the fear in their eyes intensified. Abyss curse? No wonder, no wonder. This further proves that it's a bizarre magic card. Report this. We must report this immediately. This is enough proof that it is a monster, and an extremely terrifying one at that. With such a terrifying and bizarre magic card, Qingshan District is probably going to experience a catastrophe this time. The crowd argued endlessly, their faces flushed. When they looked at Black Impermanence and Su Ming again, their eyes were filled with anger. How many people will suffer in the future from this eerie magic card, known as the God of Devils? But just then, a voice suddenly rang out, like a heavy hammer striking everyone's hearts. Strange? No, he is a god of the underworld. A true deity of the 9 provinces. Chapter 29 Legendary Card Item. Strange? No, he is a god of the underworld. A true deity of the 9 provinces. The sound was like a thunderclap in spring, instantly stunning everyone present, leaving them stunned and unable to recover for a long time. Underworld deities, gods of the 9 provinces. These words echoed in the sky, as if striking the hearts of everyone present. More than 1,000 years have passed since the strange phenomenon descended upon the world, and humanity gained the ability to create magic cards. With the help of magic cards, humanity managed to gain a foothold and establish base cities. Although they still have to be on guard against strange invasions, compared to the dark years of the past, it is a rare period of peace. Over the past millennium, countless magic cards have been created, and humanity's strength has continuously increased. The Western kingdoms have even given birth to powerful divine races and magic cards such as the Angel God race and the Celestial God race, each possessing terrifying power to suppress an era. As a major power in the East, Kyushu possesses considerable overall strength, and its unique, ancient martial arts magic cards are extremely powerful. The most advanced ancient martial arts magic cards have even achieved feats of defying the heavens and defeating gods. However, the one whose wings were cut off that time was merely the weakest god race magic card in Japan, Crow Liquor. For a whole 1,000 years, the vast land of Kyushu has never had a god race magic card that truly belonged to it. If it weren't for the tenacity of the Kyushu human race, their continuous innovation in martial arts-themed magic cards, and the unwavering support of the Night Watchers organization, their foundation would probably have already been shaken. Without the divine race magic cards, there is no real hope. The divine race magic cards are the foundation of national protection and the pillar of high-end combat power. This day, Kyushu has waited 1,000 years. Is today finally here? As everyone stared at the giant with its almost bizarre appearance, the thought had just crossed their minds when they were quickly suppressed by reason. How is that possible? Countless ancestors of the 9 provinces exhausted their efforts, scouring ancient texts and searching tirelessly for the divine race belonging to the 9 provinces, yet they never found a single clue. Ironically, the martial arts genre saw significant progress as a result, so their efforts were not in vain. No matter how powerful the martial arts world is, it's still not a divine race. The level of life is what it is, and it can't truly cross that boundary. Now, how can anyone immediately believe that an 18-year-old boy has suddenly told them that he has created a true divine magic card belonging to the 9 provinces? Even though they had doubts, no one present dared to deny it. Because everyone longs for this miracle to be real. Especially Li Wushuang and Elder Feng. As king-level experts, they understood the current situation of Kyushu better than anyone else, and they also understood that Kyushu desperately needed such a boost. Buzz. Just as everyone was filled with doubt and surprise, the figure that emerged from the river of history finally broke away from the river and merged directly into the giant. The moment the two merged, an even more terrifying pressure erupted. A chilling wind swept across the playground, skulls and white shadows flashed by, and eerie laughter and cries rose and fell, sending shivers down one's spine. Strangely, when everyone looked at the giant, They couldn't help but feel admiration and awe, as if they were facing not an evil creature, but an inviolable supreme deity. At this moment, their doubts began to waver. Someone's voice trembled. Could this really be a god? Another person said incredulously, I felt a chill run down my spine, but when I looked at him, I felt a sense of respect and worship. Some people went even further, saying with a sob in their voices that they couldn't control themselves and wanted to kneel down. Before they finished speaking, their bodies involuntarily collapsed to their knees, kowtowing repeatedly to the enormous figure. This situation quickly spread across the playground. One by one, the weaker individuals knelt down, their expressions filled with reverence, as if they were worshipping a true god. Such a sight is simply unheard of. Li Wuxuang looked up at the figure and couldn't help but whisper, this feeling is something I've never experienced before, like I'm really facing someone in a superior position. He looked at that blue-faced, fang face and felt no repulsion whatsoever. Instead, he felt that the other person possessed a faint charm, solemn and inviolable. But even after he looked away, the eerie wind and terrifying screams still sent chills down his spine. Elder Feng frowned and said, the coexistence of divine charm and eeriness is really too strange. Li Wuxuang pondered for a moment, then his brows gradually relaxed. Perhaps, this is precisely the characteristic of the 9 provinces god clan. At least he possesses divinity, and that is already a hope. After listening, Elder Feng slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, even if they are not true gods, as long as they are associated with divinity, it is equivalent to finding a path to the temple for the 9 provinces. At this point, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Fortunately, heaven had eyes and didn't let me succeed in sealing it. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have truly become a sinner for all time, letting down the entire 9 provinces. Li Wuxuang also sighed. I also bear responsibility. I was the one who first proposed the sealing. He looked at Su Ming, who was sitting cross-legged there, and said in a low voice, putting aside the greater good of the 9 provinces, the person we should apologize to first is Su Ming. If we succeed in sealing him, his life will be ruined. The two were filled with shame. They had almost ruined a once-in-a-generation genius with their own misjudgment. If it really comes to that, they will first let down Su Ming, and then let down Kyushu. On the other side, Su Ming was overjoyed and his heart was filled with excitement. A legendary quality card-controlling artifact. Is this the power of the divine race's magical cards? He looked down at the imperial card in his hand, which had transformed into a pale gold color, his eyes filled with excitement. Card masters primarily rely on magic cards in combat, as their physical strength is relatively weak. The majority of their combat power comes from magic cards. The combat power of magic cards is determined by factors such as their quality, level, and race. At the same quality and level, God-type magic cards are always stronger than other series. Among them, the human series is usually weaker, with the exception of the martial arts series from Kyushu, which is considered top tier even below the God series. This is also the fundamental reason why Kyushu has been able to maintain its vast territory. On the other hand, there is the card control device. The higher the quality of the card controlling device, the stronger the amplification of the magic card. Ordinary white cards provide no amplification, green premium cards provide a 10% amplification, purple rare cards provide a 20% amplification, orange epic cards provide a 30% amplification, and gold legendary cards provide a full 50% amplification. The same magic card, when in the hands of a card master with a legendary card-wielding device, can unleash completely different combat power. As for techniques, they only have meaning when the skill levels are similar. In the face of such a percentage increase, it is often a pure crushing victory. Finally, it's a card. Su Ming looked up and saw that black impermanence had transformed into a wisp of dark light and merged directly with the golden magic card. His figure then appeared in the center of the magic card, radiating endless golden light. Gradually, the golden light faded, and a black rune composed of chains and a morning staff appeared in the upper left corner of the magic card. A faint divine aura rippled outwards. Chapter 30 Divine Race Magic Card, Black Impermanence. God, Black Impermanence. Type, Character Card. Quality, Legendary Gold. Level, Soldier Level 9 Star. Attribute, Dark, Gold. Race, God. Deity, Soul Reaper. Skill 1, Deadly Soul Reaper. The soul-hooking rope can damage both the enemy's physical body and soul, and inflict a weakened state. Skill 2, Summoning Souls. Black Impermanence can communicate with heaven and earth, summoning a large number of strange beings to participate in battle, but the strength of these beings will not exceed his own realm. Skill 3. Hellfire. Black impermanence can control the fires of hell to incinerate enemies, but this consumes an extremely high amount of soul power. Skill 4. Guiding the path to the underworld. Currently sealed, requires the presence of Bai Wuchang, white impermanence, to activate. Su Ming stared at the magic card in his hand, his mind reeling, his eyes brimming with undisguised joy. He had actually created the underworld god, Black Impermanence, and it was far more powerful than he had anticipated. Just then, a mysterious energy slowly flowed from the Black Impermanence magic card, merging into his body along his arm. The power was incredibly profound, gentle, yet carrying a hint of wildness. Su Ming quickly noticed that the infant-like crying in his mind had subsided, becoming almost inaudible. The legend was indeed true. The Dark God Clan's magic cards could truly suppress the power of the abyss. As this power coursed through his body, the stubborn curse was rapidly diminishing, and all the negative effects were gradually disappearing, as if they could be completely eradicated in the next moment. Unfortunately, that mysterious power eventually stopped, and the abyss curse did not truly dissipate. Although the negative effects on his body had disappeared, Su Ming could still clearly feel that the curse was still hidden within him. He frowned and said in a low voice, "It's just suppressed, not cleared, and it's not even a seal. It's just temporarily suppressed." However, Su Ming quickly came to terms with it. After all, the abyss was an existence on par with the heavenly Tao, and how could a curse personally cast by it be easily broken by a newly created magic card? Although Black Impermanence is a member of the Ein God clan, he is currently only of gold legendary quality, and his level is only soldier level 9 stars. It would be abnormal if he could truly resolve the abyss curse in one fell swoop. For Su Ming now, being able to temporarily suppress the curse is already an unexpected bonus. At least it proves that he has found the right path. As his strength continues to increase, and he continues to create more deities and scene cards, he will one day be able to completely eradicate this curse. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Su Ming's lips. As for being afraid, there was absolutely no need for that anymore. When the curse was first placed upon him, he was indeed worried, and that unease lingered even before the Black Impermanence took shape. But now, with the Black Impermanence's power directly suppressing the curse, reducing its power to less than a tenth, what did he have to fear? Keep in mind that this is only Black Impermanence, one of the 12 underworld marshals. If he were to create White Impermanence, Judge Chui, Meng Po, and the 10 Kings of Hell in the future, along with scene cards for the Yellow Springs Road, the Bridge of Helplessness, the Other Shore Flower, Fengdu City, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, and the 18 Levels of Hell, wouldn't that solve this little curse? That's right. In Su Ming's eyes, it's now just a small curse. If he were to actually create those beings one by one, it would be tantamount to creating another underworld on Earth. Su Ming murmured softly, "If we recreate the underworld, what will the entire planet be like when that day comes?" His eyes were full of anticipation. On the other side, Elder Feng and Li Wushuang stared intently at the Black Impermanence magic card, exclaiming almost simultaneously, "Golden Legend, Black Symbol. This really is a god-level magic card." The two were so shocked that their mouths gaped open, their bodies trembled slightly, and they couldn't help but rub their eyes, as if afraid they were seeing things. After confirming that everything was true, they hugged each other excitedly, laughing and crying, waving their arms and legs like two children. The students below were all dumbfounded, completely unable to understand why these two important figures had lost their composure like this. They didn't know what the black mark represented, nor did they know the immense pressure the 9 provinces were currently under. The 9 provinces desperately needed a divine magic card that could break the deadlock. Li Wushuang nodded repeatedly, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Good. We've finally waited for this day. Elder Feng's eyes were also filled with tears, his expression a mixture of excitement and lingering fear. He murmured softly, "I'm guilty. I almost ruined such a genius." Just then, 3 bells suddenly rang out from within the formation. Dong, dong, dong. Golden light shot into the sky, and the array surrounding the playground trembled as if celebrating the birth of this divine magic card. The next moment, Elder Feng stepped in front of Su Ming and knelt down, his tone extremely sincere. "Student Su Ming, it was my fault just now. I shouldn't have used the sealing card. Fortunately, heaven has eyes, otherwise I would have made a grave mistake. Please punish me." Su Ming was still examining the magic card when the examiner suddenly knelt down. He looked at Elder Feng's sincere expression, shook his head, and smiled. Examiner Feng, you were just doing your job, so it's not your fault. After saying that, he stepped forward and helped Elder Feng up. To be honest, Su Ming was indeed angry and resentful when Elder Feng used the sealing card. But as black impermanence took shape, that anger had already subsided considerably. Seeing this king-level card master kneeling before him now, all his resentment vanished. After all, there has never been a bizarre type of magic card in the entire Kyushu and even the world, let alone a bizarre god race magic card. Elder Feng's ability to hold back until the very end to make his move was already a testament to his restraint. Furthermore, Su Ming was already afflicted by the Abyss Curse, and the black impermanence's appearance was extremely bizarre, so it was reasonable for the other party to take action. Elder Feng was slightly taken aback, then his admiration grew even stronger. Student Su, I admire your magnanimity. However, I made a mistake and should pay the price. Consider this my apology. As soon as he finished speaking, a round eyeball appeared in his hand. The eyes were clearly black and white, with bloody bits of flesh still around the edges, and the black pupils were even moving around, as if surveying their surroundings. This is actually a spiritual item. Elder Feng said earnestly, Student Su Ming, please accept it. It is what you deserve. Before Su Ming could speak, Li Wushuang stepped forward, holding a worn white robe that emitted a faint orange glow. He handed over the white robe and said with a smile, that sealing card is mine, so I also bear some responsibility. I can't produce the spiritual item, so consider this epic-level material my apology. Su Ming immediately refused. Principal, this is absolutely unacceptable. Both spiritual items and epic-level materials are extremely precious. Elder Feng's apology was acceptable to him, but Li Wushuang's was different. Su Ming had clearly heard that Li Wushuang had been stopping Elder Feng and constantly stalling for time. If it weren't for the principal's help, it would be uncertain whether black impermanence could have been successfully created. In a sense, Li Wushuang genuinely protected him, even at the cost of a sealing card. Su Ming felt truly guilty about accepting this epic-level material again. So he said, Principal, I am unworthy of your materials, but I can accept the spirit item from Examiner Feng. After saying that, he took the still-moving eyeball. He felt no guilt in accepting it, and he also understood that if he didn't, Elder Feng would remain uneasy. But Li Wushuang was not happy. He raised his right hand and pointed to the faint crack on it, saying, How can I feel ashamed to accept it? Look at my device. Thanks to the golden rain of heavenly blessing, it has been 40% repaired. This is something that no amount of money can buy. He added solemnly. Moreover, epic-level materials can only reach their full value when they fall into the hands of true geniuses. This is well worth it. Su Ming wanted to speak again. Principal Li. Li Wushuang interrupted him directly, her tone extremely serious. Su Ming, remember this. Everything we do is for the strength of the 9 provinces and for the continuation of the human race. And you are the starlight on the path to this. You deserve it. These words were spoken from the heart, and Su Ming was slightly shaken. After a moment, he finally nodded. Yes, I accept. Chapter 31 High-Level Shock. Mountain City, the headquarters of the Night Watch. In a small conference room, Ouyang Qingran and Si Yanran, the president of the Mountain City branch of the Royal Card Master Association, sat side by side. Before the two, a light screen floated in midair, densely displaying the names of the examinees, with the rankings constantly changing. Looking at the list, Ouyang Qingran smiled and said, President Si, Fei Jun has created an epic magic card with an originality of 86%. It seems that the seeded player for this national competition will fall into the hands of us, the Night Watchers. The woman sitting opposite him was dressed in a black dress, with a cold and elegant demeanor and a firm and deep gaze. Even when she was just sitting quietly, she exuded a powerful sense of pressure. Si Yanran stared at the light screen, her tone calm. Minister Ouyang, that's not necessarily true. I think Xinu is quite good too. She might be the one to reach the top in the end. Ouyang Qingran was taken aback, then laughed and said, That little girl from the Hu family? So it's her you've taken a liking to. If she really does catch your eye, it's a stroke of good fortune for her. In his view, Fei Jun's card-creating ability and combat talent were both outstanding. Not to mention the Mountain City base. Even in the entire Kyushu, he could be considered top tier. As for Hu Xinhua, he had certainly heard of her. She was indeed a little genius. But if she wanted to represent the entire Mountain City in the competition, her card-creating talent was still a bit lacking. Si Yinran smiled faintly and shook her head, saying, Fei Jun has good talent, but he lacks dynamism. His creations are too formulaic and won't go far. Ouyang Qingran did not deny it. That is indeed a problem, but that's precisely why he has a higher chance of winning. At this age, children who are too agile are more likely to perform inconsistently. Si Yinran disagreed. Spiritual energy is the most precious thing. If you keep creating according to a template, you will only wear it down completely. Ouyang Qingran sighed softly. But the mountain city base can't compare to big cities like Nanjiang, the capital, or Shanghai, whether it's educational resources or the reserve of geniuses. If we don't play it safe, how can we get a ranking? If we don't get a ranking, we can't compete for resources, and in the end, we'll only get worse and worse. Si Yinran was silent for a moment, then sighed. Yes, it's really hard to find a true genius with talent. Considering the whole of Shanxing Bay City, you should indeed do this. Ouyang Qingran's face showed a hint of worry. It's not just Shanxing. Isn't the whole of Kyushu like this? Every year in the World Championships, we are always outmatched by the West. Without the God Race system, it's really too difficult. Si Yinran took a deep breath and didn't say anything more. The 9 provinces are devoid of gods, a land where gods have fallen. This is already a consensus among everyone. This fact is too heavy a burden, so heavy that even high-ranking officials like them are powerless to refute it. Just then, the light screen in front of them suddenly shook. The next second, the list changed drastically. A name jumped up at an extremely fast speed, bypassing countless candidates, and directly landed at the top of the list. A smile appeared at the corner of Si Yinran's eyes, and she subconsciously said, Minister Ouyang, I told you that spirituality is very important. Look at this girl, Xinu. She stopped abruptly halfway through her sentence. Her outstretched hand froze in midair, and the smile on her face solidified. Because the top spot on the leaderboard didn't belong to Hu Xinyue, but to a name completely unfamiliar to her. Su Ming. Si Yinran's pupils contracted, her face filled with disbelief. Su Ming? Who is this? Ouyang Qingran also froze, her expression instantly changing. It was him. As the head of the night watchman in the mountain city, Ouyang Qingran was no stranger to Su Ming. He couldn't help but pay attention to this boy cursed by the abyss. The image of the white-clad swordsman stepping on a lotus flower and stirring up the yellow river with a single sword strike, especially that night, is still vividly etched in his mind. The outside world all believed that the strange creature had been suppressed by a king-level expert. But only those within the Night Watch knew that the white-clad swordsman had merely used the residual energy from the card's formation to kill it with a single strike. It was precisely because of this that Su Ming was targeted by the abyss and burdened with a curse. From then on, he was no longer able to create normal magic cards. Ouyang Qingran originally thought that Su Ming could only become a card master at most with that swordsman magic card in this college entrance examination and had no chance to improve his ranking. After all, this list changes in real time, and only those who create original magic cards during the college entrance examination are eligible to be listed. But now, the name Su Ming is prominently displayed at the top. This shocked Ouyang Qingran so much that she was speechless for a moment. Si Yinran's expression changed drastically after hearing his story. Abyss curse? In this day and age, there are still people who have been cursed by the abyss. She suddenly looked at Ouyang Qingran, her tone no longer able to remain calm. Ouyang Qingran, what exactly did you Night Watchman do? How could you allow the abyss curse to harm the geniuses of our 9 provinces? At this point, she became increasingly agitated. No, being personally cursed by the abyss means that this person poses a great threat in the eyes of the abyss. Over the past 1,000 years, very few people in the entire 9 provinces have been cursed by the abyss, even in the primitive era. The Kyushu culture suffered a severe cultural break, and almost no one could create the divine race magic cards, so truly geniuses who could shake the abyss were extremely rare. On the contrary, the West, because its mythological system was well preserved, suffered devastating losses during that chaotic era when countless geniuses were cursed by the abyss. Those who are targeted by the abyss are all extraordinary beings. The last person in Kyushu to be cursed by the abyss was the one who pushed martial arts magic cards to their peak, even becoming a being comparable to a demigod with a human body. Fortunately, the curse was discovered by the family elders as soon as it descended, and they intervened in time, thus averting the crisis. But that was 100 years ago. For a full 100 years, no genius has emerged in Kyushu who could inspire fear in the abyss. Now, such a monstrous creature has finally appeared, but it is already afflicted by a curse. This is not only a loss for the mountain city, but also a loss for the entire Kyushu region, and even for all of humanity. As a native of Kyushu and the president of a branch of the Royal Card Master Association, Si Yinran naturally understood what such a genius meant. The Card Master Association governs the entire federation and is a massive global organization. If Su Ming hadn't been cursed and had grown up smoothly, he would have had every opportunity to enter the association's upper echelons and even reach the very top. By then, even without the God Race magic card system, things will be much better in Kyushu. But unfortunately, he was cursed by the abyss. Si Yinran felt increasingly uneasy and suddenly frowned, asking, "Wait, are you sure he's been cursed by the abyss?" Ouyang Qingren nodded, confirmed. "There is no doubt about it." Si Yinran immediately retorted, "Then why is he on the list? Can he create magic cards?" Ouyang Qingren explained, "Being cursed by the abyss doesn't mean you can't create cards at all. It just means you can only create dark-type magic cards." Si Yinran frowned even more. Dark-type magic cards, to put it bluntly, are of the bizarre type, which is exactly what the abyss wants to see. Do you really think that such magic cards can be recognized by the heavenly Tao and appear on the college entrance examination rankings? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Qingran fell silent. Indeed, if Su Ming could only create dark magic cards, how could this card have been approved by the heavenly Tao and directly reach the top of the list? Both of them felt intense doubt and wished they could rush to the number 2 middle school exam hall immediately to see with their own eyes what kind of magic card Su Ming had created. The next moment, the two looked at each other and stood up at the same time. Ouyang Qingran said in a deep voice, "Let's go. Let's go to the scene and take a look." After saying that, the two no longer cared about the rankings. They directly drew their magic cards. Their figures transformed into streaks of light and instantly disappeared into the sky. Neither Fei Jun nor Hu Xinyue are worth mentioning in the face of the title Abyss Cursebearer. Chapter 32 Shock and Invitation. Qingshan District, number 2 Yuka Middle School. At this moment, all the examinees on the playground were in an uproar. No one had expected that Su Ming would actually create a magic card using epic-level materials. A golden legend. Our number 2 high school has a true prodigy. Su Ming, you are my god. But those are dark-type magic cards. Aren't they the legendary mysterious type cards? Some were shocked, others hesitated, but their voices were quickly drowned out by others. After all, even heaven had approved it, and the examiners and principal hadn't questioned it at all. How much did these students really know? Soon, the topic shifted to the national competition and even the world card creation competition. Some people excitedly said that even if they didn't become a card master, they could still brag to their children that the human powerhouse was once their classmate. A murmur of discussion erupted across the playground. Regardless of their previous opinions on Su Ming, almost everyone now stood on the same side. This world revered the strong, and Su Ming, who could create a legendary magic card, was already a true powerhouse in their eyes. The sun was gradually setting, but the playground was still crowded with people. Half an hour had passed since the exam ended, but neither the teachers nor the students had left. All eyes were on the boy sitting cross-legged in the corner. Elder Feng and Principal Li stood guard on either side of Su Ming, their expressions wary as they scanned their surroundings, clearly protecting him. At this moment, Su Ming sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, the black impermanence, magic card hovering above his head, slowly rotating. Faint black light dripped from the card, gradually merging into his body. He carefully sensed the changes within his body and quickly made a judgment. The power of the Een God could indeed suppress the Abyss Curse, but compared to the immense feedback it had when the card was first formed, its effect was much weaker, barely able to offset the erosion. He created black impermanence precisely to remove the curse from the abyss and restore himself to normal. The instant he was transformed into a card, the immense divine power feedback directly suppressed the impending eruption of the curse, and the eerie infant's cries in his mind almost disappeared as well. But as the divine power gradually dissipated, the suppressed abyssal curse began to stir again, seeping out and slowly eroding his body. Although the process was slow, if left unchecked, it would eventually have an impact. Fortunately, the Een energy contained within the black impermanence was just enough to counteract the curse. Su Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could stay true to himself, his daily activities wouldn't be greatly affected. Although the curse couldn't be completely eradicated yet, at least there was hope. As long as he continues to create Een God-type magic cards, one day he will be able to completely eradicate the Abyss Curse. At this thought, He even had a fleeting idea to try creating a non-dark magic card and see if the power of the Yin god could withstand the backlash. But Su Ming immediately suppressed the thought. He could only barely contend with the Yin spirit power of He Wuchang at the moment, and it was far from safe. He absolutely could not gamble with his life. Thinking of this, Su Ming opened his eyes, and with a wave of his right hand, black impermanence fell into his palm. Just then, two streaks of light suddenly streaked across the sky and landed in the center of the examination hall, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. Being able to fly by escaping light means one must be at least a king-level peak powerhouse. As the light faded, a man and a woman appeared before the crowd. The man wore a black uniform with a gold shield embroidered on the collar. He was tall and imposing, with a composed demeanor. The woman was dressed in a black gown, her skin as smooth as jade, her figure graceful, and her eyes exuding a captivating charm. The high school students on the playground had never seen such a woman before, and many were momentarily mesmerized. Upon seeing this, the woman merely let out a soft, cold snort. An invisible pressure spread out, causing everyone to immediately retreat several steps, a wave of fear washing over them, and they dared not look around recklessly again. While the others didn't recognize them, Elder Feng and Li Wushuang immediately recognized them. The two quickly stepped forward, clasped their hands in greeting, and said, "Greetings, Minister Ouyang and Chairman Si." Ouyang Qingran waved her hand, clearly not in the mood for pleasantries, and said directly, "Forget the formalities, take me to see Su Ming quickly." But before he could finish speaking, Si Yanran flashed past the two of them and appeared in front of Su Ming. Her bright eyes fell on the boy, a smile playing on her lips, and she asked softly, "You must be Su Ming, right?" Su Ming bowed slightly and replied neither humbly nor arrogantly, "Yes, Chairman Si." His gaze was calm, his expression composed, and he wasn't affected by the other person's demeanor like the students. As a transmigrator, his mindset was far more mature than his peers, and coupled with his experience of seeing many beautiful women in his previous life, he naturally wouldn't easily lose his composure. Upon seeing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Si Yanran's eyes. This young man was indeed extraordinary. Not only could he create legendary magic cards, but his temperament also far surpassed that of ordinary students. She blinked and said with a smile, "Su, could you show us your magic cards?" Ouyang Qingran immediately came over from behind, her eyes full of curiosity, staring intently at the card in Su Ming's hand. Su Ming nodded. No problem. There was nothing to hide. He Wuchang had already revealed himself to everyone before. Moreover, burdened by the abyss curse, what he truly needed was the attention and resources of the human race. Only by demonstrating sufficient talent could he gain more support and grow faster. With a buzzing sound, Su Ming spread his hands, and the golden magic card slowly rose, hovering in midair. Golden light flowed across the card's surface, but the striking black mark was particularly glaring. Ouyang Qingran's pupils constricted sharply, and she couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "What? How is this possible? You actually..." The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back. There were too many people around, and some words just couldn't be uttered carelessly. He took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, and then looked at Su Ming seriously. "Su, I would like to invite you to represent Shanxing Bay City in the Kyushu Magic Card League." Chapter 33: The Battle for the Royal Level Card Master. Whoosh. The moment Ouyang Qingran uttered those words, the playground erupted in chaos. The Kyushu Magic Card League? That's the top-tier league that's broadcast on TV every year. That's right, that's it. Many students looked shocked, their voices filled with excitement. It's important to understand that each base city typically only has one seeded player, and representing Chongqing in the competition is an opportunity that countless geniuses fight tooth and nail for. And now, the head of the Night Watchman's Mountain City branch has actually invited Su Ming in public. Some couldn't help but sigh. Su Ming had completely overshadowed the geniuses of number 1 and number 2 middle schools. An ordinary school like Qingshan District number 2 Yucca Middle School would be considered lucky if it produced a few Yucca masters each year. How could it possibly have any promising talents? Today, Su Ming not only created a legendary gold magic card, but was also personally invited by the minister to represent Shanxing in the competition. The students became more and more excited as they talked, their faces full of pride, as if they were the ones who had been invited. Some people are worried that Su Ming's creation of dark magic cards might put him at a disadvantage in a national level competition. However, some quickly countered that legendary magic cards are not so easy to obtain. In some years, Only a handful of legendary magic cards might appear among all the high school graduates in the country. The last time a legendary magic card appeared in the college entrance examination in the Mountain City base was 15 years ago. Even in the capital, one cannot guarantee that there will be such a prodigy every year. So Su Ming's absence truly seems like there's something fishy going on. The discussions on the playground grew louder and louder, and everyone realized that this time, Qingshan District No. 2 Yucca Middle School was really going to become famous. Su Ming raised his head and carefully examined the middle-aged man in front of him. Ouyang Qingran was burly, with a buzz cut and a knife scar under his right eye. He wore a night watch uniform with faint gold embroidery on the collar, and exuded an aura of authority. As for the Kyushu Magic Card League, Su Ming had only heard of it and didn't know much about it. Seeing him frown, Ouyang Qingran assumed he didn't want to agree, so she immediately added, "Student Su, as long as you're willing to represent the Mountain City Night Watchers in the competition, you can pick any 2 rare materials from my warehouse." As soon as he finished speaking, Si Yanran next to him said with a smile, "Su Ming, don't believe him. There's nothing good in his warehouse. If you represent the Shanxing City Magic Card Master Association in the competition, I'll give you 3 bottles of Soul Power Enhancement Liquid, enough to push your mental power to the peak of the soldier level. Soul Power Enhancement Liquid is extremely precious, as it can enhance the soul power of a card master without any side effects, and it has always been in high demand but short supply. But for Su Ming, it wasn't that appealing. Because as long as he keeps creating magic cards, he can receive blessings from heaven, and increasing his soul power is not difficult for him. No matter how good external aids are, they are not as reliable as improving oneself. However, he naturally wouldn't show his true feelings on his face. Su Ming deliberately frowned, showing a troubled expression. Soul Power Enhancement Liquid, a precious material. This really makes me a little conflicted. He's not stupid. Since both sides want him to represent them, he'll naturally see who shows more sincerity. As for who he represents, it doesn't make much difference to him. Ultimately, it comes down to ability. Seeing this, Ouyang Qingran spoke again. "I have another dark-type spiritual item here." Upon hearing this, Si Yanran's expression immediately changed. A dark-type spiritual object? Ouyang Qingran, are you crazy? You dare to bring out something like this? Ouyang Qing pointed at black impermanence, his expression calm. So what if it's dark? Didn't you see that it has already been recognized by the heavenly Tao? Si Yanran's heart sank, and she immediately said, "Student Su, I can also give you a spiritual item, but it won't be of the dark type. You need to think carefully. Creating too many dark-type magic cards can easily affect your mind. Your success this time doesn't mean you can succeed every time." As she spoke, a golden light flashed in her hand, and a transparent dome instantly popped out, enveloping the 3 of them. After confirming that no sound could be heard outside, Si Yanran lowered her voice and asked, "Student Su, this magic card of yours should be a Dark God Clan magic card, right? I saw the black divine symbol." Su Ming nodded. "That's right. Hei Wu Chang is a Yin god of the underworld, and does indeed belong to the divine race." Si Yanran visibly breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and then asked, "Is it true that only by creating a dark god-type magic card can the Abyss Curse be broken?" Su Ming nodded again, without explaining much. Currently, only he can create dark god-type magic cards. Whether or not the Abyss Curse can be broken ultimately depends on what he says. Moreover, he wasn't exactly lying. It's just that one black impermanence card couldn't completely solve the problem, not that the Dark God Clan's magic card couldn't. Given time, that day shouldn't be too far off. As for the fact that he had not completely eradicated the Abyss Curse, Su Ming did not intend to reveal it for the time being, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. After receiving the answer, Si Yanran's smile deepened. Ouyang Qingran was taken aback. Spiritual objects are rare and hard to come by, and the only one he could offer right now was this dark-type spiritual object. After a moment, he said sincerely, "Student Su, President C is right. Creating fewer dark magic cards will be good for you. I almost forgot that after you created the Dark God magic card, the Abyss Curse was cleared. If I give you more dark spirit items, it might actually harm you." Su Ming's eyes twitched slightly as he listened. Did I harm him? How can giving a dark elemental spirit object be considered harming it? This thing is too useful to him. He has to get his hands on it. Thinking of this, Su Ming narrowed his eyes and immediately put on a righteous and awe-inspiring appearance. "Minister Ouyang, I grew up in the slums. Thanks to the protection of the Night Watchman over the years, we have been able to grow up safely. I am willing to represent the Night Watchman in the competition." Ouyang Qingran was stunned on the spot. her face full of disbelief. You're willing? But besides dark-type spiritual objects, I really can't come up with any other types of spiritual objects. Su Ming chuckled inwardly. He only wanted dark attribute spiritual items. He didn't care about other attributes at the moment. But on the surface, he remained resolute. It's all right. It's my honor to represent the Night Watch in this battle. Dark spirit creatures it is, I can accept that. Good, good, good. Ouyang Qingran said good 3 times in a row and laughed loudly, clearly extremely happy. Then, gritting his teeth, he continued, Don't worry, I won't let you suffer any losses. I have 5 epic-level materials and 1 legendary-level material in my warehouse, which you can use as you see fit this time. Upon hearing this, even Si Yinran couldn't help but gape, her eyes filled with shock. Low-level magic card materials are not rare. They can be obtained by defeating some low-level monsters. Epic materials are completely different. They can only be formed by king-level monsters, and not all king-level monsters have them. Only the best of them can. As for legendary materials, they can only be obtained by monsters at the level of the Ghost Emperor. Ouyang Qingran's words carried such weight that they could not be ignored. Chapter 34. Looking back 200 years later, the world has changed. Night had fallen, and thick fog had spread, enveloping the entire city. 2 streaks of light pierced the night sky, and wherever they passed, the mist retreated as if it had encountered a natural enemy, not daring to approach even a fraction of a second. Su Ming followed behind Ouyang Qingran, stepping on the escape light, feeling the strange sensation of flying, and was still somewhat shaken. This is called flying through the light. Before his time travel, he was a staunch atheist, believing that everything should be attributed to science and evolution. He believed that humanity could only become powerful through tools and technology. But now, he witnessed people using their own strength to break through the air, and even possessing destructive power with every move they made. The impact of this was too strong. While most of a cardmaster's combat power does come from magic cards, their physical strength is also considerable once they reach the king level. If they reach the emperor level, they can even fly without external aids, like Ouyang Qingran. With the wind howling in his ears, Su Ming looked at the city rushing past below, and his determination to become stronger grew stronger. The speed of their escape was extremely fast. In just a few minutes, the two arrived at the Night Watcher's headquarters in the central city from the Qingshan district. Although both are located in the same mountain city, the two places are not close at all, with a distance of 30,000 kilometers between them. After landing, Su Ming looked up, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Before me stood a magnificent building, about 100 meters tall, constructed entirely of black stone. On either side of the entrance stood a 3-meter-tall stone lion, its gray-brown body exuding a sense of weight, its eyes shining with golden light, as if it were alive. Beyond the stone lion stood a double gate, cast in black crystal. 2 golden magic cards were inlaid on the gate, with a shield symbol in the lower left corner. They were clearly standard magic cards used by the Night Watch to protect the Mountain City branch. Ouyang Qingran noticed his surprise, and said with a smile, although Shanxing Base City isn't the strongest, its strategic position is by no means low among the 42 base cities in Kyushu. You know about Project Dawn, right? Su Ming nodded. 200 years ago, a plan to spend a huge sum of money to build city walls to help Qingshan district? That's right, Ouyang Qingran said. However, the construction of the wall wasn't just to save Qingshan district. Governor Gu had already made a much longer-term plan back then. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. You mean the captive breeding area? He knew little about it. His predecessor had always lived in a poor area, busy with studies and making a living, and had no energy to delve into these secrets. After transmigrating, he was cursed by the abyss, so he had even less time to investigate. Now that Ouyang Qingran mentioned it, he immediately became interested. Ouyang Qingran led him into the building, recounting this past event as they walked. The original Mountain City base only consisted of the central urban area and was not very large. The current Qingshan district and the mountain range in between were incorporated later. That mountain range is essentially no different from the wilderness, and it also contains many strange phenomena. It's only because it's included within the mountain city's boundaries and is covered by city walls and formations that it's not affected by the fog during the day. 200 years ago, Qingshan district did not belong to Shanxing City. It was once an independent base city. Unfortunately, the strange phenomenon raged, gradually eroding Qingshan base city, leaving only this area barely surviving. With nowhere else to go, the survivors were incorporated into the Mountain City base and accepted its protection. However, The original walls of Qingshan district were very fragile. They could be breached by even the slightest strange tide, making life extremely difficult. Later, with the coordination and assistance of the Night Watchers and the Magic Card Masters Association, the city walls and city array of Shansheng began to extend outward, eventually encompassing Qingshan district, thus forming the current layout. This city wall took 30 years to build, costing unimaginable money and effort. When the plan was first proposed, it sparked considerable debate among humanity's elite. There were supporters, but also a large number of opponents. After all, in that era, Kyushu's strength was far less than it is now. Facing the pressure from the supernatural was already difficult enough, and resources were even scarcer. In the end, it was Commander Gu, the Grand Commander of the Night Watch of Kyushu at the time, who made the final decision and forcefully pushed forward the plan. Without that decision, it's hard to say whether Qingshan district would have survived to this day. Today, the city wall has been in place for 150 years, and the enclosed area between Qingshan district and the central urban area has already played a role far beyond expectations. It is a place where a great number of strange things gather, which has greatly helped the development of the entire Kyushu. Especially in the trial of new card masters, the value of the breeding area cannot be measured by money and resources. In the past, new card masters who wanted to gain practical experience often had to venture into the real fog zone, where the death rate was extremely high. With the emergence of the captive breeding area, they had the opportunity to adapt to the bizarre environment and hone their combat skills in advance, without having to step into more dangerous areas too early. No one is born a qualified combat card master. Practical experience is crucial, and the unique misty region of the mountain city serves precisely this key role. Su Ming listened intently. He had never imagined that such a history lay behind a city wall. Standing in the elevator, he couldn't help but ask, Minister Ouyang, when you talk about the strategic importance of the mountain city, are you referring to this enclosure area? Ouyang Qingran nodded. That's right, but its value is more than that. As time went by, different kinds of strange creatures were gradually brought in. Every year, the breeding area could reliably produce a large number of magic card materials, providing important resources for Kyushu. Meanwhile, a large number of scholars have been studying these captive monsters for many years, recording their habits, weaknesses, and characteristics, and compiling them into books for the reference of the card masters. These materials have proven invaluable in actual combat, helping countless card masters reduce casualties and deepening humanity's understanding of the supernatural. It can be said that the city wall that was opposed by countless people and cost a huge sum of money to build back, then has a completely different significance now. Looking back 200 years later, everything has changed. Its importance to Kyushu cannot be measured in money. Even just considering the stable supply of magic card materials over the years, it has long been an enormous and undeniable wealth. Ouyang Qingran concluded by saying, the plan to build the city wall back then was called the Dawn Plan. As soon as he finished speaking, the elevator arrived at the top floor. Su Ming was deeply shocked. 200 years ago, Kyushu was far less powerful than it is today. It struggled to survive under strange invasions, was resource poor, and faced limitations everywhere. Even in that environment, Governor Gu still approved the project and actually made it happen. That takes immense courage. More importantly, this decision has influenced generations of Kyushu people, truly making it a decision made for the future of Kyushu and its people. Su Ming sighed inwardly, becoming increasingly curious about Governor Gu. He hopes that one day he can see it in person. Ouyang Qingran led him to the top floor, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass window, pointed down, and said, Now you should understand why the Night Watchers Mountain City branch is so big, right? The monsters in the captive area are not easy targets. A large number of people must be deployed to suppress them. Su Ming nodded, gazing at the city in the night below, and felt a growing respect for the Night Watch. Chapter 35 The Prodigy Girl from the West. The capital city, the highest conference room. The meeting room is minimalistically furnished, resembling an old classroom from the 1990s. Above is a high podium, and below are rows of wooden tables and chairs, giving it a simple and nostalgic feel. But this is no ordinary place. It is almost the highest security conference room in the entire Kyushu. At this moment, an elderly man with graying temples stood on the platform. Below him sat 5 figures, 4 men and 1 woman, all exuding an unusual aura. The old man was none other than Gu Tiexiong, the Grand Commander of the Night's Watch of Kyushu, and the one who proposed the Dawn Plan back then. The other 5 were the true high-ranking members of the Night's Watch, the 4 war gods, and a refined old man. These people usually guard the four corners of the land and rarely gather together. Their simultaneous appearance now is solely due to the upcoming World Magic Card Tournament. A bald, burly man spoke first. He was wearing blood-red heavy armor and a black robe, and said with dissatisfaction, "Governor Gu, in my opinion, what's the point of not participating in this World Magic Card Tournament? Those Westerners are always fighting amongst themselves, and they always try to use the tournament to kick us while we're down." Before Gu Tiexiong could speak, the only woman beside him snorted coldly, "You big oaf, you're all brawn and no brains. This is a league organized by the Magic Card Master Association. If Kyushu doesn't participate, it's disrespecting the association." The bald, burly man scratched his head, clearly unconvinced. "What's face worth? The association is an organization jointly established by the Federation of Humanity. Shouldn't it respect the choices of each country?" Gu Tiexiong shook his head helplessly. "It's impossible not to participate. This league is nominally for the development of all mankind, and the championship reward is indeed tempting." At this moment, the refined old man with white hair and beard calmly spoke up, "Governor Gu is right. Regardless of what they think, let them fight their battles, and we'll fight ours. As long as it can enhance our own strength, it's worth fighting for." Gu Tiexiong nodded and then asked, "Mr. Zhou, I heard that a monstrous level card creator has emerged in the West this time. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for our Kyushu to win first place in the card creation competition, right?" Mr. Zhou stroked his beard and smiled faintly. "If the card creation tournament doesn't work, then we'll go all out on the card control tournament. When it comes to fighting, when has Kyushu ever been afraid of anyone?" The bald, burly man, Liang Tong, grinned, his earlier dissatisfaction turning into fighting spirit. "Hee, the sons of Kyushu are never lacking in fighting power. This time, I'll personally train them, and we're determined to win a championship. For so many years, not a single god-type magic card has ever been born in Kyushu, yet the land left by our ancestors remains firmly in the hands of the people of Kyushu. Neither the bizarre abyss nor those nations possessing divine magic cards could truly crush Kyushu. The supernatural beings have always wanted to expand. If given the chance, the entire planet would have long since become their playground. But Kyushu has stubbornly defended its territory inch by inch with the blood of countless card masters. Later, as humanity's overall strength increased and the situation gradually stabilized, Western nations once again sought to devour Kyushu whole. But they still couldn't break through. With its martial arts-themed magic cards, Kyushu rose to prominence through countless bloody battles. Unfortunately, lacking high-end divine forces, it ultimately fell short. Fortunately, the people of Kyushu are united enough. Even though they are not as powerful as the West, they can still hold on to their foundation and gradually accumulate strength. What have the sons of Kyushu ever feared? They have never been afraid of fighting. The reputation of martial arts-themed magic cards was forged in bloodshed and carnage. The so-called strongest human-themed magic cards were also created through real battles and countless acts of bloodshed. Gu Tiexiong stood up, his black robe billowing behind him without wind, his gaze resolute. "All right, War God Liang, I'll leave this matter to you. Once the contestants are confirmed, you must train them properly." Liang Tong's expression turned solemn, and he replied in a deep voice, "Yes, Commander." In an instant, a strong aura of iron and blood erupted from his body. Only at this moment did the true sharpness of the four war gods be revealed, and the killing intent that almost solidified sent chills down one's spine. Then, Gu Tiexiong waved his right hand, and a light screen appeared out of thin air in the conference room. On the screen was a blonde, blue-eyed girl. Her appearance was exceptionally beautiful, like an elf who had stepped out of a fairyland. Mr. Zhou's voice then rang out. "Alice Miller, 18 years old, a magic card creator. At the beginning of this year, she created an angel god magic card, with a talent close to that of a demon." At this point, even his usually calm face showed a hint of seriousness. Gu Tiexiong continued, "The culture of Kyushu has been lost, and to this day no one has been able to create the divine race magic card. This competition will be very difficult, so we will try our best to select students with outstanding combat power." He paused, then added, "As for the card creation competition, there's no need to put too much effort into it. Everything should be based on strength." The goddess of war frowned and asked, "Governor, what if we also had outstanding magic card creators on our side?" Mr. Zhou sighed softly. In the game of Tianji's horse race, there are always trade-offs. The opponent has already revealed her hand. A card master who can create magical cards of the angel god race. Who can compare to her? He looked at everyone, his tone becoming more serious. Unless we also have someone capable of creating divine magic cards, what will we have to compete with? As soon as those words were spoken, the entire conference room fell silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. God Race Magic Card. The abyss has mysteriously descended for 1,000 years, yet not a single divine demon card has ever appeared in the 9 provinces. The outside world has always mocked the 9 provinces for being devoid of gods, saying that there is no fertile ground for creating divine magic cards here, and that it is a land of divine punishment and a land of divine fall. Gu Tiexiong and other high-ranking officials dismissed this claim. They firmly believed that Kyushu was merely experiencing a cultural hiatus, unable to find any trace of the gods of the past, which was why it was impossible to create the divine race magic cards. They believed that one day, the gods of Kyushu would return to the world. You can believe it, but reality is what you have to face. The 9 provinces are indeed much stronger now, and the martial arts genre is considered the strongest among human races. However, the divine magic cards have still not appeared. The card creation tournament doesn't focus on combat skills, but rather on the quality and potential of the magic cards themselves. The rankings are personally arranged by the Heavenly Tao, and a single divine magic card is almost enough to crush any other race. Unless another Protoss card appears. But Kyushu is clearly not capable of doing that now. Therefore, Gu Tiexiong and the others understood that their true hope lay in the card battle tournament. At least with their martial arts-themed magic cards, and with the 5 of them working together, they still had a sliver of hope. On the other side, Su Ming walked out of the warehouse, holding 2 sets of epic-level materials in his hands. He looked at Ouyang Qingran and said calmly, "The horns of the bloodthirsty demon bull and the essence of the blood demon. Minister Ouyang, these 2 items are enough for me for now." This was something Ouyang Qingran had promised him beforehand, allowing him to choose any materials he wanted. After searching through the warehouse, Su Ming found that only these 2 items were truly suitable for his current use. Most of the other materials were not dark-type, and could not be used to create dark-type magic cards. The Abyss Curse still lingered within him, preventing him from rashly creating other attribute magic cards. That would be tantamount to gambling with his life. A single misstep could plunge him into the abyss. Moreover, aren't the Een gods also gods? Now that black impermanence has been created, Su Ming naturally wants to gradually assemble the entire underworld system. After all, a family should always be complete. Moreover, the Een God series is a completely new card series on Blue Star, and he plans to collect 3 cards to truly imprint this series on the Heavenly Tao ranking. Ouyang Qingran was somewhat surprised to see that he only took 2 epic materials. You only want these 2? You're not even picky about legendary materials. Su Ming smiled and said, "I don't want expensive ones, just the most suitable ones. With my current mental strength, even if it's an epic material, I would have to rely on the League's mental strength array to fully recover in order to barely control it." After listening, Ouyang Qingran couldn't help but laugh, and said, "As expected of someone who can create the Een God demon card, I admire you." After saying that, he tentatively asked, "Su Ming, you didn't take any spiritual items this time. Does that mean you're not planning to create any more God Clan magic cards?" Su Ming didn't say much, but took out the twitching eyeball from his body. "Elder Feng has already compensated me for 1 share. You can collect your share when you go to the World Championship." The meaning couldn't be clearer at this point. Ouyang Qingran's face lit up with joy, his heart filled with anticipation. He muttered to himself, "I really want to see what kind of expressions those people will have when the competition starts in 3 days. Especially that old bastard Lei Dong from Shanghai. We'll have to teach him a lesson this time." Chapter 36. Exquisite Lips, Pure Pleasure. The streets of the capital were bustling with people, and both sides were lined with all kinds of magic card shops, so prosperous that it was dazzling. Looking around, you can hardly see any ordinary people on the street. All the card masters from all over the country have gathered here. As Su Ming walked down the street, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Rare magic cards can be put up for sale. This is too extravagant." Even though he was already mentally mature, he was still quite shocked by what he saw. You have to understand that original rare magic cards are extremely rare in the Green Mountain District, and even the Night Watch team may not all have them. As Su Ming traveled along, he truly felt the differences between regions. Ouyang Qingran smiled and reminded him to keep his voice down, lest people think that people from Shanxing City were unsophisticated. Su Ming was quite frank and replied directly, "I've never seen much of the world. We can't even find a magic card store in our Qingshan district." As a time traveler, He had memories of 2 lifetimes totaling around 50 years old, and his mindset was already clear-headed. There was nothing for him to pretend about. Just then, a mocking voice suddenly came from the street. Minister Ouyang, is this kid your Shanxing City's top seed this year? Are you just conceding? Su Ming looked in the direction of the sound and saw a short, middle-aged man walking slowly towards him, followed by a boy with a feminine demeanor. Ouyang Qingran sensed the unfriendly tone in the other party's voice, frowned, and squinted, saying, Shorty Lei, your mouth still stinks. Lei Dong snorted coldly, mocking Shanxing City for declining year by year, saying that only the worst of the worst could participate in the competition. Ouyang Qingran didn't indulge him and shook her head, saying, I'm just stating the facts. After all, whether someone is high or low is a matter for a lifetime. Su Ming's face darkened when he heard the other party insult him as a nobody the moment they met. He and Lei Dong were complete strangers, yet the other party was attacking him so directly. How could he tolerate this? He stepped forward and looked at Lei Dong, saying each word clearly. Senior Lei, on the field, I will show you who the real scoundrel is. Lei Dong laughed in anger, then turned and instructed the boy behind him. Ro Gang, don't hold back during the competition. Teach the younger generation what it means to respect their seniors, for Minister O's sake. The effeminate young man respectfully accepted. As a promising player from Shanghai, he was naturally arrogant and proud. In his eyes, Chongqing was nothing more than a remote place, and even with its strategic importance as a captive breeding zone, it was far inferior to Shanghai. Magic City Royal Card University is one of the 3 top universities in Kyushu, gathering truly high-caliber talents. As for Mountain City, it's filled with martial artists and outlaws, and doesn't even have a decent Magic City Royal Card University. The boy looked at Su Ming with disdain in his eyes, and even revealed a sarcastic smile. Seeing this, Su Ming laughed instead, his laughter even more disdainful than Su Ming's. Classmate, you really do live up to your name. Gentle and strong. If you hadn't spoken, I would have thought you were a woman, but once you open your mouth, you're neither male nor female. Upon hearing this, the effeminate boy instantly broke down, so angry he could barely speak. You. Su Ming wasn't going to mince words with him and continued. What do you mean, you? You didn't even do proper preschool education, and you graduated high school? Is this a medical miracle or a medical malpractice? He always believed in repaying kindness with kindness and settling scores with settling scores. If conditions allowed, he would settle scores on the spot and never wait until the next day. Since the old man and the young man in front of him had started with foul language, he naturally had to retaliate. The effeminate boy's face turned bright red, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Su Ming added insult to injury. So the requirements for seeded players in Shanghai are so low? You can be selected just by using first-person and second-person perspectives? I should have sent Principal Li's parrot from his office. At least it can use third-person perspective, which is much better than you. After saying that, he shook his head in disgust. Forget it, stop talking. I'm getting anxious just looking at him. Minister Ouyang, let's go quickly. What if this guy suffocates here and tries to extort money from us? Ouyang Qingran nodded seriously, suppressing a laugh, and said, that makes sense. Lei the dwarf might actually do something like that. Lei Dong was so angry that he glared and gritted his teeth, saying, Ouyang Qingran, let's see how long you can keep up this act. We'll see who's the real deal on the field. After saying that, he stared at Su Ming with a gloomy expression. Kid, you're good with words. I hope your skills are just as good as your mouth, otherwise we'll show you what a worthless piece of trash is. Su Ming retorted without backing down. So even rotten fish and shrimp have self-awareness. Lei Dong was furious. With a mix of gentleness and strength, he uttered a harsh threat, saying that he would teach him a lesson tomorrow and make him understand who the real scoundrel was. Then he stormed off. After the two left, Ouyang Qingran finally couldn't help but burst into laughter, giving Su Ming a thumbs up. Su classmate, I want to call you Brother Su from now on. You're really good with words, making Lei Dong so angry. It was so satisfying. Su Ming blinked and asked with a forced smile, Minister Ouyang, how old are you? Ouyang Qingran was stunned for a moment, then explained with a bitter face that he was indeed 5, 6, 7, or 80 years older than him. But as a card master's strength increases, his lifespan will also increase, so age is nothing. Seeing that Su Ming still had that keep making things up expression, Ouyang Qingran had no choice but to change her tune. Fine, I'll take advantage of you. I'll call you Brother Su from now on, okay? Su Ming immediately seized the opportunity. Brother Ouyang, as the elder brother, Shouldn't you give your younger brother a little gift? Ouyang Qingran was stunned on the spot. After regaining her senses, she couldn't help but shout, "You can pick whatever you want from my warehouse. What else do you want?" Su Ming thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "I almost forgot. It seems you really don't have any good stuff left." Ouyang Qingran raised an eyebrow and suddenly smiled. "Brother Su, my granddaughter is 17 this year. I think you two are still." Su Ming quickly interrupted. Stop, stop, stop. Why are you talking such nonsense? Do you think I'm that kind of person?" He has met his granddaughter, Su Ming, so all he can say is that he's really bothering her. At the same time, at the end of the street, Lei Dong snorted coldly. "That kid really doesn't know what's good for him. Rogang, you must teach him a lesson at the card creation competition tomorrow." The effeminate boy's eyes turned sinister as he whispered, "Don't worry, teacher. Not only in tomorrow's card creation competition, but also in the card control competition 3 days later, I will show him what true cruelty is." As soon as he finished speaking, a black mark flashed across his brow. Chapter 37 Preliminary Rounds. Gods emerge in Kyushu. June 18th, 8 a.m. The sun this month is so bright from the moment it rises that it's blinding. Even going out early in the morning, the air is filled with a wave of heat. At this time, the Imperial Capital Magic Card University was already packed with people. The playground was filled with small stools, and the audience poured in like a tide, soon turning into a fierce battle for seats. Many parents brought their children early in the morning, fearing that they would miss out on a spot if they were a little late. After all, the Kyushu Magic Card League is only held once a year, and it brings together the top university students and high school graduates in Kyushu, almost representing the highest level of the younger generation. The preliminary competitions, especially those for high school graduates, are of particular interest to many younger students and their parents. Since children will eventually have to take the college entrance exam, seeing the strengths and strategies of these outstanding seniors is far more intuitive than learning from textbooks. As for official competitions between university students, they are not that valuable for them. Official competitions are mainly about competition, while this event is not tested in the college entrance examination, so they naturally don't learn much about test-taking skills. However, in terms of audience numbers, the official matches actually had more viewers. Battles are inherently exciting, and those official match participants were all top-tier fighters of the younger generation in Kyushu, and were regarded by many as the future hope of Kyushu. While there were some powerful individuals among the audience, most were just ordinary card masters. They were not young, but their strength might not match that of these prodigies. They came to watch the competition live for 2 reasons: to support Kyushu and to learn some combat techniques. Unlike the preliminary rounds held on the playground, the official matches were arranged in a more luxurious multimodal combat arena. That arena was enormous, large enough to accommodate 100,000 spectators at the same time. What truly makes it remarkable is not its scale, but its multimodal nature. The venue can simulate various terrains and weather conditions, such as mountains, canyons, dense forests, fog, snow, and rainy seasons, according to specific needs. The weather can even change dynamically, and the terrain can be destroyed during combat. Inside the venue, everything is simulated to be almost 100% accurate, with little difference from the real environment. This is the fundamental reason why the Kyushu Magic Card League has always been held in the capital. Because each country has only one of these multimodal venues. The one in Kyushu is located within the Imperial Capital Magica University. As the sun rose higher, the seats on the playground were already full. In the crowd, a boy of about 10 years old wiped the sweat from his face and asked with some confusion, "Dad, why are we watching the preliminary match in the scorching sun? My classmates are all watching the official match. I heard it's in the multimodal room, and it's spectacular." A portly middle-aged man next to him glanced at him and replied, "Son, watching others fight isn't that important. Do you want to sit in the audience and watch forever? Or do you want to stand in the center of the ring and become the real protagonist?" Upon hearing this, the boy immediately puffed out his chest. "Of course I want to be the protagonist. In the future, I will not only participate in the preliminary rounds, but also in the official rounds after entering university." The father smiled and pointed to the contestants on the stage. "Look at those older brothers and sisters. Aren't they standing under the sun too?" Not one of them complained. "You're still young, not even a card master yet, so you might not understand the battles in the official competition." He added, "But the preliminary rounds are different. The players here are all top scorers in the college entrance examination from their respective base cities this year. You can learn a lot by observing how they create magic cards and their thought processes." The boy seemed to understand and quickly nodded. I understand. I want to see their card creating techniques and their creative entry points. The teacher also talked about these things in class. The father chuckled, his face full of pride. As expected of my son, he's really smart. Similar conversations could be heard throughout the playground. Most of the people who came to watch the preliminary matches had this purpose in mind. Of course, there are also those who genuinely love creating magic cards and enjoy the process of their birth. Some even hope to see the rise of the Kyushu magic card system, anticipating the emergence of new styles, and even hoping that one day, Kyushu will also give birth to God Race magic cards. Because the official tournament does not include the card creation event, only battles. The college student contestants had already had various exchanges during their time at school, and their card-creating talents and past achievements were basically known to the school and the Night Watch headquarters, so there was no need to prove them with a competition. Moreover, every card creator has limited inspiration and resources. If they exhaust themselves fighting for a spot domestically, they might run out of steam when it comes to the World Championships. Therefore, the official slots for card creators are basically locked in advance. The Night Watch headquarters will select the final candidates based on the student's academic performance and historical card creation data. The substitute spot will be selected from the top scorers in the college entrance examination who participated in the preliminary round this year. At this moment, the boy asked again, "Dad, does that mean these top scorers can only be substitutes? If their card creation abilities are exceptionally strong, can't they become official players?" The father patted his belly and explained, "It's almost impossible. The World Championship is divided into the Battle Championship and the Card Creation Championship. The magic cards used in the Battle Championship must come from magic cards created by players from the Card Creation Championship in the same country. But there are only 5 official members, and the substitutes can only be chosen from high school graduates. The official matches are still 5-person battles, and high school students have only just awakened as card masters, so what can they use to fight?" He put it bluntly. Ultimately, the battles will depend on college students. They are at a higher level, have more experience, and are stronger. The boy didn't give up and continued to ask, "Then why can't they use the magic cards created by the substitutes?" The father shook his head. "Such situations are too rare. Those who can participate in the combat competition are all elites, at least at the peak of the general level, and occasionally even king-level powerhouses will appear. How could you expect them to use a soldier-level magic card?" The boy's eyes lit up, and he asked again, "What if it's an original god-type magic card, and a legendary gold one at that?" The father was visibly taken aback for a moment, then gave a wry smile. "If it is indeed a golden legend of the original god race, but its level is only soldier level, then it is barely enough." The boy was immediately confused, but our teacher said that the Protoss race is very strong. The father sighed and said patiently, "The soldier-level cards are still too weak. The participants are all the chosen ones. Even if they create multiple magic cards on the spot, they can still make 1 or 2 epic level or even golden legendary ordinary race magic cards. Moreover, the West also has true God Race card creators, people capable of creating God Race magic cards. In the World Championship, they can also bring out God Race magic cards, and at a higher level than yours. What do you have to compete with?" At this point, the father's voice lowered slightly. "Besides, we in Kyushu have no gods at all. So how could we create the God Race magic cards?" The boy immediately retorted, his eyes gleaming. "Dad, who says there are no gods in our 9 provinces? Our teacher said there are gods in the 9 provinces. It's just that our culture is fragmented, and we haven't found the traces they left behind yet." Seeing his son's serious expression, the father didn't argue anymore, but just nodded and responded softly. He didn't want to shatter the ideals and dreams in the child's heart. Chapter 38. A Bet, Arrogance? On the stage, 42 contestants stood in a neat row. The host, microphone in hand, slowly descended from midair, her white dress fluttering, 2 white wings gently flapping behind her, making her exceptionally dazzling. With a smile and a gentle voice, she greeted the audience. Then, raising her voice slightly, she officially announced that the annual Kyushu Magic Card Tournament, the preliminary round for top-scoring students in the college entrance examination, was now beginning. As she finished speaking, she walked to the corner of the stage in her black high heels. Then, she spoke again, asking the audience to welcome the top scorers from all over Kyushu with the warmest applause. The next second, applause and screams erupted, and the entire venue was bustling with excitement. Standing on the stage, Su Ming listened to the shouts coming from all directions, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. He seemed to be standing in the very center of the stage, or perhaps at the center of the world. As the cheers gradually subsided, the host reminded all the contestants to proceed to their respective positions, as the competition would officially begin in 10 minutes. Su Ming didn't linger and walked straight towards position number 39. The seating arrangement here was quite deliberate. The capital city was number 1, Nanjiang was number 2, and Shanghai was number 3, with the base cities where the 3 major martial arts schools were located placed at the very front. This order wasn't random. It was determined based on the rankings from the previous preliminary round. While it doesn't fully represent the strength of this year's team, it does give a general idea of the skill levels. Mountain City holds a special position. Relying on the Dawn Project, it has established a captive breeding area, attracting many powerful individuals, night watchmen, caravans, and adventurers. Its overall strength is not weak. However, most of these people are highly mobile, coming here primarily for trials, adventures, and money, with very few settling down permanently. As a result, the mountain town is a melting pot of all sorts of people, making it difficult for educational resources to develop. Therefore, position 39 is quite suitable for Chongqing. Su Ming was walking forward when he happened to brush past the effeminate young man from Shanghai. The other person clicked their tongue contemptuously and muttered sarcastically, "Number 39, a piece of trash from the slums, I don't know where you get the courage." Su Ming raised an eyebrow and replied coldly, "Slums? If I defeat you, then your number 1 high school in Shanghai is not even as good as a slum." The effeminate young man laughed out loud as if he'd heard a joke. In his eyes, Shanghai was high and mighty. How could a place like Chongqing be a place where one could stage an accident? Su Ming wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he deliberately raised his voice. "The match hasn't even started yet. How can you be so sure I can't beat you?" Many contestants were drawn to the scene, and even the beautiful host in the corner noticed the conflict between the two. She didn't intervene, as such pre-competition friction occurs every year. These top scorers are all chosen once, so it's not surprising that they're a bit arrogant. As long as they don't resort to violence or disrupt the competition, the organizers generally won't interfere. In fact, it might even be considered a point of interest. The effeminate young man sneered. "You're from Qingshan district in Chongqing, aren't you? A slum that was almost destroyed by some strange entity. What makes you think you can compete with me? You're really overestimating yourself." Upon hearing this, a beautiful young woman stepped forward, her tone tinged with anger. "Lu Rugang, don't go too far with your words. We all belong to the same race across the 9 provinces. People from any place are all people of the 9 provinces. This is regional discrimination." Lu Rugang snorted coldly. "Ming Shiqing, this is between him and me. It has nothing to do with your capital city." Ming Shiqing turned to look at Su Ming, reminding him to ignore Lu Rugang. She knew very well that this young man from Shanghai had always been arrogant and didn't care much about anyone except a few people in the capital, or even a major southwestern city like Nanjiang. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's lips curled into a smile. He looked at Lu Rugang and said calmly, "You androgynous guy, I've heard you have a real talent for card creation. How about we make a bet?" Lu Rugang was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. "You want to bet with me? Okay, what do you want to bet on?" But as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized what he had just said. What had Su Ming called him? A guy who was neither male nor female? He was instantly furious, his face flushing red, but he had already spoken, and pursuing the matter further would only make him look more embarrassed. Ming Shiqing, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Her smile was like a lily in full bloom in spring, clean and bright, captivating many of the boys around her. Su Ming, however, didn't give Lu Ro a chance to recover, and said directly, "Let's bet on who will win this championship." Ming Shiqing glanced at Su Ming, feeling a surge of admiration for him. She had initially thought Su Ming would impulsively gamble on his individual ranking, but his choice to gamble on the championship was surprisingly rational. In her view, there is a significant gap between the top scorers from Chongqing and Shanghai, especially the top scorers from lower-ranked base cities, who are usually difficult to compare with the top geniuses from strong cities like Beijing, Shanghai, and Nanjiang. This is the real-world siphon effect. The gaps caused by resources, environment, and teachers are often surprisingly large. Lu Rugang threw his head back and laughed, his face full of mockery. "This is hilarious. What kind of bet is this? If you don't have the guts, just admit you're trash. If you want to bet, bet on who gets a higher ranking this time." Su Ming shook his head. "You've misunderstood. What I said is that I will win this championship. If you don't even have that confidence, then you shouldn't come out here and embarrass yourself." Lu Rugang's eyes widened immediately. Then he laughed even harder. You? Win the championship? How arrogant. Do you think everyone here is trash, that you can win so easily? Su Ming's expression remained calm, and his tone was completely unwavering. If we're talking about creating magic cards, I truly believe that I am the strongest on this blue star, without exception. The moment those words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. Everyone was stunned, and only one thought remained in their minds. Arrogance, utterly boundless arrogance. Lu Ro took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and said, Su Ming, I really don't know if you're stupid or arrogant. Since you want to gamble, then I'll gamble with you. He then set a condition. If you don't win the championship, you have to apologize to me and everyone else, and you have to kneel down and apologize. Su Ming replied without hesitation, Sure, but what if you don't win the championship? Lu Rugang gritted his teeth and said, If I don't win the championship, I will kneel down and apologize to you. Su Ming shook his head. I'm not interested in taking on a godson. If you lose, just give me a legendary level material. He wasn't interested in anything else. Since they were going to make a bet, he naturally had to get something tangible in return. Lu Ro frowned immediately upon hearing this. He knew in his heart that winning the championship would be extremely difficult. He might not even be able to overcome the formidable obstacle of Ming Shiqing alone. If he really followed this betting method, he might very well end up losing a whole set of materials for nothing. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, No, you're trying to get something for nothing. I can give you the materials, but only if you win the championship. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. You'll only give me the materials if I win the championship? You've got a pretty good plan. Anyway, I agree. But you have to add that condition you just mentioned, and you also have to apologize to the entire people of Shanqing City. Since the other party added conditions, he decided to add another bet. He could make Lu Rugang kneel and apologize, and also have some fun watching. Why not? Lu Ro readily agreed, even asking the host to be a witness. But just then, a refined voice came from midair. An old man appeared, stepping through the air and landing slowly on the arena. He wore a warm smile and said calmly, This year's competition is quite interesting. I, Zhou Qingli, will be your witness. The old man's voice echoed throughout the hall, drawing almost everyone's attention instantly. The vast venue fell silent in a moment. The name Zhou Qingli was a household name for everyone present, because he is the second executive officer of the Night Watchers headquarters in Kyushu. Chapter 39, Zhou Qingli's attention. Zhou Qingli's sudden appearance clearly exceeded everyone's expectations. The moment his name was mentioned, the scene erupted in excitement, with hushed whispers filling the audience. Some exclaimed in surprise that a bet between two juniors could actually get Executive Officer Zhou to personally witness it. That was unbelievable. Others, however, found it unsurprising, given that Zhou Qingli had always been very interested in Kyushu's card-making business. But most people understand that paying attention is one thing, and personally getting involved is another. As the second in command of Kyushu, Zhou Qingli's strength is only at the newly ascended god level, but his position in the card creation field is extremely special. Especially in the martial arts genre, although he didn't create it, he further explored its immense potential. This is why he holds a transcendent position throughout the entire 9 provinces. Now that he's personally taking the lead, how could it not cause a sensation? Upon seeing Zhou Qingli, Lu Ro immediately bowed respectfully, his voice trembling. He was completely flustered and momentarily unsure of how to behave. Lu Rugang had heard of Zhou Qingli's reputation since childhood. He was aware that Zhou's achievements were something he could never catch up with in his lifetime. But after the initial panic subsided, a thought kept creeping into his mind. Why would Executive Officer Zhou testify for this bet? Did he see his potential and want to take him on as an apprentice? The more Lu Rugang thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After all, someone like Zhou Qingli was busy with many affairs every day. Without a special reason, why would he personally show up for a bet between two young people? Moreover, this is the arena of the Kyushu Magic Card League, broadcast live nationwide. Zhou Qingli would never do something so impulsive that everyone would see it. Lu Rugang quickly dismissed another possibility. It couldn't be for Su Ming, could it? If a kid from a poor area really had anything special about him, how come he's still unknown? Therefore, the more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that Zhou Qingli was definitely after him. After all, he was the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Shanghai this year, and he was quite talented in constructing magic cards, having created magic cards with an originality of up to 93%. In previous years, such a result would have even given him a chance to be the national champion. Thinking of this, Lu Rugang felt even more excited and secretly resolved that he had to perform exceptionally well this time. If he could truly be accepted as a disciple by Zhou Qingli, then he would have made a huge profit from this bet. However, he was completely unaware that a black mark between his eyebrows flickered twice before disappearing completely. On the other side, Zhou Qingli had already taken his seat in the stands. He had a faint smile on his face and simply said that the competition would continue as scheduled and that his presence should not affect anything. After saying that, he sat down and watched the arena with great interest. However, his gaze kept shifting back and forth between Su Ming and Lu Rugang. His eyes slightly narrowed, as if he were judging something. Zhou Qingli sensed a faint wisp of abyssal power and already knew the answer. The young man before him must be Su Ming, who had been cursed by the abyss. Su Ming's God, Black Impermanence card does indeed appear to be a divine demon card. However, it also carries an eerie aura, and the true nature of this so-called Ean god requires further investigation. The ability to create divine-type magic cards is almost monstrous. If Su Ming hadn't been corrupted by the abyss, things would have been perfect. But fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The abyssal aura emanating from Su Ming is now barely perceptible. Although not completely gone, it is clearly suppressed. It is precisely because of this that Zhou Qingli is even more concerned. The Ean god system also belongs to the divine system. Since the heavenly Tao recognizes it, it is a divine race. However, such a strange divine race magic card has never appeared before. It is called a god, yet it lacks the holy radiance that ordinary deities should possess. Instead, its appearance is cold and sinister, and at first glance, it even seems like a being that has crawled out of the abyss. Zhou Qingli was thrilled, even eager to announce to the world that Kyushu finally had its own series of divine magic cards. However, having lived for so long, he naturally knew the immense controversy that would ensue if the Black Impermanence were revealed. At that point, it might not be a good thing for either Kyushu or for the young man Su Ming. Therefore, he chose to suppress the news for the time being and wait until it was more certain before making a decision. Clearly, Zhou Qingli's purpose this time was to target Su Ming. As the second executive officer of Kyushu, the results of the college entrance examination candidates would be relayed to him. Su Ming's creation of the divine race magic card is an absolutely earth-shattering event. In the past, it would probably have spread throughout the entire 9 provinces and even the whole world within 2 days. But very few people know about this now. Because Zhou Qingli personally suppressed the news, even Minister Gu Tiexiong is unaware of it. It's safe to say that probably no more than a handful of people on the entire planet Earth truly know the truth. As for the students at Qingshan No. 2 Middle School, they don't even know when their memories were erased. All they remembered was that day when Su Ming created a Golden Legend level magic card and successfully won the top prize in the Mountain City base. Meanwhile, in the Mountain City base, a fat man dressed in purple brocade was watching the live broadcast, shouting with a face full of dissatisfaction. His name is Fei Jun, and he is one of the geniuses of this year's class in Shanxing. He said indignantly that Su Ming was the one who stole his top spot, and he didn't seem to be anything special, even though he himself had created a golden legend. Hearing this, the pretty young woman Hu Xinyue couldn't help but laugh. She reminded Fei Jun that others had also created a golden legend, and their work was even more original. If it weren't for her own mistake, she might have surpassed Fei Jun. Fei Jun was even more frustrated after hearing this, but he still refused to admit defeat, saying that even if his originality was low, it was still a complete golden legend, which was better than her half-finished product. But in the end, he couldn't help but sigh. He had thought he could represent Shanxing in the competition this year, but Su Ming intercepted him halfway through. He was really unlucky. Hu Xinyue took it all in stride, jokingly telling Fei Jun that his presence would only bring shame to Shanxing. On the other hand, this Su Ming seemed quite mysterious. Perhaps he really was a dark horse, and besides, he was very handsome. Fei Jun stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He felt that Su Ming's words were indeed domineering and confident, which suited his taste perfectly. Hu Xinyue, however, only stared at Su Ming in the live stream, smiling and saying that she liked him too. After all, he was handsome. Fei Jun immediately objected, emphasizing that he had said domineering, not handsome. Hu Xinyue was too lazy to argue with him. She unscrewed the water bottle, and with a hiss, tilted her head back and gulped it down, the icy feeling seeping into her heart. Actually, at first, the two of them were quite indignant. Why should the Mountain City choose an unknown kid to participate? The text only stated that Su Ming was the top scorer in the college entrance examination, but did not disclose the details of his magic card, only saying that it was a golden legendary original magic card. Later, the two realized that this was the college entrance examination, with the heavenly Dao's detection system in place, making cheating impossible. Seeing Su Ming's assertive remarks during the live stream, their resentment dissipated considerably. Handsome and domineering, he's certainly interesting. So what if it's Shanghai? Their mountain-based city isn't a place to be bullied. Who doesn't have arrogance? Just then, Hu Xinyue's gaze suddenly fixed on the screen, and she froze, then exclaimed in astonishment, "Fatty Fei, look! What's that?" Chapter 40 Soul Power in Crisis. He's just a scoundrel. Boom. On the arena, a dark light suddenly shone, and wisps of black mist spread around it. At position number 39, Su Ming held a black bullhorn. The surface of the horn shimmered with black and orange light, and the eerie black mist emanated from it. Mist? Dark materials? Everyone quickly realized what was happening and turned to Su Ming with shocked looks. The contestants standing here were all geniuses and naturally understood what dark elemental materials meant. Magic cards created using this substance are mostly classified as bizarre, and these magic cards have always been regarded as something that everyone should kill. On the arena, orange and gold lights shone brightly, but the black light mixed in was particularly glaring. Lu Rugang burst out laughing, his face full of sarcasm. Dark-type materials? You dare to look down on all the contestants with this? You're incredibly stupid. He laughed more and more smugly, then said sarcastically, I thought you were some amazing dark horse, but it turns out to be nothing special. You wanted to bet with me and win the championship? The teacher was right. You're just a piece of trash. Lu Rugang, his fingers delicately swaying, casually tidied his hair, his heart pounding with excitement. He was already imagining the glory of winning the competition, and even thought that he might gain the favor of Executive Officer Zhou. The more he thought about it, the more obvious the greed in his eyes became. However, the competition was still ongoing and being broadcast nationwide, so he dared not overreact. He could only forcefully suppress his excitement, look down at the golden bee stinger in his hand, and couldn't help but let his lips curl into a wild smile. Seeing this, the other candidates stopped paying attention to Su Ming and quickly turned their attention back to their own writing. They knew very well that this competition wasn't for watching a joke, but for vying for that incredibly precious substitute spot. That's the ticket to the World League of Magic Card Masters. Even as a substitute, it's enough to motivate these college entrance exam takers to give it their all. Traveling across half of the planet to compete in another country, they can win glory for their nation, receive generous rewards, and even have the chance to gain the favor of the heavens. Such an opportunity is extremely precious to anyone. If the competition hadn't restricted age, those already accomplished figures would probably have disregarded their pride and personally stepped into the arena to compete with these young people. After all, the rewards from heaven are too tempting. Even just the probability is enough to drive countless people crazy. Therefore, in the eyes of many, the importance of this competition far surpasses that of the college entrance examination. The contestants calmed their minds, channeled their mental energy, and gradually sketched out the ideas in their minds. Su Ming also sat cross-legged, his surging soul power gushing out and quickly condensing into a light blue calligraphy brush. This time, his speed was significantly faster than before, and his brushstrokes were much smoother. Su Ming is now a true card master, and a 9-star soldier level 1 at that. With his mental power completely transformed into soul power, both control and output are much easier than before. When an ordinary person first becomes a royal card master, they are basically only at the soldier level 1 star. The level of one's cultivation is closely related to the quality of the magic cards created during the college entrance examination. The higher the quality of the magic card, the more energy the heavenly Tao rewards, and the stronger the soul power absorbed by the creator. This is precisely one of the advantages of a card creator. A highly talented card creator doesn't even need to deliberately cultivate. Simply by continuously creating high-quality magic cards, they can improve their realm and strength. What Su Ming created during the college entrance examination was an absolutely original God Race magic card. Although the quality is only legendary gold and hasn't broken through that limitation, the word God Race is already amazing enough, not to mention that the originality is 100%. The rewards bestowed by heaven should have been enough to allow ordinary card masters to break through several levels, or even repair their foundations. However, most of that blessed energy was used to modify the Imperial card, raising its quality from epic to legendary, which is why Su Ming's realm remained at the soldier level 9 stars. Otherwise, his current rank would only be higher. However, every gain has its loss. Improving the quality of the card-controlling device is the foundation for a lifetime, greatly enhancing his potential and making his card-controlling device more powerful among those of the same level. As for the cost, it's simply that future upgrades will require more soul power, and the requirements for breaking through realms will be higher. This might be a nuisance to others, but it's not a problem at all in Su Ming's eyes. Need energy? Then keep creating magic cards. For him, a little tweaking would easily produce a divine card. What he really disliked was the slow card-building speed. Time passed little by little, and most of the day quickly went by. The soul power brush, like a dancing sprite, moved through the air, gradually forming paintings on the arena. Long swords, feather fans, tigers, various images appear one after another, each exuding a captivating aura. However, Su Ming remained seated cross-legged, and the speed of the soul power brush in front of him slowed down more and more. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his brush began to tremble slightly, as if it would collapse completely at any moment. What a huge expense! Su Ming frowned inwardly. Without the support of unlimited soul power, relying solely on his own reserves was still too much of a strain. Of the two demons, Oxhead and Horseface, even just Oxhead was a bit too much for him. Fortunately, he had been cautious enough not to directly create white impermanence. Otherwise, their soul power would probably have been exhausted by now, and the situation would have become extremely unfavorable. Looking at the sketch that was just a few strokes away from completion, Su Ming secretly felt relieved. Thankfully, after weighing the options, he had chosen the safer approach. With that thought in mind, he no longer hesitated, took out the soul power recovery pill he had prepared beforehand, tilted his head back, and swallowed one. The next moment, pure soul power rippled out from the dantian, flowing through the Bai points of the limbs and into the Niwen Palace. Feeling his soul power replenished, two sharp glints flashed in Su Ming's eyes. Then, let's continue. Chapter 41 Debate. Buzz. The air vibrated, and a one-eyed black tiger roared to the sky. The next second, it turned into black light, and quickly merged into a blank magic card. This signifies that a source card has been officially completed. Similar scenes unfolded repeatedly across the arena. The contestants were all geniuses selected from various base cities, and creating a source card was not too difficult for them. It's done. A glint flashed in Lu Rugang's eyes, and a smile appeared on his lips. In his hand lay a source card engraved with a human figure, pattern, a faint fluctuation emanating from its surface, causing a slight tremor in one's heart. He subconsciously glanced at Su Ming's position and found that the other was still sketching. His eyes immediately showed a hint of mockery. Not finished yet. Not enough soul power, huh? Daring to compete with pure dark materials. You're really overestimating yourself. Lu Rugang sneered inwardly, but didn't say it aloud. He wasn't stupid. Mocking Su Ming wouldn't do him any good right now, and might even provoke resentment from the other contestants. Moreover, creating the source card is only the first step in the 3 steps of card construction. There are more crucial steps to follow. The wisest choice now is to focus all your energy back on creating your own magic cards. At the same time, in the mentor's box next to the audience, Lei Dong suddenly stood up and looked at Ouyang Qingran with a smile. Ouyang Qingran, your Mountain City base has really produced a talent this year. Ouyang Qingran's face turned cold, and she replied directly, Lei the dwarf, just say what you have to say, stop with the sarcastic remarks. They had known each other for many years, and he knew Lei Dong's personality all too well. He was certain that Lei Dong wouldn't say anything nice once he opened his mouth. As expected, Lei Dong's face darkened, and he pointed at Su Ming on the arena, saying, look at him. Who gave him the audacity to create a magic card using pure dark materials? This is taboo in Kyushu. Who doesn't know that pure dark materials can only create bizarre magic cards? Does your mountain city want to cultivate another Kuei Tiancho? Upon hearing the name, Kuei Tiancho, Ouyang Qingran's expression turned cold. Lay the shorty, think before you speak. Su Ming will never be anyone's second. This is slander. Lei Dong laughed loudly. His willful creation of bizarre magic cards. Isn't that enough to explain things? But I must correct you. He is not qualified to be compared with Kuei Tiancho. At least Kuei Tiancho truly loves the dark element. But he ended up as a bizarre card master. But his talent is not something that just any little guy can imitate. Ouyang Qingran didn't continue arguing with him, but said coldly, then let's wait and see. This year's champion will definitely be Su Ming. At this point, his tone became even more certain. Moreover, he will overturn everyone's views on dark materials and the bizarre. The atmosphere in the private room immediately became strange after those words were spoken. The other team leaders all looked at Ouyang Qingran, and then couldn't help but glance at the young man on the stage. Lei Dong was taken aback at first, then couldn't help but sneer. I can understand if you say he can win the championship. After all, he's from your Shanxing. But you say he can overturn the dark-type materials and the strange type? Ouyang Qingran, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Ouyang Qingran simply shook her head and smiled. How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? If you don't believe me, just wait and see. After saying that, he sat back down, picked up his tea, and remained calm. But the other team leaders nearby couldn't sit still. Someone said in a deep voice, Minister Ouyang, are you sure you know what you're talking about? Since ancient times, countless predecessors have studied dark and bizarre types, but they have never been able to find a way to break through. Pure dark materials will ultimately only lead to bizarre magic cards. Someone else chimed in. Creating a bizarre magic card once or twice might be bearable, but if it happens too often, the card creator will eventually be corrupted by the abyss. If you're lucky, you might retain some consciousness and become a bizarre card master like Kue Tianqiu. If you're unlucky, you'll directly become a bizarre creature and perish. Minister Ouyang, the child doesn't understand these things, but don't you understand them? Some even went so far as to say, every genius is a treasure to humanity. Are you going to destroy a genius for your own selfish desires? These words made the atmosphere in the private room even more tense. An elderly woman with silver hair suddenly spoke up. Xie Qing, that's going too far. There's no need to doubt Qingran's character. She paused, then looked at Ouyang Qingran, her tone gentle yet solemn. Qingran, whatever you think, you must stay true to yourselves. After the competition, you still need to carefully consider your options. Try to avoid pure dark materials if possible. They are too dangerous. Despite Mr. Liang's advice, Ouyang Qingran remained resolute. Mr. Liang, I know exactly what I'm doing. There's no need to weigh the pros and cons. There are only advantages. His eyes held in barely suppressed anticipation. Because he knew that Su Ming had created something completely different from ordinary weird magic cards, but rather a brand new god-type magic card. That belongs to the Yin God series of Kyushu. Although it seems to follow the same path as the weird series, in essence, it is a divine race truly recognized by the heavenly Tao. Now that it has gained the approval of heaven, it no longer needs to be feared like the mysterious system. Lei Dong sneered, his face full of disdain. Elder Liang, don't bother trying to persuade her. You can't reason with a damned ghost. I think Ouyang Qingran has gone mad. Ouyang Qingran ignored him and looked at Elder Liang, saying, Anyway, there's no rush. We'll know the merits and demerits once Su Ming creates the magic card. Old Liang squinted, lost in thought, and finally sighed softly. All right, everyone stop arguing, and let's continue watching the game. Her words, spoken by someone of high status, quickly silenced the private room. All eyes once again turned to the arena. Even Lei Dong, who had always been nitpicking, wisely kept quiet. His disagreement with Ouyang Qingran didn't mean he would continue to cause trouble for Elder Liang. Boom. Just then, a loud bang suddenly came from the arena. The next moment, a black hurricane suddenly rose up, with howling winds and eerie cries echoing continuously. Ouyang Qingran suddenly stood up, her face finally revealing undisguised joy. It's done. Chapter 42. Source card takes shape, amidst wailing and howling. Rumble. With the final stroke of Su Ming's brush, a sketch of a demonic bull, clad in armor, with a minotaur's head and a copper ring hanging from its nose, appeared out of thin air on the arena. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately swallowed another soul power recovery pill, forcefully activating his soul power to continuously integrate the sketch into the blank magic card. This time, the process was much easier than before. After all, compared to black impermanence, Oxhead was still somewhat weaker. Before long, the soul power sketch and the blank magic card completely merged. The source card was officially formed. The next second, a dark whirlwind suddenly swirled around the demon bull. The wind came strangely, instantly enveloping the arena, and even the surrounding temperature dropped. Wah! Faint cries echoed from the black wind, sending shivers down everyone's spines and stirring up a nameless fear within them. The contestants on the stage instinctively stepped back, staring at the inky black whirlwind, and couldn't help but swallow hard. A chill swept by, and many people shivered, their eyes filled with fear. What is this thing? Weird? Could it really be a weird magic card? He actually dared to create a bizarre magic card? Judging from this phenomenon, his target is definitely not weak. They've gone mad, completely mad. As expected of someone from a small town, they're so ignorant. Does he really think he can subdue this bizarre magic card just because he's talented? Countless top geniuses throughout history have failed to do it. So what makes him think he can? A buzz of discussion quickly erupted. Even though everyone was still in the second step of creating their cards, they couldn't suppress their shock. When Su Ming initially presented pure dark elemental materials, they were simply surprised and thought he was arrogant. After all, there were geniuses in history who had used pure dark elemental materials as a foundation. However, those people usually just use dark element materials as a base, and then combine them with a large number of other attribute materials. In the end, what they create is not a purely bizarre creature. As long as the dark attribute is properly controlled, even if the story and concept of the magic card don't completely align with the bizarre, there is still a possibility of success, despite the high risk. But the black wind, the crying, and the chilling aura before him undoubtedly showed that Su Ming was not on that path at all. He's trying to create truly bizarre, magical cards. An 18-year-old boy who had just finished the college entrance examination dared to do such a thing in the competition. Everyone thought it was absurd and crazy. On the other side, Lu Rugang's gaze was fixed on the black whirlwind, as if he were frozen in place, and he even missed the chance to utter a sarcastic remark. He murmured to himself, "The aura of the abyss, such pure abyssal power." As soon as he finished speaking, a dark glint flashed deep in his pupils, and the mark on his forehead briefly appeared before disappearing again. The next moment, Lu Rugang's body suddenly trembled, as if he had suddenly woken up. He stared blankly at the black wind before him, and listened to the discussions around him, a chill suddenly rising in his heart. What just happened? When did this black whirlwind appear? And what are they talking about? Why can't he remember it all? In that instant, he felt as if he was no longer himself. His mind went completely blank. This feeling terrified him even more than the strange phenomenon before him. Could it be that Su Ming is influencing him? Lu Rugang looked at Su Ming and the black wind again, and her expression gradually darkened. The creation of a card involves 3 steps, each releasing a portion of the target's power. The stronger the target, the more terrifying this residual power becomes, reaching its peak in the 3rd step. But Su Ming has only taken the 1st step, yet it has already triggered such a terrifying phenomenon, and it can even subtly affect his mind. Just how powerful is the real thing behind this magic card? Thinking of this, Lu Rugang frowned deeply. Don't forget, he had made a bet with Su Ming. If Su Ming succeeded, he was destined to lose. However, he forcibly suppressed the thought as soon as it appeared. Wrong. Su Ming created a bizarre type of magic card. Even if he succeeded, it would be destroyed by the authorities, and his results would be cancelled. Bizarre magic cards are inherently harmful. What did he have to worry about? Moreover, the fact that such an anomaly could be triggered in the 1st step indicates that the reference object must be ridiculously powerful. So how could it be created so easily? The reason these people were able to break through to the Golden Legend level was largely due to the unlimited soul power they received during the college entrance examination. Under normal circumstances, they probably wouldn't even be able to withstand the epic level. When Su Ming was drawing the sketch, his soul power was already exhausted, and he could only replenish it with pills. There are 2 more steps to go, especially the 3rd step of describing soul power. It requires describing while sensing the feedback from the heavenly Tao and making real-time corrections, which consumes an astonishing amount of soul power. Thinking of this, Lu Rugang finally breathed a sigh of relief, a cold smile appearing on his lips. It's safe now. So he said, "Gentlemen, this kid is not only 18 years old, but he's also from Qingshan district." These words immediately caused another stir among the surrounding contestants. Qingshan district? Is that the area that received assistance? That sounds nice, but it's just a slum. No wonder he's so ignorant. He must be from a poor area. He probably has no idea how terrifying the weird magic card is. The mocking laughter rang out again. Upon hearing these words, Ming Shiqing, who was standing in the 1st position, frowned immediately. She coldly swept her gaze over the people around her, and when she looked at Lu Rugang, the disgust in her eyes was almost undisguised. She finally couldn't help but speak up. "I really don't know what's so funny about this. Su Ming was able to come out of Qingshan district and become the top student in Chongqing. Today, he is competing on the same stage as us. It's fine if you don't appreciate him, but you also laugh at his ignorance? Who gave you the courage? What does it mean that he was able to achieve what he has under such difficult conditions? This shows that he is very talented, even more so than us. We possess resources 100 times, 1,000 times greater than his. Yet now, we stand on the same stage. Aren't you the truly ignorant ones? Throughout history, geniuses who emerge from hardship have often been those who have accumulated knowledge and experience before achieving their full potential. Once they enter a prestigious university and receive genuine training, the potential they can unleash in the future is beyond your imagination. If you can't even understand these things, how dare you laugh at others? After saying this, Ming Shiqing felt that the pent-up frustration in her chest had finally dissipated considerably. She looked at Lu Rugang again, her eyes even colder. This man was truly the most petty and narrow-minded person she had ever met. Whoosh! Just then, the black whirlwind suddenly dispersed, revealing the outline of a dark demonic bull. A strange power rippled outwards, and a sound like ghosts wailing and wolves howling instantly resounded throughout the entire arena. Ming Shiqing's expression changed slightly, and her brows furrowed. It seems that this is indeed a strange magic card. She couldn't help but feel worried. Su Ming's ability to rise from humble beginnings speaks volumes about his talent. If something were to happen to such a talented person, it would be a huge loss for the entire 9 provinces. Chapter 43 Kyushu requires divine magic cards. Go get the horns of the Dark Knight Bull King. Su Ming immediately activated his mental power, guiding the dark elemental material in front of him towards the bull's head, floating in midair. The next second, the black horns transformed into specks of starlight, quickly merging into it, and the body seemed to be infused with power, constantly expanding, its outline becoming more and more complete. He didn't stop, nor did he pay attention to the surrounding discussions. At this moment, Su Ming's entire focus was on his magic cards. He knew very well that from the moment he decided to create God-type magic cards, doubts were inevitable. Some gloated, some were simply watching the spectacle, and some were genuinely worried. But he couldn't control others' opinions, much less forcibly change them. All he could do was create the magic card. With enough power, one day, all doubts would be utterly shattered. Once the God system is fully formed and recognized by the heavenly Tao, that will be the most powerful proof. Moreover, he is burdened with the Abyss Curse, meaning that apart from pure dark magic cards, which are also bizarre magic cards, he is unable to create any other attributes. However, Su Ming wasn't panicked. He possessed the mythical treasures of 5,000 years of Chinese civilization, giving him far more confidence than others imagined. It was just that this curse had been weighing on him for so long, making him uncomfortable. It would be best to resolve it as soon as possible. His original plan was to first create the celestial realm, then the human realm, and finally open the underworld, constructing the 6 paths of reincarnation. Only in this way would his journey to this world not have been in vain. However, the Abyss Curse disrupted everything, and he could only start with the Underworld series. Fortunately, this doesn't affect the overall situation. The Underworld belongs to the spirit system. Although it may not seem bright and doesn't have as many choices as the gods in the heavens, it might actually be able to play a surprisingly effective role in this world rife with strange occurrences. Buzz. As the bullhead's body grew larger, a chilling storm rose again, swirling around Su Ming. Human cries could even be heard in the wind, as if they were rising from the depths of the earth, sending chills down one's spine and causing one's mind to tremble uncontrollably. In the audience, many children were terrified and cried on the spot, shrinking into their parents' arms, covering their ears and afraid to look up. But the crying was incredibly eerie. Even though their ears were plugged, it still seemed to pour directly into their brains, leaving them no way to escape it. The adults fared somewhat better than the children. Initially, they too were shaken by the force, but they quickly managed to adjust. However, when they protected the children and looked again at the ever-growing minotaur on the ring, the shock in their eyes was still palpable. The contestants on the arena were also affected. Their faces paled as they desperately tried to stabilize their mental energy. The overwhelming pressure that had struck their very souls had nearly caused their soul power, which was drawing upon the materials, to collapse on the spot. Fortunately, these contestants possessed considerable talent and ultimately managed to withstand the pressure, avoiding failure in their card creation. The livestream chat room had completely exploded. Some exclaimed that the oppressive aura was terrifying, unlike any ordinary magic card, but rather a true, eerie descent. Others stared at the human-bodied, bull-headed figure in black armor, asserting that it was definitely not a benevolent being. Soon, the live chat was flooded with criticism of Su Ming. Some argued that pure dark element materials are inherently dangerous, and the magic cards created from them could easily become a menace. Others questioned why the organizers were condoning this behavior and whether he should have been immediately prevented from continuing the competition. Immediately, some countered that the Magic Card League has had clear rules since its inception that players cannot interrupt card creation. However, many viewers argued that rules are rules, but people are flexible. Given the current situation, if this strange magic card were to be broadcast live, the consequences would be unpredictable. Many parents, in particular, were frightened by the crying earlier. They worried that their children would be affected and even traumatized, so the barrage of comments was quickly flooded with the same message, strongly demanding that Su Ming stop creating the magic card. The entire live stream screen was covered with dense text, layer upon layer. After turning on the bullet comments, even the scene on the stage was almost impossible to see. At this moment, at a high point in the scene, Zhou Qingli was quietly watching the arena when he suddenly heard a voice in his ear. Elder Zhou, there are a lot of people in the live broadcast room petitioning to stop the creation of magic cards on the 29th. The demand is very high. He turned his head and saw a young man in a night watch uniform who had somehow appeared beside him. Zhou Qingli was slightly startled. He was a royal-level card master. Logically, he shouldn't have been completely unaware of someone approaching. Could it be the influence of that bull's head? Zhou Qingli looked at Black Bull on the arena again, his shock deepening. That invisible aura had actually weakened his senses to such an extent. The more so, the more interested he became in this magic card. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze, looked at the young man, and said in a calm but unquestionable tone, "The rules cannot be broken, and this matter should not be mentioned again." The young man immediately bowed his head in agreement and respectfully withdrew. Zhou Qingli remained seated, his expression unchanged, but his heart was churning. If Kyushu truly wanted to become powerful, the series of divine magic cards was indispensable. Su Ming's previous creation, Black Impermanence, had already shown the rudiments of a divine system. If this card also succeeded, the significance would be entirely different. However, for a series to gain the approval of the Heavenly Tao, it needs at least 3 magic cards. Even if this one also belongs to the God series, it's still missing one more. But Zhou Qingli quickly smiled again. If Su Ming can really create another one, how far away will the third one be? His only worry was that the spirit system and the weird system were too similar. If it eventually drove people mad and plunged them into the abyss, just like the weird magic card, the consequences would be equally unimaginable. But now, there's no time to wait any longer. Governor Gu and his men are on the verge of collapse. The 9 provinces desperately need divine magic cards. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, only fate can decide. But this time, we absolutely cannot back down. Su Ming only appears once every 1,000 years. The 9 provinces cannot afford to wait any longer. Chapter 44 Mysterious and Bizarre, A Second Life. Click. A sound like shattering glass suddenly came from the arena. A clear crack appeared on the sword that was being formed in front of the contestant in position 9. The boy's eyes widened suddenly, bloodshot, as he desperately tried to sway his mental energy to stabilize the situation. But the cracking sounds continued unabated, completely out of his control. Soon, with a loud bang, the sword, which had already been infused with most of its materials, shattered on the spot, turning into specks of light and dissipating. The boy's face instantly turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Creating magic cards is extremely mentally taxing, especially during the construction process, where the card creator must devote almost all their energy to it. Once control is lost, the consequences can range from minor injuries to severe mental damage. Not to mention that the physical form is now directly shattered, making the backlash even more severe. The boy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stared intently at Su Ming, and gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. "It's all that bastard's fault. Otherwise I would never have failed." This time, in order to win the championship and get a ticket to the World Championship, he has gone all out and chosen a prototype of a magic card that he had been conceiving for a long time, but had never actually tried. Even he himself wasn't confident of success, but without taking a gamble, there was no hope. Unfortunately, at the most crucial moment, the strange phenomenon caused by the bull head was too terrifying, directly shaking his mind and causing his barely maintained state to collapse instantly. A ruthless glint flashed in the boy's eyes as he whispered, "Su Ming, is it? Creating a bizarre magic card is one thing, but you also caused my defeat. After the competition, I'll show you the consequences of offending me." After saying that, he limped away from the ring. However, his failure didn't attract much attention from the other contestants. At that moment, everyone was completely focused on processing the material and had no time to be distracted. Su Ming was also continuing to break down the materials. The horn of the dark bull demon had been completely integrated into the bull's head phantom under his mental control. Although the ox head is a ghost soldier, it is still a properly conferred deity. Even if it is not as powerful as the black impermanence, it is definitely not something that can be filled with a single ordinary epic material. Fortunately, Su Ming had no shortage of materials. He quickly took out half of the blood-red steel fork and threw it directly into the phantom. This blood-red steel fork isn't high-grade, only rare, but it's more suitable than many epic materials, because the weapons of the bull-headed and horse-faced demons are indeed steel forks. Creating magic cards is never simply about piling up materials. The closer the materials are to the prototype, the higher the chance of creating the card. Time passed slowly, and the blood-red steel fork was finally completely fused together. Su Ming looked up at the bullhead phantom and saw that its form was almost solid, and the filling process was nearly complete. A hint of joy appeared on his pale face, and he then took out a soul power recovery pill and swallowed it, which eased his complexion somewhat. Creating a card requires a burst of energy. Without pausing, feeling his soul power rapidly recovering, Su Ming directly took out a blood-stained eyeball from his pocket. The moment that eyeball appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention, because it was still spinning. An eyeball that had been gouged out was scanning its surroundings as if it were alive. The audience and the live stream chat exploded instantly. Some exclaimed that it was eerie, while others immediately recognized it as a spiritual object, even rarer than legendary materials. Spiritual objects are essential for creating the divine race magic cards. But precisely because of this, everyone's reaction quickly shifted from shock to skepticism. This was because, in the past 1,000 years, no true divine demon card had ever appeared in Kyushu. Countless people once believed in the existence of gods in the 9 provinces, and many legends about the divine race arose. But in the end, all those so-called clues were proven to be mere illusions. 1,000 years of exploration, 1,000 years of perseverance, yet in the end, nothing was gained. So when Su Ming took out the spiritual object and even prepared to integrate it into the source card, many people were not excited, but instead thought he was just trying to attract attention. With no gods in the 9 provinces, and he incorporating spiritual objects into it, this magic card is bound to fail. I thought he was really going to create some weird magic cards, but then he suddenly pulled out a spirit object. Isn't this ridiculous? This is a spiritual object. Are we just going to waste it like this? Isn't he a poor man from Qingshan district? Where did this kind of thing come from? Is he just creating a persona? The screen was flooded with comments, all of them doubting and mocking him. Some people were furious that he had dragged down contestant number 9. Some were saddened by the waste of the spirit, and others were coldly waiting for his defeat. For most people in Kyushu, their hopes for the gods had long been extinguished by repeated disappointments. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. They did not want to experience it again. But not everyone thinks that way. Below the arena, a little boy excitedly grabbed his father's hand and shouted, "Dad, it's a spirit. Is this big brother going to create a divine magic card? I knew there were gods in Kyushu, and my teacher didn't lie to me." The father smiled and nodded, saying gently, "Shaoan is right. There are gods in the 9 provinces. It's just that it's very difficult to create the God Clan's magic cards. Don't be sad if your older brother fails." His eyes dimmed as he spoke, yet he was unwilling to extinguish the light in the child's heart with his own hands. The boy named Shaoan smiled even brighter, clenched his fists tightly, and stared at the ring, muttering to himself, "Big brother, you must succeed. When I get back to school, let's see if those classmates still dare to laugh at me and the teacher." The little boy's face was full of anticipation, his eyes brimming with excitement and hope. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Ro was handling her materials when she suddenly felt dizzy and disoriented. He gritted his teeth, trying to hold on, but darkness gradually enveloped him. He clearly felt that his consciousness was being swallowed up by something, and he felt as if he were falling into an abyss. Just before he was about to lose consciousness completely, a cold and eerie voice rang in his mind. I've been reborn and slept for 18 years. I've finally met the boy from the prophecy. I've already sensed the aura of the Een spirit. I've had enough of your stinking body. Chapter 45, Doubt and Belief. On the judges' panel, Zhou Chengli remained calm, but a smile played on his lips. He said in a low voice, "The power of the abyss actually contains a trace of divine aura. No one has ever thought of this path before. Although he had long heard that Su Ming could create the Ean God series of divine magic cards, he was still gratified to personally sense that real aura for the first time. The appearance of that sacred aura calmed his previously anxious heart considerably. This at least proves that black impermanence is not an isolated case that was born by chance, but a complete series that can be developed further. But at that moment, Zhou Chengli suddenly frowned. He vaguely sensed that another chilling abyssal aura had flashed by just now. Zhou Chengli quickly scanned the arena, but found nothing unusual. He looked back at where Su Ming was, and saw that the dark demon bull's body had grown to more than 10 meters tall, and a glimmer of light was gradually appearing in its turbid eyes. Zhou Chengli wondered to himself, could that aura he had just experienced have also been emitted when the dark demon bull took shape? Therefore, he attributed the anomaly to the unusual phenomenon that occurred when Bull's head was born. Little did he know that Lu Rugang, in position 3, had already had his consciousness devoured and was now a puppet, silently lurking and waiting for a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At this moment, an elderly man with graying temples next to him couldn't help but speak up. Elder Zhou, are we really not going to stop it? The aura of the abyss emanating from this demonic bull is too strong. Its true form is definitely a powerful and eerie entity from the abyss. The old man's name is Wang Liye, who is also one of the judges. He is a peak-level, king-level card master and a professor at the Imperial University. His strength and qualifications are not low. Zhou Chengli shook his head and asked in return, didn't you notice that besides the power of the abyss, there are other auras? Wang Liye frowned and said, you mean the divine aura? I did sense it, but it only flashed by and has now completely disappeared. Could it have been swallowed up by the power of the abyss? That divine aura was very subtle. It would be impossible for anyone other than a king-level expert to detect it. Of course, although Li Wushuang is only a general now, he was a king before he fell, and his consciousness level has not declined, so he can also sense it. Zhou Chengli shook his head and said, even if it's just a fleeting glimpse, it's still a divine aura. Do you know how long the 9 provinces have longed for the divine race's demon card? Isn't this hope? Wang Liye still finds it difficult to agree. But this demonic bull is clearly bizarre. The aura of the abyss emanating from it is so thick. How could it possibly be a divine demonic card? This is clearly a genuine bizarre demonic card. Are we really going to take such a huge risk for that sliver of hope? Finally, he added in a low voice. Besides, he's just a high school student. How could he possibly create a new Protoss series? In Wang Liye's view, the 9 provinces had been without gods for thousands of years. Countless powerful figures and predecessors had spent their entire lives trying to find the path to godhood for the 9 provinces. How can a recent high school graduate do that? In his youth, he was also full of passion and wanted to create a divine magic card belonging to the 9 provinces. But as time passed, his passion had long since cooled. The divine race was like a mountain weighing down on him, impossible to overcome. It's not just him, but also a mountain in the hearts of his generation and countless generations before him. The phrase, no gods in the 9 provinces, has been deeply etched into their hearts over time. Zhou Chengli frowned and sneered. Adventure? Which path to innovation isn't fraught with thorns? How can one succeed easily? He looked at Wang Liye, his tone turning colder. Wang Liye, I think you've really grown old at heart. Have you lost even this little bit of drive? Wang Liye's expression changed slightly, and he quickly explained, Elder Zhou, that's not what I meant. It's just that the strange magic card is of great importance, especially since this dark demon bull can bring out such a phenomenon. It's definitely not a weak being. If something really goes wrong, how can we explain it to the people of the whole country? Zhou Chengli quickly regained his composure. I understand your fear of taking responsibility, but let me state this now. If anything goes wrong in this matter, it will all be my responsibility, Zhou Chengli. Upon hearing this, Wang Liye breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, thank you for your understanding, Executive Officer Zhou. But before he could even feel relieved, Zhou Chengli spoke up again. However, I will suggest to the minister that the positions on the League's judging panel should also be changed. Wang Liye's face darkened, and he couldn't help but say, Elder Zhou, I'm also thinking about the whole of Kyushu. Zhou Chengli nodded. I know, and I believe. But this suggestion is not directed at you, nor at any particular person. It's simply that it's time for reform. He looked towards the arena and continued, whether it's conservative or radical, I won't object as long as it's for the sake of Kyushu. But the fact that all the judges in the League are conservatives is definitely not a good thing. At this point, A look of satisfaction appeared on Zhou Chunli's face. Fortunately, Feng Yi and Li Wushuang from Shanqing City did not stick to the old ways this time. Otherwise, such a talent would probably have been buried long ago. Wang Liye sat beside him, not daring to say another word. He really wanted to ask Zhou Chunli why he was so sure that the kid in position number 29 would succeed. Can the supernatural and the gods truly coexist? But now, he dares not utter a sound, fearing that he might lose even his position as a judge. Meanwhile, the atmosphere was equally tense inside the tour leader's private room. Looking at the eerie bull head on the arena, Lei Dong couldn't help but sneer. Ouyang Qingran, how long are you going to keep being stubborn? What else could this thing be but a monster? Such terrifying abyssal power is not only a monster, but an extremely powerful one. Ouyang Qingran retorted without hesitation. Lei the dwarf, what do you know? You only sense the power of the abyss. Did you eat that fleeting divine power just now? Lei Dong snorted coldly. Nonsense. You know that the divine power only flashed by. Now that the power of the abyss is so abundant, you still want to say that it is a god. Ouyang Qingran's gaze was firm. That's right. I believe Su Ming can really create the god race magic card, and may even be able to create a completely new god race system. Lei Dong burst into laughter, his face full of mockery. Did I hear that right? For 1,000 years, the 9 provinces haven't found any trace of the gods. And this brat thinks he can find them? That's laughable. Ouyang Qingran sneered inwardly. Can it be created? What a joke. He had already witnessed Su Ming's black impermanence and the so-called God clan. He originally planned to continue hiding it until Su Ming actually created the god race magic card, and then see the shocked expressions on these old guys' faces. But Lei Dong's attitude was so unpleasant that he could no longer tolerate it. Ouyang Qingran said directly. To tell you the truth, Su Ming has created a brand new series of divine demon cards called Black Impermanence, which belongs to the God clan. Upon hearing this, all the team leaders in the private room were stunned. Some people frowned, some wanted to laugh, and others looked puzzled. Clearly, no one really believed it. Lei Dong stepped forward and pointed at the bull's head on the arena, saying, The God clan? That's a pretty good name, fitting its eerie appearance perfectly. The eerie are recognized by the heavenly Tao and even crowned as a divine race. Do you really think we're 3-year-olds? As he spoke, his eyes grew increasingly suspicious. I'm even starting to doubt whether you're still Ouyang Qingran. Could it be that you've been possessed by something strange? That kid was also possessed by something strange. What kind of conspiracy are you plotting with all this commotion? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but nod, feeling that Lei Dong's words seemed to make some sense. After all, the magic card created by Su Ming was too bizarre. Its pure abyssal power was something that ordinary people could not produce. Ouyang Qingran's face turned ashen, and she coldly snorted. Nonsense. Lei the dwarf, we. But before he could finish speaking, a sudden change occurred on the stage. The next moment, a furious shout suddenly rang out. Possessed by a strange entity. How dare you? Chapter 46. The dark demon bull possesses body, a moment of crisis. With a hum, the bull's head in front of Su Ming fully materialized. It was clad in black armor, had scarlet horns on its head, and golden light swirled in its enormous eyes, its spirit becoming increasingly lively. The bull roared to the sky, its sound waves spreading out like ripples, making everyone's breath catch in their throats, their bodies tremble, and they even subconsciously lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at it. Its body was tall and strong, with muscles as clearly defined as if carved by a knife. A faint black light flowed through its fur, and white ghostly shadows swirled around it. It emitted a chilling howl. Its black steel fork exuded a chilling aura, and with a light stomp of its foot, the arena trembled violently. Countless ghostly figures crawled out from the ground, and black mist surged and rose, instantly transforming the entire arena into a living hell. The contestants on stage gasped in shock. Many were so distracted by the commotion that they failed to create cards on the spot, and their painstakingly crafted magic cards collapsed. Only a few people managed to maintain their composure, including Ming Shiqing, the talented woman from the capital. She remained seated cross-legged, with a green-robed girl wielding a zither floating before her. The green-clad girl was surrounded by azure light, forming a barrier as she wielded her sword, isolating herself from the black mist and the wailing of ghosts. Ming Shiqing, on the other hand, fully mobilized her soul power, allowing pale blue characters to continuously merge into the girl's body, making her divine essence increasingly complete. Meanwhile, in position 3, Lu Rugang suddenly let out a strange, eerie laugh. The surrounding black mist surged wildly into his body, instantly creating a black whirlwind. The next moment, black lines crawled all over his fair face, his eyes glowed with a scarlet light, and two horns tore through his flesh and gushed out, blood spurting down and even dyeing the surrounding black mist red. He grinned, revealing sharp teeth, his voice chillingly cold. 18 years of waiting. Finally this moment has arrived. It was all worth it. Just then, a furious shout, like a thunderclap in spring, boomed. Possessed by a strange entity. How dare you? The eerie creature showed no fear, instead revealing a ferocious grin. The next instant, its entire body exploded, sending blood and flesh flying everywhere. But the splattered flesh and blood did not fall to the ground. Instead, they instantly turned into black particles and scattered rapidly in all directions. With a deafening roar, a 10-zhang-long folding fan descended from the sky, slamming heavily into the spot where Lu Rugang had been standing. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. The black particles had already vanished. When they reappeared, the black particles were already in front of the bull's head and burrowed directly into its huge nostrils. The golden light in the bull's eyes dimmed rapidly, and the originally pure abyssal power on its body was tainted with impurities. After a moment of silence, it suddenly roared to the sky, the terrifying sound wave making everyone's heads buzz. It slowly opened its eyes, which flashed with black light mixed with a faint crimson. Then, a chilling voice came from the bull's head. The body of the Een spirit. I, the dark demon bull, have finally waited for this day. With this body, no one can stop me today. At this moment, it is no longer a bull's head, but a terrifying being possessed by the dark demon bull. The dark demon bull was 10 meters tall, and its aura was still surging wildly. As its pressure increased, its body continued to grow taller, transforming into a suffocating giant in the blink of an eye. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. Lei Dong's face turned pale, and he angrily berated Ouyang Qingran. Didn't you say there wouldn't be any problems? What is this if not bizarre? Do you want to wipe out this generation of geniuses? Ouyang Qingran's face was ashen. He didn't know what the problem was either, but he knew it definitely wasn't Su Ming's fault. He had reviewed the attributes of black impermanence repeatedly, and there was nothing unusual about them. He gritted his teeth and argued that no one knew what had happened when the black mist enveloped the area. The fact that the demonic bull had personally mentioned the Een god's body meant the accident must have stemmed from the possession. But there was no time for argument now. Ouyang Qingran snorted coldly and summoned his iron hammer, instantly covering his entire body in golden legendary armor. Then, another young man wielding a long sword appeared and charged towards the arena. Other powerful figures also made their moves, their magic cards flashing one after another. The simultaneous eruption of 39 king-level card masters created a terrifying aura that caused the entire space to tremble slightly. However, the dark demon bull merely snorted coldly, and a circle of dark light mixed with pale purple spread out, instantly repelling all 39 king-level experts. Even more terrifying, the pale purple light imprisoned them in place, rendering them unable to move. The dark demon bull roared with laughter. I have obtained the body of Een god and control a wisp of divine power. I am invincible below the holy domain. When I return to the abyss and recover my peak, even the holy domain will not be able to stop me. At this moment, Zhou Chengli, fanning himself with a folding fan, strode over, his calm face unable to conceal his shock. Dark demon bull, are you that mysterious being from the abyss 200 years ago? The dark demon bull narrowed its eyes, its tone mocking. It's you? That little 9th tier kid from back then? I severed part of your foundation, yet you can still maintain 9th tier strength. That surprises me. It then burst into laughter. Now that even the holy domain of the human race in the 9 provinces is busy, no one here can stop me. I didn't kill you back then, but you can't escape today. Zhou Chengli quickly regained his composure and looked up, saying, I have already informed my good brother. He is the head of the Night Watch, and although he has not yet entered the holy domain, he has already reached the limit of the 9th rank. He should be able to hold you off. He spoke calmly, but his hands, hidden behind his back, were trembling uncontrollably. Upon hearing this, the dark demon bull laughed even more arrogantly. You underestimate the power of the Een god. Even if this body is not strong enough, even if I only control a wisp of it, it is not something that someone who has not even mastered a domain can withstand. It raised its hand, and black light condensed into a sphere, mixed with pale purple divine power. Its terrifying power continued to spread, causing everyone present to tremble. Zhou Chunli's face turned pale instantly. He knew very well that he couldn't withstand this attack. The entire venue might even be leveled to the ground by this single blow. The dark demon bull looked down at the crowd and said coldly, "Humans, you should be glad that you can die at the hands of the future Een God. This is your honor. He destroy it." It raised its right hand high, about to bring it down. Just at that critical moment, a calm voice suddenly rang out from beneath its feet. "Destruction? You really think you can succeed? The power of the Een God is not so easily controlled. Gods are sealed by the heavenly Tao. How dare you, a mere demonic being, harbor such delusions? Show yourself, black impermanence." Chapter 47. How is this possible? Show yourself, black impermanence. Su Ming raised his voice, pulled out the golden magic card, and held it between his middle and index fingers. He spread his legs, placed his left hand across his chest, and the golden card-controlling device shone brightly, making him look extremely Chinibu, a Japanese term for someone with delusions of grandeur. This was the most grand summoning ceremony he could imagine. After all, Black Impermanence was the first magic card he had ever had baptized by the gods, and its first appearance deserved some grandeur. Of course, Su Ming knew in his heart that he just wanted to experience the feeling from the animation in his previous life. Now that it was his turn, he naturally couldn't miss it. With a click, the magic card was inserted into the card slot. In an instant, a golden light shot into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. The next second, the magic card transformed into countless points of light, condensing in front of Su Ming into a bizarre humanoid figure with a blue face, fangs, dark blue skin, a tall hat, and black clothes. His mouth was open, and black blood dripped continuously, while his eyes gleamed with pure black light. A vengeful ghost seeks a life, and the unpredictable spirit snatches away the soul. A deep voice slowly rose, but it exploded in everyone's ears like a spring thunder, making their souls tremble. On the ring, the two remained locked in a stalemate. Meanwhile, the live stream chat exploded with comments. Some were horrified to discover that the audience members who wanted to escape couldn't find an exit. The entire venue was blocked off by the terrifying bull demon. Others angrily berated Su Ming, demanding to know who had authorized him to create such a bizarre magic card. Some even mentioned that even CEO Zhou was no match for them, and this time things might really get out of hand. This Su Ming is a sinner. He must be nailed to the pillar of shame. But soon, everyone's attention was drawn back to Black Impermanence. Holy crap, he summoned another weirdo? What's going on? This is a bizarre magic card. He's created it before, and he's a repeat offender. The doubts grew increasingly intense, with some even pointing the finger at Shanxing City, believing that the city's leadership must have problems to push Su Ming into the National League, and that a thorough investigation was necessary. Some people finally calmed down and began to worry about the safety of the audience and the geniuses from Kyushu. But even the executive officer couldn't do anything. So what could they do? It seemed there was nothing they could do except wait for a miracle. In midair, blood trickled from the corner of Ouyang Qingran's mouth as she watched Su Ming summon Black Impermanence, her heart filled with anxiety. He forced himself to take a few steps forward, his face flushed, and shouted, "Su Ming, are you out of your mind? Run!" But Su Ming on the stage remained standing, showing no sign of backing down. Soon, black mist rose from all sides, gradually engulfing the arena, and Su Ming and the dark demon bull disappeared along with it. Ouyang Qingran's eyes were bloodshot, and his heart was filled with sorrow. Kyushu has waited so many years, and finally such a genius has appeared. Is he going to perish here today? He clutched his chest, blood gushing from his mouth again, almost staining his long robe red. Just now, dozens of king-level experts had joined forces, yet they couldn't even touch the dark demon bull's body, only being repelled by a single aura, all severely injured. He had already witnessed firsthand just how terrifying that dark demonic bull was. Although Su Ming possessed astonishing talent, having reached the 9th star of the soldier rank shortly after becoming a card master, he was utterly insignificant before the dark demon bull. Even a single glance from the bull could obliterate him. Now that Su Ming has disappeared into the black mist along with it, how could he possibly survive? Ouyang Qingran stared at the mist, her eyes filled with despair. Just then, Lei Dong's furious voice rang out from the side. "You old bastard Ouyang, look what you've done. Genius? Genius my ass. You're trying to kill everyone." Ouyang Qingran glared at him and retorted directly. "Lei the dwarf, what else can you do besides stirring up internal strife? and making false accusations. Possession by a ghost, sneaking into the arena. This is clearly something Lu Rugang from Shanghai caused. Can't you see that? Lei Dong snorted coldly, his face equally grim. It's nothing more than a bizarre consciousness that has lost its physical body. If you hadn't created this terrifying bull demon body, how could it possess such power? The other team leaders remained silent, all closing their eyes to meditate. The previous attack had seriously injured them, and none of them knew when the dark bull would strike again. Although they all understood that they were ridiculously weak in front of that demonic bull, unable to withstand even a single finger from it, they had all earned their place through their own hard work and dedication. Even if their chances of survival were virtually zero, they were unwilling to give up. Suppressing her grief, Ouyang Qingran said coldly, "Now is not the time to fight over these things. The most important thing is to survive and join forces to fight against this strange being." After saying that, he sat cross-legged in midair, circulated his soul power, and began to recover from his injuries. At this moment, only one person remained standing high in the sky. That man was Zhou Chengli, the second executive officer of the Night Watchman of Kyushu. His brows were furrowed, and his right hand, holding the folding fan, trembled slightly. That force just now was terrifying. Even a mere ripple was enough to keep him at bay, forcing him to barely defend himself. Zhou Chengli stared intently at the arena shrouded in black mist, his heart heavy. The entire training ground was sealed off. Breaking through would require at least a peak Emperor-level expert, or even a half-step Saint-level expert. Although Fenghua Pass wasn't far from the capital, it would still take at least an incense stick's time to get there. But they might not be able to hold out until then. Zhou Chengli's face was grim, but he did not back down. He gripped his folding fan tightly in his hand, his gaze sharp, ready to fight to the death. Waiting always feels exceptionally long. Half a minute later, the black mist that shrouded the arena finally began to fade, slowly receding like the tide. Two golden beams shot from Zhou Chengli's eyes as he unleashed his full soul power. He swiftly inserted a golden magic card into the slot, and a beautiful figure appeared. The beautiful figure held a long flute. As the flute played, strands of pale blue energy overflowed from it, and continuously merged into Zhou Chengli's body. At the same time, the folding fan in his hand burst forth with dazzling golden light, and his aura rose steadily, clearly indicating that he was preparing to launch a fatal attack. Just as Zhou Chengli was on high alert, ready to make his move, the black mist completely dissipated, and the arena revealed its true form once again. His pupils constricted sharply, and he felt as if struck by lightning, unable to help but cry out in alarm. Where's the dark demon bull? How is this possible? Chapter 48. The demon bull is imprisoned. The demon card takes shape. Time rewinds into the black mist. Black Impermanence and Oxhead faced each other from afar, both emanating similar spirit auras. However, the Black Impermanence summoned by Su Ming was only about 2 meters tall, while the Dark Demon Ox was over 10 meters tall, looking like a giant beast looking down on an ant. The Dark Demon Bull looked down at Black Impermanence, its tone tinged with surprise. The power of the Een God? I didn't expect you to have already created a Een God. After saying that, it slowly lowered its body and stared at Su Ming, saying, "The boy in the prophecy, if you are willing to follow me, I will not only spare your life, but also make you a being second only to the abyss, and even the entire world, above all others." Su Ming remained calm and countered, "You mean, you want to rule the entire world?" He wasn't flustered. The moment Black Impermanence appeared, he already had a countermeasure. The Dark Demon Bull was indeed powerful. To seize this divine body, it was even willing to live a second life and dared to act in full view of everyone, which was enough to show its confidence. Below the holy domain, it is virtually invincible, but it overlooked one crucial point. The Oxhead was originally a Een spirit created by Su Ming. If he could create the Oxhead, who could guarantee he couldn't create beings of even higher status? Black and White Impermanence are among the 10 great underworld marshals, while Oxhead and Horseface, though also underworld deities, are primarily responsible for escorting the souls of the dead, and their status is inherently lower than that of Black and White Impermanence. As long as Black Impermanence uses his underworld divine power, no matter how strong this demonic bull is, it can only be suppressed and made obedient. With victory seemingly within his grasp, Su Ming was no longer in a hurry. He wanted to take this opportunity to extract some secrets from the other party. Sure enough, the dark bull burst into laughter after hearing this. Haha, you're right. I will rule the entire abyss, rule the entire world. How about it? Are you tempted? Su Ming sneered inwardly. What, ruling the world? It was nothing more than a ploy to get him to continue creating god demon cards, then use the opportunity to change bodies and gradually increase his strength. But he feigned fear. Ruling the abyss, dominating the blue star? How is that possible? You alone couldn't possibly do it, could you? The dark bull lowered its head, its voice alluring. Isn't this you, my dearest companion? Su Ming immediately dragged He Wuchang in front of him, pretending to be even more panicked. You don't come any closer. The dark demon bull's gaze fell upon black impermanence, and a fanaticism instantly surged in its eyes. It could clearly sense that this blue-faced, fanged spirit body had greater potential, and its divine power was purer. If it could seize this body, it might even break through to the Saint Realm directly, and become invincible within the Saint Realm. Unfortunately, black impermanence has already become a card. No matter how powerful its possession technique is, it cannot forcibly seize a magic card. It must act before the second step of creating the magic card is completed, and the third step begins. Once the soul power characters merge into the body, even if it is just a single character, there is no chance of success. The dark bull suppressed its greed and put on a kind tone. Young man, there is no need to be afraid. If we are of one mind, we will surely rule the world in the future. When that time comes, we will reign supreme together. Su Ming scratched his head and asked casually, Brother Demon Bull, were you referring to me when you said the boy in the prophecy? Of course, this was all an act. The dark demon bull not only lived a second life, but also knew about the god, and even called him the prophesied youth. This made Su Ming realize that this world was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Upon hearing the word brother, the dark bull was immediately in high spirits and replied, That's right, you are the boy from the prophecy. Su Ming pressed further, What exactly is the prophecy? And who made it? The dark bull shook its head and sighed softly. Actually, I don't know either. I come from the Abyss Bull clan. This prophecy has been passed down since ancient times, and it is said to have originated from the ancient times. The prophecy only left the time and place, and also said that whoever can obtain that boy will be able to rule the whole world. It didn't say the second half of the sentence. The tribe's prophecy also mentioned that after the boy's value had been squeezed dry, he must be killed, otherwise everything would be in vain. The dark demon bull grinned wickedly. Since Su Ming was still useful, it naturally wouldn't reveal the truth. But when that day truly came, it would be the boy's death. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Ancient times. The dark demon bull nodded. That's right, in ancient times, about 100,000 years ago. Legend has it that in that era, there were gods and demons. Su Ming deliberately flattered him. Brother Demon Bull, you really know a lot. The dark demon bull's eyes gleamed with barely concealed greed, and its murderous aura began to surge. I have lived for nearly 1,000 years in total across my 2 lifetimes, so it's normal for me to know some secrets. As long as you follow me, we will surely be able to dominate the world. Although Su Ming couldn't see through its thoughts, he could never believe the strange promise of the abyss. To be reborn, it was willing to risk annihilation. Such a person, once they reached the pinnacle, would never share their achievements with others. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. Moreover, Su Ming is human. How could he possibly associate with the supernatural? 1,000 years ago, the supernatural ravaged the land, destroying countless homes and displacing countless people. The fact that humanity can continue to exist peacefully today is thanks to the blood and lives of countless night watchers and card masters. Just a few days ago, Ouyang Qingran's words still echoed in his mind. Su Ming, one day when you go to the border, you will understand how difficult it is for all of humanity, especially for the 9 provinces. I hope you grow up quickly and can also share the pressure with the higher-ups of the Night Watch. Su Ming always remembered those words. The dark bull finally spoke, urging, Young man, have you made up your mind? Su Ming smiled. He raised his head, his voice gradually turning cold. I've made up my mind. Today, I'll send you on your final journey. The dark demon bull was taken aback for a moment, then burst into wild laughter. What a joke. You, a mere 9-star soldier? In its previous life, it was a formidable being at the peak of the Saint Realm, a force that even ordinary human Saint Realm cultivators couldn't defeat. Now, a mere soldier-level being dares to utter such arrogant words before it? But halfway through its laughter, the sound suddenly stopped. It felt the purplish-black divine power within its body trembling. Even its heart was shaking uncontrollably. That suppression from its very source was something it couldn't stop, no matter what it did. What did you do to me? Why did this happen? The dark demon bull had lost control of this divine body and could only ask questions in a trembling voice of fear. Su Ming shook his head and smiled, then turned around and said, "It's a pity that you are ultimately just a wicked monster. How can you withstand the power of the Yin God? Besides, Oxhead and Horseface are already under the command of Black and White Impermanence." The dark bull finally panicked. "No, I can't die? Young man, I'm willing to submit to you. Please spare me." Su Ming said indifferently, "Submit to me? You're deluding yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, He Wuchang flicked out the soul-hooking lock in his hand. Pure black divine power covered it and instantly pierced through the head of the demon bull, disappearing into its divine body. The next moment, a palm-sized phantom of a demonic bull was forcibly pulled out by the soul-hooking lock and locked firmly to the ground. Thump! Without uttering a single word, Black Impermanence slammed his morning staff down, shattering the demonic bull's soul into pieces. The shattered energy was then absorbed by the staff, and a new demonic bull's face appeared on its surface, weeping incessantly. Su Ming and He Wuchang were of one mind, and Su Ming was immediately overjoyed. He hadn't expected He Wuchang to have such an ability. The demonic bull's soul was completely imprisoned. If problems arose in the future, they could squeeze something out of it. With the demonic bull's soul imprisoned, Su Ming once again used his soul power as a pen, continuously generating characters that merged into the massive body. The pale blue characters disappeared one after another, and the body of the demon bull god shrank and solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye, eventually merging with the source card. Thus, the bullhead magic card was officially completed. At the same time, the dark demon bull dissipated, and the black mist quickly receded. Su Ming stood with his hands behind his back, facing the crowd below the arena. After the fog cleared, he witnessed firsthand how those king-level and emperor-level powerhouses, who had been on high alert and ready to die, instantly transformed into expressions of disbelief and shock. The change in his expression was rather comical. However, Su Ming didn't pay much attention to it. He just turned around and looked at the golden magic card that was taking shape and gradually stabilizing, and a smile appeared on his face. Meanwhile, dark clouds were rapidly gathering and brewing in the sky. Chapter 49: The Shocked Crowd, Baptism of Golden Rain. Rumble. Thunder roared, dark clouds covered the sky, lightning tore through the air, and a gale swept through, making the entire stadium seem like it was entering the apocalypse in an instant. At the heart of the darkest clouds, a golden magic card hovered in midair, slowly rotating and radiating a mesmerizing glow. Everyone looked up at the scene, speechless with shock. It wasn't until golden rays began to appear deep within the dark clouds that some people snapped back to reality. Dark clouds turning to gold. Is this the legendary celestial phenomenon that occurs when a magic card is formed? How is this possible? The creation of a magic card was forcibly interrupted, yet it still managed to be completed? And it's a legendary card at that. The live chat exploded with comments. Some gasped in surprise, some questioned their existence, and many more were completely bewildered by what was happening. After all, what Su Ming just faced wasn't an ordinary interruption, but rather the bizarre possession of his original body. According to any textbook theory, this situation should have resulted in complete failure. But Su Ming managed to turn the situation around. Forget about whether it's reasonable or not. Shouldn't we be happy that such a genius has emerged from our Kyushu? Su Ming is awesome. This is a legendary magic card's card-forming phenomenon. Soon, everyone's attention turned to the upcoming heavenly reward. Legend has it that when a magic card is formed, it will be blessed with golden rain, which is a rare opportunity for everyone present. Someone excitedly mentioned that a golden rain had fallen in Qingshan district a few days ago, curing their long-standing ailments and boosting their strength. Only then did many realize that it was also a blessing from heaven. However, some people are puzzled as to why there are still people who don't know this common sense. This was quickly countered by others who argued that impoverished areas and megacities like Shanghai are incomparable. Every year during the National College entrance examination in Shanghai, geniuses create high-quality magic cards, with orange blessings being quite common, and occasionally even golden rain. But Qingshan district is different. It lacks resources and has a weak cultural foundation. It's already quite good if local students can create rare magic cards. In many years, the top scorer only managed to get a single high-quality magic card. Over time, most people with even a little talent move away, leading to a break in the transmission of knowledge and a deteriorating environment. Even if you can find publicly available knowledge online, It's far inferior to that of cities with a rich cultural heritage. Thinking about it this way, Su Ming, who came from Qingshan district, has created 2 legendary magic cards in a row. His talent is simply terrifying. Some people lamented that he was too arrogant, daring to challenge the bizarre magic cards. Others felt that geniuses should be arrogant, and as long as they have proper mentors to guide them after entering university, they might be able to get on the right track. Some even bluntly stated that Su Ming's talent might surpass that of Executive Officer Zhou back then, and that Kyushu might not be without hope in this world championship. Of course, some people poured cold water on the idea, arguing that since Kyushu doesn't have the Protoss race, it will still be difficult for them to compete with the powerful nations in the world championship. Regardless of the debate, at this moment, the entire Kyushu was in an uproar because of Su Ming. He not only created a legendary card, but also forcibly completed the card even after his original body was mysteriously controlled. Such a feat is probably unparalleled globally. Moreover, such incidents are extremely rare. Infiltrating a crowd in a mysterious manner is inherently very risky. Unless there's a substantial benefit involved, who would be so idle as to possess a prototype of a magic card? Low-level monsters may lack intelligence, but those capable of possession are mostly powerful and cunning. Meanwhile, outside the arena, Ouyang Qingran stared blankly at everything before her, her gaze fixed on Su Ming and the spinning golden magic card in midair. He murmured to himself, the dark demon bull was defeated? Su Ming defeated it, and successfully created the magic card? Even as a well-informed and experienced emperor-level expert, he found it hard to believe. This was simply too illogical. However, he quickly calmed down and did not approach rashly. The methods were strange and unpredictable. No one could be sure if this was another scheme set up by the other party. Zhou Chengli understood this even better. Having faced the dark demon bull head-on, he knew best just how terrifying that creature was. That's an invincible emperor-level being. Su Ming is only a soldier-level card master, so normally he has no chance against him. Therefore, Zhou Chengli must be cautious. Only when the dark clouds in the sky were completely dyed gold did his heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settle down. He succeeded. He actually succeeded. Even Zhou Chengli couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, his face showing undisguised delight. The next moment, a torrent of golden rain poured down from the sky, and the entire capital city seemed to fall silent in that instant. Whatever people were doing before, they stopped and stood in the golden rain. They looked up at the sky, accepting this gift from heaven and enjoying the baptism of golden rain. Chapter 50. Ladies and gentlemen, we in Kyushu now have gods too. The golden rain continued to pour down relentlessly. The entire capital was shrouded in golden rain. In contrast to the confusion and fear of the people in Qingshan district, the people of the capital were extremely excited, opening their arms wide to fully accept this gift from the heavens. Below the stands, the little boy laughed heartily. He looked up at his father and couldn't help but ask, "Dad, the heavenly blessing has appeared." That big brother really completed the creation of the magic card and even received the heavenly Tao's approval. Didn't you say before that the strange magic cards were heretical and wouldn't be recognized by the heavenly Tao? The father was speechless for a moment and could only awkwardly scratch the back of his head. This is indeed beyond my knowledge. You know, I'm very good at killing monsters, but my cultural knowledge is a bit lacking. As he spoke, he kept recalling the contents of his textbook. But the more he thought about it, the more something seemed off. That's exactly what the book said. Could it be that even the nature of heaven has changed? The little boy didn't press further, but instead said more excitedly, "Dad, do you think that older brother might have really created a bizarre god-type magic card? Otherwise, this blessing just doesn't make sense." The father instinctively retorted, "God-clan magic cards? Son, are you out of your mind? How could that be possible in our 9 provinces?" Before he could finish speaking, the little boy interrupted him. "You said before that I was right, that there are gods in the 9 provinces. Our teacher also said there are gods in the 9 provinces. Dad, sense it carefully. There seems to be a very special energy in this golden rain." The father frowned upon hearing this. He had already calmed himself down and sensed it, but this blessing seemed not much different from the ordinary golden legendary blessing, and there was nothing particularly unusual about it. But seeing his son's incredibly serious expression, he became suspicious again. He knew his son best. He would never lie. So the father and son fell silent, closed their eyes, and focused intently on absorbing this rare opportunity. On the other side, all 42 king-level powerhouses sat cross-legged. Golden rain continuously seeped into their bodies, and their wounds were healing at a visible speed. They also radiated a soft golden light, appearing mysterious and extraordinary. Compared to external injuries, their internal injuries should have been much harder to heal. But under the nourishment of the golden rain, those old wounds were repairing rapidly, and even their internal organs were slowly becoming more resilient. At this moment, the night watchman minister of Shidu-based city suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed in shock, "This blessing is too miraculous. There really is a special energy in the golden ring. It not only heals injuries, but it can even repair the card-controlling device." As he spoke, he extended his left hand. There was originally a shallow crack on the orange card-controlling device. The card-controlling device is the foundation of a card-controlling master. Once damaged, it is almost impossible to recover. But now, the crack is slowly healing. Though slow, it's enough to leave everyone speechless. The surrounding king-level card masters swarmed around, their eyes wide with astonishment. One of them said incredulously, "An absolutely original golden legendary magic card can indeed invoke the blessings of heaven, enhance cultivation, improve talent, and heal injuries." But they had never heard of a blessing from heaven that could defy the heavens to the point of repairing the foundation of a card master. Soon, some people started talking about Su Ming. Do you think Su Ming might have actually come up with something incredible? Could that magic card really be from the God Race series? Someone immediately shook their head. Impossible, right? No one in the 9 provinces has done it in thousands of years. How could a young kid do it? Another person said in a deep voice, "Genius cannot be measured by age. This blessing is indeed different from ordinary blessings. It can even repair the imperial card, which is unheard of." Some have raised questions, pointing out that Western countries also created a series of divine-themed magic cards back then, such as the 2-winged angels of the angel god race. Some of them witnessed the blessing firsthand, noting that while it brought clarity of mind and increased cultivation speed, it lacked the foundation-repairing effect of the current method. The more they talked, the more confused they became, and Lei Dong also woke up from his cultivation. He stood up and looked around, as if searching for someone. He quickly locked onto his target and asked loudly, "Ouyang Qingran, Su Ming is a contestant from your Shanqing city. Tell me, what exactly is going on?" Ouyang Qingran sneered and retorted without any politeness, "Lei the dwarf, weren't you always targeting me and Su Ming before? Didn't you say that what he created was bizarre, that he was courting death, and that he would destroy all the contestants on the stage and kill all of us?" Lei Dong's breath hitched. He was about to retort, but he held back. He took a few deep breaths, suppressed his temper, and said earnestly, "Minister Ouyang, I apologize to Su Ming. I was wrong before. I shouldn't have taken my anger out on him." Ouyang Qingran nodded in satisfaction. He didn't expect Lei Dong to apologize to him. The two had been rivals their whole lives, and it would be pointless for them to suddenly become amiable. But their grudges should remain between them and not involve others. Now that Lei Dong had taken the initiative to back down, he felt much more at ease. Then, Ouyang Qingran looked at everyone, her voice gradually becoming excited. "You all say that there are no gods in Kyushu. That's right, that was indeed the case in the past. We have never discovered any god-related series belonging to Kyushu, nor has anyone been able to create god-related magic cards." He paused, took a deep breath, and his tone grew increasingly resolute. "But that's all in the past. Now, our 9 provinces also have its own lineage of gods, called the Ein gods." The moment those words were spoken, the crowd erupted in uproar. A divine race belonging to the 9 provinces? The Ein god race. "Minister Ouyang, do you mean that Su Ming really created a god-type magic card? He created a completely new god-type series? A god-type race that truly belongs to the 9 provinces? Is this real? In our lifetime, we will actually witness the birth of a new divine race in the 9 provinces." "Minister Ouyang, you can't lie to us. My hands are shaking with excitement." However, some people quickly raised questions. If it really is a divine race demon card, why is the card's phenomenon completely different from that of the Western Angel divine race? Moreover, the name Ein Shun sounds too eerie. The king-level powerhouses discussed it endlessly, becoming more and more excited as they spoke. They had waited and hoped for the absence of gods in the 9 provinces, but in the end, they had already been disappointed. That flower of hope had long since withered in their hearts. But at this moment, under this magical golden rain, the withered flower seemed to revive, even becoming more vibrant, as if it were about to bear the fruit of hope. Nevertheless, without seeing it with their own eyes, without a truly definitive answer, some still dare not believe it. For the shackles of the absence of gods in the 9 provinces have weighed on their hearts for a full millennium. Breaking through is easier said than done. Just then, Zhou Chengli descended from the sky. He had his back to the crowd, his gaze fixed on the young man on the arena. His expression had returned to calm, but his deliberately lowered voice still betrayed his barely concealed excitement and exhilaration. You're all right. What Su Ming created was indeed a strange type of magic card. However, although he is strange, he has transcended the strange itself. The magic cards he created are the brand new God series. They are true God Race magic cards, belonging to our own Kyushu God Race magic cards. Zhou Chungli's voice slowly spread, reaching everyone's ears. Western countries have slandered our Kyushu as a land where gods are destroyed and fall, and even called us the graveyard of gods. Perhaps what they said is not entirely wrong, but fallen gods are still gods. They possess divine power and may well give birth to a new race of gods. As he finished speaking, Zhou Chungli slowly raised his head, his voice steady yet fervent. Everyone, our 9 provinces now also have its own divine race magic cards. Chapter 51 Metamorphosis, Dark Purple 5-Pointed Star. Chapter 51 Metamorphosis. The dark purple pentagram belongs to the divine race magic card of Kyushu. If these words were spoken by someone else, they would probably be ridiculed by everyone in Kyushu. The existence of a divine race with magical cards in Kyushu is simply outrageous. But the one saying this now is none other than Zhou Chengli. This is the 2nd executive officer of the Night Watchers of Kyushu, and also a genius card creator who is almost monstrous. Today, the martial arts-themed magic cards that are unparalleled in the land are brought to prominence by him. His most powerful equipment card, the Azure Dragon Sword, possesses terrifying power and even managed to cut off the wings of a Japanese god race magic card called Kro Tengu in a battle of equal rank. He is the only card master in the world today who can defeat a card master with the God series at the same level. His reputation throughout Kyushu even surpassed that of Gu Tiexiong, the head of the Night's Watch. Unfortunately, fate is cruel to those with great talent. Just as he broke through to the 9th rank and headed to the Abyss battlefield, a strange creature from the Saint Realm severed part of his foundation. Fortunately, other Saint Realm experts came to his rescue in time, saving his life. However, the severed foundation could not be repaired, and his own strength was imprisoned at the initial stage of the 9th rank, never to be improved. After that, he withdrew from the Abyss battlefield and focused on managing the internal affairs of Kyushu. Over time, one's reputation naturally rises. At that moment, as Zhou Chengli spoke, the entire 9 provinces erupted in excitement. The barrage of comments in the live stream exploded, with one layer after another covering the screen, so thick that even the foundation of the gentle proprietress in the alleyway hair salon would be ashamed of itself, as they were not even in the same league. As word spread, the number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed, quickly overwhelming the servers. It's important to understand that this server isn't just a simple technological product from Earth. It's also enhanced by magic cards, making its performance many times higher. Even so, it can no longer hold on. The people of Kyushu were filled with excitement. This was indeed something that made them so thrilled. Although the official live stream was blocked, allowing only the people of Kyushu to watch, the news still spread like wildfire and quickly reached the upper echelons of the Western Federation through various channels. Unlike the bustling and lively atmosphere outside, the scene was completely quiet. Although they were surprised, they dared not make a sound. Above the sky, golden rain was constantly shrinking as the clouds contracted, until only the arena area was covered by a dense, almost tangible golden cloud. The golden rain was so thick that it looked like a waterfall hanging down from the sky, creating a spectacular sight. Su Ming sat cross-legged in the center of the golden rain, and surging energy continuously poured into his body. The artifact in his hand also began to greedily absorb it. The 9 golden stars on his golden wristwatch shattered as a large amount of energy poured in. Huh? What's going on? Su Ming was waiting to break through from soldier level to general level, and he wanted to see how much his soul power would increase after the breakthrough. But then, something unexpected happened. After the golden star shattered, it did not rewrite the text in the center of the card-controlling device. Instead, it gathered in midair and continued to condense, eventually transforming into an even larger golden 5-pointed star. The 5-pointed star is so dazzling that it can still be seen at a glance, even in this golden waterfall. Whoosh! Before Su Ming could even react, the golden pentagram underwent subtle changes under the cascading force of the waterfall, and a powerful aura began to rise from within it, growing stronger and stronger. What a terrifying aura! The power of the abyss. A divine aura? The power of the Een spirit. No, none of them are right. They all seem to contain an even higher level of energy, which I can't even sense clearly. Su Ming kept swallowing, his mind reeling as he looked at the aura emanating from the five-pointed gold star before him. Fortunately, although the changes are unknown, they can be sensed to be moving in a positive direction, and at least for now, they have not caused any discomfort. Calm down, calm down. This blessing from heaven is extremely rare. We must seize this opportunity and absorb as much of this energy as possible. Su Ming calmed himself down, ignoring the changes in Venus before him. He sat cross-legged, facing the sky, and wholeheartedly absorbed this gift from the heavens. Just as he was frantically absorbing the golden rain, the five-pointed star in front of him changed again. Buzz! It emitted an even stronger golden radiance, but it was suppressed by a mysterious energy in the next second. This energy is invisible and colorless, and cannot even be sensed by people. However, it possesses terrifying power. Not only is the light on the pentagram suppressed, but as time goes by, even the pentagram itself is being slowly compressed. The gold stars that were originally embedded in the card holder were only the size of soybeans. After these 9 gold stars shattered and recondensed in midair, they have merged into the size of a ping-pong ball. Now, Venus is being compressed again, slowly moving towards its original size. And as its body was compressed, a faint purple hue emerged from the 5 corners, spreading synchronously towards the center. This state is like placing a corner of a napkin into purple water, allowing it to slowly become stained. Such surging, pure energy, without a trace of impurity. However, although I absorbed it with all my might, most of it flowed into the card-controlling device. Does this mean its quality is about to improve again? Su Ming murmured to himself, and although he didn't open his eyes, he already had some guesses. Last time, it was also a blessing from heaven. Most of the energy he absorbed was also absorbed by the card master, and after that blessing from heaven, the card master successfully transformed into a legendary quality, gaining a 50% increase in blessing when using magic cards. This time, the same thing happened again. The card-controlling device was also frantically absorbing energy. But isn't the highest level of a card-controlling artifact legendary quality? Is there room for improvement? Could it be the pinnacle of legendary quality? Su Ming muttered to himself, but still suppressed his curiosity and didn't open his eyes, instead frantically absorbing the energy that was falling from the sky. Having learned from his previous experience, he knew very well that he couldn't afford to be distracted at times like this. Time flies like an arrow. Another hour has passed in the blink of an eye. Su Ming sat cross-legged. The golden rain above his head gradually subsided, and the soul power within his body was nearing saturation, leaving him unable to expand further. This was clearly the limit he had reached. He could also clearly sense that the card-controlling device in his hand had stopped absorbing energy, and everything had reached a perfect state. Finally, Su Ming opened his eyes. At that moment, he was stunned, his pupils contracted, his mouth slightly open, and his face showed surprise. Although he was somewhat prepared, after all, the Imperial card had absorbed so much blessed energy, so it was bound to change. However, what he saw before him still exceeded his expectations. Before him floated a purplish-black 5-pointed star, about the size of a mung bean, bouncing up and down like a lively sprite. The next second, the purplish-black 5-pointed star transformed into a stream of light, landing directly on the card holder and embedding itself within it. A purplish-black pentagram? Although it's smaller than the previous Venus, it contains a mysterious energy that encompasses everything, seemingly possessing the power of the abyss, a divine aura, and the power of the Een spirit. What exactly is this? Su Ming was somewhat puzzled, but when his gaze fell on the small star, he could feel the mysterious and surging energy within it. He calmed himself down and channeled his soul power into the card-controlling device. Immediately, a look of shock appeared on his face, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up slightly. At this moment, the card-controlling device responded. Everything became clear. Chapter 52 Soul Binding, Ox-Headed Abang, Endless Abyss. Chapter 52 Soul Binding, Ox-Headed Abang, Endless Abyss, a demigod quality card-controlling artifact. This actually directly upgraded the quality of my card-controlling artifact. Su Ming exclaimed in surprise and couldn't help but bring his eyes closer to observe carefully. However, after examining it for a long time, he still couldn't figure out anything. It was just that the purplish-black stars gave people a mysterious and unpredictable feeling. At this moment, the last cloud in the sky gradually lost its golden hue, and the dark clouds rolled incessantly before disappearing in an instant, leaving the sunlight shining down, warm and pleasant. Su Ming reached out, and the spinning golden magic card flew into his hand, its attributes clearly displayed. Soul-capturing, Ox-head Bang. Type, character card. Quality, legendary, gold. Rank, soldier level 9 stars. Attributes, dark, earth. Race, god. Deity, guardian, jailer. Skill. 1. Soul binding. With the soul binding lock in hand, one can imprison the opponent's soul. 2. Prisoner's steel fork. The steel fork in his hand carries the power of the god, possessing earth-shattering power, and can cause massive damage to the soul. 3. War trample. The bull's head and hooves beat, which can shake the aura of hell, causing the opponent's soul to tremble and become dizzy. 4. Soul-suppressing wheel, sealed, can be activated when horse-faced Rakshasa is present. As expected, Oxhead and Horseface also possessed symbiotic abilities. Su Ming looked at the magic card panel, but he wasn't too surprised. After all, Black Impermanence was the general in front of him, and Ox-head Bang was just the soldier. Could he possibly surpass Black Impermanence? Of course it exists, but its quality is legendary, and its level is only at the level of a mere soldier. If it is allowed to continue to grow, and one day it can reach godlike quality, then there will be a qualitative leap. If its level could grow stronger without limit, it might actually reach the power it possesses when its true form descends. It's just SOSO now. Su Ming thought to himself that if others knew his thoughts, they would be full of questions and would call him pretentious. However, this is indeed his true thought. After all, whether it was Black and White Impermanence or Oxhead and Horseface, they were all at the bottom of the list of mythological figures and objects in his mind. Whether it's the investiture of the gods or ancient mythology, any one of them with a name would be utterly crushed. Let's leave aside these high-end combat capabilities for now, otherwise it would be bullying. Even in the heavenly court of Journey to the West, there are various powerful figures who can easily crush the Black and White Impermanence. Even if we focus on the underworld, there are powerful figures living there such as Meng Pua, the Judge, the 10 Kings of Hell, the 5 Ghost Emperors, the Divine Beast Di Ting, and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Which one of them wouldn't be easily defeated? If all these great figures were actually created, what kind of ways would they create in this world? As Su Ming thought this, his anticipation grew stronger. Buzz. As soon as the soul-binding bull head was obtained, a dark light entered his body through his palm. Su Ming could clearly sense that this energy was constantly circulating in his body, and the power of the abyss curse that originally remained in his meridians and blood vessels was being slowly taken away and devoured by it. I had this feeling once before, after I got the Impermanence, Black Impermanence card. Soon, the energy rushed into his brain, and the already weak and unpleasant baby's cries fell silent in an instant. Huh? It's gone. The crying has completely disappeared. Could it be that the curse of the abyss has been broken just like that? Su Ming was extremely excited. He didn't want to experience the curse of the abyss a second time. The chilling sound of a baby crying echoed in my mind day and night. This feeling is truly indescribable. If someone with a weak will, they would probably become listless or even depressed within 2 days. Fortunately, he possessed the mythological treasures of China's 5,000 years of history. Otherwise, he would probably have lived his entire life amidst these crying sounds. How terrifying. This curse is so stubborn. It hasn't been completely eradicated yet. Su Ming took a deep breath, his consciousness sinking, and he was startled. As his consciousness sank deeper into his sea of consciousness, he sensed a familiar fluctuation in the deepest part of that sea, and slowly approached. The familiar sound of weeping echoed once more. Fortunately, as long as he doesn't consciously control his consciousness to sink and sense things in his sea of consciousness, he won't be able to perceive the crying. Phew, it's good that it's working. At least it's suppressing the abyss curse step by step. Now it only has a trace of curse power left. Perhaps, if we create another God-type magic card, we can completely erase it from our sea of consciousness. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief, and the worries in his heart gradually dissipated. As long as he's on the right path, all that's left is to keep moving forward. That's not a difficult task for him. Moreover, he had already overcome the most difficult times before, and now that the curse of the abyss has been suppressed to the point that it can no longer cause any trouble, what is there to be afraid of? No, this is more than just not capable of causing any trouble. This completely imprisons it within the sea of consciousness. These movements may seem slow, but they actually all happen within a few breaths. At this moment, Zhou Chengli also leaped onto the arena. He was breathing rapidly and looking excited. He kept swallowing as he watched Su Ming. If the live stream hadn't been covered by layers of comments, it might have directly led to his reputation being ruined. Indeed, Zhou Chunli's impatient expression was quite suggestive. Upon seeing this, Su Ming took a half step back before asking, "Executive Zhou, what's going on?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Chunli finally came to his senses and excitedly asked, "Su Ming, may I take a look at the magic card in your hand?" At this point, his eyes burned as he stared intently at Su Ming's hands, his throat bobbing as he began to swallow frantically once more. Upon seeing this, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. This scene seemed all too familiar. Last time it was Ouyang Qingran. This time it's the even more formidable Zhou Chengli. Hey, why are all these big shots so agitated? What's there to get excited about? I haven't even started yet. Su Ming couldn't help but complain, but he still smiled and nodded, saying, "What's wrong with looking at it? It's just a magic card." "It's just a magic card?" Zhou Chengli's mouth was slightly open, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Is this really just a magic card? This is the brand new God Race series that the entire Kyushu region has been longing for day and night for over 1,000 years, but has yet to obtain. However, his rant didn't last long. When the soul-binding, Minotaur, magic card attribute was presented to him, he froze on the spot, his pupils contracted, his breath caught in his throat, his mouth opened into an O shape, and he stood there like an ice sculpture. At this moment, deep within the abyss, suddenly, a strong abyssal power rose up, eventually coalescing into 3 bizarre black shadows. Third brother actually failed. Its soul imprint has been erased. That stupid bull is far too reckless. It is an enemy prophesied by the abyss itself. It is a person who has the potential to overthrow the entire abyss. How can it be dealt with so easily? Fourth sister, say less. At least the dark demon bull helped us confirm the accuracy of the prophecy, so it died a worthy death. Second brother is right. We have reached the most critical moment. We cannot allow this person to grow up, otherwise it will be a great disaster for our entire abyss. It seems we need to move the plan forward. Brother, didn't you say we should wait until everything was absolutely perfect before executing the plan? You should know the prophecy's ending, right? We can't wait any longer. Let's make our move. It's big brother. After the 3 dark figures finished speaking, they transformed once again into pure abyssal power and merged into the endless abyss. Chapter 53. Clear Rewards and Punishments. Do you know your crime? Chapter 53. Clear Rewards and Punishments. Do you know your crime? As Zhou Chengli finished speaking, everyone was in an uproar. A divine race magic card? It really is a divine race magic card. Holy crap, Su Ming is awesome. Has this opened up a completely new path? Creating a brand new God Race magic card based on the bizarre is just too powerful. God Su. Is it too much for me to call him the eternal God? It's not just not excessive. Do you know what incredible feat he accomplished? It's an unprecedented feat. Our journey to this point in Kyushu has been incredibly arduous. The older generation of card masters gave their all to protect this land. Back when martial arts-themed magic cards hadn't even been invented yet, they were truly defending it with their blood and flesh, which is how we got to where we are today. I never imagined that this day would actually come. Our Kyushu will also have its own God Race magic cards. I think we should be more rational. Are these God-type magic cards created based on the bizarre really good? Isn't the reason why our human race is having such a hard time precisely because of these bizarre invasions? Now, creating bizarre God-type magic cards, whether it's good or bad, nobody can say for sure, right? Huh? A self-reflective weirdo has appeared upstairs. Are the divine magic cards created by us Kyushu people bad? Shouldn't we reflect on this? It's those annoying bananas again. Even if the king of heaven himself came, I would still say Su Ming is awesome. Su Ming is a god forever. I'd like to see who dares to say that our 9 provinces has no foundation, no divine race. Who still says that our 9 provinces is a land where gods have fallen. That's awesome. I'm going to party today. The comments section erupted in jubilation, and in the real world, these people from Kyushu also took to the streets, cheering loudly. At this very moment, a common scene coincidentally appeared in the streets and alleys of Kyushu. Cars on the street have all stopped. Then the horn blared continuously, wave after wave of sound, without any command, yet so uniform. Crowds poured out from both sides of the street, their cheers mingling with the honking of car horns, creating a joyful symphony. Throughout the land, everyone rejoiced. Among them, the situation is particularly severe in mountainous cities. At this moment, the announcements from the captive breeding area in Shanxing City were constantly heard. Beep, beep, beep. To celebrate Su Ming, the top scorer in the college entrance examination of our mountain city, creating the first God clan magic card in the 9 provinces, the breeding area is free for 3 days, and there is no charge for entry. The broadcast kept playing over and over again, seemingly without end. The once bustling crowds are now mostly standing still, with very few people actually going inside. Today is a day of celebration. I'm going to go wild. I'm going to drink and drink until I'm completely drunk. That's right. Let's drink until we drop. When can't we kill those captive monsters? Today is the day to be happy, to drink and eat meat. Come on, brothers, let's have a drink together. That's right, let's drink. Come on, fellow card masters, it's my treat today. Eat and drink as you please. The main thing is to have a good time. A tavern owner called out loudly, his face beaming with undisguised excitement. Great. The boss is very generous. Thank you, boss, but everyone's having a good time today, so the drinks will still be charged. Just give us a discount, that's fine. We can't let you lose out. We just want to have a good time. Okay, no problem. I'll only charge cost price for 7 consecutive days. We won't leave until we're completely drunk. Haha, let's drink until we're drunk. We won't leave until we're drunk. Imperial Capital University, on the arena. A black mark, possessing a deity. It really is a divine magic card. Zhou Chunli's hands trembled as he held this soul-binding, ox had a bang, and the heavy weight in his heart finally lifted. Based on his previous perception of the unusual phenomena, he had already confirmed that a divine magic card would be born. However, when it actually appeared before my eyes, I was still incredibly excited. The excitement, thrill, and emotion I felt were hard to express in words. Before this, it was like a castle in the air, without any foundation. But things are different now. The warmth of the card constantly tells him that this is the truth. After this, who would dare say that there are no gods in the 9 provinces? Zhou Chunli was filled with boundless pride. He even wanted to roar and shout. In the end, he held back. He was the second executor of the Night Watch of Kyushu. How could he do such a thing? He took a deep breath, trying to appear calm, before handing the magic card back and saying with a smile, "Thank you, Su Ming. Executive Zhou, this is what I should do." Su Ming wore a calm and unhurried smile. All of this was nothing difficult for him. His words were not just empty platitudes, but truly came from the bottom of his heart. The seed was sown when he first created Li Bai, and went to the Misty Zone, and the night watchman Zhang Yeqing lent him his magic mirror. Later, as he performed exceptionally well in the college entrance examination, his abilities improved step by step. Su Ming also learned more about the secrets behind the scenes, and he understood how difficult it was for the night watchmen of Kyushu. Faced with the bizarre situation, they need to go to the Abyss battlefield and guard the pass. Truth lies only within the range of cannon fire. At that moment, Su Ming understood the meaning of those words even more deeply. Strength. Everything boils down to strength. This applies both within humanity and when facing bizarre creatures. As for the Western Alliance's wolfish ambitions towards Kyushu, it's as clear as day. However, there was one thing Su Ming couldn't understand. After all these years, why is the West still holding back and only engaging in empty rhetoric? Logically speaking, the best chance was 100 years ago. Back then, Kyushu was much weaker than it is now, and the martial arts-themed magic cards had not been pushed to their peak, making it extremely weak. In recent years, the Western Alliance has become increasingly vocal in its rhetoric, but Kyushu, with the help of its martial arts magic cards, is not too afraid, at least able to protect its own territory. However, the lack of a godlike demon card in Kyushu has always been a weakness. Every time, I'm left speechless by this reality. Su Ming transmigrated here with the intention of bringing the treasures of China from his previous life to shine in this world. Now, he can also realize the rise and greatness of the 9 provinces. Why not? This was, after all, the place where his predecessor was born and raised, and even his relatives and friends in this world had not changed. He often had the illusion that the world had changed, or that he had transmigrated. Every time I think about how he dominated the world leagues and made the glory of Chinese mythology shine throughout the world, he couldn't contain his excitement. As the two were talking, Ouyang Qingran and the others also approached. However, they all stood obediently to the side without saying a word. They all understand who is now at the center of the world. Zhou Chengli also noticed everyone and nodded with a smile, saying, Ouyang Qingran, your Shanqing city did a great job. It takes real courage to recommend Su Ming to participate in the competition despite opposition. Executive Zhou, you flatter me. Su Ming is truly exceptional. In fact, he had already created a Yin Shun series magic card when he took the college entrance examination. Otherwise, how could I have had such insight? Ouyang Qingran lowered her head in response, not seeking credit, and answered honestly. Upon seeing this, Zhou Qingli couldn't help but laugh and said, to be able to keep the secret until now after witnessing the birth of the first God Clan demon card in Kyushu, you have quite the character. This is all I should do. The reason he was able to endure so much was mainly because the Yin God race was too special. After all, it belonged to the category of the supernatural. If this news were released, no one would know what kind of public opinion it would cause. Ouyang Qingran naturally did not want such a thing to happen. If Su Ming were affected by this, or even crushed by public opinion, it would not only be a loss for Shanqing City, but also a loss for the entire Kyushu, and even for all of humanity. Zhou Qingli nodded and then said, the Night Watch is known for its clear system of rewards and punishments. This time, you, Ma Yi, and Li Wushuang have all made outstanding contributions, and each of you will be awarded 100,000 points. Thank you very much, Executive Officer Zhou. Ouyang Qingran quickly expressed her gratitude, a hint of joy appearing on her face. Lei Dong, standing to the side, slowly took half a step back, feeling somewhat flustered. What if they hold me accountable? And just like that, what you fear most comes to pass. His heart was pounding when he felt a sharp aura sweep past him. Immediately, Zhou Chungli's voice rang out. Rewards and punishments are clearly defined. Now that the reward has been given, Minister Lei of Shanghai, do you acknowledge your crime? Chapter 54 Exceptional Mindset, Mark of the Heavenly Tao. Chapter 54 Exceptional Mindset, Heavenly Tao Mark Thump. With a crisp sound, Lei Dong immediately knelt down. He was all too aware of the mistake he had made. It wasn't just about slandering Su Ming, but about slandering for the sake of slandering. To put it mildly, this matter was just a grudge between Ouyang Qingran, a bit of bickering, and some mutual targeting. On a grander scale, that could even be considered treason. Normally, it would be one thing to say something like that, but Su Ming created a true God Ray series magic card belonging to Kyushu, which is a big deal for the entire Kyushu, and even the whole world. In addition, this promising player from Shanghai actually harbors a strange entity within him. This strange creature almost destroyed Su Ming's creation of a magic card, nearly preventing the birth of a true God Race magic card. These two things combined make it impossible to clear one's name even if one jumps into the Yellow River. Lei Dong swallowed hard and pleaded, Executive, this really has nothing to do with me. Oh, tell me, which specific matter is unrelated to you? A faint murderous intent was revealed on Zhou Chungli's calm face, but his voice remained indifferent. Your Excellency, I'm talking about that traitor Lu Rugang. I truly had no idea he was an undercover agent sent by the strange creature, that a strange entity was hiding in his sea of consciousness. I really didn't know. Lei Dong knelt on the ground and explained loudly, regardless of whether Lu Rugang was a traitor or whether he knew about the existence of that strange creature. However, he himself was genuinely unaware of this matter. After all, the Dark Demon Bull was once a saint-level powerhouse, and he was reborn just to wait for such an opportunity. It never showed itself or made a move until the opportunity arose, remaining hidden until the moment it made its move. Zhou Chengli didn't speak. He turned to look at Su Ming, who was standing to the side, his meaning quite clear. Su, it was my fault before. I shouldn't have said those things to you. But, I swear I really didn't have any bad intentions towards Kyushu. Having lived to such an old age, Lei Dong was naturally very shrewd. Upon seeing this, he couldn't wait to beg Su Ming for mercy. Su Ming couldn't help but shake his head with a smile, and then said, Elder Zhou, Minister Lei's mouth is really foul, and he is extremely easily swayed by his emotions. However, I believe in his loyalty to Kyushu. After saying that, he fell silent. Lei Dong may have been foul-mouthed, but he didn't deserve to die. After all, he was a king-level card master, a pillar of strength in any country. Su Ming really couldn't do it, because he wouldn't risk someone's life with just a few words. Perhaps it was just his personality. After all, although the other party was a bit foul-mouthed, he had returned the favor. There was no deep-seated hatred between them, so there was no need for it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chengli nodded and looked at Su Ming with an approving gaze. To have such a mindset at such a young age is truly rare. He then went along with it, saying, "Since you, Su, are not going to pursue this matter, I will spare your life. However, while you may escape the death penalty, you cannot escape punishment. Because of your mistake, my 9 provinces almost lost a peerless genius. Do you plead guilty?" "I plead guilty," Lei Dong responded, and his heart finally relaxed a little. "Since you say you are truly loyal to Kyushu, then I will punish you by sending you to guard Finghua Pass for 50 years. Do you have any objections?" "I have no objection. I will certainly do my utmost, even unto death," Lei Dong responded, his heart finally settling down. He looked up at Su Ming, his heart filled with gratitude. Guarding the pass is something that every card master of the king level or above does. However, others can come and go freely, and unless there are special circumstances, they will only guard the pass for a year every 2 or 3 years. Right now, he's just staying at Finghua Pass to guard it. That's already quite a lot of tolerance. What's going on? Where's the dark demon bull? Wasn't that old guy dead? Just then, a deep voice rang out, and then a man dressed in armor and wearing a black cloak broke through the clouds and came. The person who arrived was none other than Gu Tiexiong, the head of the night watchman of Kyushu. Upon hearing this voice, Zhou Chengli suddenly remembered that a few minutes earlier, he had called Gu Tiexiong, hoping that he would come and hold off the dark demon bull. Later, Su Ming somehow managed to turn the tide and eliminate them. He even went so far as to create the divine demon card, Soul Binding, Minotaur Pang, which resolved the crisis. The crisis was resolved, but he forgot to inform Minister Gu. "It's perfectly normal that I forgot to inform you. This is a divine magic card. Who wouldn't be confused when they see it?" Zhou Chengli thought to himself, then replied with a smile. "Minister Gu, the dark demon bull has died again. We'll discuss the details when we get back." As he spoke, he pointed to the surrounding cameras. Gu Tiexiong didn't say much, nodded, turned around, and soared away again. Zhou Chengli then took out an orange magic card, transformed it into a Pegasus, and said, "Su Ming, the minister and I have some things we need to discuss with you privately. Would you mind coming with us?" "Okay, no problem." Su Ming nodded in agreement. He also had many questions, and this was a good opportunity to ask them all at once. Immediately, he mounted the flying horse. Zhou Chengli leaped into the air, leading his flying horse, and vanished in a streak of light. Qingshan District, Night Watchman Branch. An excited expression appeared on Lan Tian's usually cold face. He looked at his severed arm, and his eyes became more fervent. Beside him, Wang Minjiang said, "Lan Tian, let's go back. This is a rare opportunity. We can't miss it again." "Captain, I'm fine. I'll be back after the World Championship. Wait for me." Lan Tian hesitated, glancing at the live stream screen, but finally agreed. The conversation between the two left Lu Qingqing and Lao Zhang completely bewildered, with no idea what was going on. However, they didn't inquire further and focused their attention back on the live stream. Lu Qingqing sat in front of the computer, her hands flying across the keyboard as she typed, cursing as she did so. There are traitors in the comments for this kind of thing. They're not even human. Su Shun is the best, who said he can only create weird magic cards. His martial arts swordsman magic card is also top-notch. On the other side, Li Wushuang scratched his head, somewhat annoyed, and said, "Damn it. How did this kid create another God Clan Demon card? I should have gone with him. It's just a 20,000 yuan plane ticket. Why should I save that little bit of money?" As he spoke, he looked at the faint crack on his card-controlling device with a hint of resentment. The last blessing from heaven had greatly benefited him, and much of his severed foundation had been repaired. If it happened a few more times, he might really be able to recover completely and regain his former glory. "No way. I absolutely have to go to the World Championship," he murmured to himself, pondering a solution. The capital city, the headquarters of the Night's Watch. It was still that same dilapidated conference room. Even the lighting was somewhat dim. Su Ming, Zhou Chengli, and Gu Tiexiong were sitting around a desk. "The Ying God Clan. So we in Kyushu now have God Clan magic cards too?" Gu Tiexiong was completely stunned, his pupils dilated, utterly shocked. After a long while, he finally came to his senses. Immediately, he looked at Su Ming and couldn't help but say, "Su Ming, no? Godsu, this World Championship Card Creation League is counting on you." Well, Su Ming was a little confused and didn't know what to say for a moment. He had heard of Gu Tiexiong's name countless times. He was even able to live peacefully in Qingshan District entirely thanks to him. If it weren't for Gu Tiexiong's Dawn Plan, the entire Qingshan District would probably have become a bizarre paradise long ago. How could he have waited for Gu Tiexiong to come here? Zhou Chengli smiled and said, "Student Su, you'll get used to it. That's just how Minister Gu is. He's here mainly for the upcoming World League of Card Masters. Su Ming asked, World League? Is there some hidden trick to this? Do you know under what circumstances the rewards from heaven will increase exponentially? After asking the question, Zhou Qingli did not stop, but answered himself directly. That's right. It's when two God Race magic cards are created at the same time. At that time, the Heavenly Tao will personally rank the magic cards, and the winner will not only receive a God-level material, but also be granted a Heavenly Tao mark. Chapter 55 Secret Talks, Return. Chapter 55 Secret Talk, Return Heavenly Tao mark? What is this? Su Ming frowned and asked in confusion. After being cursed by the abyss, he gathered a lot of information, and naturally, he didn't miss the Magic Card Master League, watching the recorded videos of dozens of previous leagues one by one. Furthermore, regarding the final reward, he reviewed countless charts and conclusions. The final champion received a prize, which he knew all too well. Once the Heavenly Tao manifests, divine-level materials are practically guaranteed to be obtained. However, this was the first time he had ever heard of the so-called Heavenly Tao mark, and his curiosity was naturally piqued. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingli smiled and replied, You didn't know? That's right. It shows that we did a very good job of keeping secrets. After he finished speaking, Gu Tiexiong, who was standing next to him, also laughed. However, he didn't pause for long and quickly explained, The Heavenly Tao mark is not a physical object, but a spiritual imprint formed by the condensation of the power of the Heavenly Tao, which is directly integrated into the mind. Apart from the person in question, no one else is aware of it. Elder Zhou, didn't you say before that the Heavenly Tao mark would only be awarded when two divine race demon cards were present at the same time? Su Ming was somewhat puzzled. If only the person who obtained the Heavenly Tao mark knew whether or not, why did he say those things before? After all, if the person who received the mark doesn't speak up, who can know what the triggering conditions are? Zhou Qingli replied, The chances of the Heavenly Tao bestowing a mark are very small. The Blue Star Alliance Council has summarized that a total of 3 people have obtained the Heavenly Tao mark. They all obtained it after triggering the Heavenly Tao magic card ranking. So this is actually based on experience and is not absolute. I see. So you said before that this year's graduates have a chance to receive blessings from heaven. Could it be that? Su Ming nodded, then looked at the other person. He didn't finish his question, but everyone present was intelligent and naturally knew what he wanted to ask. Or rather, it's not even a question, it's just a desire for confirmation. Zhou Qingli nodded, then frowned and said, That's right. This year, a prodigy has emerged from the West. She also created a God Race magic card during the college entrance examination. Her card creation ability is very strong. Oh, that's interesting. Looks like the World Championship won't be boring after all. Su Ming nodded and smiled, a hint of anticipation on his face. Having been in this world for so long, he had heard too many stories about how powerful the Western God Race magic cards were, and that there were no gods in the 9 provinces. At that time, he thought of illuminating the world with the glory of the Chinese gods, so that everyone would understand what the Western gods were, and that they would have to rely on the Chinese gods. Now, isn't this the opportunity? If the Western players in this World Championship weren't capable of creating a Protoss magic card, then their dominance would have been meaningless. Now that the opponent has a God Race card creator, they can trigger the Heavenly Tao ranking, which is really interesting. What does horizontal push mean? Let the Heavenly Tao rank them directly and trample them underfoot in a grand and spectacular way. That would be truly satisfying. The thought of this filled Su Ming with excitement and eagerness. He couldn't wait for that day to come. Zhou Qingli squinted and asked with a smile, I truly admire Su Ming's character. Character? Admiration? Su Ming was speechless. Why did this old man always give the same excuse? If you don't know how to compliment someone, you don't have to. What kind of mindset do I need? That's confidence. Okay. Gu Tiexiong, who was standing to the side, squinted and spoke up at this moment. Xiao Su, that's just how Lao Zhou talks. He likes to talk about temperament and all that, making it all so literary and mysterious. It's not very interesting. As he spoke, he continued to laugh loudly. Let's not get into those empty talk. Who says that the divine cards of our Kyushu can't compare to those of the West? It's one thing that we didn't discover any traces of the divine race before, and no god-level card masters were born. Now, we must press on and show them the might of our 9 provinces' divine clan. They once slandered us, saying that there were no gods in our 9 provinces, and that it was a land where gods had fallen. And now, we also have our own god race magic cards. In the past, we swallowed our pride in the world competition, always letting the Western allies steal the limelight. They also took the lion's share of the various rewards bestowed by heaven, and we had no right to even try our luck. Now, we don't need to endure it anymore. So what if Alice and Miller created an Angel God Clan magic card? Our Su Ming also created 2 Ean God Clan magic cards. Putting aside the quality for now, we've at least won in terms of quantity. Xiao Su, let's go all out this time. Win or lose. Having you in our Kyushu is a victory. Gu Tiexiong spoke with great passion and fervor. His cheeks flushed red, and he was beaming with pride. However, he still disappointed Su Ming. What does it mean to go all out? What does regardless of winning or losing mean? That's too narrow-minded. Seeing Gu Tiexiong staring intently at him, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. Minister Gu, your vision is too narrow. I will let the whole world know just how powerful the 9 provinces divine clan is. Upon hearing this, the other 2 froze on the spot, their breath caught in their throats, and they stared at each other. These 2 old guys have been working together for over a century, so naturally they can tell what the other is thinking with just a glance. Despite the fact that Su Ming was able to create the God Race magic cards, which excited and shocked them, and even made them admire him greatly, he broke the stalemate of the 9 provinces not having God Race magic cards for thousands of years, and gave the 9 provinces the ability to create the highest combat power. However, worship is one thing, but it doesn't mean blindly supporting it. They are the highest-ranking officials in the entire Kyushu region, so they naturally know a lot of information. God-type cards are indeed powerful. Even the strongest common cards might not be able to defeat the weakest God-type cards. The Azure Dragon Sword created by Zhou Qingli back then was at its peak, but it only managed to cut off a pair of wings of the Japanese God clan's Crow Tengu magic card. The Azure Dragon Sword itself was left with cracks all over its body and could no longer be used. In contrast, although the Karasu Tengu's wings were cut off, it could still fight. Only its strength was reduced by 30%. It's important to know that the Crow Tengu, a divine magic card created by Japan, is among the worst magic cards in the entire world. Like regular cards, God-type magic cards also vary in strength. The Western Alliance's Angel Race, Azure Race, and Dragon Race are all extremely powerful god races, renowned throughout the world. Although the angel gods cannot compare to the sky gods, they are still the second most powerful beings. The Ean God clan of Kyushu originated from the strange and mysterious, and the strange and mysterious originated from the abyss. This abyss is at odds with the heavenly Tao. Putting aside its quality and strength for the moment, it has already lost completely because of this one point alone. Gu Tiexiong and his companion were well aware of this, but neither of them said it outright. They exchanged a glance before speaking. All right, then I'll believe you. I'll be waiting to see the day Kyushu wins the championship. Seeing the 2 of them, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle. These 2 old guys still don't believe in themselves, and they don't believe in the Chinese gods. That's understandable, though. The 9 provinces have been without gods for 1,000 years, and I can only create underworld gods now, so it's understandable that they overthink things. Fortunately, he didn't continue the topic. Over the next 2 hours, he asked the 2 men many questions about the abyss and the pass, which shattered many of his preconceptions and gave him a deeper understanding of how great the Night's Watch was. After asking his questions, Su Ming didn't linger. He went directly back to Shanxing City with Ouyang Qingran, and he also quietly returned to his home in Qingshan District. At this moment, Su Ming sat on his familiar bed, a golden card-wielding device appearing on his wrist, his face filled with anticipation. A demigod-level card-controlling artifact. I can finally get to know you properly. Chapter 56: The Mysterious and Bizarre Uses of the Demigod's Card-Controlling Device. Chapter 56: The Wondrous Use of the Demigod's Card-Wielding Artifact, a Mysterious and Eerie Buzz. Su Ming's consciousness sank down, directly into the card-controlling device on his wrist, filled with anticipation. The demigod-level quality of the card-controlling artifact is only mentioned briefly in various documents, and relevant information cannot be found at all. Su Ming didn't want to reveal that his card-wielding device had evolved into a demigod-level device yet, and he hadn't asked Zhou Qingli and the others before. Now that he had time to calm down, he decided to investigate it himself. His rise to power was too rapid. At the beginning, due to his carelessness, he was afflicted with the Abyss Curse, which prevented him from creating the various gods and big shots in his mind. He could only focus on exploiting the underworld. It was also good luck that the curse was only a slow poison, not fatal, and he had the perfect antidote, which saved him from disaster. However, despite this, the curse still bound him, preventing him from fully displaying his abilities, which was truly distressing. Now that the college entrance examination and the Kyushu Magic Card League have ended, the reputation of the first God race card creator in Kyushu is well known, so it's better to keep a low profile. After all, neither the Western Alliance nor the Abyss Monsters probably want a God-type card creator from Kyushu to truly grow up, right? Although Su Ming wasn't good at scheming, he could still clearly distinguish between the pros and cons. It's wise to keep some cards up your sleeve. Although my level has returned to Soldier Level 1, my soul power is definitely comparable to that of a general level being. Moreover, my little star is purplish-black, which means it is at the demigod level. Does this mean that once a card-controlling artifact reaches the demigod level, it can no longer be upgraded to a higher level? Su Ming murmured to himself, his heart filled with doubt. He had already reached the 9-star soldier level before participating in the league. He only needed to take one more step to advance to the general level and become a general level card master. However, after the bull head was formed, he once again received the blessing of heaven, and the quality of the imperial card was promoted to the demigod level. His realm not only did not improve, but also fell back to the soldier level 1 star. This is a real headache. If his own realm could not be improved after the imperial card reached the demigod level, then he really didn't want that. After all, his strength is still too weak. He needs to reach the king level and upgrade his imperial card to demigod quality before he can protect himself. But if that's really the case, then this quality improvement doesn't seem to make any sense, does it? Su Ming pondered, his thoughts wandering once more within the card-controlling device, but to no avail. Just as it was about to withdraw its consciousness, it suddenly touched the purplish-black 5-pointed star. Instantly, a surge of information rushed into his mind through the connection of consciousness. At that moment, he understood. So that's how it is. This is a demigod-level card-controlling artifact? It's on a completely different level. Reaching the demigod level with the card artifact does not affect the normal improvement of strength. It only increases the required soul power, and this power will increase with the degree of deification. There's nothing more to say about that. The higher the quality of the card-wielding device, the stronger the power boost, but the more energy it requires. This is basic common sense. However, what surprised Su Ming the most was the effect of the demigod card-controlling device. Below the demigod quality, the higher the quality of the card-wielding device, the more it can provide different levels of power enhancement. The lowest quality ordinary card-wielding device provides no enhancement, while the highest quality legendary card-wielding device can provide a 50% enhancement. Using the controlled variable method, with the same level and the same magic cards, a magic card player with a golden legendary card-controlling device will absolutely crush an ordinary magic card player. However, he's a demigod. If you use a regular magic card, the increase is 100%, which is terrifying. That's not even the scariest part. A card creator, when using his own absolutely original God-type magic cards, can activate part of the abilities of the God-type magic card prototype with the help of a demigod card control device. Just as Su Ming now possesses a purple 5-pointed star, if he uses the black impermanence, he can unleash 1% of its power. No, it should be 1,000th to 10,000ths of their strength. After all, his divine pentagram has only just been formed and is currently only the size of a mung bean. When it successfully grows to the size of a soybean, it will be basically complete, which means it will be able to exert 1% of the power of the black impermanence body. As for how much it can actually perform now, we'll only know after we try it out. Black impermanence is the Yin general, who connects the Yin and Yang realms. His true strength must be terrifying. Even if I can use 1% or 1,000th of his power, it is still beyond the reach of ordinary card masters. Unfortunately, with my current soul power, I can only last for 3 seconds at most. It seems I won't be able to create magic cards for the next 2 months. I need to improve my soul power as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the quality of my card-controlling device improves further, I'm afraid I won't even last a second, and then I'll be out of the game. Su Ming pondered, his plans having already changed. He had originally planned to create a few more Yin God Clan demon cards over the next 2 months, so that the abyss curse left in his body could probably be completely removed. Then, in the following World Championships, he will be able to do whatever he wants. Whether it is the Yin God Clan or the Heavenly God Clan, he can create whatever he wants, allowing Chinese mythology to give the world a little shock. However, after learning about the demigod-level card-controlling artifact in his hand, he still held back. Creating more magic cards is meaningless. Only personal strength matters. Creating too many God-type magic cards will actually increase the quality of the card control device, which will greatly increase the difficulty of improving one's strength, and may even lead to the awkward situation where one cannot use the God-type magic cards one has created. This would significantly reduce his strength. This was clearly not the outcome he wanted, especially after Gu Tiexiong and the other man learned more about the secrets of the world. This world is more dangerous than he imagined. Human powerhouses guard the major passes in the abyss, which is why a large number of strange creatures are kept outside the surface of Blue Star. Once these passes are lost, Blue Star will probably fall completely in just a few days. Even so, the strange ones can still open small channels to transport a small number of king-level strange ones to Blue Star, which is why strange ones sometimes appear on Blue Star. There was no other way. The human race had already done its best to defend the large passes. These smaller passages were not only numerous but also appeared randomly, making them extremely difficult to control. Humanity could only remain entrenched in its base cities. Of course, if the abyss is willing to pay a greater price, it can also open a passage to accommodate the arrival of a king-level monster. 5 years ago, Tiandu City, which is next to Shanxing City, was destroyed in the same way. My current strength is still too weak. I need to raise my soul power level to the general level to have the ability to protect myself. Even if I can only use 1,000th of Black Impermanence's strength, it should still be something that ordinary king-level beings cannot compare to. Moreover, my purplish-black star is the size of a pea, so it should be able to exert at least 5,000ths of its power, right? Unfortunately, my soul power level is too weak. I can only last 3 seconds. Then let's increase our soul power. Su Ming muttered to himself, then took out a spatial storage card, took out one soul stone after another, and absorbed the energy within. These things were all rewards given to him by Gu Tiexiong and others, in order to help him improve his strength as quickly as possible. At that moment, no one knew. 500 miles outside of Qingshan district, a lake suddenly began to boil like water. Immediately afterwards, a huge whirlpool appeared in the center of the lake, and a strange figure wearing a tattered straw hat and as thin as a rake flew out. It stood suspended in midair atop the giant vortex, its crimson aura carrying an eerie power rippling outwards. The strange creatures around them all knelt down, prostrating themselves and trembling. The withered tree stared eerily in the direction of the green mountain area and cackled. Human Su Ming? Today, I will use your head to establish my reputation. Chapter 57 Dark Origin Mountain Mission, Realm Advancement. Chapter 57 Dark Origin Mountain Mission, Realm Advancement. Since the descent of the mist 1,000 years ago, few humans have entered it. The entire wilderness was shrouded in mist, which even the sunlight could not pierce or dispel. However, it's quite amazing. Despite the lack of sunlight, the trees and weeds in the misty area still grow vigorously, and now they have mostly grown into towering trees, creating a vast and magnificent sight. However, if one were to break through the fog, one would surely discover that these large trees were all black, swaying in the wind, appearing extremely eerie. Deep within this misty realm, eeriness roams freely, and it has long since become a paradise for strange creatures, rarely visited by humans. Today, however, I saw a gaunt figure walking slowly beneath the dark, dense forest, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Wherever he went, all the strange creatures around him bowed their heads and trembled. The place where humans live is so different from the abyss. The power of the abyss can only coexist by attaching itself to the mist. It's really hard to adapt. But can this abyssal power, diluted 100-fold, still be considered abyssal power? A gaunt figure spoke in a low, emotionless voice. Zoom in. Only then did they realize that the person had a withered face, wore a straw hat, and had a dark brown hair hanging down from the back of his head, which looked like a horse's tail. It paced forward, making a clattering sound, which sounded particularly strange in the empty, dense forest. It turned out that the figure was none other than the king-level monster that had emerged from the pool earlier. The elders of Dark Origin Mountain seem to care a lot about this person. If I can kill him by myself, I might be able to join Dark Origin Mountain after I go back and rise to prominence from then on. The three of them, Qi and Qi, have gotten lost in the spatial passage. Don't blame me for striking first. Haha, such a reward for taking the life of a low-level card master? I won't be polite then. A withered, eerie laugh rang out, and an invisible pressure rippled outwards. The other monsters trembled, kowtowed, and made strange noises. Hearing these pleas for mercy, the withered and eerie creature took a deep breath of satisfaction before murmuring, This feeling of being in control of everything is just too wonderful. I almost don't want to leave. No rush. Once I complete this mission, I'll be able to join Dark Origin Mountain. Then I'll have a chance to experience the abyss. As it spoke, it did not stop for a moment, continuing to stroll towards the Qingshan district. The sound of footsteps echoed through the dense forest. In fact, wherever it goes, the mist gathers around it, and when you're inside it, you can't see what it actually looks like. In the blink of an eye, for days have passed. Number 48, Yangwang Road, Qingshan District. Su Ming sat cross-legged in the cramped bedroom, his palms facing the sky. A fist-sized soul stone floated in front of him, connected to him by a faint blue ribbon. He closed his eyes, and pale blue soul power continuously flowed into his body. Buzz. Just then, a surge of soul power emanated from his body. Then, a golden card holder appeared on his wrist, transforming from an illusion into reality. The next second, a terrifying suction force erupted from the card-controlling device, directly drawing the soul power from the soul stone into it. With a loud boom, the fist-sized soul stone didn't even last 10 seconds before being completely absorbed, turning into a pile of waste. Immediately afterwards, a golden 5-pointed star on the card-controlling device condensed and took shape in the blink of an eye, protruding slightly. The 5-pointed star is the size of a normal soybean, slightly raised, and shimmering with golden light. Even when inlaid on this golden jade card, it does not lose its luster. Soldier level 2 stars, still a long way off. My current soul power can only support the God Race magic card for about 3 seconds. If we continue to create divine magic cards and the progress of deification continues to increase, it may not even last a second, and then it will be useless. No, I must reach my current soul power limit before the World Championship. Our opponent in this World Championship also has a mythic card creator, so we must go all out. If creating too many divine magic cards increases my ascension progress too much, wouldn't that be a disguised way of weakening my strength? This world is fraught with danger. This is a grave taboo. Su Ming murmured to himself, then took out another magic stone and began to absorb it to his heart's content. What he lacks now is soul power. As long as he has enough soul power, he can smoothly advance to the level of a general-level card master. However, don't underestimate him. As a card master with a demigod-quality card-controlling device, he has achieved godhood. His strength goes far beyond what is visible on the surface. At the very least, the soul power within his body is comparable to that of an ordinary first-star general. At this moment, downstairs at Su Ming's house, before anyone knew it, several figures had appeared in the narrow, dark alleyway. Old Feng, aren't you an elder of the Magic Card Association? When did you start taking orders from Minister Ouyang? Li Wushuang leaned against the streetlight and asked. Feng rolled his eyes at the other person and replied, I don't take orders from anyone. I don't represent the Magic Card Master Association, nor the Night Watchers. I only represent myself. If I'm not mistaken, your thoughts are probably similar to mine, right? Yes, back when we were taking the college entrance exam, we used the ceiling card and almost stopped Su Ming from creating the magic card. We really deserve to die. Li Wushuang replied, squinting as she gazed into the distance, as if reminiscing. Feng nodded and said, actually, this has nothing to do with you. In fact, if you hadn't stopped me, I probably would have already taken action. If that were the case, I can't even imagine the consequences. I would be the one who should apologize the most. I never expected that the higher-ups would praise me for my courage and for my contribution in discovering geniuses. I am truly ashamed. Elder Feng, Principal Li, you don't need to feel ashamed. In the end, at least it's for the better, isn't it? Besides, you listened to advice back then. If Su Ming hadn't been at number 2 middle school, and you hadn't been the examiner, he might have been stopped when he got the pure dark elemental materials. At this moment, 3 figures emerged from the alley next door. The leader was burly with bulging muscles, clearly possessing explosive power. After the burly man finished speaking, another short-haired woman behind him smiled and said, Captain Huang is right, and the praise from above is also correct. It's already quite good that you two held out until that time before taking action. Moreover, you only used a ceiling card and didn't use violent means, which is extremely rare. If it were someone else, it would be difficult to do better than you. But, just as Elder Feng was about to say something, another thin, short old man behind Captain Huang couldn't help but sneer. I say, Old Man Feng, what are you doing all day? Always worrying about this and that. When will it end? You're getting the benefit and then acting innocent. I've never seen anyone like you before. Hearing the old man's words, Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. Old Du, you don't understand. Never mind, never mind. Today, I came here on my own initiative to protect Su Ming. I didn't expect that I wasn't the only one who came. Upon hearing this, Captain Huang couldn't help but laugh and said, Student Su Ming is the first and only mythical card creation master in our 9 provinces, so naturally we must protect him. Everyone is aware of the regulations above. On Blue Star, Emperor-level experts are not allowed to take action, otherwise Minister Ouyang would probably have come in person. Giant Bear Squad, the #1 night watch squad in our mountain city. With you guys here, we can rest assured. Li Wushuang remained leaning against the street lamp, looking at the 3 night watchmen before him, a slight smile appearing on his face. But the next second, his expression changed drastically. The remaining people were also king-level card masters, and their pupils contracted as they looked towards the direction outside the city. The 5 of them exclaimed in unison, "Oh no! A high-level monster is rapidly approaching." Chapter 58, The Black Impermanence, a demigod-level card-controlling artifact for blessing. Chapter 58, The Black Impermanence, a demigod-level card-controlling artifact bringing fortune. Outside the Qingshan district, mist surged. Like a raging flood, it becomes uncontrollable. The small, eerie creatures living in the surrounding area prostrated themselves on the ground, constantly bowing their heads, as if welcoming the arrival of a king. Da-da-da. Immediately, crisp footsteps could be heard coming from the depths of the mist, one after another, continuous and extremely rhythmic. Da-da-da. The crisp sound grew closer and closer, and a thick fog seemed to be carrying something as it emerged from the depths of the fog, and the crisp footsteps came from within this strange fog. Soon, the fog reached a distance of nearly 10 miles from the city wall before finally stopping. As the thick fog dissipated, a strange creature emerged, resembling a withered husk, wearing a straw hat and sporting a ponytail. Its legs, as thin as bamboo poles, were deeply embedded in the soil, and it was truly baffling how it produced the clattering sound of its footsteps. After 4 days of getting used to Earth's energy density, it's time to make our move. The straw hat made a strange, dry sound, and dark energy surged around its body, enveloping it as it soared into the sky. Wherever it passed, the mist quickly dissipated, swiftly merging into the darkness. Sensation. Instantly, a strange and terrifying aura emanated from the peak of the king level, causing the entire space to tremble. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just then, 4 figures soared into the sky from the Qingshan district and instantly blocked the way for the strange straw hat. Human Green Mountain area ahead. Proceed with caution. The burly Captain Huang hovered in the air at the very front, the iron hammer in his hand emitting a faint golden light. His power as a king-level 7-star was fully unleashed. Behind him, the other 2 members of the Giant Bear Squad, along with Feng from the Magic Card Master Association, stood side by side, each holding a legendary magic card in their hands, their eyes fixed on the strange creature, as if facing a formidable enemy. The straw hat stood eerily in midair, its withered right hand reaching out to touch the straw hat, and said in a low voice, "What if I say no?" King-level monsters are not allowed to enter the base city. This is a rule set by the Abyss Dark Origin Mountain and the Human Federation. Do you want to break it? Captain Huang refused to budge an inch, raising his voice even higher. He hoped to scare the other side away with this agreement, which would also avoid a fight, and was naturally the best way. The strange straw hat in front of him put him under immense pressure. The opponent's strength was definitely above his own. If they really fought, the Giant Bear Squad might not be a match for them. It doesn't matter if he loses his own life, but he must protect Su Ming, this prodigy. This is also the mission that the Giant Bear Squad has come here for. Therefore, if it's possible to avoid conflict, then it's best to avoid it to prevent any unexpected incidents. He was also well aware that although this rule had been established, the neighboring Tiandu city was still completely wiped out by the combined efforts of the 10 king-level monsters. The original agreement only stipulated that Emperor-level beings could not use force on Blue Star, and that mysterious king-level beings were not allowed to enter the base city. However, there is no rule that a king-level mystic cannot make a move. If a king-level anomaly possesses the ability to destroy a base city, then the destroyed base city is no longer a base city. This can be considered a vulnerability in the protocol. Unfortunately, the Blue Star Alliance can't change anything. Humanity is ultimately weak. If it weren't for the major passes that straddle the passage between Blue Star and the Abyss, Blue Star would probably have fallen long ago. It was already quite an achievement that they were able to negotiate this contract with the supernatural. Unfortunately, Captain Huang's wish was not fulfilled in the end. Upon hearing this, the Straw Hat creepy sneered. "Ha ha ha. You humans are truly naive. Rules? As long as this area is wiped out, it won't be breaking the rules. However, if you can hand over a human named Su Ming to me, I will spare these poor reptiles." The Straw Hat loomed eerily high above, its dark color pulsating, its aura rising once more, and the surrounding mist rapidly gathering around it. "Oof, you're dreaming. If you want to get over there, then you'll have to step over my dead body." Captain Huang snorted coldly, and another legendary magic card was embedded into the card-controlling device. Instantly, a set of armor appeared on his body, and the iron hammer in his hand clanged loudly. His eyes were wide open, his pupils were bloodshot, and his aura was rapidly increasing. However, he was only at the king-level 7-star realm after all. Even though he possessed two extremely precious legendary magic cards, and even though they were a perfect combination of offense and defense, he still did not have the upper hand in terms of momentum. Their pupils widened in shock as they stared at the eerie black light emanating from the Straw Hat. The nascent form of the Dark Realm. It had actually touched upon the nascent form of the realm, and the opponent was actually a strange being at the peak of the king level. At that moment, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines as they looked at the strange Straw Hat in front of them, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Drink." Immediately, the three people behind Captain Huang activated their magic cards, unleashing their peak combat power. They were all at the king level, so they naturally knew how terrifying the peak king level was. There is a huge gap between the king level and the emperor level, but the peak of the king level is only one step away from the emperor level. To break through from the king level to the emperor level, one must comprehend at least 1/10 of the artistic conception, which is also the minimum requirement for the emperor level. However, the artistic conception is extremely difficult to grasp, and most king-level players are stuck at this stage for life. However, once one grasps the rudimentary form of the concept, one can be considered at the peak of the king level, and it is only a matter of time before one is promoted to the emperor level. After all, once you have a basic understanding, you just need to keep accumulating knowledge and experience until you can eventually comprehend the essence of the art. At that point, you can be called a half-step emperor realm expert. Once you reach the half-step emperor realm, comprehending 1/10 of the essence will be a natural progression. Peak king level, the embryonic form of the Dark Knight intent. Captain Huang muttered to himself, his hands gripping the heavy hammer, trembling uncontrollably. However, he did not back down. His aura actually increased against the odds, and the blood in his body began to boil. He stood in mid-air, instantly transforming into a blur, and swung his twin hammers directly at the straw hat-wearing figure. At the same time, the three people behind him also made their move. The orange character card coalesced into a man in black robes, which then transformed into a whirlwind and swept away. This is Lao Du's most treasured character card. Although it is only of orange quality, its level has been pushed to 5 stars of the king rank. Because of its orange epic quality, it is no less than Captain Huang. This is also what makes character cards so powerful. It can fight autonomously, especially after leveling up. However, the higher the quality of a magic card, the more difficult it is to upgrade its level, especially for character cards and scene cards. Of course, item cards are not included in this comparison, since once an item card is formed, it is fixed and cannot be improved later. The Giant Bear Squad is the #1 Night Watch squad in Shanqing City, yet not a single member possesses a legendary character card, let alone a scene card. Even rare scene cards are extremely rare and beyond their reach. Old Du obtained this king-level epic character card by sheer luck. Straw Hat stared strangely at the 4 approaching figures, then adjusted his hat again. A crack appeared at the corner of his withered face, revealing a scarlet tongue inside. Its black radiance suddenly spread out, rippling like black water. Thump! Immediately, the entire space seemed to freeze, and the 4 people who had turned into afterimages slowed down until they stopped moving completely. Bang! An invisible, immense force struck their bodies, forcing the 4 figures to fly backward, spraying blood as they crashed onto the city wall. Straw Hat, strangely as if he had done something insignificant, continued to walk to the outside of the city wall of Qingshan district. Then let's destroy it. Its black radiance grew increasingly intense, coalescing into a gigantic, withered black hand that slammed down towards the Green Mountain area. Thump, thump, thump. After 3 strikes, the protective barrier in Qingshan district teetered on the brink of collapse, and a fine crack appeared on it. At this moment, in the bedroom, Su Ming opened his eyes, his brows furrowing. Peak king level? Perfect. I'll use you to test the power of a demigod's card-controlling artifact. 3 seconds of black impermanence. S5,000ths of its true strength should be enough, right? As he spoke, he directly took out the impermanence, black impermanence, and inserted it into the card-controlling device with a click. Suddenly, dark clouds appeared in the sky, and darkness descended. Chapter 59 Horror. This is utter horror. Chapter 59 Horror. This is utter horror. Duong. A huge black handprint descended from the sky and landed on the transparent shield with a booming sound. The entire Qingshan district trembled, houses tilted, roads bulged, and people screamed in terror, yet dared not step out of their houses. In the dead of night, the streets are shrouded in mist, and ordinary people who run out will be infected by the mist and die a painful death. Fortunately, the houses in Qingshan district are not very tall and have undergone special reinforcement. As long as the protective shield is still in place, the houses will not collapse. However, the immense force still caused the house to shake violently from side to side, causing panic among the people. What's going on? Is this an earthquake? Lie down, lower your center of gravity, and whatever you do, don't go outside. There is fog at night, so we cannot go out. Look, isn't there a black hand outside the protective barrier? Holy crap, I saw it. It's huge. It's coming at us. No, there are 4 more figures blocking our way. They're wearing black cloaks. It's Lord Night Watch. We're saved. The Giant Bear Squad. It's the Giant Bear Squad. They're the strongest Night Watch squad in our mountain city. Phew, that puts my mind at ease. With the Giant Bear Squad here, these little monsters can't hurt us at all. The residents all came to the windows, looked up at the sky and at the 4 figures standing in the air, and cheered. This is the Giant Bear Squad. Although most of them had never seen the Giant Bear Squad, they were very familiar with the name. This is the most powerful Night Watch squad in the entire mountain city. How could a mountain city resident not know this? When they learned that the Giant Bear Squad had come to protect them, they were naturally relieved. In the eyes of these ordinary people, the Night Watchmen represent strength and protection. Although the eerie atmosphere was terrifying, seeing these figures draped in black cloaks brought a strange sense of peace. However, they were ultimately going to be disappointed. The giant hand fell again, and the 4 figures, despite their best efforts, could not even hold on for a moment. They were directly slapped away and sank into the ground, unable to move. Suddenly, all was silent. Everyone pressed their faces against the glass, watching the scene unfold in terror. At this moment, no one spoke. Only panic remained in their hearts. On the street, Captain Huang struggled to climb out of the pit. He coughed up blood, and the iron hammer in his hand was deformed from being smashed. His face was pale. He turned his head to look at Li Wushuang, who was sitting cross-legged in midair not far away, and asked in a low voice, "Elderly, how much longer?" "It will take at least another 6 minutes. I have been hiding my sword for 5 years, constantly nurturing it, but I am still far from perfect. If I had another 5 years, I might have succeeded. It's a pity that I have to use it today." Li Wushuang's voice came through, calm yet tinged with a hint of reluctance. However, he did not regret it. Compared to Su Ming, a mythical card master, what did Li Wushuang's future matter? Even if a royal-level monster were to come today, he would still protect Su Ming. 6 minutes? No way. The shield can only hold for 2 more minutes at most. That's far from enough. Captain Huang braced himself against the ground with an iron hammer, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth, his eyes fixed on the sky, his fighting spirit rising once more. However, he was so badly injured that if it weren't for the iron hammer supporting him, he wouldn't even be able to stand up. Unfortunately, this was the second time he had suffered a heavy blow. The first time, the Straw Hat's eerie black halo simply sent the group flying, leaving them unable to resist. Fortunately, that attack only caused him some injuries and did not affect his combat ability. With just this one strike, they realized just how terrifying the Straw Hat was, something that they alone could not defeat. But they cannot back down. As Night's Watchman, this is our duty. Fortunately, Li Wushuang stepped forward and said he could kill the Straw Hat monster, but only with one sword strike. This sword strike requires a long preparation time, but once it is drawn, it will surely kill the enemy. He had been preparing this sword strike for 5 years. The name of Li Wushuang, the Swift Swordsman, is truly legendary. His bizarre feat of fighting against 5 three-headed kings single-handedly was a terrifying achievement in the entire 9 provinces. Despite being severely injured in that battle, which damaged his foundation and caused his cultivation level to drop from king level to the peak of general level, he still suffered serious injuries. He then retired to his hometown, and became the principal of Qingshan District No. 2 Middle School, staying away from disputes and battles. However, the life of the swift swordsman has continued to spread among the Night Watchers, and even after 5 years, it has not diminished at all, and has even become more and more deified. The Giant Bear Squad and others were the Night Watchers of Mountain City. Back then, they had the utmost admiration for this hero who single-handedly killed the three-headed Demon King with a single sword. So when Li Wushuang told them that he could kill the Straw Hat Monster with a single sword strike, Captain Huang and the others had absolutely no doubts. Even if the person in front of him only had the sole power of a peak general. But what can we do about it? He's Li Wushuang. As long as we can hold out for 6 minutes, we can leave the rest to him. I'm at ease now. Captain Huang, leaning on his iron hammer, pulled out an orange epic card with magic from his pocket. He endured the intense pain in his body and directly inserted the magic card into the slot. Immediately, the magic card turned into specks of light, which eventually coalesced into a white porcelain bottle. This porcelain vase is only the size of a palm, with a slender waist and a red seal at the neck. 2 red tassels sway from the seal and flutter in the wind. Upon seeing this, Captain Huang immediately broke open the bottle and poured out a pill that shone with a pale golden light, emitting a fragrant aroma. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back and swallowed the bullet. His blood began to heat up, and a warm current flowed through his meridians. The body, which was originally broken and damaged, was reborn at this moment. The Great Rejuvenation Pill is indeed miraculously effective. It's a pity I only have one. Captain Huang felt his injuries healing rapidly and couldn't help but show a hint of joy. He held the heavy hammer, seemingly possessing inexhaustible strength. He knew that this was another effect of the Great Rejuvenation Pill, increasing soul power and strength. It was not only a holy medicine for healing injuries, but also a way to increase a person's soul power without any side effects. Wait. Before long, a new 5-pointed star grew on Captain Huang's card-controlling device, and it directly broke through to the King Level 8 star. That straw hat is weird. I have to stop you. He soared into the sky, his entire body transforming into a series of afterimages as he headed towards the eerie creature. Bang! But then, in the next second, his body flew backward again, blasting the floor into a huge crater, with drops of bright red blood falling from the sky. Clearly, it was a failure. Even with the help of the Great Rejuvenation Pill, which allowed him to break through to the 8th star of the King level, and with the added benefit of the unabsorbed medicinal effects, he was still no match for his opponent. The peak of the King level is simply too strong. My strongest attack barely managed to block one of my opponent's moves, and it was just a casual one at that. Uffed. Captain Wang stared at the black hand that dissipated and then coalesced in the sky, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with despair. We can't stop them. Our human race's peak King level experts, and even half-Emperor level powerhouses, are fighting fiercely at the Abyss Demon Suppression Pass. We alone can't stop them. Alas, the shield is about to shatter, Qingshan District is about to disappear, and our Kyushu's genius card creator is about to perish. Is this fate? No. Even if I, Feng, die, I'll die before Su Ming, as payment for my past mistakes. Duh. Captain Huang and the others almost all showed expressions of despair. Elder Feng even soared into the sky, his body radiating brilliant light as he flew towards the outside of the barrier, clearly prepared to fight to the death. As king-level powerhouses, although they cannot fly long distances, they can still fly for short periods of time. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. A chilling wind howled, as if demons were howling. A vengeful ghost snatches away souls, and the harbinger of death demands a vengeance. You old horse, today I'll use you to grind down my soul-snatching rope. Immediately afterwards, a deep voice boomed from the sky, and a black figure descended from the heavens riding on black clouds. Though it had a blue face and fangs and a fierce appearance, it was a different story. Yet one can sense an unprecedented sacred aura emanating from it. Black impermanence, standing tens of meters tall, hurled his soul-hooking rope like a venomous snake, arriving before the strange creature in the straw in the blink of an eye. How did you see through my true form? What exactly are you? Straw Hat was extremely shocked. Before it could finish speaking, it felt a sharp pain in its shoulder, and its entire body became incredibly heavy. A strong sense of crisis immediately overwhelmed my mind. Fear. This is terrifying. Chapter 60. A powerful bombardment. The captured eerie spirit. Chapter 60. A powerful bombardment. the captured eerie spirit of the black, soul-snatching rope pierced directly through his withered chest. Even the black light had to avoid its edge. Straw Hat raised his head strangely, looking at the giant with a blue face and fangs in front of him, and couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. However, it quickly put that aside and used all its strength to try to get rid of it. It could clearly sense that if it didn't break free, it would die instantly. Hee. The Straw Hat emitted a strange laugh, then stretched out its hands and tore the Straw Hat in two. But that's not all. The Straw Hat fell off, but its hands did not stop. They continued to tear downwards, splitting the dry flesh in two, and a bloody half of a horse's head emerged from it. It had half a horse's head on its head, and sticky blood kept dripping from it, making it look extremely creepy. Su Ming stood on the roof of his house, the card-wielding device in his hand emitting gold, purple, and black light. His face was pale, and he had already consumed a small portion of his soul power. It's too late, give it your all. He murmured to himself, his soul power instantly drained, and directly merged into the card-controlling artifact. Immediately, the black impermanence moved. He transformed into a streak of black light, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the straw-hatted monster by following the soul-snatching rope in his hand, and struck the monster's forehead directly with the mourning stick in his hand. Snap! Before the straw hat-wearing monster could react, it was knocked unconscious by the mourning stick and lost consciousness. Die! Su Ming's face was pale, and he murmured softly, his hand holding the card-controlling device trembling slightly. In midair, black impermanence moved accordingly, and the soul-hooking rope directly strangled him, causing his soul to be scattered. Old buddy, your weapon is really good. When will you be able to fight alongside me again? Black impermanence retracted the soul-hooking rope into his body, looked at the mourning staff in his right hand, and sighed. The next second, it transformed into a golden light spot and a magic card, flying back into Su Ming's hand. 3 seconds is already the limit, but even 5,000ths of black impermanence's strength is still incredibly powerful, at least at the half-step Emperor Realm level. Su Ming's face turned pale. Activating the characteristics of the demigod's card-controlling device was simply too taxing on his soul power. He squinted, carefully recalling everything that had just happened, and couldn't help but let out a soft, "Wait a minute, when I used black impermanence. Just now, I seemed to sense a subtle obstacle. What exactly was that?" However, no matter how much he pondered it, he still couldn't figure out where the obstacle came from. Whoosh! In the sky, the dark clouds dispersed, and a torn straw hat and a strange corpse fell from the sky. Everyone was completely stunned by what they had just witnessed. He was killed in a bizarre way. He was killed in just 3 seconds. Holy crap, I thought I was going to die today, but I survived. It's really a miracle. Did you see who did it? I only saw a terrifying creature that was tens of meters long. Could it be another, even more terrifying and bizarre creature? It's not a strange creature. It's the black impermanence. Black impermanence? You mean? That's right. It's the God Clan magic card that Su Ming, the genius of our Qingshan district, created during the college entrance examination. I see. That explains why it felt so familiar. Wait a minute. Didn't Su Shin just graduate from high school? How could he possibly possess such immense power? Yes, even the giant bear squad is no match for that straw hat monster. Not even a single blow. No matter how monstrous Su Ming's talent is, it's impossible for him to surpass Captain Huang Jia, or even the entire giant bear squad, right? Uncle, it's not just the giant bear squad. There's also that other old man. He's an inner elder of the Mountain City branch of the Magic Card Master Association, and also a king-level card master. No, didn't you just see that? That blue-faced, fanged figure with blood dripping from its teeth, holding chains, looks exactly like the black impermanence. Indeed, it seems that prodigies cannot be viewed with normal eyes. They are simply too powerful. Hee, I can only call Su Shin an eternal god. Uncle, he and I were classmates. Now he has saved all of us. This is fate. Fate my ass. Your card-wielding artifact hasn't even awakened yet. From now on you get the hell out of here and go work as a laborer. Duh. Along the streets, whispers of conversation gradually rose, filled with a sense of joy at surviving a catastrophe. It is said that the eyes of the masses are discerning, and this is absolutely true. Many people immediately recognized that the one who eliminated the strange creature was black impermanence. Actually, this is all thanks to the Kyushu Magic Card Master League. Su Ming's use of the God Race magic cards caused an uproar among the people of Kyushu. For 1,000 years since the mysterious abyss descended, the people of Kyushu have strived for so long. Yet they have never created a single god-type magic card of their own. They have truly suffered for too long over the lack of a god-type magic card. At this moment, someone suddenly created a divine magic card that truly belonged to the 9 provinces. How could this go unnoticed? Even though He Wuchang only appeared on the arena for a short time, he is still remembered by many people. Moreover, this is Qingshan district of Chongqing, Su Ming's hometown. Back then, the extraordinary phenomenon of He Wuchang's transformation into a card greatly benefited the entire Qingshan district. In addition, as a prodigy who had emerged from his own background, his pride became even more apparent. This is the general public's opinion. Those with conjunctivitis are only a minority. However, the most shocked were Captain Huang Jie and his team. As king-level card masters who had also fought against the Straw Hat Pirates, they naturally knew better than anyone how terrifying the opponent's strength was. Before its transformation, it was already at the peak of the king level, having grasped the rudiments of the concept. Even though Wang Jie had broken through to the 8th star of the king level, and, with the help of the Great Rejuvenation Pill, was almost comparable to a 9-star, he still couldn't withstand a single move from his opponent. Their Giant Bear squad is the #1 Night Watch squad in Shanxing City, so their strength is naturally not weak. However, he was still no match for his opponent. Such a bizarre situation was instantly neutralized by the Black Impermanence in a single move. Even after the Straw Hat mysteriously peeled away its withered skin to reveal its true form, it remained the same. The shock they felt was beyond words. Wow, so powerful. Is this the first mythical card creator in Kyushu to be able to unleash such power with only the soldier-level realm? A mythical card master with absolute originality is just too strong. The shock that Captain Huang felt was beyond words. He stared blankly at the strange, fallen corpse, seemingly lost in thought. At this moment, at the end of the street, Li Wuxuang sat cross-legged, and in front of him, half of a cyan longsword was flashing with cyan light, and a terrifying aura was gradually rising as time went by. It seems that given enough time, this sword strike could even pierce the sky. The next second, a smile appeared on Li Wuxuang's lips, and his aura quickly subsided. The light on the half of the Gale sword also quickly faded and merged into the other half of the longsword. Only when the light faded did the appearance of the cyan longsword finally become visible. It was only half a piece, and even the remaining half had tiny cracks, as if it would shatter at the slightest touch. However, this half-sword just now unleashed an extremely terrifying power. Good lad, you actually possess such strength. I won't need to draw my sword anymore. After another 5 years of nurturing, the Gale sword will be completely transformed. Li Wuxuang chuckled and murmured, the long sword in his hand transforming into a golden magic card. No, it was half a magic card. That's right. His Gale sword was broken in the first place, and only half of the magic card remains. Even so, thanks to his close connection with the Gale sword, he miraculously survived and was not completely destroyed. After 5 years of nurturing, the conditions for its use were finally met. Old buddy, I hope we can still fight side by side 5 years from now. Li Wuxuang touched the magic card in his hand, and the half of the magic card also shimmered with golden light, as if in response. Suddenly, the brown ponytail on the strange corpse that had fallen to the ground quietly fell off and turned into a stream of light, disappearing directly into the nearby residential building. It's a legendary material. My luck is just too good. Su Ming looked at the intact ponytail in his hand and was overjoyed. For a king-level being to drop a legendary-level material is indeed a matter of great luck, even if the other party is at the peak of the king level. After all, even ordinary royal-level monsters mostly only drop epic materials. Buzz. Just then, the Black Impermanence magic card in Su Ming's hand suddenly trembled, and a message flowed directly into his mind. Dark Origin Mountain. 3 more strange beings are coming to kill me, and one of them is a half-emperor-level being. Su Ming's heart sank immediately, and he directly probed his consciousness into the Black Impermanence magic card. At this moment, Black Impermanence stood quietly in the vast space, with a half-masted eerie horse under its feet, trembling. Chapter 61 Young man, you lack martial ethics. Chapter 61 Young man, you lack martial virtue. The card space is vast and boundless. However, outside the central 10-mile radius, everything outside is a chaotic mess, and nothing can be seen clearly. Black Impermanence stood in the center, the eerie half-horse-shaped figure under his foot, unable to move. Su Ming's consciousness coalesced in this space, gradually transforming into his original form. Soldier-level realm? You. You're just a lowly soldier-level kid? How is this possible? A strange voice came from the straw hat, filled with shock. It never expected that the one who would kill it would be a little guy who wasn't even a general. What a joke. It's a peak-level king-class monster, a renowned figure in the abyss, commanding thousands of bizarre creatures. Even Dark Origin Mountain, one of the three major forces in the abyss, almost met the threshold for joining. If this mission is completed, I will definitely be able to join it. With the support of Dark Origin Mountain's resources, its strength will surely increase by leaps and bounds, and it may even be able to advance to the Emperor realm in a short period of time, thus becoming a well-known figure in the abyss. On the surface of Blue Star, even Emperor-level powerhouses are not allowed to make a move. With its peak king-level strength, it can basically do whatever it wants. After all, the human race's kings who could defeat it were all stationed at the Abyss Demon Suppression Pass, and there was no time to rescue it. Even those Night Watchers at the king level were no match for it just now, so what else could possibly stop it? To be honest, Straw Hat Ghost was already confident of victory at that time. In its view, dealing with a mere soldier-level card master is a piece of cake. In fact, even a slight aura emanating from him could make soldiers bow down in submission, not daring to utter a sound, and leaving them no choice but to be slaughtered. However, it still failed. The Dark Giant, which was tens of meters tall, filled it with despair. The fear from the bottom of its heart was something it could not resist, and even directly reduced its strength. The eerie aura emanating from that blue-faced, fanged figure was unlike anything he had ever heard of. That fear is not simply about facing a stronger opponent. After all, it could sense that although the aura emanating from He Wuchang was powerful, it wasn't ridiculously strong. At most, it was only at the half-step Emperor level, or the early Emperor level. Such powerful beings are often encountered in the abyss, and they do not bring such great pressure. That kind of pressure felt just like when I faced a saint-level expert. The oppressive aura emanating from those in power made it tremble and feel fear involuntarily. It originally thought that the person who was activating this powerful and strange figure must be a strong person, at least at the peak of the king level, or even at the half-step Emperor level. Otherwise, how could he have killed himself so easily? However, it now realizes how wrong it was. The other party was just a low-level card master. This is truly beyond the bounds of its understanding, isn't it? You brain-dead horse, why did you come to kill me? Just then, the boy's voice rang out, his cold tone tinged with a hint of curiosity. However, when Straw Hat heard these words, he felt his blood rush to his head and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, it is now just a remnant soul, otherwise it would have coughed up several bottles of blood. Brain-dead horse? What on earth is this kid saying? I'm a dignified king-level mystic. Don't I have any dignity? The strange half of the horse's head was being trampled under Black Impermanence's feet, and it looked at Su Ming with an indignant expression. However, it wisely kept quiet. There's no way to hide under someone's roof. You have to bow your head. Su Ming frowned slightly and asked again, I'm asking you a question. As he spoke, Black Impermanence increased the force of his foot, even deforming the opponent's head. The entire space changed color, and the cold wind kept blowing against it, making its last remaining soul tremble, like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished. Dark Origin Mountain. This is a mission issued by Dark Origin Mountain at great cost. The Straw Hat spoke in a strange and fearful tone. Although it was already dead and had no body, it should have been able to let go of its worries. But the more it did so, the more afraid it became. Its last remaining vestige of soul is its last hope. If even this disappears, then it will truly vanish from the world, utterly annihilated. Su Ming's lips curled up as he continued. Dark Origin Mountain? Tell me the specifics of the situation. He was extremely curious about what this Dark Origin Mountain was, since he had never even heard of it before. Why would it provoke him and even be willing to pay such a high price? To be honest, Su Ming was still a little uneasy about being targeted by such a strange force. Now, being able to learn more about the other party would be the best thing ever. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. In this world, it would be extremely difficult for Su Ming to conceal his talent. There's no other way. If you want to improve your strength, you'll have to spread rumors like this. In this world, any absolutely original work of epic quality or higher will be blessed by the heavens. How could it possibly be hidden? Unless Su Ming chooses to remain hidden and not create the powerful Chinese myths of his past life. This is clearly impossible, completely contrary to Su Ming's original intention. All I can say is that we're trying to keep a low profile. Su Ming swore that he was really trying his best to keep a low profile. There was nothing he could do. His abilities simply wouldn't allow it. Straw Hat spoke in a strange and terrified voice. If I tell you, will you let me go? You're trying to negotiate with me? A prisoner like you has no right to do that. Su Ming narrowed his eyes and said coldly. The Straw Hat fell into an eerie silence. It did not speak again. It also understood that this was its only chance to survive. Su Ming narrowed his eyes, and after a long while, he continued. You should also know that even if you don't tell me about the situation at Black Origin Mountain, I can find out from other places. However, I can promise you that as long as you can provide more useful information, I can spare your life. Really? Straw Hat asked mysteriously, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Su Ming said impatiently. If you keep talking nonsense, I'm really not satisfied. Straw Hat Weird quickly spoke up. Dark Origin Mountain is one of the 3 major forces in the Abyss. Most of its members are Emperor-level weirds, and its Mountain Lord is a Saint-level expert with extremely strong strength. He is considered one of the highest leaders in the Abyss. These aren't exactly secrets, are they? Su Ming replied that although he was not clear about the situation of the Abyss, it was impossible for humanity to be unaware of this much information after fighting against the Abyss for so many years. If that's really the case, then it's incredibly useless and absurd. The eerie creature hummed twice, then spoke again. That's right, it's not exactly a secret. I might not know as much as you human high-ranking officials, but I can tell you just how powerful those 3 eerie creatures from Sunflower Leaf are, and what their trump cards are. Straw Hat looked at the smile on Su Ming's face with a strange expression before explaining in a low voice. 10 minutes later, Su Ming nodded in satisfaction and said, Good, this is valuable information. I'm very satisfied. That's good. I really told you everything I knew. Straw Hat Weird breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there's life, there's hope. Even if only a wisp of a soul remains, it's better than complete annihilation. However, just then, it suddenly felt the foot stepping on its head getting heavier and heavier, and a strong sense of crisis came over it. The killing intent came from above and directly seeped into its forehead. It screeched loudly. Young man, you have no martial ethics. Bang. The next moment, accompanied by a loud bang, this strange remnant soul was trampled and disappeared by black impermanence, completely annihilated. Su Ming's consciousness also withdrew directly from this magic card space. He sat on the bed, opened his eyes, and murmured coldly, I didn't kill you. It was black impermanence who did it. Having lived 2 lives, Su Ming naturally understood the principle that being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. He's not stupid. Why would he let a tiger return to the mountain? This is where things get complicated. I don't know if sending a message now will be in time. Su Ming frowned, took out his communicator, and sent messages to Ouyang Qingran, Zhou Chengli, Gu Tiexiong, and others. Chapter 62 The Three-Headed Monster, Creating a Card Again. Chapter 62 The Three-Headed Monster once again destroys the capital of Cardia and the Night Watch headquarters. Zhou Chengli frowned as he looked at the message on the communicator. Sunflower Leaf? That hanging ghost from Dark Origin Mountain? I didn't expect the people of Dark Origin Mountain to find out about Su Ming so quickly. This is really troublesome. This Sunflower Leaf is proficient in the way of water and has already comprehended the meaning of cold water. It is probably not far from comprehending 1 level and completely stepping into the Emperor realm. There are only 3 people in our human race who can fight against it. 2 of these 3 are prodigies of the Western Alliance. Only that kid Mingfeng can stand up to them, but he loves adventure and fighting. I wonder if he's still at Jinma Pass. As Zhou Chengli murmured to himself, he stood up and transformed into a streak of light, speeding towards Shanghai. 10 days later, Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes and reached out to pull the soul stone floating in front of him into his arms. His eyes gazed out of the city, and he frowned, saying, such a dense abyssal aura. And there seemed to be 3 of them? It seems that the 3 strange creatures with the sunflower leaf have opened a spatial passage and descended. Wow. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, the sound of a baby crying resurfaced in his mind. Although it wasn't as loud as it was at the beginning, it was already showing signs of activity and was no longer completely silent. However, he was neither surprised nor afraid. The power of the Abyss Curse is truly tenacious. I only activated a wisp of it for 10 days, and it has already revived. In fact, it is getting stronger every day. Today, it can even cry out again, affecting my mind. Su Ming suppressed the lingering abyssal curse once more before letting out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, after being suppressed again, it fell silent once more, losing its former power. However, what he is most worried about now is not the curse of the abyss, but the terrifying and bizarre three-headed creature that has already descended. Su Ming squinted and quickly walked out of the bedroom into the living room. At this moment, 2 men and 1 woman were sitting in the small living room. Principal Li, Aunt Zhou, Brother Mingfeng, they have arrived. Su Ming pushed open the door and got straight to the point. There was no time to lose. Zhou Juling also stood up, put on her black battle robe, and said with a smile, Su Ming, don't worry. With me and Xiaofeng here, those 3 from Qi can't hurt you. As for Lao Li, you should just stay on the sidelines and watch. Don't just show off all day. Continue to nurture yourself. What the human race needs most are top-level experts. After she finished speaking, the golden magic card entered the nest, transforming into a pair of dark gauntlets, and she herself became a blur as she flew out of the city. Brother Su, we are fortunate to have been able to fight this strange creature. Qi head on. Don't worry. Leave it to me. I will make sure you are not harmed. A smile appeared on Mingfeng's handsome face, and his fighting spirit quietly rose. Clearly, they had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Although Mingfeng is relatively weak in card creation, he is extremely strong in card control. He can quickly master any magic card and unleash its full power in no time. Furthermore, his comprehension is extremely high, especially in the Golden Path, which excels in killing and warfare. He is only 25 years old now, yet he has already reached the half-step Emperor level. He has also comprehended 0.7% of the meaning of Ruijin. He will definitely be able to comprehend 10% of it before he turns 26, directly stepping into the Emperor level and becoming a true Emperor level card master. At that time, as long as he uses the Metal Attribute Magic card, he will be able to unleash even more terrifying power. He can even use the true form of the magic card to directly arm himself, merging himself with the magic card and causing his strength to soar. However, all of this will have to wait until he successfully reaches the Emperor level. He hasn't reached that level of strength yet, but he is currently the only half-step Emperor realm expert in the entire 9 provinces. Mingfeng is very excited. He is good at fighting and loves fighting even more. The reason he was able to cultivate so quickly over the years was because he loved fighting and enjoyed that exhilarating feeling. That's roughly what it means to use war to sustain war and use war to strengthen the body. The name Qi may not be familiar to ordinary people, but it is well known in the Abyss. It is a member of Dark Origin Mountain, one of the 3 major forces in the Abyss. Moreover, he is the only core member below the Ghost Emperor, and his reputation has long been widespread. As a fellow half-step Emperor-level cultivator, Mingfeng had long wanted to have a thoroughly enjoyable battle with this core member of Dark Origin Mountain. Now that it has finally arrived, I am naturally extremely excited. In the sky, Zhou Juling and Mingfeng continued to venture deeper into the mist, their bodies radiating a free-flowing aura that parted the surrounding fog, a truly magical sight. Aunt Zhou, be careful, we're almost there at the location Brother Su sensed. The 2 slowed down, and Mingfeng reminded them in a low voice. He also inserted a magic card into the card-controlling device, which immediately materialized into a dark red longsword. The exquisite heroine has appeared. Without hesitation, Zhou Juling conjured a golden magic card that transformed into a female knight-errant dressed in white, causing the surrounding black mist to retreat in fear and avoid her. This female warrior has a graceful figure, holds a slender sword, wears a bamboo hat and a white veil, and looks like a fairy descended to earth. This is also Zhou Juling's source of confidence. Her character card is extremely powerful. As a golden legendary quality magic card, she has cultivated it to the peak of the king level. When the 2 fight together, ordinary peak ghost kings are no match for her. Inside the house at this moment, Su Ming gazed into the distance, and then selected 3 sets of materials and 1 spiritual item from his storage card. The legendary ponytail he had obtained earlier was among them. For the past 10 days, he has been absorbing the soul power from the soul stone, but he has only increased his star level by 3. He has now barely reached the 5th star of the soldier level. However, this is not because he has low talent or cultivates too slowly. Rather, after this card artifact is upgraded to the demigod level, the required soul power increases exponentially, and the soul power required for the upgrade naturally rises accordingly. Phew, it seems I can't continue to increase my soul power. Although Mingfeng and Aunt Zhou are very strong, and there is even Principal Li's heaven-defying sword that has been nurtured for 5 years, according to that straw hat's strange statement. These three strange creatures all come from Dark Origin Mountain and are extremely powerful. Even though only Qi is a core disciple, and the other two are peripheral members, they still cannot be neglected. Su Ming murmured to himself, continuing to ponder. No, I can't put all my eggs in one basket. Black Impermanence and Oxhead can only use less than 5/1000ths of their power, and even that's not very smooth. Even though my skill level has improved, I can only maintain it for about 5 seconds. The opponent is much stronger than the Straw Hat Phantom. I can't gamble. It seems I can't continue to increase my soul power. Oxhead and Horseface, it's time for you to meet. Su Ming murmured softly, then sat cross-legged, his pale blue spiritual energy surging out and transforming into a glass-like blue calligraphy brush. Chapter 63 The Scarecrow and Li Wushuang. Chapter 63 The Scarecrow and Li Wushuang 500 miles outside Qingshan District. There was still that pool of amber. At this moment, three strange humanoid figures were standing by the lake. The one in the lead was dressed in a frail figure, with its head lowered and its hair covering its face, making it impossible to see its features. Only a jet-black tongue hung down naturally, level with the hair, and blood-red liquid slowly dripped from the tip of the tongue, corroding a large hole in the ground, which was covered with thick white frost, making it look extremely strange. This strange creature is none other than Qi, a core disciple of Dark Origin Mountain. As a hanging ghost, this is its true form. Once you reach that level of mastery, it's naturally not difficult for you to disguise yourself and change your appearance. However, it doesn't care at all and almost always appears in this form. This doesn't mean that they have a particularly good state of mind or have seen through the illusions of the world. The main problem is that these kinds of images are so common in the abyss. They are bizarrely shaped and come in all sorts of strange forms, and most of them don't even look human. Putting everything else aside, its appearance is considered naturally beautiful even in the abyss. When you see them on a normal day, you have to call them noble. For example, the strange straw hat from before was originally a fake. Its main body is half a horse's head, and the area below the head is entirely composed of stark white bones, making it look extremely terrifying. In the abyss, there has always been a legend. The more noble and bizarre a creature is, the less bizarre it appears. Instead, it resembles a normal human being. However, although this saying has been circulating in the abyss, it is very difficult to find strange creatures that are no different from humans. A leaf like a sunflower is considered top tier. At least it still has a human form, just a rather terrifying appearance. For example, the two behind Qi are not human-like. One is a hunting dog that is completely rotting, but it is quite large, about the size of an elephant. The other one was even more appalling. Although it was humanoid, it was a scarecrow, which was rather cute as it hopped around. Senior Sister Kuei, let's skip the planning and get to work. The hound's eerie voice rang out, tinged with anger. Oh, what did you hear this time? Qi asked, her curiosity piqued. This hunting dog is strangely skilled in tracking, and can even hear the mental images of strange creatures of lower levels than itself. Of course, this only applies to bizarre creatures. It doesn't apply to other races. If it can break through to the emperor level and integrate into the artistic conception, perhaps this constraint can be broken. Black and white light spots appeared in the hound's eerie eyes, gradually coalescing into a basketball-sized, mirror-like shape in front of it. The mirror is playing scattered images, almost all of which are strangely related to the straw hat. This is also one of the hound's strange abilities, to combine the collected information from the mind and manifest it for others to see. Huh? That straw hat guy is such a brainless idiot, always doing things that alert the enemy. Humph, what a waste. Although it failed, the human race will definitely strengthen their vigilance, making it even more difficult for us to complete the mission this time. Qi's tongue trembled as she spoke, though her words were somewhat unclear. But there's nothing we can do about it. With such a long tongue in anyone's mouth, they probably wouldn't be able to speak clearly. It's quite remarkable that it can speak so fluently. Uncle Master, what do you think? Qi turned her head and bowed to the scarecrow, asking a question. Swish, swish, swish. The scarecrow shook its body, and then a deep voice rang out. With me here, it's all right. Even the most powerful king-level expert can't be my match. My master seals his realm, so he's naturally invincible in the king realm. But what if the opposing king realm expert severs their own Dao foundation? A king realm expert severing his own Dao foundation? Don't you know how much courage that takes? I've lived for 600 years, and I've only ever seen one like that. The scarecrow, upon reaching this point, couldn't help but say with admiration, you may have heard of that person. His name is Li Wushuang. Li Wushuang. He severed his own Dao foundation. Wasn't part of his Dao foundation severed by you? He asked in confusion. You're right. It was indeed us who cut it down. It took the combined efforts of the 5 of us king-level mystic beings to sever a portion of its defensive artifact. However, Li Wushuang's talent is simply too high. We severed his Dao foundation, yet he was able to use this power to employ a secret technique, burning the severed Dao foundation to unleash an extremely terrifying sword strike. The scarecrow paused noticeably at this point, his voice trembling slightly, clearly terrified. After resting for a moment, it continued. That sword strike was not something a king realm expert could deliver. With just one sword strike, he suppressed us all and even killed 3 of us. Alas, after that battle, I was unable to break the seal I had placed on myself for 5 years. I'm afraid I'll be stuck at the king realm for the rest of my life. The scarecrow sighed softly as he finished speaking. He comforted him. Uncle Master, why don't we go for something big? This time, we'll not only kill Su Ming, but also Li Wushuang. That way, your inner demons will be gone, won't they? Nephew Qi, the task assigned by the Mountain Lord is the most important. There is no need to take risks for this matter. Uncle Master, as long as no one at the Emperor level appears, who can rival your strength? Once you unleash your full power, you could probably even kill an Emperor level expert, right? You little rascal, there's a saying that goes, there's always something beyond the heavens, and there's always someone more capable than you. This blue star is humanity's stronghold, so it's best to be careful. Upon hearing this, Qi smiled and replied, Uncle Master, what if we only wipe out the Green Mountain District and slaughter everyone there? Isn't this our mission? How do we break the oath binding us in the Undying City? A small Green Mountain District is a piece of cake. The scarecrow uncle was full of confidence, and a faint, eerie light unconsciously emanated from his body. It certainly has reason to be proud. It is a strange creature that has existed for over 600 years, and its peak strength reached the mid-stage of the Emperor level. Perhaps its talent is indeed only average. After all, he had cultivated for over 600 years and only reached the mid-stage of the Emperor level. No matter how you look at it, he was not a genius. And that is indeed the case. It tried very hard, but its true form was just an ordinary scarecrow, and reaching the mid-stage of the Emperor level was already its limit. Furthermore, its strength is only at a mid-level among mid-stage Emperor-level beings, utterly mediocre. But it wasn't satisfied. It wanted to improve and become more talented. Therefore, the scarecrow strangely chose to seal its cultivation and start the cultivation path all over again. And then another 50 years passed. After much difficulty, he finally reached the half-step Emperor realm again, but it was destroyed in a mission 5 years ago. It thought that after its rework, it had reached the most perfect state in each stage. However, Li Wushuang's sword made it realize what a true combat genius was, as that sword blocked 5 of their king-level monsters. Even more remarkably, there were 2 half-step Emperor-level beings among them. If it weren't for their numerical advantage, no one could possibly be a match for the other. Li Wushuang's swordsmanship was truly astounding. Even now, it remains vivid in my memory. Fortunately, they joined forces to destroy each other's foundation back then. Otherwise, it would have been hard to imagine what kind of storm Li Wushuang would stir up in the abyss after becoming a royal-level being. In that battle, its Dao heart was damaged. It originally thought that it had walked the perfect path, but it never expected that a human would be stronger than it. The most terrifying thing is that it already feels that it is on the most perfect path, and it cannot find the slightest flaw. It was only then that it realized that talent probably couldn't be compensated for by hard work. Nevertheless, despite the scarecrow's bizarre strength, it was still beyond the reach of ordinary king-level experts or half-step Emperor-level experts. Its failure was due to Li Wushuang being too extraordinary. His swordsmanship was simply too amazing. However, Li Wushuang was crippled 5 years ago. Can humanity produce another Li Wushuang in just 5 years? How is that possible? As long as there are no dazzling or spectacular figures to be found, the scarecrow is naturally full of confidence. However, it also knew that if it couldn't remove that thorn in its heart, even if it could sweep through those below the Emperor realm, or even confront some weaker Emperor realm cultivators head-on, it would all be in vain. Just then, the hunting dog beside them spoke up. Uncle Dao, I have good news for you. Li Wushuang, whom you crippled back then, is right here in Qingshan District. Chapter 64 Battle. Blade Intent Engraving Card. Chapter 64 Battle. Sword Intent Engraving Card. What? Li Wushuang is in Qingshan District. The scarecrow gasped, and its entire body of straw began to tremble. Haha. It's been helping me every day. It seems today is the day I finally put an end to my inner demons. Li Wushuang, you're going to die. It laughed loudly, and its voice gradually became shrill. Boom. Just then, a golden blade of light shot out from afar, directly knocking the hound back several meters. Sunflower leaf hanging ghost. Today I'll let your grandpa Win test whether your strength is worthy of your reputation. Mingfeng's voice arrived first, followed by three figures rapidly approaching, their afterimages blurring into focus. Upon hearing this, Qi frowned. The introduction to Mingfeng naturally came to mind. Ming the madman? That fighting prodigy of the 9 provinces human race? Damn it, it's all that half-orc's fault for alerting the enemy and attracting this madman. Qi started complaining again, thinking about how that straw hat guy was trying to steal most of the credit and acted on his own, and she wanted to tear him to pieces. Originally, their operation was extremely secretive and not particularly difficult. According to their intelligence, although Su Ming is a mythical card creator, he has only recently risen to prominence, and his strength is actually quite weak. If they sneak in and strike suddenly, they won't give the other side a chance to react and can wipe out Qingshan district, thus eliminating their target. Even though they knew Su Ming must have someone protecting him, they would never go to such lengths. After all, there is only one person like Mingfeng who is at the half-step emperor level in the entire Kyushu. The others have either broken through to the emperor level or are still at the peak of the king level. There's no way around it. Whether human or supernatural, it's almost impossible for them to maintain their cultivation level at the half-step emperor level for an extended period. After all, the difference between the king realm and the emperor realm lies in the realm of understanding. This realm is difficult to comprehend, but once you enter the door, it is only a matter of time before you comprehend 1 or 2/10 of it. Just let nature take its course, and you will reach that level soon. Unless, like the scarecrow's strangeness, its Tao heart was damaged when it was at the half-step emperor level, so it could not make any further progress and was stuck at this position, which was really uncomfortable. This situation is extremely special. It is not that the foundation is damaged, nor that the body is seriously injured, but that the body and mind are attacked and the Tao heart is damaged, so naturally the body and mind can no longer comprehend the meaning. Looking at the entire human race and the strange beings, it is almost impossible to find a second one like this. Unfortunately, those at the half-step emperor realm are extremely rare. Most of them will naturally comprehend it peacefully and are unlikely to come out to fight at such a crucial moment. However, Mingfeng is an exception. He is a battle maniac. His reputation was not only renowned among humans, but also widely circulated among the supernatural. Those weaker monsters all knew Mingfeng's appearance by heart, and would run away as soon as they encountered him. As a core disciple of Dark Origin Mountain and the most talented person of this generation, he has a high opinion of himself and doesn't care about ordinary people or strange beings. However, even after hearing Mingfeng's call, it couldn't help but feel a little scared. That person is truly insane. That's completely unreasonable, isn't it? He hunts down anything strange he sees, and he's becoming increasingly selective about his opponents. He rarely takes action against anything that isn't exceptionally talented or renowned. Iron Fist Zhou Jiuling. Battle Maniac Mingfeng. I never thought that today I would not only be able to hunt down Su Ming, but also bring back your 2 heads. It's truly a blessing from heaven. The scarecrow uttered an eerie sound, its aura emanating from it. It leaped into the air and directly blocked the approaching person. Having lived for over 600 years, it had seen all sorts of grand scenes. These were merely 2 minor geniuses of the human race, and it truly didn't take them seriously. No matter how strong they are, can they be stronger than Li Wushuang? Moreover, 5 years have passed. Although its cultivation level has stagnated, its combat strength has increased day by day. In particular, its application of the herb and tree sword technique has reached a new level, which is completely different from before. Li Wushuang's sword strike had a profound impact on him, even influencing his cultivation path. This is also a common situation for many people whose Tao heart is damaged in battle. The scarecrow also became obsessed with swordsmanship from then on, and even comprehended the essence of swordsmanship based on plants and trees. However, he made great progress and could not see any hope. He entered a dead end. The most terrifying thing is that it knows it has entered a dead end and desperately wants to get out. However, I always find myself involuntarily going back into this dead end. Whether I come out or get lost in it, it keeps repeating itself without my awareness. This is also the fundamental reason why those whose Tao heart is damaged are unable to continue breaking through. That is, they have entered a dead end and are lingering there. which cannot be resolved by external forces. To put it another way, it's like getting stuck on a minor detail. However, this stubbornness is so deep that it seems to be guided by some unseen force, making it impossible for them to break free on their own. The saying goes, a mental illness requires a mental cure, and the one who tied the knot must untie it. If it were to face Li Wushuang again, no matter what form he took, it would still feel fear from the bottom of its heart. However, when facing these two younger people, he had no such concerns at all. In the Scarecrow's eerie mind, although Ming Feng and his companion were very strong, their strength was limited, and they were definitely no match for it. So powerful. A scarecrow? Could this be that semi-royal level monster from 5 years ago? Zhou Jiuling frowned, then whispered, "Be careful. This scarecrow is a strange creature that killed Tiandu City 5 years ago. Its strength had already reached the half-emperor realm back then. A half-emperor realm cultivator 5 years ago? If nothing unexpected happened, he should have broken through to become a ghost emperor by now, right? How could he still infiltrate Blue Star through a spatial channel?" Ming Feng replied, his words filled with confusion. "No, it's still at the half-emperor level, but it has already grasped 0.99% of the essence. It's just 1 point away from completely breaking through to the ghost emperor level." Ming Feng concentrated intently and finally sensed the aura emanating from the other party. As someone who was also at the half-step emperor realm, Ming Feng naturally sensed something. However, he didn't think much of it. His battle sword was already humming, and his fighting spirit soared into the sky. Ming Feng didn't care how strong the opponent was. In fact, the stronger they were, the more excited he became. This is what makes a battle interesting. Thinking this, Ming Feng instantly transformed into a blur, slashing his long sword at the scarecrow. Here, Qi's fingernails instantly grew longer, the 10 long fingernails resembling 10 short knives, directly meeting the attack head-on. "Ming the madman, your opponent is me. I want to see just how much real skill you really have." Ching ching ching. The fine iron clanged together, and sparks flew in all directions. Several figures clashed in battle. At this moment, Ouyang Qingran was standing on a cloud, squinting as she observed everything. He looked at the boy sketching the original drawing at his feet and murmured, "That kid Su Ming is drawing a card again? And the original drawing looks strange again? Could it be another Ean spirit? I really don't know how his brain works. How can he come up with so many crazy ideas? But he's already created a Ean God Clan Demon card. What if he runs out of ideas for the World Championship in just over 2 months? He needs to create more God Clan Demon cards then to attract the attention of the Heavenly Tao and get more rewards from it." As Ouyang Qingran murmured to herself, she grew increasingly worried. He stood on the cloud, gazing into the distance where several figures were locked in a fierce battle by a lake. He shook his head and said in a low voice, "It's a pity I can't make a move. Otherwise, I could have just crushed him to ashes and been safe. Zhou Jiuling, you'd better use the sword intent recording card I gave you at the right time." Chapter 65 The Ox-Headed Abang's Sudden Brilliance. Chapter 65 A Sudden Flash of Inspiration. The Ox-Headed Abang's bedroom was dimly lit. Su Ming concentrated intently on controlling the soul power brush, immersing himself completely in it and not daring to be distracted for even a moment. In front of him, in the center of the bedroom, a sketch of a human figure and a horse's face is rapidly taking shape, exuding a faint sense of oppression that makes one feel uneasy at first glance and dare not look directly at it. Swish, swish, swish. Su Ming continued sketching, and soon a long spear was drawn, making the image of the horse-faced Rakshasa even more complete. In particular, its slightly ferocious expression added a touch of evil and eeriness. The paintbrush flew across the canvas without pausing. This time, Su Ming had plenty of soul power, and with his skills becoming more and more proficient, he naturally drew the original artwork much faster. Buzz. As the eerie blue light flickered in the dark room, the image of the horse-faced Rakshasa was finally complete. Upon seeing this, Su Ming's face lit up with joy. Just as he was about to make his next move, he sensed that the bullhead Abang magic card in his arms was trembling slightly, as if it was about to break free. However, this is clearly impossible. It is not something he can do. Su Ming frowned and stopped fusing the cards. He continued to output his soul power to protect the original painting that had been created. Immediately, his consciousness sank, directly entering the Minotaur's magic card. Rumble. Purgatory. This is nothing more than this. Everywhere the eye could see was lava and a sea of fire, with volcanoes erupting in full force. A bull's head, tens of meters tall, stood amidst this endless disaster, its imposing presence overwhelming. This image truly lives up to his reputation as a fierce god. With a bull's head on its head, its originally dull eyes now gleamed with a faint blue light, and its wooden expression gained a touch of liveliness. This scene left Su Ming speechless with amazement and great shock. After the initial surprise, doubt naturally crept into his mind. His gaze swept back and forth over the Minotaur bang in the magic card space, only to discover that he had a black iron token hanging from his waist with the character "handsome" written on it. How come he has the Yin Shui token on him? This token is exactly the same as the one that Black Impermanence hangs on his waist. Su Ming was filled with doubts, his mind constantly recalling various myths and legends from his previous life. That's not right. I remember that although Oxhead and Horseface were indeed underworld commanders in the legend, they were later stripped of their official positions and reduced to lowly soldiers because of the incident involving Master Ma. Alas, Chinese culture has a long history, with countless legends spanning 5,000 years. It is impossible for anyone to fully understand it. Moreover, who can say for sure that this world can be created into characters and items for magic cards? Countless images flashed through Su Ming's mind, but he eventually figured it out. But why did it suddenly make such a big commotion? The textbooks say that once a magic card is formed, its image is fixed and will not change at all. Moreover, the only way for a magic card character to regain consciousness is to continuously increase its level. But I haven't nurtured this magic card at all. Its level is still at the 9th star of the soldier rank. How could it suddenly develop consciousness? Could it be that? As Su Ming pondered, his thoughts naturally led him to his ultimate goal. Horse-faced demon. His heart skipped a beat, and the thought involuntarily lingered in his mind. That's right, that must be it. It must be because of my creation of the horse-faced Rakshasa that it resonated with the other party. After all, Oxhead and Horseface were a pair of underworld messengers who went through life and death together. Although it was somewhat unexpected that they could have such an effect, it was not difficult to understand. Although textbooks say that this situation is impossible, who can say that their statements are necessarily correct? This world is so mysterious. Even if humanity tries for 1,000 years, it probably won't be able to completely grasp all the truth. The fact that Oxhead showed me that illusory, Yin Martial token this time probably means he wanted to tell me that Oxhead and Horseface are also among the 10 great Yin Martials. But weren't they demoted to common soldiers? The folk tales lingered in Su Ming's mind. Enough. Enough. Even Oxhead has given me such a hint. If I, being weak, still insist on going my own way, it seems a bit wrong. He raised his head, looked at the ox-headed Abang whose eyes were sparkling with spiritual light, and clasped his hands in a fist, and said, "Don't worry. This time I will create the horse-faced Rakshasa according to the standards of a Yin Shui, a powerful figure in the underworld, and I will draw a token for him." As soon as he said this, the aura emanating from Nyotu a Bang instantly subsided. The surrounding flames and volcanoes burst like bubbles, and his tens of meters tall figure gradually shrank back to its normal size. Of course, Nyotu a Bang was already incredibly strong, so his body was naturally not small either. Even shrunk, he was still 5 meters tall. He stood there, holding a steel fork, like a giant statue. However, at this moment, he simply stood there quietly, holding a steel fork, motionless, and the Yin Shui token at his waist was replaced with the character, Du, soldier. Immediately, his consciousness withdrew, and he once again took control of the soul power brush in front of him, quickly changing the token on the horse-faced Rakshasa's waist from soldier to general. At that moment, heaven and earth trembled, and an even more terrifying aura emanated from the original painting, lingering for a long time. The original artwork is complete, so let's fuse the cards and seal the source card. Su Ming murmured to himself, took out a blank magic card, and went all out. Sealing the source card is the final crucial moment in the first step of creating a card. As long as the original artwork is sealed into a blank magic card, the source card can be formed, and there is no need to worry about the original artwork being scattered by the wind. A horse's head in a human body? This appearance doesn't seem too different from the strange creature disguised as a straw hat that was killed before. However, that strange creature only had half a horse's head, and the human body below was just bare white bones. Apart from that, the structure is completely different. What exactly is Su Ming up to? Is he really creating a bizarre magic card based on that straw hat mystery, instead of the Yin God clan? No, given this kid's character, it's unlikely he'd do something like this. But, above the clouds, Ouyang Qingran's brows furrowed and relaxed as if by magic. He really doesn't understand what's going on anymore. Not enough, he did not act rashly. Ouyang Qingran knew very well that Su Ming was the first mythical card creator in Kyushu, and that mortals, like herself, should not make wild guesses about his thoughts, much less interfere. Despite being underestimated so many times before, he created the Een God magic card time and time again, creating a miracle belonging to Kyushu. Even if this so-called Een God and the strange creature are ultimately the same, it is still an undisputed god, a god with deities. I really hope this kid can create another miracle. Ouyang Qingran stroked her chin, her eyes full of anticipation. Chapter 66, Source Card Takes Shape. The Powerful Scarecrow. Chapter 66, Source Card Takes Shape. The Powerful Scarecrow Chung. The clanging of refined iron echoed continuously in the mist. Two figures, one black and one white, were seen entangled in a fierce battle, causing the surrounding low-level monsters to scatter and flee. Black trees were snapped in half. He, dressed in tattered white clothes, was forced to retreat repeatedly as she was beaten. You're insane. You really are insane. With each step it retreated, it would shout loudly, its drooping tongue and long black hair trembling incessantly, yet it could do nothing to its opponent. Mingfeng remained calm, his black cloak billowing behind him. He thrust his blood-red long sword straight in, his eyes filled with determination. A faint golden hue swirled around the blood-red broadsword, making it appear even sharper. Indeed, with the addition of 0.7% of Ruijin's artistic conception, the power of the blood-red longsword increased dramatically. The skills carried by the magic card were integrated and directly became the longsword's characteristics, making it even more terrifying. However, this is not what the hanging ghost sunflower leaf fears. Now, just looking into Mingfeng's eyes makes it tremble, and a sense of fear rises involuntarily in its heart. Since gaining consciousness, Qi has had a smooth and successful life. Its body, which is not much different from that of a human, makes it an outstanding aristocrat in the entire abyss. Its talent goes without saying, and it is no exaggeration to say that it dominates the current era. Of course, this refers to the bizarre and mysterious contemporary world of the abyss, and does not represent humanity. Not long after its birth, it was brought to Dark Origin Mountain by the Mountain Lord and received the best cultivation. Now, only 40 years have passed, and it has already reached the half-step Emperor realm, so it has not encountered any major troubles. 40 years is a long time for humans, but for strange creatures, it's just a blink of an eye, nothing at all. After all, most people don't live past 100, and 40 years is already half of their lifespan. But the eerie one is different. Even the lowest level, ordinary, and bizarre creatures can basically exist indefinitely as long as they are not attacked from the outside, unless the abyss is destroyed and their living environment disappears. Of course, the above refers to ordinary people and ordinary strange creatures. If one becomes a card master, then one's lifespan will naturally increase with the growth of strength. Reaching the general level will grant one a lifespan of 150 years, while the king level will be immortal for 500 years. Those who master the essence of the Emperor level can even have a lifespan of thousands of years. As for Saint Realm experts above the Emperor level, they are ageless beings. As long as they are not killed, they are essentially immortal. However, in the abyss, bizarre creatures without consciousness are not called weird or strange, but rather lone ghosts and wild monsters. Qi has extremely high talent. She was born with consciousness and never went through an unconscious stage. Her talent and strength are both very strong. It had a smooth journey, and most of the monsters of the same level were no match for it. In fact, many monsters did not want to fight it, so it was really lacking in practical experience. Little did it know that its first mission after leaving the mountain would lead it to encounter Mingfeng. This genius from Kyushu is known for his fighting prowess. Those in the human camp call him a fighting maniac. The outcome of the battle between the two was quite obvious. Although Qi is exceptionally talented and of noble blood, being a core disciple of Dark Origin Mountain, she possesses formidable strength. However, they still couldn't withstand Mingfeng's relentless and indiscriminate bombardment. It had never seen anyone like this before. This was a madman, a fighting madman. Qi could only passively defend, constantly dismantling the opponent's attacks, breaking army with a single strike. Mingfeng shouted, and the blood-red long sword in his hand was instantly stained with auspicious gold. His domineering aura soared into the sky, and the surrounding mist retreated to avoid his sharp edge. Whoosh! Ruijin's blade sliced through the mist and arrived in an instant. With a roar, He conjured up icy water that clung to its dagger like fingernails, radiating a chilling light. The next moment, the blade's edge collided with the Een claw, unleashing an extremely terrifying energy that directly shredded the surrounding towering trees into dust, which then dissipated into the air. What terrifying learning ability! It was able to perfectly block my blade's edge. Mingfeng gasped, but his fighting spirit grew stronger and stronger. It would be more interesting to defeat an opponent like that. He grew increasingly excited, his longsword wielding with ever more fluidity, his swordsmanship seemingly reaching new heights. He chose the path of using war to sustain war. It's a good thing to have a worthy opponent. At least, it made Mingfeng happy. Bang, bang, bang. The two were locked in combat, and the surrounding mist was thinned considerably by the aftershocks of the battle. On the other side, the scarecrow moved slowly and deliberately, its two straws carrying the chilling essence of grass and wood swordsmanship as they fought Zhou Juling and her exquisite heroine respectively. It simply stood there, relaxed and carefree, even turning its gaze to the sunflower leaves, watching the match with great interest. So powerful. Is this really the strength that a half-step Emperor Realm cultivator can unleash? Zhou Juling wielded her iron fists with great force, but she could barely manage to fight to a draw. Keep in mind that this was just a battle against the scarecrow's eerie single straw. The opponent's entire body is made of straw, numbering at least tens of thousands. We can't even defeat a single hair of it. How can we possibly win this battle? However, the woman in her exquisite heroine form easily dealt with him with a slender sword. This is the difference between the peak of the King Realm and the half-step Emperor Realm. Although Linglong Heroine is just a magic card, she possesses the strength of a half-step Emperor, making it relatively easy for her to deal with this last straw. Of course, there are differences even among those at the half-step Emperor Realm. The Scarecrow was strange. It easily blocked Zhou Juling and Linglong Heroine with just its own straw. Too weak. I could easily crush a peak King Realm expert with a little effort. As for her character card, she is stronger, but still too weak. The Scarecrow sighed inwardly, but did not rush to take action. Their purpose in coming here is not to kill some insignificant King Realm experts. Su Ming, the mythical card master, is their ultimate goal. The Scarecrow maneuvers to conceal his true strength, which is the essence of the battle. Only by having more backup plans can one survive longer in this chaotic world. The Scarecrow is a seasoned veteran. It certainly has that much awareness. It glanced at the two hotheads locked in combat not far away and couldn't help but sneer. If I had been like these two hotheads 5 years ago, I probably would have been the one killed. Junior nephew Qi has exceptional talent, but lacks practical experience. With Mingfeng, a human combat genius, as his mentor, I hope junior nephew can gain some insights. Thinking this, the Scarecrow, imbued with the swordsmanship of grass and wood, continued to maneuver against its opponent, and the fight appeared to be evenly matched. At this time, in Qingshan district, horse-faced Rakshasa, get inside. Su Ming concentrated all his mental power and forcefully pressed the horse-faced Rakshasa in front of him into the blank magic card. Instantly, the figure of the horse-faced Rakshasa gradually appeared on the blank magic card, and a terrifying and domineering aura soared into the sky. The entire sky changed color. Chapter 67, Don't Pursue a Desperate Enemy. Chapter 67, Don't Pursue a Desperate Enemy. Lightning flashed across the sky, and a sudden gust of wind arose. Above the clouds, a figure dodged past, looking slightly disheveled, and couldn't help but complain. Luckily I ran fast, otherwise I would have been electrocuted into charcoal. This person was none other than Ouyang Qingran, who had been eavesdropping in the clouds. He was hiding in the clouds, secretly observing, and was watching Su Ming sketch the original drawing with great interest when a sudden lightning bolt appeared, and it landed right beside him. Ouyang Qingran even wondered if the heavenly Tao disapproved of his spying, and this lightning was a warning to him. Of course, he knew in his heart that this was just a rant. However, he did not linger above the clouds. He channeled his soul power and broke through the clouds, landing on the roof of a dilapidated old building not far from Su Ming. Then, he took out a storage card, took out a table and chair, and some tea. Satisfied, he lay back in his chair, sipping his tea, and said, "That kid Su Ming always manages to surprise me. It seems this time it'll be pretty much a done deal as well." Ouyang Qingran had complete confidence in Su Ming. In addition, the lightning phenomenon just now indicated that the quality and originality of this magic card were not low. Otherwise, how could a phenomenon have appeared so early? Well, I hope everything goes well. He sat in the chair, drinking tea, but a hint of worry appeared in his eyes. As a royal being, he was unable to take action and could only hope that Ming Feng and the other person could successfully intercept the incoming abyssal monster. If she really fails, Ouyang Qingran will not sit idly by and wait for her fate. He sipped his tea, his gaze fixed on Su Ming, and he had already made up his mind. A strange phenomenon. Someone is creating magic cards. The scarecrow's eerie ruby-like eyes gleamed with a strange light, and my heart suddenly skipped a beat. Before it arrived, it had already gathered information about the target, and thus understood why the Mountain Lord had issued such an important mission and sent him and Qi together. The first mythical card creator in Kyushu. Such a title is enough to put all the forces in the abyss on their guard. What's more, the opponent created 2 God-type magic cards in a short period of time, and it was a completely new God-type system. Such a prodigy was naturally unwanted by the major powers of the abyss. This time, it was just that Dark Origin Mountain made the first move. Nephew Qi, let's finish this quickly. Don't linger any longer. That Su Ming is creating a brand new magic card. The scarecrow's voice rang out, and several more straws were pulled from its body, which it then used to stab at Zhou Jueling. His comprehension of the sword intent of grass and trees had reached its limit. If he were not plagued by mental illness, he would probably have already broken through to become a ghost emperor. Even so, its strength should not be underestimated. It is invincible below the emperor level. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 straws, imbued with a chilling sword intent, locked onto Zhou Jueling, and a terrifying pressure descended instantly. What a terrifying aura. I definitely can't withstand this attack. Zhou Jueling looked terrified, and her aura weakened in the slightest. The 3 swords made of grass and wood before her were far too powerful. The 3 straws, carrying terrifying sword intent and power, swept over her like a tidal wave. They even made her unable to move just by their momentum, and her fists trembled slightly. She had only ever experienced this feeling with Huang Jing. A half-step Emperor Realm Cultivator can actually unleash power comparable to a Ghost Emperor. Who exactly are you? Zhou Jueling exclaimed in surprise and retreated rapidly. With a gentle wave of her right hand, the exquisite heroine card appeared directly in her hand. Immediately, with a click, the magic card entered the slot, and the woman dressed in fine gauze stood in front of Zhou Jueling. However, it was still no match for the scarecrow. The 3 straws, arranged in a triangular shape, pierced through the woman in less than a second. Fortunately, this 1 second is enough. An orange magic card had appeared in Zhou Jueling's hand. It was completely blank, with only a faint knife mark visible in the very center. Click. Without hesitation, Zhou Jueling quickly inserted it into the card slot, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. A burst of orange light erupted, and the epic magic card rapidly dissolved, ultimately condensing into an invisible and colorless blade of intent that hurtled towards the 3 straws. Boom. The 2 collided, producing a loud noise, and invisible waves rippled outwards from the center, snapping the black trees in half. Let's go? Get out of here. Zhou Jueling shouted and used the invisible ripples to quickly escape into the depths of the mist. Blood was spilling from the corner of her mouth, and her face was pale, clearly indicating that she was seriously injured. On the other side, Ming Feng also chose to flee at the same time, without the slightest hesitation. This has been practiced many times, so naturally there won't be any mistakes. Although Ming Feng is warlike and uses war to sustain himself, it is through constant battles that he can grow rapidly. He was warlike and skilled in battle. However, that doesn't mean he's a fool who only knows how to fight and doesn't care about anything else. The abyss is so dangerous, and Ming Feng's rapid growth is not solely due to his warlike nature and skill in battle. To survive in the abyss, you need to be vigilant enough and smart enough. Ming Feng often leaves Jinma City to train in the abyss, and escaping is a basic skill for him. Imperial Realm's Sword Intent. This is a Sword Intent recording card. This human race is really generous. The scarecrow was thrown back more than 10 meters. Looking at the 3 straws that were now completely destroyed, a deep and cold voice rang out. It never expected that this human would possess a Sword Intent recording card. Burning cards are not rare. Even epic-level burning cards are common, and king-level and above cards can be easily obtained. However, the Blade Intent recording card is different. Someone has inscribed a wisp of Sword Intent into this device. Activating the card allows one to use that inscribed Sword Intent. This is because the burning card is extremely weak. It's relatively easy to burn a little data or a few magic spells on a regular basis. However, once it comes to artistic conception, it becomes extremely difficult to capture it. No matter how profound your understanding of the artistic conception is, or how amazing your burning skills are, it's all useless. Whether the burning is successful or not depends entirely on luck. That's right, this thing is all about luck. You can only succeed if you're lucky. After all, it was originally intended to solve the problem of data storage, and the discovery of its artistic conception was another ingenious use that came about by sheer coincidence. At that time, most of the record cards were ordinary or high-quality standard magic cards. Later, because they could carry a wisp of artistic conception, the human race spent a lot of effort on research, gradually improving them to the point where epic standard cards could be mass-produced. Once it reaches the epic level, its functions do increase. It can not only store text, but also immerse the user in the experience after activation. However, there has been no progress in the area of recording existing records. It still relies entirely on luck, and there is basically no pattern to be found. This was such a waste of time. The investment and returns were completely disproportionate, so most Royal Realm experts gave up on inscribing their intents. That's why it seemed so surprised when it saw the Blade Intent recording card. This thing has always been a rare find, even though it has lived for hundreds of years and has only been seen once. After the initial surprise, the Scarecrow strangely regained its composure. It looked at the sunflower leaf that was about to give chase and whispered, "Don't pursue a cornered enemy. Don't ruin this mission for the sake of these insignificant fellows." Chapter 68 Material Filling, the Lingering Fear of the Hanged Ghost. Chapter 68 Filling in the Material, the Lingering Fear of the Hanged Ghost, Uncle Master. That's Ming Feng. He's one of the contemporary geniuses of the 9 provinces human race, ranked 59th on the hunting list. He's no nobody. He responded, turning her head in the direction the other person had fled, and her body involuntarily moved forward. Clearly, it really wanted to catch up. This opportunity is too rare. If Qi were to kill Ming Fengzi with her own strength alone, it would be impossible. The two are evenly matched, and neither can defeat the other. Furthermore, if one's own combat skills are significantly inferior to the opponent's, then one is even less of a match. Ming Feng is renowned, and Qi is descending the mountain for the first time. If they can kill him, Qi can prove himself in on Yuan Mountain. As a highly talented anomaly, Qi was born resembling a human. Not long after it developed consciousness, it was brought back to the mountain gate by the Lord of Dark Origin Mountain and became a core disciple. It had been in seclusion in the mountain gate until recently when it broke through to the half-step Emperor realm before emerging. As one of the 3 top forces in the abyss, Dark Origin Mountain has extremely high requirements for recruiting disciples. Outer disciples must be at least at the king level, and they must be among the few ghost kings with good talent. Moreover, although outer disciples are enrolled in Dark Origin Mountain, they are not valued at all and are basically dispensable. Only the inner disciples are the true backbone of Dark Origin Mountain, and the requirements for them are extremely high. Most of them are at the Emperor realm, and only those at the King realm with extremely high talent have a very small chance of joining the sect. As for the core disciples, this is the core of Dark Origin Mountain, and also the place with the most powerful forces. The strange creatures that can become core disciples are at least at the mid-stage of the Ghost Emperor realm. Even ordinary mid-stage Ghost Emperors are not qualified to advance. Only the best among them, or those who reach the mid-stage of the Ghost Emperor realm, can truly become core disciples. Just like this Scarecrow Master, it had average talent, but was very diligent. After hundreds of years, it finally reached the late stage of the Ghost Queen and was able to advance to the core. After becoming a core disciple and gaining more and broader knowledge, it realized that it had taken too many detours on its journey, and that each realm was incomplete, leaving no hope of advancing further. It grew up from an ordinary scarecrow, and its pursuit of the truth was extremely persistent, so naturally it was unwilling to cut off its path forward. Fortunately, the scarecrow used a secret technique to be reborn. His realm fell back to the mortal world. However, although its cultivation level dropped, its status as a core disciple was retained, and it naturally became Qi's senior uncle. Having cultivated for so many years, the scarecrow's state of mind is naturally far superior to that of the fledgling sunflower leaf. It clearly understood what was important and shook its head, replying, "Nephew, Ming the Madman is only slightly better in combat talent, but the magic cards are the key to the rise of the human race and their ability to stand on equal footing with my Abyss Mysterious clan. Su Ming is the first mythical card creator in the 9 provinces. Destroying him is to destroy the hope of the 9 provinces and the hope of the human race." Mythical card creator. He was taken aback, then continued, but he's just a low-level card master. We can kill him whenever we want. Taking out Ming the madman first, and then going on our mission shouldn't be a big problem, right? Nephew Qi, you have great talent, but you lack experience. Delay will only lead to unforeseen circumstances. We must complete the mission quickly. Uncle Master, with your strength, the entire human race shouldn't find anyone at the half-step Emperor realm who can rival you, right? What do we have to fear? Do you think they'd send someone at the Emperor realm or higher to make a move? It's not impossible for someone at the Emperor realm or above to make a move. Impossible. Which human emperor would be willing to break their oath? That would be targeted by the abyss, and they would probably never be able to enter the abyss or the mist again in their entire lives, right? An emperor-level card master who can never enter the abyss or the mist area in their entire life and can only live in the base city like an ordinary person is tantamount to killing them. Qi shook her head, her face full of disbelief. His thinking was normal. Freedom is something that all people and all living beings yearn for, let alone powerful beings at the Emperor realm. They are extremely powerful and can do anything, even overturn mountains and seas. Suddenly, he was unable to use his soul power and was forced to return to his mortal life. Who could stand this? At least, that's what Qi thinks. The scarecrow shook its head strangely, then said in a low voice, "You don't understand humans at all, especially the humans of Kyushu." It only said this one sentence without further explanation and directly used the power of the abyss to carry the sunflower leaf towards the direction of the Green Mountain area. Uncle Master, what do you mean by that? Is there something different about the humans of Kyushu? He asked, full of doubt. You'll know when you encounter it. You won't believe it even if I say too much. Humans are very different from us in a strange way. As the scarecrow spoke, it looked up again at the gathering dark clouds. Then he spoke up again, reminding him, Nephew Qi, do you see that dark cloud in the sky? Qi asked in confusion, I see, Martial Uncle. Is there a problem? What problem? This is a huge problem. You should know who Su Ming is, right? The scarecrow asked in a cold voice, genuinely disappointed in its students. This sunflower leaf is indeed very talented, but it is not worldly wise. Although it possesses a strange and unique cruelty and rage, it is not very cunning, which is commonly known as naive. As a senior, it naturally wanted to teach more. Qi nodded, then suddenly realized, mythical card creator, lightning, dark cloud phenomena. Could it be that Su Ming is creating original magic cards again? Moreover, as a mythical card creator, he could very well be the one to create another divine demon card. So, now you know why I stopped you from continuing the pursuit, right? The scarecrow accelerated to its maximum speed, its deep voice echoing in the wind. However, it didn't give the other party time to answer, and the next moment it muttered to itself. If he really creates a god race demon card, I'm afraid the residual power of the completed card alone will annihilate us. Phew. Thank goodness my martial uncle is here. If I were really alone, I'm afraid. Qi was shocked and realized that the scarecrow was with her. Otherwise this trip would probably have been very dangerous. The two of them walked quickly forward, chatting as they went, getting closer and closer to Qingshan District. At this time, in Qingshan District, Su Ming drank several bottles of soul power recovery liquid and swallowed another soul power recovery pill to replenish the soul power he had consumed. With his current strength, his soul power has naturally increased as well. One soul power recovery pill is still a bit insufficient, and taking two at the same time would be excessive and a real waste. Having grown accustomed to a life of hardship, Su Ming naturally didn't want to be extravagant. Drinking a few more bottles of soul power recovery liquid was just right. Moreover, this liquid is sweet and sour and tastes very good. Blue bottle of recovery liquid, delicious recovery liquid. Source card forming, material infusion. Su Ming murmured softly, and the source card in his hand flew out naturally. A horse-faced Rakshasa, whose entire body was drawn with spiritual power, floated out from it and stood in midair. A brown horsehair appeared in his hand, its surface gleaming with a dark sheen. Su Ming tossed his ponytail toward the horse-faced Rakshasa, and his surging soul power directly acted upon the material. His throat bobbed, and a deep voice followed. Decompose it, infuse it with your essence. Immediately, the black glowing horse tail dissolved at a visible speed, transforming into the purest energy that continuously merged into the horse-faced Rakshasa's body, causing it to slowly expand and become fuller like a balloon. Chapter 69, I have a sword that can slay the demon emperor. Chapter 69, I have a sword that can slay the demon emperor. Whoosh. Su Ming sat cross-legged, his light blue soul power directly connecting with the horsetail material. As soul power was continuously injected, the brown horsetail quickly melted away, turning into specks of light that merged into the body of the horse-faced Rakshasa. Su Ming remained calm as he watched the scene unfold before him. This is the 4th time I've created a magic card, and I'm already familiar with the whole process. I'm only just starting the 2nd step. The fusion of the material containers also takes time and cannot be done overnight. Those 3 abyssal auras are rapidly approaching. Could it be that Ming Feng and the others have failed? Su Ming's eyebrows suddenly furrowed, and his calm heart trembled involuntarily. All of this started because of myself. The Dark Origin Mountain Society sent out a bizarre attack on the Green District in order to kill him, the mythical card creator. Both Ming Feng and Zhou Jiuling went to Shanxing City to protect themselves from the strange forces descending from the abyss. Currently, the 3 abyssal auras remain unaffected and are even rapidly approaching the Green Mountain area. What will happen to Ming Feng and his companion who went to stop them? Su Ming dared not think further. The abyss was ruthless and bizarre, and he could not possibly expect the other party to be merciful. These bizarre creatures and humans are mortal enemies. Their arrival on Earth is not to offer any comfort. Su Ming and Zhou Chengli and others had learned that the abyss monster had always wanted to invade Blue Star, exterminate humanity, and eventually completely occupy Blue Star. This is their goal, and this great war has lasted for 1,000 years. The strange creatures on the surface of Earth are merely their vanguard. The truly formidable monsters are kept at bay by human card masters at various strategic passes. There was simply no way to deal with these little monsters, so we couldn't spare the energy to handle them, which is why they opened up the passage and descended directly. Fortunately, these passages are extremely unstable and can mostly only send down bizarre creatures at the soldier or general level. Even for a King Realm expert, it would take a great deal of effort and resources to open a spatial passage stable enough for a King Realm expert to descend upon. Furthermore, maintaining such a channel would be even more costly and is practically impossible to sustain. This is also why the King Realm on Blue Star is extremely rare. Nowadays, the King-level anomalies existing on Blue Star are basically all anomalies that descended before and gradually grew up. Moreover, these strange beings from the King Realm are all very good at hiding and rarely show themselves. After all, it takes them a lot of time to rise from the ranks of soldier and general, and they know that the human race has grown so much that it is not something that a small king-level being like them can handle. These advanced troops were not high-ranking in the Abyss to begin with, and their strength and talent were not particularly outstanding. Otherwise, if they possessed even one of the necessary strength or talent, they wouldn't have been sent here. The advanced force sounds nice, but it was really just a suicide squad. They were naturally well aware that the Abyss was a world where the strong preyed on the weak and followed the law of the jungle. Either you are very capable yourself, or you have a powerful background. Obviously, they can't do that. Therefore, these daredevils who have spent hundreds of years advancing naturally know how to survive. Survival is the key. As for returning to the Abyss, that's obviously overthinking it. They were sent down because they had no talent, no ability, and naturally no background. Now that he has advanced to the King Realm, he can be considered a minor expert in the Abyss. But do you want someone to guide you back? You're dreaming of eating farts. Opening a spatial passage large enough to accommodate a king doesn't cost money, does it? For example, the previous black and white circle was a strange creature that had grown up in the King Realm, specializing in curses, which is why it dared to wreak havoc on the region. Even so, it dares not show its true form. However, it was extremely unlucky and happened to run into Black Impermanence Chinka, where it was immediately arrested. The black and white circles and the strangeness of the King Realm descending through these spatial channels are simply incomparable. The 3 strange creatures that came this time were extremely powerful, and Ming Feng and his group. Su Ming murmured softly, then stopped talking. He recalled the secrets of the world he had learned from Zhou Chengli, and his heart sank. However, his furrowed brows soon relaxed. Although the monsters sent by Dark Origin Mountain are powerful, they are only below the Emperor Realm. Ming Feng and Aunt Zhou both possess the strength of a half-step Emperor Realm. If they can't defeat them, surely they can escape? He kept thinking to himself, channeling his soul power without stopping, doing his best to break down the materials in front of him. Even Ming Feng, a half-step Emperor Realm cultivator, couldn't withstand it, so you can imagine how strong the opponent was. No, this is too slow. If this continues, it will really be dangerous. Su Ming murmured to himself, his heart filled with anxiety once again. At that time, It won't just be their own lives that will be lost, but the entire Qingshan district will be wiped out. His brows furrowed, he gritted his teeth, and a bold idea formed in his mind. Looking out the window, Su Ming couldn't help but say, "Minister Ouyang, please help me create a card." Although he couldn't sense the other person, he knew that as the head of the night watch in the mountain city, he would definitely come. Sure enough, as soon as the voice fell, a blur flashed by, and Ouyang Qingran appeared directly in front of him. Upon seeing the newcomer, Su Ming smiled and said, "Minister Ouyang, I need your soul power support." No, this isn't the college entrance exam. Without the blessing of heaven, forcibly infusing your soul power will be too much for your sea of consciousness to handle. One wrong move, and not only will your card creation fail, it could ruin your entire account. Ouyang Qingran shook his head and refused. He didn't want the only mythical card creator in Kyushu to be destroyed like this. Su Ming continued, "Those three strange creatures from the abyss are rapidly approaching. We have to fight." "Su Ming, I am a royal level card master. Do you think I can't stop three ghost kings?" Ouyang Qingran replied in a deep voice. He has already made his decision. If he really can't stop it, he will still choose to take action. So what if I can never leave the city again in this lifetime? Su Ming frowned and replied, "Minister Ouyang, you should know what will happen if you do this. There are already very few strong people in our 9 provinces. Your potential is very high. Is it really worth it? No matter how much potential I have, it can't compare to yours. You are the hope of Kyushu." Ouyang Qingran paused, then continued, "Besides, my intervention wasn't just for you. There are so many people in Qingshan district. If I didn't intervene, would I just watch them die?" "Minister Ouyang," Su Ming murmured softly, falling silent as the seed buried in his heart slowly began to sprout. He paused for a moment, then continued, "Minister Ouyang, you must believe me. As long as there is sufficient soul power, I can solve all other problems. Moreover, this time, I need to create an even more powerful divine magic card, and I need your help." At this moment, Li Wushuang leaped up, smoothed his hair, and laughed. "Young Su, I believe you." After he finished speaking, he turned to Ouyang Qingran and whispered, "Minister Ouyang, even if you force your way in, you can only kill one monster at most. It still won't solve the problem at its root. You might as well take a gamble. I believe you've already witnessed how powerful the after effects of the God Clan's demon card are, haven't you? But without my intervention, those 3 strange creatures would have slaughtered the entire city." Upon hearing this, Li Wushuang tossed his hair confidently and said, "I have a sword that can slay the demon emperor." Chapter 70. The chivalrous Li Wushuang lights a lamp for the people of Kyushu. Chapter 70. The chivalrous Li Wushuang, lighting the way for the people of Kyushu. "I possess a sword that can slay the demon emperor." Li Wushuang spoke these words with absolute certainty, radiating unparalleled confidence, like the sun shining brightly in the night. If anyone else had said that, Ouyang Qingran would have thought they were crazy. A peak general level cultivator actually dares to dream of defeating the demon emperor, who is 2 levels higher. What is this if not a pipe dream? As a royal level card master, Ouyang Qingran knows better than anyone just how vast the gap is between the royal realm and the king realm. Whether it's the mysterious one or the card master, one can only break through to the emperor level after comprehending at least 10% of the essence, a point that has stumped countless people. The terror of its atmosphere is on a completely different level from ordinary combat abilities and cannot be compared. Even a half-step emperor-level cultivator who has just entered the realm of enlightenment can easily crush a peak king-level cultivator. But the person who said this was Li Wushuang. The once swift swordsman slew 3 monster kings with a single sword strike, including 2 of them that had comprehended the essence of the game. At that time, Li Wushuang was only a 5-star king-level expert, but he had already grasped the rudimentary form of the Gale sword intent and was just 1 step away from successfully comprehending the sword intent. Even so, Li Wushuang was still able to fight 5 opponents at once and kill 3 of them. This all demonstrates his extraordinary abilities. Looking at the white-haired old man, Ouyang Qingran couldn't help but dissuade him, saying, "Old man Li, if you unleash this sword strike, your life is over. Don't you know that?" Clearly, he believed that statement. "I know, but I'm practically a cripple now. If I can still contribute something, like lighting a lamp, spreading light, adding fuel, and warming the people of Kyushu, that would be a wonderful thing." Li Wushuang grinned, his face exuding an indescribable carefree spirit. He looked at Su Ming and continued, "Su kid, no matter how high you achieve in the future, don't forget that you are a student of our number 2 middle school. I am your principal. Principal Li, what will happen if you unleash this sword strike? Su Ming felt a stinging sensation in his eyes, and tears welled up in them. He had no idea what would happen after Li Wushuang unleashed his sword strike. However, he knew it was definitely not going to be anything good. He was still very clear about how Li Wushuang single-handedly saved the last piece of the foundation of Tiandu City 5 years ago. In that battle, Li Wushuang's foundation was damaged, his cultivation level dropped, and he could no longer advance on the path of a royal card master. As a result, he retired and returned home, coming to the second Royal Card Middle School in Qingshan District to become the principal. These are not secrets, and Su Ming is aware of them. That is why he has a heartfelt admiration for Principal Li. He is a true warrior, and a warrior who serves the country and its people. His cultivation level has fallen to the general level, yet he is still confident that he can defeat the Demon Emperor with a single sword strike. What domineering spirit that is. But, with such a vast difference in cultivation levels, what a price must one pay to truly achieve the feat of reversing the fate of the Demon Emperor? Although Su Ming wasn't entirely clear on the matter, he had his own considerations. As a mythical card creator, even if he used a demigod-quality card-controlling artifact to summon the absolutely original Black Impermanence and Bullhead Bang, he could at most kill a general-level expert. Of course, if one uses the privilege of the demigod's card-controlling device, the Black Impermanence or Bullheaded Bang in 4 seconds can indeed easily kill a peak king-level expert, or even a half-emperor-level expert. Keep in mind that this is a demigod-quality card, an absolutely original divine magic card, and it only has 4 seconds of your possession by using the special ability of the card-controlling device. For seconds later, all the soul power in the body will be exhausted and cannot be replenished in a short time. Li Wushuang, however, said that his sword strike could kill the Demon Emperor. This is truly incredible. He was merely an epic-level artifact, his realm was only at the peak of the general level, and his foundation was damaged. Yet he was still able to kill someone across 2 realms. Su Ming would never believe it if he didn't pay any price. After all, even with his configuration, he still had to pay the price of emptying his soul power and being unable to replenish it in a short period of time. Li Wushuang did not hide anything and replied with a smile. I have nurtured this sword for 5 years. Once it is unleashed, all 5 years of effort will be wasted. The Gale sword will also be completely shattered, its foundation broken, and it will be difficult to recover. He spoke with a faint smile, as if he were recounting something ordinary. However, as a swordsman, the sword shattered, the foundation crumbled. This is even more painful than killing him. Su Ming empathized with this situation. He was cursed by the abyss before he even became a card master. Before finding a solution, he felt like he was under a shackle, which was very painful. If it weren't for the 5,000 years of Chinese cultural treasures in his mind supporting him, he probably wouldn't have been able to bear it. Li Wushuang is still able to remain so composed, which is truly admirable. Damaged foundation? Principal Li, if I remember correctly, the heavenly blessing bestowed by the divine race magic cards I created can restore the foundation and repair the magic cards, right? Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he asked seriously. Li Wushuang nodded and teased with a smile. So, as long as you, Su Boy, can create enough god race magic cards, then I still have hope of recovery. However, he held no hope for it. After all, this is a divine magic card. Protoss cards aren't as easy to create as cabbages. It's already quite remarkable that Su Ming was able to create 2 in a row, and is now even working on creating a 3rd. He would be an incredibly powerful figure in any era on Earth. But how many more can he create? Furthermore, if I were to unleash this sword strike, the damage to my foundation would be unbearable. To recover to the state I was in when I was a Black Impermanence card, thanks to the blessings of heaven, it would require at least 10 times, or even more. Not to mention, getting back to peak condition from now on will require even more. Su Ming, I really want you to achieve this. It would mean that our 9 provinces have more divine demon cards. You'll become stronger, and I can continue pursuing the Tao of the sword. Unfortunately, I know this is just a dream. Who could possibly create so many divine cards in a row? Li Wushuang squinted, and in that instant, 1,000 thoughts flashed through his mind. It wasn't that he didn't trust Su Ming, but achieving this feat was simply too difficult. Humans have been creating cards for 1,000 years, and even during the most prosperous period of the Western Alliance's creation of divine cards, no one could achieve even half of that. Enough said. I've been nurturing this sword for 5 years, and it will take a long time to prepare before I can unleash it. If I don't prepare it now, it will be too late. Li Wushuang turned around and burst into laughter. Ha ha! Hidden for 5 years. The sword is ready to strike down the monsters. The Gale's sword, it can't wait either. He leaped up and sat cross-legged on the windowsill. Half a pale gold magic card floated in front of him, gradually transforming into half a long sword, and a sudden gust of wind arose. Chapter 71 The Spear arrives suddenly, the power of the Rakshasa. Chapter 71 The Spear arrives suddenly, the power of the Rakshasa. Minister Ouyang, let's begin. Su Ming took out an epic-level material and said with utmost seriousness. His goal was simple, to dissolve the material more quickly so that the prototype of the horse-faced Rakshasa could be filled in faster. With his current strength, it's clearly impossible for him to directly accelerate the dissolving process. Since direct acceleration doesn't work, let's use multithreading. This wasn't Su Ming's original creation. He had seen it recorded in an ancient book. It was created by a genius named Li Bai 500 years ago. However, this method requires a lot of materials, and no one is willing to use it unless absolutely necessary. Now that time has come. Good. Ouyang Qingran nodded, his expression serious. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of pure soul power erupted from between his fingers and quickly poured into Su Ming's sea of consciousness. Hiss! Su Ming gasped, feeling dizzy and even seeing specks of light in front of his eyes. At this moment, a mental storm had been brewing in his sea of consciousness, causing utter chaos. However, those few divine demon cards remained unmoved, floating in the center of the sea of consciousness. Infuse the material, then fuse it. Su Ming didn't care too much and gritted his teeth to guide out the excess soul power and add it to the epic materials, which reduced the dazzling effect considerably. However, he dared not be careless and devoted himself wholeheartedly to it, trying his best to guide his soul power to dissolve the materials. About 2 minutes later, Su Ming finally managed to control his fluctuating soul power, which allowed his tense nerves to relax, and he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Success. If you keep at it, the ingredients will be completely blended in 5 minutes at most. A look of joy appeared on his face, and a great weight was lifted from his heart. Once the prototype is fully developed and this second step is completed, the final step will be much easier. After all, he had already mentioned the horse-faced Rakshasa when he created Ox-Headed Abang, which made the background story much more complete, so he could naturally spend less time writing about it. However, none of these are the key points. Su Ming wasn't worried about failing to create the card at all. There was no harm in describing it a bit more, since Ouyang Qingran was such a big power bank here, so there was no need to worry about not having enough soul power. On the balcony, a broken cyan sword floated in front of Li Wushuang, its surface even covered with fine lines, giving the impression that it would shatter at the slightest touch. At this moment, pale blue energy the size of earthworms swam back and forth on the broken sword, constantly filling in the fine lines. Li Wushuang concentrated intently, and a gentle breeze arose around him. Swift Wind Sword Intent. A full 30% of Swift Wind Sword Intent. How is this possible? Upon seeing this, Ouyang Qingran couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and the rhythm of her soul power transmission fluctuated in that instant. He stared wide-eyed at the old man before him, as if he were seeing a monster. As everyone knows, if one can comprehend even 1/10 of the essence, then as long as one's soul power increases, one can naturally break through to the Emperor realm. This state of mind is often the wall that traps most king-level powerhouses, a wall they can never cross in their lifetime. The difficulty of grasping the artistic conception is self-evident. After all, king-level experts are 1 in 10,000, and the vast majority of them are stuck at this level for their entire lives, with very few breaking through. What is artistic conception? That is an analysis and understanding of heaven and earth, environment, and all things, ultimately leading to the comprehension of artistic conception. The higher one's level of understanding, the stronger one's perception, and naturally, the easier it is to comprehend. This is why many card masters can quickly comprehend and rapidly increase their strength after breaking through to the Emperor level. After all, the Emperor realm's perception of heaven and earth is far superior to that of the King realm. Even he himself, after so many years of being promoted to the Emperor realm, has only managed to comprehend 30% of it. What gives them the right to challenge a mere general? Ouyang Qingran was still feeling down when she suddenly realized something was wrong. His pupils dilated again as he stared intently at Li Wushuang, even swallowing hard. Buzz. Li Wushuang sat cross-legged, his swift sword intent growing ever stronger. 20%, 30%, 40%. In the fog zone, three figures were moving rapidly, and surging abyssal power was released without reservation, causing the other strange creatures to lie on the ground, unable to move. Suddenly, the scarecrow's eerie figure paused slightly, its movements coming to a halt. It gazed into the distance and murmured in a low voice. That familiar aura. Could it be Li Wushuang? Impossible. Li Wushuang's Tao foundation was destroyed by us. He's at most a useless general-level trash now. Does he still dare to stop me? My inner demon. This old man is truly my inner demon. The closer I get, the more panicked I become. I must kill him this time, or my life will be completely ruined. The scarecrow had a cold expression, and its ruby-like eyes shone with a blood-red light. Without lingering any longer, he set off again, increasing his speed even further. As semi-royal level monsters, they were naturally at ease in this mist, and their speed was not slow. A few minutes later, a magnificent and tall wall came into view. Uncle Master, what's wrong with you? Looking at the scarecrow that seemed a bit off, he couldn't help but ask with concern. The scarecrow's eyes flashed red before it slowly spoke. I just didn't expect to run into an old friend so soon. But this time, I'll be the one laughing last. Without further hesitation, it arrived outside the Qingshan district in a few flashes and hovered in midair. The scarecrow looked down, the bloodshot in its pupils suddenly contracted, and it involuntarily took 2 steps back. Swift wind sword. Can he still unleash that sword strike? No, he's brewing something. That's Gale's sword intent, and it's already reached 60%. No, it's still improving. The sword intent is still increasing. How is this possible? Wasn't his Tao foundation severed, causing his cultivation level to plummet to the peak of the general level, preventing him from ever making any further progress? How could he comprehend the Gale sword intent to such a high level? Is this old man cheating? The scarecrow was greatly shocked and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He snapped out of his daze and shouted in a panic, "Nephew Qi, act quickly. We can't let him unleash that sword strike." As soon as the scarecrow shouted this, the straw on its body shot out as if it were free, condensing directly into a long sword of grass and wood in midair, carrying terrifying power as it headed towards Li Wushuang's location. Water ripples, weaving through. Here, Qi shouted loudly, and a ball of black water flew out, hitting the protective shield and attaching itself to it. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The sword made of grass and would actually pass right through the water, rendering the protective shield ineffective. Whoosh! The grass and wood longsword arrived in an instant, but Li Wushuang remained motionless. The swift sword intent condensed on the broken sword, and its momentum continued to rise. Chung! Just then, a long spear suddenly appeared, heading straight for the grass and tree sword. An endless, eerie wind howled and rushed into the bedroom. Then, Su Ming walked out carrying the source card, with a horse-faced, human-bodied monster wearing black armor standing beside him. Clearly, this is the horse-faced Rakshasa. Chapter 72 Card Creation Successful, Horse-Faced Rakshasa. Chapter 72 Card Creation Successful, Horse-Faced Rakshasa roars. The spear clashed with the blade of grass and wood in the sky, unleashing terrifying power that shook the entire Qingshan district. After a violent collision, the two objects bounced off and returned to their respective owners' hands. The horse-faced demon caught the spear, and the light in its eyes gradually faded. With the pre-march fully formed, I can only unleash one move. I didn't expect the opponent to be so strong. This is my final step, a desperate attempt. Su Ming squinted, controlling his soul power to transform into a brush, and one pale blue character after another was generated under the brush. As the text merges into the original text, its surface charm inevitably increases. At this moment, in midair, the scarecrow trembled slightly, and the grass and wood sword shattered, turning into countless straws that shot back and pierced its body. What terrifying power! That move has already reached the Emperor realm. If it had lasted even a little longer, my grass and wood sword would not only have collapsed, but it would have been completely shattered. It opened its mouth in panic, its body trembling uncontrollably. The scarecrow had already reached the limit of a semi-emperor, and when he used the grass and wood sword, he even possessed the combat power of an emperor. Even so, it still failed. Moreover, they suffered a complete defeat. Phew. Thankfully, the opponent was only at the second stage of the card creation realm, and only had one move left, otherwise that shot would have finished us off. As the scarecrow's injuries gradually healed, it couldn't help but speak up to remind him. Qi, standing to the side, asked, "So what should we do now? Run? Or continue the attack?" "Well, It's just a fledgling bird that just came down from Dark Origin Mountain. It's never seen such a scene before, so naturally it can't make up its mind. He was completely bewildered. Wasn't that kid only at the soldier level? Why was it that the magic card he controlled could block his master's ultimate move and even gain the upper hand? However, he couldn't think about that anymore. His martial uncle's voice rang out again. Stop running. Keep going. The objective remains the same. Kill Li Wushuang first. The essence of cold water, the flow of water. Without further ado, he condensed another ball of water, which then adhered to the protective shield, opening a temporary passage. Call out. At the same time, the sword of grass and wood condensed again, passed through the passage, and headed towards Li Wushuang once more. Let's see who can protect you this time. The scarecrow thought viciously, its bloodlust intensifying. It seems that I have already seen my inner demons slain by my sword, and from now on I can soar freely in the sky and leap freely in the sea. Once freed from the shackles of its inner demons, it will be reborn, soaring to new heights, and may even have the chance to take that step and directly become a saint-level powerhouse. The more it thought about it, the more excited and frantic it became, to the point that its body was trembling. But at that very moment, that familiar aura suddenly surged forth, and a streak of cyan sword light rose from below into the sky. The world before my eyes was completely dominated by cyan at this moment, and a fierce wind rose up. Gale's sword intent. The scarecrow cried out in a strange voice, its entire body of straw transforming into a shield that blocked its way, causing everyone to tremble. The familiar sword intent, the familiar scene. It felt as if it had returned to 5 years ago, and that amazing sword strike had reappeared before it. This time, however, it was even more stunning and breathtaking. Tear. The sword light and sword intent merged and arrived in an instant, directly shredding the impregnable grass and wood sword shield into dust, without diminishing its power in the slightest. No, this is impossible. The scarecrow cried out in eerie terror as a cyan sword light grew larger before its eyes, eventually engulfing it and instantly strangling it. Before it was annihilated, its only thought was why it had to go back to Earth. Why is it Li Wushuang again, and the swift wind sword intent again? Why? Even though his Tao foundation was severed and his cultivation level plummeted, could he still unleash such a sword strike? This doesn't make sense. However, these thoughts could not be shared with anyone and could only dissipate into the air along with the dust of its body. Bang! Beside it, the hound had already been killed by the sword light, not even having time to catch its breath. After the commotion subsided, it was Qi, the hanged ghost, who stood there unharmed. A dark armor appeared on its body, shimmering with a dark light. Phew! Luckily, I had the Kuei Shan armor bestowed upon me by the Mountain Lord, otherwise I would have been finished today. Kuei Yi breathed a sigh of relief, and the panic in her heart gradually subsided. Instead of leaving, it returned to midair outside Qingshan district, looking down below. With the Kuei Shan Jia around, it felt relatively at ease, knowing that at least an ordinary royal-level creature couldn't harm it. 10 seconds ago, inside the city, 9/10 of the Gale sword intent. Rise up. Li Wushuang gritted his teeth and roared, drawing his sword and rising into the air. The azure sword light pierced the sky, dyeing the entire space a faint azure, and an endless gale arose, stirring up the wind and clouds. However, he also coughed up blood with a puff, and the half of the swift wind sword in his hand broke apart. The blade quickly disintegrated and turned into specks of light and disappeared, leaving only the bronze hilt. However, countless cracks are rapidly forming on it, and the cracking sound is incessant. It probably won't last long before it completely collapses. Li Wushuang didn't care. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and walked up to Su Ming and the other person with a pale face. Kid, wasn't that the principal's sword strike cool? His voice was soft, even weak, yet it sounded exceptionally confident and spirited. Yeah, so cool. Su Ming nodded and replied from the bottom of his heart. That soaring sword intent was indeed incredibly cool, and that's no exaggeration. Li Wushuang smiled, but as he lowered his head to stroke the hilt of his sword, he muttered to himself with a hint of melancholy. What a pity. It took 5 years of nurturing to unleash this sword strike. I'm afraid I'll never be able to do it again in this lifetime. As he spoke, another mouthful of blood gushed out, and another crack appeared on the card-controlling device in his hand. The crack was spreading, and it wouldn't be long before another part of it collapsed. At that time, Li Wushuang might not even be able to maintain his general-level realm, and might even fall to the mortal realm and become an ordinary person. Upon seeing this, Su Ming's eyes turned red, and tears welled up in his eyes. He looked up at the white-clad figure and the black armor on his body, and his anger erupted. Oxhead and Horseface, one of the 10 great underworld marshals. They are responsible for patrolling the underworld and searching for wandering ghosts, and they also escort the most heinous criminals to the 18 levels of hell. Horse-faced Rakshasa, a fierce and malevolent demon, specializes in capturing evil spirits. Su Ming unleashed his full power, riding at an extreme speed. As the text gradually blended into the body, the divine aura emanating from the horse-faced Rakshasa became increasingly intense. In the sky, the clouds that had been in chaos due to the sword intent of the gale rapidly gathered at this moment, and the dark clouds instantly covered the entire Qingshan district. Click! As a flash of lightning ripped through the sky, the dark clouds were split in two. Immediately, a long river of time descended from the sky and connected directly with the horse-faced Rakshasa. Buzz! The heavens and earth trembled as beautiful celestial music, mixed with eerie sounds, drifted down from the ninth heaven, sometimes bringing wonder, sometimes terror. After a while, as the river of time surged, a tall figure emerged from it, the divine radiance of the Een god illuminating the earth. This figure, with a horse-faced mask, a massive and imposing body, and wielding a long spear, exuded immense power. In the long river of time, the horse-faced Rakshasa has been successfully created. Su Ming slumped to the ground, looked up at the familiar figure emerging from the long river, and breathed a sigh of relief as the tension finally eased. Chapter 73 Killing the Hanged Ghost, Spirit Item, Red Tongue. Chapter 73 Killing the Hanging Ghost, Spirit, Red Tongue, Thump, Thump, Thump. The Great Way is silent, yet its power resonates deep within the heart. Everyone looked up at the sky in unison, frozen in place. Even the sunflower leaf was the same. It stared blankly at the river of time falling from the sky, unable to come back to its senses for a long time. The sheer awe he felt as the enormous figure emerged from the river filled him with an overwhelming sense of awe, causing his legs to tremble and making him want to kneel down. Fortunately, it managed to hold back in the end. But it's strange that I'm only at the half-emperor realm. I had an urge to kneel down, and no matter what I did, I couldn't shake it off. It was like a maggot clinging to my bone, constantly lingering in my heart. What terrifying power. I even feel a sense of worship. His aura seems to be of the same origin as mine, yet even more noble and sacred. Even the long tongue trailing behind the sunflower leaf couldn't help but tremble, making the scene look rather comical. Its inner world is currently very complex, with various emotions brewing within it. Although Qi has great talent, and even possesses the strength of a half-step emperor realm, its knowledge is not even as good as a dog's. From the moment he was born, he was brought to Dark Origin Mountain by the Mountain Lord, and then he was nurtured day after day for decades, constantly strengthening his foundation, improving his strength, and trying his best to tap into his talent. Since Qi gained consciousness, she has lived on the mountain and her understanding of the outside world has been extremely limited, all of which she has heard from her senior brothers and sisters. Even in the abyss, it only knows a small part of the iceberg, let alone the blue star. Although it is well aware that when a high-quality magic card is successfully created, there will be card-forming anomalies and some lingering effects, so it is necessary to avoid its sharp edge. But it never imagined that this strange phenomenon would be so terrifying. The mere sight of a figure was enough to shake it to its core, rendering it unable to move an inch. Rumble. Just then, the phantom that stepped out of the long river flowed downstream and merged directly into the body of the horse-faced Rakshasa. Instantly, boundless divine charm burst forth. This time, he could no longer bear it and fell from midair with a bang, kneeling down outside the city gate, causing the earth to tremble. Reverence, fear, panic. A mix of emotions swirled in his heart, and the strange power within his body became extremely sluggish, making even its activation incredibly difficult. No. How could this be? Why is this happening? I've heard my senior brothers and sisters talk about the strange phenomenon of card formation, but this has never happened before. Even when the Western gods and demons formed their cards, they couldn't make us submit to their strange forms. Strange, they share the same origin. The Een god clan. Could that person just now really be a deity of our strange clan? Qi panicked and shouted loudly, her body trembling uncontrollably. It was now in a state of extreme panic, filled with endless despair. It was already quite young, and had never left Dark Origin Mountain. It had been pampered since childhood, receiving the best resources, and its cultivation level had improved very quickly. Many times, it believed that it would become a powerful figure in the Holy Realm, just like the Mountain Lord, wielding immense power in the abyss. It even felt that with its talent, it might be able to break through that limitation and become the master of the entire abyss. He had also dreamed that one day it would lead the entire abyss to conquer Blue Star and accomplish an unprecedented feat. This is its first time emerging from the mountains, and this should be its first opportunity to gain widespread fame. However, reality is quite the opposite. It's probably going to die. Escape? It did consider it, but the terrifying pressure prevented it from even moving its feet. Despair, this is true despair. He looked panicked, even retracting her outstretched tongue, and her drooping hair gradually turned white. Its immense power pressed down like a mountain, making it almost unable to breathe. No, I can't die. I am the ghostly one who hanged himself with sunflower leaves. The Mountain Lord did nothing wrong. The Mountain Lord. I have armor bestowed upon me by the Mountain Lord. It will surely protect me. It can withstand ordinary royal level attacks, so how could it not withstand a magic card created by a soldier level card creator? Even with the help of Chinka's legacy, a soldier level unit is still a soldier level unit. The reason I was suppressed was entirely because this was a strange kind of divine magic card, a suppression from my bloodline. My armor is an inanimate object, so it is not afraid of any imposing presence. He muttered to herself, her tongue slowly sticking out, and her trembling body gradually calmed down. It forcibly activated the strange power within its body, even dissolving a drop of abyssal water given to it by the Mountain Lord, directly activating the armor's strongest state. Instantly, a pale black, transparent light enveloped it, and the terrifying pressure lessened somewhat. Call. Only then did it finally breathe a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, it was all too late. A figure appeared before it, unleashing terrifying power as a long spear, imbued with boundless energy, forcefully pierced through the protective barrier. Immediately, the spear pierced its head, and the power of the spirit swirled through its body like a snake. In just a second, its body rapidly disintegrated. In the end, only the long tongue remained alive and trembling slightly. He never understood why a single spear thrust could pierce the armor given to her by the Mountain Lord. It even dreamed of dominating the entire abyss and becoming its lord. Its strange life has only just begun, and it has a bright future ahead of it. How did it collapse so soon? Over here, although Su Ming's face was a little pale, a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. One shot. He actually killed that strange being who was half a step into the Emperor realm with just one shot? He had felt how terrifying Li Wushuang's sword strike was. The fact that the opponent's armor could easily withstand that sword strike demonstrates just how astonishing its defensive capabilities are. Indeed, Oxhead and Horseface are spirits, true deities. However, this is, after all, the lingering effect of Chinka. He was merely a low-level card master, and the magic cards he created were of low quality, with very limited ability to borrow the residual effects of completed cards. When the sunflower leaf unleashed its black armor, Su Ming's heart was still pounding. I didn't expect it to end like this. One shot was all it took. Could it be that this magic card is of a higher level than the previous ones? Su Ming squinted, his anticipation growing. Besides that, he really couldn't think of another reason. Just as he was pondering, the horse-faced Rakshasa arrived, carrying a red tongue. A spiritual object? It's actually a spiritual object. With this tongue, we've got all the materials for the white impermanence. Su Ming was overjoyed and casually put it into his storage card. Immediately, the horse-faced Rakshasa transformed into a golden card that floated in the air, radiating endless golden light. Then thunder roared in the sky, and golden rain poured down. Centered on Su Ming, the energy spread outwards, creating a breathtaking sight from afar. Chapter 74. The 9 provinces are extremely fortunate to have this sun. Chapter 74. The 9 provinces are extremely fortunate to have this sun. The rain poured down, and the gold was dazzling. The entire Qingshan district was shrouded in endless rain, with visibility less than a meter. The black fog that had filled the city was instantly burned away, and the black fog outside the city also retreated, not daring to approach. A golden legend, a blessing from heaven. Holy crap, has our Qingshan district been blessed by the heavens again? Which genius is creating this absolutely original magic card this time? Dude, were you sleeping just now? Huh? Yeah, what's wrong? Shouldn't we be sleeping at night? I can only say awesome. Our Qingshan district was almost wiped out just now, and you were still sleeping. Haha, stop with the nonsense. Just open your heart and get soaked in the rain. This is a blessing from heaven. With the black fog no longer an obstacle, the people of Qingshan district rushed into the streets, shouting excitedly. Awesome. Su Ming is awesome. Is the abyss's strangeness that powerful? It's nothing compared to our god Su's magic card. Holy crap, Su Shin has created another god race magic card. This is really too powerful. I am truly in awe. Not only did God Su let us enjoy the blessings of heaven, but he also saved the entire Qingshan district. I can only say that God Su is a complete fan of fantasy. And that swordsman was also amazing. Although I don't know who he is, that sword strike was truly stunning. I know who it is. That scarecrow said his name was Li Wushuang, a master swordsman in our Shanxing city. Who else could it be but Li Wushuang? Holy crap, could it be the swift swordsman? With a single sword strike, a gust of wind arises. Who else could it be but him? Our mountain city is so lucky to have Su Shun, the only god-type card creator in the entire 9 provinces, and the swift wind swordsman, a fighting prodigy. The swift swordsman? Wasn't he crippled 5 years ago? Bullshit. That's definitely fake news secretly released to fool the strange creatures. If someone tells me that the Gale swordsman is crippled because he can unleash such a sword strike, I'll fight them to the death. No. I think it was the heavenly blessing of God Su that worked, restoring his foundation. Holy crap, how come I didn't think of that? It's very possible. Yes, that must be it. Many people are saying that the heavenly blessing triggered by the Een God clan's magic card created by Su Shun is very special. It can not only enhance soul power and talent, but also heal injuries. Su Shun, forever a god. With this divine spirit, what worries will the 9 provinces have about not prospering? In the streets and alleys, countless people enjoyed the blessings bestowed by heaven, and their praise for Su Ming was overflowing. From this moment on, Su Ming's position in their hearts was unsurpassable. An indescribable sense of pride rose up in everyone's hearts. Su Shun of Kyushu. He's such a good man from our Qingshan district. Huh? The collapse has actually stopped. Li Wushuang looked at the Gale's sword. Now only the hilt remained in his hand, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. He had been watching the shattering sword hilt, and his grief was beyond measure. No one knew that this Gale sword was something he had carried with him since childhood. It started as a normal quality bronze longsword, with nothing special about it. His father was a swordsman, and perhaps influenced by his father, Li Wushuang loved swordsmanship from a young age. This swift wind sword magic card is the only memento his father left him. No, back then it wasn't called the swift wind sword. It was just an ordinary bronze sword. After obtaining the card, Li Wushuang almost always carried it with him. That's right, just keep activating it, and carry the longsword on your back. He often stroked the sword, treating it as if it were a family member. Li Wushuang possessed exceptional swordsmanship talent, and throughout his growth, he never changed the longsword in his hand. Gradually, as he grew, the longsword in his hand also subtly grew and improved. Li Wushuang didn't feel much about this, and was completely absorbed in the way of the sword, until one day the bronze sword underwent a transformation, growing into the rare quality, wind bronze sword. He then discovered that the bronze sword that had been with him all his life seemed to have absorbed a portion of his Tao, becoming the weapon that best suited him. 20 years passed in this way, and he successfully broke through to the king realm. The bronze sword also advanced once again following his breakthrough, becoming the epic level, swift wind sword it is today. Without a doubt, in Li Wushuang's mind, this Gale sword was no longer just an ordinary weapon. It can be described as a partner, a family member, who accompanied him throughout his life. Watching the Gale sword shatter was like watching your companions and loved ones leave, powerless to stop it. Li Wushuang's eyes were already wet, and the sharp sword intent in his heart was slowly fading away. The anger and sword intent in his heart gradually dissipated along with the swift wind sword. A dramatic turn of events. The golden rain poured down, like a shot of adrenaline injected into Li Wushuang's body, allowing his vital energy to slowly recover. Buzz. Golden raindrops continuously washed over the sword hilt, not only stopping its collapse, but also gradually repairing its cracks, giving it renewed vitality. Li Wushuang was incredibly excited, and tears he had been holding back streamed down his face. He looked at Su Ming, his eyes red and swollen. Is this the blessing of heaven triggered by our 9 provinces' divine clan? It's truly too powerful. At this moment, Li Wushuang understood better than anyone how powerful this golden rain was. He knew all too well how difficult it would be to repair the shattered, swift wind sword. Over the course of 5 years, he tried many methods, but none of them worked out. He even went to the World Championship 3 times in a row and enjoyed the blessings bestowed by the Western gods when he was born. However, it had no effect whatsoever. It only made his soul power even more abundant. Of course, this is also partly due to the fact that his foundation was damaged, making it impossible for him to improve his strength. After all, others still have a chance to improve their soul power level after receiving the blessing of the Western gods. But that's all. As for healing, that was something I wouldn't even dare to think about. Even a minor cut like a finger couldn't be fixed. Li Wushuang verified this 3 times, and it was the same every time. After that, he gave up the idea of restoring his foundation and instead focused solely on swordsmanship, constantly nurturing the broken, swift-wind sword. Until the recent college entrance examination. Su Ming's black impermanence shattered his worldview, but also brought him hope. However, the shock at that time was far less than it is now. Only now did he realize that he had greatly underestimated the blessings bestowed by the gods of the 9 provinces. This golden rain actually stopped the swift wind sword from collapsing and even repaired it at a visible speed. How terrifying! With tears in his eyes and his heart filled with excitement, Li Wu laughed loudly. The 9 provinces are extremely fortunate to have such a son. Chapter 75 Promotion to General Rank, Card Combination Method. Chapter 75 Promotion to General Rank, Card Combination Method. Golden rain fell incessantly, and the entire Qingshan district was filled with endless joy. This is a blessing from heaven, a miraculous encounter that can fundamentally enhance one's talent, without any side effects. As a poverty-stricken area, Qingshan district has never been blessed by the heavens, which has resulted in students here having limited talent and making it difficult for geniuses to emerge. For example, major cities like Beijing and Shanghai are gathering places for exceptional talents, who receive blessings from heaven several times a year. Even the most dull-witted person, after experiencing several blessings from heaven, will be much better off than the average person. This is the 2nd time this year that such heavy rain has occurred. People cheered and rejoiced, filled with gratitude. At this moment, the golden rain is right in the center. Su Ming sat cross-legged, and countless golden raindrops continuously gathered towards him, quickly merging into his body. Bobobo. As this golden energy merged into his body, golden stars continuously formed on the card-controlling device on his wrist, quickly reaching the limit of 9. However, this time, after Venus reached its limit, it did not merge into the first purplish-black pentagram. Instead, it transformed into the purest energy and gathered at the very center of the card-controlling device. Click. With a cracking sound, the character, Bang, Soldier, at the center of the card-controlling device split open and eventually turned into chaos, disappearing into the card-controlling device. Immediately afterwards, all that pure energy gathered here frantically, and with each stroke, it formed the character, Jiang. I've advanced. Such surging soul power. Su Ming opened his eyes, and 2 beams of light shot out from them. His aura suddenly increased, and he looked radiant. Calm down, this isn't over yet. Continue absorbing this energy. He didn't let the promotion distract him. He quickly closed his eyes and absorbed the energy bestowed by heaven with all his might. As the creator of the divine magic card, he enjoys the purest and most abundant blessings from heaven, and he would never do anything to waste such a precious resource. Time passed by little, and half a day had passed in the blink of an eye. Su Ming remained seated cross-legged, but 4 5-pointed stars had reappeared on his card-controlling device. The first star was still the same purplish-black one, but much larger than before. The remaining 3 stars were gradually formed after absorbing the blessings of the heavenly Tao. General level 3 star. Moreover, my demigod level 5-pointed star has become much larger, almost indistinguishable from an ordinary star. Su Ming opened his eyes. His body had reached its limit, and he could only absorb this much energy in a short time. However, it seemed that heaven had sensed this, and at this moment the golden rain gradually subsided. The horse-faced Rakshasa is finally complete. Su Ming squinted and murmured to himself as he took the magic card in his hand. Type, character card. Quality, legendary, gold. Rank, general, 7 stars. Attributes, dark, earth. Race, in god. Deity, guardian, in shui. Skill. 1. Soul binding. With the soul binding lock in hand, one can imprison the opponent's soul. 2. Bloodthirsty spear. Wielding a spear imbued with the power of the Een spirit, it points directly at the soul, instilling extreme fear in others and healing oneself. 3. Suppress the strange path. Increases damage against strange monsters by 50%. If a strange monster is killed, it can become your prisoner, lasts for 1 day. 4. Soul suppression wheel. When Oxhead and Horseface are present together, the Divine Realm Soul Suppression Wheel can be activated, which can suppress the opponent's soul and weaken the opponent's strength by 20% regardless of level. 5. Card combination. Oxhead and Horseface are essentially one entity. If the conditions are met, they can be automatically combined to advance to demigod quality. Condition 1. The divine ranks of both must be the same. Condition 2. A spiritual item is required. Su Ming stared blankly at the information on the magic card in his hand, completely frozen in place. So powerful. This was his only thought at the moment. The skill of the horse-faced Rakshasa card was also very powerful. Its soul-binding ability was exactly the same as that of the Minotaur. Perhaps there would be unexpected bonuses when they were used together. After all, the thought of imprisoning the other party's soul at the same time was very satisfying. The next 2 regular skills are also very strong, especially suppressing the strange path, which is a skill specifically designed for strange creatures. Not only can it deal 50% extra damage to them, but after killing them, it can also capture them as your slaves. Even if the prisoner's time is only a short day, such skills are absolutely devastating when facing a massive human wave tactic. Human wave tactics? No, no, no. Your vast network of people will ultimately make me stronger. What a satisfying scene it would be to discover, as the battle rages on, that all the strange creatures on your side have betrayed you. This is no longer just a physical blow, but more of a mental torment. What's more, when Oxhead and Horseface were both present, they also unlocked their ultimate skill, Soul-Suppressing Wheel of Power. This skill is even more terrifying, directly ignoring level and suppressing the opponent's strength by 20%. How terrifying is that? Any skill that ignores level is just cheating, but I really like it. Su Ming murmured to himself, his face contorted with a wide grin. However, what made him happiest was not just that. The next hidden attribute was the real game changer. After the ox-headed and horse-faced demons merge, they can directly reach the quality of a demigod, and their strength can advance by leaps and bounds again. There is even a chance that they will eventually be promoted to god level. This is really serious. Demigod? I remember there aren't even 5 demigod-level magic cards in the entire Blue Star Alliance, are there? Moreover, those 3 demigod cards were accumulated little by little over countless years using high-grade materials, and the amount of materials consumed was incredibly exaggerated. These 2 magic cards of mine can now be directly combined and promoted to demigod quality just by meeting such simple 2 requirements. This is really too outrageous. Su Ming was filled with emotion. Although he was not from this world, he had gained a great understanding of magic cards over the past few days. He knew very well what a demigod quality magic card really meant. Such magic cards are extremely rare, even on the entire planet Earth, and there are currently no more than 5 known demigod quality magic cards. However, since Oxhead and Horseface are one entity, it's not surprising that they can combine into a magic card. Su Ming still had a smile on his face, and the shock and doubt on his face gradually dissipated, slowly being replaced by a smile. Ah, what a pity. The ox-headed Abang created before was just a Een soldier deity. Otherwise we could have seen today just how powerful the combined ox-headed and horseface really are. It's alright. Whether we're compatible now or not isn't important. As long as we find a way, we've seen hope. Once the quality of the bull-headed Abang improves, we'll be able to achieve it. While Su Ming was thinking to himself, a big smile spread across his face. Without further hesitation, he directly retrieved the horse-faced Rakshasa into his sea of consciousness and murmured, although improving the quality of magic cards is very difficult, I can use this method on black and white impermanents. The black impermanents magic card is originally a Een general deity. As long as I create the Een general white impermanents, wouldn't that solve the problem? Chapter 76 The Black-Robed Mountain Lord's Shock and Scheme. Chapter 76 The Black-Robed Mountain Lord's Shock and Scheme. It's stabilized. It's even repaired quite a bit. This Golden Rain's repairing ability is truly too powerful. Looking at the sword hilt in his hand, Li Wushuang felt a surge of overwhelming emotion, reaching the peak of excitement. He had long anticipated the complete annihilation of the Swift Wind sword before unleashing this sword strike, which he had nurtured for 5 years. But now that the Gale's sword has been saved from the brink of collapse, how could he not be excited and happy? It seems the divine blessing bestowed by the divine cards I created can restore the foundation and even repair the cards. Li Wushuang suddenly remembered what Su Ming had said before, and a glimmer of hope rose in her heart. If I can truly undergo multiple such baptisms of golden rain, there is hope that my Gale's sword and Tao foundation can be repaired. Although the chances are very slim, what if it actually happens? Thinking of this, Li Wushuang's gaze involuntarily fell on Su Ming, and an expectant look appeared on her face. At that moment, a strange feeling rose in his heart. Looking at Su Ming, it seemed that even such a difficult situation was no longer such a big obstacle. You have to understand, he's Su Ming. This is the first mythical card creator in Kyushu, and he has broken through the limits time and time again. The blessings bestowed upon him by the heavenly Tao are vastly different from those of others, making him far more powerful than anyone else. Repairing the foundation and the magic card. This is an incredibly powerful feat, no matter the era. Strange creatures have descended upon us for millennia. How many magical cards has the Western United Nations created? How many times has it received the blessings of heaven? However, none of them could compare to the heavenly blessing that Su Ming's God clan had inspired. He looked at the boy in front of him, and his smile widened. This child has created miracles time and time again. Who can guarantee that he won't create even more God-type magic cards? Why is it that he is necessarily unable to do what others have not done throughout history? He has created so many miracles. Li Wushuang's eyes burned with fervor, and the seeds of hope kept sprouting, slowly blossoming into the flower of hope. Deep within the abyss, atop dark origin mountain, a black figure stood there, dressed in a black robe with white skulls drawn on it. A strong wind swept by, causing the black robe to flutter wildly. Those white skulls seemed to come alive, shaking up and down, with green ghost flames flickering in their eye sockets. Huh? He was actually wiped out. A deep voice from the black-robed figure rang out. The gale suddenly stopped, and the surrounding space seemed to freeze. The wind ceased, and the trees stood still. How is this possible? Could it be that the Emperor Realm expert made a move? No, I didn't sense any resistance from the Abyss path. It shouldn't be a Royal Realm expert making a move, otherwise the Abyss would have reacted already. Then who exactly did it? Could it be that the human race still possesses a one-time use magic card obtained from the land of fallen gods? No, wasn't that magic card used up 100 years ago? Although Qi is a hanged ghost with extremely high bloodline talent, it was destined to die as soon as it left the mountain. In the end, it didn't have that kind of luck. It's just dead now. The voice in the black robe went from doubt to surprise, and finally calmed down, as if the fall of such a bizarre genius was insignificant. However, this is actually quite normal. These bizarre creatures are inherently cold-blooded and ruthless. They follow the law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak, and have little other emotion. This is something we are born with. It's both an advantage and a disadvantage. As the master of Dark Origin Mountain, it possesses saint-level strength, ranking among the top in the entire abyss. Unless the sunflower leaf becomes a sacred domain, it won't be of much help to it. For a strange creature to grow stronger, various dangers are indispensable. Otherwise, even if its strength increases, it will all be in vain. Failure and death are not a big deal. Those resources we used before were such a waste. I never expected that this hanging ghost, with its extraordinary talent, would be a weirdo without destiny. It's such a pity. The man in the black robe shook his head, lamenting that the materials he had previously put in had been wasted. Luckily, I had a backup plan. I planted a divine thought in the Quishan armor, so I only need to activate a secret technique to summon it back. Otherwise, I would have really lost both my wife and my army. The black-robed mountain lord murmured softly, extending his withered palm. Points of green light continuously gathered on it, eventually forming a talisman the size of a grape. Boom. The talisman exploded with a bang, blasting open a window-sized spatial passage in front of him. Inside, a gray vortex spun continuously, and terrifying power overflowed from it. Not long after, a green light flashed in the vortex, and an object the size of a palm broke through the vortex and flew out. Immediately, the spatial passage closed. The black-robed mountain lord's face lit up with a hint of joy as he looked at the green light, but the next moment his expression darkened, and he looked quite displeased. Not far away, the green light dissipated, revealing a small, palm-sized mass of black scrap metal inside. This is no longer the appearance of the Quishangia. It's just a black, broken piece of copper and iron, covered in charcoal, showing no trace of its spirit or power. This is the Quishan armor I crafted from my molted old roots. To destroy it like this, it must be at least at the 7th level of the Emperor realm. Could the human race really still possess a magic card from the fallen god ruins? The black-robed mountain lord narrowed his eyes, his face filled with even more doubt. He looked at the pitch black in his hand, took a deep breath, and stretched out his other withered palm. Tear. A flash of light appeared, and a crack inexplicably appeared between its fingers. A drop of dark green blood then floated out and landed directly on the Quishan armor. Immediately, the Quishan pangolin emitted a green halo, and the charcoal black on it fell off, revealing the true material inside. It was actually made of a single withered vine, but now it has been crumpled into a ball, and the withered vine has been completely broken. Boom. In a short while, the remaining broken vines burst open, turning into a cloud of smoke that condensed into a transparent bubble in the air, within which images were rapidly playing. In the scene, various things such as eeriness, abyss, time tunnels, and black mist keep appearing, but eventually they slowed down at the city wall in Qingshan district. After a while, the black-robed mountain lord trembled, his heart pounding. What? A general-level warrior could unleash such a brilliant sword strike. Could it be that he destroyed my Quishan armor? Li Wushuang. That name sounds familiar. Swift-Wind Swordsman. Isn't he the one who blocked my grand plan 5 years ago? Wasn't he crippled after his Dao foundation was severed? No. Although his strength is extraordinary, it's far from enough to destroy Quishangia. As it murmured, its gaze involuntarily focused on Su Ming, who was creating the magic card, and it was startled. Could it be the legendary boy? If it's the residual effect of a completed card from a powerful god-level magic card, then it's actually quite possible. The mountain lord in black robes was completely shrouded in black, making it impossible to see his face, but one could sense the shock in his heart just by listening to his voice. Soon, the footage continued, directly confirming its hypothesis. Su Ming, it really is him. Is it really that difficult to eliminate him? The black-robed figure's voice held a hint of doubt. It paused, then murmured softly, "Do we really have to use those spies?" No, there's still one more chance. If we fail again this time, it's not too late to use our hidden agents. Chapter 77 General Level 6 Star, 9 Dragons Fighter Jet. Chapter 77 General Level 6 Star, Kowloon Fighter. Time flies. A month and a half has quietly passed. Su Ming has not left his bedroom during this period of time and has been in a state of cultivation. However, compared to the rapid progress when blessed by heaven, his own cultivation can only be described as tortoise-like. After dozens of days of cultivation, Su Ming only increased his star level by 2, reaching the 6th star of the general level, and had not even reached the late stage of the general level. This was the result of his frantic absorption of soul stones. If it weren't for the unlimited supply of soul stones, let alone 2 stars, it would be difficult to even raise 1 star. Not long after Su Ming became a card master, he continued to create magic cards, and each time he received a blessing from heaven, which rapidly improved the quality and level of his card master equipment. After experiencing such rapid improvement, slowly cultivating feels really unpleasant. What's more, he has been creating completely original God Race magic cards, and he has experienced this more than once. This is the 3rd time. In fact, Su Ming's soul power improvement speed was not slow, and even with the support of soul power, it was still extremely terrifying. It is important to know that the higher the quality of the card controlling device, the more energy is required to upgrade it by 1 star. This is an unchanging truth. Otherwise, how could a high-quality card controlling device make the card controlling master more powerful and unleash more terrifying strength? Su Ming possesses a demigod-quality card controlling artifact, which is the most powerful existence on the entire blue star. A strange event occurred 1,000 years ago. The human race on Earth awakened the card control device, created magic cards, and continuously improved their strength to defend their territory. This allowed the wandering and fleeing human race to finally have 108 base cities, and only then could they rest in peace for a night. Over the course of 1,000 years, countless geniuses have emerged. Which of those geniuses who stood at the very top did not amaze their era? For example, there was a man named Lei Hao from 500 years ago. Although he did not create the God Race magic card, his talent for creating cards was in no way inferior to that of the Western geniuses. If it weren't for the cultural discontinuity in Kyushu, he might have truly been able to bring Kyushu back to prominence. What a pity. With extremely limited reference materials, he continuously deduced the martial art series of magic cards. Through continuous improvement, he gave Kyushu a foundation and confidence. Although the magic cards of the god race could not compare with those of the West, the martial art series had become the most powerful magic cards of the human race and was gradually showing a trend of becoming the #1 series after the god race. If such a person were given even the slightest bit of information about Chinese mythology, there would be a very good chance of creating a pantheon of gods belonging to China. Li Bai was exceptionally talented. Through constantly creating cards, his strength improved rapidly, and when he reached the peak of the Emperor realm, his card control device leaped to the level of a demigod. Back then, this shocked the entire Blue Star, and even the entire Abyss world. This is a demigod-level card-controlling device. It's neither an orange epic nor a gold legend, but something that involves the word God. Those below the level of demigod are still considered to belong to the mortal realm. However, demigods and above involve deities. Before Li Bai appeared, not a single person from Kyushu had ever upgraded their imperial cards to the demigod level. Even those members of the Kyushu Elder Council whose strength had reached the peak of the Emperor level, or even the Saint Realm, had not seen any hope. At that time, there was a consensus in the world that the first condition for upgrading a card artifact to the demigod level was to wear a divine magic card and receive its blessing from the heavens. The blessing from heaven mentioned here is not something you can just stand on the sidelines and bask in others' glory. Rather, you must stand at the very center and receive the core reward of the blessing as the creator. Furthermore, one attempt is not enough. Multiple attempts are required to have a chance of promotion. That's right, and this is only a certain probability. Not every card creator who creates multiple god-type magic cards can upgrade the quality of the card master to the demigod level. But 500 years ago, everything was shattered. It was broken by a Kyushu youth named Li Bai. That day, he created the 5th martial arts series magic card. Heaven descended and compiled these 5 cards into a book to form a brand new deck. This deck was named the Martial Arts Deck by Li Bai, and thus the martial arts series was born. He thus upgraded his card-wielding device to demigod quality. Later, he fought continuously in the Abyss and Hell, constantly improving his strength, and finally reached the peak of the Saint Realm. After that, he vanished as if he had disappeared, and no one knew where he went. Some say that he reached the pinnacle of his strength and chose to go into seclusion to break through to an even higher realm. Some say that he has broken through and entered the Myriad Stars Sea, the land of fallen gods, to seek the truth about the fall of the gods, just like his predecessors. What kind of place is the Sea of Myriad Stars in the land of fallen gods? Why do so many powerful predecessors want to go there? Su Ming sighed softly, his heart filled with doubt. These are closely guarded secrets. This is the most comprehensive information available, and it has never been circulated in the market. It is all top-level classified information from Kyushu. Su Ming was only authorized to view it after Zhou Chunli's permission. He continued to look through the documents, but still couldn't resolve his doubts. It seems that Wan Xinghai will have to wait until later to go and see for himself. Su Ming murmured to himself, stood up abruptly, glanced at the time on his wrist, and strode outside. As soon as I stepped outside, the roar of machinery came from the sky. Immediately, a huge aircraft was seen approaching rapidly from afar, heading towards Qingshan district. 9 golden dragons were painted on its black fuselage, making it look majestic and imposing. The Kowloon fighter jets. It seems Minister Gu and Elder Zhou have arrived. They're really punctual. Su Ming smiled as he watched the battle results approach from afar. This Kowloon fighter jet is the highest spec and strongest fighter jet in the entire Kyushu. Although its flight speed is not the fastest, its defensive capabilities are absolutely top-notch. Attacks below the Emperor level cannot harm it in the slightest. Of course, at the Emperor realm level, attacks involve intent, which are naturally beyond the defense of inanimate objects like fighter jets. The location of the World Championship is determined by the previous champion each year, and the city where the champion is located will be the host city for the next World Championship. This is also a form of indirect reward, a reward for the country and the city. After all, the World Championship brings together the young talents of the entire planet, and naturally, forces and powerful individuals from all over the world come to watch. They might even set their sights on a particular city and settle down there. This is an immense benefit for small cities. Of course, such things rarely happen, and even if powerful people settle down in small cities, this is not the greatest benefit. The biggest benefit comes from the World Card Creation Competition. These exceptional individuals from various countries naturally possess a certain level of understanding regarding the creation of credit cards. Compared to domestic leagues, the World Championships are truly a battle of gods. Golden Legends are just the entry level. Creating an absolutely original golden epic is only a slim hope. If no one can create a god-type magic card in this generation, then it will come down to who creates more golden legends and who creates more absolutely original golden legends. That's right. In this World Championship, some exceptionally talented geniuses don't just create one legendary magic card. In history, 2, 3, or even 4 have appeared. Of course, this situation will only occur in the generation where no god-type magic cards are created. If a god-type magic card appears, the likelihood of multiple legendary magic cards appearing will be greatly reduced. Since they couldn't get first place, there was no need to compete for the remaining rankings. Creating a large number of magic cards in a short period of time is quite harmful, as it can greatly increase the risk of creative exhaustion. In weighing the pros and cons, the risk is not worth it. Rumble. Finally, the fighter jet approached, and a beam of blue light swept down, enveloping Su Ming. The traction force gradually increased, drawing him directly into the fighter jet. Chapter 78. Departure, World Championship. Chapter 78. Departure, World Championship. Whoosh. The Kowloon fighter jets soared through the air, constantly weaving through the clouds, like a large bird soaring in the sky. Inside the fighter jet at this moment, young Su, I have to thank you a lot for allowing me to travel to the Western Allied countries in a fighter jet this time. Li Wuxuang greeted Su Ming with a big smile as he entered the cabin. Although he had watched the World Championship many times, he had spent a lot of battle merits to get the qualification to ride in the Kowloon fighter jet. After exchanging for it 3 times, his battle merits were basically exhausted. If he wanted to go to the World Championship again, he would probably have to wait until the World Championship was held at his doorstep. However, he never expected that he would actually receive a free pass. Only after asking did he realize that it was Su Ming who had applied for the spots for him. Upon hearing this, Su Ming smiled and said, "Principal Li, this is what you deserve. If it weren't for your sword a month ago, I would probably have been killed by that scarecrow. You are my savior." This was truly his heartfelt thought. The scarecrow and the hanging ghost were clearly aimed at him that day, without a doubt. Su Ming has always been a grateful person. If someone has helped him, then he should repay that kindness. Moreover, Su Ming admired Li Wuxuang's spirit of serving the world and the people. Even if there had been no connection of saving his life that day, he would have made a special request to go with him, for no other reason than admiration. Whether it was Tiandu City 5 years ago, or Qingshan District a little over a month ago, he excelled twice, repeatedly finding himself in perilous situations, sacrificing his own potential and foundation to stop the strange invasion and restore a bright and clear world for the people of Kyushu. People who serve their country and its people deserve to be called heroes, and that is no exaggeration. Even though his foundation was destroyed, he still returned to Qingshan District to dedicate himself to the education of students in impoverished areas. To be honest, Su Ming admired each and every one of them. Li Wuxuang shook his head and said, "Young Su, I'm not just doing this to save you. There are so many people from Qingshan District behind us. If we don't draw our swords, they will all die. The people are the hope of Kyushu." As he spoke, his expression was filled with emotion, and his eyes flickered as if he were recalling something. Zhou Chengli walked over at this moment, patted Su Ming on the shoulder, and said, "The will of Wuxuang is inherited from the Night Watchman. Su Ming, you must remember that the existence of our Kyushu and even the entire human race for thousands of years is due to the lives and blood of countless warriors. They are all heroes. Human life and blood." Su Ming muttered to himself, the records in those top-secret documents resurfacing in his mind, and he fell into deep thought. Yes, humanity's ability to rise from the brink of extinction, to establish so many base cities to protect the planet, and to keep large numbers of abyssal monsters out of reach of the planet's surface, is the result of countless efforts, sacrifices, and the shedding of countless lives by the entire human race. He knew in his heart that such things had been all too common over the past 1,000 years. No, now that I've transmigrated here and possess such a powerful cheat code, if I still can't solve these problems, then I'll be disgracing us transmigrators. I need to grow up faster, and I need to completely resolve this conflict that has lasted for thousands of years. Su Ming clenched his fists, his heart burning with passion, and he secretly made a vow. Although he did not belong to this world, he had absorbed the memories of his predecessor, and with everything he had come into contact with during this time, he gradually integrated into it and unknowingly became a part of it. In fact, when Su Ming first transmigrated, he had a playful attitude towards life. He didn't consider himself a person of this world. He viewed things from a superior perspective, like a passerby who would eventually leave. However, as time went by, he had experienced a lot, especially after Li Wushuang risked everything to protect himself and the people by unleashing that sword strike, which completely changed his thinking. At this moment, Gu Tiexiong walked up and laughed loudly. You people, always so pretentious. These strange creatures destroyed our homes and harmed our fellow human beings, so let's take them down. Let's give them a good beating. Why all the excuses? You who didn't even finish junior high school, what do you know? Zhou Qingli rolled his eyes. He couldn't make jokes like that if their relationship wasn't close enough. Gu Tiexiong wasn't angry. He still smiled and said, You old rascal, all you know how to say is this. So what if I didn't graduate? I'm still the head of the Kyushu Night Watchman headquarters. Wasn't it me who proposed the Dawn Project back then? Hey, how can you be so shameless? Wasn't the Dawn plan something we came up with together? Everyone here is an insider, and you're still getting all worked up about it. Zhou Qingli was displeased and retorted. The two chattered incessantly, which was quite different from their usual public persona. A few minutes later, the two seemed to have gotten tired of talking. The two laughed and led Su Ming to the center of the fighter jet, where 5 young men and women were sitting. When they saw Su Ming, they all came over. Su Shun, I'm so glad to finally meet you. I'm your fan. By the way, my name is Lu Qi, a third-year student at Imperial University, a 9-star general-level card master. You can just call me Xiao Lu, it'll be more friendly. The first to speak was a fat man with a round face full of smiles and sparkling eyes. You're a third-year student, and I have to call you Xiao Lu? Su Ming, that's just how Fatty Lu is. He's your #1 fan now. He calls you God Su all the time. In his eyes, you're his god. Calling you Little Lu is an honor for him. A tall, slender girl next to me spoke up, her big eyes crinkling into crescent moons with laughter. As she said this, she smiled and introduced herself. My name is Gu Siruan, a 2nd-star Royal Realm card master, and also the captain of the Kyushu team. My name is Feng Xiao, a 9-star general-level card master. I specialize in defense. Please take care of me. Guo Fangting, a 7-star card creator of general level, is good at creating martial arts-themed magic cards, but her combat strength is very weak. Lu Yi, a 1-star king-level card master. All 5 of them introduced themselves with great enthusiasm. Although they were very strong, they showed no arrogance whatsoever. They were truly the elite among elites of Kyushu. Su Ming replied with a smile. Hello everyone. My name is Su Ming, a 6-star card creator at the general level, specializing in... He paused here, unable to finish his sentence. What card types am I good at? There are just too many to list, I really don't know where to begin. He stopped there, all eyes were on him, and it seemed a bit awkward not to say anything. He paused for a moment before casually saying, I'm better at creating entirely new card systems. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Skilled at creating entirely new card systems? Is this even human language? At this moment, everyone in the cabin was stunned and remained in a daze for a long time, including Gu Tiexiong, Zhou Qingli, and others. They had never seen such an arrogant person. But the other party is Su Ming. He has the right to be arrogant. After a moment of stunned silence, everyone finally came to their senses. They sorted out their thoughts and seemed to feel that something was amiss. Finally, Lu Qi was the first to realize what was happening. He patted his round belly and exclaimed, General level 6-star Su Shin, you're not kidding, are you? I remember Junior Su is a demigod quality card-wielding artifact, right? Wouldn't a 6-star general level be stronger than a peak general level? A demigod quality general level 6-star might not even be a match for me, a king level being. This could directly become a main force. Haha, with Su Shin on the team this time, our team might actually be able to push higher in the royal card arena. At this moment, the 5 official members exclaimed in surprise, their eyes filled with even more admiration as they looked at Su Ming. They have both the skills and the creativity. They're truly unbeatable. Chapter 79 City of Angels, Alice's Terrifying Talent. Chapter 79 Angel City, Alice's Terrifying Talent Western Alliance, Angel City. It stands in the heart of the Western Allied nations, constructed entirely of white stone, towering atop a mountain peak and overlooking the entire continent. The city boasts diverse architectural styles, with flying arches, domes, and towers, every detail showcasing timeless beauty. Strolling through the city, one can feel the protection and teachings of angels. Every corner flows with invaluable wisdom and knowledge. As night falls, the city lights twinkle, as if millions of stars have fallen to earth, inspiring longing in all who see it. Angel City is undoubtedly the strongest base city for mankind. The city is shrouded in holy light, which is as dazzling as the sun. There was not a trace of fog or anything eerie about the entire city. Even as night falls, with dazzling neon lights flashing and people bustling about on the streets, the nightlife seems to be just beginning. Here, the black mist and eeriness are nowhere to be seen. It's as if they don't exist at all. This is the allure of the strongest human-based city. In the heart of the City of Angels stands a towering statue that reaches into the clouds. The statue holds a scepter, has holy wings on its back, and its golden curly hair emits glimmers of light. This towering statue did not exist from ancient times. It was built after a Western card creator created the first angel magic card in this city. After the angel statue was completed, its divine radiance guided heaven and earth, directly dispelling the fog and making the entire angel god clear and bright. This is also the origin of the name City of Angels. Before the strange occurrences, it was known as the City of Sin. At this moment, in the eyes of the angel statue, a figure stood there, blonde and blue-eyed, slender with snow-white skin, delicate features, and deep, defined eyes. She wore a light and flowing dress, exuding elegance, and her smile radiated confidence, captivating all who beheld her. "Alice, are you confident about this world championship?" At this moment, a calm and pleasant female voice sounded from behind him, and then a young woman in a wine-red dress walked out of the darkness. She had delicate and pretty features, fair and smooth skin, neat and tidy hair, and a beautiful and upright figure, exuding an aura of nobility and elegance. "Teacher, you've arrived." Miller bowed slightly in greeting to Alice, then confidently replied, "Is there any doubt? I have already created the angel race. So is there anyone else who can create a more powerful race of gods than the angels?" As she said this, her eyes shone with confidence. Indeed, the angel race is not the most powerful pantheon. Above it are the dragon race and the celestial race, which are almost all stronger than it. Among them, the dragon gods and the angel gods are evenly matched, while the celestial gods are much stronger. However, these are all Western pantheon systems, and in this generation, Alice represents the strongest mythology card creator. Other countries? What a joke, she didn't even notice. Although the Kyushu martial arts series is hailed as the strongest human-based magic card series, it is still just a human-based series, not a divine-based series. No matter how strong it is, it can never be compared with the angel-based series. As for the Japanese Aratama clan, they are utterly insignificant compared to the Western pantheon. The Tengu, a divine demon card, had its wings severed by an ordinary martial arts demon card from Kyushu. Such a divine race is truly pitifully weak. Clearly, as a representative of the Western allied nations, she has already reached the pinnacle of the world. In her view, this was an unquestionable fact. The elegant young woman remained calm, and with a gentle wave of her hand, a screen of light appeared before her, upon which stood a handsome young man from Kyushu. His name is Su Ming, from Kyushu. Latest intelligence, he has created a divine magic card belonging to the Kyushu people. Eileen's voice was calm and unhurried, but her brows furrowed slightly involuntarily. "What? Someone in Kyushu has created a divine demon card? How is that possible? Isn't Kyushu the legendary land forsaken by the gods?" Alice's face showed a hint of panic. She had never imagined that Kyushu could create a divine magic card. This was clearly beyond her expectations. Over the course of 1,000 years, the Western allied nations have successively created the dragon god race, angel god race, and sky god race. Even in a small place like Japan, the wild soul god race has emerged. However, there are no records of gods in Kyushu, let alone the creation of a divine magic card. Even so, Kyushu, without the god race magic cards, has existed for over 1,000 years, establishing base cities, creating martial arts-themed magic cards, stabilizing the situation, and becoming the second largest power guarding the abyss. As for the other countries, almost all those that were supposed to be extinct were extinct over the course of 1,000 years. Even those that were not extinct were assimilated into these 3 countries and became part of their vassal states. Alice's sapphire-like eyes were fixed on the golden light screen, her brows furrowing and relaxing repeatedly, her expression constantly changing. The screen was playing footage of Su Ming creating Yo 2 A Bang. The Een God clan. How is that any different from the supernatural? Alice frowned, a hint of anger flickering in her eyes. She looked at her teacher and spoke again. Jiuzhou is playing with fire. Aren't they afraid of being devoured by the abyss's strange forces? Have they forgotten the lesson of the Gafan god clan? Alice, Kyushu is different from India, and the Een god clan is also very different from the Gava god clan. The Gava god clan of India, although its mythology has always existed in the world and is the most complete among all countries, is too magnificent, too bizarre, and too absurd. It is simply beyond human capability. Eileen paused, then continued. However, the Een gods of Kyushu are different. Although they also resemble the supernatural, they have a certain degree of plausibility. After all, who says that supernatural creatures don't have gods? However, the Een god clan is, after all, a mysterious species. Whether it will ultimately end up like the Tianju Gava god clan is unknown. At least it has been recognized by the heavenly Tao, so we must go all out. Winning first place in the World Championship is important for both you and the Western Alliance. Yes, teacher. I will do my best. The championship belongs to our Western Alliance. Alice was full of confidence, and although she said she would go all out, she didn't really care about it. Mentor Eileen shook her head and laughed. Don't underestimate your opponent, little girl. Although this Een god belongs to the dark element and is countered by the light element angel race, it is still a brand new series of gods. No one knows exactly how powerful it is. Teacher Eileen, you don't need to worry. During this time, I entered the virtual space of the land of fallen gods at the invitation of the high priest, and I gained some insights from both the Dragon God clan and the Sky God clan. Eileen was shocked when she heard this. She finally understood why this girl was so confident. Angel gods, dragon gods, and celestial gods. These are the most powerful magic card series in the world today. If you can master the creation methods of 3 magic card series, what is there to worry about? Eileen took a deep breath and said excitedly, Alice, your talent is truly unprecedented. Your goal should be one Shanghai. Chapter 80 Riotous Storm. The goddess arrives from the stars. Chapter 80 Riotous Storm. The goddess arrives from the stars. The Kowloon fighter jet soared through the boundless sky, its fuselage shimmering with dazzling golden light, as radiant as the sun. It darted through the air at astonishing speed, fearless of the unpredictable attacks from all directions, breaking through with swift and fierce speed. Its fuselage has smooth and powerful lines, like a giant dragon soaring through the sky. The wings gleamed sharply in the sunlight, like the wings of a dragon, carrying the fighter jet through the azure sky. Inside the cockpit, the pilot remained as steady as a mountain, his gaze unwavering. He wielded the control stick with practiced ease, guiding the fighter jet to his command, much like an instrument in the hands of a conductor, playing a magnificent and moving symphony. With the roar of the fighter jet's engine, it accelerated instantly, shooting through the sky like an arrow. Its speed was so great that, to the flying monsters, it appeared as a bolt of lightning, breaking free from their encirclement in an instant. The flying monsters were awestruck by the fighter jet's power. They let out sharp screeches and tried to block its path, but the Kowloon fighter jet remained fearless. With its powerful mobility and the impact of its wings, the flying monsters' defenses were as fragile as paper and were easily torn apart. Phew, is this the highest level fighter jet in Kyushu? It actually shredded the strange creature to pieces simply by relying on the rigidity of its fuselage. Su Ming sat in the cabin, staring blankly as the bizarre mass before him was pulverized into dust. In his memory, this world revered card masters, and in terms of the city's technological development, it was almost the same as his previous life, except that the energy source for these technologies was not electricity or chemical energy, but energy cards. Su Ming originally thought that this fighter jet should not be much different from the one in his previous life. At most, the difference was that the energy card was more convenient to carry and could store more energy, allowing the fighter jet to fly faster and for longer. However, he never expected that the Nine Dragons fighter would be so terrifying, able to directly crush the strange group with its fuselage without being affected at all. This vast, eerie group is teeming with general-level monsters. It's important to know that fighter jets are extremely sensitive to airflow and fuselage. Even the planes from my previous life would become unstable if they were hit by airflow, and a collision with even a small bird could cause an air disaster. Only through such a comparison can one truly appreciate just how terrifying the Kowloon fighter jet is. At this moment, Lu Qi, with his round face, came over and explained with a grin. God Su, the Nine Dragons fighter jet uses a magical ore from the abyss. Its strength and flexibility far exceed those of ordinary aircraft, which is why it can unleash such power. Or from the abyss? That's right. This, or is found everywhere in the abyss. I've heard that it can be found in the walls of passes like Jinma City and Fenghua Pass. However, only our Kyushu on the entire Blue Star currently possesses the technology to refine and fuse it. Even the Western Alliance doesn't have it. That can't be right. If we possess this technology, then how were those border fortresses and strongholds of the Western Allied countries built? Were they all built by us providing the technology and personnel? Su Ming squinted, puzzled. Although he obtained the highest level of authority from Zhou Qingli, there was simply too much information and secrets to review one by one. He only carefully studied the creation of magic cards. As for other aspects, he is almost completely ignorant. Su Ming was simply too busy, either cultivating or creating cards, and couldn't spare much time at all. Lu Qi sat down next to him, scratched his head, and said with a smile, Su Shun, you really overestimate our Kyushu Science and Technology Department. Although they have figured out how to melt netherworld ore, they simply cannot melt and extract it in large quantities. It took them a full 20 years to complete the material fusion for this 9 Dragons fighter. Take the demon-suppressing city in Shanghai as an example. The amount of netherworld ore required to build it is 10,000 times that of the 9 Dragons fighter jet. As Lu Pengzi spoke, he eagerly added, therefore, the passes that our human race guards have always existed, and we don't know which era they originated from. I wonder which era it originated from. Su Ming muttered to himself, but a tidal wave of emotions surged within him. Rumble. While he was still in shock, the Kowloon fighter jet suddenly began to shake violently, and terrifying explosions came from all around. Su Ming came to his senses. Outside the window, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and a fierce storm raged. A thunderclap resounded in the sky, like the angry roar of nature. A fierce storm raged in, and a massive waterspout swept in, engulfing the fighter jets like a giant column of water. The jets trembled in the wind and rain, as if they might be swallowed up at any moment. The wind and rain intensified, and waterspouts spun continuously, trapping the fighter jets within them. The jets struggled under immense pressure, their wings bending in the wind and rain, their fuselages covered in scratches, yet they remained resilient and unyielding. Oh no, a riot storm. How did we run into this thing? Gu Tiexiong's voice rang out. He frowned, stood up, and took out a golden magic card. The riot storm is a supernatural phenomenon in the chaotic star sea. No one knows how it appears, let alone where it will appear next. However, its power is extremely terrifying. Even a peak-level Emperor Realm expert would find it difficult to survive if caught in it. Golden Bell Shield. Gu Tiexiong inserted a golden magic card into the card-controlling device, and a semi-transparent golden bell appeared out of thin air, then quickly grew larger and enveloped the entire fighter jet. The waterspout continued to compress, touching the golden bell cover, producing clanging sounds and sparks. The strongest defensive magic card in the Kyushu equipment category, Golden Bell Shield. Su Ming looked at the golden screen outside the window, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. The martial arts faction is the strongest below the divine faction. The Azure Dragon Sword, known for its strongest attack power, can even reverse the divine faction's magic card Kro Tengu. This Golden Bell Shield possesses the strongest defense among equipment, and can even withstand some of the attacks from the divine race's magic cards. Rumble. The roaring sound continued unabated, but the internal workings of the fighter jet were no longer agitated. The trainees all breathed a sigh of relief, feeling much more at ease, and immediately lay down on their chairs. But, just then, with a cracked sound, a golden bolt of lightning struck from the seawater, hitting the Kowloon fighter jet with a loud bang. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Golden arcs of electricity snaked across the fuselage, covering everyone's bodies and causing them to lose consciousness instantly. Even Gu Tiexiong was no exception. I don't know how much time passed. Su Ming sat up abruptly, panting heavily, and looked around in a panic. Where am I? Wasn't I on the Kowloon fighter jet? Su Ming muttered to himself, looking around, but found it was pitch black and he couldn't see his surroundings at all. Am I already dead? Is this the world after death? Su Ming was shaken. He only remembered that he was traveling in the 9 Dragons fighter jet through the stormy seas, preparing to go to the Western Angel City to participate in the World Championship. However, they encountered a terrifying riot storm, with waterspouts shooting straight into the sky and engulfing the fighter jets. I remember it was like a golden lightning bolt shooting out of the sea, and then I lost consciousness. Su Ming tried hard to recall, but his consciousness remained stuck on this point. Tada! Just then, the sound of high heels walking suddenly echoed in the dark space. Immediately afterwards, Su Ming witnessed a scene he would never forget. At the edge of the dark space, countless stars lit up. A slender woman with long, flowing hair, wearing golden armor and red high heels, slowly walked from the end of the starry sky. With each step she took, a starlight was generated beneath her feet, gradually connecting to form a star path, exuding unparalleled power. The woman's face was veiled in white gauze, and her eyes were obscured by starlight. Even so, it cannot conceal her unique charm, like a goddess descended from the heavens to the mortal world. Su Ming stared at the woman, rooted to the spot, and couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration for her. Before he could react, the woman reached out her slender hand and tossed out a bronze key, which landed directly in Su Ming's hand. She turned her back, and her ethereal voice rang out. "The prophesied youth, we await you in the sea of stars, hoping you can complete your mission as soon as possible." As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared into the endless starry sky with a thump, thump, thump sound. Thank you for your support. Chapter 81 Darkness, Blue Pen Holder. Chapter 81 Darkness. The blue pen holder and the starry sky gradually disappeared, and the entire space turned into pitch black again. "Hey beautiful, explain yourself before you leave." "No, wait, you should let me out first before you go." Su Ming came to his senses and couldn't help but exclaim. Unfortunately, the other party's figure had already disappeared into the darkness, and even the Starlight Avenue had vanished. Su Ming stared in the direction the woman had disappeared, frozen in place. Holy crap, this woman is so irresponsible. She lured me to a dark room, and then just left me there? How am I supposed to get out of here? Su Ming was so angry he wanted to curse, wishing he could drag that pretty woman back and vent his anger on her. He swore that if the other party did it again, he would definitely point his finger at them and curse them out. This is ridiculous. And what's with the promise to wait for me at Wangxinghai? I'm not even sure if I can get out of this dark room now, so what am I waiting for? His anger was becoming uncontrollable. This was simply outrageous. Ugh, what bad luck to run into this mess. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming finally calmed down. Now that things have come to this, there's nothing he can do about being angry. Now, the most important thing is to find a way out, otherwise death will be all that awaits us. Admittedly, a general-level card master can sustain themselves for a long time even without drinking water or eating. However, before reaching the Emperor realm, one still cannot achieve abstaining from grains. One's dependence on food is simply greatly reduced. Over time, bodily functions will continue to decline until death. I can't just sit here and wait to die. I have to get out. Su Ming muttered to himself as he stood up. Immediately, he retrieved the black impermanence from his mind and was about to insert it into the card slot when his eyes lit up. I didn't expect the golden legend to have this kind of use. Su Ming held the magic card, and golden light emanated from the card, instantly illuminating the darkness. Although the brightness was low, and we could only vaguely see about 10 meters away, it was still better than not being able to see anything at all. Then, he pulled out all the ox-headed and horse-faced demons at once, and their radiance shone even brighter. Su Ming even took out the orange epic card, hero, Li Bai, but the brilliance of the epic magic card was too weak, better than nothing, and it took up hand space, so he simply put it back. The space was pitch black. Su Ming kept probing forward, and after a few steps he saw a huge black wall blocking his way. It was uneven and pitted, like a mountain wall. Wait a minute, this is the direction from which that beautiful woman came walking on starlight, right? Why did she run into a wall after only walking a dozen meters? Su Ming's brows furrowed into a deep frown, his mind filled with confusion. The endless starry sky seemed so far away, so vast, yet now I'm being told it's only 20 or 30 meters away. That doesn't make sense. Is there another large LCD screen on this wall? However, this is a world of magic cards, and using magic cards to fight and unleash overwhelming power seems inherently illogical. Su Ming pondered, his steps never faltering. He turned around and continued to explore his surroundings. Finally, after 2 full hours of exploration, a turning point appeared. Huh? Is this a keyhole? Su Ming looked at the round hole in the stone wall and felt a surge of joy. The more he looked at the hole, the more familiar it seemed. It was a large round hole at the top and a small pentagonal hole at the bottom. Wasn't it exactly the same as that bronze key? He quickly took out the bronze key and examined it carefully. He only glanced at the key after he got it, without really examining it properly. It wasn't that he wasn't interested, but rather that the circumstances at the time were so special that he simply didn't have the mood to study it further. That woman left behind this bronze key, and there's a keyhole in this cliff face. It seems she did leave me a way out. If she only gave me this key to open the door, then she didn't bring me in just to tell me they're waiting for me, did she? No way. They made such a big fuss, and this is all they got. Su Ming was speechless. He shook the key and inserted it into the hole. It fit perfectly. He couldn't care less about anything else now. Whether there was a dead end or a way out behind the cliff, he had no other choice but to open the door. After all, not opening the door would only mean certain death. If it opens up, there's still hope for survival. At least there's a way to go. Click. The key turned gently without any resistance. Su Ming even felt that it was smoother than his own front door. Rumble. As the bronze key was turned, a continuous rumbling sound filled the cave, and the ground shook incessantly, as if an earthquake had struck. No way. Is this a self-destruct switch? If this cave doesn't just collapse, I'll be spared even having a grave. Su Ming said with a self-deprecating laugh. I've already summoned Oxhead and Horseface. These two men were tall and burly, which gave Su Ming a great sense of security. If there really is a landslide, there are still tall people to hold it up. Especially Horseface Demon, as a general-level God Race magic card, its strength should not be underestimated. Buzz. Just then, the bronze key in front of him shone with a light like old yellow paper, and felt as warm and pleasant as the early spring sun shining on him. Bathed in the light, Su Ming couldn't help but move his feet and slowly walk towards the source of the light. As he drew closer, he discovered that what shone with the luster of old yellow paper was actually a pen. It was about 3 feet long, resembling a long sword with a sharp aura. Just one glance was enough to shock one's mind. It was no ordinary object. The pen holder is entirely blue, with mysterious golden runes engraved on it, segmented like growing bamboo. It consists of only this pen holder. Not even the pen holder, brush tip, or pen hanger can be seen. The amazing thing is that the moment Su Ming saw it, he was convinced that it was a calligraphy brush handle. This thought arose from the bottom of his heart, and he couldn't shake it off. It was truly amazing. Come on, grab me. As Su Ming gazed at the pen, a faint voice echoed in his mind, lingering and reverberating. The voice was genderless, like a nightmare haunting the mind. Finally, Su Ming took a deep breath, reached out his hand, and gently shook it. Buzz. Suddenly, the golden runes on the pen burst forth with endless brilliance, instantly engulfing the entire person within them. At this moment, in the sea of myriad stars, a woman with long, flowing hair and wearing golden armor suddenly turned around, her eyes sparkling with starlight, and the corners of her mouth slightly upturned. Finally, someone has been recognized by the divine relic. The boy in the prophecy. It seems this time it's definitely true. Chapter 82 Doubts. The World Championship officially begins. Chapter 82 Doubts. The World Championship officially begins. Rumble. The Kowloon fighter jet landed crookedly at the airport in the City of Angels. Its steel-like wings were bent, and its fuselage was covered with countless scratches. The image of the dragon spreading its wings had been cleaned up by the storm and was no longer as imposing as before. As the plane landed safely, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had escaped a disaster. Lu Qi, where is Su Ming? Where did he go? Didn't you see him sitting right next to you? As soon as the plane came to a stop, Li Wushuang went straight to Fatty Lu, looked at the person next to him, and asked loudly. Lu Qi also stared blankly, shaking his head and saying, I didn't know I hadn't seen him when I woke up. I thought Su Shen had changed seats. Minister Gu, have you seen Su Ming? Li Wushuang shifted her focus and quickly approached Gu Tiexiong, hoping to get a satisfactory answer from him. Wushuang, I only woke up just before the plane landed, and I didn't see that kid. Gu Tiexiong also looked worried, his expression extremely unpleasant. Su Ming is the only mythical card creator in Kyushu. Whether Kyushu can rise to prominence depends on him. It could be said that, in the eyes of Li Wushuang, Gu Tiexiong, and others, Su Ming's safety was more important than their own lives. Now, so many of them are traveling together in a Kowloon fighter jet to the City of Angels. Everyone has arrived safely, but only Su Ming is missing. This is really strange. Gu Tiexiong frowned and analyzed. I remember we encountered a raging storm in the turbulent sea. I used the Golden Bell Shield magic card, and then there seemed to be a flash of golden lightning before I passed out. Minister Gu, before I passed out, I saw a golden lightning bolt shoot out from the turbulent sea and hit the Kowloon fighter jet directly, and then I lost consciousness. Lu Qi suddenly recalled what he had seen on the plane and couldn't help but reply. As soon as he said that, everyone couldn't help but nod in agreement. Fatty is right. Before I passed out, I think I saw golden arcs of electricity moving in front of me. Maybe it was the golden lightning he was talking about. I also saw the lightning. It was very fast. I was struck by it in the blink of an eye and instantly lost consciousness. But what does this have to do with the golden lightning? We're all fine, so why is Su Shin nowhere to be found? Zhou Chengli squinted, stroked his white beard, and said, "It seems everyone has been unconscious along the way. The only way to figure out what happened is to check the surveillance footage." Hey, right. Check the surveillance footage. Why didn't I think of that? I'm getting old. I'm not as good as I used to be. Gu Tiexiong slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing what was going on. Without further ado, he headed straight for the cockpit. Xiaohu, wake up. Don't sleep. When everyone went to the cockpit, they found that the pilot, Xiaohu, was fast asleep, snoring with his eyes closed. Fortunately, as the top fighter jet in Kyushu, the Kowloon fighter not only uses the rare and precious netherworld ore, but also features a state-of-the-art intelligent cockpit with an unmanned mode. As long as the destination is set, it can safely deliver the goods even without a pilot. Of course, this driverless mode can only ensure safe delivery and cannot be used for aggressive driving. In case of emergencies, human intervention is still required, otherwise it is up to fate. Without a doubt, crossing such a dangerous sea as turbulent waters is beyond the capabilities of current unmanned vehicles. A pilot is required, and one of the best pilots in Kyushu at that time. Unfortunately, the Golden Lightning was too outrageous, capable of putting even a powerful emperor-level expert like Gu Tiexiong to sleep indiscriminately, let alone a mere pilot like him. Whoosh whoosh. At that moment, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, exclaiming how lucky they were. Xiaohu was finally awakened. He looked at the group of faces surrounding him and was stunned. His breath caught in his throat, and he stammered in a panic. "Minister Gu? I didn't mean to. All right, I know what happened. It's none of your business. Now quickly pull up the surveillance footage." Gu Tiexiong interrupted the other party before he could finish speaking, his face showing anxiety. After a while, everyone returned to the cabin with puzzled expressions. The footage they saw was extremely limited. They only saw the golden lightning strike, and then all the cameras in the cabin short-circuited, recording nothing. This isn't the strangest thing. After all, it's normal for lightning to strike the fuselage and damage electrical components. However, only the cameras inside the cabin of the plane were broken. The cameras in the cockpit were still intact, and Xiaohu's snoring could even be heard clearly. The strangest thing is the cockpit recording footage. After the golden lightning, the plane moved incredibly smoothly through the raging storm, with the waves even seemingly escorting it forward. This was completely unexpected and unprecedented in the world. What exactly is golden lightning? How could it possibly make way for riots and storms? And why would it need to protect the Kowloon fighter jets as they advance? How exactly did Su Ming disappear? A series of questions lingered in everyone's minds. They all knew that these things must be related to the golden lightning, but they had no way of knowing the connection. At this moment, Zhou Chengli broke the silence and said, "Old Gu, I think that golden lightning must be a fortuitous encounter. It's coming for Su Shan, the first mythical card creator in the 9 provinces. Sai, I can roughly guess that the golden lightning came for Su Ming, but how do you know it's a fortuitous encounter and not a disaster?" Gu Tiexiong's furrowed brows gradually relaxed, his heart filled with doubt. Zhou Chengli replied, "Think about it. If this is a disaster, why would golden lightning escort our fighter jets safely away from the turbulent storm? Moreover, in all these years, apart from the terrifying and bizarre ocean currents, this storm is the most dangerous in the entire turbulent sea area, and golden lightning has never even heard of it. Think about it. When we were struck by the golden lightning, besides falling asleep, did anything else happen to us?" "You mean?" "That's right. What I'm trying to say is that this golden lightning is most likely for Su Ming, the first mythical card creator in Kyushu." As Zhou Chengli spoke, he narrowed his eyes. He paused, then continued, "Although I'm not sure, it seems to be the only way it makes sense, and I hope it is." "Old Zhou, your words have made me feel much better." Gu Tiexiong spoke up. Having worked with Zhou Chengli for so many years, he was naturally very clear about the other's abilities. As the brain of the night watch, reasoning was one of the other's strengths. He straightened his collar, regaining his composure, and said, "Alas, whether it's a blessing or a curse, we can no longer decide. Now, there are more important things waiting for us to do. Everyone should make full preparations for the World Championship arena. As for the card creation tournament, I only hope that Su Ming will be safe and sound, and I ask for nothing more. The next day, the sky was clear. In the very center of Angel City, beneath a colossal angel statue, stands an arena the size of 10 football fields. The scepter in the angel statue emits a pure white light, which falls upon the arena, making it appear even more sacred. At that moment, a beautiful girl with wings on her back descended from the sky. Her eyes were as blue as jewels, her golden hair shone like sunlight, and she wore a pale green gauze dress with transparent, dreamlike wings. She floated in midair, beautiful as an elf, like a sacred painting, captivating and enchanting. A blonde girl smiled as she held a microphone, her clear, melodious voice ringing out. Hello everyone, I am Lilia. I hereby declare the Magic Card League World Championship officially open. At this moment, in the black space, Su Ming held the cyan pen, and a portal of light appeared out of thin air in front of him. Huh? This is the City of Angels. He gazed at the scene outside the portal. The angel statue standing tall in the sky was so striking that he never expected that picking up the cyan pen would directly open a spatial passage, and that the other side of the passage was his destination. What exactly is going on? Could all of this be related to that woman? The image of the beautiful woman who came from the stars involuntarily surfaced in Su Ming's mind. He felt that everything that had happened today was too coincidental, as if it were a movie. He took a deep breath, stopped thinking, sighed softly, and stepped into the portal. Chapter 83 Different Beliefs. Chapter 83 Different Faiths, the City of Angels. In the Kyushu Athletes' Lounge, a gloomy atmosphere was reflected on everyone's face. They looked at the lively scene, but they couldn't feel happy at all. Minister Gu, the competition is about to start. Will Su Ming make it in time? Lu Qi looked anxious, his eyes scanning the arena. Gu Tiexiong's face was also ashen, his eyes filled with worry. It wasn't because Su Ming couldn't participate in the World Championship, but because he was worried about whether the other party was in danger. Even though Zhou Chengli had analyzed that Su Ming had most likely encountered a fortuitous encounter, this worry would not disappear until the other party showed up. Su Ming is the first God Clan card creator in Kyushu. If anything goes wrong, he will be a sinner of Kyushu. This is not something you should worry about. Now, just watch the match. In the upcoming arena battles, you will face the magical cards created this time. Zhou Chengli spoke, his expression calm, but his worries were no less than anyone else's. Only Li Wushuang sat silently to the side, her eyes narrowed, her expression unchanged. He dared not think too much, but he had great confidence in Su Ming. This confidence, though its source was unknown, inexplicably arose in his heart and could not be dispelled. The two had known each other the longest, and Li Wushuang had witnessed Su Ming create miracles time and time again, and this time would be no exception. The City of Angels was exceptionally lively today, with various fighter jets landing and taking off, and crowds thronging the streets. Clearly, they're all here for the Magic Card League. As the most prestigious annual event, the winners not only receive rewards from the Magic Card Master Association, but also have the opportunity to have the Heavenly Tao manifest and personally bestow rewards upon them. Such an opportunity is extremely rare. Most people may never witness the Tao of Heaven even once in their lifetime. Fighter jets are a common sight in almost every base city. The Western Alliance has a total of 51 base cities, divided into two regions, North and South. Angel City is located in the northern part of the Alliance. The Western Allied powers were not a single nation in the old days. They united for survival and gradually evolved into the Allied powers we know today. Of course, ever since the first God-type magic card was created in the Northern Alliance, the previously turbulent alliance has become more stable, and all have made the City of Angels their center. Later, as various relics were discovered in the land of fallen gods, more information about ancient gods was unearthed. In the West, geniuses emerged from all walks of life, and magic cards related to the angel god race, dragon god race, and sky god race were created. The entire Alliance country made great strides forward, and even the fog that entered the base city at night was completely driven away. Of course, not all Western base cities are like this. They must have a divine building like an angel statue to suppress the evil spirits. Not all god-type magic cards can be imbued with divinity. This is a characteristic possessed only by those powerful god-type magic cards. The angel statue has 4 wings on its back, and the scepter in its hand radiates a holy light. Clearly, The prototype of this statue is not the lowest-ranking two-winged angel, but rather a powerful four-winged angel. At this moment, on the arena, the host flapped her wings, dancing on the arena like an elf, with holy light falling on her, making her beautiful and delicate face even more captivating. She flew around the arena once, a faint green glow emanating from her, and continuously merging into the arena. Great Archangel Graham, please bless your faithful believers. The girl closed her sapphire-like eyes, clasped her hands together in front of her chest, and golden waves naturally cascaded down, slowly falling back to the ground as she knelt before the statue with utmost devotion. Great Archangel Graham, please bless your faithful believers. At this moment, many Western spectators below also knelt on the ground, closed their eyes, and were extremely devout. This was originally a Western-dominated event, and the majority of the audience were Westerners. They knelt down in a huge crowd, which looked quite spectacular. As the crowd knelt and prayed, the holy light on the angel statue grew stronger. The scepter in its hand shimmered with a pale blue halo, and the entire hand even made a slight upward movement. Rumble. Immediately, a booming sound was heard, and the huge arena split into three. The middle arena floated up, and the two side arenas also floated up slightly, but they were less than half the size of the middle one. Praise be to the Lord, angels. Thank you for your selfless grace. Praise be to the Lord, angels. Thank you for your selfless grace. Praise be to the Lord, angels. Thank you for your selfless grace. The kneeling Westerners looked excited and praised in unison, as if they had rehearsed it countless times. This scene left Lu Qi and the others in the rest room looking at each other in bewilderment. All 5 players were participating in the World Championship for the first time. They had never seen anything like this before. How could these Westerners be so devout? At this moment, Li Wushuang, a seasoned veteran, spoke up. This is nothing. Westerners are taught from childhood that there are gods and even supreme beings, and that humans must unconditionally obey the guidance of gods. Is it really that exaggerated? Don't they understand the saying man can conquer nature? Lu Qi asked. Before Li Wushuang could explain, Hua Fangting, who was standing to the side, spoke up. The strange phenomenon has been around for 1,000 years. Our Kyushu has no god race magic cards. We have relied on the Kyushu human race to get to where we are today. We believe that man can conquer nature. However, the Western Alliance created god race magic cards a long time ago, which strengthened their own power. Naturally, they developed their current mindset, which is normal. As a card creator, she has a wide range of knowledge. That makes sense. They possess the divine race magic cards, so naturally they can pray to the gods more easily. Now that we also possess divine race magic cards, will we end up like that in the future? This hasn't happened yet, so I'm not entirely sure. But I don't think it's likely. Why? It's just a feeling, but I can't explain why. Hua Fangting pondered, but found herself at a loss for words. I don't think so. Man can conquer nature. It's not just a simple phrase. It contains the ideas that our Kyushu has had since ancient times. It's not so easy to change. Zhou Qingli spoke up, a smile on his face, and then continued to explain. 1,000 years have passed since the arrival of the strange phenomenon. We, the people of Kyushu, have gone from having nothing to now possessing 42 base cities, relying on our own strength, not on praying to the gods. What is a magic card? It's just a tool to make yourself stronger. Whether it's the original warrior card or the later martial arts card, they are all tools. Only the strength of the magic cards is different. The God Race magic card also falls under the category of magic cards. It's still just a tool. Only by strengthening ourselves can we go further. Zhou Qingli squinted and continued. Moreover, their prayers have no effect whatsoever. It's just psychological comfort. A sense of comfort? But the holy radiance has indeed increased, Fatty Lu asked, puzzled. Ha! These radiances aren't from the archangel, but rather the work of that old man Frank. Gu Tiexiong couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. Frank. Minister Gu, are you talking about that mythical card creator from the West who created the four-winged angel? That's right, it's him. However, what his motives are, is beyond our knowledge. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. It seems that this is indeed the case. It is still humans who use magic cards. No matter how strong it is still just a magic card. As for where these gods are, no one knows. If they are truly so powerful, why don't they descend in their true forms and dispel the strangeness directly? Moreover, the human race has only cultivated for 1,000 years, and yet a saint-level expert has already emerged. So what lies above the saint level? Who says that we humans can't become new gods? Chapter 84, A Dashing Entrance. I'm going to crush the arrogance of the West. Chapter 84, A Dashing Entrance. I'm destroying the arrogance of the West. At this moment, beneath the sculpture, the arena has been divided into 3 parts. The host, microphone in hand, announced with great enthusiasm. Now, please welcome our host, Alice Miller, the Protoss card creator from our Western Alliance, to the stage. As she finished speaking, a blonde, blue-eyed woman descended from the sky, bathed in holy light, appearing sacred and inviolable. Goddess, goddess, oh, praise be to the Archangel God, may God bless our alliance. Alice's talent for creating cards will enable us to continue to be great. Go Alice. Goddess, goddess. A commotion broke out below the ring, with the audience shouting like fanatical believers. This is perfectly normal. As someone who created an absolutely original God race magic card while still in high school, it wouldn't be an exaggeration for them to be 10 times more insane. After all, the power of Westerners' faith in gods should not be underestimated. Moreover, the God race magic cards of this world are the foundation of the West's existence. The fact that these people can live so comfortably is thanks to every God race card creator. Compared to combat card masters, card creators have a higher status, and divine card creators are even more supreme beings. After Alice landed, she bowed slightly with a faint smile on her face. This immediately ignited the atmosphere at the scene, with cheers erupting continuously and lingering for a long time. The host stood aside cooperatively, not disturbing anything. She even looked at Alice with the eyes of a fangirl. If it weren't for her status and the occasion, she would have been the first to run up for a photo and an autograph. The frenzied atmosphere lasted for a full 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. Keep in mind that this match was broadcast live globally. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have felt any discomfort even if the commotion lasted for a whole day and night. TCH, is that really necessary? Our Su Ming from Kyushu is also a God Clan card creator. He's making such a fuss now. If he doesn't lose, then things will get really interesting. Oh my god, what are these things you Kyushu have produced? Don't you have any concept of what they are? These bizarre cards can be classified as divine magic cards? It's laughable. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Strange creatures are the greatest enemy of our human race. You people from Kyushu are really bold. You Western allied nations are the ones who are laughable. The divine race demon card, which even the heavenly Tao acknowledges, is considered a traitor by you? That's quite a huge accusation. What's the use of heaven's approval? History has seen many traitors who created dark-type magic cards. Even if the 9 provinces can create god-type magic cards, so what? Do they really think heaven will choose a dark-type magic card to suit those strange creatures? That's too naive. Oh my god, look. No contestants are even stepping onto the Kyushu arena. What are they planning? Are they going to forfeit the match? Haha. The host has called twice already, but still no one has come up. I bet Su Ming is terrified. Thank God. This guy must have seen the goddess's brilliance and realized he's no match, so he doesn't want to embarrass himself. Praise be to God. He must have received the holy light of the angels, realized his sins, and decided he shouldn't continue creating those bizarre magic cards, so he chose to withdraw from the competition. Oh praise God. Thanks be to Goddess. The barrage of comments exploded instantly, as the 2 populous nations of Kyushu and the Western Alliance engaged in a war of words. However, in the end, the Western Alliance still gained the upper hand. There was no other way. The situation was pressing, and I couldn't find a reason to refute it. At this moment, on the arena, Alice stood calmly on the highest platform in the center, radiating a holy glow. The host, flapping his wings and flying in the air, smiled and said into the microphone, Su Ming, contestant from Kyushu, please come up on stage to compete. If you do not come up on stage by the countdown, it will be considered that you have forfeited the competition. 10. 9. What happened? Where did Su Ming go? Did he really forfeit? Holy crap, could there really be something wrong with his God Clan magic card? It's too afraid to show itself when it sees holy light. No way. This is worse than sending someone else to participate. Damn it. I supported him so much, and it turns out he's a coward? I think Su Shun must have been held up by something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed out of the picture. Bullshit. Still calling himself Su Shun? This kid has completely disgraced the entire 9 provinces. Calm down, everyone. He is the first God Clan card creator in our Kyushu. He has already brought us unparalleled benefits and glory. In Kyushu, many people became anxious, hurling various accusations and expressing their anger. 5, 4, 3. The host spoke slowly and deliberately, uttering numbers one by one, her smile growing ever brighter. However, she strictly adhered to the rules and did not speed up the process. After all, in her view, the goddess Alice of the Western Alliance was invincible, and the mere card creators of Kyushu were not worth mentioning at all. Whether the other team participates or not has little impact. She even hoped that this so-called first god race card creator in Kyushu would participate in the competition. In this way, the goddess Alice can trample it into the ground and make the people of Kyushu understand that only the Western gods and magic cards are the most powerful. How can a godforsaken land like Kyushu, which finally gave birth to a god race card creator, be compared to Alice? How can a heretical and evil race be compared with the angels, dragons, and celestial gods of the West, who radiate divine light? Buzz. Just as she counted to 2, a golden gate appeared out of thin air in the sky. Immediately, a figure leaped down from the door, radiating a glow like old yellow paper, and quickly landed on the left-hand arena. Su Ming of Kyushu is ready. Before the radiance had faded, a deep, confident voice rang out. At this moment, almost everyone was stunned. This entrance was so unexpected and so incredibly cool. The radiance of the old yellow paper was even more captivating, elusive, and even awe-inspiring than the light of holiness. If he hadn't landed on a slightly lower platform, everyone would probably have thought he was the host. On the main stage, Alice frowned slightly, her emerald eyes watching the boy descend from the sky. She parted her lips slightly and murmured to herself, This match seems a little more interesting than I expected. But the ultimate victor will still be me. Her gaze was firm, and images of the gods that she had conceived long ago surfaced in her mind. This is the Kyushu Lounge. Su Shun is here. His entrance was so cool. He truly lives up to his reputation as Su Shun. I can only say that I give this act 99 points. I'm afraid he'll get arrogant if I give him any more. See? I told you Su Ming had some kind of extraordinary encounter, didn't I? Otherwise, how could he have appeared so suddenly? Old Zhou, you're really quick-witted. I really admire you. Gu Tiexiong was also extremely excited, completely disregarding the image he should maintain as a minister. His heart was in his throat just now, and he had already given up. He never expected Su Ming to pull such a big stunt. If someone with a heart condition had done this, they probably would have fainted from excitement. Of course, only Li Wushuang remained calm among the group, but it was only on the surface. The weight in his heart had been lifted, and he was very excited. However, all of this seemed to him as if it were the natural course of things. That's Su Ming for you, always surprising everyone. On the arena, Su Ming stood there, his gaze sweeping over the blonde, blue-eyed, and brown-eyed audience. He felt that they all looked the same, with no significant differences, as if they were all cut from the same mold. He then turned his gaze to the other 2 arenas. On the arena opposite him, a short man in a black martial arts uniform leaped down from the air and landed steadily on the floor. The short man had a mustache and looked somewhat sleazy. His demeanor was completely mismatched with his martial arts uniform. He didn't look at it for long. Just one more glance, and his eyes felt like they were going to explode. It was just too ugly. Su Ming quickly shifted his gaze to the blonde, blue-eyed, and graceful Alice, and felt a little better. Although she had an aloof and unapproachable air about her, she was still more pleasing to the eye than the short man. As for her arrogance, Su Ming glanced at the red tongue in his storage card, narrowed his eyes, and muttered to himself, Arrogance? I'll destroy your Western arrogance. Today is the day when the 9 provinces God clan will dominate the world. After Bai Wu Chang created you, my curse should be lifted, right? As he felt the abyss curse being suppressed to the point of near death in his sea of consciousness, a look of hope involuntarily appeared on his face. Chapter 85 Take's Jijoro. Chapter 85 Take's Jijoro Baka. That guy from Kyushu actually showed up? And with such a cool entrance? Isn't he trying to steal my thunder? Take's Jijoro clenched his fists, staring intently at the handsome young man who had fallen from the sky, his heart filled with resentment. Kyushu is nothing but a land forsaken by the gods, yet it's so high profile. The opposing player was tall and handsome, a stark contrast to his own appearance, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Hanglang came from a poor family and was an orphan after his parents died. He was bullied in various ways from a young age, especially because of his height and appearance, which made him the target of ridicule. This has always been a thorn in his side, one that he can't seem to get rid of. Even though his talent has been discovered and he has achieved great success, the scars left in his heart are difficult to heal, and his mind is even somewhat twisted. Take's Jijoro's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as he gritted his teeth and muttered, the first God-type card creator in Kyushu. Today I will crush you under my feet. You dare to challenge my Amaterasu great nation from the land of forsaken gods? How could a nation that relies on bizarre, godlike spirits possibly gain the recognition of the heavenly Tao? However, considering how handsome you are, I will definitely crush you into the dust. Killing is not allowed in the competition, but using Chunka's residual energy to disfigure your face shouldn't be too much to ask, right? TSK TSK TSK. It must be wonderful to see the knife slicing across your face. He muttered to himself, the corners of his mouth involuntarily turning up, his face gradually contorting. However, when his gaze fell upon Alice, this madness vanished completely, replaced by profound inferiority. No matter how excellent I am, and even if I have conceived a divine magic card, the gods of Japan are simply too weak and cannot be compared with the gods of the West. Alice is not only beautiful, but also exceptionally talented. If I could marry a woman like her, I would have no regrets in this life. Unfortunately, I am not worthy. Even if I don't get first place, no one can take second place from me. He was somewhat dejected, but when his gaze fell on Su Ming again, he regained some confidence. Okay, there are only 3 people in this competition. Only the first place can get a relatively satisfactory reward. As for the second and third place, although they can also get some materials and soul stones, compared with the heavenly Tao seed, it is simply not worth mentioning. The main reason why the World Championship is so highly regarded is because of these seeds of destiny. Of course, when the Magic Card League was first held, there were not only 3 teams participating. At that time, there were many surviving countries, and they would almost all send teams to participate in the competition. In particular, the Western Alliance at that time was not a single country. It was only later that the Bald Eagle Empire successfully created the 4-winged angel and became the first country in the world to possess the God Race Magic Card, which led to its rapid rise and continuous expansion of influence. Furthermore, the pressure from the abyss is increasing, and many countries are unable to withstand it, so they turn to the Bald Eagle Empire for help. Gradually, as time went by, the West became a melting pot, and the Bald Eagle integrated the entire West, thus becoming the Western Alliance as we know it today. Su Ming naturally noticed the short man's fierce gaze and frowned. I don't think I've offended this kid, have I? However, upon further reflection, I realized that the other party was from Japan, and I felt relieved. It's normal for this island nation to be small in size and narrow-minded. It's truly a miracle that such a small island nation could survive for 1,000 years after the fog descended. How exactly has it managed to stand for 1,000 years without being invaded by the supernatural or shrouded in mist? Su Ming squinted, his curiosity piqued. This is truly astonishing and intriguing. It should be noted that there are countless countries on the entire planet with environments better than Japan. Powerful nations like Russia have lost their way in the fog, with only a small number of their people escaping to leave behind a trace of their bloodline on the borders of Kyushu. The eeriness on land is incomparable to the eeriness in the sea. The sea is boundless and sparsely populated. After a large number of strange creatures descend, one can cultivate and improve without worry. Their high-end combat power is simply incomparable to that of the strange creatures on land. Moreover, under the influence of the mist, various enormous creatures in the sea have mutated and gradually become bizarre, which adds another wave of combat power. It is truly a miracle that Japan has been able to survive in the treacherous waters. Although Su Ming was curious, he didn't pay too much attention to it. What does a tiny country like Japan matter? He didn't care. These are truly insignificant compared to the many mythical figures of China. He didn't care at all about the Japanese players who were living comfortably, or even the players from the Western Allied countries whose fathers were his. Are the angel race very strong? Perhaps he might still have some interest in the legendary 7 six-winged seraphim. After all, Gabriel and Michael also possess formidable combat abilities, and their strength should not be underestimated. As for the other 4-winged angels and 2-winged angels, they are not worth mentioning, and even Su Ming does not know their names. However, although the seraphim is the strongest among the angels, in Su Ming's eyes, he is only passable, nothing more. There was no way around it. Su Ming had transmigrated here, and his mind was filled with far too many Chinese mythological stories. The seraphim simply weren't enough for him. Of course, these only apply to the creation of magic cards. If he were to encounter a seraph in real life, no, even an ordinary 2-winged angel, his current strength would only allow him to hold his ground. He wouldn't dare to cause any trouble. There's no other way. The main thing is to follow your heart. Buzz. The elfin-like host took flight once more, extending her slender hand and waving gently. Golden streaks of light fell from the sky and finally stopped above the arena. At this moment, Su Ming finally saw clearly that all 9 streams of light were actually legendary materials. The materials for this competition are sponsored by the Royal Card Master Association and the Source of Materials Chamber of Commerce. Each contestant may only choose one material. Multiple choices are not allowed. Please consider carefully. Lilia's melodious voice continued to ring out, and the elven wings on her back fluttered incessantly, making her appear even more agile. Now, I declare the competition officially open. As she spoke, her voice rose a few decibels, and before she could finish speaking, she transformed into a pale green streak of light and disappeared into the statue. However, not many people pay attention to her anymore. Almost everyone's attention was drawn to the 9 legendary materials, and they couldn't take their eyes off them. The 9 ingredients radiated endless golden light, bathing the entire venue in a thin layer of gold, like a veil, which was captivating. Su Ming stood still, not making the first move, his gaze constantly moving among the 9 documents, his brows slightly furrowed. Surprisingly, not a single one of these materials was related to the dark faction. However, the light system accounts for half of the share. The sponsor is the Western Material Source Chamber of Commerce, so it seems reasonable for them to provide more saint-type materials. Su Ming murmured softly, his brows relaxed, and his heart felt much calmer. After all, these materials were sponsored, so we can't expect too much since we can get a free gold legendary material. Besides, who said that restricting dark materials means I can't create magic cards? How ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Chapter 86 Snake Tendon and White Impermanence. Chapter 86 Snake Tendon and White Impermanence. Su Ming naturally didn't care. He had already collected enough materials for white impermanence, so it didn't matter if he used these materials frequently. Even if someone on the other side can create a second god-type magic card, it doesn't matter. The Abyss Curse has been suppressed to the point of suffocation. Once the white impermanence is created, coupled with the bond between the black and white impermanence, it will be a sure thing to completely suppress or even eliminate it. At that time, the curse of the Abyss will no longer be able to restrain him, and he can create whatever he wants. That will be the moment to break the seal. However, just because he doesn't care doesn't mean that others don't care. At this moment, the live stream chat exploded with comments. Holy crap! This is definitely rigged, absolutely rigged. Pulling this stunt at the World Championship? You're something else, Western Alliance. The majority of them are light-based materials. Isn't this blatant favoritism towards Alice? Oh my god, how can this be considered favoritism? As a sponsor, Source of Materials can send out whatever materials they want. As long as they are legendary quality, it shouldn't be against the rules, right? Yeah, you Kyushu people are all talk and no action. Haven't you seen your own Chamber of Commerce come out to sponsor it? Do you really think Golden Legend is as easy as cabbage? Sponsors can't be from overseas. They can only be chosen from the host country. Don't you know that? You Westerners are all talk and no action. Yes, it's true that we can only choose from the host country. Why doesn't Kyushu try to host it at least once? 9 provinces? It's nothing but a land forsaken by the gods. How could they possibly win the competition? Only those who win the competition are qualified to host it. Do they even deserve it? Haha. They would love to host it, but unfortunately, they don't have the resources. The land forsaken by the gods. We have the great god Su Ming here. He created the Een god race, so our 9 provinces also have a kingdom of gods. The Een god clan. Are you kidding me? Who doesn't know that so-called Een gods are just deities of strange creatures? Oh my god, a god of bizarre creatures. Is it trying to bring disaster to all mankind? This Su Ming is a sinner, and you actually worship a sinful person. This should be punished. You Westerners don't know anything. It's all up to us. Magic cards are just tools. No matter how powerful the gods are, they can only rely on the magic cards in our hands. Without us humans, they can only sleep in the river of time forever. That's right. Human determination can conquer nature. One day, we too can become a race as powerful as the gods, or even more powerful. Heavens, have you people of Kyushu gone mad? The gods are invincible, great, and inviolable. You will be punished by the gods for what you have done. You must apologize and sincerely repent, or you will regret what you said today one day. The battle in the comments has begun. How can such a globally broadcasted livestream possibly coexist peacefully unless there is a unified ban? Here, the light emanating from the 9 materials slowly receded, gradually revealing their true nature. The first item was a feather radiating a holy glow, which did not seem to come from any strange creature. The second one was also a sapphire radiating holy light, sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight. A strange, serpentine-backed tendon of the water element. When Su Ming saw the seventh material, his eyes lit up. This thing was somewhat useful. It would be a good material for creating dragons. Of course, the dragon he was referring to was the Chinese heavenly dragon, not the large lizards of the West. The two are completely incomparable. But then, at that moment, Takase Jijoro also focused his gaze on the snake scales, his eyes gleaming with boundless brilliance. Not good. He wants this document too. Su Ming's heart tightened, and the soul power in his sea of consciousness surged out rapidly, transforming into a rope that went directly toward the material. Strike first, and you'll have the upper hand. Strike later, and you'll suffer the consequences. He understood this principle. Now that he had a goal, he had to take action immediately. Hesitation is not his style. However, Takase Jijoro was no pushover either. His movements were equally swift, and the two attacked almost simultaneously, their soul ropes, formed from two different soul forces, encircling the snake-shaped back tendon from two different directions. A mere 6-star general dares to compete with me for materials? How overconfident. Takase Jijoro snorted coldly, seemingly confident of victory. After all, he was a 9-star general-level card master. In terms of soul power, he already had the upper hand. The competition in obtaining materials was all about how much soul power one had and how profound it was. The two are 3 stars apart. How can you compare them? Hanglang desperately urged his soul power, but found that something seemed wrong. How can it not move at all? He frowned, his gaze falling on Su Ming. He originally thought the other party would definitely fight with all their might, at least showing their teeth in a grimacing manner. But now he was completely dumbfounded. The young man appeared calm and composed, a faint smile playing on his lips, his eyes radiating a calm and confident aura, as if everything was under his control. And that is indeed the case. The boy reached out and gently beckoned, and Zhang Erlang felt an unprecedented pressure coming from him. The soul power rope he had thrown out broke instantly, and he had no ability to resist at all. How is this possible? Is he a King Realm expert? Otherwise, how could he defeat me so easily? Takase Jijiro stumbled back a few steps, his face pale, clearly indicating that he had been injured in the battle of soul power. He shook his head, his face full of disbelief. I am a 9-star card master. How could I possibly lose to a 6-star card master in a battle of soul power? How foolish. Doesn't he know that this guy from Kyushu has already created 3 god-level magic cards? He must have already advanced to become a god-level magic card master and possesses a demigod-quality card-wielding device. On the central stage, Alice looked down at Takase Jijiro with a disdainful expression. However, she didn't say much. With a gentle wave of her hand, the white feather fell into her palm. Immediately, she held the white feather, closed her eyes, and a pale blue soul power surged forth, transforming into a brush, which she slowly began to draw. Su Ming also put the snake tendon into his storage card. He didn't need the material for the time being. He didn't delay and closed his eyes. Buzz. Immediately, a light blue brush appeared out of thin air, and the image of Bai Wu Chang, white impermanence, began to rapidly form in front of him. Su Ming's soul power is now much more abundant than before, so his drawing speed is naturally not too slow. After a long while, a tongue touched the ground, its expression a bitter smile, with a hint of evil and a terrifying look. It wore a tall hat with the 4 characters, instant wealth, written on it. However, the fact that these 4 auspicious words appeared on such a bizarre and evil god only made it seem even more strange. Chapter 87 Orochi? You fiend, you wicked slave. Chapter 87 Orochi? Demon slave, please unleash your power. On the arena, the 3 sat cross-legged, their spiritual energy slowly drawing patterns in front of them. The creation of this original sketch is the first step in card creation, so it cannot be taken lightly. The way the image is depicted almost records the foundation of the magic card here, and it will be extremely difficult to make any changes later. For example, when Su Ming created Nyo 2A Bang, he engraved the character Hu on its waist tag, which directly turned the deity of Juhun, Nyo 2A Bang, into Fong Luo Run, Inzu, which directly weakened its power. Of course, Su Ming can't really be blamed for this. He is not omniscient or omnipotent. Although he knows a lot about Chinese mythology, it is inevitable that he will forget or become confused when his mind is filled with too much information. At that time, because his own soul power was insufficient, it was impossible for him to create another magic card of the general level. If you force him to create something, all you'll get in return is failure. There are many popular versions of the Oxhead and Horseface legends. Some stories say that they were originally underworld generals, but were demoted to underworld soldiers by Yama, the king of hell, for making a mistake. However, it was clear that Su Ming's memory was somewhat confused. Fortunately, these magic cards don't appear out of thin air. In particular, completely original magic cards will draw out the river of time before they are completed, allowing a certain being that is dormant within it to awaken a part of its consciousness. This consciousness will then merge with the magic card and continue to slumber within it. This is the biggest difference between the absolutely original magic card and other magic cards, and it is also the fundamental reason for the blessing of heaven. It was precisely because of this that Su Ming received a reminder from Bullhead Abang when he created Horsefaced Rakshasa, which led him to change Horsefaced Rakshasa's waist badge to Commander, thus achieving its complete form. It's important to understand that even the most original magic cards can only temporarily possess a brief consciousness and exert some of their pre-birth power by relying on the residual energy of the card's creation. The sudden movement of Nyo to a Bang, and even his implication that Su Ming would be dead and become commander, is truly beyond the bounds of common sense. However, this also seems to show that he still has a great obsession with Su Ming creating his weakest form. He didn't want his partner, Horse-Faced Rakshasa, to be weakened into the weakest shadow soldier. This is the importance of the original artwork. It is the foundation of a magic card. Everything else serves to fill it with body and mind, thus forming a true magic card. Once the original artwork is merged into the source card, everything is set in stone, and it becomes very difficult to make any changes. Naturally, one must be extremely cautious. Phew, almost done. Su Ming carefully sketched, his soul power brush under his very steady control, each stroke and line perfectly executed, which also caused his speed to decrease significantly. Of course, this is no longer a difficult task for him. Su Ming's soul power is many times stronger than when he first created the magic card, even slightly inferior to Elder Foam, the proctor at the time. When he created Black Impermanence, he only managed to absorb Elder Fang's soul power. As for the portion he supplemented with elixirs, compared to the consumption of other students and the losses from the array transmission, this is nothing at all. This time, Su Ming left the final stroke, but hesitated to finish it. He opened his eyes and carefully examined the drawing, constantly checking to find any omissions and make the original sketch more perfect. If you're going to create, then you should strive for perfection. He couldn't do it before because he didn't have the ability, but now that he's not only stronger but also more experienced, it would be really wrong of him not to strive for improvement. Putting everything else aside, this journey through time is worthwhile. At least it does justice to the magnificent treasures of China in my mind. That's Yamada no Orochi. This little dwarf doesn't look impressive, but he's got some skills. Su Ming's gaze fell on the original painting in front of Take's Jijoro across from him, and his heart stirred slightly. Of course, it was just a ripple, a slight surprise. Although Japan is small, it has long possessed its own god-type magic cards. Of course, the number they possess is extremely small, no more than a handful. The most powerful one is the Ame no Murukuma no Tsurugi, which is known as one of the 3 great divine swords of Japan. This is an undisputed divine artifact series magic card, and it also belongs to the god-type series. Of course, the so-called god race magic cards are for defensive purposes and are not limited to god race character magic cards. Any artifacts or divine beasts can be included. The Kusanagi no Tsurugi was Susanu's sword, so it was naturally of a higher quality. This is why Japan, despite being a small island nation, has been able to survive to this day. It's because this magical artifact, the magic card, bestowed a divine gift that drove the black mist out of Japan's territory. After all, Japan is really too small. A single divine magic card can provide complete protection. As for the Yamada no Orochi, it was an extremely powerful creature with 8 snake heads, and was eventually killed by Susanoo. And the weapon that killed it was the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Wait a minute, I remember that Yamada no Orochi isn't a Japanese deity, is it? It wreaks havoc on the human world, and is generally referred to as a demon god, or a god of calamity. This kind of creature is more like a monster than my god clan, isn't it? Su Ming murmured softly, his brows furrowed. He hadn't quite realized it yet. After all, the Yamada no Orochi was quite famous in China in his previous life, and he subconsciously thought that it was a god of Japan, even though it was always portrayed as a ferocious creature. In the heart of this dignified Chinese man, Japan was indeed the same kind of persona. With the two items coinciding, isn't that a perfect coincidence? However, the more he thought about it, the more something seemed off. This world is a world invaded by the supernatural. When he created Black Impermanence, Oxhead and Horseface, he was ridiculed. The supernatural magic cards are villains and outcasts, and it is difficult for them to gain the recognition of others. However, Su Ming knew very well that the Ing gods in the underworld were all orthodox deities, and were officially recognized. They were not some strange creatures at all. In fact, they are all monster nemesis, even more powerful against monsters than against card masters. But that little dwarf's Yamada no Orochi isn't officially recognized. It's a true demon, an extremely evil being. What is this kid up to? Doesn't he know about Yamada no Orochi's background? Su Ming squinted, 1,000 thoughts flashing through his mind, and he finally understood why the other party wanted to take the snake tendon from him. So it was all for this, Yamada no Orochi. Since it was still match time, Su Ming naturally wouldn't interrupt his opponent. In fact, he himself was also very curious to see if the Yamada no Orochi, known as the demon god, could be successfully constructed. Su Ming withdrew his gaze and continued to examine his original sketch, correcting its weaknesses and shortcomings stroke by stroke. 2 minutes later, he made his final stroke. A chilling wind arose out of nowhere, causing even the surrounding holy light to retreat in fear, leaving onlookers dumbfounded. At this moment, in the endless abyss, on Mount Anyuan, a man stood atop the mountain, his black robe fluttering without wind, and a faint aura of power emanating from him. In front of him, a round mirror floated in the air, displaying footage of the Human World Championship. It's him again. Even just a sketch can unleash such power. We can't let him grow any further. You treacherous slave, let the seeds in your heart slowly sprout and blossom. This time, let them bloom to their fullest. The mountain lord's laughter was wicked, and a faint green light appeared on his withered, branch-like palm. Then he crushed it, turning it into countless fragments that disappeared into the void. Chapter 88 The Trust of the People of Kyushu, Source Card takes shape. Chapter 88 The Trust of the People of Kyushu, the source card takes shape. Oh my god, it's so cold. Did you feel a chill just now? A young man with wavy blonde hair, who was sitting near the arena, suddenly shivered and couldn't help but ask a question. His words immediately resonated with the crowd, sparking a flurry of discussion. Of course I felt it. I got goosebumps, and it still feels a bit chilly. The temperature has dropped by at least 5 degrees. Did some staff member turn the air conditioning down? Dude, we're outside. Where's the air conditioning coming from? Are you confused? I know why. Look in the direction that kid from Kyushu is heading. Just then, a voice rang out. Immediately, these people turned their heads, shocked, and couldn't help but gasp. That damn guy. Is he trying to create a weird creature? Is he trying to destroy the entire arena? It looks so strange and scary. Is that face crying or laughing? It's so eerie. And why is its tongue so long? Is this a long tongue weirdness? That long tongue is weird. Could you actually be right, kid? It definitely attacks with its tongue. God, just thinking about it makes me feel nauseous. Disgusting? Is it just disgusting? Don't you think it's terrifying? If this magic card were created, it would be an absolute catastrophe. Oh, David, the thought of possibly being strangled by that disgusting tongue makes my hair stand on end. How awful that would look. I just got my hair permed. It's just awful. Alan, you really have a theatrical personality. This is the World Championship. The four-winged angel will not allow such a thing to happen. Don't you trust Archangel Glenn? Oh my god, David, do you know what you're saying? How could I not trust Lord Glenn? What a sin. Alright, Alan, let's continue watching the match. I'm curious to see what kind of magic card this Kyushu kid will create. I'm even looking forward to him creating it, and then having it suppressed by Lord Glenn. Suppression. This is truly a wonderful thing. The Archangel, who represents the holy light, will certainly suppress all evil. That's right, Lord Glenn will definitely suppress all the strange things and drive them all away, not even the magic cards. A Kyushu person? No wonder, he's probably gone mad. He's trying to throw caution to the wind, not only plunging himself into the abyss, but also trying to drag all of us down with him. Ha ha ha, how foolish. As expected of the barbarians, that's all they've got. As these people raised their voices, the eyes of the rest of the audience also shifted to Su Ming. As Westerners, they have always been extremely arrogant, and they don't care about the other two countries except for their own Western allies. As for the players, these people don't even care about the entire country of China, so why would they care about a single contestant? Arrogance was on full display among them. However, this is normal. After all, the Western Alliance had created the divine magic cards long ago, and the entire alliance had integrated the whole continent. Although the divine system was mixed together, it did not restrict them from continuing to create. Most of them were born without having to avoid the fog, living in a brightly lit city under divine protection. Ordinary people also had nightlife and didn't have to rush home every day just to avoid being invaded by the fog, which wasn't much different from their previous lives. In the eyes of these people, China, a land forsaken by the gods, is naturally looked down upon. Not only do they look down on them, but they also have to come out and spit twice to show their superiority. Su Ming was naturally unaware of what was happening below the arena. He was completely absorbed in creating the magic card, and now that the first step had reached a crucial moment, he naturally couldn't afford to be distracted. Well, even if he heard these words, he wouldn't react much less retaliate. Instead of relying on words, it's better to improve yourself and use your strength to give the other person a good slap in the face. As for swearing, he believed that many people would be willing to do this for him. Furthermore, once he becomes strong enough, more and more people will pick up their keyboards and transform into terrestrial keyboard immortals to fight for him. Buzz. White impermanence source card, fuse with me. Su Ming let out a low shout, and his soul power surged out wildly, transforming into a pale blue giant hand that forcefully pressed by Wu Chang into the blank magic card. This method looks very crude and shows no respect for the original characters of magic cards. This completely contradicts theories that have existed in the world for a long time. Since when has the creation of magic cards become so crude? You disrespect the original magic cards and still want to successfully create magic cards? Isn't that just wishful thinking? Holy crap, what is Su Shin doing? Is he being this violent? Awesome. This is our Kyushu's first god race card creator. Tell me, aren't you awesome? Hilarious. He's committing a crime. I've always thought that his choice of the bizarre magic card was just him throwing his weight around. He saw the brilliance of the goddess Alice, felt ashamed, and was extremely concerned about his image, so he pulled this stunt. I wasn't entirely sure before, but now I'm completely certain. He's playing with fire. Haha. Unilaterally declaring victory? When did you Westerners start doing this kind of thing? Baka, do you think you, a mere land of forsaken gods, can talk about the leaders of the Western Alliance? You're really overestimating yourselves and don't know your place. Oh, so you're the little dwarfs from Japan. That explains it. You guys are really good at recognizing a thief as your father. I admire you. Baka, what good is mere words? The Western Alliance has 3 pantheon systems. Worshipping the strong is better than those who can't see their own place, isn't it? It's rare for me to tell you this, but our Kyushu now has its own god race magic cards. With the great Su Ming around, we'll rise rapidly. Wait a minute. Even without god race magic cards, we can still easily surpass your Japan in overall strength just by relying on our martial arts system, right? Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have the Western Alliance as your father? You actually believe he can create magic cards? With his methods, it's a miracle he hasn't been struck by lightning. It's hilarious. How could a tiny, insignificant place understand the thoughts of the people of Kyushu? Su Shin always has ingenious ideas, and he succeeds every time, never failing. This is the Een God clan, and we in Kyushu have already used 3 of them. Aren't you angry? Baka. Suddenly, some scoundrel sneaked into Su Ming's exclusive live stream room for the arena, trying to stir up trouble. However, it was quickly drowned out by public criticism and didn't even cause a ripple. What a joke. This is Su Ming's exclusive live stream room, mostly filled with people from Kyushu. It would be strange if someone managed to exploit this and stir up trouble. Many of them were also puzzled as to why Su Ming would force them to agree, but in their hearts they chose to believe him unconditionally. After all, weren't Su Ming's previous outrageous and exaggerated actions even more outrageous and ridiculous than this? However, he still brought surprises to the people of Kyushu time and time again. This time, we are united against a common enemy. There is no room for negotiation. Buzz. Just as everyone was discussing it, the live broadcast screen suddenly burst into endless black light, completely obscuring the entire view. This black light was incredibly dazzling and eerie. An endless hurricane swept across the entire arena. As the hurricane gradually dissipated and the black light receded, a semi-transparent card floated in the air, radiating a dazzling black glow. Yes, it's a brilliant black and dazzling. Clearly, the white impermanence source card has been fully formed. Chapter 89 Half Angel, Half Demon. Chapter 89 Half Angel, Half Demon. The eerie black light gradually subsided, and the entire arena returned to its original state. Only the completed source card floated in the air, surrounded by a dark aura that instilled fear in anyone who looked at it. In addition, the arena, which was originally filled with holy light, has now been completely removed. Holy light surrounded the arena, not daring to overstep its bounds even slightly. From a distance, the arena looked as if it had been covered by an inverted transparent dome. At this moment, in the eye sockets of the angel sculpture, the beautiful woman Irene, dressed in a wine-red dress, looked shocked. What? This kid only completed the first step and was able to completely drive away the angelic light? How is that possible? Dean Frank is a peak saint-level expert. He used the magic card of the four-winged Archangel Glenn to unleash his divine power, yet he was ostracized by this kid. Eileen frowned, a look of worry on her face. Her gaze fell on Alice again, noticing that she was holding a holy source card in her hand, on which was an angel with four wings. At that moment, a smile appeared on her face. Alice is such a clever little devil. She even fooled me, her teacher. Just 6 months ago, she created her first two-winged angel card. I never imagined that in only half a year, she would already have the ability to create four-winged angels. Eileen's smile widened. She smoothed her golden hair and gently draped it over her fair shoulders, her eyes radiating endless light. A four-winged angel. This must be the first card creator to create a four-winged angel since Dean Frank, right? And she's so young. She's bound to have a bright future. This competition will be the beginning of her showcasing her talent and glory to the world. She will surely become a superstar who can rival Dean Frank, and it would be the greatest honor of my life to be her teacher. Kyushu boy, your talent is indeed quite remarkable. Unfortunately, you've encountered Alice, so you ultimately cannot win this match. Her expression was calm, and there was even a hint of pity on her face. Clearly, in her view, the Kyushu fighters were no match for Alice. She is a pragmatic person, and before the competition started, she kept reminding Alice to go all out. Su Ming was able to create the first magic card in Kyushu, so he must have something special about him. But things are different now. A single divine card from the four-winged angel race is enough to crush everything. You should know that this is a four-winged angel, a divine card that can bless sculptures and protect the peace of a base city. Eileen smiled, swirled the wine in her glass, and tilted her head back to drink it. This feeling of having victory firmly in hand is truly wonderful. She liked it very much. At this moment, on the main arena, Alice stood there with her hands clasped together, looking very devout, with a source card floating in front of her, filled with holy light. The light shone on her exquisite face, making her look like a radiant gem. Beside her, a scene completely different from Su Ming's was formed. The holy radiance was not pushed away. Instead, it continued to gather and slowly merge into her body, causing her to exude a faint divine aura. Great angel God, please grant me your divine power so that I may reproduce your great glory. Alice prayed fervently, and the holy light once again gathered between her palms, finally transforming into a holy white sphere of light. She gently tossed it out, and the ball of light quickly merged with the angel source card. The source card vibrated, and a humanoid angel with four wings floated up, its pure holy power connecting the angelic phantom to the source card like a tail. Buzz. Immediately, the holy light surged again, rippling outwards like waves. It feels so comfortable. The holy light is so warm. The audience members closed their eyes, their faces showing satisfaction. This feeling of being bathed in a spring breeze is simply wonderful. It not only relieves mental fatigue, but also makes the body feel as if it has fallen into a hot spring, extremely comfortable. However, before they could savor it, they felt the warm light on their bodies fade away, turning into chilling coldness. Ouch, it's so cold. What's going on? They couldn't help but shudder, opened their eyes, their gazes sharpened, and they clicked their tongues in amazement. What's going on? Half angel, half demon. No, this is a source card created by a contestant from Kyushu. This strange magic card of his seems to actually have some ability. My God, the aura emanating from his source card is comparable to that of a four-winged angel. This is a bizarre godlike magic card. I'm getting more and more worried. I don't think this is something to worry about. Good will always prevail over evil. The holy light of angels is ultimately the nemesis of dark magic. If Su Ming chooses to create pure dark magic cards, then he should be prepared to be suppressed. I hope so. But how can this dark radiance rival the holy light? Is this truly a card creator from Kyushu? The audience below the stage started discussing among themselves, their faces filled with shock as they looked at the scene before them. 3 arenas were visible in the sky. On the central arena, the phantom of an angel stood out from nowhere, radiating holy light, appearing sacred and beautiful. Beside him, the phantom of Bai Wuchang also floated up, overflowing with black light and rising with black mist, turning the entire arena into a gloomy black. One black and one white. The eerie and the sacred stand in stark contrast, making the whole scene even more breathtaking. Boom. Just then, a dark red light suddenly burst forth from Hanglang's body. The dark red light slowly expanded, gradually transforming into a blood sphere that enveloped it. However, that's all. Still can't break through the holy light. This is Lord Orochi. How could he not even defeat that kid from Kyushu? Takase Jijoro's forehead veins bulged, and his eyes turned blood red. He lacked confidence in defeating Alice. He was at least aware of that. However, he never expected that he would be at such a disadvantage in just the first step, even falling behind Kyushu. This drove him absolutely crazy. Losing to the card creator from Kyushu is a complete disgrace to him. Great demon god, I am willing to offer my blood in exchange for your even more powerful descent, Blood Pact. Takase Jijoro gritted his teeth, and a dagger appeared in his hand without anyone noticing. With a tearing sound, a cut appeared on his palm. Instantly, fresh blood gushed out, gradually turning into dark red blood, and slowly merging into the source card. Over here, Su Ming looked at the white impermanence in front of him, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. He took out a bottle of soul power recovery pills, tilted his head back, and swallowed them, and his soul power quickly returned to its peak level. Although he felt that with his current strength, creating a white impermanence was a piece of cake. However, he was even more aware that he had to give his all in everything he did and could not afford to make mistakes due to carelessness. After a while, Su Ming opened his eyes, his soul power surging, clearly indicating that he had recovered to his peak. Then it's time for the material infusion. Su Ming chuckled softly. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he took out a long red tongue. The tongue was not only covered in murky liquid, but it was also writhing incessantly, like a snake. Everyone who saw it was terrified and felt a chill run down their spine. I tested positive for COVID-19 twice, and I have a fever and dizziness. Although it was a little easier than the first time, it was still incredibly painful. When I first got a fever, it reached 39.5 degrees Celsius, but this time it's only reached a little over 38 degrees Celsius. Friends, there should only be one chapter today. It was so difficult. I typed out a chapter while feeling dizzy and disoriented. Everyone must take care of their health. Chapter 90 Veteran Warrior, Baptism of Holy Light. Chapter 90 Old Warrior, Baptism of Holy Light in the Black Mist. A red tongue appeared vividly, swaying like a snake in the mist. It looked as if it were alive, not at all like a dead thing. However, such vitality attached to a separate tongue is truly chilling and frightening. At this moment, in the Kyushu lounge, he obtained the spiritual object from that hanged ghost key, and he's going to create another God Clan magic card this time. A sharp light flashed in Li Wuxuang's eyes, and he involuntarily stood up. He was very familiar with this red-tongue spirit object. Back in the Qingshan district, it was only through his cooperation with Su Ming that they managed to kill all the invading strange creatures and obtain this spiritual item. Although the sunflower leaf never appeared on the Abyss battlefield, it had always lived on Dark Origin Mountain, and its outstanding talent had long made it famous. Such a red-tongued spirit obtained from it is definitely not simple. Based on this, the divine magic cards created will certainly not be low-grade items. If he succeeds in creating another card this time, then I can repair my foundation a bit more. As Li Wuxuang spoke, a glimmer of hope appeared on his face. He felt it much more deeply than others. The blessing bestowed by heaven upon the God clan upon their completion of their card was far more powerful than the blessing bestowed upon the Western Angel clan upon their completion of their card. Repair the foundation, repair the magic cards. Any one of these aspects alone could drive countless card masters crazy. Restore the foundation? Teacher Li, what do you mean by restoring the foundation? At this moment, Fatty Lu asked curiously. Li Wuxuang did not hide anything and replied with a smile. I am referring to the heavenly blessing of the God clan after they become cards. It can not only improve cultivation and talent, but most importantly, it can also repair the foundation. Even my damaged card artifact can be slowly repaired. As he spoke, he summoned the orange card-wielding artifact. It was covered in cracks, with a small portion of it missing. The cut surface was as smooth as if it had been cut by a knife, as if it had been slashed by a sword or other sharp weapon. Teacher Li, is this card-controlling device the one that was damaged 5 years ago? You are truly a hero of Kyushu. Lu Qi was slightly taken aback, but his heart was filled with admiration. The battle 5 years ago had already made them famous far and wide. Even ordinary people knew about it, let alone these card masters. Although they knew that Li Wushuang had suffered severe injuries in that battle, even damaging his foundation, they never imagined it would be this serious. As fellow card masters, these students can empathize with each other. The destruction of a card master's card-controlling device to this extent, which has even affected the normal use of cards, is undoubtedly more painful than killing them. Such things have happened countless times throughout human history. To resist the abyssal monsters, the human card masters have paid a heavy price. Countless card masters have sacrificed themselves to keep the abyssal monsters' main force outside of Blue Star. Otherwise, the entire planet would have been swallowed by the abyss long ago and completely assimilated by it. Teacher Li, are you saying that even your injuries can be healed under God Su's blessing? Gu Siruan, the captain of the Kyushu team, asked excitedly. Yes, although the repair process is rather slow, it is still effective. Li Wushuang nodded and spoke the truth. Many people know about this. Back when the Domestic Magic Card League was held, Su Ming created Bullhead Bang. There were countless people present at the time, including big shots from various base cities, and even Zhou Chengli, the second-in-command of the Kyushu Night Watch, knew about it. Gu Siruan was overjoyed to hear this. Looking at everyone, she said excitedly, in this way, as long as we ask God Su to create the divine race magic cards at the major passes, those warriors whose foundations have been damaged will not only be able to recover from their injuries, but will also have the opportunity to become stronger. C1, this is not appropriate. There are a total of 7 passes in the 9 provinces. We have no right to make decisions for Su Ming, let alone force him. Besides, these God Clan magic cards are not cabbages. Can they be created just like that? Zhou Chengli spoke softly, his tone revealing neither joy nor sorrow. He had personally experienced the blessing of the heavens when the Nyo 2A Bang was completed more than a month ago, and at that time he knew the effect of this blessing of the heavens. However, he did not make any excessive demands. As a card master, he is the second-in-command of the Night Watch. He knew very well that for a card creator to create an absolutely original magic card, inspiration, luck, and accumulation were all indispensable, let alone a God Race magic card. Someone like Su Ming, who can create 2 or 3 God Race magic cards in a row, is an extremely rare existence in the entire 1,000 years of human history. Even the Western Allied nations, which call themselves beacons of holy light, have never had a single member appear. Zhou Chengli knew very well that Su Ming's ability to break the shackles and allow the 9 provinces to possess the divine race Mocha was already a great achievement, making him a hero of the 9 provinces. Moreover, the World Championship is still in progress, so this is not the time to speak out. Gu Siruan wouldn't consider so many things. She had heard since she was a child that the reason why Kyushu was able to survive until now was because the older generation of card masters had exchanged their blood and lives for it. Many of them died on the battlefield, but some survived. However, most of these people have suffered severe damage to their foundation and will never be able to control magic cards again. Even now, such things are happening every moment. At the border between the Abyss and the Blue Planet, in those passes, warriors are still fighting bloody battles. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but speak again. Uncle Zhou, you are right. But why not give it a try? Don't you want to give those veterans, those soldiers who fought so hard that their foundations were destroyed, a chance to survive? Hey, C1, how could I not want to? I'm one of them too. The time isn't right yet. Let's talk about everything after the World Championship. Besides, we can't force Su Ming, and we certainly can't say what you just said to him. Zhou Chengli sighed softly, then spoke up to offer a reminder. All right, Siruan, focus on the competition. These things are not for you to worry about. At this moment, Gu Tiexiong stepped forward and his deep voice rang out. Oh, Gu Siren pouted, nodded gently, and then focused her gaze on the arena. Buzz. Just then, a holy light suddenly burst forth from the main arena, shooting straight into the sky like a pillar of light, with tremendous force. Mysterious feathers soaked in the holy spring, please contribute to the summoning of the 4-winged archangel. Alice held a white feather in her hands, chanting devoutly, and boundless holy light gradually rose from her body, making her look incredibly sacred. As the holy light entered the sky, The eerie aura that had lingered on the white feather instantly dissipated. The entire feather seemed to burst into flames, and finally the physical body burned away, leaving only a single feather of light, as clear as glass, floating above the head of the four-winged angel phantom. Immediately, the light transformed into white specks, gradually merging into the original artwork. Chapter 91 The Power of Faith. He was afraid? Chapter 91 The Power of Faith. He was afraid? Oh, praise be to the angel God. Miss Alice's holy light will shine upon the whole world. My God, is this the baptism of holy light? It's absolutely breathtaking. Haha, this is a stark contrast to that kid next to me. The holy light will never be extinguished. As Su Ming pulled out the red tongue, and the holy light shot straight into the sky, everyone was stunned by the scene before them. A stark contrast? I see you have no idea how powerful Su Shan is. What a load of bull, Alice. She will eventually be defeated by Su Shan. My God, am I dreaming? Where do you Kyushu people get your confidence? You've never won a world championship, yet you think you can defeat the most brilliant genius in our alliance country's millennia-long history? That's hilarious. Su Shan is the most powerful card creator. He is the most dazzling genius of mankind. That's hilarious. He's the most dazzling prodigy? Based on that bizarre creature? Even if he can create the God Race magic card, he still can't possibly defeat Miss Alice. That's right. Miss Alice created a four-winged angel, which is incomparable to ordinary divine magic cards. The strange magic cards will eventually be destroyed and dispelled under the holy light of the angel. Victory belongs to the holy light. No matter what you say, I am a citizen of Kyushu, and I support God Su. The comments section was as lively as ever, with everyone arguing endlessly. That's normal. Everyone has a different perspective, so naturally their thoughts will be different. After all, people's opinions are often determined by their own self-interest, which isn't surprising. Admittedly, the God clan created by Su Ming doesn't seem very appealing, and even has many similarities to bizarre creatures. However, it remains the only divine magic card in Kyushu. This is beyond doubt. Actually, many viewers in China were not optimistic about Su Ming. After all, although the gods of strange creatures are still gods, creating them into magic cards still made people uneasy. For millennia, bizarre creatures have brought about earth-shattering changes to the human world, inflicting unprecedented blows on the entire human race. Those who personally experienced that cruel era naturally harbor a deep hatred for the bizarre, even to the point of wanting to devour it alive. Although others had not experienced it, the education they received from childhood, the nightly fog, and the frequent reports of the supernatural on television all repeatedly etched the cruel image of the supernatural into their minds, making their inner resistance to the supernatural not much. The God clan is truly bizarre. If he hadn't gained the approval of heaven and become a divine demon card, and even received the blessing of heaven, he would probably have faced resistance from everyone back in the capital. Even if they are recognized by the heavenly Tao, they will still feel somewhat uncomfortable when they see images such as Black Impermanence and Ox-Headed Abang. But the World Championship is currently underway, so everyone must naturally unite against external threats, despite their doubts and skepticism towards the Ancient clan. However, no matter what, this is a divine magic card belonging to the Kyushu race, and it is the only divine magic card in the entire Kyushu race after thousands of years. If even I, a native of Kyushu, don't support it, then who will? The viewers of Kyushu showed their unwavering support for Su Ming in their comments. Even if they had doubts in their hearts, at this time, they almost all put aside their prejudices and united against the outside world. We'll talk about the rest after the World Championship. Feather fusion, replication. Alice parted her lips slightly, and her light, melodious voice rang out. Then, the four-winged angel, who had absorbed all the glass feathers, spread out two pairs of wings, which were shrouded in holy light. The feathers were slowly dyed snow white, layer upon layer, covering the entire wing. In the blink of an eye, all four wings were dyed snow white, and with a gentle flap, holy light emanated from them. Upon seeing this, Alice smiled and reached out to find a crystal gem in her hand. The crystal core is rhomboid in shape, somewhat similar to the strange crystal core. It is engraved with the character Wog, King, and surrounded by 7 5-pointed stars. Clearly, this should be a 7-star king-level crystal. However, the crystal core is filled with holy light, while the eerie crystal core is filled with the strange power of the abyss, like a mist. The strange crystal of the King Level 7 star has been transformed into a sacred crystal core after being baptized by the Holy Spring. However, this is not enough. The strange power has not been completely removed, which will affect the formation of the magic card. Alice raised her hand and examined the crystal core closely. Immediately, she gently pushed the crystal core into the pillar of holy light before her. Instantly, endless holy light enveloped it, and the remaining eerie power was completely devoured, leaving not a trace. That's about enough. Holy light core, fill me up. Alice gave a soft shout, and the crystal core was thrown into the body of the four-winged angel. The crystal core instantly disappeared into the phantom, then burst forth with endless light. Its body, which had been as thin as cardboard, rapidly expanded, and a divine aura gradually rose. A golden halo was slowly forming above its head. I must create the most powerful four-winged angel, even more powerful than Dean Frank's Archangel Glenn. This amount of material is not enough. Alice murmured to herself, a blush creeping onto her delicate face. She took a deep breath, and a pale golden, translucent sphere of light appeared in her palm. Dean Frank, I hope your guess is correct. I hope the power of faith can really raise the upper limit of the angel god's magic cards. She threw out the power of faith in her hand, which quickly merged into the four-winged angel. Instantly, an increasingly mysterious and unpredictable aura emanated from the angel, and the golden halo above its head quickly took shape, floating there and inspiring uncontrollable reverence. As the golden halo fully took shape, the four-winged angel almost materialized, draped in white wings that presented a perfectly elegant arc. These wings radiated a dazzling light, as if woven from pure beams of light, exuding a supernatural brilliance. They were tall and imposing, possessing perfect posture and proportions. Their muscles were firm and even, their figures elegant, showcasing a perfect combination of strength and beauty. They wore magnificent white robes, exuding a solemn atmosphere. The robes were decorated with gold embroidery, shimmering like stars in the sky. Her golden hair fluttered in the wind, emanating a sacred aura that gave people a sense of holiness and tranquility. The four-winged angel has finally taken shape. Alice smiled broadly, overjoyed. However, the next moment, a chilling aura suddenly arrived, shattering the holiness and tranquility before them. The four-winged angel, flapping its wings, trembled slightly involuntarily, and the divine light emanating from its body diminished somewhat. Alice was greatly alarmed upon seeing this. How is this possible? He is a four-winged angel, and a four-winged angel fused with the power of faith. How could he show fear? That's a terrifying and bizarre creature. Is this the Ean God clan of Kyushu? It contains both the eerie power of the abyss and a sacred aura. How did it manage to do that? No, that's impossible. Even if he succeeds in filling the second prototype, he will inevitably fail in the third. The two opposing energies, divine aura and the strange power of the abyss, cannot be compatible. He will surely fail. Chapter 92, Adding the Finishing Touch. Chapter 92, The Finishing Touch. On the arena, two beams of light, one black and one white, flashed and collided, vying for supremacy and unable to determine a winner for the time being. At this moment, the audience's attention was completely drawn to the scene. The prototype of the magic card created by that kid from Kyushu can actually rival the four-winged angel? Am I seeing things? A Kyushu-looking man with a middle parting in his hair frowned, speaking fluent Western language with a shocked expression. Beside him was a woman with a Kyushu-like appearance, who said with a face full of disdain, "To stand on equal footing? Willis Fong, you overestimate this kid. You and I both came from there. Don't we know how terrifying that place is? The God Clan and the Demon Cards, they dare to challenge us." Haha, that's true. How could a god-forsaken land like that possibly create a divine magic card? No, no, no. The woman smoothed her golden-dyed hair, chuckled, and continued to mock. That's not all. Their towns are surrounded by bizarre creatures. They have to sleep breathing in mist every day. Staying there for more than a few years will shorten their lifespan. Speaking of the mist, Magna, Li, don't you think this black radiance bears some resemblance to the mist? Oh my god. Upon closer inspection, that aura does indeed bear some resemblance to the eerie and mysterious atmosphere. I knew this kid couldn't possibly be on par with the goddess Alice. Kyushu must have fallen into the abyss. They must be the spokespeople for the abyss's mysteries, and only with the abyss's blessing can they reach such a level. Should we report him to the conference? This concerns all of humanity. No, Magna, do you think the powerful figures in the tournament wouldn't see it? Besides, Creating a magic card using the power of the abyss is pure fantasy. Do you think the heavenly Tao will acknowledge it? Willis stroked his shiny hair and snorted. Those uncivilized people from Kyushu love to think they're so clever. Let's just wait and see. This kid will eventually get his comeuppance. As they talked, they couldn't help but smile at each other, their faces showing pride. He seemed quite proud of the decisions he had made. Here, in the Kyushu lounge, Gu Siruin clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes looking down, her brows furrowed into a deep frown. Sister Gu, what's wrong? The phenomena caused by the original form of Tsushima card are comparable to those of a four-winged angel. Shouldn't you be happy about that? That's a four-winged angel. Lu Qi's round face was full of a proud smile. He didn't quite understand why Gu Siruin was frowning and unhappy. In his view, the four-winged angel was extremely powerful, ranking among the top even among the divine magic cards of the entire Blue Star. After all, a divine magic card that could bless a statue and guard a city was already on another level. Even a powerful nation like the Western Alliance doesn't have more than 2 hands worth of such magic cards. As the first God Clan card creator in Kyushu, Su Ming was someone Lu Qi truly admired and regarded as his idol. However, he never imagined that the other party could create a magic card that was comparable to a powerful divine magic card like the four-winged angel so quickly. Now that the facts are before him, Fatty Lu is overjoyed. If everything hadn't been still unsettled and they weren't on someone else's turf, he probably would have been shouting with joy, or even jumping up and down. That would have been perfectly normal. However, Gu Siruin's behavior puzzled him greatly. Fortunately, Gu Siruin didn't confuse him for too long. Did you see those 2 people over there? Gu Siren stretched out her hand, pointed to the audience seats, and continued. It's that man and woman with faces from Kyushu. Oh, I saw it. What's wrong? Lu Qi was completely bewildered and couldn't quite figure out what was going on. Gu Siren's face darkened, and she snorted coldly. Those are 2 traitors. They ran away from Kyushu to the Western Alliance and think they're one of us. And they even slander our Kyushu. Gu Siruin became increasingly agitated as she spoke, recounting their earlier conversation. Her face flushed red with excitement. Sister Gu, is this what you're talking about? I thought it was something serious. Lu Qi scratched his head and chuckled. Gu Siren's face darkened, and she roared angrily. Fatty Lu, they are traitors. How can you still laugh? Her roar drew the attention of everyone else in the lounge. After a while, everyone understood the whole story. Lu Qi scratched his head and said, Sister Gu, don't you usually surf the internet? We call these people bananas, meaning people who are westernized and unattractive. Why bother with them? Isn't that just disgusting? We need to relax and accept things as they are. Yes, Siruin. Don't get angry with this kind of person. It's not worth it. There are plenty of people like this online. Aren't these people just profiting by slandering Kyushu? If you get angry, you'll fall into their trap. We should just ignore these kinds of people. Hearing everyone's explanations and advice, Gu Siren finally calmed down and said in a deep voice, I see. It seems I can't keep burying myself in cultivation all the time. It seems there are some benefits to surfing the internet more often. At least it can help me temper my mind. That's more like it. These banana people don't listen to facts. Their brains are full of maggots. Speaking of which, when Godsu successfully creates this magic card, won't the slap in the face be so severe that it'll splatter their brains out? These shameless people don't care about any of that. But now that Kyushu possesses magic cards that can rival the four-winged angels, do you think these people from the Western Alliance will become more cautious? Will these maggots who survive by slander be driven away? The group discussed amongst themselves, their smiles growing even wider. On the arena, Su Ming sat cross-legged, focusing his energy on restoring his soul power. After a while, he finally opened his eyes with a smile on his face. A four-winged angel, interesting. It can actually hold its own against the aura of the white impermanence prototype. I underestimated the angel race before. He gazed at the white light and murmured softly. However, little did he know that the reason why the prototype of the four-winged angel was able to stand against him was entirely because Alice injected a unit of faith power at the last moment of infusing the prototype. Otherwise, how can you compare your imposing presence with that of the white impermanence? Su Ming, however, was unclear about the situation, and a hint of seriousness appeared on his usually calm face. Since he was comparable to Bai Wuchang in the prototype stage, he should be quite similar after becoming a card. The three-step process of creating a credit card. The third step is the finishing touch. Su Ming's expression was serious. His soul power brush suddenly condensed and kept flying in the air. One by one, Light blue characters were generated with the wind and finally merged into the body of Bai Wuchang. The weather changed instantly. Chapter 93 9 Bells Ring Out. Magic card takes shape. Chapter 93 9 Bells Ring Out. Magic card takes shape so fast. Has he already moved on to the third step? He didn't even prepare properly. Alice raised an eyebrow, startled. She hadn't expected the other party to jump straight to the third step without making any further preparations. It's important to understand that creating a credit card involves 3 steps, each more difficult than the last. The third step is also known as the finishing touch. Although this step requires very little soul power, it imbues the entire magic card with a soul. If this step fails, all previous efforts will be in vain. Generally speaking, before creating a magic card, each card creator will clarify the background of the prototype of the magic card. Finally, they only need to use soul power to describe it, so that the magic card can resonate with the heavenly Tao, and the card creation will be successful. However, in reality, most card creators will spend some time in the third step to organize their thoughts and ensure everything goes smoothly. If we fail in the third step, that would be terrible. The materials used up before won't be returned. That would be a real waste. What's the use of speed? The key is to successfully create the magic card in the end. Alice was surprised, but quickly regained her composure. She narrowed her eyes, looking at the black ball of light, and sneered. Isn't this kid a little too confident? The power of the abyss and the aura of divinity coexist. I'd like to see how you manage to create it successfully. Alice squinted, her face showing disdain. As a card creator with almost supernatural talent, she has been learning various theoretical knowledge about creating magic cards since childhood. Not long ago, she even went to the graveyard of the gods in the abyss, where she learned some ancient secrets, and her knowledge has grown rapidly. Her comprehension is beyond doubt. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to create the God Race magic card. Even after visiting some god cemeteries and observing just a few tombstones, she successfully deciphered the structure of a brand new 4-winged angel. Throughout history, countless talented humans have entered the tombs of the gods, but how many have been able to discern the structure of the god-level magic cards within? Not to mention high-level magic cards like the 4-winged angel that can be empowered, they simply don't dare to even dream of them. I've only been to the God Clan's tomb once, and I've already made such a great haul. What does this kid from Kyushu have to compare with me? Alice grew even more proud as she thought about this. Immediately, she closed her eyes again, and a broken tombstone appeared in her mind. This was the tombstone from the cemetery of the gods. Of course, this is not the original. It is merely a simulation formed based on her own understanding. That's about it. Let's begin. Alice pondered for a moment. Then her eyes flashed with a sharp light as she gathered her soul power and began the final construction. The Archangel, also known as the Principality. He has taken on the role of a domain, and has thus acquired a personified symbol. He is the overseer guiding humanity, and absolutely enforces justice. Alice's clear voice rang out, followed by pale blue characters that merged into the 4-winged angel. Suddenly, the holy radiance gradually subsided, slowly being absorbed by the angel. Rumble. Meanwhile, in the sky, suddenly, pure white clouds appeared out of nowhere in the clear, cloudless sky, radiating a holy light just like the holy light emitted by the 4-winged angel. As the holy light and white clouds appeared, the entire scene fell silent. Everyone couldn't help but look up, their faces filled with piety, as if they were welcoming the baptism of this holy light. Even everyone in the Kyushu lounge looked up at the strange phenomenon in the sky, and no one spoke. Although they do not believe in gods, they believe that human will can overcome nature. However, the God Race magic cards are still humanity's most powerful fighting force. The fact that humanity has been able to withstand the strange invasions of the abyss for so long is largely due to these God Race magic cards. They do not believe in gods and consider the God Race magic cards to be merely tools, but this does not diminish their respect for these God Race magic cards. With external enemies like tigers, every divine card is a treasure for the human race. Even though this is a magic card from the West, it doesn't stop it from contributing to the entire human race. Everyone understands that despite the fierce online arguments and competition among the citizens of the 3 countries within Earth, and even their various underhanded tactics, the situation remains unchanged. However, when it comes to the bizarre nature of the abyss, they must stand on the same side. This is a consensus among the highest levels of humanity. Of course, this only applies when everyone is united against a common enemy. Zhou Chunli walked to a seat by the window, looked up, squinted, and said, "Look quickly, a strange phenomenon belonging to the Een spirit has appeared." Above the sky, dark clouds appeared out of nowhere, emanating a faint black mist, and within them flashes of lightning and thunder. In an instant, the clear blue sky vanished. Black mist clouds and holy clouds formed one after another, filling the entire sky in just a few breaths. Even after they had filled all the empty spaces, they turned their attention to each other. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. Dark clouds and white clouds occupied the two sides of the sky respectively, vying for dominance like two well-trained armies constantly clashing. Sometimes the white clouds are tinged with black, and sometimes the black clouds fade back to white. The two sides are competing, isn't that great? At this moment, the audience watching this scene had already started arguing endlessly. Holy crap, what an exciting battle. Just the card creation phenomenon alone is enough to make people cheer. Haha. I, Su Shin of Kyushu, am awesome. I can actually create a magic card that is on par with the four-winged angel. Oh my god, isn't Kyushu a land forsaken by the gods? When did it become possible to create such outstanding divine magic cards? I can't believe it. Could a bizarre type of god really gain the recognition of the heavenly Tao and become a god-level magic card? Hehe, that's natural. Su Shin has already created 3 such Een God Clan demon cards, so getting heaven's approval is a piece of cake, isn't it? TSK, the Een God Clan? So what if they're a strange god clan? Is it really necessary to beautify them? Baka, I think this is a sinister conspiracy from the abyss. Your Kyushu has already been invaded by the abyss, and will soon be completely assimilated by it. The enemy wants our human race to disintegrate on its own. Do you people of Kyushu really think this person is a savior? How naive, utterly naive. I think you little Japanese are just jealous. Jealous that our Kyushu has such a large territory, and now we even possess powerful divine magic cards. Jealousy? Do you really think that someone in the 9 provinces, where no god has appeared for thousands of years, could create so many god-level magic cards so easily? Use your brains. How is that possible? Unless he has a cheat code. Yes, the so-called Een God Clan. Aren't they just bizarre creatures? Throughout history, so many predecessors have researched dark magic and created bizarre magic cards, trying to find a path to enlightenment, but they all failed. They either died or fell into the abyss. It's a dead end. Upstairs, you banana man, are you kidding me? Anyway, I blindly support Su Shin. His God Race magic card is different from the others. If it really is a strange creature, the blessing of the heavens could not have such magical effects. TSK, they really won't shed a tear until they see the coffin, huh? The heavenly Tao manifests even more completely in the World Championship. If any of those bizarre magic cards can become cards in the World Championship, I'll eat shit on my head. Baka, I also support Mr. Kudo. He is a great master of card literature in Japan, so he can't be wrong. 9 provinces? You have probably long since become slaves to the abyss, unworthy of being the second largest in the world. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. Just as everyone was discussing this, 6 bells suddenly rang out in the sky, causing the entire space to tremble. Everyone fell silent, their bodies trembling slightly, their hearts pounding. The greatest sound is silent. The greatest truth is formless. The 6 paths of the Great Bell. This means 2 divine demon cards have been formed simultaneously. Knock knock knock. Before anyone could react, 3 more bells rang out, echoing through the sky. Chapter 94, The River of Time and Space. Takase Jijoro's Ambition. Chapter 94, The River of Time and Space. Takase Jijoro's ambitions resounded in the sky with the sound of a large bell. The black and white clouds, locked in fierce battle, suddenly separated, as if a rift had been torn open in the entire sky. A mighty river, stretching to the heavens, surged forth from this rift, its surface dotted with starlight, seemingly carrying countless stars, vast and boundless. The River of Time has appeared. This is the final step in creating the absolutely original magic card. People at the scene gasped in surprise, and everyone's eyes were drawn to the sky. They all looked up, mouths slightly agape, expressions of shock. This wasn't the first time they'd witnessed the vast River of Time, yet the profound awe they felt remained undiminished. The bell tolls 9 times. Does that mean all 3 of them have succeeded? Why am I only seeing 2 kinds of strange phenomena? 2 unusual phenomena. Could it be that only 2 magic cards were formed? But how could there be 9 bell chimes? Did 6 bell chimes occur when a certain magic card was formed? Impossible, right? Don't the divine race demon cards always chime 3 times when they're completed? That's what the textbooks say. It's possible. I've heard that the clock chimed 5 times when the water fairy nymph of the celestial god clan was formed. That can't be right. I remember it being the 3rd tone. Besides, the official textbooks all say it's the 3rd tone. Where did you get this dubious information from? I really can't remember. It's probably just some random rumor I heard somewhere. It seems that 3 divine race demon cards have been fully formed and appeared in the world this time. Where did that Japanese expert who said Kyushu couldn't create the god race magic card go? I don't care whether the expert comes out or not, but I'm really interested in that guy who eats shit upside down. When is he going to do a live stream? Haha. Remember to tap me during the live stream. Tap once +1, +2, +10,086. The screen was instantly flooded with numbers, so many that they covered the entire screen. However, this is normal. Magic cards hold a transcendent position in this world. They are related to the life and death of all humanity. As a world-class league, how could it not be incredibly popular? Almost everyone, from the elderly to the toddlers, would sit in front of the live stream to watch. The only difference is the tools used to watch the live stream. Every year at the World Championships, every single screen connected to the internet around the world has to be meticulously planned and arranged. It's normal to have a lot of comments. Just then, amidst the barrage of numbers, a single character suddenly appeared, standing out prominently. Nari? Who said Su Ming successfully created that card? It's impossible for such a bizarre magical card to be created in the World Championship. I'm putting this out there today. If this actually succeeds, I'll livestream myself eating shit while doing a handstand. Holy crap, Japan is really freakish. It's a small country like Japan, after all. It's small in size and lacks resources. It's understandable that they have decent food. No, I don't understand. If he likes to eat, he can eat, but it's wrong to go around scamming people for food and drinks. Buddy, you're really something else. You're such a perfect example of freeloading. A bunch of lousy bastards. Not only will he fail in his card creating contest, but he will also be punished by the heavenly Tao. In fact, your entire Kyushu will be punished. My God, Kyushu and Japan are nothing in front of our Western allies. How can you even argue with each other? It's laughable. Thank God, we, the Western Alliance, are the most powerful, and we are the saviors of Earth. You should all submit to the holy light. The comments section was in an uproar, with arguments going on and on. At this moment, on the arena, Takase Nishikuro clenched his fists, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the Yamada no Orochi in front of him, a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth as he let out a hee laugh. The bell has rung. The creation of Yamada no Orochi is complete, and now I can once again obtain the qualification to enter the tomb of the gods from the old man of the dead. His laughter was extremely low, and the veins on his arms bulged, with faint streaks of black flowing through them. However, no one saw any of this, and the black aura disappeared in an instant. Old Man Kumu is really amazing. His method can actually deceive everyone and even create an evil god like the Great Serpent. It seems that becoming his subordinate is not such a bad thing. The old man Withered Tree once said that he could help me grow step by step and eventually rule the entire Blue Star. I was just a minor genius, and it was with his help that I got to where I am today. Now, I've even managed to deceive the heavenly Tao and successfully create the Yamada no Orochi. Perhaps he really can keep his promise. If Japan can gain the assistance of such a capable person, it will one day become the #1 power on Earth. Even the Western allied powers will be no match for it. However, I will surely become the one who stands at the pinnacle of Japan, and also the leader of the Blue Star. Takase Nishikuro recalled the old man in the black robe with hands like withered wood, and his heart became even more excited. If he can truly lead Japan to the top of Blue Star, he will surely become a figure second only to the Emperor, and his strength will increase by leaps and bounds. He may even go to the Sea of 10,000 Stars to pursue a higher path. Even when the time is right, I can still kill that old man Withered Tree and become the only one in the world. A murderous glint flashed in Takase Jiro's eyes. His lips trembled wildly, and he became excited. He looked up at the Milky Way falling from the sky, a glimmer of hope appearing in his crazed eyes. This was also the first time he had created a God Race magic card, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. However, compared to the grand plans in my mind, everything before me was merely an appetizer. Although my Yamada no Orochi is an evil god, its strength is extremely powerful, far surpassing that of the previous Karasa Tengu, and it is not far from being comparable to the Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi. The strange phenomenon of the card cannot represent everything. The fact that the evil god Yamada no Orochi was able to be created successfully already deceived the heavenly Tao. If the strange phenomenon is still very obvious, then something might be wrong. Takase Nishikuro held his breath, squinted, and guessed. In his understanding, Yamada no Orochi is an evil god with extremely high strength, almost on par with the most powerful god race magic card in Japan, Ama no Kusanagi no Tsurugi, which is roughly the same level as the four-winged angel. This is the level at which a statue can be empowered and a base city can be protected. As for why no extraordinary ideas were born, he suspected it was related to the cover-up. Of course, this is just speculation, and I can't guarantee it. I can feel his presence, getting closer and closer. Takase Nishikuro's breathing became increasingly rapid, and he suddenly exclaimed with wide eyes, "It's coming. He's about to emerge from the river of time." Chapter 95, He actually devoured it alive. Chapter 95, He actually devoured it alive. Takase Nishiro looked up at the river of time and space, his eyes sparkling, his expression excited. Then, the river of time and space seemed to fall from the heavens like the Milky Way, with stars flowing within it, vast and boundless, incredibly magical. Whoosh! The Milky Way surged and rippled in the long river, sparkling with starlight. Then, a huge snake head emerged from it, with a dark gray cloud floating above it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, the sound of water breaking continued. One after another, strange snake heads emerged from the long river, exactly matching the number 8. Soon, its body slowly rose to the surface, allowing people to see its true appearance. This is a strange creature with 8 heads and 8 tails, crimson eyes, moss and trees growing on its back, festering and bleeding abdomen, 8 dark clouds above its head, and a body the size of 8 mountain peaks. The Yamada no Orochi has emerged from the river of time. My God-type magic card is about to succeed. 2 sharp glints flashed in Takase Nishikuro's eyes, and his voice involuntarily grew louder. He looked at the figure that had emerged from the river of time with hopeful eyes, and his laughter grew even more maniacal. Whoosh! Just then, another spirit emerged from the river of time and space. It wore a tall hat, its long, scarlet tongue glowed with an eerie light, and it held a long staff in its hand. Its expression was neither a smile nor a cry. This person is none other than the Een Marshal, by Wu Chang. What's going on? Orochi, what are you standing there for? Why don't you keep walking towards the magic card, merge with it, and successfully break free from the shackles of the river of time? What are you afraid of? Is this eerie creature in white really that scary? Takase Jijoro gritted his teeth and muttered anxiously. As the creator of the Yamada no Orochi magic card, he was able to vaguely sense the other party's emotional fluctuations. He never expected that the Yamada no Orochi, a wicked god, would also feel fear and tremble with terror, even hesitating to move forward. Impossible. This kid from Kyushu created a bizarre god-type magic card, while mine is an evil god-type magic card. Shouldn't it be a level above the bizarre type? How could it be so easily frightened by such a hanging ghost? Takase Nishikuro's brows furrowed into a deep frown as he swallowed repeatedly, growing increasingly anxious. This was the first divine magic card he created. He even made a pact with the old man of the dead tree, that if he couldn't even create the Orochi, he would lose the other's support and help. This was undoubtedly fatal for him. You must understand, his ambitions are vast, and he needs the support of that old man withered tree. Otherwise he simply cannot achieve them. Yamada no Orochi, get down here right now. Takase Nishiro roared at the sky, his voice carrying soul power that traveled many times faster. Sure enough, his shout seemed to have some effect. The illusory body of the Yamada no Orochi, which had been standing still, trembled and finally moved, continuing to walk through the river of time and space, heading towards the magic card on the ground. That's more like it. Takase Nishikuro smiled, but looked at everything in front of him with a tense expression. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Almost there. Just a few more steps, and we're almost there. Speed it up a bit more. He roared inwardly, his excitement growing as the Yamada no Orochi drew closer, and his body trembled. Call out. Just then, something unexpected happened. A red tongue, as swift as lightning, traversed the river of time and space in the blink of an eye, arriving behind the Yamada no Orochi. Hiss! The 8 heads of the Yamada no Orochi trembled simultaneously, emitting a piercing scream. Its entire body shook incessantly, its forward speed slowed down, and it even forgot to move forward. Immediately afterwards, the blood-red tongue continued to move around, wrapping around all 8 snake heads. Whoosh! With a whooshing sound, the blood tongue retracted, and the 8-headed serpent was dragged back by it, landing directly in front of Bai Wuchang. No matter how hard it struggled, it was powerless to break free. His 8 serpent heads hissed, echoing across the entire sky, while his tails thrashed wildly, splashing up endless starlight. However, it was all in vain. Bai Wuchang stood easily in place, a hint of ruthlessness appearing in his eyes. At that moment, everyone was stunned by what they saw. How is this possible? Both are souls slumbering in the river of time. So why is this white-robed hanged ghost so powerful? This hanged ghost actually captured another god's soul directly in its spirit form. Who dares to say it isn't a ghost? That's right. Gods are all benevolent. For it to act so cruelly before it even became a card, it is definitely not a kind god. It must belong to a strange race. But why would heaven acknowledge him? The heavenly Tao is untouchable. It is the manifestation of the rules. Who knows what kind of evil inheritance Su Ming might have obtained that would allow him to circumvent the rules. He might even be able to create such a bizarre and evil god. That seems to make sense. Before this, no one had ever truly created a bizarre, godlike race. Everyone else had failed. Our human race has studied this for thousands of years and has long known that the bizarre godlike demonic card violates the laws of nature and is simply impossible to succeed with. How could an 18-year-old boy break through the shackles on his own? That's simply impossible. I suspect that he must have been corrupted by the abyss, which is why he used some special means to deceive the heavens and bypass the rules of the heavens, thus creating this white-clothed hanging ghost and successfully awakening its soul from the river of time. What nonsense are you speculating? Even the heavenly Tao hasn't discovered it, and so many high-ranking members of the human race haven't said anything. Yet you're here making wild guesses? The God clan is a divine race that belongs exclusively to our 9 provinces. That's right, you're just jealous. Jealousy? Our great Japan has so many divine magic cards, and the Amanomukumano Tsurugi, a divine artifact-like magic card that can protect our entire country. What is there for us in Kyushu to be jealous of? Hee, your Japan is just a tiny place. Of course it can protect us. Our Kyushu is vast and rich in resources, and its heritage is something you can't compare to. Foundation? This land forsaken by the gods. What foundation do you have to talk about? That's laughable. We already possess the God clan, so how can there be a land forsaken by the gods? How absurd. My god, look. Is this the God clan? Who has ever seen a cannibalistic race of gods? As this comment scrolled across the screen, everyone froze in place, and the entire screen became unusually quiet, with not a single comment appearing. Listen, above the sky. The clicking sound kept ringing out. On the long river of time, Bai Wuchang put down his morning staff, grew sharp fingernails on his hands, used his tongue to lift the Yamata no Orochi, and embedded his hands into its body, tearing it in two with a tearing sound. Then, his tongue dragged its body into his mouth and began to chew it vigorously. As the crackling sounds continued, the body of the white impermanence became increasingly solid and tall, and its aura became even more vast and terrifying. At that moment, everyone froze in place. They stared blankly at everything happening in the sky, not daring to even breathe loudly. They were terrified that if they uttered even a single extra word, they would be targeted and become the next victim. Kiss kiss. Just then, at the end of the long river, the water rippled again, and a holy light emerged from it. But then, in the next moment, the water gradually calmed down, and the holy light gradually disappeared, leaving only a faint trace. He seemed to remain submerged in the long river, not venturing out again. Whether he was preparing or afraid, it was unclear. Chapter 96. If they don't show themselves soon, the river will recede. Chapter 96. If they don't show themselves soon, the river will recede. My divine magic card, my Yamata no Orochi. Takase Nishiru tilted his head back and spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes fixed on the river of time that had fallen from the heavens to the mortal realm, his expression filled with resentment. He had waited for this day for an unknown amount of time and endured countless hardships. Just when victory seemed within reach, Su Ming appeared out of nowhere and shattered his dream. Yamata no Orochi, my first god-type demon card. Su Ming, I'm not done with you yet. Takase Nisaku gritted his teeth, his face contorted, and his body trembled slightly. Heaven and hell are separated by only a thin line. He was just celebrating his upcoming successful card creation, becoming a esteemed Protoss card creator, and gaining the appreciation of the old man of the dead tree, which would grant him more resources and allow him to progress even faster. He even dreamed of becoming the ruler of Earth, making the Amaterasu kingdom superior to Kyushu and the Western Alliance. But in the blink of an eye, everything changed. Before his Yamada no Orochi could completely break free from the constraints of the River of Time, it was actually swallowed whole by that hanging demon. The River of Time flows through the past and present, within which countless powerful souls slumber. Every truly original magic card needs to resonate with the dormant spirit within it, then awaken the spirit, allowing it to break free from the shackles of the long river and give the source card a soul. Only then can a magic card be considered truly created. This is the fundamental reason why only character cards and equipment cards can improve one's strength and quality. Takase Nishikuro stood on the ring, looking dejected and pale. In front of him, a semi-transparent source card trembled incessantly, with cracks spreading outwards from its center before disappearing completely. The Yamada no Orochi prototype floating in midair shattered with a crack sound, like a glass statue being smashed into pieces. No, that's impossible. Takase Nisaku shook his head, his cheeks flushed, and he spat out another mouthful of blood, staining the floor crimson. He staggered forward 2 steps, then lost his balance and fell to the ground. At that moment, everything went black before his eyes, and he completely lost consciousness. Failure to create a card will result in a backlash, but most of the time it's just a psychological one, causing only mental exhaustion. However, this time is different. The Yamada no Orochi has been successfully created, and even its dormant soul has emerged from the River of Time. However, it was captured by another spirit and devoured alive. This situation is truly unprecedented in the past 1,000 years. However, upon closer reflection, it seems that this is indeed the case. The Orochi magic card was never completed, its soul was torn apart. Such a backlash is far more severe than the failure of creating a regular magic card. It's all eaten up? In the audience, some people stared in disbelief at what was happening before them, their hearts pounding and fear rising within them. They were right there on the scene, and the visual and sensory impact was immense, leaving people completely unable to react for a moment. This time, the entire Western audience remained remarkably silent, not daring to even breathe loudly. The scene before my eyes was truly awe-inspiring. It wasn't until Bai Wuchang had chewed the Yamada no Orochi completely clean that they realized their backs were already soaked with cold sweat and their foreheads were covered in sweat. Are these really gods? Gods? Have you ever seen such brutal gods? My God, this is too bloody. Although I also dislike the Japanese, it's too cruel to just devour them alive. I've said it before, there is no god race in the 9 provinces. What they created are bizarre creatures, only more powerful ones. The audience snapped out of their daze and couldn't help but whisper among themselves. They were trembling with fear at the sight of the terrifying figure of Bai Wuchang. They already disliked Kyushu, and now that Su Ming's creation, Bai Wuchang, had devoured the Yamada no Orochi alive, it only fueled their resentment, and they couldn't help but whisper insults in private. However, at this moment, a blond old man was so frightened that he kept swallowing. He put his finger to his lips and spoke in a deep voice. "Shoo, aren't you afraid that monster will drag you into the river of time and space, tear you to pieces, and devour you piece by piece?" Oh. As soon as the old man said this, everyone around him covered their mouths and secretly looked at the white impermanence. They felt a chill run down their spines and broke out in a cold sweat. Fear, apprehension, panic. A mix of emotions rose and brewed in my heart. Throughout the venue, the sound of swallowing saliva rose and fell, never ceasing. They sat in their seats, barely daring to breathe, their faces filled with fear and unease. If this devil is truly angered, it's unimaginable what might happen. Clearly, this is not what they want to see, no matter what. At this moment, the entire venue fell silent, with only the sound of the flowing river of time echoing across the sky. At this moment, on the arena, Alice's pupils suddenly contracted, a chill ran down her spine, her heart pounded, and cold sweat dripped down her back. As the creator of the 4-winged angels, she was now more shocked than anyone else. The angel is actually afraid? Fearful. She looked up at the long river that stretched to the horizon, and her breathing became rapid. How could this be? I created a 4-winged angel, and this time I even used an extra unit of faith power. Why is he still afraid? Even after awakening, he still doesn't dare to step out of the river of time and space. Is this white-robed, hanging ghost really that powerful? Even my four-winged angel is so afraid of him. Alice swallowed hard, her face filled with shock. She knew very well how powerful the four-winged angel magic card she had created was. It was the strongest magic card she had ever created. What kind of creature did that kid Jojo create? It's so terrifying that it can not only devour other souls in the river of time, but even I, an angel god, am too afraid to leave the river. Moreover, even before this, my four-winged angelic phantom was terrified of it, and I had to use a unit of faith power to find the balance. But even a unit of faith power couldn't bridge the gap. Just how powerful is this magic card he created? Alice took deep breaths to calm herself, and the scene of creating the card in her mind came back to her, making her more and more confused. I even started to feel a little curious about it. Buzz. At this moment, Bai Wuchang's swollen body gradually stabilized. After absorbing the soul of Yamada no Orochi, his spirit became stronger and more stable. Standing above the river of time and space, he glanced back at the water surface bubbling with holy light, a hint of disdain appearing on his face, which seemed to be both crying and laughing. He turned around and took a single step, completely breaking free from the constraints of the river of time. The enormous white figure hopped and skipped across the river of time, arriving in front of Su Ming and disappearing directly into the original form, merging the two identical white impermanents into one. Immediately, the dull-witted white impermanence came to life, its long tongue as flexible as a snake. Only its morning staff appeared somewhat stiff. He raised his head, looked at the river of time, and snorted coldly. If that guy up there who only absorbs faith doesn't show himself soon, the river will recede. Chapter 97 Golden Clouds, Spirit Pattern Glue. Chapter 97 Golden Clouds, Spirit Pattern Glue. The tide has receded? What does that mean? Is he calling me a four-winged angel? Alice was completely bewildered and hadn't yet figured out what was going on. However, the next moment, a look of shock appeared on her face again. Then, in the long river of time, a four-winged angel finally emerged. As soon as its head was poked out, it looked around as if to check for any danger. He was actually afraid of that strange figure in white. Alice was telepathically connected with it, and she could clearly sense that the four-winged angel's mind was in turmoil when it saw the strange creature beside Su Ming. From a distance, she could even see its head, which was covered by a halo, slightly shrink back, as if it had seen something terrifying. Others may not see it clearly. However, as the creator, Alice could see it all clearly, especially the telepathic connection that made her even more certain that her four-winged angel was afraid of Su Ming's strange creature. Angels are afraid of the supernatural? And it's a four-winged angel at that. What on earth is going on? Alice frowned, her mind filled with a million questions. She felt that besides shock, she was filled with countless questions today. What happened today is beyond her knowledge, and even her worldview, which she has formed since childhood, is being shattered little by little. Could it be, as Su Ming of Kyushu said, that this is a Ein god, a true deity, not a strange creature, much less a strange god? The eerie belong to darkness, while angels are the holy light. Logically speaking, holy light is absolutely restrained by darkness. Even if this hanged ghost is really powerful, the four-winged angel would never show such fear, dread, or even a trace of awe. This is the dignity of the holy light. He will never shrink back when faced with the bizarre. Alice murmured to herself, recalling the knowledge she had gained in the graveyard of the gods, including the faith in the four-winged angels. The angels will not bow to darkness. But that's not the case now. The angel bowed his head, even feeling fear, apprehension, and a touch of awe. Either I misunderstood the information in the stone tablet, or what Su Ming of Kyushu created was not a monster at all, but merely resembled one. But I can't be wrong. If I am wrong, the creation of the four-winged angels will only end in failure. So, Alice stopped there, having already found the answer in her heart. At this moment, the four-winged angel in the long river slowly flapped its wings and finally walked out of the river of time and space. It first looked at the position of Bai Wuchang, and its body trembled slightly. Then, he transformed into a holy ray of light and traveled directly along the river to Alice. Then a similar scene appeared again. The two four-winged angels merged together, and holy light shone on the entire earth. Su Ming squinted, watching the interaction between Bai Wuchang and the four-winged angel with great interest. He narrowed his eyes slightly and asked with a hint of doubt, "Lord Bai Wuchang, Do you know this four-winged angel? In Su Ming's mind, both the East and the West have their own mythological systems, but gods from different systems should not know each other. However, what just happened clearly shattered this understanding. Bai Wuchang and the four-winged angel definitely knew each other, or at least had some interaction. Now, while the good news is still fresh, let's ask Bai Wuchang, white impermanence. Otherwise, once the after effects of the card wear off, it will be impossible to get an answer from it. The white impermanence's face, which seemed to be both smiling and crying, showed no emotion. He dragged out his long tongue and muttered, I am indeed somewhat familiar with the angel race, but I really can't remember why I am familiar with them. I only know that they are a group of people who rely on faith. Can't remember? Lord White Impermanence, even with the lingering aura of the card, you still can't recall clearly? Su Ming began to ask questions, his mind filled with countless doubts he wanted answered. Why do the gods slumber in the river of time? Where do these strange occurrences come from? Why can they only descend through cards? Why is the mythology of the Blue Star world so similar to that of Earth in my previous life, almost exactly the same? There are just too many questions like this. Su Ming had only asked 2 questions when Bai Wuchang clutched his head and let out a low, miserable scream, clearly in great pain. His tongue trembled as he whispered, Master, I don't know. I don't know any of this. My head hurts so much. Okay, I won't ask anymore. You should go back to magic cards. That will make you feel better. A look of disappointment appeared on Su Ming's face, but he quickly covered it up. He had actually made preparations long ago. Chen Kai Yuyin could only retain a very small part of the opponent's strength, and this was obviously also the case in terms of memories. The other party seemed to only remember the most basic things and knew nothing else. Sigh, it seems I still need to explore this on my own. Su Ming sighed softly, then smiled helplessly, his face gradually regaining its previous composure. Buzz. At this moment, the residual energy of the card was completely exhausted, and Bai Wuchang transformed into a stream of light and directly merged into the source card. Immediately, suddenly, golden light shone from within the translucent source card, its brilliance as dazzling as the blazing sun. It rose slowly, like a sun, illuminating the entire venue. Immediately, golden light burst forth, gradually dyeing the dark clouds in the sky golden, creating a magnificent sight. On the other side, Alice was also asking the four-winged angel why he was afraid, but she still didn't get a definite answer. She learned from the four-winged angel that the other party was named White Impermanence and belonged to the God clan, not the Ghost clan. Upon hearing this, Alice breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, as long as it's not some kind of strange creature, it's fine. Whether it's the gods of the 9 provinces or my Western gods, as long as it's a god, it's fine. As a Western saint, the social strata she came into contact with were naturally beyond the reach of ordinary people. Despite her young age, she isn't particularly strong. However, she knew many secrets of the human race, and had even visited the cemetery of the gods once, so she was naturally aware of the current situation of the human race. In her view, the birth of a more powerful divine magic card is a good thing. Of course, it would be even better if this Protoss card belonged to the Western Alliance. Alice took a deep breath, a smile appeared on her lips, and a golden magic card had appeared in her hand without her noticing. She narrowed her eyes, confidence returning to her face, and whispered, Your White Impermanence is indeed very strong, but this victory still belongs to me, still belongs to the Western Alliance. The four-winged angel, the holy light scepter, and the spirit pattern glue from the myriad star sea will allow the holy light magic cards, which belong to the same angel race, to completely fuse. If one four-winged angel god-type magic card can't beat you, Su Ming, then I'll use the four-winged angel and the holy light scepter god-type magic cards. The final victory will still belong to me. I possess the entire foundation of the West, while you are merely the first divine race card master in the 9 provinces. How can you compare to me? Alice regained her confidence after saying this. Although she acknowledged Su Ming's strength, she was also pleased that the human race possessed such a powerful divine magic card. However, she still didn't want to lose the match. For my honor. For the honor of the entire Western Alliance. Chapter 98 The Astonished Crowd, the Mysterious Old Beggar. Chapter 98 The Astonished Crowd. The 2 magic cards of the mysterious old beggar were fully formed, and the clouds in the sky were completely dyed gold. The river of time and space was rapidly drawn away, causing the golden clouds that had been split in 2 to collide again. Boom. Immediately following, a deafening roar erupted as the 2 golden clouds collided, and streaks of lightning ripped across the sky. Splash! In the blink of an eye, golden rain began to fall in a light drizzle, and it grew stronger at a visible speed. It's finally here. Two sharp glints flashed in Li Wushuang's cloudy eyes, and he appeared outside the private room in a flash, letting the rain pelt his body. He had been lying in his chair the whole time, not paying any attention to the game, as if the outcome had nothing to do with him. However, only he himself knew that this stemmed from absolute self-confidence. As the principal of Qingshan District No. 2 Middle School, he could say that he had watched Su Ming grow up step by step from his humble beginnings. Li Wushuang sincerely admired Su Ming's card-creating ability. To create 3 divine magic cards in such a short period of time is unprecedented, if not unparalleled. Such an ability is truly terrifying. Along the way, Li Wushuang witnessed Su Ming's growth. Wrong. In his eyes, Su Ming possessed an extremely terrifying ability to create cards from the very beginning. Even after witnessing the creation of so many divine demon cards, he was still unfathomable. This is truly terrifying. This shows that the previous intensity had not even touched Su Ming's limit. No one knows where the opponent's limit is. Li Wushuang had long had absolute confidence in Su Ming and trusted him unconditionally. He didn't believe that a young prodigy from a Western allied country could defeat a monster like Su Ming. You must know, this is the man who was blessed by heaven with the ability to repair his foundation. Heaven doesn't bestow blessings arbitrarily, and such a blessing would never be given to a god race magic card with ordinary abilities. Li Wushuang wasn't lying in the chair indifferently. He simply didn't see much suspense in the competition. Of course, there is another reason. His trip to Angel City with the team was also to enjoy more of the blessings of heaven, to continuously repair his foundation, and one day he would regain the prestige of the swift swordsman. This is the feeling. Li Wushuang's lips curled up slightly, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. He closed his eyes, letting the rain lash his aged face, and the half-destroyed yucca artifact appeared on his wrist. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go out to receive the blessing of heaven. This is an incredible opportunity. Gu Tiexiong's deep voice echoed in the room, and he took the first step out, arriving directly on the square. Zhou Qingli followed closely behind and appeared beside him. The two sat cross-legged, suspended in midair, letting the rain pelt their bodies, enveloped by a misty golden ring. The divine blessing bestowed upon the divine race magic card upon its formation is a rare and precious opportunity. In particular, this time, 2 divine magic cards belonging to Kyushu and the Western Alliance were formed simultaneously. One rain shower brings 2 blessings. Such an opportunity is even more rare. This is the first time such a bizarre phenomenon has been seen in the past 1,000 years. In previous world championships, there have been instances of multiple magic cards being created. This has happened many times. However, the 2 magic cards were formed at the same time, emerged from the same river of time, and the golden clouds collided and merged with each other, finally bestowing blessings at the same time. This is truly the first time this has ever happened. This golden rain seems a bit special. Alice sat cross-legged on the ring, her brow furrowing slightly as a hint of doubt arose in her mind. She has created more than one divine magic card, so she is naturally quite familiar with this heavenly blessing. However, this time, there was a subtle difference. She could clearly sense an energy she had never seen before. Although this energy was very subtle, it was truly contained within the golden rain of blessings bestowed by heaven. What exactly is this energy? Why is it so special? Alice murmured to herself, her mind filled with doubt. However, she didn't have time to think about all that right now. With the golden rain falling, as the creator of the 4-winged angel, she had received a surge of blessed energy, so naturally she needed to calm down and absorb it wholeheartedly. Otherwise, to waste this blessing would truly be a grave sin. A blessing from heaven is a rare and precious thing for anyone. At this moment, on the angel statue, Eileen stood in the eye socket, her blue crystal eyes sparkling, an incredulous expression on her face. This blessing can actually repair a person's very foundation. It can even repair magic cards and card-controlling artifacts. How is this possible? She swallowed hard, her heart pounding. She has received many blessings from heaven, and her only abilities have always been to improve her cultivation and change her innate talents. When did even a damaged foundation become reparable? Eileen's eyes were filled with disbelief, and her breathing became rapid. After a while, she finally came to her senses, reached out, and inserted a purple magic card into the card slot. The next moment, A figure materialized, a white-haired Western elder with a kind face and a smile. "Little Eileen, what's wrong? Did you run into any difficulties at this World Championship?" The old man spoke with a smile, his face full of concern. "Dean Frank, we haven't encountered any difficulties. Instead, we've discovered a phenomenon that has never occurred before." Eileen bowed slightly, her burgundy dress swaying gently. Frank, intrigued, gestured for the other party to continue. The two then began to talk, and Eileen recounted everything that had just happened. "What? You mean that the strange spirit devoured another spirit that also emerged from the river of time? And the blessing it received from heaven could repair its foundation and magic card?" Two sharp glints flashed in Frank's slightly cloudy eyes, and he suddenly sat up, his breathing becoming somewhat rapid. "Yes, Dean. It's just that the foundation repair might have had an unexpected reaction because the two magic cards bestowed their blessings at the same time." Eileen was clearly taken aback. She hadn't expected that Dean Frank, who was known for his composure, would be so excited after hearing the news, and that he couldn't even maintain his usual calm. Frank squinted and muttered, "Both cards? One light and one dark. It might actually be possible. All right, I'll talk to you now. I have other important things to take care of." Frank flicked his sleeve and vanished. Only then did a look of wild joy appear on his face, and he laughed incessantly. However, the laughter soon subsided. His figure vanished along with him. At this moment, in a corner of the square in the City of Angels, an old beggar sat in the corner, his head, which had been hanging low, slowly raised, his eyes peeking out from behind the huge angel sculpture. He licked his lips and muttered to himself, "That old man Frank is here too. It's time for a chat." As soon as the old beggar finished speaking, he turned into a wisp of green smoke and quickly disappeared behind the statue. Chapter 99 Black Pentagram, Dual Card Fusion. Chapter 99 Black Pentagon, Dual Card Fusion, Captain Wong. It's a success. Su Ming has created another God Clan magic card. At the Qingshan District Night Watchman Association, Lu Qingqing jumped up from her chair and cheered loudly. Wang Minjiang and the others were also extremely excited, their faces beaming with smiles and an indescribable sense of pride. As members of Qingshan District, they naturally felt proud that their hometown had produced such a prodigy as Su Ming. Zhang Yeqing, in particular, proudly declared, "See this? This magic mirror of mine was worn by Su Ming back then. If you were to sell this thing, it would fetch at least 10 times the price. However, this is not for sale. Even I, old Zhang, have a discerning eye." As he spoke, his face grew increasingly proud. Zhang Yeqing's vision was too narrow. He didn't realize that if this magic mirror were actually put on the market, there would be a huge number of fans eager to buy it. At that time, let alone 10 times the original price, even 100 times the original price would be no problem. He seriously underestimated the status and charm of the first God-type magic card master in Kyushu. They underestimated just how terrifyingly wealthy the rich men and women in big cities are. Tens of millions of dollars is not a small amount for them, but being able to buy the first pair of magic mirrors worn by God Su is definitely worth it. Clearly, in any world, fans always have the most extravagant spending power. "Captain Wong, why didn't I see Brother Lon in the live stream? Didn't he say he would go to Angel City to watch the match?" After her initial excitement, Lu Qingqing couldn't help but ask a question. Although their team was from a poor area like Qingshan District, the members were anything but ordinary. She herself is the eldest daughter of the Lu family, one of the 3 major families in Shanxing City. Although she is not very strong, she has quite a background. Lan Tian was from the Night Watch headquarters in the Mountain City, and no one knew his exact identity. Although his hands were severed, he had extraordinary knowledge and was not like an ordinary person. Furthermore, he recently took leave to go to the World Championship to watch the games. However, to reach the City of Angels, one must pass through the chaotic Star Sea, which is not something an ordinary person can easily traverse. Thinking of this, Lu Qingqing couldn't help but show a hint of worry on her face. On the other side, Wang Minjiang calmly replied, "Qingqing, you don't need to worry about Lantian. He'll be fine. Don't worry at all. Perhaps, after this, he will find the answer in his heart and never come back." "Huh? Brother Lan isn't coming back? Captain, what's going on?" Zhang Yeqing exclaimed in surprise and asked, full of doubt. Wang Minjiang smiled and shook his head before saying, "I don't know the specifics either. We'll find out when the time comes." "You'll find out then?" Lu Qingqing murmured to herself, but the scene from that day was still vivid in her mind. She clearly remembered that Lan Tian had followed Su Ming, hoping to enjoy the blessings of heaven a few more times and see if she could regrow her severed arm. This is not wishful thinking on his part. Before this, Lan Tian had already experienced the Golden Rain blessing twice. He knew very well that the Golden Rain could heal injuries, but whether it could regenerate severed limbs was unknown. However, even if there was only a glimmer of hope, he was still unwilling to give up. Crossing the turbulent seas to reach the City of Angels is nothing short of a fantasy for ordinary people, so the fact that Lan Tian was able to go there proves that he is definitely not ordinary. Alright, look, the blessing from heaven is about to end. Just then, Wang Minjiang's voice rang out again. The two snapped out of their daze and refocused their attention on the live stream. At this moment, on the arena, the endless golden rain continued to recede, compressing towards Su Ming and Alice. This was clearly the final moment of the heavenly blessing. All the blessings on the periphery were gathered together, leaving only the small group of the card creator, which remained unextinguished for a long time. Sure enough, the second purplish-black five-pointed star has been born. Su Ming raised the card-controlling device in his hand, a slight smile playing on his lips, his face showing an expression of complete control. Ever since my card-wielding artifact reached the demigod level, my cultivation level has improved extremely slowly. If it weren't for the ability to create absolutely original magic cards and relying solely on my own cultivation, I probably wouldn't have been able to break through to the Emperor level in this lifetime. But what I have in abundance is absolutely original magic cards. It doesn't matter if the cultivation is a little difficult. As long as it can enhance my foundation, then let the storm rage even more fiercely. As Su Ming watched the golden rain continuously merge into the card-controlling device, he couldn't help but chuckle. Soon, golden five-pointed stars continued to be generated on the card-controlling device, eventually stopping at the fifth star, and the golden rain was finally exhausted. 5 gold stars plus 2 dark purple stars represent. Su Ming is now a 7-star card creator at the general level, which means he has officially entered the late stage of the general level. Of course, although he was a 7-star general, his true soul power was unmatched by even ordinary king-level experts. Now that he possesses 2 purple-black pentagrams, Su Ming's total soul power is probably something even a 9-star king-level expert would have to give way to. Buzz. The last 2 golden clouds in the sky disappeared, and the blessing from heaven and earth was completely completed. Su Ming stood up, and in front of him was a golden magic card that kept spinning, emanating a mysterious aura that attracted everyone's attention. On the main stage, Alice opened her eyes, and her once peaceful face couldn't help but furrow her brow. She looked at the golden magic card in front of her, feeling somewhat uneasy. As the card creator, she could clearly sense the terrified heart of the four-winged angel the moment it took shape, and the deep-seated fear it felt. He is genuinely afraid of Su Ming's white impermanence magic card. If we really use those 2 magic cards, I'll most likely lose. Even if his white impermanence belongs to the dark abyss and my four-winged angel belongs to the holy light, we are still no match for him. Alice murmured, a magic card shimmering with golden light appearing in her hand. Immediately, she gently tossed out the magic card in her hand, and 2 golden legendary god magic cards floated in front of her, radiating golden light that aroused longing in everyone's heart. Four-winged angel and holy light scepter, 2 divine cards belonging to the holy light. Please embrace each other. Alice's clear voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth, and she threw out a wriggling, transparent liquid from her other hand. The liquid was entirely blue and semi-transparent. The next moment, the spirit-patterned glue directly enveloped the 2 golden magic cards, releasing a burst of mysterious energy. The 2 magic cards gradually merged and assimilated within the spirit rune glue. Chapter 100 The Effects of Spirit Pattern Glue. Chapter 100 The Role of Spirit Pattern Glue. Oh no. Even card fusion requires such a large amount of soul power. Alice's expression changed, large beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, and her heart tightened. This spirit pattern glue came from Wan Xinghai, and she obtained it by chance. She only understood its specific function and did not know that it required a large amount of soul power to fuse with it. Fortunately, having just received a blessing from heaven, not only has her cultivation level improved significantly, but her soul power is also incredibly abundant. After a moment of panic, they quickly calmed down. Her expression was calm, her gaze fixed intently on the 2 magic cards within the spirit pattern glue, her soul power surging wildly into the glue. Instantly, the spirit pattern glue surged wildly. The magic cards within it continuously fused together, and a holy radiance exploded out, floating there like a small sun, its holy light illuminating the earth. At this moment, the audience looked up, clasped their hands together in front of their chests, and looked devout. Holy light is everywhere. Praise the angelic God. Holy light is everywhere. Praise the angelic God. Holy light is everywhere. Praise the angelic God. Western spectators shouted loudly, and some even knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly to the huge angel statue. This behavior seemed to have a magical power, spreading continuously. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners knelt down in droves, creating a spectacular sight. Of course, there are also a few banana people among them, who also blend into this tide, even pressing their cheeks tightly to the ground, as if being even a fraction higher would make them seem unrepentant. Li Wushuang and the others stood in the corner, their brows slightly furrowed. After exchanging glances, they quickly returned to the lounge. Uncle Zhou, what exactly is going on? Wasn't the magic card already created? What on earth is Alice up to? Gu Siruan frowned and asked, her gaze falling on the blonde, blue-eyed woman on the arena. She simply couldn't understand what was going on. Logically speaking, after the magic cards are successfully created, the heavenly Tao should appear to rank them. Lu Qi, standing beside him, scratched his head and chimed in. Yeah, Executive Officer Zhou. What's going on here? Could the Western allies be trying to cheat? As he said this, a hint of disgust crept onto his furrowed brow. The creation process of this magic card is already extremely obvious. How domineering was the way by Wu Chang made his appearance. Whether it was the 8-headed monster from Japan or the 4-winged angel from the Western allied nations, they didn't dare utter a single word in front of the white impermanence of Kyushu. Isn't it obvious who is better and who is worse? They were about to witness Kyushu defeat the Western Alliance with its divine magic cards and claim the championship of the Card Creation League. But now all of this has come to an abrupt end. How could this not make them anxious? Zhou Qingli frowned, took a deep breath, and then explained, they didn't cheat. The item Alice has is called Spirit Rune Glue, which can fuse 2 magic cards together, making them one and a more powerful magic card. Huh? There are such amazing gadgets. Isn't using external objects considered cheating? Gu Siren asked anxiously. Zhou Qingli shook his head and continued. Don't overestimate the power of the spirit pattern glue. It can't force 2 unrelated cards to fuse. For 2 magic cards to fuse, 3 conditions must be met. First, they must be God Race magic cards of the same level. Second, the attributes of the 2 cards must be perfectly matched and belong to the same source. Third, only character cards and equipment cards can fuse with each other. What if one of them doesn't fit, or the 2 magic cards don't synergize well enough? In that case, the fusion will fail, and both basic magic cards will be completely destroyed. With such demanding requirements, she probably won't be able to successfully fuse them so easily, right? Gu Siruan asked tentatively, no longer caring whether the other party's use of spirit pattern glue was against the rules. Since the other party has already begun the integration process, it no longer matters. She can only hope that this so-called credit card financing will ultimately fail. However, Zhou Qingli's words made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Zhou Qingli sighed softly, then said in a low voice, Alas, I'm afraid it won't be as you wish. The 4-winged angel she created this time is holding a scepter, and its appearance is almost identical to the artifact card of another holy light scepter from the Western Alliance. He stopped there and didn't continue. Everyone here is intelligent, so they naturally know what this means. If they couldn't understand this, they wouldn't have been able to cultivate to this level. Uncle Zhou, I remember that Su Ming also created a God Race demon card called Black Impermanence before, and its appearance looks exactly the same as the long tongue hanging demon card this time. Before Gu Siruan could finish speaking, Gu Tiexiong interrupted her, saying, All right, Siruan, we know what you're thinking, but even if we had spirit rune glue, it wouldn't be of any use. Just watch the game and relax. Towards the end, his tone softened. Useless. Gu Siruan murmured to herself, then suddenly remembered what Zhou Qingli had said and snapped back to reality. Indeed, the spirit pattern glue can only fuse and upgrade compatible character cards and equipment cards. Black Impermanence and White Impermanence are 2 separate character cards, so even if you have the spirit pattern glue, it won't be of any use. This fusion upgrade is essentially returning the weapon that the character already possessed to its rightful owner, thereby enhancing the character card's attributes and abilities. Minister Gu, does that mean our Kyushu is going to lose again in the Card Creation League? Gu Siren spoke, her face showing disappointment. For decades, Kyushu has not won a single card in the Creation League. I thought that with Su Ming around, I could finally hold my head high this time, but I didn't expect that the other party would have such a powerful item as the spirit pattern glue. Gu Tiexiong smiled and said, winning or losing doesn't matter. We've come this far in Kyushu over the years. Why would we care about winning or losing this time? As long as we have Su Ming, we can have our own God Clan magic card. That's more important than anything else. All right. He also admitted that his words were mostly meant to comfort him. After all, Su Ming has already created a divine magic card belonging to the 9 provinces. If he can win the championship of this league, that would be the best thing ever. But now the facts are right in front of us, and that dazzling holy light is so bright that people can hardly open their eyes. It serves as a constant reminder to everyone that ultimate victory belongs to Alice and the Western Allied powers. Admittedly, they all knew that the magic card Su Ming created was more powerful than the 4-winged angel, but the other party had used spirit rune glue to directly fuse the 2 God Race magic cards, giving the 4-winged angel a leap in quality and ability. Winning will probably be quite difficult. Thinking of this, Gu Saruin and the others couldn't help but sigh, and a sense of desolation continued to build in the lounge. Chapter 101 Black and White Impermanence. Card Fusion. Chapter 101 Black and White Impermanence. Fusion Card. Oh, praise the Archangel God. May God bless our Western Alliance. Final victory still belongs to us. You're cheating. The magic cards are finalized. The match should be over. What cheating? Heaven hasn't judged it, so who said it's cheating? Besides, a card creator often creates multiple magic cards. Does that mean someone is only allowed to create 1 magic card? That's just sophistry. What does this have to do with creating multiple magic cards? After each magic card is formed, the Heavenly Tao will rank them, and the final ranking will be based on the overall effect. Ha ha ha, the people of Kyushu have such a narrow mind. Are you questioning the will of heaven? You have quite the audacity. Western dog, you're slandering me. Who knows what tricks you're up to? What exactly is this spirit rune glue? The card creation is over, so why can you allow 2 magic cards to fuse? TSK, this is within the rules. If you're so capable, why don't you let your Kyushu players fuse cards? I'm afraid you can't even do it. This is the foundation of our Western Alliance. How can little Kyushu compare to us? You? The comments section erupted in noise again, with arguments continuing. The Kyushu audience wanted to refute it, but in the end they found that they could no longer find any points to refute it. The locals are right. Since heaven has already acknowledged it, what else can they say? Does this mean we should question the will of heaven? How is that possible? Although they uphold the idea that humans can conquer nature, this is an attitude towards the gods, aimed at developing their own potential and believing that they too can surpass the gods. However, the Heavenly Tao is a more powerful and mysterious entity than any deity. The entire planet Blue Star operates under these Heavenly Tao rules. Without the Heavenly Tao, Blue Star would probably have already fallen to the Abyss's bizarre invasion. There is a general consensus that if we compare the Earth to a living organism, then the planet itself is its physical body, and the laws of nature are its soul. Within the Blue Star, the Heavenly Tao is the highest authority. It is always fair and impartial, without the slightest bias. This is a consensus among all people on Earth, so there's nothing to question about it. Even if your Western Alliance wins, it won't be honorable. Your Alice is no match for our God Su in terms of raw power in creating cards. She only relies on these petty tricks. Good heavens, the people of Kyushu really know how to comfort themselves. If the Heavenly Tao approves, then that's a legitimate method. Why don't you try merging with it yourselves if you're so capable? Card melting? Your Western Alliance has spirit rune glue, which is obviously premeditated. Now you want us to melt our cards? That's ridiculous. TSK. So now you know the difference between Kyushu and our Western Allied countries, right? It's all a matter of foundation, and the same goes for spirit pattern glue. If you had enough foundation, you could also possess spirit pattern glue and perform card fusion. Unfortunately, your foundation is insufficient, so who can you blame? That's right. Although I'm from Kyushu, I still have to say something fair. The Western Allied countries are indeed very powerful, and we really can't compare. It's good enough for us to be second place. A Kyushu person? I think you're a banana person with yellow skin and white core. And you dare to speak fairly? Why should we honestly be second place? If it's all about background, what's the point of this world championship? Hey, how can you talk like that? Can't I even say a fair word? Is there no justice in this world? Besides, the Western Alliance really does have a deeper foundation. Look at their city of angels. They don't have to worry about the black mist invading them, whether it's day or night. Our Kyushu can't compare to them in this respect. Not bad, not bad. It seems there are still some sensible people in Kyushu. That's right. In this respect, even our Kyushu can't compare to our neighbor Japan. I really don't know where you get the courage to compare yourselves to the Western allied countries. Aren't you ashamed to say such things? I'm ashamed. You're shameless. I hate traitors like you the most. You live off the benefits of Kyushu while slandering your own country. You're utterly useless. How could you start swearing? That's so rude. You've been like this for so many years, you just can't change. I'm cursing you, you idiot. If you were in front of me, I'd beat you up right now. That's right, take me with you. We'll drown him in our spittle. What's with the sarcastic remarks? Do you really think we Kyushu are all alone? What's with the sarcastic remarks? We were able to surpass Japan even without the god cards. What are you so arrogant about? If you're so capable, then don't stay in Kyushu. Banana people are the most hateful. That's right. We now possess the divine race magic card. Even if we don't win the championship this time, we can still climb to the top step by step. TSK. You guys aren't going to win this time anyway, unless your Su Ming can also perform card fusion. But is that even possible? Ha. The comments section was filled with excitement, with various greetings floating by, demonstrating the intensity of the discussion. However, at that moment, a red pin comment suddenly appeared, stunning everyone. Stop arguing. Look, Su Ming has also pulled out 2 God Clan Demon cards, 1 black and 1 white character cards, and they're actually starting to fuse. After that, the number of comments suddenly decreased, eventually leaving only a few scattered ones. Everyone else was stunned in front of the screen, and for a moment they couldn't even type anymore. Su Ming stood calmly on the arena, looking up at the sphere of light radiating holy light with an indifferent expression. He squinted, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Immediately, he took out the black impermanence demon card, and his eyes instantly sharpened. After successfully creating by Wu Chang, a strong voice rang in his heart. As a pair of black and white impermanents, their ultimate destiny is to be integrated into a single magic card. Actually, this wasn't the first time Su Ming had heard this sound. There was already one when the horse-faced Rakshasa was created. However, because horse-faced Rakshasa and Minotaur were created as Een Soldier and Een General respectively, the 2 magic cards could not be fused and upgraded. Otherwise, he would have been able to experience the fun of fusion and upgrading before coming to the World Championship. However, it's not too late now. Su Ming murmured softly, then chuckled lightly, his voice rising a few decibels as he said, "The impermanent ones claim lives, the vengeful ghosts snatch souls. Black and white impermanents, return to your positions." Whoosh. As he uttered these words, he tossed the 2 golden magic cards, black impermanents and white impermanents, into the air, whereupon they emitted a dazzling golden light. Immediately, black light appeared out of nowhere, surrounding them completely and emitting endless eerie light. Chapter 102 The Underworld of Een Gods. This is just the beginning. Chapter 102 The Underworld of the Een Gods is just the beginning. Under the enormous angel statue in the City of Angels, 2 orbs of light, 1 black and 1 white, about the size of basketballs, floated in mid-air, facing each other. The light of holiness and darkness shines upon the earth. The entire square was divided into black and white, clearly separated. As expected, black and white impermanents can merge and upgrade. Su Ming murmured softly, his face full of smiles, his eyes narrowed with anticipation. Black and white impermanents are originally one, and merging them into a single magic card is in accordance with the rules of heaven and earth, so there is no need to consume the soul power of the card creator. There's a big difference between 2 magic cards voluntarily fusing and Alice forcibly fusing them using spirit rune glue. At least, Su Ming doesn't need to worry about the fusion process or the consumption of soul power. They can complete it on their own. He stood on the arena, watching with great interest the fusion process of the 2 magic cards, black impermanents and white impermanents. Within the black orb, 2 golden magic cards spun incessantly, their golden radiance gradually being obscured by the black light until they sank into the cards. Immediately afterwards, then they saw black impermanents take the first step out of the card and stand directly in the black sphere of light. Of course, even though he stepped out of the magic card, his body was still only the size of a palm, about the same size as when he was inside the magic card, and he did not become enormous as he had after using the magic card. Su Ming couldn't figure out what was going on, and just watched the changes in front of him with curiosity. Here, as black impermanence broke free from the magic card's restraints, a clear smile curved his lips. In one hand he held this soul-hooking rope, and in the other, he held a long, black staff covered in ghostly faces, from which various creatures roared. Old Xia, your morning stick is here. It's time for it to return. Black Impermanence gently tossed the morning staff in his hand. The originally black staff slowly turned back to snow white as it spun in the air. Strands of black resentment swirled around the staff, and the wailing was deafening. Of course, although the morning staff had turned white, the ghostly faces on it remained unchanged. Is that a black and white circle? Su Ming had sharp eyes and immediately spotted the cursed king-level weird, black and white circle that had wreaked havoc outside the Qingshan district. Now it was obediently imprisoned in the morning stick, only revealing its signature black and white color. Oh right, the dark bull is also in there. We should torture it more after the competition to try and get more information about the depths of the abyss from it. Su Ming squinted, his mind racing with calculations. This abyss world is mysterious and bizarre, and it is not easy to fully understand it. Humans have struggled against them for 1,000 years, but have never truly reached the deepest part of the abyss, nor have they figured out where they came from or what this abyss really is. There are just too many questions like this. The Dark Demon Bull was once a sacred and bizarre creature of the abyss. Although it has been reborn, its current strength is far from reaching its peak. However, it knows quite a few secrets. Humanity has been fighting against the abyss's mysteries for millennia. Where has the opportunity come from to interrogate the holy domain abyss's mysteries? Su Ming only had this rare opportunity because of the morning stick. Who knows, we might actually get some incredible secrets from them. Thinking of this, Su Ming's breathing became rapid involuntarily, and his anticipation increased. However, he naturally knew what was important and what was urgent. The most important thing now was to ensure that the black and white impermanence merged normally. Buzz. Suddenly, the holy orb opposite them exploded, and endless holy light splashed like water droplets, spreading outwards continuously. Looking up, it was so dazzling that it was impossible to open one's eyes. Is this the holy light? It seems a bit weak. Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. His eyes looked out through the black light screen, and the dazzling holy light was completely blocked by the faint black afterglow. Not even a wisp could break through. This wasn't because Su Ming was arrogant. After all, this was just the afterglow emitted during the fusion of black and white impermanence, not the main sphere of light. That a mere glance could completely block the burst of holy light. Can we say it's very strong? Seeing this, Su Ming felt increasingly at ease. He had only just arrived in this world. Although he possessed the cultural treasures of China from his previous life spanning thousands of years, he was still unclear about the rules of heaven in this world and needed to explore them slowly. Chinese mythology is powerful, but in the eyes of heaven, there should be no difference between the Western allied countries, Japan, and other countries that have been exterminated. They are all his people. Before this, Su Ming still had some concerns. He had never seen the divine race magic cards of the Western Alliance, and he had no clear idea of just how powerful these divine race magic cards, created based on the angelic gods, were. Although, when the river of time descended before, the Yamada no Orochi of Japan was swallowed alive by Bai Wuchang, and the four-winged angels were too frightened to show their faces, Bai Wuchang revealed the domineering aura of the 10 underworld marshals. Unexpectedly, the other party directly produced an unknown item called spirit pattern glue, which made Su Ming's heart pound again. But now he's not worried anymore. At this moment, he became even more certain that compared to the many myths of China, the Western gods were not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Su Ming even suspected that even if the black and white impermanence did not merge, the white impermanence alone could probably suppress the merged four-winged angel. Despite his thoughts, the black and white impermanence were actually completely beyond his control when it came to fusing cards. The moment Bai Wuchang was created, the images of Wuchang and He Wuchang in my mind were already stirring, and as time went on, that feeling of imminent emergence became more and more obvious. Su Ming was certain that if he didn't summon it directly, it would come out on its own in half an hour at most to meet with Bai Wuchang and then undergo fusion and upgrade. As their master, there is naturally no reason for him to stop them. He was very willing to see black and white impermanence merge and upgrade, becoming even more powerful. In this world, who wouldn't want their created magic cards to become even more powerful? Moreover, even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Even if Su Ming could directly suppress the black impermanence and the white impermanence, he wouldn't do it. When facing a challenge, one must maintain the highest level of combat readiness so that even if he loses, he won't regret it. If you're going to win, you have to win spectacularly. I have said that I will make the Chinese gods amaze the whole world. The underworld gods are just the beginning. Su Ming's lips curled up slightly, his expression full of confidence. He squinted at the four-winged angel who had already grasped the holy light scepter and murmured to himself, "Holy light angel, are you ready? The black and white impermanence will use you as a stepping stone to shake the entire blue star." Chapter 103 The Road to the Underworld, Fengdu City. Chapter 103 The Road to the Underworld, Fengdu City. Buzz. The white sphere of light exploded, its holy light as dazzling as the sun, blinding people. After a while, the holy light gradually faded away. Everyone looked up and saw a four-winged angel floating on the main arena. His skin was fair, and a faint holy light slowly seeped out from his skin. His two pairs of huge wings on his back were as white as snow, and each feather seemed to be formed from holy light, shining brightly. He was dressed in a white robe engraved with mysterious golden runes, shimmering with light. In his hand he held a golden scepter, the top of which was inlaid with a gemstone, from which a rich holy light was brewing. He looked incredibly sacred. "Welcome, Archangel Dassel. May your holy light shine upon the world." Alice blinked her big eyes, placed her right hand on her chest, and nodded slightly, her respectful voice resounding throughout the world. "May the holy light endure forever." Dashiell flapped his wings, slowly raising his scepter above his head. Holy light burst forth from the scepter, instantly enveloping the entire square in holy light. His clear and melodious voice then entered everyone's ears. At that moment, everyone present couldn't help but close their eyes, feeling the warmth of the holy light. They felt as if they had returned to infancy, enveloped in warmth and extremely comfortable. Even Li Wushuang and the others sitting in the lounge were no exception. Bathed in holy light, everyone appeared as if asleep, their faces beaming with blissful smiles, utterly silent. However, in contrast to the quiet atmosphere at the scene, the barrage comets, which were not illuminated by the holy light, became noisy, creating a stark contrast with the scene. May the holy light endure forever. This is the foundation of our West. After the Archangel Dassel merged and upgraded, he has become even more powerful. I think he has surpassed the former Archangel Grand. Praise be to the Angel God. He is certainly more powerful than when the Archangel Magic card of Grain was born. This is blessed with the Holy Light Scepter, a true divine artifact. Haha. Victory ultimately belongs to our Western allied nations. Long live the Goddess Alice. Long live the Goddess Alice. So what if Kyushu possesses the God race's magic cards? They're still trampled under our feet. Oh my god. Can the so-called Een God clan of Kyushu really be called a god? What's the difference between its brutal behavior and its bizarre nature? I think it's an ancient, bizarre creature sleeping in the river of time. Why didn't I think of that? I feel that makes a lot of sense. If the gods can slumber in the river of time, why can't those strange creatures? That's right. There are abyssal monsters in our era. Where did they come from? Perhaps these monsters existed a long, long time ago, even in the era when the gods were asleep. They were just more powerful back then. Maybe they also slept in the river of time along with the gods. Bullshit. The divine race's magic cards have special markings after they are formed, and even the heavenly Tao has acknowledged this. You're still making wild guesses. Are you questioning the heavenly Tao? Questioning the laws of heaven? What a huge accusation. We were merely expressing our own conjectures. Are you people of Kyushu so domineering that you don't even allow us to express our own thoughts? TSK, why bother with them? Whether it's our Japan or the Western allies, we've always had the divine race magic cards, and we've even achieved free movement in major cities at night. Kyushu can't even dispel the night fog from its base cities. What can we possibly argue with them about? Praise be to the Angel God. It was their great holy light that dispelled the black mist. No matter how powerful that white-robed, long-tongued monster is, it could never be a match for the Archangel. You Westerners really have terrible memories, don't you? Who was it that was so scared that they hid in the river of time and space and dared not show themselves? You've forgotten so quickly. Haha, what does that mean? The spirit rune of the goddess Alice makes the Archangel Dassel even more powerful. Look at the omnipresent holy light. Merge? Can't you see that Su Ming of Kyushu has also begun to merge the two lords of impermanence, one black and one white? Fusing two character cards? That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. TSK, this is the importance of foundation. There has never been a God Clan magic card in the 9 provinces. How could these people know that the fusion of magic cards requires spirit pattern glue, and that it must be a combination of character card and equipment card to be fused and upgraded. If you in the West can't do it, does that mean we in Kyushu can't either? Su Shun is a prodigy, he can definitely do it. A prodigy? What an arrogant fool. The card creators of the major divine races in the Western Alliance have been researching for hundreds of years. Do you think they're inferior to a 17 or 18-year-old boy? That's just wishful thinking. Duh. The comments section was filled with heated debate. However, due to differing stances, neither could convince the other, and they could only engage in endless verbal sparring. But as Dassel's holy light shone upon the earth, the arrogance of the Western audience naturally soared. The fusion of black and white impermanence did not use spirit rune glue, and since these were too pure character cards, it was naturally ridiculed by countless people. The viewers on the Kyushu side wanted to defend it, but found that they couldn't seem to find any points to refute it. Throughout history, there has never been a successful attempt to merge and evolve character cards, even with the use of spirit rune glue. Su Ming directly threw out the magic card, letting it fuse on its own, which was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. Of course, as the first god race card creator in Kyushu, many people in Kyushu still unconditionally believe in Su Ming. This is a belief. As a land recognized as devoid of gods, Kyushu has endured humiliation and hardship for thousands of years, constantly opening cities and innovating, thus laying such a foundation without the help of gods or magic cards. The words "no god" and "gods have fallen" have always followed Kyushu and can never be shaken off. But Su Ming, it was he who broke these fixed labels and shattered preconceived notions. This gave Kyushu its first god-type magic card. In the eyes of these people, Su Ming was omnipotent, since he was able to break a restriction once. That can be broken a second time. Who says that card fusion requires spirit rune glue? Who says card fusion can't be two character cards? Since Su Shin has done this, it means there is a possibility of success. Boom. Just then, a sudden change occurred. The once cloudless sky was suddenly filled with rapidly gathering dark clouds, which covered the entire sky in the blink of an eye. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, a pure black beam of light shot up from the arena, soaring into the sky and connecting heaven and earth. Two golden magic cards, wrapped around the pillar of light, rotated continuously and spiraled upwards along the black pillar of light, their faint pressure rippling outwards like water. The originally dazzling holy light was completely suppressed by this black light, and the atmosphere in the entire space shifted. As the two magic cards continued to rise, a gale-carrying black mist swept across the entire square, accompanied by constant wails and howls, as if one had entered a living hell. Click. Finally, the two magic cards, black and white impermanence, disappeared into the clouds along the black pillar, and a bolt of black lightning suddenly struck down. Immediately afterwards, a vast and rugged road broke through the dark clouds. This road was rugged and uneven, like an endless hell. Every stone was stained with the marks of time, and every inch of land was filled with the atmosphere of weeping. On both sides of the road, desolation reigned. Skull-like branches intertwined, as if blocking any soul that tried to move forward. The leaves fell, and when the wind blew, they made a cold, piercing sound, like the wailing of countless wronged souls. Step onto the road to the underworld, and enter my Fengdu city. A sinister, terrifying sound echoed from the sky. In the dark, cloud-covered sky, the black and white impermanence slowly descended. They were dressed in long black and white robes, their faces sinister and terrifying, their eyes deep and unfathomable. Their feet trod the road to the underworld, each step seemingly trembling the entire space, as if the shadows of hell were spreading with them. A cold wind howled around me, carrying a desolate feeling, as if the aura of death was permeating the surroundings. A chilling aura quickly spread, causing a shiver to run down one's spine. The shadows and bloody stench emanating from the black and white impermanence stimulated people's nerves, exuding an indescribable sense of terror. Then, a city appeared behind them, standing above the dark clouds. The city walls were tall and sturdy, with the words Fengdu inscribed on them. Eerie lights flickered within the city, like ghosts, casting a dark and terrifying glow over the entire city. The name Fengdu seemed to echo with the call of the abyss, filled with an aura of death and despair. Darkness permeated every inch of this city, as if it were the other side of hell. Dark clouds and a mournful wind swept across the sky, shrouding Fengdu in endless darkness. Chapter 104 Dark Purple in the Golden Light. Chapter 10 For the dark purple city of Fengdu, bathed in golden light, stands in the sky, with rolling dark clouds and flashing lightning below, resembling a mirage. However, everyone present knew that this was not a mirage. Rather, it is a manifestation of a real scene. This is a celestial phenomenon that only occurs after the two magic cards, black and white impermanence, have successfully merged. At this moment, everyone looked up at the sky, their hearts and minds shaken. All of this is completely beyond my expectations. Whether it's Fengdu City, the road to the underworld, or the black and white impermanence descending along the way, they all exude endless gloom and terror. A desolate atmosphere sweeps across the entire world, making people feel involuntarily sorrowful. Thump, 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 thump. Just then, the 6 tolling bells echoed across the sky, lasting for a long time. This bell sounded different from the previous ones, carrying an air of antiquity and desolation. Even just 6 rings brought tears to many eyes. What's wrong with me? Why am I crying? Below the ring, a spectator looked up, tears streaming down his face. He murmured softly, feeling an indescribable sorrow in his heart. Such a terrifying influence. This ancient and desolate aura has actually brought tears to the eyes of most of us. The sadness rising in our hearts is simply unstoppable. Wah, I'm so sad, I'm so sad. But I have no idea why I'm sad. Oh my God, these damned gods of the 9 provinces. Aren't they gods who bring misfortune? They're demon gods. Wah, stop crying. Wah. How terrifying. The mere appearance of the card can directly affect our emotions. If someone already has mental problems, they might even have suicidal thoughts, right? Wah, please stop. The world is desolate. What's the point of my life? Wah, please stop. Below the arena, cries echoed across the plaza as people talked to themselves, their hearts filled with deep sorrow. Clearly, most of the spectators in the square were not very strong. They only needed money to buy tickets to get in. The real powerhouses had private rooms. Of course, the term not strong here is only relative. Almost everyone who gets to enter the venue is a card master, and most of them are among the best of humanity. However, compared to the people in the private room, they were rather insignificant. As spectators at the scene, those who witnessed the strange phenomenon were the first to be affected and naturally had the deepest impact. As for the holy light, it had long been dispersed by the swirling winds. Even the 4-winged angel named Da Sur floated in midair, looking up at the sky, his body trembling uncontrollably. Fengdu City? What a familiar name, what a terrifying name. What kind of place is this, and why do I feel so afraid? Dashiell couldn't help but take a few steps back, his 2 pairs of wings trembling slightly. The holy light on them had already been compressed back into his body, revealing the pure white feathers. Glug! As he looked at the 2 figures of black and white impermanence, shrouded in darkness and blood, he couldn't help but swallow hard. His fear inexplicably intensified, and he could no longer even maintain the most basic ability to fly. Lord Dashiell, what's wrong with you? Alice's pupils dilated, and a nameless fear gripped her heart. She looked at the 2 figures descending the road to the underworld. Although she felt some fear and disgust, it wasn't too intense and couldn't possibly affect her mind. However, the scene before us does not lie. The great 4-winged angel was actually affected by it, and was forced to retreat repeatedly, even completely withdrawing his holy light. How is that possible? The thought immediately popped into Alice's mind. Her large eyes narrowed into slits as she felt a mix of emotions rising within her. But Dashiell was destined never to have the chance to speak to him. Call. He gasped for breath, and as his body trembled violently, he transformed into a golden magic card, which silently floated in midair. Alice gasped, her face filled with shock as she murmured to herself, what kind of magic card did that kid from Kyushu create? The card's appearance alone is enough to terrify Lord Dashiell, who even transformed into a magic card to escape the pressure. After a while, call. Alice breathed a sigh of relief, finally regaining her senses. She gently held the 4-winged angel magic card between her fingers, trying her best to remain calm. At this moment, the black and white impermanence, who had descended along the road to the underworld, finally arrived in front of Su Ming. They looked at the young man before them, and their lips curled up slightly. Young man, I look forward to the day we truly meet. Keep striving. Suppressing the abyss of Blue Star is just the beginning. With a smile on their faces, the black and white impermanence uttered this cryptic statement. Then, they exchanged a glance, reached out and gently beckoned, and a blank magic card flew out of Su Ming's arms. Immediately, Two figures, one black and one white, disappeared directly into the blank magic card. On the originally blank card surface, the figures of the black and white impermanents appeared continuously. Endless golden light burst out, and ghostly wails rose again. Huh? It's not over yet. Su Ming squinted, waiting for the magic card to fully take shape, but suddenly realized that something was wrong. Within that endless golden light, a dark purple glow could be faintly seen. Dark purple? Could it be? Su Ming was startled, and couldn't help but think of his own card-wielding device, which had been upgraded to demigod quality, and the 5-pointed star on it was dark purple. Although I had some guesses in my mind, it wasn't time to get a definite answer yet. The magic card was taking shape, its golden hue tinged with dark purple as it rose higher and higher. The dark clouds in the sky were slowly being dyed golden, and the majestic city of Fengdu gradually faded from view and disappeared. Then the golden clouds closed in, and a faint purple hue could be seen within them. Rumble. As the thunder roared, golden rain began to fall in a light drizzle, another blessing from heaven. How is this possible? He actually succeeded? The wine glass slipped silently from Eileen's hand as she stared in disbelief at everything that was happening before her. After the black and white impermanence merged, and so much time had passed, she finally came to her senses. The strange phenomenon in the sky just now was so exaggerated that she was stunned and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. She was only awakened when the thunder roared and golden rain fell on her cheeks. Character cards can actually be fused together, and after a successful fusion, they can receive the blessing of heaven again. This is simply unbelievable. Eileen's blue eyes widened, and her breathing became rapid. What happened in less than half an hour shattered her worldview, and her whole body was resisting and unable to believe it. At this moment, on Mount Anyuan, the black-robed mountain lord actually squatted on the ground, his hands covering his head, trembling. What a terrifying aura. What is that? It slowly straightened up, trembling, and muttered to itself in a trembling voice. What just happened? That aura was both terrifying and noble. I couldn't help but want to prostrate myself in worship. Could it be that the boy from the prophecy is behind this commotion again? The mountain lord was puzzled, his heart pounding, fear lingering in his mind. It wasn't just fear, but more of a desire to worship it, as if they were seeing something more noble and powerful, something eerie. The demonic energy within the demonic slaves of the city of angels has become even purer? What's going on? Chapter 105 The curse is finally eradicated, Wantian? Tianlan. Chapter 105 The curse is finally eradicated, Wantian? Tianlan. Whoosh. Heaven bestows blessings, and the rain pours down. The audience members present were either shocked or terrified. They all gathered up, sat cross-legged in turn, and enjoyed the miraculous rain. This energy is exactly the same as the purplish-black pentagram in the card-controlling artifact. It seems that the black and white impermanents are about to break the limitations of the golden legend. Two sharp glints flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. The stronger the black and white impermanents are, the better, and he will naturally be even happier. However, he also knew how to prioritize. At this moment, the most important thing was to absorb the blessing of heaven as much as possible. As for what the magic card would ultimately look like, it would not change because of his will. After heaven bestows blessings, it will naturally remove them. Immediately, Su Ming sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and surging energy continuously flowed into his body. The card-controlling artifact then appeared, and golden stars were generated one after another until it accumulated 5. The golden star shattered and then transformed into a black 5-pointed star, which was inlaid on the card holder and shone brightly. But that's not all. As surging energy was injected, golden pentagrams were generated wildly again, until the speed gradually slowed down after the last one was condensed. Wave. Time passes. The card-controlling device was radiant with light. The character, Zhang, General, in the very center quietly shattered, then slowly merged back together, transforming into the character, Wog, King, which was inlaid in the very center of the card-controlling device. 3 purple-black 5-pointed stars shone around the character, and surging soul power continued to surge. King level 3 star, the Abyss curse has finally been completely eradicated. Su Ming opened his eyes, his words filled with extreme excitement. His consciousness was embedded in his sea of consciousness, a vast and boundless place. The curse power that had been suppressed deep within his sea of consciousness had turned into a wisp of black smoke, which disappeared without a trace as it rose. Immediately, Su Ming felt a great weight lifted off his shoulders, and his whole body felt lighter. This abyssal curse has followed him for far too long. For so long, he has been restricted by it, his hands bound, unable to fully display the Chinese mythology in a grand and unrestrained manner. Furthermore, the presence of an abyss curse within the body also adds to the mental stress. Although the power of the abyss curse was suppressed in the deepest part of his consciousness after the creation of various god-type magic cards, it did not have a significant impact. But, as long as the abyss curse remained on his body, his heart was always in suspense, and he dared not unleash his full potential to create more divine magic cards. Now, thanks to the blessing of the heavens, which brought with it a touch of dark purple rain, the stubborn ailment of the abyss curse has finally been completely eradicated. That's great. It's so great. Ha ha ha. Su Ming looked up at the sky and let out a long roar, feeling extremely relaxed. Buzz. At this moment, the golden clouds in the sky rapidly contracted, merging entirely into the cloud above Su Ming's head, making it appear almost tangible. Immediately afterwards, golden light fell from it, transforming into a golden pillar that directly enveloped Su Ming. Clearly, this is the final step of the heavenly blessing, which can only be enjoyed by the card creator alone. At this point, the live chat was already in an uproar. Heaven bestows blessings, do you see? This is a blessing from heaven. Who said character cards can't be fused together? Step forward and tell me now. Is it possible to fuse them or not? Brother, you can't blame them for saying that. They must have their reasons. After all, no one from the Western Alliance has ever successfully fused two character cards. How can they compare to our Kyushu God Su? It seems that our Kyushu is still more powerful. God Su is more powerful. Holy crap, I've already drawn my 80-meter-long sword. How do I put it back now? Funny.jpg. Where are they? Where are the people from the Western Allied countries and Japan? Weren't they shouting so loudly before? Why are they all silent now? Have they all become mute? Hee hee, I don't want to say much more. Remember to keep your promise. You who said you'd do a handstand and eat poop on live stream. I've already memorized your ID. Damn it. I just checked, and that person just deleted their account and ran away. Westerners are really shameless. They don't keep their promises. Good heavens, you Kyushu people won fine, but why are you still so foul-mouthed? So the cowards have finally come out, winning and not fighting back. Do you really think we're stupid? In previous years, you Westerners were so high and mighty, it was truly disgusting. This year, I'll let you taste what it's like to be disgusted. So what if I'm foul-mouthed? I'm talking about you. This is just the beginning. Our goddess Alice is more than capable of this. I'll see if you can have the last laugh. Ha ha ha. I can't control what hasn't happened yet. All I know is that Su Ming from Kyushu has the upper hand right now. So what? Your Alice even uses some kind of spirit rune glue to glue together magic cards, fusing and upgrading two legendary gold magic cards. Compared to our god Su, that's really too low end. This is hilarious. They said it was impossible for character cards to fuse successfully. But look what happened. Su Shin didn't even use a spirit rune glue item. What do you call that? That's called talent. Su Shun is the strongest card creator in the last 1,000 years of Blue Star. At this moment, the entire Kyushu region erupted in excitement, with viewers flooding the chat with comments, seemingly wanting to vent all their pent-up frustrations. Given the chance, they would even like to stand in front of those Westerners and confront them directly. For 1,000 years, no divine demon cards have ever appeared in Kyushu. After so many world championships, they have been so frustrated, always being used as stepping stones. Even though Zhou Chengli created the Azure Dragon Sword, a top-tier martial arts magic card, and even won the championship that year, which was the only time Kyushu won the championship. However, without the God Race magic card, they were still looked down upon. No matter how much criticism they receive in the chat, all the other side needs to do is say, "What Protoss cards do you have?" And that's it, a total wipeout. There is simply no reason to refute it. There's no way around it. In this world, strength reigns supreme, and the God Race's magic cards are simply stronger than ordinary magic cards. But things are different now. With Su Ming now in Kyushu, they also have the God Race magic card. At this moment, the golden beam of light still enveloped Su Ming in the live broadcast. Throughout Kyushu, the streets and alleys were already bustling with activity, as men, women, and children took to the streets, beating drums and gongs, and singing songs. He even kept calling out the name Su Ming. It presents a scene of universal celebration and prosperity. The people of Kyushu have longed for this day for far too long. Now that it has erupted, it is naturally out of control. At this moment, in the City of Angels, behind the angel statue, in a hidden corner, Frank's chest heaved, his breathing rapid, as he stared in disbelief at what he was seeing. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened, a glint of light flashing in them. Tianlan, I didn't expect to see you here too. Frank's pupils contracted as he looked at the old beggar striding towards him through the air, slightly surprised. Not far in front of him, a ragged, unkempt beggar strolled over. As the camera zoomed in, it became clear that the person's sleeves were completely empty. Chapter 106 The Senate and Wan Xinghai's Secrets. Chapter 106 The Senate and Wan Xinghai's Secrets. Frank, it's been a long time. The old beggar strolled in, calm and composed, his sleeves fluttering in the wind, with a shower of golden rain behind him. He descended slowly, bathed in the golden rain, stepping through the air. Upon hearing this, Frank's surprised face broke into a smile. He then looked in Su Ming's direction and said, "Oh, Dean Tian, this Su Ming from your Kyushu is truly remarkable. He actually managed to successfully fuse 2 character cards. Not only that, have you noticed anything different about Su Ming's heavenly blessing?" As Tianlan spoke, she swayed and appeared behind the angel statue, her eyes and brows full of smiles. Over the years, it is such a rare thing that the 9 provinces have produced such a talented card creator from the divine race. He had waited far too long for this moment. Repairability. The heavenly blessing triggered by Su Ming can repair a person's foundation and also allow a person's injuries to recover quickly. Frank said in a deep voice, a hint of doubt appearing in his eyes. Then, looking at the golden rain falling from the sky, he asked in confusion, "Old Dean, what exactly is going on? Isn't the heavenly blessing only supposed to enhance a person's talent and soul power? When did this happen?" Frank paused here. Looking at the other person's smiling face, he couldn't help but exclaim, "No way, no way. Could he be the legendary variable?" "Huh, that's right. He must be the legendary variable. I wasn't sure before, but now I'm 100% sure." Tianlan's dark face was full of smiles as she looked up at the sky and said softly, "Look at that purplish-black color in the golden ring. This magic card, after successful fusion, must have reached the legendary demigod quality. It seems this kid really is the legendary variable. Could it be that we really have a chance to see the day when the abyss is pacified?" Frank's smile grew even brighter. His realm had long since reached the peak of the Saint Realm, and he was qualified to go to the Myriad Star Sea to pursue a wider sky. However, he did not choose to leave, but instead guarded Blue Star and kept the abyss in check. Frank had always hoped to eradicate the abyss monster, or at least drive it away, so that Earth could return to its former peaceful era. Of course, this is the dream of all Blue Star people, or more accurately, the long-awaited expectation of the Blue Star's powerful. For thousands of years, the human race on Blue Star has been self-reliant and has never succumbed to the abyss's strangeness due to the difference in strength. They have built the Great Wall of Life with their lives and blood, which has suppressed the powerful strangeness in the abyss and prevented it from completely invading the surface of Blue Star. Over the years, the human race established the Blue Star Alliance, and more powerful individuals have emerged. To resist the strangeness of the abyss, powerful figures from various countries established the Senate. Only those at the pinnacle of combat power, such as royal card masters, are qualified to join. And this is only the standard for the most ordinary member of the Senate. The Senate elders were almost all at the half-step Saint Realm, or even Saint Realm level. As for the Dean, almost all of them are currently the strongest among humans. For example, Dean Frank from the West is a peak Saint-level expert. He looked at Tianlan and suddenly realized, "Old Dean, you didn't disappear for the past few years just to keep watch on Su Ming, did you?" "Pretty much. Back when I crossed the Myriad Star Sea, although my hands were severed by the Star Sea storm, I still managed to save my life. After leaving the Myriad Star Sea, I received some inexplicable guidance that variables might appear in the Green Mountain district of Kyushu, so I hid my identity and went to the Mountain City, and finally changed my name and joined the Night Watchers team in the Green Mountain district." As Tianlan recalled the memories, her smile grew even brighter. "I never expected that I would stay for so many years. Fortunately, I finally met Su Ming. He was the previous president of the Senate. After reaching the peak of the Saint Realm, he went to the Myriad Star Sea like his predecessors, hoping to follow in their footsteps and adventure in a wider world. In this way, we can strive for more opportunities for the survival of humankind. This is something that has been agreed upon by the human race for thousands of years. After all, the limit of Blue Star is here, and there is no other path after reaching the peak of the Saint Realm. However, this is far from enough to quell the strangeness of the abyss. Thus, the tradition of going to sea began. Of course, not every Senate president can venture into the myriad star sea just because they want to. For example, Frank has been at the peak of the Saint realm for many years and is still sitting in the position of president, without following in the footsteps of his predecessors. While his desire to protect the blue planet and suppress the strange phenomena was partly a factor, this was also partly due to his wish to protect the blue planet and suppress the strange phenomena. However, every Senate president has this idea. The fundamental reason why Frank was unable to go to sea was the lack of high-end combat power among the human race. No one had the strength to take over the responsibility of the dean. This was also one of the most fundamental regulations established at the outset of the Senate. While in office, the President of the Senate must fulfill his duties and protect the human race on Earth. The mysterious guidance of Wan Xinghai? What exactly is behind Wan Xinghai, and why does he know about my blue star? Frank felt a chill run down his spine, and his heart trembled. This feeling is extremely unpleasant, like being monitored. Tianlan squinted and smiled, saying, "The person who guided me was a woman. Although I couldn't see her face clearly, she gave me a very familiar feeling. I think I've seen that person before. Perhaps she was one of the powerful figures from Blue Star who once went out. One of the strongest beings on Earth. If they can guide you, why can't they come back?" That day, I encountered a terrifying storm while crossing the Sea of Stars. At the critical moment of life and death, a golden light appeared, and a woman wearing high heels came from the end of the Sea of Stars and saved me. However, she did not come in physical form, but as a phantom whose face could not be seen. If it weren't for her, I'm afraid I would have perished in the Sea of Stars. Perhaps, once they leave, they won't be able to return so easily. Tianlan continued reminiscing, her face full of emotion. Wan Xinghai, a woman, a legendary variable. How many secrets are still waiting for us to uncover behind this world? Frank stroked his white beard, his brows furrowing slightly, but a sense of anticipation slowly rose in his eyes. As the current pinnacle of Blue Star's combat power, he has reached this point through his extremely resilient mind, and naturally, he also yearns for the mystique of these positions. Especially now that she has heard that the woman from Wangxinghai is very familiar and is very likely a senior who once went out from Blue Star, her longing has become even more obvious. This means that, besides going to Wangxinghai, one can also reach another place to continue growing. Having reached the pinnacle of the Saint realm, he naturally wanted to continue becoming even stronger. The two stood there, enjoying the blessings bestowed by heaven while reminiscing about the past. They became even happier when they saw the emergence of the variable Su Ming. The human race has waited so many years, and this day has finally come. Buzz. The two were chatting happily when Tianlan's body suddenly trembled. He stared at the sky in disbelief, his mouth slightly open, his body trembling slightly. After a while, he finally came to his senses and said excitedly, "There's movement. My severed arm is moving. It seems like it's growing back." Upon hearing this, Frank, who was standing next to him, was stunned, his eyes widening as big as saucers. The two stood rooted to the spot, like two statues. Chapter 107 Heavenly Tao Ranking. Chapter 107 Heavenly Tao Ranking. Limb regeneration? You mean this Heavenly Tao blessing can make your arm grow back? Frank was utterly shocked, his gaze fixed intently on the old dean before him. The regeneration of severed limbs is already incredibly incredible, let alone the fact that Tianlan was once a peak Saint Realm expert, whose body was many times stronger than that of ordinary people. How could it possibly grow back so easily? That's right, it's limb regeneration. I think it's the miraculous effect of that purplish-black energy, but unfortunately the amount is still too small to completely regenerate the limbs. As Dean Tianlan spoke, the empty sleeves slowly filled up, and soon a pair of arms made entirely of energy emerged from them. Clearly, the starstorm mark that remained on his arm had been completely removed. Frank stared blankly at everything that was happening before his eyes. This really broadened his horizons. However, upon further reflection, I realized that my understanding had been refreshed countless times, and considering that Su Ming was the legendary variable who predicted the future, I was relieved. At this moment, on the main arena, Alice looked at the towering pillar of light, a hint of melancholy creeping into her expression. She was also exceptionally talented and grew rapidly. Before the college entrance examination, she had already created the God Clan magic card, and her talent was obvious to all. In the West, she is known as a once-in-a-century prodigy of the human race. She encountered no obstacles on her path to growth, and the creation of the god race's magic cards was as easy as taking candy from a baby in her eyes. She also grew up amidst praise, and she believes she truly deserves the title of the greatest prodigy of our time. Especially after entering the tomb of the gods, she gleaned a vast amount of information from those stone tablets, gaining background information on the four-winged angels and the dragon gods, and even learning about the legendary six-winged seraphim. Keep in mind that this was her first time entering the god's tomb, and she had only entered it once before. They can comprehend information that others might not be able to grasp even after 10 attempts. It is no exaggeration to say that such talent is unprecedented. She herself thought so too, and was full of confidence. She even thought that one day she could become the strongest and quell the strangeness of the abyss. But now everything has changed. The appearance of Su Ming from Kyushu made her proud talent for creating cards look like dirt. Although the opponent has not yet fully formed a card, the Heavenly Tao has not yet ranked the magic cards. However, everything is left unsaid. The shocking phenomenon of the card formation just now, the majestic Fengdu City, the rugged Yellow Springs Road, the gusts of eerie wind, and the heartfelt fear of the four-winged angel all demonstrate just how powerful the fused magic card is. I'm definitely going to lose this round. Alice took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. She's not someone who can't accept defeat, but things have been going so smoothly for her, and she really needs time to adjust to these changes. It takes immense courage for a peerless genius to admit that he is inferior to another. Alice squinted, and an image of a giant dragon covered in frost appeared in her mind. Her brows slowly relaxed, and her mind gradually calmed down. Su Ming, the world championship isn't decided by just one magic card. I lost the first game, but I'll show you that besides the angel race, the West also has the dragon race. Alice muttered to herself, her fists clenched, and a fierce fighting spirit burst forth in her eyes. At that moment, her fighting spirit was completely ignited. Thud! At this moment of upheaval, the golden pillar of light that had been guiding heaven and earth slowly dissipated, and a bell rang out in the sky, its sound lingering and never ceasing. Although this bell sound is somewhat similar to the sound of a divine race demon card being formed, it is also quite different. Although the bell only rang once, its sound lingered for 3 feet, seemingly remaining under the sky, making one's ears ring. This feeling is truly mysterious and wonderful. Before anyone could process what was happening, a gash appeared in the sky as if cleaved open by a long sword, and 7-colored light burst forth from within, quickly dyeing the entire sky in 7 colors. As the light shone down, the entire city seemed to be draped in a light veil, like a dream. Boom! With a deafening roar, a roll of brocade, gleaming with a faint golden light, slowly fell from the gap. Then, the gold and silk were slowly unfurled from top to bottom. Buzz! Golden light burst forth from the brocade, directly drawing the four-winged angel to land on it. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the golden brocade, their expressions filled with anticipation. The will of heaven has manifested, and the ranking process has begun. Uncle Zhou, do you think Su Ming can achieve final victory? Gu Siruan held her breath and gazed at the list in the sky, her tone filled with both anticipation and uncertainty. Zhou Chengli smiled calmly and said, "Is there anything to worry about? Just look at Li Wushuang's condition to see how monstrous Su Ming's magic card is." Upon hearing this, the eyes of everyone else present couldn't help but fall on Li Wushuang. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, yet his aura was becoming increasingly rounded and surging. On his wrist, the orange-colored artifact gleamed. The corner that had been cut off had been mostly repaired, and he had returned to the state he was in before he unleashed the sword that had been nurtured for 5 years a little over a month ago. Furthermore, a blue sword hilt was floating in front of him. It was the Swift Wind sword that had almost disintegrated earlier. Although the Gale sword has not yet been restored to its original state, with only the hilt remaining, the previously disintegrating hilt has solidified, and the broken parts have been repaired as before. It's obvious that this is all thanks to the golden rain just now. What a powerful blessing from heaven. The magic cards created by Su Ming are becoming more and more powerful. Looking at all this, everyone already knew the answer in their hearts. Sure enough, the golden light fell again. The black and white impermanence, with its golden body tinged with purplish-black patterns, was drawn into the brocade and placed above the four-winged angel. Black and white impermanence wins. The decadent music resounded throughout the sky. Everyone looked up at the sky, their expressions largely unchanged. All of this was within their expectations. The grand vision of heaven and earth they had witnessed earlier explained everything. Although it is a mysterious magic card with dark attributes, as long as the magic card can take shape and bestow blessings from heaven and earth, it can be considered as having gained the approval of the heavenly Tao. Heaven is ruthless. Once something gains its approval, it will only judge its quality and strength. Alice's four-winged angel is indeed very strong, even stronger after fusing with the holy light scepter, but compared to the complete card vision of black and white impermanence, it's nothing. They're not even in the same league. Thud. Just as everyone was filled with hope, another bell rang out from the sky, resounding throughout the heavens and earth. 10 phantom magic cards fell from the crack and hung in the sky. Blue Star God card ranking. Could it be that black and white impermanence has entered the top 10 of the entire Blue Star? The crowd gasped in disbelief. This is a list compiled by the Heavenly Tao from the top 10 divine magic cards created over 1,000 years on Blue Star. Only magic cards recognized by the Heavenly Tao and whose potential, quality, and other dimensions reach the top 10 can be included in this list. You should know that these are all the divine magic cards created over the past 1,000 years. Most of them are no longer on Earth, but followed their masters into the sea of myriad stars and have never returned. The top 10 magic cards on Blue Star haven't been updated in a long time. It happened again today. Naturally, everyone's attention was taken aback. Both Western and Kyushu audiences fell silent, watching this scene with bated breath, eager to know where the black and white impermanence would rank. Chapter 108 The Celestial Gods. Boreas, the god of the north wind. Chapter 108 The Celestial Gods. The north wind god Boreas. Rumble. The seven-colored light in the sky shone even brighter, and phantom images of magic cards appeared between heaven and earth. An indescribable pressure spread out, shaking everyone's mind and soul. At this moment, the entire venue fell silent, and everyone's attention was drawn to the heavenly Tao ranking. Beneath this seven-colored radiance, the mist from the abyss rapidly dissipated, a truly wondrous sight. However, compared to the shock of the audience at the scene, the viewers watching the live broadcast became excited. Holy crap! The Heavenly Tao ranking has actually appeared. Our 9 provinces divine race demon card is even on the list. Is this for real? Of course it's true. Su Shun's black and white impermanence won the first match, so now that the Heavenly Tao ranking has reappeared, Su Shun's magic cards must be included in it. Su Ming, forever a god. He is truly too strong. Not only did he bring the first god race magic card to our Kyushu, but he also directly ranked the magic card among the top 10 in the world in his first participation in the World Championship. I would say that he is unprecedented, right? My god, are you Kyushu people still so shameless? Boreas, the north wind god of the west, is absolutely unshakable in the number 1 position. I admit that Su Ming has great talent, but is calling him unprecedented just flattery? That's right, Boreas is a celestial god, a deity who controls the wind element. His strength is extremely terrifying, and since he ascended to the top of the Heavenly Tao ranking, no one has been able to shake his position. How dare a mere strange godlike demon card shake the position of a true celestial god? That's just wishful thinking. You Westerners really have a strange way of thinking. When did I say that black and white impermanence would top the list? I was saying that Su Shun was able to create a magic card that was among the top 10 in history at the age of 18. Isn't that unprecedented? Brother, why bother explaining so much to these Westerners? They just don't want to admit that we in Kyushu are now capable of creating god-level magic cards. The stronger Su Shun's magic card becomes, the more uncomfortable they will be. Haha, that really proves the old saying. Seeing you make money is more painful than me losing money. It's so classic. Oh my god, aren't you guys overthinking this? Aren't we just telling the truth? Even if Su Ming has high talent, do you think he can reach the top of the Heavenly Tao ranking with just this magic card? Whether it's possible or not isn't up to you or me to decide. That's right. As a native of Kyushu, I originally wanted to maintain our fine tradition of keeping a low profile. But you guys are just too arrogant. I won't pretend anymore. I want to say that Su Shun will definitely top the Heavenly Tao ranking in this competition. Huh? Good heavens, did I hear that right? How could a mere kid like him reach the top? Our Western Celestial God clan is not someone that your strange gods from the 9 provinces can mess with. In my opinion, those so-called black and white impermanents would only avoid us if they saw the North Wind God. How dare the dark and mysterious gods confront the sky gods head-on? Isn't that courting death? I remember reading in the textbook that the celestial gods were the nemesis of strange creatures. When Boreas was born, He directly suppressed an entire era. Even those strange creatures in the holy domain could only avoid his sharp edge, otherwise they would have been directly wiped out by the wind god. Although the black and white impermanents are gods, they are also of the dark and mysterious type. This elemental advantage is not something easily overcome. Leaving all that aside for now, Boreas is one of the 4 wind gods of the West, in charge of the North Wind. His strength and divine status are incomparably high. An unknown black and white impermanence could not possibly compare to him. Let alone Boreas. I think it would be pretty good if he could even make it into the top 8. The current 8th place is the Lava Dragon. This is a fire tribute dragon, and its strength is extremely powerful. Its wings are entirely formed from lava, and every flap of its wings unleashes raging flames. There is no way that the black and white impermanents can defeat it. You Westerners are really stubborn. Didn't you see the strange phenomenon in Shinka earlier? Such a vast and terrifying scene. Do you really think it's something to be trifled with? That's right. Putting everything else aside, the majestic Fengdu city alone can suppress everything. You're really pretending to be blind. In the live chat, the Kyushu viewers were not to be outdone, constantly refuting their claims. Every world championship has featured this trash-talking segment in previous years, sparking heated discussions among netizens from various countries. And even Japan has something to argue about. Especially before the other countries were mysteriously wiped out, there were as many as 18 countries participating in the competition at its peak. The comments section was much more colorful and full of discussions back then. But what about Kyushu? Each time, they could only choose to remain silent. There was no other way. Kyushu was designated as a land abandoned by the gods and a land where gods had fallen. Over the years, they hadn't even been able to create a single divine magic card, so they simply didn't have the confidence to argue about it. After all, the debate revolves around what kind of magic cards their players should create. At worst, they would bring out the divine magic cards created by their predecessors, which would be considered a way to save face. At least, they had a history of creating divine magic cards, and they possessed the potential to achieve that. Kyushu, however, was speechless. However, this time, they finally got their revenge. Su Ming's creation of black and white impermanents not only won the competition, but also awakened the Heavenly Tao ranking, which had not been activated for decades or even centuries, directly breaking into the top 10 in history and becoming a legend. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly endure such humiliation? Regardless of the final outcome, the important thing is to express your emotions first. That's the confidence Su Shin gave them. Even if we don't make it to first place in the end, so what? This time, our Kyushu team won and even made it onto the leaderboard. What a joke. Why are we pretending to be blind? Of course we saw that Fengdu city, but what it displayed wasn't a miracle at all. It was more like a palace from the abyss. Doesn't that further prove that the black and white impermanents are the eerie creatures of the abyss? No matter how strange it is, as long as it is recognized by the Heavenly Tao, there is no problem. So what if your so-called North Wind God is powerful? How long has it been since the owner of this magic card has appeared in the world? We don't even know if this magic card is damaged now. This is a fallacy of misrepresentation. I'll just say it here. Black and white impermanents will absolutely never reach the top. They won't even make it into the top 5. That's right. I was being a bit too aggressive when I said it would be in the top 8. There was definitely no chance of it being in the top 5. Westerners flooded the screen with comments again, but this time they were much more restrained. It seemed that they had thought of the strange phenomenon that occurred when the black and white impermanence card was completed and naturally raised the bar a few places again. I just think Su Shun is destined to reach the top. Brother, I'm also from Kyushu, so we can't be so sure of ourselves. Boreas is the north wind god of the celestial gods, and he's not so easy to surpass. The celestial gods are the strongest pantheon of humankind. Yeah, let's not even think about getting first place. But I think getting into the top 5 should be no problem. Putting aside other emotions, I think the top 5 is a reasonable position. With good luck, I can reach the top 5, and with bad luck, I should have a chance to reach the top 8. My God, this is absolutely the most ridiculous joke I've heard all year. A mere kid wants to be in the top 5? That's incredibly arrogant. If he actually makes it into the top 5, Carol, will kneel down and apologize. It's Master Carol. I also follow the Master. If he can make it into the top 5, I will kneel down and apologize. The comments section erupted again, and time slowly passed. Soon, the 7-colored light in the sky erupted again, completely obscuring the entire list. Immediately, it was seen that black and white impermanence was struck by a colorful light. The colorful light flowed within its card and finally transformed into a phantom that was exactly the same as the magic card, which flew into the list. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, thunder roared and light shone everywhere. The phantoms of black and white impermanence directly replaced the last place on the heavenly Tao ranking, causing the entire world to tremble. The next second, before everyone could react, the black and white impermanence charged upwards again, pushing the 9th-ranked rock dragon down to 10th place. But he appeared in 9th place. And that's not all. At this moment, everyone stared blankly at everything, and even the comments section paused briefly. Black and white impermanence did not disappoint the people of Kyushu. Their magical card phantoms are climbing the rankings step by step, displaying extreme dominance. Chapter 109 Reaching the Top Spot, the True Divine Dragon. Chapter 109 Reaching the Top Spot, the True Divine Dragon roars. As a thunderclap resounded through the sky, the black and white impermanence continued to ascend, pushing each of the ancient magic cards down one place in the rankings. Finally, he came to 2nd place, with only the strongest magic card in history, the Sky God Clan's Boreas the North Wind, above him. At this moment, everyone held their breath and stared intently at the heavenly Tao ranking in the sky, not daring to even breathe loudly. The live stream chat was unusually quiet, with not a single comment appearing. What happened in that short half-minute was truly astonishing. A divine magic card from Kyushu rose through the ranks, defeating one divine magic card after another, and finally reached the 2nd position in history. You must know, this is the heavenly ranking. It contains the 10 most powerful magic cards in human history. This is the most prestigious list published by the heavenly Tao and cannot tolerate any fraud. It is extremely authoritative. Those who make it onto this list almost all have the potential to dominate an era. In fact, among so many people in the world, apart from Su Ming himself, no one would believe that black and white impermanence could reach the 2nd position and even continue to charge towards the 1st place. Even the Kyushu viewers who had been supporting Su Ming in the previous barrage comments felt the same way. Although they had previously expressed their support and even kept praising Su Ming's black and white impermanence in the live chat. However, everyone knows that this is just empty talk. They finally have this kind of confidence, and if they don't make good use of it to talk back to those self-important Westerners, they really won't feel comfortable. As for winning 1st place, that's something I wouldn't even dare to dream of. But now, hope has unexpectedly appeared. At this moment, in the Kyushu lounge, Li Wushuang and the others also looked at the sky with hopeful expressions. The 7-colored light fell down and dyed their cheeks with 7 colors. Su Ming, you've really given us a big surprise. 1st place. Can the black and white impermanence really reach the top? Whether or not he reaches the top, Su Ming is a hero of the 9 provinces, and he will be remembered in history. Actually, being 2nd in history is already very impressive. This achievement has exceeded the expectations of many people. That is, after all, the North Wind God of the Sky God Clan. How can he be surpassed so easily? Gu Tiexiong spoke with deep emotion, yet a glimmer of hope remained in his eyes. He certainly hoped that black and white impermanence could reach the top. This was a divine magic card belonging to the 9 provinces. If it could really reach the top, it would mean that the era belonging to the West was slowly coming to an end and the era of the 9 provinces was coming. However, he also knew that his idea was a bit too eager for quick success. Being able to rank 2nd in history was already extremely rare and worthy of cheers from all the people of Kyushu, and even all of humanity. This means that the human race has gained another top-tier combat power and acquired a brand new and powerful Protoss series. Buzz. Just then, the 7-colored light in the sky burst forth again, causing the heavens and earth to tremble and instantly be dyed with 7 colors. How is this possible? He actually reached number 1. Everyone gasped in surprise, their pupils dilated, their expressions excited, and their faces filled with disbelief. No, we in the West could never lose to Kyushu, this land forsaken by the gods. How could this be? How could this be? That is the North Wind God. In 800 years, not a single magic card has been able to suppress him. Wasn't it agreed that the Celestial God Clan was the strongest God Clan? Why did they lose to a race they'd never even heard of? It's fake. It must be fake. Our Western Celestial God Clan is the most powerful. We cannot be defeated. Westerners stared at the changing heavenly Tao ranking in the sky, their faces filled with disbelief, shaking their heads in a daze. Everything that happened was completely beyond their expectations. The West has dominated the heavenly Tao rankings for so long, never imagining that one day someone would take away its position as the number one in history. After all, apart from the 6th-ranked Kusanagi no Tsurugi, which came from Japan, all the other positions in the top 10 of the list were occupied by the Western gods. Whether it's the top 3 celestial gods, or the dragon gods and angel gods that follow, these are all divine races from the Western Kingdom. In particular, the number 1, Boreas the North Wind, has held the top spot for 800 years without anyone being able to match it. 800 years have passed since the West ruled the list of heavenly ways. Now, a new character from Kyushu, Black and White Impermanence, has suddenly appeared and snatched the first place, directly hitting their weak point. Is the era of Western rule really going to become a thing of the past? Undoubtedly. This is the issue that ordinary people care about most, and it reflects their most straightforward thoughts. However, the scene on the land of Kyushu was quite different at this time. Godsu, Godsu, Godsu. If we reach the top, then Kyushu will be the strongest. As long as the light shines, the legacy will continue. The 9 provinces are fortunate to have Su Ming. In major cities across Kyushu, countless people cheered loudly, their faces beaming with smiles. One by one, they took to the streets, cheering and singing, creating a lively and festive atmosphere. Some elderly people even took out firecrackers and set them off incessantly, saying it was a tradition and that festive occasions meant setting off firecrackers. The good news was playing on screens throughout the streets and alleys, with remarkably consistent background noise. Today is a good day. All my wishes will come true. As the background music wafted through the streets and alleys, people joined in, humming tunes with beaming smiles. The whole nation is celebrating. This is the best way to do it. For someone as insignificant as Black and White Impermanence to reach the top, the cultural gap in this world is truly severe. Su Ming stood on the arena and couldn't help but sigh. In his view, Black and White Impermanence were merely one of the 10 underworld marshals, and their status in the underworld was not high. Above them, there were far more powerful figures, such as the judge, Yama, and Mengpa. Su Ming never expected that just one, Black and White Impermanence, card could become the most promising magic card in the history of Kyushu. It was indeed somewhat unexpected. Alas, I wonder if the Western gods are too weak, or if the gods of my Chinese civilization are too strong. Su Ming sighed. His eyes narrowed, but a playful smile appeared on his face. Just then, he suddenly felt a sharp gaze sweep over his body. Looking up, I happened to meet Alice's jewel-like eyes. Su Ming, I admit you're very strong. Your Black and White Impermanence has reached the top of history, and I can't shake that. Alice's face was still somewhat pale, but her voice had returned to calm. Her gaze was sharp. Then she took a deep breath and continued. However, the victory in the World Championship isn't about who has the stronger magic cards. It's about who can win more situations. Su Ming of Kyushu, let's move on to the second round. I don't believe you can create such a powerful God clan. As Alice spoke, a huge snake scale appeared in front of it, next to which was a fist-sized fruit that exuded an aura of ice. She looked at Su Ming and said confidently, "Are you ready to accept the challenge of the Frost Dragon?" Frost dragons? You mean those winged lizards? Su Ming teased softly, a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth. Then, his expression turned serious, and his deep voice resounded throughout the world. Lizards dare to call themselves dragons? Today I'll show you what a true dragon is. Chapter 110 Shock, 7-Colored Mark. Chapter 110 Shock, the 7-Colored Marks Rumble. Thunder roared across the sky. The magic cards on the list slowly faded away, leaving only the Black and White Impermanence standing in midair. The phantom of the magic card vanished into black smoke with a bang, and then the black smoke quickly gathered, actually condensing back into the shape of the Black and White Impermanence, draped in 7-colored light. Although their ferocious appearances contradicted the radiant glow, they did not seem strange. In fact, they inspired a sense of reverence. Divinity was revealed in that instant. Black and White Impermanence, they really are gods. Who says there are no gods in the 9 provinces? It's just that their gods are a bit special. Divinity, such pure divinity, no wonder it topped the heavenly Tao ranking. The North Wind god's defeat was not unjust, nor was the goddess Alice's defeat. Below the stands, the Western audience members also looked up at the 2 figures bathed in the glow of the sunset, their expressions unconsciously filled with a sense of reverence. Even they themselves didn't realize that their tone and attitude had changed. After all, the audience members present were not particularly strong, and under the influence of the endless glow and divinity, It was perfectly normal for them to speak their minds. After a while, as the rosy glow faded, the phantoms of the black and white impermanence disappeared, their divinity receding and dissipating. At this moment, everyone finally realized what was going on. They looked around, then focused their attention on the arena, and the murmurs gradually rose again. This time, however, there was less reverence and more frustration. With such a bizarre godlike card taking the top spot, our human race's ability to fight against the bizarre will be weakened again. Weakening? Why is that? Although the black and white impermanents are bizarre magic cards, they are still genuinely ranked number 1. Doesn't this increase our immediate combat strength? Hey, you're really stupid. Using a weird magic card to deal with weird creatures is completely useless. Even if it has high potential, it may not be as effective as the angels in dealing with weird creatures. That makes some sense. Fortunately, we in the West have the goddess Alice. She will surely be able to stabilize the situation of our human race. That's right. Fortunately, the West has a deep foundation, and we still have geniuses like Alice in the present day. Otherwise, if we continued down the path of bizarre magic cards, we would really have no hope. That's right. I admit that black and white impermanents are very strong, and their potential is definitely high. However, when it comes to dealing with the supernatural, they are definitely not as adept as Alice's angel race. As people discussed it, their previously dejected faces gradually regained their confidence. The gloom in their hearts seemed to have been swept away. However, many people know that being able to reach the top means that one has great strength and potential, and is not as useless as some people say. However, the Western Alliance's Borean god has consistently held the top spot, and has been leading in terms of Protoss magic cards. Kyushu? It was once a godless land, a place universally acknowledged as abandoned by the gods. Now, this place has suddenly risen to prominence, and it not only possesses its own divine race magic cards. Furthermore, these black and white impermanents even parachuted into the top spot on the Heavenly Tao ranking, directly replacing the West. This is the fact that they cannot accept. This is indeed normal, as most of the people present are ordinary card masters and do not have any grand ambitions. As Westerners, they almost dominate the list of Heavenly Tao, and one can imagine their sense of superiority. In the eyes of these people, Kyushu was nothing more than a land of barbarians. The place where even the black fog cannot be cleared is a world away from my country. However, in this very place, a black and white impermanence has now appeared, topping the list. They were naturally extremely resentful. However, the black and white impermanents are truly too powerful. They have even been recognized by the Heavenly Tao and have reached the top of the list. How can they be considered weak? Can the strange magic cards be considered inferior? This is definitely not acceptable. These words, once spoken, are not even convincing to oneself. They simply won't work. Therefore, they tacitly realized that the strange magic cards and strange creatures were of the same origin, and that dealing with strange creatures would only be less effective. The principle of elemental counteraction is deeply ingrained. Light overcomes darkness. This is an indisputable fact. The Westerners in the audience got more and more excited as they talked, and eventually they even started to believe it themselves. At this moment, behind the angel statue, How is this possible? Frank stared wide-eyed at the sky, his face filled with disbelief. All of this was completely beyond his expectations. The North Wind God and Demon cards have always been a source of pride in the West, even for Frank, the genius card master who created the Four-Winged Angel. It was already extremely difficult for him to create the Four-Winged Angel magic card. It was precisely because of this that he understood even more how powerful the North Wind God from the Celestial God clan was, and how difficult it was to create such a God clan magic card. It's important to understand that even the predecessor who created the North Wind God and Demon card didn't create it out of thin air. Instead, he went to the God clan's tomb and even sat in meditation by the Sea of 10,000 Stars for 10 years before finally integrating his insights to create the North Wind God that had suppressed the rankings for 800 years. But what about this Kyushu boy named Su Ming in front of us? He had never even entered the tomb of the gods. Yet he created the black and white impermanence at the age of 18 through his talent, directly ascending to the top of the Heavenly Tao ranking. How terrifying. Dean Tianlan, is it true that Su Ming has never been to the tomb of the gods? Frank turned to look at the old beggar beside him and couldn't help but ask, what's happening before my eyes is just too unexpected. Of course not. You, as the president of the Senate, should know better than I do, right? Tianlan smiled and remained composed, though his heart was in turmoil. Upon hearing this, Frank exclaimed with deep emotion. Jiuzhou is about to rise. Frank, you should say that our human race is about to rise. We might actually have a chance to pacify the abyss. That's right. The human race is truly about to rise. As long as we protect Su Ming, we can at least gain hundreds of years of peace once he grows up. He is destined to become a prodigy who will dominate an era. Ha ha, God truly blesses our human race. The two looked at each other and burst into laughter. These high-ranking members of the human race had long since detached themselves from the grudges between nations, focusing instead on pacifying the abyss. With external enemies at hand and internal conflicts looming, it's only natural that we have to put them aside for now. Of course, this only applies to the upper echelons of the human race. Ordinary people would never know these secrets and would naturally argue endlessly about them. This is also a situation that the Senate leadership would like to see. After all, the abyss world is of great importance, and it is absolutely impossible for all people to understand it. However, keeping them in a fighting spirit is also a good approach. Here, Su Ming was still standing on the arena, looking up at the dissipating seven-colored phenomenon. As the strange phenomenon vanished, the black and white impermanence magic card transformed into a stream of light and returned, landing directly in his hand. There's a new seven-colored mark on the magic card. Could this be the mark of the heavenly Tao? Su Ming's gaze fell on the magic card, and he noticed a colorful symbol in the center of its back. He couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. However, he didn't linger on it for long and flipped it back to the front. Immediately, the attributes of black and white impermanence came into view. Chapter 1:11 Demigod-like quality, the third prince of the East Sea. Chapter 1:11 Demigod-like quality, the third prince of the East Sea. Soul Snatcher, black and white impermanence. Type, character card. Quality, demigod, dark purple. Rank, king level 9 stars. Attributes, dark, gold. Race, in god, in general. Deity, soul reaper. Background story, black and white impermanence are legendary guardian deities of the underworld, responsible for guiding the souls of the dead to the Yellow Springs. They are one of the 10 great underworld marshals, wielding shackles and handcuffs, and dedicated to apprehending ghosts and assisting in rewarding good and punishing evil. The white impermanence is named Xie Bian and belongs to the yang element. The black impermanence is named Fan Wujiu and belongs to the yin element. They are respectfully addressed as 7th Master and 8th Master. Huh? What's going on? The black and white impermanence have lost their skills. Su Ming frowned, staring incredulously at the magic card in his hand, deeply shocked. He has been here for quite some time, has seen many magic cards, and has even created quite a few God Race magic cards himself. However, this is truly the first time I've seen a magic card panel without any skills. Could it be because he has reached the quality of a demigod that this change has occurred? Su Ming murmured to himself, wondering if it was because of the card fusion, or perhaps because the black and white impermanence had been added to the Heavenly Tao ranking and left a Heavenly Tao mark, which was why such a strange change had occurred. He frowned, pondering for a long time, his brows furrowing together. Su Ming had never seen or even heard of such a change before, and whether it was good or bad was impossible to ascertain. After all that trouble, I even made it onto the Heavenly Tao ranking. As a result, the most important skill was lost. Anyone would be upset in that situation. Oh well, never mind. After the card creation competition ends, we'll know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing by trying more. Su Ming sighed softly, then turned his gaze to Alice. At this moment, she had already sat down cross-legged, and the soul power brush was moving before her eyes. With each stroke, the original sketch was slowly taking shape. Alice's forehead was covered in a fine layer of sweat, her gaze was resolute, and she was breathing heavily, clearly not at ease either. Although the so-called frost dragon is just a lizard with wings, these dragons are indeed quite powerful. Even ordinary angels might not be their match. This magic card will definitely be stronger than the previous 4-winged angel once it is completed. Su Ming murmured to himself, as knowledge points kept surfacing in his mind, and he made a judgment. Creating a spell card that is more powerful than the frost dragon is easy, but which one should I create? Since I have already made the announcement, I should definitely choose a dragon spell card. Moreover, only my Eastern Dragon clan can be called a divine dragon or a giant dragon. If we continue to be usurped by these little lizards, then it is my fault. But which dragon-type magic card should I create? The Azure Dragon, one of the 4 sacred beasts? Or the Yinglong? Or perhaps the Zhulong Zijian? There are also 5-clawed golden dragons, black dragons, and coiled dragons. There are just too many to count. But the azure dragon, the five-clawed golden dragon, the candle dragon, and other divine dragons seem a bit too powerful. Although my soul power has increased a lot, it still seems a bit too much to create such powerful beings. Even if it is actually created, it will be a huge waste. Su Ming squinted as he pondered, his brows furrowed in thought. There's no way around it. Sometimes having too many choices can be incredibly agonizing. However, other people see things differently. On the main stage, Alice controlled the soul pen, and a domineering creature with wings on its back was gradually taking shape. Its eyes were cold, its body was covered in frost, and its wings spread out to fly high. Even the unfinished original drawing was enough to shake one's mind. Buzz. With the final stroke completed, the original artwork was finally finished, exuding an aura of dominance that even caused snowflakes to fall around it. Phew, it was finally a success. Alice breathed a sigh of relief, but then looked at Su Ming with a slightly uneasy expression. The other party's domineering statement had left her with a vague sense of unease. You have to understand, Su Ming created the character, Black and White Impermanence, who topped the Heavenly Tao ranking. He has already created a miracle. Now he says he wants to create a real dragon, which naturally makes her a little worried. If this had happened before the World Championship, and someone had told Alice that he would create a real dragon to prove that the Western dragon gods could not be called dragons at all, she would definitely scoff and think that this person was absolutely insane, daring to slander the dragon gods, which was extremely disrespectful. But now she's a little hesitant. That boy from Kyushu has created too many impossible miracles, which makes her worry. A person's name is like the shadow of a tree. They are often like that. But when her gaze fell on the boy on the opposite stage, she was stunned. Instantly, Alice's worries vanished, replaced by a broad smile. He's actually frowning? Looks like this kid was just bluffing all along. Yeah, I knew it. How could someone who has never been to the tomb of the gods have so much knowledge? Being able to create a black and white impermanence that is unprecedented in history is already extremely monstrous. How could he possibly continue to create something that surpasses the Frost Dragon, or even another dragon race that has never appeared before? As expected, the people of Kyushu are skilled in strategy. He must be trying to break my confidence with this. Alice drew a blank magic card and muttered to herself with a grin. Then, she pulled out a blank magic card from her pocket and said with absolute confidence, "In that case, I'm definitely going to win this match. Frost Dragon, melt this card for me." Her voice rose, and her soul power surged forth like a tide, slowly drawing the original drawing of the Frost Dragon into the blank magic card. The surrounding temperature dropped a few degrees again, and even the ground condensed into frost. Oh, this woman is actually quite capable. Su Ming raised his head, raised his eyebrows slightly, and murmured softly. To be honest, he still greatly admired Alice. Such talent would be unparalleled in any era, and she would have a high chance of becoming someone who could dominate an era. Unfortunately, she encountered herself, a time traveler. The treasures of 5,000 years of Chinese civilization in his mind will make all the geniuses and stars in this world pale in comparison. After such a long period of testing, Su Ming was absolutely convinced of this. A dragon? It can't be too strong, but it needs to be able to steadily suppress this Frost Dragon. Su Ming continued to ponder, taking out one document after another from his storage card as he calculated. Suddenly, a snake tendon was pulled out. It was the legendary material that had been fought over with Takase Nishiro at the start of the match. Snake tendon? Dragon tendons. I know which dragon to create. Ao Bing, the third prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace. It's you. Su Ming was overjoyed. He grasped the snake tendon, which was as thick as a finger, and sat down cross-legged. Instantly, soul power surged forth, transforming into a writing brush. My cold wasn't even over yet, and today I've started coughing like crazy again. I had a bit of a writer's block today, so the post is a little late. Feel free to discuss any mythological figures or artifacts you'd like to see. If it's suitable, we might incorporate them into the later plot. Or, if any of you brothers and sisters want to see supporting characters, you can post them in the chapter comments, and I'll consider adding them if they're suitable. Thank you for your support. Chapter 112, Is This a Snake He Drew? Chapter 112, Is This a Snake He Drew? The seven-colored light disappeared, revealing a clear blue sky. The sky was clear and sunny, and the sunlight was so comfortable. Rumble. The angel statue gently raised its scepter, and holy light burst forth. Immediately afterwards, the three arenas of varying heights were seen slowly moving. The platform where the Japanese Takase Nishikuro was originally located continued to sink and soon landed on the original foundation. The remaining two arenas gradually converged and eventually reached the same level, with no clear distinction between primary and secondary arenas. The arena has changed. Did Dean Frank make the adjustments? Eileen let out a soft exclamation, looked around with a puzzled expression, and her mind was slightly shaken. She has been following the World Championships for many years, and the arena has always had a hierarchy. As the dominant force, the Western Alliance has always been on the high and mighty main arena. When has it ever been on the same level as other players? They didn't care whether others complained about this distribution method, since the Western allies had always been stronger and had a harder fist. However, today, this rule has been broken. However, Eileen quickly came to her senses and couldn't help but give a wry smile. Su Ming from Kyushu has already topped the Heavenly Dao ranking. If he maintains his previous position, wouldn't that be a slap in the face to Alice? Yes. The two contestants, one of whom created the first magic card in history, stood on a lower secondary stage, while the other contestant, who couldn't even make it into the top 10, stood high above, continuing to create magic cards. This is tantamount to putting Alice on the hot seat of the fire. If this really affects the creation of the magic cards in the future, then it will truly be a case of losing more than you gain. Sigh. Could it be that Kyushu is really about to rise again this time? Eileen sighed softly, a hint of melancholy in her expression. She raised her head slightly, her gaze falling on the delicate face of the young man from Kyushu. Seeing the other person's brows furrowed into a deep frown, and then looking at Alice who had already finished sketching the original artwork of the Frost Dragon, he was overjoyed. This little girl actually has the ability to create frost dragons. These are dragon gods, and frost dragons are mutated elemental dragons, definitely stronger than four-winged angels. That kid from JoJo must have exhausted his energy and resources to create such an unparalleled magic card as black and white impermanence. Looking at the boy's worried face, Eileen became even more certain of her guess and began to feel a sense of anticipation. Su Ming was indeed very worried. His dilemma was deciding which dragon to create. It was an incredibly difficult choice. Who could have imagined this worrying point? If Eileen and the others found out, they'd probably be so frustrated they'd spit out a mouthful of blood. That's not fair. The third prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace was granted a divine title twice. His first divine title was Rain God. After being killed by Neza, his dragon skin was peeled off, his dragon tendons were pulled out, and his soul returned to the investiture of the god's platform. Zhang Zia then conferred the title of Huagai Star Lord on him. Since we are going to create a dragon, we should focus on its identity as the god of rain, which is the story before it met Neza. Su Ming squinted, murmuring softly as he recalled the other person's life. Fortunately, stories like Investiture of the Gods and Neza's Mind are quite famous, and Su Ming is familiar with them. In addition, his mind has become much clearer after becoming a card master, and the memories that were dormant deep in his mind are clearer, so creating them should be quite easy for him. In the Investiture of the Gods, Ao Bing was one of the characters who was conferred the title of god twice, the second being his subordinate, the Sea Patrol Yiksha Li Jin. This is quite different from the previously created god race magic cards, and can be considered an uncertain factor. Then let's begin. Su Ming didn't dwell on it too much. With a flourish of his brush, light blue strokes slowly emerged, gradually outlining a serpentine shape. What is he drawing? Is it a snake? Alice stood on the ring, her eyes narrowed to slits, her brows furrowing and relaxing, then furrowing again. I'll show you what a true dragon is. The other person's previous words were deeply imprinted in his mind and could not be shaken off for a long time. A real dragon? Aren't we, the Western dragon gods, real dragons? What is he trying to do by drawing a snake? Although the scales on a dragon's body are very similar to those on a snake, does he really think he can call himself a dragon by simply drawing a snake? But he's Su Ming. The Ean God clan, which we've been slandering all along, not only successfully created the God clan's demon cards, but even the black and white impermanents topped the Heavenly Dao ranking. Could he bring some different kind of surprise this time? Alice fiddled with the source card of the Frost Dragon in her hand, her thoughts in turmoil, and she couldn't help but let her mind wander. Stay calm. I must remain calm and not let my mind be disturbed. I must focus on creating my own magic cards and unleash their full power. Even if we lose the game in the end, as long as I've done my best, that's enough. Moreover, he simply painted a snake and called it a snake, which is extremely illogical. How can a dragon be a dragon without wings? This young man is most likely bluffing. If I lose my composure, wouldn't I be falling into his trap? Alice took a deep breath, and her chaotic thoughts gradually cleared up. In her mind, the creature dragon was not only huge, but also had fleshy wings. With a flap of its wings, it could create hurricanes and soar into the sky, covering tens of thousands of miles in a single day. How could a lowly reptile like a snake possibly transform into a dragon? She seemed to have figured it out. Her brows relaxed, and she chuckled softly. Hee hee, it seems I've been completely intimidated by those black and white impermanents. I actually believed such nonsense. How laughable. Alice shook her head and gently tossed the magic card in her hand into the air, her soul power surging out once more. Buzz. Instantly, the original artwork of the frost dragon floated out from the source card, and a faint roar came from it, causing the air to tremble slightly. Alice took out a snake scale, an ice crystal, and an eyeball the size of a basketball, and threw them into the air. Its eyes floated in the air, constantly moving, and from a distance they looked piercing and lifelike, sending chills down one's spine and instilling fear. Clearly, this enormous eyeball is a spirit creature. As the materials melted under the influence of soul power, the frost dragon expanded like an inflating balloon, its scales becoming increasingly resolute, gleaming with a chilling light, resembling iron armor. Its aura also surged, and a chilling aura surrounded it, causing snowflakes to fall naturally. In no time, the entire arena was covered with a thick layer of ice and snow. Then, the frost dragon's body grew larger and larger, and a faint icy blue color appeared on its black iron scales, which quickly spread to its entire body, covering the entire dragon in icy blue, making it look like a sculpture made entirely of ice and snow. Under the sunlight, it shimmered with dazzling brilliance. Chapter 113 The Roar of the Dragon. Chapter 113 The Roar of the Dragon. Goddess Alice. You are the strongest. What a majestic frost dragon. What a beautiful frost dragon. This is the true dragon, the dragon race that controls ice and frost. The strange phenomenon has been around for over 1,000 years. In the West, we have created countless divine magic cards. The dragon race has a history of 700 years. They are a true divine beast race. This kid from Kyushu still wants to slander our Western dragons. It's really laughable. That's right, Alice created the real dragon. That kid is just talking nonsense, trying to disrupt the goddess's mind. He's really despicable. We have to admit that the Ein god clan he created is indeed quite remarkable. Although they are dark attribute, bizarre magic cards, they are still gods in every sense of the word. Regardless of whether the Ein god magic cards are effective against bizarre creatures, his talent is undeniable. However, before this, the 9 provinces didn't even have a single divine race magic card. Finding the Ein god clan was already extremely difficult, yet they shamelessly claimed they would create a true divine dragon clan. I can only say they were incredibly arrogant. I agree with the analysis of the ancient literature expert from Corolla. This Kyushu boy is either arrogant or trying to disturb the mind of my goddess Alice by using such despicable means to prevent her from successfully creating a card. Hee, since the Corolla expert has said so, it must be almost certain. That kid's tone and presence were really convincing just now. I almost fell for it. I thought he could create a divine dragon belonging to the 9 provinces. In the end, he just drew a snake. Is this some kind of joke? Pa, you Westerners are so stubborn. Is it so hard to admit that others are better? With God Su in our 9 provinces, we will definitely surpass you soon and become the true number 1 on Earth. TSK. Even I, a Japanese person, can't stand it anymore. Where did they not acknowledge that Su Ming is excellent? Can we question what he says? Only those that fly in the sky and have a pair of wings can be called dragons, just like the ones Alice drew. That's a dragon. What kind of crap did Su Ming draw? A snake, a tiny reptile, dares to compare itself to a dragon. Aren't you ashamed? Hee, Japanese people, don't embarrass yourselves. The creatures created by that Erkuro were torn to shreds by the black and white impermanents. I don't know where you got the courage to try and pick a fight with God Su. Oh my, so that short guy's name is Erkuro? That name really suits you Japanese people. You're small in every way. All talk and no action. Just wait to be defeated by Alice. In terms of resources and experience, you can't even compare to Japan. You think you can win this competition? You're just delusional. Getting angry? That's really pointless. I always said Japan is small in every way. It has a narrow vision and a small mind. My God, are all the people of Kyushu so good at cursing? But no matter how shrewd your mouths are, it's useless. A little worm like a snake wants to defeat the Western Dragon God clan? It's really laughable. The comments section will never be censored. This is a global live stream, with a diverse cast of people and a large number of viewers. It's perfectly normal for these kinds of arguments to happen. However, the audience members at the scene were quite different. They all looked up at what was happening on the two arenas, and almost no one said a word. As the frost dragon's body filled out and took shape, the temperature of the entire square suddenly dropped, and snowflakes appeared out of thin air and fell continuously, immersing everyone in the snowflakes, creating a beautiful scene. Beautiful snowflakes, beautiful phenomenon. Everyone couldn't help but praise it, but a sense of anticipation grew within them. As for slandering Su Ming, this time, however, no one dared to be the first to speak up. They all sat there obediently, watching the game with complete concentration. Even if the other party drew the outline of a snake, he remained unmoved. There's no way around it. I just got slapped in the face so hard, it's really painful. Everyone has to save face, and if I get slapped in the face again right here, how much more painful would that be? Everyone knew that they had to hold back for now and wait until things settled down before making any moves. A snake? What is Su Shin up to now? Could it be some strange, serpentine creature? In the lounge, Fatty Lu Chi watched the arena with great interest, his mouth agape in a wide grin. This was true of everyone present from Kyushu. They were now filled with pride and excitement, looking at Su Ming with a mixture of admiration, relief, excitement, and joy. Of course, these excited hearts did not mean that Su Ming drew a snake. It was because the black and white impermanence had topped the Heavenly Tao ranking and become the #1 in history that they were still excited even though more than half an hour had passed. Even Lu Tiexiong next to them had tears in his eyes. The 9 provinces had been suppressed for far too long. Now, having finally created the God Race magic card and reached the top spot, the feeling is truly indescribable. As a result, it has been so long since it has been resolved. Whatever he creates, we'll just watch. I believe in Su Ming. He'll definitely bring us a miracle. Zhou Chengli, with tears in his eyes, looked up at the sky, exuding immense confidence. At this moment, Lu Tiexiong, who was standing next to him, excitedly said, "Since Su Ming said he would create a real dragon, then he can create it. I believe in him." At this moment, everyone nodded in unison, their hearts filled with boundless pride. Swish, swish, swish. Su Ming controlled the soul brush, precisely outlining the figure. Faint scales covered the entire body. The huge head was raised. A pair of long antlers like deer antlers, and a pair of long beards like 2 ribbons, elegant and mysterious. Beneath the surface, like the belly of a snake, for powerful claws, resembling eagle talons, reveal a sharp edge, exuding an aura of mystery and holiness. Just one last stroke, and the original painting will be complete. Su Ming smiled slightly, and once again swung the soul brush towards the dragon's head. Above his hooked nose, his eyes were empty and lifeless. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that he was missing a pair of pupils. This was, of course, Su Ming's deliberate act. As the saying goes, the finishing touch is the finishing touch, and this last stroke should be done in this way to make it perfect. He didn't know what would happen if he didn't do it, but a voice deep inside kept calling out to him to keep his eyes on the last stroke. This feeling is quite peculiar. It might be because I've heard the story of dotting the eyes of a dragon since I was a child, and subconsciously I feel that only in this way is the right choice. However, none of that matters anymore. Now that the other details have been completed, only this final step remains for the original artwork. The soul pin was gently placed in the eye socket, and a light blue eye was embedded in it. The entire original painting seemed to come alive. In an instant, a light blue radiance shone from the original painting of the divine dragon, and the entire arena was bathed in blue light. The next moment, the third prince raised his head slightly, and a deep, resonant dragon roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth, even causing the falling snowflakes to pause. All eyes were drawn to the awe-inspiring dragon roar, and everyone stared blankly at the strange creature, their minds reeling. Chapter 114 Source Card takes shape, attitude changes. Chapter 114 Source Card takes shape, attitude changes. The dragon's roar resounded throughout the heavens and earth, attracting everyone's attention. Haha, I told you he would definitely surprise us, right? That roar proves everything. This creature is definitely not simple. Gu Tiexiong looked up at the sky and let out a hearty laugh, showing his unconditional trust in Su Ming. In his opinion, since Kyushu magic cards had already reached the top of the heavenly ranking, the final result of this competition was no longer that important. However, if we can continue to win the game, or or even have another magic card climb the leaderboard. That would be the best thing ever. Minister Gu, Su said he can create a divine dragon card, so he definitely can. It's not a monster. It's very likely that it belongs to the divine dragon clan of our Kyushu. Li Wushuang's voice rang out, his face full of smiles. He was Su Ming's #1 fan. He had witnessed Su Ming's growth over the years and knew how amazing Su Ming was. Li Wushuang had once questioned and disbelieved it. As it turned out, it was just a doubt. Su Ming repeatedly surprised him with his talent and strength. Now, he trusts Su Ming unconditionally. On the stage. Third Prince, it's time to add the card. Su Ming casually pulled out a blank magic card from his pocket, and a deep voice rang out. The soul brush disintegrated, then transformed into a gigantic hand that slammed violently onto the Third Prince's head. This scene left everyone else speechless, unable to believe their eyes. This is especially true for card creators like Alice. How dare he? He just forced the divine beast's head down to generate the source card. Isn't he afraid of the spirit's resistance when the card is formed? Alice's pupils contracted, and she froze in shock. She didn't even realize that she had unknowingly accepted that Su Ming was capable of creating an absolutely original God Race magic card. Countless divine souls slumber in the river of time, only to awaken when someone creates a magic card that perfectly matches them, thus stepping out of the river and merging with the magic card to achieve liberation. It's normal for Alice to have this idea. Westerners are taught this from childhood, to revere and believe in gods, and that only gods can save humanity. These card creators are nothing more than spokespeople for the gods. Ultimately, the world still needs divine intervention to save it. In this bizarre world, even some people in Kyushu hold this belief, and as time goes by, the number of people with this belief will only increase imperceptibly. This is quite normal. The idea that humans can conquer nature is a deeply ingrained genetic trait. Many people in Kyushu also regard magic cards as tools, and the magic cards of the gods are simply even more powerful tools. However, as the Western allied powers grew stronger, the power of the Protoss magic cards was fully demonstrated, and it was inevitable that some people's thinking would become westernized. After all, no matter which world it is, Mu Chang always has it in his heart. Moreover, Earth is a planet where strength reigns supreme. But Su Ming was completely different. He came from another world, a world without gods. What good is a powerful Protoss card? They still need to rely on humans to exist in this world. Without human card creators, these so-called gods would remain forever slumbering in the boundless river, forever shrouded in darkness. This wasn't the first time he'd engaged in such violent behavior, and he didn't see anything wrong with it. In his words, thrift is a virtue, and since being a little violent can save soul power, why not do it? Moreover, this is much faster than guiding them gradually. Increase the intensity. Su Ming let out a low roar, and the giant hand formed from his soul power unleashed an even more terrifying force, directly pressing the enormous dragon head bit by bit into the blank magic card. The whole scene was extremely spectacular. Once the dragon head is embedded in the magic card, the rest becomes much easier. You just need to go with the flow. A dozen minutes later, the blank magic card burst forth with a dazzling cyan light, hovering in midair, its faint pressure spreading outwards. The source card is complete. Su Ming smiled, appearing quite calm. The first step of constructing the source card was successful, which was naturally gratifying, but it was nothing special for Su Ming. As long as he had enough soul power, it wouldn't be too difficult. A bluish-green glow scattered and fell, instantly melting the snowflakes falling from the sky, as if they had encountered a warm sun. It feels so good. The light is so warm on my body. I feel like I'm going to fall asleep. This serpentine creature might actually be a god. The light it emitted when the source card was formed was so warm and comforting. The audience felt the blue light shining on them and enjoyed it to the fullest, experiencing a sense of joy that lifted their spirits. At this point, their attitude towards the third prince changed. On the stage, Su Ming didn't feel much of a difference. He had created so many divine magic cards these days, and he didn't know how many times he had received the blessing of heaven. Although this azure light was somewhat peculiar, it was incomparable to the blessing bestowed by heaven, especially since it remained at the very center, receiving a perfect blessing. This brand of soul power recovery pills doesn't taste as good as the Sanjing brand. I won't buy them next time. Su Ming chewed and swallowed a few soul power recovery pills, feeling the faint bitterness in his mouth, and pouted as he complained. As the pill entered his stomach, a warm current began to flow. Su Ming knew that the pill was starting to take effect. So he sat down cross-legged and focused intently on absorbing the medicinal power, while the soul power in his sea of consciousness was rapidly increasing. Although he had become adept at creating the God Race magic cards, Su Ming always adhered to the principle of even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit, maintaining peak condition at every stage and only proceeding to the next step when absolutely necessary. After all, no one knows what changes might occur next. If you fail to create a card due to insufficient soul power, and you're just one part short of fully recovered soul power, you'll truly regret it. Failure is acceptable. What I can't accept is having to give up before I've even tried my best. After a while, Su Ming opened his eyes, slowly stood up, and had a faint smile on his face. With the aid of the pills, the speed of soul power recovery is also very fast. After he stopped, he took out a small blue glass bottle from his pocket and inserted a straw into it. If you looked closely, you could see the 3 small characters Sanjing brand on the bottle. Gurgle. The blue bottle of Sanjing tastes better, and other manufacturers should imitate this flavor. After replenishing the last bit of soul power, Su Ming swallowed hard, feeling a little unsatisfied. With a gentle squeeze of his hand, he crushed the small blue bottle to pieces, causing it to dissipate into the air. Then he focused his attention on the source card floating in midair, and a surge of soul power poured into it. The phantom of the divine dragon leaped out of the card and floated in midair, no longer as agile as before. Upon seeing this, Su Ming took out a snake tendon and a black eyeball, which were spiritual objects. Chapter 115, The Natal Soul Seed, The True Divine Dragon. Chapter 115, The Natal Soul Seed, The True Divine Dragon. The endless abyss stretches as far as the eye can see. In its center stands a towering black mountain, shrouded in dense abyssal power, its walls smooth and flat, as if slashed by a great knife. This mountain is the stronghold of Dark Origin Mountain, one of the 3 top forces in the abyss, and it is also named Dark Origin Mountain. Dark Origin Mountain has existed since ancient times, and its power has always dominated this place. No one knows whether the name of the mountain or the strange power came first. It has a long history. At this moment, 3 figures stood on the mountaintop. The surrounding space seemed to be distorted, and the ordinary and strange things could not be seen at all. Brother, we must act quickly, lest things get complicated. A deep voice came from a dark shadow, which was so black that it was like a shadow, making it impossible to understand. The mountain lord was still shrouded in a black cloak, with only his outstretched hand vaguely recognizable as a withered tree root. One could even see milky white maggots in the decaying flesh, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. It placed its withered hand to its mouth, and with a whoosh sound, the white fleshy worm was sucked into its mouth, followed by the sound of chewing. Immediately, the mountain lord spoke up, saying, "Second brother, don't panic. I have already given the ghost servant a death order. The world championship is the day Su Ming dies. Brother, the prophecy says that whoever wins over the youth will win the world. What's the point of hunting them down directly?" The shadowy figure was clearly anxious, his words filled with urgency. They've lived for so long. Haven't they just wanted to invade Earth and become the overlords of the entire world? The black-robed mountain lord shook his head slightly and explained in a low voice, "What does it matter if I die? Have you forgotten my methods? I have nurtured this natal soul seed for thousands of years, waiting for this moment. My natal soul seed." A charming female voice rang out beside the 2, full of surprise. With their eyes focused, they finally spotted the source of the sound. This was actually a 3-dimensional paper figure made entirely of white paper. Its body was as white as snow, and its skin seemed to be made of thick paper. Every inch of its surface was textured and exuded an old yellowish-brown color. Her eyes were deep and unfathomable, like black holes swallowing light and life. Her blood-red lips were always tightly closed, giving off a sense of oppression. Her jet-black hair was disheveled and unkempt, like withered branches, tangled around her pale face, adding a touch of eeriness. Brother, if your natal soul seed, which you have nurtured for thousands of years, fails, wouldn't you be annihilated and have no chance of survival? This is far too dangerous. The female paper figure's blood-red lips were tightly closed, and her charming voice rang out again, but this time it sent chills down people's spines and added a touch of eeriness. Danger? No. As long as the other party is a corpse, what danger could I possibly be in? The mountain lord burst into laughter, and a sinister aura surged wildly, causing the entire space to distort slightly. Brother is wise. However, I think we should still make 2 preparations in case of unforeseen circumstances. That young man has already reached the top of the heavenly ranking. We must eliminate him before he fully rises to power. We cannot let our guard down. The fourth sister turned her head, and the sound of paper rubbing together was like the groan of a ghost. Her stiff and strange movements were even more terrifying. Her clothes were tattered and torn, with fragmented patterns intertwined with blurry bloodstains, making her appearance even more terrifying. Upon hearing this, the shadowy figure nodded slightly and said in an extremely hoarse voice, "Fourth sister is right. The time has come when we have no choice but to take action. This time, we must go all out. There is no turning back. That little island has survived for so long. It's time it showed its value." He. The paper figure laughed so hard it trembled, and the constant rustling sound of paper rubbing together was unsettling. Upon hearing this, the mountain lord nodded in agreement, saying, "Then let's gather the manpower, proceed step by step, and then." 3 eerie bigwigs stood atop the mountain, constantly plotting, occasionally letting out chilling laughter that sent shivers down one's spine. At this moment, in the City of Angels, buzz. As more and more ingredients were added, the third prince's figure gradually filled out, and his scales began to gleam with a cold light. A faint blue color slowly appeared on his body, like a piece of toilet paper being quickly stained by a colored liquid. In no time, the entire dragon's body was covered with a layer of cyan gauze, and the cyan of its scales gradually deepened, turning into a deep emerald green in the blink of an eye, as if a dense bamboo forest covered its body. Its body was slender and strong, and each scale shone with a faint light, like rippling blue waves, revealing a vitality of life. His eyes were as mysterious and awe-inspiring as rubies. His head was held high with a beautiful profile, and his whiskers, like a waterfall of emerald green, cascaded down below his jaw, adding to his solemnity. "Oh!" A.O. Bing roared to the sky, and the 5 elements ripples spread out like water, distorting the entire space and creating a deafening sound. Those who heard the sound were stunned, their breath caught in their throats, their pupils contracted, and they were filled with shock. Even more so, a sense of awe arose in my heart, which I couldn't shake off. What a terrifying creature. Kamui, it actually has Kamui. Could it be that what this kid said is true? The aura emanating from this snake-like monster is even more terrifying than that of the frost dragon, and its divine power is even more awe-inspiring. Phew, when did the card creators in Kyushu become so strong? It's not that the card creators in Kyushu are strong, but that Su Ming is just too extraordinary. At this moment, the audience looked up, their eyes fixed on A.O. Bing, gazing at his agile figure, emerald green dragon scales, and strong, powerful dragon claws as sharp as iron hooks, and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. This is a heartfelt exclamation. The frost dragon is trembling, it's terrified. How is this possible? Alice's mouth was slightly open as she swallowed repeatedly, her chest heaving as she exhaled heavy breaths. Before her, the body of the frost dragon had already taken shape, its entire body as if cast from ice and snow, resembling an ice-blue crystal statue, beautiful yet domineering, with icy blue chill emanating from it, and thick frost and snow already piled up on the arena. But at this moment, the once domineering and incomparable frost dragon actually retracted its outstretched wings, lay prostrate on the ground, and the cold air kept flowing back into its body, causing its body to tremble slightly. They seemed to have encountered some terrifying being and dared not act rashly at all. Alice took a deep breath and turned her gaze back to the soaring dragon, her brows furrowing slightly. Could what he said be true? Is this the real dragon? At that moment, she swallowed hard, her heart filled with inner turmoil. However, she quickly regained her senses, gritted her teeth, and took out an ice-blue crystal core and a ball of white faith power from her bosom. I cannot lose. My Western dragon is the true divine dragon. Her gaze gradually hardened, and the crystal core she threw flew and embedded itself directly into the forehead of the frost dragon. Roar! The frost dragon roared to the sky, its voice revealing extreme pain, and the icy blue crystal core was being expelled bit by bit. Holy light, fusion of faith. Alice's clear voice rang out, and white faith power slapped onto her forehead, and everything changed. The frost dragon settled down, and the icy blue crystal core was firmly embedded in the center of its forehead. A terrifying aura burst forth from its body, and its terrifying divine power swept across the entire area. At this moment, Alice finally revealed a confident smile, and her flustered heart calmed down. Meanwhile, on another arena, Su Ming squinted, reached out and touched Ao Bing's blue dragon whiskers, and chuckled softly. You are the third prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace, possessing a trace of blue dragon blood. How can a winged lizard dare to dream of surpassing you? How ridiculous. In that case, let's begin the final step. The majesty of the Eastern Dragon is inviolable. It's time to show these frogs in a well what a true dragon is. Chapter 116 The Shocked Crowd, Sudden Weather Change. Chapter 116 The Shocked Crowd. The weather suddenly changes. A bolt of lightning ripped through the sky, followed by a thunderclap from the ground. A strong wind was blowing, making it impossible for people to open their eyes. Ao Bing roared to the sky, and auspicious clouds condensed and took shape under his claws. His blue dragon scales shone with a metallic light, and his entire body was powerful and domineering. As thunder roared, dark clouds gathered above the stadium, layer upon layer, accompanied by flashes of lightning and a howling thunderclap. Almost everyone looked up at the sky, their faces showing shock and confusion. Dark clouds gathering? But they haven't even reached the third step yet, and neither side's magic cards show any signs of forming. How could there be a phenomenon of dark clouds gathering to form cards so quickly? Eileen stood suspended in midair, her brows slightly furrowed, murmuring softly. These words resonated with many people. What was happening before their eyes was truly unbelievable. Over 1,000 years, strange phenomena have descended upon humanity, which has gradually stabilized its position and witnessed the creation of many magical cards by the gods. However, I have never seen a situation where speechless condensation and card formation phenomena occur before the third step has even begun. Just who is this Su Ming? How come he can break the rules every time? Eileen's gaze kept shifting between the dark clouds and the boy, and while she was shocked, she became increasingly curious about this boy from Kyushu. As her mentor, she naturally knew Alice very well. Such an extraordinary phenomenon could absolutely not have come from my beloved disciple. So, only Su Ming, who has already broken the mold, remains. It seems that the magic card created by the boy is extraordinary. Even if Alice fails, you must persevere and not give up on yourself. She frowned, murmured softly, and looked at her beloved student. My student is excellent in every way. Not only is she beautiful, but her talent for creating cards is also monstrous, unmatched by anyone in the West for the next 100 years. But he is very strong-willed and extremely confident. Geniuses are always like this, especially since she is the most outstanding card creator in the West in contemporary times. She has had a smooth journey and created the angel god race, simply by virtue of her own talent. She is truly the kind of person who is fed by God. Her life experiences have undoubtedly given her immense confidence, leading her to believe that no other young person in the world can surpass her in the field of card creation. And that's pretty much the case. Alice's talent is indeed terrifyingly strong. Not to mention the younger generation. Even most of the older generation still on Earth cannot compete with her. Unfortunately, she met Su Ming. That's why Eileen was so worried. For such a proud person to be defeated in what he does best is the cruelest punishment imaginable. The slightest carelessness could bring it down and destroy it. This situation is not uncommon throughout human history. Why? Eileen took a deep breath, sighed, returned to the statue's eye socket, added a little red wine to her wine glass, and drank it down in one gulp. She didn't know. At this moment, behind the statue, two old men were laughing heartily, their excitement evident in their expressions. One of them is none other than Frank, the most powerful figure in the West and the current president of the Senate. Old Dean, I never expected that the legendary variable would actually be someone from Kyushu. Frank grinned, his words filled with emotion. This land has always been known as the land where gods have fallen and the land forsaken, and no gods have been born here since ancient times. In the end, the emergence of someone like Su Ming was naturally unexpected. Upon hearing this, Tianlon smiled and replied, "You can't say that. Although no god race magic cards have been born in our Kyushu, we have still been able to hold on for over 1,000 years and have built the Kyushu we are today through our own strength. Isn't that a miracle? Yes, so many nations that possess the god-type magic cards have gradually been swallowed up by the abyss, yet the 9 provinces, without any gods, have become stronger and stronger. It's truly a miracle. The legendary variable originated from the 9 provinces, which may have been foreshadowed long ago. Otherwise, why is it that our 9 provinces culture is the only one on the entire blue star that has been lost, and we can't find any trace of the gods? Yes, it's not just the loss of culture. We haven't even seen any trace of the gods of the 9 provinces in the God Clan's tomb in the Myriad Star Sea. Yet you people of the 9 provinces have been able to persevere and even produced quite a few saint-level peak card masters. Looking back now, there are just too many suspicious points. Haha, maybe all the sacrifices we made were just to wait for this variable to appear? Alright, old Dean. Stop patting yourself on the back. We're just speculating. In the end, Su Ming is the real hero. Not only did he create the #1 black and white impermanence on the heavenly ranking, but this so-called 9 provinces divine dragon is also extremely powerful. Dark clouds are gathering. This shouldn't be a phenomenon related to the formation of the card, but rather a phenomenon caused when the original body is formed. However, it's quite unbelievable that a phenomenon at only the 2nd stage can be so vast. Duh. The 2 old men chatted enthusiastically, their smiles never fading. They were indeed peerless experts of the human race, able to see at a glance that the dark clouds gathering in the sky were not a strange phenomenon. After a while, the smiles on their faces gradually faded, and the initial excitement and joy at encountering the variable dissipated, replaced by a few strands of worry creeping between their brows. Alas, old Dean, success and failure are both due to unforeseen circumstances. In the end, whether it is a blessing or a curse, we cannot make a judgment. Frank stroked his long white beard and sighed softly. Upon hearing this, Lan Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Don't overthink it. Things will work themselves out. One side, humanity or the abyss, will eventually emerge victorious. The current balance is extremely strange and unhealthy. It doesn't benefit humanity at all, and it's time to break the balance. But what do we have to fight against the abyss's strangeness? We've only managed to defend the border between Earth and the abyss by relying on various passes. If we break the balance, we have no chance of winning. So, this is the true meaning of the legendary variable. Otherwise, we would surely lose, so what's the point of talking about variables? So this is how variables can be understood. Haha, why think so much? Su Ming keeps surprising us. The fact that he's created so many powerful magic cards is the biggest variable. The more powerful God race magic cards we have, the stronger our human race will become. Yes, he has created too many miracles. Even bizarre magic cards can be made to display their power in his hands. Who would have believed that before? It's not like there haven't been geniuses who have tried to create dark magic cards, and every single one of them failed. And this snake-like creature is capable of creating such a huge commotion, and its divine power is so vast. It's definitely not ordinary. Maybe it really is a divine dragon, just as he said. Frank squinted and spoke softly, his words tinged with skepticism. He was, after all, a Westerner, and had been educated about the dragon race since childhood. In his mind, the so-called dragon race should be the Western dragon with wings on its back. The frost dragon created by Alice is the one that fits his viewpoint. How can one become a dragon without wings? This is an indelible mark etched into my heart. However, Lan Tian thought differently. He smoothed his messy hair and said confidently, "It must be a divine dragon, or at least a divine dragon belonging to my Kyushu." Splash! Just then, large raindrops suddenly fell from the sky, and a torrential downpour began. Boom! The next moment, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The heavy rain suddenly stopped, and then snowflakes began to fall again, which was truly magical. Then came hail, drizzle, freezing rain, and finally, the sky cleared again. The dark clouds lingered, and we experienced all sorts of weather conditions, each lasting only a short 10 seconds. The whole scene was truly spectacular. The people in the room were speechless, sitting blankly in their seats, a mixture of shock, fear, and curiosity brewing within them, just like the strange phenomenon that had just occurred, making it impossible to understand. Chapter 117 The Mysterious Tide, the Final Step. Chapter 117 Bizarre Tides, the Final Step. Holy crap, what kind of weather is this? The weather has changed so many times in less than a minute. This is just too bizarre. You don't know anything. This is a celestial phenomenon. A celestial phenomenon caused when Su Ming created that snake-shaped creature's body. This is unbelievable. The goddess Alice created an ice dragon, and she only caused a little more snow in the arena, just a bit more snow on her own stage, and the snow melted quickly. How could this unknown creature cause such a commotion? Seriously, don't you guys use your brains when watching the game? Didn't the snow only melt after that 9 provinces divine dragon roared? Well, that seems to be the case. But with no substantial evidence, it's not wise to jump to conclusions, is it? Black guy with a question mark. JPG. You guys weren't like this with Su Shin before. How did you question him and make wild guesses before? Are all Westerners this hypocritical? Yeah, what do you mean by double standards? That's a flexible standard. You know nothing. Funny to PNG. Haha. What a flexible standard. I'd give it a whirlwind spin if I jumped up. What's the rush? The most difficult step, infusing the soul, hasn't even begun yet, and you're already celebrating? At least, we won't be pushing you so hard before Goddess Alice has successfully created her card. Won't you feel ashamed if we fail? Failure? The word doesn't exist in my dictionary, Su Shun. He has created so many divine magic cards and has never failed. That's right. How could these people possibly know how terrifying Su Shin is? Before this, who could have imagined that there would be a Een God clan in the Pure Dark system? Even if it was successfully created, many people still think that there is something wrong with the Een God clan. But black and white impermanents have already topped the heavenly ranking. Where are the people who questioned them before? They've all disappeared. I still remember that netizen who did a live stream of himself eating shit while doing a handstand. He's too scared to show his face and can only cower like a turtle. Duh. Compared to the audience sitting in the venue, those watching the live broadcast were more able to appreciate the shock of the rapid transformation of wind, rain, hail, and snow. After all, the live broadcast provides a god's eye view, making it even more breathtaking from a distance. Upon seeing this, even the most stubborn Westerners fell silent. Even those who occasionally uttered a few words no longer engaged in their previous blind slander. Most people care about their reputation, and having already been proven wrong so many times, they naturally wouldn't dare to make any rash conclusions. At this moment, the Kyushu talents living in the live broadcast room finally experienced how great it felt to have confidence, and their self-confidence was gradually built up without them even realizing it. With Su Ming around, everyone in Kyushu felt their chests puffed out, their backs straightened, and their moods became even more cheerful. This kind of joy, which used to belong only to Western audiences, has now become exclusive to Kyushu. This strange phenomenon is too terrifying. This bizarre creature with a body like a snake, antlers like a deer, and claws like an eagle seems to be more than just ordinary. Alice held her breath, her gaze fixed on the imposing creature, and muttered under her breath with a furrowed brow. Phew. Luckily I have the frost crystal core and the power of faith the dean gave me. Otherwise I probably wouldn't have had a chance at all. At least now I still have a chance to fight. She then focused her gaze on the crystal core on the frost dragon's forehead, and finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a little better. However, it only made me feel a little better. She knew very well that the creature created by the other party could cause such a terrifying phenomenon, so it must not be a simple character. Recalling the other party's deeds and that picture of black and white impermanence, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. Perhaps he wasn't exaggerating. This strange creature might really be a divine dragon, only one exclusive to the 9 provinces. No, stop overthinking. Whatever the outcome, do your best to perform at your normal level and create the frost dragon first. As for the final result, leave it to fate. Alice kept shaking her head, trying to stop herself from overthinking. She knew very well that if things continued like this, it would definitely have an impact, and she might not even be able to perform at her normal level, which would be a huge loss. Putting everything else aside, I will definitely regret it for the rest of my life. Alice truly lived up to her reputation as a once-in-a-century prodigy in the West. Not only was she exceptionally talented, but her self-regulation was also top-notch. In no time, she calmed herself down, sat cross-legged, and softly murmured as pale blue characters appeared out of thin air, continuously merging into the frost dragon before her. Immediately, the divinity emanating from the frost dragon rose up, and the divine power unique to dragons condensed on its body, while the surrounding cold air continued to gather. Is this the divine power of the god of rain? He can directly control 4 types of weather and change them constantly in such a short time. It's truly amazing. Su Ming smiled, but a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes as he looked at Ao Bing. Although he already knew that the 3rd prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace was the god of rain, who performed the work of bringing rain to the human world, he did not expect that this magic card, which was not yet fully formed, could still produce such a magnificent phenomenon. Its form is as majestic as a mountain, enormous and powerful, every inch of its muscle brimming with strength, and its azure dragon scales resemble magnificent armor. It is truly breathtaking. This is a real divine dragon. Su Ming admired the divine dragon's body before him and nodded in satisfaction. Immediately, he squinted his eyes, his soul power transformed into a brush, and he gently wrote out each character. Ao Bing is the third prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace, a divine dragon of China. The East belongs to the color green. He possesses the bloodline of the ancient green dragon and is covered with green dragon scales, resembling the ancient green dragon. His weapon is the halberd, and his mount is the water-avoiding beast. He has always upheld the traditions of the dragon race. The characters generated by his soul power continuously merged into Ao Bing's massive body, and the dragon scales on his body slowly became lifelike. His eyes shone with a strange light, and his divine power continued to rise. The demon-suppressing city is located in a spatial rift on the outskirts of the demon capital. It is the last barrier guarding this vast spatial rift, and also the last stronghold upon which humanity relies. Such barriers exist in all the major spatial rifts in the world, and have existed since ancient times, at least since the birth of these spatial rifts. The only difference is that each pass has a different name. At this moment, outside the demon-suppressing city, a horde of bizarre creatures gathered together, roaring as if they had gone mad, and launched a continuous attack on the demon-suppressing city, disregarding even their own lives, seemingly with no regard for the city itself. What's going on? Have these monsters gone mad? Why are they going to such great lengths to take us all down with them? On the city wall, a middle-aged man in golden armor frowned, his words filled with doubt. He simply couldn't understand why these strange creatures were fighting so desperately. After all, with this pass here, even if many ordinary monsters come, they can rely on the pass to protect them. However, war is extremely cruel, and death and injury are inevitable. Now, a strange tide is attacking, and they have no choice but to deal with it, which is tough on the warriors who are guarding it. He took a deep breath, pulled out a magic card, and embedded it directly into the card-controlling device. Instantly, a man riding a warhorse began to materialize and gallop towards the outside of the city wall. War! 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 At that moment, the drums sounded, the warriors shouted loudly, armed themselves with magic cards, and fought a bloody battle. They didn't know how many of these strange tides there were, but they knew they had no choice but to fight. Beyond the pass lies a spatial rift, and beyond that lies the blue planet. Only through fighting can we protect our families back home, and the lights of countless homes. Chapter 118 The Soul Possession Encounters Obstacles, and the Bell Tolls 4 times. Chapter 118 Soul Possession Encounters Obstacles, Bell Rings 4 times. Demon Suppression City encounters a strange tide. What level of tide exactly? Gu Tiexiong suddenly stood up, his voice slightly agitated. Although the Night Watcher's main job is to protect the safety of various base cities on the surface of Earth, they do not directly participate in the battles in the abyss. However, he was a master of the Imperial Realm, and guarding the border was his duty. As a peak Emperor Realm expert, Gu Tiexiong is considered one of the top combatants of the human race, so it's natural that such an important matter would be communicated to him. We can't determine the exact level yet, but it shouldn't be lower than level B. A deep voice came from the other end of the phone, and then continued, Minister Tai, you don't need to worry. General Zhang, he is guarding Jinma City, and Ming Feng has also returned to the team, so there won't be any problems. Okay, I understand. I'll send this message back to Fenghua Pass, and tell them to be on high alert as well. Gu Tiexiong nodded, feeling much relieved. Since the Demon Suppression City is located in the Demon Capital Rift, it is naturally guarded by other experts, so he is not worried. This message, however, must be sent to the beacon tower under one's jurisdiction, so that if there is any unusual activity, countermeasures can be taken in advance. Unlike the Demon Suppression City, it won't be caught off guard. After a while, Gu Tiexiong hung up the phone, his brows furrowed as he murmured, Since the rise of our human race, how many years has it been since we last appeared? What could be the reason for our sudden reappearance? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look up at Zhou Qingli. After exchanging glances, the two quietly walked aside and began to discuss it in hushed tones. Since it involves strange tides and is a serious matter, it's best to keep it a secret as few people as possible. Rumble. At this moment, in the starry sky, dark clouds are constantly gathering. These dark clouds formed separately on both sides of the sky, while simultaneously converging and coalescing towards the center. Such scenes were nothing new to everyone. He knew clearly that Su Ming and Alice were creating the God Clan magic card at the same time, which was why the strange phenomena in the heavens and earth appeared simultaneously. Phew, what's going on? Why is it getting harder and harder to write as I go on, and I can't even write anymore? Su Ming took a deep breath, large beads of sweat sliding down his forehead, his mind filled with doubt. Before him, the soul-powered brush was trembling slightly, each stroke as if it were pouring out all its strength. Hiss, what terrifying resistance. It seems like they don't want me to continue writing. He clenched his teeth, gasped for breath, and felt a sharp pain in his head. After that stroke, Su Ming felt somewhat dazed, and even his mind trembled. Does this mean I'm going to collapse at the very last step? Su Ming held his breath and was greatly surprised. The theoretical knowledge I learned in the first year of high school came flooding back like a tidal wave. The creation of magic cards is divided into 3 steps, each step a mountain higher than the last. In particular, the final step of soul attachment requires the approval of the heavenly Tao to complete the card. If it is an absolutely original magic card, it must even be recognized by the spirit itself in order to be awakened from the river of time. Otherwise, all efforts will be in vain, resulting in complete failure. However, the harbinger of this failure is exactly the same as Su Ming's current experience. Prior to this, Su Ming had never worried that the 3rd step would cause problems. With the treasures of China in one's mind, soul attachment is just the simplest step. All one needs to do is write down the memories in one's mind. Could it be that the mythology of this world is different from that of my previous life, and that the Eastern dragon does not actually exist? No, if the dragon really doesn't exist, the source card and shaping stages couldn't have gone so smoothly. Moreover, even those winged lizards in the West exist, so how could my Eastern dragon be absent? But why are there obstacles? Su Ming's brows furrowed into a deep frown, and his breathing became rapid. This is truly the first time I've encountered such a situation. I was completely overwhelmed and didn't know what to do. Meanwhile, on the other side, Alice stood still, muttering incantations, pale blue characters escaping from her mouth, and continuously merging into the body of the frost dragon. As the text merged, a faint glow emanated from the frost dragon, and a violent energy could even be seen flowing within its body, with a faint divine aura rippling outwards. The frost dragon breathes icy flames. Though it appears to be made of frost, it possesses fire attributes. Alice's voice rang out softly, her forehead covered in fine sweat, but the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, revealing a relieved expression. Buzz. As she finished speaking, the frost dragon before her seemed to come alive. A glint of light flashed in its ruby-like eyes, and its surging aura suddenly erupted, stirring up an ice and snow storm, creating a spectacular scene. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of bells followed closely behind, lingering for 3 days without ceasing. At that moment, almost everyone looked up at the sky, their faces filled with shock. The 4 chimes still echoed in his ears, lingering for a long time, leaving him deeply shaken. This is 4 chimes of the heavenly bell. It has been many years since the human race has produced a magic card that can ring more than 3 chimes. Of course, this excludes the black and white impermanents. He was formed through fusion, not creation. Although he reached the top, he failed to make the heavenly Tao ring the bell, so he cannot be counted. With the 4 chimes of the heavenly Tao, the magic card of Goddess Alice will surely rank among the top 5 on the heavenly ranking. Haha, this time, our Western Alliance is sure to win. This is a god-level magic card that is among the top 5 in the heavenly Tao. No, how can you be so sure of a win? Our god Su hasn't even completed his card creation yet. How do you know he can't make it into the top 5 of the heavenly ranking? Look at the arena. He stopped creating. Look how furrowed his brows are. I think he's encountered difficulties and can't continue with his spirit possession. Su Shen has created so many divine magic cards and has never failed. He absolutely cannot fail. Keep being stubborn. You guys keep being stubborn. That's right. We also acknowledge that Su Ming is very strong, but to be honest, his current condition does not look optimistic. Su Ming of Kyushu is indeed very strong. He has broken records by reaching the top of the heavenly ranking. I admit that even the goddess Alice is not as good as him in this respect. It's a pity. The final championship still belongs to Alice. Su Ming failed and only created 1 god race magic card, so he can only come in 2nd place. As the bell rang, the live chat naturally became lively again. The viewers who were not present at the scene did not experience the awe-inspiring power of the 4 chimes and were not affected in any way. The audience at the scene, however, were still in a daze, gazing at the sky, anticipating the arrival of the river of time. The story of one's life is recognized by heaven, but most importantly, it is recognized by the soul. Ao Bing is different from the gods I created before. He has 2 divine positions, but I only describe his first half of life, when he was the rain god, as the third prince of the Dragon Palace. However, his life was not just like that. He was later deified again as Huagai Xingjuan. This is his complete life. But I want to forcefully recount his first half of life, and Ao Bing's spirit probably won't agree with that. 1,000 thoughts flashed through Su Ming's mind, and a heavy blow struck his heart, making him suddenly realize the truth. Immediately, he took a deep breath, stopped forcing himself to finish, and continued writing the other party's complete introduction. At this moment, things finally went smoothly, and Su Ming couldn't help but show a look of ecstasy on his face. Chapter 119 Deceptive Slave, Murderous Intent, Dragon's Roar Shakes the Heavens. Chapter 119 Cunning Slave, Murderous Intent, Dragon's Roar Shakes the Heavens. What happened? Hasn't he hit a bottleneck and stopped attaching souls to his body? Why is it that I can suddenly write so fluently again? Alice stood on the ring, her gaze fixed on Su Ming, who was writing furiously, and her heart skipped a beat. Am I destined to lose in the end? She murmured softly, her smile vanished, and a bitter feeling welled up inside her. The moment the thought crossed her mind, she was startled. What's wrong with me? Why am I having such an absurd idea? The frost dragon I created this time made the heavenly Tao ring 4 times. How could it not win? Although Su Ming was powerful, the white impermanence he created could only ring the bell 3 times. The black and white impermanence, who topped the heavenly ranking, were not created by the other party, but were the product of the fusion of 2 divine magic cards. That's right, I don't believe his luck can stay this good forever. Could he possibly manage to fuse 2 cards again this time? The heavenly Tao resounds 4 times. This is definitely a work that can break into the top 10, or even the top 5, of the heavenly Tao ranking. Although the frost dragon showed fear earlier, I used the power of faith to infuse ice crystals into its body, greatly enhancing its potential. Alice took a deep breath, constantly encouraging herself, and slowly cleared her mind of distractions. Both the power of faith and the ice crystals were valuable items. She even suspected that the frost dragon was able to ring the bell 4 times largely because of these 2 items. Indeed, the dragon race is not much different from the ordinary angel race in terms of potential, and even in terms of high-end combat power, it is still far behind the seraphim. Although the frost WIRMS are among the best of the races, making it into the top 10 is already their limit. As for ringing the bell 4 times, that's just a pipe dream. It should be noted that when Boreas, the god of the north wind, created the curve of Ka, he only managed to ring 5 bells. Below her, the water fairy nymph, who also belongs to the celestial god clan, is in the same situation. From this point onward, it will be 3 chimes, and 4 chimes will definitely place you in the top 5. At this moment, in the audience, suddenly, the 3 figures in different positions trembled, large beads of sweat silently rolled down their cheeks, and a bright green seed was reflected in their eyes. The seed sprouted, blossomed, and bore fruit rapidly in their eyes, eventually turning into a scarlet color that completely stained their eyes. At the same time, a chilling voice echoed in his mind. Kill Su Ming of Kyushu. The sound lingered in my mind like a spell, never fading away. However, as this voice appeared, the crimson in the eyes of the demon slaves gradually faded, and they gradually regained control of their bodies. At this moment, on the arena where he had already landed, Takase Nisikuro's body trembled slightly as he slowly got up from the ground. A flash of crimson crossed his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. The demon lord has finally arrived. Either complete the mission and completely break free from this mortal realm, reaching a new level of strength, or be devoured by the demon seed and never be reborn. Su Ming, you tore the Yamada no Orochi apart, destroying my foundation and future. Even without the demon god's order, I will not spare you. Your talents are outstanding. By creating powerful magic cards, you can devour my Yamada no Orochi and ruin my future. I don't have your talent. If I hadn't been planted with the demon seed and become a demon slave, I would probably have been buried in the dust of history long ago. Why is it that those of you with talent can do whatever you want and become strong, while those of me with weak talent are destined to be slaughtered and eventually turn into dust? I want to become stronger too. Killing you will make me even stronger. Any obstacle that stands in my way to becoming stronger will become a victim of my blade. Just wait, I'll tear you to pieces too. No, I'm going to tear all your magic cards to shreds right in front of you, and then swallow them whole. Finally, tear off pieces of your flesh and blood, one by one, and then savor them slowly. TSK, TSK, TSK. Just thinking about that tastes wonderful. Oh, what a pity. This is the World Championship arena. It's already pretty good that we were able to kill you. You're lucky. Takase Nisako looked up, his breathing becoming rapid, and he even felt a little impatient. He clenched his fist, and a scarlet demonic seed quietly appeared. He had nurtured this seed for over a decade, and it contained boundless and eerie power. Takase Nisakuro knew perfectly well that he could not possibly kill him on the world stage with his own strength alone. This place is heavily guarded. Only by crushing the demon seed and burning one's life force can one have even the slightest chance. Moreover, to hunt down Su Ming, one must choose the right time and strike him unexpectedly to kill him in one fell swoop. Only in this way can there be a chance of completing the task. However, the demonic seed has fallen to the mortal realm, and I am not the only one who has obtained it. I can sense that there should be 3 other demonic slaves in this venue. The chances might be even greater if the 4 of them join forces. As long as the mission is successfully completed, there is nothing to fear about death. It is just about shedding the burden of the physical body and ascending to a powerful monster. I've had enough of this talentless body. Becoming a monster, isn't that a kind of transcendence? Thinking of this, Takase Nishikuro couldn't help but smile a little more. He calmed himself down, sat cross-legged, and pretended to recover from his injuries. Actually, there were no injuries on his body at all. The injuries I suffered before had long been healed by the blessings bestowed by heaven through the black and white impermanence. However, he knew very well that he had to keep up the act. He will remain in the ring until the match ends and the 3 rings are put back together. That would be the best opportunity to make a move. At such close range, the terrifying power unleashed by crushing the demon seed would be enough to overwhelm even a saint-level expert. He was also confident that he could completely hunt down his opponent before he himself was killed. The mission will be complete by then. It didn't matter whether he had a physical body or not. The only pity was that he couldn't tear Su Ming apart piece by piece and then swallow him whole. Just like before, when Bai Wuchang ate some Yamada no Orochi. Takase Nishiru endured the pain, trying his best to remain calm and composed so as not to be discovered prematurely. Buzz. Just then, a beam of azure light shot into the sky, piercing directly through the dense dark clouds. A loud and clear dragon roar resounded through the heavens and earth, and an invisible storm swept up, making everyone around tremble. Immediately afterwards, a distant chime resounded from the sky, deafening everyone who heard it. They looked up at the sky, their pupils dilated in shock, their mouths agape, as if they could fit a goose egg in their mouths, their faces filled with astonishment. It seems that something incredible has been witnessed. Shaking his head, he exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 125 Bell rings shock everyone. Chapter 125 Bell chimes shock everyone. Dong, dong, thump, thump, thump. The 5 bells tolled, echoing through the sky like enchanting celestial music, captivating and enchanting all who heard them. 5 tolls of the bell. This green snake with claws actually caused the heavenly Tao to ring 5 times? How is that possible? What on earth is Su Ming's brain made of? How many God Race magic cards has he created? And each one is stronger than the last. Does he not have any creative bottlenecks at all? I want to break his brain open and see what's inside. My goddess Alice. She finally created such a powerful dragon card as a Frost Dragon, and even had the heavenly bell ring 4 times. She thought she had the game in the bag, but before she could even celebrate, her opponent pulled a big surprise. What bad luck. It's really too unlucky. Alice's results would definitely be at the top in any year. She would be invincible, right? It's a pity that she met our Kyushu god Su. It's really a pity. My god, is Su Ming from Kyushu cheating? Isn't Kyushu a land without gods? How could he create so many god race magic cards? And these gods are nowhere to be found. This is too unbelievable. Yes, I completely agree with that. I, Corolla, have studied ancient literature for decades and have never heard of any trace of gods in Kyushu. This kid cannot possibly change this situation by himself. Kyushu has no gods to begin with. So how could he create gods out of thin air? This does not conform to the rules of heaven. Corolla? Ancient literature expert? Don't you have any self-awareness about what you said before? Besides, did you also say that Su Ming couldn't create the Dragon Clan at all? Look, the heavenly Tao has already reached its 5th level. A guy who holds a position without doing anything, yet calls himself an expert. It's utterly ridiculous. I really don't understand why someone like that dares to show his face. His skin is just too thick. Brother, there's a saying in my hometown. Thick skin, plenty to eat. As for making money, it's not shameful. As long as you can become famous and make money, Everything is negotiable. Hee. I know there's some truth to that. That Corolla expert, I'll put in a good word for you. How much do you want? In the two-story villa, Corolla stroked her gray beard, her hands trembling slightly as she watched the barrage of comments scrolling across the screen, her cheeks flushed. He took a deep breath and his fingers flew across the keyboard. You know nothing. I've studied ancient literature for decades. Don't you think I know more than you? Aren't all experts this stubborn? Don't you understand the principle that facts speak louder than words? The facts are right in front of you. What are you still questioning? It's really a shame. I can only laugh. Experts know nothing. Brothers, say less. There's no need for this. Mr. Corolla is indeed a world-renowned expert in ancient literature, and what he says is based on a lot of evidence. At the very least, it's the result of his decades of research into ancient literature. As people from Kyushu, we should be more humble, otherwise it would be quite uncouth. Manners? Now you're talking about manners here? Before the competition started, why didn't you advise these Westerners to be more gentlemanly? Look how nasty their insults were back then. Even during the competition, after Su Shun had created black and white impermanence, their inherent arrogance didn't improve much. It was only because black and white impermanence were so powerful that they dared not say anything more. I told you, if only Su Shun's magic card had been slightly less powerful, if it hadn't reached number 1 but only made it into the top 10, they would have been even more arrogant and unreasonable. Well said. What's the point of talking about manners with barbarians? Do they deserve it? And I hate you bananas the most. You self-deprecating guys are even more hateful than the Japanese. Baka, what does it have to do with our Japan if your Kyushu is arguing with the Western allied nations? This is an insult, a personal insult, and I have the right to sue you. So what if I can't stand Japan? Go ahead and sue me if you dare. The times have changed, sir. Look at the heavenly rankings. The black and white impermanence of my 9 provinces are ranked number 1. Su Shun, you're awesome. As Ao Bing's soul was fully attached, the 5 bell tolls that resounded throughout the heavens and earth rang out, and the barrage of comments exploded once again. The people of Kyushu went on a rampage, mainly to vent their frustrations. There was no other way. Before this, the words of those Westerners were disgusting, and even authoritative figures like experts came down to attack Kyushu and Su Ming, all in an attempt to demonstrate their Western sense of superiority. No, we can't say we demonstrated it. After all, with the emergence of the Een gods, black and white impermanence rose to the top of the heavenly ranking. What superiority does the West still have? Their urgency to have a top-tier expert in ancient literature like Corolla personally intervene was an attempt to forcefully maintain their previous sense of superiority. Unfortunately, they underestimated the fighting spirit of the people of Kyushu. In the past, the people of Kyushu endured it all, but there was no other way. Everyone had to save face, and they couldn't just spout empty words. They could only bow their heads. It was a helpless act. But things are different now. Su Ming has already created the God Race magic card, and even reached the top of the heavenly ranking. The facts are right in front of you. So what are you Westerners still being so arrogant about? Now, our Kyushu's black and white impermanence are the best in the world. Having finally turned the tables, we naturally have to speak more forcefully. Who would think that the people of Kyushu are weak and spineless? However, the opponent's previous arrogant output still had some effect, at least in terms of the dog-raising tactic. Even with the facts laid bare, some yellow-skinned traitors in the comments section still have their hearts set on the Western allies. Their rhetoric is so polished, it truly deserves the title of professional training. Cough cough. To be precise, it's professional dog-raising training. The barrage of comments was incredibly lively, and the scene itself was vast and magnificent. Rumble. As a deep rumble resounded, the azure beam of light that pierced the sky gradually receded, tearing a gash through the layers of dark clouds, splitting them in two from the center, creating a spectacular sight. As for the central point, it naturally uses Su Ming and Alice as the focal points to highlight fairness and impartiality. At this time, above the sky, cyan and pale blue light intertwined, slowly scattering through the cracks in the dark clouds, creating a dreamlike scene that bore some resemblance to the aurora borealis. The next moment, before everyone could recover from their surprise, whoosh, the river of time and space falls from it, and the water sparkles like flowing stars, like the Milky Way hanging in the sky, which is extremely spectacular. The flowing blue and green light along the riverbanks adds to its mystique. Oh, a deep dragon's roar echoed from the long river, causing the entire dark cloud to tremble. Oh, the dragon's roar continued, each one higher than the last, stirring up waves in the silent river of time. Then, an azure dragon was seen leaping out of the water, reflecting a dazzling brilliance under the dreamlike and ethereal light. His form constantly wanders in the river of time and space, sometimes leaping out of the water and sometimes sinking to the bottom. His soaring dragon roars stirring up the wind and clouds and awe-inspiring people. Above the sky, ice, snow, and rain mingled together and fell continuously. The power of the rain god was fully revealed. Chapter 121 Fusion into a card. The power of the divine dragon. Chapter 121 Fusion into a card. The power of the divine dragon. Whoosh. The azure dragon descended from the sky along the river of time and space. Each time it leaped out of the river, a pure white auspicious cloud was formed. Its figure moved among the clouds, and the clouds spread out as if long white tassels were hanging beside the dragon. Ao Bing fell into the river, splashing up sparkling water droplets, like stars blooming. He moved among the clouds and water, and the whole scene looked extremely beautiful, like a beautiful painting. However, the two magic cards that were successfully created this time were Ao Bing, the third prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace, and the Frost Dragon created by Alice. Even though the Frost Dragon was the first to complete the third step of soul infusion, it still did not appear. However, at this moment, most people at the scene were not in the mood to care about this issue. Their attention was completely drawn to the scene before them, and they were all deeply shocked. Soaring through the clouds and churning the seas. What a terrifying creature. Could this be the real dragon he spoke of? Alice stared blankly at the exquisite painting before her, overwhelmed with awe. She looked down at the frost dragon in front of her, which seemed to be made entirely of blue crystal, and her eyes dimmed slightly. This time, they lost again, even to the point of such a complete defeat. Even though he created the frost dragon first, his soul still dared not descend first and step out of the river of time. Instead, he remained hidden in the river of time, and even after being awakened, he still dared not come out. Keep in mind that at that time, Su Ming was still in the third step of soul attachment, and was even a little short of success. Even so, the frost dragon held back, refraining from summoning the river of time and space to fully awaken. As the creator, Alice could vaguely sense that he was afraid. His entire soul was trembling, and he didn't dare to come out. Well, Alice sighed softly, the arrogance in her eyes completely shattered. Her original confidence vanished, and she felt as if she had fallen into an abyss, her beliefs slowly crumbling. She was once a prodigy, admired by thousands, and unmatched by anyone. This time at the World Championship, however, they were defeated and shattered time and time again. How laughable. The magic card I created didn't even dare to emerge before the opponent's soul. A once-in-a-century prodigy? Utterly ridiculous. She chuckled to herself softly, tears welling in her eyes, her breath catching in her throat, like a walking corpse. Alice stood on the ring, looking up at the powerful, flowing dragon, feeling the pressure growing stronger as it drew closer. She even saw that the frost dragon standing in front of her involuntarily took a few steps back, and its body trembled slightly. How is this possible? The frost dragon hasn't merged with the soul yet. It's just a physical body without consciousness. How could it retreat on its own? Is this the legendary suppression from the bloodline? Alice took a deep breath, her expression filled with disbelief. At this moment, she finally believed what the other party had said before the competition began. The strange creature now roaming the sky is probably, as it says, the real dragon. This suppression from the depths of one's bloodline doesn't lie. So this is the divine dragon of the 9 provinces. Or rather, this is what a divine dragon should look like. Our Western Dragon God clan may only have a trace of their bloodline power left behind. Su Ming of Kyushu, who exactly are you? How did you create so many unknown divine beings? What exactly happened to Kyushu in the past? Why has it been unable to find any trace of the gods, and is it called the land abandoned by the gods? But in the end, terrifying beings like the black and white impermanence and the azure dragon will appear. Alice murmured softly, her disappointed eyes looking at Su Ming, a hint of curiosity rising in her heart. This boy is really too strange and too special. At this time, Takase Nisaku could no longer keep up the act. He looked up at the starry sky, his throat moving as he swallowed repeatedly. The scene before him was truly awe-inspiring. The roar of dragons echoed continuously in the air, and endless pressure descended from the sky, making it difficult for him to breathe. Su Ming, it's you again. Why? Why do you possess such powerful talent? able to casually create a divine magic card that makes the heavenly Tao toll 4 times. With your incredible talent, you could create powerful magic cards at will. So why do you have to oppose me? Why are you tearing my Yamada no Orochi apart? Do you know? That might really be the only chance I'll ever have to create a god-type magic card in my entire life. Why? By what right are you taking it away? You are very talented. You are amazing. For an ordinary person like me to climb to this point, I exhausted all my strength and even sacrificed my soul to the demon god. How difficult is that? I just wanted to create a divine magic card while I was still human, before embracing the demon god. Why are you stopping me? Humans are truly heartless. Embracing the demon god is the most correct choice for me. Takase Nisaku gritted his teeth, his eyes revealing endless anger, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a sinister laugh. He stared at Su Ming and Alice on the arena, his expression gradually turning sinister. Haha, genius? Prodigy? Without life, they are nothing. The demon lord is the one who made me a superior being. What do humans have to do with me? I will eventually sacrifice myself to the abyss and become a supreme and bizarre creature. This time, we'll kill Su Ming of Kyushu first. The next time, when my abyss army descends, none of us here will survive. As Takase Nishikuro thought of this, a crimson glint flashed in his eyes, and his breathing became incredibly heavy. He made no further moves, continuing to bide his time and wait for the best opportunity to strike. Oh. Just then, a high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the sky, drawing everyone's attention. Ao Bing's soul traversed the long river of time and space, leaping up from it. White clouds formed beneath his 4 claws, and he descended from the sky as if riding the clouds, arriving directly in front of Su Ming. Immediately, when the 2 azure dragons met, everything in the world dimmed, even the stars in the river of time paled in comparison. A blue tornado appeared out of nowhere, swirling around it, followed by a sudden downpour that then turned into snowflakes, as if the whole world was encased in ice and snow. The next moment, Ao Bing's new physical body roared to the sky, and the semi-transparent soul in front of him also soared into the sky. Then, from top to bottom, the 2 dragon heads collided together and merged. The dragon roar arose, and light blue light waves rippled outwards, and the divine power increased sharply. As the cyan light, rippling like water, swept across, the snowflakes melted, and life returned, as if reborn. Above the sky, the dark clouds were dyed a brilliant gold, and lightning streaked down. Drizzling. Chapter 122 The Growing Arms, a Shocking Change in the Abyss. Chapter 122 Growing Arms, a Shocking Change in the Abyss, Golden Rain, Drizzling. All the strange phenomena disappeared, and peace returned to the sky. Through the golden rain, one could vaguely see that the river of time and space had not been withdrawn. It still hung high in the air, with ripples spreading across its starlit surface. Phew, finally there's some movement. Alice tilted her head back, her gaze piercing through the golden raindrops and landing on the river of time, a faint smile managing to appear on her sorrowful face. She had no interest in this divine blessing at the moment. She only hoped that the frost dragon could successfully emerge from the river of time and space, allowing the magic card to fully take shape. In this way, even if she fails, at least her efforts will not be in vain, proving that she still has some talent. At least, it's a kind of comfort. Don't be afraid. He's already finished becoming a card. Why are you still being so cautious? Is that 9 provinces divine dragon really that terrifying that it makes you, a great dragon, cower like this? Hurry up and come down to merge, and become a card directly. Alice sensed the fear in the other person's heart, and couldn't help but complain. She really couldn't understand why a mighty dragon god would be so afraid. However, the consciousness of the soul will not change because of the card creator. The frost dragon poked its head out of the water and looked around. After confirming that it did not find Ao Bing's figure, it lightly leaped and flapped its wings to swoop down. Even so, he still tried to stay as far away from the golden magic card as possible, his eyes fixed on Su Ming's direction, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Alice gently shook her head, taking in the entire scene. Her brows furrowed, and her mood sank even further. It's happening again. She had encountered this once before when she created the first 4-winged angel, and this time it was the same again. Are the gods of the 9 provinces truly more powerful than the gods of the West? At this moment, Alice couldn't help but have doubts. At this moment, Jinyu was right in the center. The enormous golden rain, almost tangible, surrounded and enveloped it. Su Ming closed his eyes tightly, the corners of his mouth turned up, and he looked relaxed. Although the energy is surging, being in it feels like soaking in warm water, incredibly comfortable. His pores opened, frantically absorbing the golden energy, and his body was quietly transforming. Buzz. At this moment, the card-controlling device also appeared, and surging energy began to pour into it, with the number of 5-pointed stars on it increasing wildly. My injury is still slowly healing, and my arm is extremely itchy, as if something is trying to get out. Tianlan hovered in midair, looking utterly shocked. He originally thought that the heavenly blessing that restored his foundation and injuries was likely because the Yin God clan belonged to the Abyss system, which was why it had such a miraculous effect. After all, a pure dark-type God race magic card has never appeared before. The Abyss and the Heavenly Tao are irreconcilable enemies. Since the magic cards are created by the Heavenly Tao, it should be impossible for bizarre, godlike magic cards to be born. However, Su Ming forcibly created the Yin God clan, which shattered everyone's understanding and even broke the limits. Only through the fusion of the Abyss and the Heavenly Tao could it possess the miraculous effect of repairing foundations and injuries. That seems plausible. However, this idea was now refuted, as the blessing from the sky allowed his severed arms to slowly recover, completely restoring them to their original state. What on earth is going on? Tianlan murmured to herself, her heart filled with doubt. At this moment, Frank, who was standing next to him, stroked his beard and replied with a smile. Su Ming is a legendary variable. The magic cards he created are a bit special, but they don't seem that hard to understand, do they? Moreover, this is a good thing for our human race. With Su Ming, our overall strength will definitely improve rapidly, and we may even see the day when we drive away the strange creatures. Frank's smile widened as he said this. Having reached his position, his thinking had long since reached another level. Compared to the supernatural, whether they were Westerners or people from Kyushu, they were all human and belonged to the same kind. Guarding the border is the responsibility and duty of every strong human being. As for the internal conflicts between the countries of Earth, it's no exaggeration to say that, in the eyes of these powerful figures in the Senate, it was nothing more than children playing house, not worth mentioning. As long as it's not too excessive, they won't pay attention to it, and will just laugh it off. Whether Su Ming is from Kyushu or a Westerner, they didn't really care. As long as it made the human race on Earth stronger, that was enough. That's right. Why should I bother to investigate these things? As long as we can make the human race stronger, drive out that strange creature, and restore the peace and stability of Blue Star, that's enough. Tianlan burst into laughter, her mood improving more and more. He could clearly feel as if thousands of ants were crawling over his arms, a tingling, numb sensation that was both comfortable and uncomfortable, a feeling that was very difficult to describe. If it were an ordinary person, they might not be able to bear it, and would be driven to tears and laughter, or even have a mental breakdown. But Tianlan's face showed only excitement and joy, and she couldn't wait. His arms have been missing for over 100 years and have long lost all feeling. He has no sensation whatsoever, and even if you hit them hard, he won't feel anything. However, we now have such a rich sensory experience. Lan Tian knew very well that this meant his arm was slowly recovering, and at least he had regained feeling. It's grown. It's really grown. Lan Tian's excited voice rang out. He could clearly feel his arms slowly growing, and he could even distract himself from controlling them. As the exclamation subsided, something was slowly wriggling inside the empty sleeve, where it connected to the arm, causing the sleeve to sometimes rise and sometimes fall flat. Isn't that just a small section of an arm that grew out here? Gulu, this is truly unbelievable. I've lived for hundreds of years, and even cultivated to the peak of the Saint realm, and this is the first time I've ever seen anything like this. Frank's eyes widened, his mouth involuntarily opened, and he couldn't help but swallow. He stood there stunned, speechless for a moment, his heart filled with shock. There's nothing I can do. All of this is truly unbelievable. With his arms severed and his acupoint sealed by one Xinghai's mysterious energy, there should have been no hope at all. It's important to understand that even for an ordinary person whose arms have been severed, getting them to grow back requires a tremendous effort, at least a legendary gold quality healing item card. Moreover, the item card must be at least at the Death King level. This is just for ordinary people, injured by ordinary swords. But if the wound is tainted with the power of the Abyss, the difficulty increases exponentially. Moreover, Tianlan's severed arms are imbued with the mysterious power of Wan Xinghai, and they have been severed for over 100 years. That power has penetrated deep into her flesh and blood, intertwined with it, and has long been deeply rooted. Yes, Su Ming has really given me so many surprises. I was thinking, if I had received this blessing 100 years ago, I might have been able to have my arm regenerated. Tianlan exhaled a breath of stale air and said with deep emotion. Just as Frank was about to chime in, his expression suddenly changed, his brows furrowed, and he said in a low voice, "Old Dean, something terrible has happened. There are large numbers of strange creatures gathering outside the various passes, and we can see members of Dark Origin Mountain, Misty Swamp, and Chaotic Heart Valley among them." What? The three top forces in the abyss? Are they going to join forces? Damn it. Old Dean, I'm leaving this to you. I must go to the Senate to take charge. Remember, protect Su Ming at all costs. Yes, don't worry. I'll take care of things at the World Championship. Even though I've lost both arms and my foundation is damaged, I can still keep things under control. Tianlan nodded, his dirty face full of seriousness. The main plot of Volume 1 is almost over. Things have been a bit chaotic lately, so there will only be one chapter today. I'll tidy up and I should be able to finish the first volume by tomorrow, and then start the next chapter, The Abyss. I hope to make the plot smoother and more logical. Grateful. Chapter 123 Kill me? You're far from it. Chapter 123 Kill me? You're still far from it. Above the sky, the golden clouds gradually disappeared, and the rain also lessened. After reaching the King Realm, the rate of improvement slowed down considerably. After receiving the heavenly blessing, I only gained 2 stars. Su Ming opened his eyes, looked at the Imperial card device, and murmured softly. Phew. Thankfully the 4th purplish-black pentagram has condensed. Although it hasn't reached its fullest state yet, it's not far off. His gaze fell on the series of purplish-black colors, and only then did a smile appear on his face. The purplish-black 5-pointed star is exclusive to demigod-level card-controlling artifacts. When 9 stars are present, it is considered to have reached the perfection of demigod status. Just one more step is needed to upgrade the quality of the card-controlling artifact to the legendary divine grade. Of course, this was just Su Ming's guess. No human had ever upgraded a card-controlling artifact to the divine grade, so there was no way to verify it. Over the millennia, only a handful of people have been able to elevate their artifacts to demigod quality. It is said that the predecessor who created the North Wind God once reached this level. However, these deeds are only recorded in ancient books. That predecessor left Blue Star to venture into the Myriad Star Sea long ago and has not returned to this day, so the authenticity of these deeds is unknown. After reaching the king level, my body underwent a tremendous change. Now, I can roughly reach the level of an ordinary king level just by relying on my physical strength. This kind of powerful strength is truly wonderful. Su Ming squinted, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, and he felt increasingly pleased. Although card masters fight using magic cards, their own strength should not be underestimated, especially after reaching the Emperor realm, where physical strength determines the limits of one's power. The realm of the Emperor and the realm below the Emperor are completely different concepts. To advance from the king level to the Emperor level, one must comprehend at least 10% of the intent, which is to say, the current intent is at the entry level. Only in this way can one resonate with a magic card of the same attribute, and then use the true form of the magic card. The so-called true form of the magic card is to merge with the magic card and exert a synergistic effect, resulting in an exponential increase in power. However, merging the two into one is not easy. This requires the card master to be able to withstand the power of the magic card. If the magic card is too strong and the body is too weak, there will be a tragic situation where the body cannot withstand the enormous energy, cracks, or even explodes. This has happened more than once in history. Of course, the explosion won't happen in an instant. It takes time. This is also one of the desperate measures taken by many Royal Realm card masters, fusing powerful magic cards to forcibly raise their power ceiling in order to achieve victory against the odds. Of course, this method cannot be used frequently, and each time it must be controlled to a certain degree, in terms of duration and magic card strength. Otherwise, a slight mistake could lead to death. Besides the strength of their magic cards, the level of their understanding of the conception and their physical strength also greatly influence the strength of those at the Emperor realm. This is also the fundamental reason why card masters focus on refining their bodies after breaking through to the king level. Su Ming was overjoyed. As a card creator, His strength was advancing by leaps and bounds, like a rocket, due to the continuous creation of divine magic cards. In just over 3 months, he went from an ordinary person to a king realm expert, and even his artifact reached the demigod quality. Calling it unprecedented is no exaggeration, and it's highly likely that no one will ever do it again. This rate of advancement is terrifying. Even those heroic novel picture books don't have such an overpowered protagonist. In this world, if any novel were written with such a synopsis, it would be absolutely condemned by readers as having no common sense. Storytelling is not about making up nonsense or haphazardly. However, all of this is now happening in reality, which just goes to show that reality is often more absurd than fiction. Buzz. As the last golden cloud in the sky disappeared, a beam of golden light descended and shone directly on Su Ming. No, to be precise, it was reflected on the magic card Ao Bing. Boil. Ao Bing roared to the sky, leaping high into the air. His boundless divine power rippled outwards, and golden light splashed out, making it look like a dazzling sun from afar, almost blinding people. At this moment, the dragon leaped high into the air, enveloped in endless golden light, and headed towards the source card that was suspended in midair. Oh! Another resounding dragon roar echoed, causing the entire world to tremble slightly, and people stood there filled with awe. The dragon's roar gradually subsided, leaving only a golden magic card floating in midair, spinning continuously. The previous oppressive aura also vanished instantly. Su Ming died. Just then, a gloomy voice rang out, and a streak of blood-red light suddenly shot out, rushing towards Su Ming's location like a bolt of lightning. The voice was filled with endless anger and killing intent. Crimson tentacles continuously emerged from the void, and power from the abyss seeped out wildly. Something strange. Run. A strange creature from the abyss is attacking. Retreat. In the audience, a middle-aged man shouted angrily and led a child beside him away quickly. By the end of the shout, his voice was even a little hoarse. Upon hearing this, the others exerted all their strength to retreat backward, and the entire crowd receded like a tide, creating a truly spectacular scene. Oh no! This Takase Nisakuro is actually a demon slave controlled by the Lord of Dark Origin Mountain. He actually crushed the blood seed and burned away his life force. He's a suicide soldier. Tian Lan's expression hardened, and she cried out in alarm, her whole body trembling and her heart pounding. These traitors and scum of the human race deserve to die. He roared and shot out like an arrow. As a powerful figure at the Emperor realm and the previous dean of the Senate, he could naturally tell at a glance that this was a ghost slave, and a ghost slave who had crushed the blood seed. That's why he's extremely anxious right now. No one knew better than him how terrifying the ghost slave was after crushing the blood seed. This was a truly desperate act, burning through all its energy. It's far more than just burning out one's lifeblood. These blood seeds also contain a portion of the strange mountain lord's power, and the power contained in each blood seed varies greatly. After all, not everyone who is willing to submit and become a ghost slave is worth investing a lot of resources in. Only those ghost slaves who have made certain contributions and achieved a certain status will have their source power added, so that the benefits can be maximized. As for those ordinary ghost slaves, since they want to submit to the abyss, why not accept it? At worst, you'll just have to invest less. Casting a wide net is always a good idea. Damn it, the strange power is becoming more and more terrifying, and this person's bloodline is actually of the highest grade. Tian Lan's pupils contracted, her mind was shaken, and she couldn't help but feel a little flustered. He knew very well that, given the current situation, he could no longer stop it even if he tried his best. This Takase Nishiru was already at the king realm level, and now that he has shattered his blood seed and burned his lifeblood, this attack will definitely unleash the power of the peak emperor realm. Even though Su Ming is a demigod card master, he only has the strength of a king. No matter how extraordinary he is in card creation, how could he possibly withstand this terrifying blow? Tian Lan shouted loudly, and her speed increased again. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Takase Nishiru was too close to Su Ming, and his sudden attack at the moment of Chunka caught everyone off guard, leaving them no time to react. No! Tian Lan roared hoarsely, a look of despair in her eyes. But at that very moment, Su Ming's unhurried voice rang out softly, leaving him somewhat bewildered, and a hint of confusion appeared on his despairing face. Kill me? You're far from capable. Chapter 124 Powerful Slaughter. Mountain Lord? He'll be beaten without hesitation. Chapter 124 Powerful Slaughter. Mountain Lord? He'll be beaten without hesitation. He die. Take's Nishiru grinned, his face contorted in a ferocious expression, his pupils turning crimson, and his body enveloped in black and red. Uft, uft, uft. As his voice rang out, 3 tentacles pierced through the void and shot directly towards Su Ming at an extreme speed. Attack directly, kill instantly, shatter my heart. Take's Nisakuro held a long sword, his teeth crushed, and crimson blood flowed down the corner of his mouth as he roared furiously with a ferocious expression. The next second, the 3 tentacles transformed into 3 human figures, all with ferocious faces, blood-red pupils, and endless abyssal power flowing through their bodies, even more intense than the abyssal monsters they usually saw. These were none other than the 3 companions, also ghost slaves, whom Mercuro had sensed earlier. Splat snap! Immediately, for crisp sounds rang out, and the 4 people simultaneously plunged their hands into their own chests, crushing their hearts to pieces without changing their expressions. However, their already ferocious expressions probably won't change much. Su Ming, you will die today? What good is your talent? In the end, you will still die by my hand. I can continue to live in a bizarre form by embracing the Lord of the Abyss Mountain, while you will vanish into thin air. A hint of joy appeared on Take's Nishiru's ferocious face, and his scarlet eyes became even more perverse. He could already imagine the other person's begging posture after he struck with his claw. Just thinking about it made him feel extremely happy. Too far off? Die? He screamed wildly, his long sword, imbued with terrifying abyssal power, slashing directly at Su Ming's head. At the same time, the other 3 followed closely behind, launching attacks from 3 other directions and completely surrounding him. This time, let's see where you can run to. Take's Nishiru roared and slashed down, his voice hoarse from the roar. Ha! Third prince, teach them a good lesson. However, at this moment, Su Ming's calm voice suddenly rang out, followed by a flash of azure light. Accompanied by a high-pitched dragon roar, the 4 blood-red figures were directly blown away. This is impossible, it can't be. Take's Nishiru was sent flying backward like a cannonball, unable to help but shout loudly, his heart filled with resentment and despair. Bang 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 bang. With 4 muffled sounds, the 4 ghost slaves all fell to the ground, blood continuously spilling from their mouths, their entire bodies stained crimson. Endless abyssal powers swirled around them, making the scene even more eerie. Ha! Failure is still failure. It is really difficult to defy fate and change one's destiny. Take's Nisakuro lay on the ground, looking up at the sky and howling. He looked at Su Ming and Alice, the 2 geniuses, and 2 lines of tears streamed down his face. His ferocious face had returned to normal, and he had obviously let go of his resentment. The abyss is strange and omnipresent, and it is most adept at tempting people's hearts. I have killed so many of my compatriots along the way. I would be ashamed to die. There is still my father and my relatives. Their blood is on my hands. The destruction of my soul is my destiny. He lay on the ground, his chest only able to exhale but not inhale, his voice barely audible, a look of relief on his face, the light in his eyes rapidly fading. On the arena, 4 corpses lay silently. The abyssal power surrounding them suddenly trembled at this moment, continuously condensing into a black figure. A withered green, hand-shaped tree root emerged from it, and terrifying power rippled outwards. Buzz. At that moment, everyone trembled uncontrollably, and the space around them seemed to distort. Even Tianlan, who was moving at a fast pace, was momentarily stunned by a terrifying pressure that almost made him lose his footing. The Lord of Dark Origin Mountain. It actually took action personally. Tianlan's pupils contracted, her shock beyond measure. He took a deep breath and, without any hesitation, drew out a golden magic card, which floated in front of him. Crimson Flame Halberd, shatter. Tianlan shouted, a look of pain flashing across her dark face, and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Having already lost both arms and severely damaged his foundation, he could no longer summon the card artifact. Although he could barely touch the Saint Realm with his physical strength and domain power, he was still far from being a true Saint Realm card master. As the former dean, he naturally knew how powerful the Lord of Dark Origin Mountain was. Even when he was at his peak, he was no match for him. Even if the opponent only extends one arm, it is definitely not something Su Ming can withstand. Dean Tian coughed up a mouthful of blood, which shattered into a blood-red halberd, carrying terrifying power as it hurtled toward the withered hand. Chung! The sound of resonating metal rang out as the halberd clashed with the withered hand. Terrifying energy rippled outwards like waves, causing the arena to collapse. The surrounding crowd was thrown back and landed on the ground, howling in pain. The next moment, with a cracked sound, the withered hand shattered the halberd with overwhelming force and continued to probe towards Su Ming, shattering space wherever it passed. Using the bloodline as a catalyst, you formed a grand array in all directions, consolidating the space. With just a flick of your hand, you could cover the sky. So this was your ultimate goal. The old dean coughed up blood, his gaze sweeping over the corpses of the 4 traitors on the ground, and he suddenly realized what had happened. Originally, with the Mountain Lord's formidable strength, it would have been impossible for him to traverse space and directly descend to the surface of Blue Star. This would have been absolutely rejected by the Heavenly Tao, which might even have personally intervened. However, the Lord of Dark Origin Mountain used the blood seed as a catalyst, along with the life force of the human race, to form a 4-directional array that shielded him from the Heavenly Tao's detection, giving him a brief opportunity to make a move. 10 years of planning, and it's all wasted like this. What a pity. However, being able to kill the prophesied youth and finally obtain his physical body is worth it. At the summit of Dark Origin Mountain, the Mountain Lord's voice rang out. His withered hand reached into the black hole before him, and he continued to mutter, "Young man, die." How is this possible? Its voice rose several decibels, and the withered hand was quickly pulled out, its surface charred black, with a piece of withered skin knocked off its palm. Wisps of smoke rose, and the worms in the tree roots also emitted a fragrant aroma of burning. The Mountain Lord stared blankly at the charred and withered hand, his face full of disbelief, and for a moment he was stunned. Oh! A resounding dragon roar echoed once more, an Ao being transformed into his dragon form, roaming between heaven and earth. Dark clouds formed, and clear rain fell. Splash! The torrential rain poured down, drenching the withered hand and making a hissing sound. The passage formed by the power of the abyss became unstable. Black and white impermanence, soul-reaping and life-taking. Without hesitation, Su Ming inserted the demigod-level black and white impermanence directly into the card slot and the wind and cloud peripheral. 2 figures, one in black and one in white, appeared out of thin air. A sinister melody drifted up, and the soul-hooking rope arrived in an instant, striking the terrifying withered hand directly, causing the space to tremble. They trod on the road to the underworld, with countless white bones rising up, and the surrounding area seemed to transform into a realm of bones, extremely eerie. The figures of black and white impermanence instantly appeared before the withered hand, raising the morning staff high before slamming it down with a thunderous crash. Boom. The next second, the spatial rift maintained by the power of the abyss vanished instantly, and the withered hand was withdrawn, leaving only a palm-sized piece of withered skin that fell onto the arena. At that moment, everyone was stunned and couldn't react at all. Su Ming is an unpredictable force. This is just too incredible. The old dean kept swallowing, so shocked he forgot to breathe, his mouth slightly open, unable to come to his senses for a long time. Chapter 125 Second on the Heavenly Ranking. Chapter 125 Second on the Heavenly Ranking. Damn it. Human Su Ming. We must kill him as soon as possible. We can't let him grow any stronger. At the summit of Dark Origin Mountain, the Mountain Lord's slightly trembling voice rang out, his withered hand trembling slightly, clearly in some pain. This power is like a maggot clinging to my bones. Even I have to expend a lot of effort to slowly get rid of it. That kid really is the nemesis of my strange race, just as the prophecy said. It raised its withered hand, and the damaged part was wrapped by strands of Een energy, which even slowly devoured the bark. Seeing this, the Mountain Lord's mood became even more depressed. Keep in mind that he possesses the strength of a peak Saint Realm expert, and his physical body is extremely powerful. Even ordinary Saint Realm experts would find it difficult to harm him, let alone a King Realm card master. However, the facts are now right in front of us. The boy not only peeled off a small piece of skin from his hand, but the mysterious energy surrounding it even made the boy feel a little uneasy. What kind of race is the Een God Demon card? Their unique Een God power has such a strong restraining effect on my strangeness. If the entire human race were to equip themselves with such demon cards on a large scale, the consequences would be unimaginable. The plan needs to be accelerated. With Su Ming around, there are too many variables, and the situation is changing rapidly. The mountain lord murmured, gently raising his hand. A streak of dark green light pierced the sky, heading towards another direction in the abyss. What? He won? Su Ming actually defeated that mountain lord. Zhou Chengli suddenly stood up, his eyes wide, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Beside him, Gu Tiexiong walked quickly to the window, craned his neck to look outside, and looked on in shock. These two are the leaders of the Night Watchmen of Kyushu. They have great strength and high status. The fact that he had acted so out of line drew surprised glances from the Kyushu team members. At least on the surface, Lu Tiexiong and his companion are the strongest in Kyushu, possessing unparalleled power. The students' expressions were actually quite normal. After all, these two are usually incredibly calm and rarely lose their composure like this. In their hearts, this is the goal they are striving to catch up with. As for the pillars of the human race in the Senate, only those at the Emperor realm or higher can understand this level, so naturally, the others are unaware of it. Who was the Mountain Lord? Was that hand that looked like a withered branch just now the Mountain Lord's? Lu Qi looked up at his chubby face, his eyes filled with doubt, his heart feeling like it was crawling with thousands of ants, unbearably itchy. That's just how he is. He's extremely gossipy and loves collecting all sorts of information, even rumors. Now, as soon as Zhou Chengli uttered those words, he naturally caught the key words, Mountain Lord, and his curiosity was piqued. If this were in the ancient martial arts world, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a know-it-all of the martial arts world. The Mountain Lord? Anyway, he's a very powerful and mysterious being. You'll know the rest once you reach the Emperor realm. Unfortunately, Zhou Qingli did not give a direct response, and after a few casual words, he stopped talking about it. This is a rule jointly established by many bigwigs in the Senate, and they wouldn't dare to violate it even if they had 100 lives. Moreover, whether it's the Lord of Dark Origin Mountain, the Shadow King of Misty Swamp, or the Valley Master of Chaotic Heart Valley, they are all at the peak of the Saint Realm. Without reaching the Saint Realm, they would only be instantly killed when facing the three strange creatures. What difference does it make whether I know or not? Once you reach the Emperor realm, you become a pillar of the human race. You must have a thorough understanding of the abyss, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Oh, I see. Fatty Lu lowered his head, clearly feeling down, like a wilted eggplant, listless and dispirited. Fatty, what's with that expression? Our god Su drove away such a powerful weird. Doesn't he deserve a compliment from you? At this moment, Gu Siruan's voice rang out, but her gaze was fixed on the arena. The other students around him were the same. They looked at Su Ming with great excitement, and the entire lounge was filled with exclamations of surprise. Boom. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the sky, and two golden beams of light descended from the sky, landing accurately on the magic cards of Ao Bing and Frost Dragon. The next second, the two magic cards, drawn by the golden light, soared into the sky, hovering one above the other within the golden light. Third Prince Ao Bing wins. The deafening sound resounded throughout the heavens and earth, striking everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. However, no one was surprised, since the bell that rang when the card was completed earlier already said it all. However, when this scene actually appeared before my eyes, I still felt a shock to my soul. This was entirely due to the pressure from the heavenly Tao. The audience clenched their fists, their eyes fixed on the magic card. They held their breath and waited quietly. The entire venue fell silent, as if afraid that making a sound would disturb the arrival of the heavenly ranking. That's right. The audience was eagerly awaiting the arrival of the heavenly Tao ranking. Being able to witness the heavenly Tao ranking twice a day was an incredible topic of conversation in any era, especially since both of the selected magic cards came from the same person. As for whether the heavenly Tao ranking will appear, to be honest, they didn't even have that idea. The 5 chimes of the bell still made their ears tingle and lingered for a long time. Throughout human history, only Boreas, the god of the north wind, has achieved this feat. The nymph, who followed behind, only made the heavens ring the bell 4 times, and the 4th ring was so faint that it was barely audible unless one listened carefully. Therefore, some people say that Water Fairy is a pseudo-4th tone, and it is actually just a 3-tone sound. 5 sounds. It is still so clear, as grand and solemn as a great bell. It would be impossible for him not to even be on the list of heavenly Tao. Boom. Not long after, a thunderous roar resounded in the sky, and a gash appeared as if pierced by a knife, from which 7-colored light emanated, instantly dyeing the entire world in 7 colors. making everything in sight seem like a dream. Immediately afterwards, the heavenly ranking emerged from it, surrounded by melodious celestial music, which was extremely beautiful. Everyone looked up at the sky, letting the sunlight shine on them, feeling incredibly relaxed and comfortable. Buzz, guided by the seven-colored light, Ao Bing landed directly on the leaderboard, his dazzling light flashing out and causing the entire world to tremble. Ao Bing, from the Dragon Palace of the EC, is ranked second on the heavenly ranking. The sound, as loud as a great bell, resounded throughout the heavens and earth, lingering for a long time, leaving everyone standing there dumbfounded, utterly shocked. End of this volume. Volume 2, The Great Battle of the Abyss, Suppression by the Underworld. Chapter 126 Arena Tournament Reform. Heading to the Abyss. Chapter 126 Arena Tournament Reform. Heading to the Abyss. He single-handedly defeated the Lord of Dark Origin Mountain, and the magic cards he created directly dominated the first and second places on the Heavenly Dao ranking. Su Ming's growth is simply too fast. Back then, I was lurking in the Qingshan district and witnessed him become the top scorer in the college entrance examination with his first magic card, Li Bai, with an absolutely original level of skill. At that time, I knew that I had found the legendary variable. However, I never expected that his growth rate would be so fast, creating without any bottlenecks, and he could use the divine magic cards with ease. Now, in just over 3 months, this kid has grown to such a level, it's truly terrifying. Standing beneath the statue, Tian Lan watched Su Ming murmur to himself, her heart filled with emotion. He could say he watched Su Ming grow up step by step. Only each step was a tiny bit bigger than the last. Su Ming, I lost. Alice looked at the boy in front of her, took a deep breath, and finally mustered up the courage to speak. She grew up in a pampered environment, possessed extraordinary talent, and always believed that her talent was the best in the world, and that no one of her age could surpass her. More than 10 years passed like this. However, today it was completely shattered by this young man from Kyushu. To be honest, she couldn't accept it at first, especially after losing the first magic card battle. She kept telling herself that it was just an accident, and that her opponent was able to win because the black impermanence and white impermanence had successfully fused together. In her mind, this was a complete accident. The other party was just lucky. Looking back now, I realize I was completely blinded. The fact that the other party was able to break the shackles and fuse the 2 character cards was an act of absolute genius. Furthermore, the fused black and white impermanence directly topped the Heavenly Dao ranking. This is reaching the summit. How can it be overshadowed by simply saying you were lucky? However, Alice at that time was unwilling to accept this fact, and naturally ignored the information that was unfavorable to her. Looking back now, it's really laughable. Now, the emergence of the second divine race magic card has completely shattered her beautiful dream. Yes, I won. But winning or losing doesn't matter to me. I just want to create the Hua Jiuzhou Divine Clan magic card, and let everyone know their mighty name. Su Ming smiled and nodded, then continued. Moreover, not only will my fame resound throughout the entire Blue Star, but I will also stand at the pinnacle of the world and make the entire abyss submit to my 9 provinces divine clan's demon card. At this point, the image of the beautiful woman he had met in the cliff cave came to mind, especially her words, "We'll be waiting for you in Wangxinghai." Su Ming narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath, and muttered to himself, "If there is a wider world beyond those myriad stars, then I will continue to move forward, so that the myths and legends of the entire Chinese nation may resound throughout the world. Make yourself stand at the top of the world and become the most powerful being." These were his true thoughts, and he had held on to them ever since he transmigrated. Of course, Su Ming himself was well aware that the original intention of all this was still to make himself stronger. At the same time, it would also spread the fame of the Chinese gods, which would naturally be the best thing. In his view, since he had been transported to this era of magic cards, and there was a cultural break in Kyushu, creating magic cards would allow him to continuously become stronger. Having a whole collection of Chinese treasures in his mind, he naturally wanted to create them one by one, giving the world a little shock. This is a win-win situation, so why not do it? Alice was stunned when she heard this. She originally thought that the other party would laugh at her, or even at the entire West, in order to show off their own talent and demonstrate that Kyushu could also have a powerful divine race. However, she then realized that she was completely wrong. "Thank you, I know what to do now. I don't need to care about what others think. As long as I can make the most of my talent, it's worth it." If I could create powerful magic cards to help humanity suppress more abyssal monsters, then life would be even more perfect. Alice nodded gently, a smile playing on her lips, and let out a long sigh of relief that conveyed an indescribable sense of ease and comfort. She was a prodigy of the West, and had even entered the tomb of the gods, so she naturally knew the secrets of the abyss. She immediately understood after hearing Su Ming's words. Yes, why should humans compete with each other? The abyss and its mysteries are our common enemy. Whether it's Kyushu, the Western Alliance, or the tiny island nation of Japan, the emergence of powerful card creators and card masters is something to be happy about. This is assembling the human race's power. Besides, what if Alice can't beat Su Ming? This does not diminish the fact that he is a once-in-a-century genius. It simply means that his opponents are even more terrifying. The key is whether the magic cards you create can awaken the great gods who are sleeping in the West. That's where you can demonstrate your value. Well, if Su Ming knew what the other person was thinking, he would definitely roll his eyes and be speechless. What is meant by a great deity? They were created primarily to assemble themselves and become stronger. At the same time, it is perfectly justifiable to spread the fame of these deities. If you don't distinguish between primary and secondary matters, you've got things backwards. I hope that one day we can fight side by side in the abyss. Alice stood on the ring, staring blankly at her opponent's retreating figure. Senior, thank you for your help just now. Su Ming walked straight to the old beggar and thanked him solemnly. He could clearly see that the reason he was able to easily block that withered hand was thanks to the help of the old senior in front of him. If the other party hadn't delayed him a little, he probably wouldn't have even had time to summon the black and white impermanents. If you're slow at this step, you'll be slow at every step. Ultimately, it could even cost them their lives. After all, battles between experts can turn in an instant, and he didn't know what the final outcome would be if the other party didn't intervene. However, it was indeed because of the intervention of the senior figure that I was able to deal with the situation easily, without paying any price. Su Ming has always been clear about his gratitude and grudges, so he was naturally grateful. Unexpectedly, the moment he uttered those words, the old beggar opposite him burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Su Ming, you're really amazing. Take a closer look, who am I? As the old beggar spoke, the mud on his body disappeared, his long hair was tied back, and his aged face slowly became younger. Lantian, you're the strategist of Lantian. How is this possible? Qingshan district is just a commoner's area. How could there be a strong person like you there? Su Ming stared at the familiar face for a few seconds, utterly shocked. He knew all too well how powerful that withered hand had been. Even if it only delays for a moment, it requires extremely terrifying strength, which is impossible for a card master below the royal level to withstand. That's a long story, and I'll tell you in detail another time. But I can tell you that my name is actually Tian Lan, and I was the previous president of the Human Race Senate. Tian Lan explained softly, then frowned and said, the upcoming team competitions this year will probably be changed to actual combat matches. The abyss is becoming increasingly unsettling. It's time to reveal this cruel truth to everyone on Earth. Let's take this opportunity to expose it to the public. The Senate and the Magic Card Alliance have agreed that this team competition will be changed from a ring match to a real battle in the abyss. The second volume, Battle of the Abyss, Suppression by the Underworld, begins. This is the first chapter, where the protagonist prepares to officially head to the abyss. Thank you all for your support. Although this book didn't do very well, with so many friends supporting it, I will strive to write something more exciting and passionate. Thank you again. Chapter 127 Abyss Gap. Chapter 127 3 days later in the Abyss Gap, in the Demon City. It is located 10 kilometers southeast of the base city. This place is shrouded in mist year-round, with few inhabitants and even extremely rare strange creatures. At this moment, several figures appeared nearby, and the black mist was automatically driven away wherever they passed, as if they had seen something terrifying. We've arrived. Zhou Chunli's voice rang out from the black mist, deep and calm. Arrive? Isn't this still the fog zone? I haven't seen any changes at all. Just as everyone was wondering, he took out a golden magic card from his pocket and inserted it directly into the royal card. Buzz. Immediately, a faint blue light emanated, and a portal to spacetime appeared before them. The interior was pitch black, with swirling ripples adding to its mystique. Come on, follow me inside. Zhou Chunli said calmly, taking a step forward and directly entering the portal. Seeing this, Su Ming did not hesitate and followed suit, disappearing into the crowd. Splash. In the blink of an eye, Everything was refreshing. Is this the abyss? Why can't I sense the power of the abyss? Su Ming looked up at the green hills and clear waters before him, a look of confusion on his face. Before it, there was no trace of black mist, nor any aura of abyss power. Instead, there were endless green mountains and clear waters, birds singing and flowers blooming, like a fairyland on earth, a place of tranquility and contentment. Such a scene would have been hard to see even in the previous life. The air is filled with the faint scent of flowers, birdsong fills the air, and a clear stream flows past you, so clear that you can even see fish and shrimp swimming and playing at the bottom of the river. A gentle breeze blows, and the water remains calm. What a beautiful view! Is this really an abyss? Gu Saruan's beautiful eyes rippled, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her face, her expression full of longing. The other members of the Kyushu team were almost identical, closing their eyes and quietly enjoying everything, feeling relaxed and comfortable, and some even considering staying there permanently. As for why the abyss was so beautiful, it was simply the image they longed for, and they didn't have time to think about it anymore. They were completely absorbed in it, and even their breathing became deep and steady. No, the abyss can't be this wonderful. If this is the abyss, why would we need to resist it? Su Ming took a deep breath, enjoying the wonderful moment, but suddenly felt a tightness in his heart, as if a warning bell was ringing. As this thought flashed through his mind, the Ein God cards, including the black and white impermanents, all vibrated. Strands of Ein God power flowed directly from his sea of consciousness, instantly spreading throughout his limbs and bones, causing his entire body to shudder involuntarily. This. Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils contracted, the smile on his face vanished instantly, and his breath caught in his throat. Where are the green hills and clear waters, the birdsong and fragrant flowers now? What came into view was scorched earth, and the Qinghe River at my feet had turned into flowing lava. Rolling heat hit me in the face, so intense that it made me feel irritable. Various eerie roars echoed in my ears, and the black soil was littered with pale, withered bones. A chilling wind blew, sending shivers down my spine. Phew! Thank goodness I came to my senses. If I had taken a few more steps, I would have fallen into the lava and been completely obliterated. Su Ming let out a long sigh of relief and said with lingering fear, to realize his mistake so quickly on his first step into the abyss's gap, truly worthy of the title. At this moment, Zhou Chunli's voice rang out, but he suddenly stopped halfway through his sentence. It was only then that he realized Su Ming was already awake, and that saying the word variable seemed inappropriate. After spending some time with him, he realized that the boy in front of him was far more mature than his peers, and that the boy would definitely pick up on the word variable once he uttered it. Zhou Chunli was certain of this. Now is not the time to discuss this matter with him. The timing is not yet right. Why is old Zhou hesitant to speak? Su Ming squinted, his brows furrowing slightly, but quickly relaxed again. He wasn't stupid. Although he had doubts, he didn't ask directly. Since Zhou Chunli was hesitant to speak, he wouldn't let him get any useful information out of him. A moment of silence. Zhou Chunli glanced at the others who were still lost in the illusion, and raised his voice a few decibels, saying, "All right, wake up, all of you." The voice, as if possessing a magical power, instantly awakened the others. What's going on? How did I get here? Where's my paradise? My idyllic haven, with its birdsong and fragrant flowers? It's all gone. Gulp. This isn't the real abyss. Was it just a dream? The other members of the Kyushu team exclaimed in surprise, their expressions gradually shifting from disappointment to shock, and finally a chill ran down their spines. They were all card-wielding geniuses from Kyushu, so they quickly understood what kind of situation they had just been in. Oh my god. Fatty, I almost died just now. I never want to come to this abyss again. Lu Qi sprang up and fell backward onto the black earth. Gazing at the lava river not far away, large beads of sweat rolled down his face, soaking his clothes completely. He trembled, backing away repeatedly, his massive body shaking uncontrollably. Fatty, are you that scared? This team competition is going to be a real battle in the abyss, so don't drag us down. Gu Siren frowned slightly, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. In this world championship, Su Ming from Kyushu has already won the creation card competition and even took the first and second place on the Heavenly Path ranking. In the team competition, we must fight with all our might and not lose to the Western Alliance team. As for Japan, she wasn't worried at all. It was just a small place, and it was always the worst team in the league, especially in team competitions, where they were always getting crushed. Lu Qi coughed a few times before standing up and replying, "Afraid? When have I, Fatty Lu, ever been afraid? I was just caught off guard by what happened just now." After he finished speaking, he even puffed out his chest. "I must say, it's quite big, even bigger than the captain's." "Okay, just remember that sentence." Gu Siren replied softly, clearly not believing the other party's nonsense. The two had known each other for a long time. How could she not know the other's personality? His love of gossip goes without saying. This hobby does indeed allow him to uncover a lot of useful information, which can be considered a minor advantage. However, sometimes he talks too much and disturbs people's peace and quiet. However, he was also extremely timid. He would stay far away from any strange or disgusting creatures he saw and dared not approach them at all. Whenever danger arises, it runs the fastest. If Lu Qi had known earlier that the arena competition would turn into a real battle, he definitely wouldn't have been selected. The game hasn't even started, and one person has already run away. How are we supposed to play like this? Let's go. Once we cross this abyss, we'll reach Demon Suppression City. Everyone, get ready. It's time to witness the true abyss. Zhou Chengli walked ahead, a hint of excitement creeping into his calm voice. The group followed closely behind, crossing lava and towering white bones, and soon saw a huge space-time rift standing before them. The rift was encased in a hard alloy device, with 2 rows of guards standing in a line, solemn and majestic. Chapter 128 is made public within the Demon Suppression City. Chapter 128 is made public. Breaking news in Jinma City. The World Championship Team Arena will be reformed this year and become a real combat type. Fellow citizens of Earth, perhaps many of you do not know where these strange creatures come from. You may think they were born out of thin air, or that they invaded reality from another world. Following a unanimous decision by the Federal Senate and the Magic Card Masters Alliance, it's time for everyone to know this secret. The World Championship Team practice matches will officially begin tomorrow at 8 a.m. You can head over to the live stream for a more detailed understanding of the current state of the abyss. At this very moment, every screen around the world, every place that can play sound, is simultaneously broadcasting the same message. The secrets of the abyss were revealed to the public at this moment. In that instant, the whole world seemed to stop. Everyone listened intently to the reports, their emotions extremely complex, and the news was breathtaking. Only then did the people realize the price that the strong human race had paid for this over the past 1,000 years. The abyss borders Blue Star. The strange beings come from the abyss, and they even want to invade Blue Star and drive out our human race. Holy crap, what's going on? Aren't these weird creatures from another world? Aren't they supposed to appear randomly? Can anyone tell me what's going on? Is it really like what the news reports say? How could this be? Could news reports be false? If it's not like this, what else could it be? For the past 1,000 years, our human race has been fighting against the supernatural, relying on the major passes to defend against the supernatural attacks of the abyss. If we really fall, wouldn't we all be doomed? Yes, what should we do? I thought it wouldn't be a big deal if I couldn't become a card master. As long as I worked hard enough in logistics, things wouldn't be too bad. At least staying in the base city wouldn't be too dangerous. But now, on the streets and alleys, many people came to their senses, but they were completely bewildered, clearly still reeling from the shocking news and unable to process it for a moment. This truly overturned the worldview of ordinary people and low-level card masters. Who could have imagined that a world called Abyss was invading Earth? Furthermore, the human race on Earth is currently at a disadvantage and can only defend. If the defenses fail, then the entire human race will face annihilation. At that moment, many people froze on the spot, their faces pale, their bodies trembling slightly, and the light in their eyes slowly fading. This is one of the reasons why the federal government has been reluctant to disclose this information. They are afraid that ordinary people will not be able to accept it, and that their lives will become hopeless and meaningless, like the living dead. In this way, the impact is not just on a single individual. This would cause the entire human race to lose many card masters and even exceptionally talented card creators. After all, living in an environment where there is no hope and it is extremely depressing, these effects are inevitable. However, as time went by and the policy was implemented for so long, its drawbacks gradually became apparent. With the establishment of major base cities, there is basically no major crisis for those living in these cities. The internal strife among humans has intensified, and even with intervention from various high-level officials, it is still only a temporary solution. After all, this policy is to keep the information about the abyss from the people. The struggle between the lower classes is never-ending. With the rise of various forces, the chances of the truly lower classes to be promoted and leapfrog are becoming increasingly slim. For example, the Qingshan district is the best example. This time, the Federation decided to make it public for a big reason, especially after seeing a young man like Su Ming, who rose from poverty in Qingshan district. It became clear that it was time to make a change. In addition, the Abyss's bizarre and sudden attacks, along with its increasingly fierce offensive, mean that the slightest carelessness could lead to its breaking through the encirclement. By then, it will be too late. While announcing it now might cause panic, it could also fundamentally solve many internal problems within the human race. At the very least, it would awaken the major powers, who are most concerned with their own lives. In times of life and death, they would naturally be more willing to sacrifice than simply exploit and enjoy themselves. Moreover, the variable predicted by Su Ming has already appeared, so the human race naturally has to make some changes. For these reasons, this decision was made. The Abyss is bizarre. They've gone too far. It turns out that we can live such a peaceful and comfortable life because there are people who are carrying the burden for us in places we can't see. Abyss invasion? Bring it on. I'm not afraid. I want to join the army. I want to fight against the supernatural. That's right. Without Earth, without humanity, what good is this worldly prosperity to me? I enjoy so many resources and have become a general-level card master, yet I don't fight against the abyssal monsters. I'm worse than a beast. Haha. I didn't want to join the army at first, but the family elders forced me to. At that time, I didn't understand why they had to force me when I could earn more money and realize my life's value by running a materials company. Now I finally understand, but it's too late. I can't even lift the knife anymore. Damn it. This is some kind of weird nonsense. Kill them. I'll kill them until they piss their asses. Everyone, don't get excited or act rashly. The news clearly states that our human warriors are able to hold the line with the ancient past behind them. There's no need to rush. The most important thing now is to understand the Abyss. Yes, only by understanding the enemy can we defeat them. The World Championship team matches will begin soon, and they will be broadcast live globally. This will be a good opportunity to learn more about what this Abyss is all about. The news of the Abyss world immediately became a topic of discussion all over the world. It could be heard in almost every populated place. This news was being broadcast on various television and radio stations. Of course, it also included promotion for the World Championship team practice match, which was also an opportunity for public outreach. At this moment, in the demon-suppressing city, as Su Ming and the others passed through the spatial rift, they looked up and saw the towering city wall that reached into the clouds. It was entirely constructed of mysterious, pitch-black stones, and an aura of vicissitude, antiquity, and timelessness rushed towards them. Pedestrians on the road hurried by, and occasionally wounded imperial guards were carried by others, their clothes soaked in blood, clearly having just gone through a tough battle. At first glance, the scene was bleak and desolate. Outside the city walls, the sounds of ghosts wailing and wolves howling were incessant, eerie roars from various abysses that sent chills down one's spine. Su Ming and the others stared at all this, stunned. Something seemed to be tearing at their hearts, and a sense of sadness, like a cold current, silently invaded their souls. Amidst this somber scene, Su Ming and the others walked with even heavier steps, and subtle changes slowly took place in their hearts. Chapter 129 Li Wushuang, praised by everyone. Chapter 129 Li Wushuang, praised by everyone. Inside the demon suppression city, houses are stacked one on top of another, and the streets are almost entirely paved with stone slabs. The houses on both sides are exactly the same as the ancient wooden buildings. Only occasionally can you see some small stone buildings, even though these buildings are all covered with blue tiles. The entire demon suppression city is very similar to an ancient town, full of ancient charm. If it weren't for the eerie creatures clamoring outside the city, it would be a rare and beautiful sight. If it were on Earth in my previous life, it would definitely be an excellent filming location for various movie crews. At this moment, in a small inn. Principal Li, what are you doing here? As soon as Su Ming and the others stepped into the house, they saw Li Wushuang sitting on a stool, holding a cup of tea in her hand. Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Wushuang stood up with a smile and said, "Young Su Ming, I have to thank you for this. My Yucca artifact had been destroyed, and I never expected it would be restored. Principal Li, I should be thanking you. Back in Qingshan district, if it weren't for your sword blocking that strange moment, I wouldn't be where I am today. I would probably have been killed by it back then." Su Ming replied with a smile that he had always kept this matter in mind and never dared to forget it. We must be clear about our gratitude and resentment. A drop of kindness deserves a spring of gratitude in return. This has always been his style of doing things. During the time he traveled here, it can be said that Dean Li had helped him a lot from the very beginning. Even in the college entrance examination hall, he was the one who supported me the most. It's important to understand that at that time, the so-called God clan had not yet been created. He was still creating the first God race magic card, Black Impermanence. If such a bizarre magic card had been encountered by an ordinary person, they probably would have intervened and blocked it long ago. After all, a pure dark-type bizarre magic card is just too strange. Creating such magic cards would likely lead to problems, and at that time, the fact that strange magic cards would cause problems was almost a consensus among the entire human race. If Li Wushuang, as the principal, were to cause a major problem during the college entrance examination, he would definitely be held accountable by the Night Watchman and the Magic Card Master Association. Clearly, most people are unwilling to take that risk. However, Li Wushuang continued to stall for time until he finally had no other choice but to use the sealing card. That's right, he did use the sealing card at the end, but the final result was good, and Su Ming was not affected in any way. Su Ming didn't consider himself an unreasonable person. The situation at the time was truly special. After all, he had to be responsible for all the candidates in the examination hall. It was already quite remarkable that he was able to delay until the very end and only take action as a last resort. Su Ming kept this in mind. What's more, after that, he protected himself, which caused his foundation to collapse even more severely. He was forced to unleash the sword that he had been nurturing for 5 years and was still only half finished, completely extinguishing his own hope. Su Ming would never forget this. He had actually planned to use the other party's incomplete Swift Wind sword as a foundation to create a sword-type divine artifact magic card. However, due to limited time and insufficient materials, he had not yet taken action. Haha, you're quite the smooth talker, kid. But that sword strike really saddened me for a long time. After all, it was my last hope. Li Wushuang laughed loudly, then continued. They say you can't build something new without destroying it. In the end, it was thanks to you that I was reborn, and even my foundation was completely repaired. You could say I turned misfortune into blessing. Principal Li, this is called good deeds being rewarded. Without you, Su Shin might have perished. To put it more grandly, you saved the entire 9 provinces. At this moment, Fatty Lu jumped out from the side, his expression extremely exaggerated. Hey, you're really getting better and better at praising people. You praised 2 people with just 1 sentence. You're just like your father. Li Wushuang stroked his beard and shook his head with a smile. Fatty Lu, all smiles, said, I'm just telling the truth. Everyone acknowledges Su Shin's talent, right? Old Li, Lu Qi is right. By saving Su Ming, you've essentially saved the entire 9 provinces, haven't you? You know how important the divine race's magic cards are to the 9 provinces, right? Zhou Qingli spoke up at this moment, his face full of smiles. Seeing the former prodigy regain his foundation and confidence naturally made him extremely happy. Although Li Wushuang didn't achieve much in creating cards, his comprehension and card-controlling talent were exceptional. If his foundation hadn't been severed 5 years ago, he probably would have already reached the Emperor realm, and there was even a possibility that he would have entered the Saint realm. After all, with his ability to comprehend artistic conception, once his cultivation reaches the Emperor realm, he will almost certainly be among the top combatants in his realm. For most Royal Realm card masters, the realm of artistic conception is the obstacle that hinders their progress. However, Li Wushuang had no such worries. His biggest concern was that he didn't have enough soul power to upgrade the card-controlling device. Artistic conception? Isn't this as easy and carefree as drinking water and eating? Without a doubt, that is the truth. Ha ha ha, I admit what Executive Officer Zhou said. Su Ming's talent is indeed terrifying. Looking at thousands of years of history, no one has been able to achieve such a level. It's really too terrifying. Li Wushuang nodded, his words filled with emotion, which was indeed a heartfelt sentiment. Upon hearing this, the people around nodded in agreement. Immediately, everyone's gaze fell on Su Ming, who was sitting opposite Li Wushuang, holding a cup of tea and enjoying it. Originally, he thought these people would chat for a while longer, so he could have some tea and rest. Before he could finish speaking, everyone's attention turned to him. What's the big deal? You guys can chat amongst yourselves. What does it have to do with me? Besides, you've already told me the truth. What else can I say? Glug. Su Ming swallowed the tea in his mouth, felt the burning gaze, curled his tongue to spit out the tea leaves, and then said, "Ahem, if I said that creating God race magic cards is very simple, and that God race magic cards are not difficult either, would I get beaten up? Won't." Upon hearing this, everyone said in unison, while also shaking their heads, "I'm not kidding. In the near future, I will let the whole world know that our Kyushu is not a land without gods, but also has many powerful gods." Su Ming continued speaking, a faint smile on his face. Although he spoke in a joking tone, his eyes were full of determination. His ideal has always been to bring the Chinese gods back to the world and let them display the charm of Chinese culture. He has been working tirelessly towards this goal. Of course, he now has another expectation. That is to suppress this abyss and drive away, suppress, or even annihilate all the strange creatures. As Su Ming gazed out the window and listened to the sounds of battle around him, this idea began to take root and sprout. Chapter 130, I still have a tiny bit of reserve in the martial arts genre. Chapter 130 Wuxia series. I still have a little bit of reserves after a while. The group entered a private room. Alright, let's get down to business. Zhou Qingli closed the door and continued without pausing, looking at everyone. The team competition of the World Championship will begin tomorrow. Although it has been changed from a ring match to a real battle, the other rules remain unchanged. Su Ming is a high school graduate and can only serve as a substitute for the team. According to the rules, you cannot participate in actual combat. Yes, I know. Su Ming nodded. He was already familiar with these rules and was not surprised. He wasn't interested in this team battle at all. His realm had already reached the king realm, and his true strength was enough to even slightly challenge the emperor realm. If he used the characteristics of the demigod card device to awaken the god race demon card, he could easily kill an emperor-level expert within 6 seconds. Clearly, he had absolutely no interest in this level of competition. Besides, isn't creating magic cards a great idea? As a card creator of the god race, he also possesses the cultural heritage of the entire Kyushu and even Earth in his mind. Even if he creates magic cards day and night, he doesn't know how long it will take to create them all. Fighting. This is a matter for card masters. Card creators are rare, but there are many card masters and quite a few powerful card masters. There was no chance for me to even get a turn. Even if we take a step back and assume that I want to go into battle myself and personally kill the monsters, then I would still want to fight them. I'm afraid the entire human race's leadership would disagree, as this has been a long-standing tradition among humans. Talented card creators are extremely rare. Each one is a treasure of the human race. Especially after Zhou Qingli's foundation was destroyed 200 years ago, rendering him unable to create magic cards, people have become even more cautious in this regard. Zhou Qingli smiled and continued, "Good to know. Actually, even if you wanted to participate in the battle, the Senate wouldn't let you, including Alice. By the way, the magic cards used by the team players can only be provided internally. Do you have that many magic cards?" "I do have that many magic cards, but they are almost all God Race magic cards. As you know, once a God Race magic card recognizes a master, it cannot be unbound. I do have one martial arts magic card." Su Ming replied softly, the image of the pile of magic cards he had created flashing through his mind. It was only then that he realized that since his transmigration, it seemed that apart from the martial arts card, hero, Li Bai, all the others were from the God Race series. "Brother Su, I've also created 3 more martial arts-themed magic cards here, but their quality is a bit low. 2 are rare and 1 is epic." Guofanting, who was usually quiet, spoke up, her voice barely audible, clearly lacking confidence. As a card master and card creator, her talent is actually quite good. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to create high-quality magic cards. It is already quite remarkable that she was able to create 3 martial arts series magic cards of rare quality or higher. It's worth noting that among all the non-divine magic card series for humans, the martial arts series is undoubtedly number 1. The title of being the first race after the Protoss is not given lightly. Naturally, martial arts-themed magic cards are more difficult to create than ordinary magic cards, and their power after completion is proportional to that. Think back to the Azure Dragon Sword back then. It was the only non-god race magic card that could slay a god. Despite this, she still lacked any confidence when facing the prodigy Su Ming, and her talent for creating cards was completely crushed. However, this is actually quite normal. In this world, who can rival him? That's only 4, still 1 short. Feng Xiao, the only card master in the team specializing in defense, was tall and sturdy. He frowned and spoke in a deep voice. "Yes, we are indeed missing a magic card, and we can't use a magic card created by someone outside the team. The competition starts tomorrow. What should we do? Gu Siruan's brows furrowed, and she felt slightly flustered. She really wanted to win this match and wanted to bring a grand slam to Kyushu this year. If you miss this opportunity, no one knows how long you'll have to wait for the next one. After all, powerful card masters are often encountered, but monstrous card creators are truly rare and hard to come by. The 9 provinces waited a full 1,000 years before finally finding Su Ming. Upon hearing this, the rest of the team members couldn't help but frown. Only Lu Yi, standing on the outermost edge, maintained his aloof expression, showing no signs of change. Even if we manage to gather 5 magic cards, we still have no chance of winning. Even if they are martial arts themed, low quality won't work. Besides, Xiaoting's 3 magic cards are only at the general level, making it very difficult for her to win. Lu Yi spoke slowly and calmly, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if he were recounting an ordinary past event. Sigh, Fatty Lu sighed, shaking his head. Yeah, Alice has been a prodigy since childhood, creating many non-divine magic cards. Her elf series is second only to the martial arts series. Most of her cards are epic level or higher. Sigh. He stopped there, a hint of worry in his eyes. As someone who knows everything about information, Lu Qi was naturally aware of these messages and knew that it would be difficult to achieve final victory with these magic cards alone. The players from both the Kyushu and Western teams are top performers from their respective great nations, and their strength is naturally comparable. It's impossible for them to create a gap in their individual skill levels. At this point, the importance of the strength of the magic cards becomes particularly evident. Is there really no other way? Gu Siruan gritted her teeth, a hint of resentment showing in her eyes. She didn't want to lose the match like this, but that's the rule of the team competition. Even if she had other powerful magic cards, she still couldn't use them. You don't need to feel too much pressure. The ultimate goal of the team competition is not winning or losing. As long as you can hone your skills and successfully hunt down more abyss monsters, then it is worthwhile. Zhou Chunli stood aside and comforted him, saying that he would naturally not feel pressured at this time. In the eyes of these high-ranking humans, the outcome of team battles is not that important, especially now that the abyss is in turmoil and the tides are constant. The training is even more meaningful. Of course, it would be ideal to hone the skills of the younger generation while ultimately achieving victory. But this was, after all, a competition that the students had been looking forward to for a long time. A live competition representing Kyushu and facing all of humanity. They were passionate young people in their early 20s, their competitive spirit at its peak. How could I not hope for victory? How can one refuse something so easy? But that's the current situation. Without more powerful magic cards, achieving victory is extremely difficult. How difficult is it to create original magic cards? Creating each image requires a great deal of preparation and accumulation. It's not something you can just create whenever you want. They knew very well that although Su Ming had extraordinary talent, he had just created 2 powerful divine magic cards, and without time to prepare, it was highly unlikely that he could create any more powerful magic cards. However, just when everyone was feeling disheartened, Su Ming's voice rang out again, sounding to them like the most beautiful sound in the world. I still have a little bit of martial arts cards in reserve. As long as the materials are sufficient and of good quality, getting 4 or 5 legendary martial arts cards shouldn't be a problem. However, I'll need to prepare the materials myself. Chapter 131 Custom Magic Cards. Chapter 131 Customized Magic Card. In the small private room, 8 people sat around, but it was unusually quiet, all their eyes fixed on Su Ming. Even the bored Li Wushuang raised her head, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. This world championship didn't really have much to do with him. It was only because he had just recovered his strength and the Senate didn't agree to let him go directly to the battlefield that they assigned him this task of protecting the Kyushu team. To put it simply, they are bodyguards. However, bodyguards are bodyguards after all. At least these geniuses of the 9 provinces are the future hope of the entire human race, and this can be considered as making some contribution to the human race. Su Ming, exactly how much is 1 point when you say that? Gu Siruan tilted her head slightly, looking at the other person with a hint of expectation in her eyes. If one could obtain a magic card created by Su Ming, what a wonderful thing that would be. Putting aside quality and grade for now, just the fact that it was created by God Su is enough to drive people crazy. Upon hearing this, Su Ming waved his hand and laughed. Not just a little, but a billion. Huh? I only mentioned 1 point. Is there something wrong with that? Gu Siruan was a little confused, racking her brains, but still not understanding which word she had said wrong. Alright, anyway, there's no problem with the magic cards needed for this match. Su Ming looked at the crowd staring at each other and couldn't help but chuckle. What's the point of one person being so stubborn? If this were in his previous life, many young people would have been able to figure it out immediately. Then can we make a request? Gu Saruan was stunned for a moment, and then asked cautiously after she came to her senses. Fatty Lu paused suddenly, then laughed. Hey Captain, you're really pushing your luck. Getting a magic card personally created by God Su is already a rare privilege, and you still want to make demands. Well, I was just thinking about this competition. If we can get the right magic cards, wouldn't our chances of winning be much greater? Gu Siru smiled sheepishly, then continued to explain. Su Ming, I didn't mean anything by it. Just tell me what materials you need for the magic card you create, and I'll try my best to find them as soon as possible. Captain Gu, what are you saying? How can you bear the burden of materials all by yourself? Do you really think the young master of my Tianding Chamber of Commerce is just a freebie? There is a branch of my Tianding Chamber of Commerce in this demon suppression city. Fatty Lu stood up, his meaning clear. He would take care of the materials and could gather them quickly. He wasn't lying. As the largest chamber of commerce in Kyushu, the Tianding Chamber of Commerce naturally had the capability and resources to handle such matters. Unless something was too unusual, there shouldn't be any major problems. The two students argued about the materials, while the other students remained silent. They simply didn't have the right to do so. Su Ming ate his food without stopping them. In this ancient-looking pass, this was one of the few sources of amusement. After a while, the two finally calmed down. Su Ming gently put down his chopsticks, then smiled and said, I'm letting you know in advance that I will definitely tailor a magic card for you. As long as the materials are up to standard, it will be a success. But these are not free. I need materials in exchange. Okay, no problem. Su Shun, can I pay more so you can create another magic card for me? Fatty Lu shouted loudly, looking at Su Ming with excitement, his eyes gleaming and drool practically dripping from his mouth. As soon as he said that, he naturally attracted envious glances from his classmates, who exclaimed, It's so good to be rich. Su Ming squinted, smiled and shook his head, saying, It's possible then, but the price won't be the same in the future. The martial arts magic cards I create are incomparable to ordinary martial arts magic cards. At this moment, no one understood what he meant. They just thought it was normal for a prodigy like Su Ming to be a little confident. At such a young age, having already secured the top 2 positions on the heavenly ranking, one would naturally feel that the magic cards created are the most special and powerful. Even if they are martial arts magic cards, they are the strongest. However, only Su Ming himself knew the meaning behind his words. Martial arts magic cards? In this world, apart from the Azure Dragon Sword, which is considered the strongest martial arts magic card and has touched the threshold of high-level martial arts, the rest are basically in the low-level martial arts stage. Beyond martial arts, there's also fantasy, which are treasures from the previous life. If mythology and low-level martial arts can create magic cards, then why can't high-level martial arts and fantasy martial arts do the same? Flying on a sword, blotting out the sky with a single hand, and attaining immortality. This was a romance unique to the ancient Chinese. With Su Ming's promise, everyone quickly finished their meal and then went their separate ways, trying to gather enough materials before the competition started tomorrow. As long as the strange phenomenon is not eliminated, the human race will not have peace. People hurry by, all filled with sorrow. Su Ming sat by the window of his bedroom in the inn, looking at the card masters on the street below, and a touch of sadness rose in his heart. Ever since entering the demon suppression city, his mood had been rather low. A faint smell of blood permeated the air, and a sense of oppression spread everywhere, making people feel extremely heavy-hearted. Su Ming admitted that he is a sentimental person, and seeing such scenes so often really affects his emotions. The suppression is bizarre. Although this seed had taken root in his heart, it was not easy to achieve. The human race had been dealing with the abyss for thousands of years, and could only rely on the ancient past to defend their homeland. How could they talk about a counterattack? The balance we have achieved today is the result of 1,000 years of effort. However, now that he has transmigrated here, he will naturally not stand idly by. Moreover, suppressing the entire abyss and restoring peace to the Blue Star is a very cool thing to do. The abyss and the underworld are similar in nature, but the abyss is much less advanced. Perhaps if I continue to create magic cards related to the underworld, it will have a miraculous effect. Using the magic cards from my previous life to suppress the entire abyss doesn't seem impossible. Su Ming slowly opened his narrowed eyes, Two glints of light flashed across them, and a smile appeared on his lips. There are also cultivators from the previous life of China, or true immortals, who are also very powerful. The same goes for those demons and spirits, and there are even countless ones more powerful than the black and white impermanents. This time, I'll customize some high-level magic cards for them to prove my conjecture. Su Ming sat by the window, tilted his head back, and took another sip of tea, then gently picked up a few pieces of paper on the table and began to study them carefully. This was all compiled by Fatty Lu, which he had asked to organize information about the team members and their areas of expertise. Since we agreed on a customized solution, we naturally need to put in more effort. Chapter 132 The Mark of Heavenly Tao takes root and sprouts. Chapter 132 The imprint of Heavenly Tao takes root and sprouts in the abyss world. There is no distinction between day and night. Only a blood moon hangs high in the sky, covering the entire land with a thin layer of blood-red gauze, adding a touch of eeriness to the already gloomy atmosphere. Su Ming sat by the window, put down the piece of paper in his hand, and let out a long sigh. It's almost done. It's time to take a look at the third prince's attributes. He rubbed his temples, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Buzz. Immediately, a golden magic card appeared out of thin air, hovering in front of him, emanating a faint golden light that looked extremely beautiful. A.O. Bing, the third prince of the East Sea. Type, character card. Quality, legendary, gold. Rank, king level, 9 stars. Attributes, water, wind. Race, dragon. Deities, god of rain, lord of the canopy, not yet unlocked. Skills, 1. Cloud and rain. A.O. Bing controls clouds and rain, which can change the weather to damage enemies and improve the status of friendly forces. 2. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals. A.O. Bing, as the third prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace, can summon shrimp soldiers and crab generals to fight for him. 3. Transform into a divine dragon. A skill exclusive to the Dragon Clan, granting the user the ability to transform into a dragon, becoming indestructible and possessing powerful defense and attack capabilities, with a significant increase in attributes. 9-star king level. Su Ming's eyes lit up, and his voice rose a few decibels. He did have quite a few divine magic cards, but he had already reached the 4th level of the king realm, and using lower-level magic cards would not allow him to fully unleash his strongest power. With black and white impermanents and A.O. Bing at our disposal, this problem can be considered to have been initially solved. I need to gather more materials to upgrade all the magic cards I have. Su Ming squinted and murmured softly that the bull-headed and horse-faced creatures he had created before were indeed of a lower level, only downgraded. Fortunately, leveling up isn't too difficult. As long as you have enough materials and soul stones, you can upgrade it. It's nothing special. It seems we'll need more soul stones to create magic cards for Fatty and the others this time. We can use that to reforge them, and then we'll have all the black and white impermanents, oxhead and horseface characters. Upon mentioning black and white impermanents, Su Ming slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "That's right, the Heavenly Tao Mark." Since obtaining the Heavenly Tao Mark, he has never had time to be alone, so he has not been able to study it. Now that he finally has some time to himself, he naturally has to make the most of it. You must understand that this Heavenly Tao Mark is a blessing bestowed by the Heavenly Tao, so it is naturally not an ordinary mark. Su Ming took a deep breath and took out the black and white impermanence magic card. The golden card was surrounded by mysterious black runes, which made the card look more textured and mysterious. He glanced at the card again, then reached out and flipped it over. A 7-colored mark, shaped like a seed, was imprinted on the center of the back. What exactly is the purpose of this Heavenly Tao Mark? I don't seem to feel that the black and white impermanence magic card has become stronger. Su Ming frowned, looking the magic card up and down, feeling utterly confused. He still remembered that after the National League, Zhou Qingli had said that this heavenly mark was extraordinary. However, when asked why it was so remarkable, the other party was vague and said that only the person who received the mark knew exactly what it was all about. However, all the journalists who received the Indian press achieved great success, and one of them, who went to Wangxinghai, never returned. Could it be that this Heavenly Tao Mark is connected to the Myriad Star Sea? But there are also people who go to the Myriad Star Sea without obtaining the Heavenly Tao Mark. Forget it, there's no point in thinking about it now. Since we can't see through it, there's no need to waste too much time on it. Su Ming sighed softly and shook his head as he looked at the colorful mark. Buzz. Just as he was about to put the magic card away, the colorful mark suddenly burst out with dazzling light. and then it actually detached from the back of the magic card and flew out, turning into a stream of light that went straight into his forehead. This is... Su Ming's breath hitched, and he felt as if thunder was exploding in his mind. His consciousness was uncontrollably dragged into his sea of consciousness, and he temporarily lost control of his body. Boom. In his sea of consciousness, the colorful imprint crashed down like a meteorite, creating a raging storm that caused a splitting pain in his head and made his body convulse. Su Ming couldn't help but want to roar loudly, but he found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't control his body, and he couldn't even shout. He could only endure it with his willpower. Within the sea of consciousness, the vast ocean of soul power surged with enormous waves and a fierce wind arose, and a huge vortex formed at the very center of the sea of soul power. Buzz. After a while, a seven-colored seed the size of an egg slowly drifted out from the center of the vortex, and the vortex gradually calmed down, restoring the tranquility of the soul sea. My soul power seems to have become more stable and substantial. Su Ming was startled. Looking at the heavenly Tao mark drifting in the wind, his mood became slightly excited. As expected of a mark bestowed by heaven, it is indeed extraordinary. Could his role be to solidify the foundation of a card master and make their sea of consciousness more stable? This seems to make sense, as the heavenly mark only blesses the card creator, but the card creator's improvement speed is much faster than that of the card master. Especially the prodigy-level card creators, they can continuously create absolutely original divine magic cards, receiving blessings from the heavens, and their own strength improves too quickly. If one's cultivation level rises too quickly, their foundation will become unstable. This can be considered a happy kind of trouble. When you're at a lower level, the effects aren't obvious, but the higher you go, the more unstable your foundation becomes. It becomes increasingly difficult to improve further, and you have to spend a lot of energy rebuilding your foundation. Splash. Just as Su Ming was pondering, the colorful seed arrived at the shore of consciousness and then fell directly into the mud and sand on the beach. Faint seven-colored light kept emanating from the mud and sand, and everything around was covered with a layer of color. If a seed is planted in the mud, will it take root and sprout? Su Ming was confused, his attention completely drawn to the scene, and he didn't even realize that he had regained control of his body. Sure enough, what I said came true. In just a few breaths, a colorful sprout emerged from the mud at a speed visible to the naked eye, as agile as a loach. Thud. At that moment, a bell rang in my mind, its sound lingering for a long time. Swish, swish, swish. Immediately following, 3 whooshing sounds rang out, and the 3 magic cards Li Bai, Oxhead, and Horseface fell from midair in the sea of consciousness and landed directly beside the tender sprout. The 3 magic cards surrounding the sprout trembled incessantly, clearly indicating their immense excitement. Su Ming was completely baffled and had no idea what was going on. It's just a tender seedling, isn't it? Why are you getting so excited about just one magic card? However, the sprout didn't keep it puzzled for long. 3 branches slowly grew from its main stem, each touching one of the 3 magic cards. What happened next made Su Ming's eyes widen and his heart tremble. Chapter 133 The Wonderful Use of Young Seedlings, A Shift in Mindset. Chapter 133 The Wonderful Use of Young Seedlings, A Change of Mindset. The 7-colored seedlings trembled slightly, and pure soul power flowed continuously into the 3 magic cards through the branches. These tender seedlings can actually infuse their soul power into the already formed magic cards, thereby directly raising their cultivation level. This is just too domineering. Su Ming stared in disbelief and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. All of this was clearly beyond the limits of his understanding, happening in a completely unimaginable way. He had read extensively at the Imperial Capital Museum, but he had never heard of a second way to improve the level of a magic card besides fusing soul stones and materials. Once a card is created, its design is fixed. In particular, even if you consume soul stones and materials, you can no longer improve its level or quality. This is almost a consensus among card creators. Since this seedling can unconditionally improve the level of a character card, could it also have an effect on item cards? Su Ming narrowed his eyes, but his gaze fell on the strange infant, divine speed talisman. This is an item card he created after being cursed. At that time, he was affected by the curse and corrupted by the abyss curse. He added the prefix, ghost infant, to turn it into a strange cursed magic card. Each time it is used, it will have an effect on people's minds. Su Ming only used it once when killing the ghost bone mantis. Since then, This magic card has been lying in his sea of consciousness and has not been used again. Now that I have no other consumable cards around, I can only use this one for experiments. The Swiftness Talisman approached the 7-colored seedling without causing any unusual phenomena. In fact, it even slightly flinched when the magic card came near, clearly showing no interest in it. As expected, it can't be upgraded. That's normal. If even consumable cards could be upgraded through this seedling, that would be too abnormal. Su Ming remained calm. All of this was within his expectations. After all, item cards cannot be upgraded later. Even if this seedling is extremely powerful and can upgrade magic cards without any materials or soul stones, all of this is still within a reasonable range. It's just that the upgrade method has become simpler. Ultimately, upgrading a magic card is about continuously solidifying soul power within the magic card. The traditional method involves fusing soul stones and materials with a magic card to replenish and solidify the soul power. Now, these seedlings can solidify directly without the need for any other materials. This is puzzling, but it doesn't change the rules of heaven, so it's understandable. This is the heavenly Tao mark. I was originally planning to gather enough materials to upgrade them all, but I didn't expect that one heavenly Tao mark would solve the problem perfectly for me. Now I can focus all my attention on the new magic card materials. Within his sea of consciousness, Su Ming had a godlike perspective, able to perceive the entire situation with a mere thought. At this moment, the soul power in the sea of consciousness is slowly decreasing, the water level is gradually dropping, and more sand is being exposed. So it turns out that the seedling's upgrade of the magic card consumes the soul power in my own sea of consciousness. But that's normal. Without the supply of soul power, it has no way to solidify itself in these magic cards. Moreover, its conversion rate is extremely high, and it is even difficult to detect any loss. It is no exaggeration to call it a 100% conversion rate. I have now reached the 4th level of the king rank, and with my demigod quality talent, my soul power is not far from that of a royal level card master. Upgrading 3 magic cards is enough for me. And this cyan calligraphy brush, the aura it exudes is so unique, even surpassing that of legendary materials. I don't think I can fully control it with my current strength. I'll wait until my cultivation level improves further, and I'm more confident before using it to create magic cards. Su Ming then focused his divine sense on a calligraphy brush emitting a blue halo in the corner, and couldn't help but wonder where it came from and what level it was. Also, who was that beautiful woman who came stepping on the starry sky that day? He squinted, pondered for a moment, then shook his head, no longer thinking about it, and turned his attention back to the changes in the bud and magic card. The next day, early morning. The power of soul summoning has finally returned to its peak. Su Ming opened his eyes, let out a long sigh of relief, and found that the soul stones he was holding in his hands had lost all their luster and had become 2 useless stones. Over the course of the night, all 3 magic cards were upgraded from general level to king level. Although the highest ranking card, Li Bai, only advanced to the king level 5-star realm, it was still just enough. At least, it would be just enough for Lu Yi. Su Ming stood up and headed towards the city wall. They had already agreed to meet there yesterday. The team's mission was to guard the city gate and hunt down the strange creatures, so naturally they had to come here first. Half an hour later, Su Ming and his companions stood atop the city wall, none of them uttering a word. They simply gazed silently towards the direction outside the city. A vast swarm of eerie creatures surged forth from the distant dense forest, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The chaotic footsteps thundered deafeningly. Human card masters also wielded magic cards, fighting valiantly to protect the city gates and walls. Once someone is injured, another imperial card master will step in, and this cycle continues endlessly. On the city walls, the warriors were not idle either. One by one, the card masters inserted magic cards into the card control devices and controlled the character cards to fight. There were also archers who kept drawing their bows and shooting arrows, and they did not give an inch even though their hands were numb. Su Ming and the others were all students, and had never seen such a scene before. They were naturally completely shocked by what they saw. This is the daily experience of border guards. They start fighting at dawn and continue until they are too tired to get up. Only then are they forced to rest. After a full rest, they return to the battlefield to replace their comrades who are fighting bloody battles and start the next round of fighting. These days are truly too bitter. Even if this situation arose because the strange tidal surge greatly increased the difficulty of defense. Even when there are no tidal sieges, they still have to prepare for battle day and night, improve their strength, and be constantly on guard against strange sieges. Their nerves are almost always on edge, which is still extremely uncomfortable. Such a life was unimaginable for Gu Siruan and her students, who believed that even with their own capacity to endure it, they would probably find it difficult to bear for long. Su Ming squinted, his heart filled with utter shock. Even though he had learned a lot about the abyss from various sources before coming here, he was still deeply shocked by what he saw today. The reason these students and ordinary people can live peacefully in the Bay City is because there is a group of fearless card masters and warriors protecting them. At this moment, everyone's mood became heavy. Even Su Ming, a transmigrator, was no exception. His heart was even aching slightly. He felt a heavy weight in his heart with every breath and dared not exhale deeply. 3 months after transmigrating, although Su Ming had received the original owner's memories and had some feelings for the world and the people around him, he was extremely weak. For him, it was more of a carefree attitude towards life, or even a superior perspective, like a three-dimensional human looking down on a two-dimensional world. In addition, his possession of the entire world's cultural treasures further solidified this idea. Although he never mentioned it, he always had this thought in his heart. Su Ming's initial thought upon transmigrating was to spread the power of the Chinese gods throughout the world, making the entire world tremble because of them. It turns out that I have never considered myself a person of this world. Whether it is Li Wushuang, Zhou Chengli, or these team friends, or even the abyss monster and those human traitors, I have always regarded them as NPCs. Su Ming murmured softly, his eyes slightly reddening. As he watched these warriors fighting so fiercely, even at the cost of their own lives, to protect the lights of thousands of homes behind them, tears silently streamed down his face. They are not NPCs, but real people with flesh and blood. For the future of humanity, they are willing to risk their lives to keep the abyss and its strangeness outside the demon suppression city. Who are they protecting? Aren't they just people like me? I came here just like everyone else. I want to do my part for the safety of Kyushu and Blue Star. The abyss is eerie, damn it. The charm of Chinese culture should suppress this abyss and restore a bright and clear world for our human race. At this moment, Su Ming's state of mind truly changed completely, and he began to regard himself as a member of the human race in this world. Chapter 134 The competition begins. Continue creating cards. Chapter 134 The match begins. Let's continue creating cards. Uft. Just then, a card master next to everyone trembled, spat out a mouthful of blood, and collapsed to the ground, unable to support himself. Immediately, a calm voice rang out, as if it were nothing new to them. Position number 28. Your magic card has been destroyed. People behind, move up quickly. As the order was given, a gaunt-faced man strode forward, a purple magic card clicked into the card-controlling device, and a longbow appeared in his hand. He placed his hand on the bowstring, and a dark green energy arrow instantly formed, shooting towards the eerie tide. With the magic card destroyed and his mind damaged, he'll need at least a month to recover. Su Ming looked at the injured man being carried to the back and sighed softly. This is common sense. Card masters fight by controlling magic cards. During this process, their mental energy is always connected to the magic cards. In addition, the magic cards are bound to the mind. Therefore, the destruction of the magic cards will cause great damage to the mental energy of the card master. Su, what you're describing is an ideal scenario. With these strange tides constantly rising, we don't have much time to rest. At most, we'll be back on the battlefield in half a month. If the tides come even stronger, it might reduce that time to a week. The one who spoke was the newly arrived man with a bow and arrow. He kept drawing the bow and shooting arrows with both hands, and spoke with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Gu Siruan frowned and said, "But if the recovery is not sufficient, using the magic card at a high intensity again will cause indelible damage to the sea of consciousness." Captain Gu, I think the soldiers all know the implications, but this strange tide is just too dangerous. Su Ming gave a soft reminder, but his gaze was fixed on the battlefield. Gu Siruan wasn't stupid. Upon hearing this, she immediately realized that what she had just said was indeed problematic. Who could possibly know such basic common sense? Any high school student should know that. These border guards are all Imperial guards. How could they not know? Do they not want to rest, not want to recover, not want to perfect their foundation? But the conditions don't allow it. This has a bit of a why not eat meat porridge feel to it. Glug. Gu Siren swallowed hard, feeling a little flustered. She quickly apologized. Uncle, I'm so sorry. I just wanted to express my concern. I didn't mean to say anything, right? Haha, what are you doing, girl? No need to apologize to me. It's normal that you haven't graduated from university and don't know about the situation at the border. The soldier replied with a smile, then threw himself back into the battle, his expression turning serious at that moment. Seeing this scene and looking at the overall somber atmosphere, Su Ming and the others felt a little heavy-hearted. Buzzing. Several drones circled overhead, broadcasting the scene live through their cameras, using the World Championship team competition as a pretext to expose Abyss's predicament to the public. Is this the Abyss? Why are there so many strange creatures here? This is the Demon Suppression City, an ancient pass guarding the space passage of the demon capital. If this place is breached, then a continuous stream of powerful and bizarre creatures will invade Blue Star through the space passage. Huh? Bro, how did you know? What kind of inside information is this? No, don't you guys read the official message pinned to the top of the live stream? It lists all the basic information there. Spend an hour studying it, and you'll get the gist of it. Oh, I see. I'll take a look at the basic knowledge points first, and then watch the live stream. Damn it, is our Blue Star some kind of hot commodity? Why do these damned abyssal monsters have to invade? Wouldn't it be better if they just stayed in the abyssal world? They're so hateful. Sigh. I thought that humanity was thriving, and after establishing more and more base cities, they would start a counterattack and one day completely regain control of the land. But it turns out that these strange creatures of Blue Star are just small fry. There are many more real monsters out there. This is only the Demon Suppression Pass. Our Kyushu has a total of 4 passes, and the Western Alliance has 3 more. If even one pass is lost, it will be very dangerous. The loss of one pass is dangerous? Does that mean all those other countries that have been mysteriously destroyed didn't have a spatial passage? I only found the information from official documents. You've come up with a question for me. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. What's the use of us worrying so much? That being said, Earth is our common home, and I don't want to end up being swallowed by the monster. Let's strive to improve our skills. The border guards are working so hard. The more of us grow stronger, the more hope we have. Hee, the threshold for becoming a card master is there. No matter how hard we ordinary people try, what can we achieve? If you don't become a card master, you'll remain immortal forever. That's what our high school teacher said. In the mortal world, yes, we can't even withstand the mist, let alone resist the strange. In the Kyushu live stream, countless people sighed, lamented, and complained about themselves, while others were determined to improve themselves. Everyone's heart was touched by the scene before them, but their different circumstances and personalities led to different reactions. Without a doubt, most of them clenched their fists and silently prayed as they watched these soldiers fighting bloody battles. After all, everyone has a heart, and how could one not be moved when watching warriors fight for all of humanity and resist the supernatural? At this moment, on the city wall of Jinma City, Liu Yi, this is an epic magic card called Hero, Li Bai, who excels in poetry and swordsmanship. I will lend it to you for now. As for the magic cards that everyone needs, I will start creating them immediately. Su Ming extended his right hand, and an orange magic card floated in his palm. After handing the magic card to Liu Yi, he continued, Captain Gu, you guys use Guofengting's magic card to fight first. The competition has already started, so it's good if we can hunt some down. Okay, we will definitely do our best. Gu Siruan nodded, her eyes filled with determination. She came from a military family and had always been well educated. Now, seeing the grim scene before her, her conviction grew even stronger. Even if it weren't for this victory, she would still personally slay these damned monsters. Even if it could only relieve some of the pressure on these warriors who were fighting bloody battles, it would be worth it. Su Ming, it's all up to you this time. My magic cards are indeed too weak. Guofengting lowered her head and spoke somewhat shyly. As a senior student and part-time card creator, she now needs the help of this junior student, which is quite shameful. Who could possibly rival Su Ming, given that she had encountered him? On the Western Alliance side, the situation in Kyushu was similar. Although Alice could not compare with Su Ming, she was still in a class of her own in the West, and the members of the Western teams were all using the magic card she created. Su Ming, I don't need anything else, but the magic card you give me must have the ability to save my life. Lu Qi's voice rang out at this moment. He looked at Su Ming with a sincere expression. You fatso, you've already reached the 2nd star of the King Realm. Why are you still so afraid of dying? Feng Xiu rolled his eyes at the fat man, patted his armor, and started joking. I call this being cautious, what do you know? As long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood, the fat man retorted, then turned his head towards Su Ming. Fatty, you stay with Su for now. The others, and I will go hunt down the monsters. You can step in to fill in whenever needed." Gu Siruan's clear voice rang out. She glanced at everyone, and then jumped off the city wall. At the same time, she inserted a magic card into the slot, and a black spear appeared in her hand. The remaining 3 also inserted their magic cards into their slots, ready for battle at any moment. Upon seeing this, Su Ming immediately sat down cross-legged, his divine sense sweeping over the materials scattered on the ground. Pale blue soul power continuously surged forth, and a calligraphy brush gradually condensed. Chapter 135 The Power of Li Bai, Master Zhang of Wudong. Chapter 135 The Power of Li Bai, Master Zhang of Wudong. The yellow river's waters come from the sky, rushing to the sea never to return. A majestic voice rang out, and Li Bai took a step forward, each step creating a lotus flower, as he strolled through the air. As he finished reciting the poem, a powerful sword intent burst forth from his body. The sword intent, solidified as a substance, transformed into a dazzling galaxy, tearing through the blood-red sky like a reversed Milky Way, cascading down with unparalleled dominance. At that moment, everyone stared in disbelief, unable to react for a moment. Rumble. The sword light fell, accompanied by a deafening roar, directly severing the continuous, eerie tide in half and temporarily clearing a blank area. However, this tide was so enormous that the small gaps were quickly filled, and the eerie tides continued to surge in. This is only an epic-level martial arts card? This power is so strong. It feels even stronger than my legendary-level martial arts card. Liu Yi controlled the card-controlling device, looking at the white-robed swordsman standing on a blue lotus, and murmured in disbelief. As a genius card master, his own magic cards are naturally not weak either. His lightest equipment card, Snowflake Sword, is also a legendary martial arts card that can gather wind and snow with a single strike. However, compared to the chivalrous Li Bai, it still falls short by quite a bit. It's understandable that the card types are different, but the Protoss series is destined to be stronger than the regular series. However, the fact that both magic cards belong to the martial arts series makes this somewhat intriguing. Why is this the case? Even if Li Bai is a character card and my Snowdrift Sword is an equipment card, there shouldn't be such a big difference. Perhaps it has something to do with its creator. Su Ming's talent in card creation is truly too strong. Calling him God Su is no exaggeration at all. Liu Yi muttered to himself, his gaze falling on the boy sitting cross-legged on the city wall, a hint of admiration appearing on his usually calm face. I'm getting more and more excited about what kind of magic card Su Shan will tailor-make for me. A longsword would be best. He silently repeated this to himself, and his breathing became heavier. However, he quickly suppressed this eagerness and focused all his energy on controlling the magic card, constantly moving among the strange creatures. Li Bai moved with light steps, possessing the ability to briefly hover in the air with his King Realm strength, making 7 in and 7 out of the battle with ease, which also reduced a lot of pressure on the city guards. White-clad swordsman, we meet again. Su boy, you are truly a genius. The magic card you created when you were just an ordinary person possessed such power. It was truly terrifying. If you had better materials and more soul power back then, this white-clad swordsman would probably be even stronger, at least a legendary quality. Li Wushuang sat on the city wall, his legs dangling in the air, gently stroking the broken sword in his hand, and sighed with emotion. Unfortunately, he was wrong. If Su Ming had possessed sufficient materials and soul power back then, the hero, Li Bai magic card would never have been created. Wouldn't it have been better to directly create a God Race magic card? The battle with Gale's sword has completely changed you. Perhaps, as Su Boy said, changing your appearance is a good choice. But after changing your appearance, will you still be Gale's sword yourself? Li Wushuang continued to stroke him, looking at Su Ming, lost in thought, her resolute heart wavering. Swish, swish. Su Ming sat cross-legged on the city wall, using his mind to control the soul brush to continuously draw, and an old man wearing a Taoist robe and holding a whisk was gradually taking shape. Master Zhang of Wudong, I hope you can give me some surprises. Su Ming squinted and murmured softly. The magic card he created this time is based on Zhang Sanfeng, the founder of Wudong and a legendary figure in the martial arts world. Throughout the entire low-level martial arts world, Master Zhang was a figure standing at the pinnacle. According to historical records, he lived to the age of 217. There are even rumors that he not only possesses extraordinary martial arts skills, but also has immortal abilities such as conjuring palm lightning. If the rumors are true, then he may not have lived that many years. In fact, he may have broken through the void and departed, just as the rumors suggest. Su Ming wanted to verify the existence of high-level martial arts and immortal martial arts. Master Zhang was obviously a good choice. Among low-level martial arts, he was the closest to high-level martial arts. He might even have entered the Tao through martial arts and further stepped into the ranks of immortal martial arts. After Zhang Jinren successfully created it, he was able to awaken its true spirit from the river of time and space, and take this opportunity to ask some questions. Furthermore, after the card is created, one can learn about some information about martial arts and immortality cultivation through the magic card. Just like when the black and white impermanence and oxhead and horseface magic cards were created, one could obtain a lot of useful information from their souls or from the magic card panel. As for whether this card creation will be successful, Su Ming was quite confident about this. Zhang Sanfeng could be found in history, and even in legends he was a very outstanding figure. He could even successfully create a modified character card like Li Bai, so there shouldn't be any problem with this real person card. Success or failure hinges on this moment. Su Ming's expression hardened, and the soul brush began to dance. As the soul brush fell, the details of Zhang Jinren's image were gradually perfected. He wasn't in a hurry. He examined the figure he had drawn, then used the soul brush to draw a small section of a sword hilt behind it before finally smiling. This sword is the true martial sword. Although Master Zhang used it frequently in his middle age and rarely used it in his old age, or perhaps he had already entered a different realm by then, so using the sword or not made much difference. Su Ming drew this sword hilt simply to create a complete Zhang Sanfeng. After all, with a whisk in hand and snow-white hair and beard, he was clearly Zhang Sanfeng in his old age. With the added blessing of the Wudong sect's treasure, the Jinwu sword, this magic card would be even more perfect. He is now a 4-star King Realm expert, and his soul power is even stronger than some newly entered Emperor Realm card masters. In addition, the materials sent by the Fat Man are very abundant. Since we have no shortage of soul power and materials, we should naturally strive to achieve the most perfect state. Buzz. As Su Ming finished his last stroke, black and white light flashed out. The two kinds of light flowed continuously on the original sketch, and invisible fluctuations spread out. In that instant, the terrifying tide was slightly paused. The strange creature at the front was the first to be hit, and its body exploded with a bang. It was then ground into ashes by the black and white light and disappeared. This scene was naturally noticed by everyone, who all turned to look at Su Ming's location with shocked expressions. Chapter 136 Source Card Formation, a balance of strength and flexibility. Chapter 136 The source card takes shape, combining strength and gentleness. On the top of the city wall, Su Ming sits cross-legged with a smile on his face. Before him stood the figure of an old man, with black and white ripples spreading from his body like water, causing the eerie figure to retreat repeatedly. On the other hand, although the human race was also affected by the black and white, they did not feel any discomfort. On the contrary, they felt that their soul power and injuries were slowly recovering, and their spirits became more excited, making them more and more excited. Such powerful strength. He's only completed the first stage, yet he can already produce such phenomena. Could he be creating another divine magic card? Gu Siruan gripped the spear, feeling the magical energy within her, and her anticipation grew stronger. Gazing at the old man's figure, she became even more curious about his identity. It's no wonder she made that guess. The fact that the original artwork alone could unleash such terrifying power and phenomena is something that ordinary martial arts-themed magic cards simply couldn't do. Even the Azure Dragon sword only emitted a sword cry when it was first formed. However, these black and white ripples can directly harm strange creatures, and even repair the injuries and soul power of the divine card masters, which is truly a miracle. These two energies are both yin and yang, completely opposite in nature, yet this old man can control them perfectly. It's truly remarkable. Holding the broken sword, Li Wushuang was more shocked than the others. He was already incredibly perceptive, so he naturally noticed the extraordinary nature of the black and white energy. In addition, having experienced life and death, he felt that although it appeared to be black and white, it represented yin and yang. Of course, Li Wushuang could only see this much. He couldn't see any deeper. However, he knew very well that just because he couldn't see through it didn't mean that the other party would stop there. It only proved how powerful the other party was. Although this old man has a somewhat otherworldly air about him, I didn't find any divinity in him. It should be as Su said, this is just a martial arts type magic card. It's just that he seems a bit too powerful. How can an ordinary martial arts card have such power? Li Wushuang also frowned. The more he looked at the old man, the more he felt that the other party was not ordinary. Coupled with this strange phenomenon, he even suspected that this might be a divine demon card. However, the most important aspect of the gods, divinity, is nowhere to be seen, which proves that the other party is not a god. If not a god, then he is a man. Can a human be this powerful? Li Wushuang swallowed hard, his breathing becoming rapid. He desperately hoped that the other party was indeed human, which would mean that in some past time and space, humans could also reach such heights on their own. He loved swords all his life, and apart from the Gale sword that always accompanied him, he never used any other magic cards. However, even with this swift wind sword, he mostly treated it as an ordinary weapon. His own understanding of its essence was the foundation for its terrifying power. He always advocated improving his own strength, and the magic card was just a tool. He always carried out this idea to the end, only using the swift wind sword. Admittedly, Li Wushuang had this idea initially because the swift wind sword was the only item left to him by his deceased father. However, as his strength grew and his understanding of the swift wind sword intent deepened, he increasingly felt that improving himself was the true path. It was precisely because of this that he was able to rely on his own sword intent to unleash that amazing and brilliant sword strike even after his foundation was severed and his Gale sword was destroyed. If Li Wushuang hadn't unleashed that sword strike back then, and had continued to nurture himself for another 5 years as he initially envisioned, he would very likely have returned to his peak. Even with incomplete weaponry, he could still have relied on his own sword intent to continuously grow, using the sword as his soul, and forging his own path. Seeing someone like Zhang Sanfeng, he was naturally more excited than the others. However, Li Wushuang remained outwardly calm, forcibly suppressing the excitement and anticipation in his heart, and turned his head to continue observing the battle of the team members, ready to make a move at any time. Currently, Magic Cards hasn't even completed its first phase yet, so there's no use in being excited or curious. All we can do is wait quietly. Outside the city walls, after a brief pause, the eerie tide continued to surge. Kill! 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 As their injuries healed, the soldiers shouted loudly, and an invisible fighting spirit soared into the sky, more cohesive than ever before. With morale soaring, their strength also increased somewhat. Master Zhang, please enter the card. Su Ming's eyes burst forth with endless light, and his surging soul power directly guided the original sketch of Zhang Sanfeng to quickly merge into the blank magic card. Instantly, golden light rippled out, casting a soft golden glow over the city walls, and the source card finally took shape. This cartoon-style image resembles glass, with a sketch of Zhang Sanfeng engraved inside. Although it is not colored, one can still see the black and white yin-yang fish faintly visible behind him. A rotten Taoist robe, a wicked Taoist whisk, and finally a spiritual object, the exquisite heart. That should be enough. Su Ming's gaze swept over the materials at his feet, and he directly selected one. Immediately, he extended his finger and gently touched the source card. A yin-yang symbol in black and white flashed between his finger and the source card. Then, the source card burst out with golden light, and Zhang Zhenren's phantom image floated in midair again through the source card. Merge with the corrupt Taoist robe and the wicked Taoist's whisk. Su Ming gently waved his hand, tossing the legendary, corrupted Taoist robe and the devious Taoist whisk onto the illusory figure, pouring his soul power into them, causing them to continuously dissolve and quickly merge into Zhang Zhenren's illusory figure. Immediately, they saw Zhang Zhenren's body rapidly expand, his Taoist robe turning blue, his whisk fluttering in the wind, and the long sword behind him humming as it transformed into sword light that surrounded him. The exquisite heart of the spirit object continued the fusion. Su Ming frowned, and a sense of tension began to rise within him. This is a magical creature. Logically speaking, it should only be used when creating a god-type magic card, so as to fully awaken the divinity of the god-type magic card. However, Zhang Sanfeng was a human. That much is beyond doubt. Even though various legends from his past life have mythologized him in various ways, he still cannot escape the word human. Just like the previous magic card hero, Li Bai, Su Ming also used a lot of unofficial history and legends to greatly enhance his strength and become a Qinglian swordsman with poetry, sword, and wine as the core. Even though he was called a sword immortal at the time, he still couldn't escape his human nature. Now, using a spiritual item like the exquisite heart is entirely a gamble. Integrating the essence of humanity into spiritual beings is an experiment. Su Ming was unsure what would happen after he succeeded, whether it would be good or bad. If it fails, it means that all previous efforts have been wasted, and it will be even more difficult to create the Zhang Sanfeng magic card again in the future. However, he knew he had to try. Success means that your hypothesis has a practical possibility. Fail. He wasn't afraid. At worst, he could just recreate a completely new martial arts-themed magic card. After all, Su Ming has no shortage of myths and legends. Chapter 137 The Devious Slave, the Traitor. Chapter 137 The Devious Slave, the Traitor. Whoosh whoosh. Two figures moved continuously through the tides, advancing and slaying one strange creature after another. And Zhou, we've been traveling for 2 days, and the tides are still coming on and on. When will it ever end? The young man frowned slightly, and as he asked the question, he raised his hand and slashed out with his sword again, instantly killing the strange creature that was right next to him. Ahead of her, a still attractive, slightly plump young woman walked continuously, her 2 iron fists wielding with fierce power, creating a vacuum zone right next to her. She turned her head, revealing a beautiful face, and replied with a smile. Xiao Feng, don't worry, we should be there soon. The two were Zhou Jiuling and Ming Feng. Although their mission failed after defeating the 3 strange creatures, including the hanging ghost sunflower leaf, they gained insights from that battle and comprehended the essence of the game, thus becoming powerful beings at the Emperor realm. Ming Feng, in particular, is exceptionally perceptive. He has now grasped 30% of the Ruijin blade intent and reached the level of the 3rd star Emperor realm. They were originally stationed in Jinma City and were supposed to be transferred after their breakthrough in strength. However, the strange tide came too quickly, and they didn't have time to report it. So they went out of the city again, intending to find the source of the tide together and hopefully resolve this crisis in one fell swoop. This was already the 2nd day since the two left the city. Given their speed, even with the tides as an obstacle, they could still travel at least 10,000 miles a day. But even after traveling so far, what lies before us is still an endless stream of eerie tides. The two continued onward, unaware that the strange occurrences within the tidal army posed no threat to them whatsoever. Half a day later. Arrive. Zhou Jiuling suddenly stopped and said in a low voice. Arrive. Ming Feng looked around, but the strange creatures still stretched as far as the eye could see, and he couldn't help but frown and ask a question. This place doesn't look like the source at all. However, Zhou Jiuling stopped moving forward, stood still with her back to Ming Feng, and said in a low voice, We have indeed arrived. It's been 2.5 days of walking, a full 25,000 li, which is enough. And Zhou, what are you talking about? What do you mean enough? Even if we travel another 25,000 miles, it still won't be enough until we find the source. Ming Feng's brows furrowed even more. He felt that something was off about what Zhou Jiuling had said, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Hee. Just then, Zhou Jiuling suddenly shrugged her shoulders and started laughing strangely, her whole body trembling slightly. The laughter was extremely strange, sending chills down one's spine. Gulu, you're not Zhou Jiuling, who are you? Ming Feng's pupils contracted, and he tightened his grip on the blood-red longsword, asking with a hint of panic. Xiao Feng, who else could I be? I am Zhou Jiuling, your Aunt Zhou. Zhou Jiuling turned around, her pupils filled with blood red, her delicate face twisted in an extreme way, and wisps of black energy emanating from her cheeks. She revealed a sinister smile, her smooth cheeks turning into thumb-sized bloody holes, as if paper had been set ablaze by embers. Inside, they were a bloody mess, and you could even see worms wriggling inside, a truly nauseating sight. You little devil, Zhou Jiuling, you've really hidden yourself well. Ming Feng trembled slightly, took a deep breath, and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. The strange slaves are a product of humanity's embrace of the bizarre. Once tainted, there is no turning back. Their minds are gradually devoured by the power of the bizarre, until they are completely transformed into the bizarre themselves. These strange beings, whether it was the previous Takes Nishiru or the current Zhou Jiuling, all succumbed to the temptation of the strange creatures in order to gain greater power, were implanted with the strange seed, and became enslaved. The moment a human willingly accepts the strange species, they have already lost themselves and will be constantly influenced by the strange species, and their mindset will gradually change. In particular, if the strange seed completely erupts, it will directly transform into a strange creature. Zhou Jiuling's smile became even more sinister. She licked her lips with her black tongue, and drops of dark liquid dripped down, emitting a foul stench. The strange creatures around her avoided her, not even touching the hem of her skirt. Xiaofeng, what's so great about the human race? Wouldn't it be wonderful to join the strange faction with your Aunt Zhou? Zhou Juling grinned, her voice becoming increasingly shrill. Born as a human, you actually chose to degenerate into a monstrous creature. You are a traitor to humanity. Haha, traitor? I call this discretion is the better part of valor. Have you forgotten the wise words of our ancestors? You've fallen into the clutches of a monstrous slave. You have no right to utter the golden words of our ancestors. What is the purpose of all this? Has humanity ever wronged you? Huh? Mingfeng's expression turned cold, and he roared and questioned him loudly. He truly couldn't understand why she would choose to betray him. She was clearly not weak. She had long since become a king-level card master, and now she had even broken through to the emperor level. Why would she do such a thing? It's important to know that the human race treats every card master quite well, providing them with a plethora of benefits, and the stronger they are, the better the treatment they receive. Although as powerful beings above the king realm, they need to take turns guarding the border. Isn't that what they should do? If the borders cannot be defended, then the entire planet will be completely overrun and turned into a bizarre paradise. This is a matter of life and death. Don't you have any awareness, even if it's not for the sake of humanity, but for your own sake and that of your family? Mingfeng works hard to cultivate and become stronger, all in the hope of sweeping away the abyss and restoring a bright and clear world to Blue Star. Upon hearing this, Zhou Juling laughed even more wildly. Ha! How laughable, how utterly laughable. What do I care about the lives and deaths of others? This world is all about survival of the fittest. Why should the weak live under the wings of the strong? And why should I risk my life to protect them? Tell me why. Just because they're weak doesn't mean they can live peacefully in the base city. Does that mean we, being strong, are destined to fight to the death with these monsters? Xiaofeng, you're still too young. Listen to me. Everyone looks out for themselves. You're a genius. Join the unorthodox camp, and you'll definitely have a more comfortable life than with humans. You need to understand, the supernatural worships the strong take everything. They don't fight to the death for those irrelevant weaklings. Zhou Juling became more and more agitated as she spoke, and by the end, she was almost shouting. The power of the abyss emanating from her body grew stronger and stronger, and she was no longer human. Her flesh was decaying, and her body was covered with holes the size of her thumb, yet her body was bursting with increasingly terrifying power. Mingfeng gritted his teeth, veins bulged on his forehead, his face grew increasingly cold, and murderous intent rose in his heart. This person is beyond saving. It is no longer human, but a complete and utter monster. No, it should be said that traitors are more despicable and hateful than the supernatural. Phew, as expected, how could the treacherous servant go back on his word? Aunt Zhou, I have done all I could. Mingfeng murmured softly, gathering his sword intent, and drew his sword. Chapter 138 Absorbing Spiritual Objects, One Sword Instant Kill. Chapter 138 Absorbing Spiritual Objects, instantly killing the demon suppression city with a single sword strike, stirring up the winds and clouds. On the city wall, the body of Master Zhang, dressed in a blue Taoist robe, continued to expand, gradually transforming into a 10-meter giant. He held a whisk, with black and white colors swirling around him, alternating. Above his head, a delicate, translucent heart radiated a faint halo, its pulse beating rhythmically. Buzz. The next moment, the exquisite heart transformed into a stream of light and entered Zhang Sanfeng's chest. A mysterious aura rose, his eyes opened, and a terrifying pressure suppressed a large number of strange creatures, forcing them to prostrate themselves on the ground, trembling in fear. The second step is finally complete. Su Ming looked at the giant old Taoist with white hair and a youthful face in front of him, a smile playing on his lips, unable to contain his excitement and exhilaration. After all, Zhang Zhenren belongs to the martial arts genre. Even though he is a figure at the very top, and it is rumored that he has broken through the void, this does not prevent him from belonging to the martial arts genre. This time, Su Ming also used it for experiments, employing spiritual objects, and he was unsure of himself and somewhat uneasy. Now that the spiritual object has so smoothly merged into Zhang Zhenren's body, and is also emitting a mysterious aura, it means that the previous conjecture has been confirmed. How could he not be excited? Holy crap, that old Taoist priest actually absorbed the spiritual object. Is Su Shen about to create another divine magic card? No way, no way. Is Su Shin really going to create another God Race magic card? Awesome. Su Shin is awesome. How many God-level magic cards has he created now? I feel like I've almost lost count. I really want to pry open Su Shin's head and see what's inside him. How can he be so awesome? I really am. There have been no God cards in the 9 provinces for thousands of years. Su Ming has only been out of college entrance exams for a few months, yet he has created so many God Race magic cards. What's even more terrifying is the Ean God clan and the 9 provinces Divine Dragon clan. This old Taoist seems to be from another God Race series. This is truly too heaven-defying. This is the most amazing thing. If this magic card is completed, our Kyushu will have 3 God Race series. Can you believe it? Su Shin has caught up with the Western Alliance's millennia of accumulation in just 3 months. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Su Shin is truly too powerful. Haha. I just remembered how cool Ao Bing, the divine dragon of the 9 provinces, was when he made his appearance in the card creation tournament. The frost dragon from the west lay prostrate on the ground, not even daring to raise its head. It was so awesome. And the scene whereby Wu Chang, White Impermanence, walked out of the river of time and tore the Japanese gods apart was so domineering and satisfying. That's right. That's satisfying. That Japanese scoundrel was actually a ghost slave. Bai Wu Chang must have seen through his true form back then. Who knows? That strange creature with 8 heads might even be a ghost. Aren't you all surprised that Su Shin would create a God Race magic card at a time like this? He's creating magic cards for his teammates in the team battle. Once a God Race magic card is bound, it can't be unbound. Holy crap, no way. Su Shin just created a God Race magic card for his teammate. How is this possible? This is a divine magic card. No one in the entire 9 provinces except for Su Shin himself has ever possessed one. Yes, I also think it's impossible. The divine race's magic cards are so precious. Why would they directly create them for other people? Why not? I can read lips. Su Shin did say before that he would create magic cards for his teammates. Real. I swear it's absolutely true. Otherwise, may I be struck by lightning. Holy crap, if it's true, that's just too outrageous. Huh? I'm so envious of his teammates. They got a God Race magic card right away. What kind of luck is that? Giving away a God Race magic card so casually, that's just too outrageous. It's wonderful that the 9 provinces have Su Ming. As Master Zhang absorbed the exquisite heart and unleashed its boundless power, the entire world erupted in excitement. At this moment, the Kyushu live stream room erupted in uproar, filled with utter shock. However, what they envied most were Gusuruan and the others. Being able to obtain a magic card created by Su Shin was already quite remarkable. What's more, this is a rare and highly sought-after divine card. Of course, they didn't know that Zhang Sanfeng was not a god, but just a mortal. It's just that this mortal is more powerful. Chung. Just then, the sound of a long sword being drawn rang out, echoing throughout the entire demon suppression city. Immediately, they saw Master Zhang make a sword finger gesture with his hand, and the Jinwu sword behind him was unsheathed, turning into a streak of sword light that shot straight into the sky. This scene left everyone speechless. Even Su Ming himself was extremely excited, clenching his fists and showing a joyful expression. With his chi controlling his sword, Master Zhang may have truly transcended the realm of low-level martial arts. Su Ming murmured to himself, his gaze following the sword light, unwilling to look away for even a moment. Zhang Sanfeng's hair and beard were as white as snow, and 2 beams of light flashed in his eyes. He looked up into the distance and said in a low voice, "Humph. Falling into the path of evil, the word I hate most in my life is traitor. True martial sword, kill them all." Zhang Sanfeng snorted coldly, and the true martial sword transformed into a stream of light, heading towards the depths of the tide. In the blink of an eye, it had vanished without a trace. He stood there, hands behind his back, head raised, gazing into the distance, like a statue. They lay sprawled on the ground, eerily silent, not daring to make a move. 25,000 kilometers outside Jinma City, 2 figures were locked in a fierce battle. Mingfeng held a blood-red longsword. His Ruijin's sword intent pushed to its limit. His clothes were torn to shreds, revealing his strong muscles. Hee hee, you still don't want to join the weird faction? What a pity. Your talent is enough to get you better treatment than me. Zhou Juling let out a strange laugh, casually dodging the opponent's longsword. Traitor, die. Mingfeng roared angrily, his blood-red longsword stained with auspicious gold, and he transformed into a phantom as he slashed directly down. But this time, Zhou Juling did not dodge. Instead, She raised her left hand and easily caught the long knife in her hand. She then spoke again, saying, "Look, this is the power of the strange creature." Mingfeng naturally understood what the other party meant. He was far superior to Zhou Jiuling in terms of both talent and strength. However, after the opponent degenerated into a monster, he was instantly no match for him. It's at least a level below. Traitor, no matter how powerful your strange abilities are, you are still an enemy of my human race. Do with me as you please. Mingfeng snorted coldly, then raised his head and glared angrily, saying, "I am a human, and humans will never be slaves." Ha ha ha, so you've got the never be a slave spirit. Then go and die. Zhou Jiuling laughed loudly, her distorted voice sending chills down one's spine. Her face was arrogant and twisted as she raised her demonic claw, about to strike down with it. However, before it could finish speaking, a sword light slashed through the sky and arrived in an instant. Uft! The sword light was incredibly fast. Zhou Jiuling only saw it for a fleeting moment before the Jinwu sword pierced through her forehead with a whoosh sound. Immediately, the yin and yang energies of black and white erupted, completely engulfing it. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Neither Mingfeng nor Zhou Jiuling could react in time. The true martial sword vanished only after the yin and yang colors completely engulfed it. Mingfeng then came to his senses and murmured in shock, "What strange energy fluctuations! What a powerful sword strike!" He paused for half a second, then bowed slightly in the direction from which the sword light had come, saying, "Junior Mingfeng, thanks Senior for saving my life." Chapter 139, Using Qi to Control the Sword. Sword light carries man. Chapter 139. Using Qi to control the sword. The sword light carries a man, the blood moon hangs in the sky, and the eerie atmosphere prevails. Between the tides, black and white shimmered incessantly, and a deep roar, full of anger and resentment, emanated from them. How could this be? Zhou Jiuling's hoarse voice rang out, her pupils dilated, and her face was full of disbelief. She reached out and grasped the true martial sword, but couldn't get a single bit of it. Instead, her palm hissed and smoked the moment it touched the hilt, quickly dissolving. The next moment, the true martial sword transformed into black and white energies, enveloping the object and rapidly disintegrating it. Even though she was unwilling, there was nothing she could do. The power of yin and yang was something she couldn't resist. She could only watch helplessly as she was melted, decomposed, and finally disappeared into the world. Could it be that the senior is not here? Or does he not want to show himself? Mingfeng slowly got up, muttering to himself with a puzzled look on his face. He had been bowing in the direction of the sword light for so long, but had not received a response, so naturally, he wouldn't be foolish enough to continue bowing. Moreover, his current situation is not optimistic. His battle with Zhou Jiuling after she went into overdrive had already left her severely injured. If it weren't for the sword light that pierced through the air, he would probably have been killed by her in no time. Mingfeng knew very well that he had only been holding on for a while. If he had used a few more moves, he would have been completely exhausted and would have been defeated. He had endured this long enough, but he could no longer hold on. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and small cracks began to appear on his body. Blood oozed out, and he swayed and collapsed to his knees. "No, I can't fall yet. I have to go back. I have to live." Mingfeng planted his long sword in the ground to support his body and try his best not to fall. He knew very well that once he lost consciousness, he would collapse and never get up again. These eerie waves will surely not let him go. They will devour him and kill him here. Hold on. I must hold on. I haven't yet reached the holy realm. Haven't yet vanquished all the monsters. Haven't yet fulfilled my vow. I cannot die. Mingfeng gritted his teeth and persevered. Although blood gushed from his mouth and his body was stained crimson, with blood flowing down the hilt of his sword, his pupils remained bright and determined. He stood there, his body trembling slightly, his gaze intense. The blood fell to the ground, slowly spreading outwards from its center, the stench of blood spreading and eliciting eerie roars from all around. If it weren't for the flickering black and white lights before its eyes, it would probably have been pounced on by the strange creature and devoured completely. But how long can these two energies, black and white, hold out? Mingfeng struggled to stay upright, his hands trembling more and more, his mind racing but unable to come up with any solution. Yes, he is now completely exhausted, and it is nothing short of a pipe dream for him to travel 25,000 kilometers back to Jinma City on his own, unless a miracle occurs. Is it really time for us to perish? Mingfeng looked around and saw the menacing monsters, and his expression couldn't help but lower. Even with his unwavering willpower, what good would it do? In his current state, if he were to be surrounded and attacked by the strange forces, he would be powerless to resist. A strong will? At most, he was able to witness the scene clearly while being torn apart and eaten by the monster. Just then, after absorbing Zhou Jiuling, the black and white energies transformed into sword light once again and headed towards Mingfeng. Buzz. The sword light paused slightly before Mingfeng, revealing the true form of the true martial sword. Immediately, it trembled slightly. Then, carried by the bright wind, it transformed into a stream of light, soaring straight into the sky and disappearing in the blink of an eye. A sword pierces the sky. What a powerful old Taoist. Li Wushuang stood up abruptly, looked at Zhang Sanfeng, and his face showed shock. That sword strike just now was truly amazing. Others might not see much, but he was obsessed with swordsmanship throughout his life, so he naturally saw much more. Using internal energy to control the sword. What a powerful swordsman. No, he shouldn't be called a swordsman. He should be called a sword god. This old Taoist priest may have truly attained the Tao through swordsmanship and achieved the status of a deity. He is definitely the first swordsman deity on earth. Thinking of this, Li Wushuang felt an overwhelming excitement and looked at Zhang Sanfeng with burning eyes. He was obsessed with the way of the sword, and now that he saw a sword god who controlled his sword with his qi, he naturally wanted to learn more from him, at least to improve his own way of the sword. Li Wushuang raised his head, sheathed his swift wind sword, and focused intently on observing Zhang Jinren's every move. God Clan Demon card. Didn't Su Ming say he would create martial arts cards for us? But this old Taoist priest is somewhat similar to the chivalrous hero in my mind, only with an added air of otherworldly detachment. Gu Siruan tilted her head back and murmured softly. Almost everyone present was in the same state, their eyes drawn to the figure of Master Zhang. As for the strange tides, they are now lying prostrate on the ground and are no longer a threat. Buzz. Just then, the black and white sword light that had disappeared at the end of the sky reappeared, moving at an incredible speed, and arrived outside the city wall in the blink of an eye. Once the sword light stabilized, everyone realized that it was carrying a person covered in blood. Zhang Sanfeng gently waved his hand, and the Zhenwu sword flew back into its sheath, causing the person it was carrying to fall onto the city wall. Major General Ming. It's Major General Ming. A soldier recognized the man and exclaimed in surprise. What? Major General Mingfeng. Wasn't he searching for the source of the tide with Major General Zhou? How come he's here? But Major General Ming is here. But where is Major General Zhou? Where did she go? Could something have happened to her? Such a massive and bizarre tide must be controlled by a very powerful force. This time, something truly terrible has probably happened. I heard that Major General Mingfeng was recently promoted to the Emperor realm and will soon receive the title of general. I never expected him to fail. This shows that the strange force controlling this tide is extremely powerful. Even the Royal Realm Card Master is no match for it. Damn it, these weird creatures are absolutely awful. Kill them. Kill. Duh. The soldiers discussed amongst themselves, their killing intent growing stronger. Finally, a deafening battle cry rang out as they grabbed their weapons, wielded their magic cards, and plunged back into the fray. At this point, they didn't care whether the strange creatures were lying down or standing up. They only wanted to kill as many as possible to vent their anger. These people hate the supernatural to the extreme. Blue Star should be fine, with everyone living in peace and enjoying tranquility and beauty. However, with the eerie invasion of the abyss, all of this became an illusion. Every moment, there is a worry about whether these strange creatures will attack the city, and what price will be required to defend the pass. Battle is brutal, and no one can guarantee whether they will survive on the front lines. Especially after seeing that even a Royal Realm Card Master like Mingfeng was severely injured, and Zhou Jiuling was completely destroyed, the hatred in his heart grew even stronger. Chapter 140 Yin Yang Fish, the Senate's Dilemma. Chapter 140 Yin Yang Fish, the Senate's troubles after Mingfeng's identity was confirmed. He was quickly carried away by the logistics medical card master for the highest level of treatment. Outside the city walls, the chaos reignites. Only Li Wushuang remained standing there, his gaze fixed on Zhang Sanfeng, never wavering for a moment, and even making a sword finger gesture with his hand. The dust has settled. It's time to begin the final step. Su Ming tilted his head back and murmured softly, his face calm. He had clearly heard Zhang Sanfeng say the word traitor earlier, and as the sword light retreated, he was indeed quite curious. In particular, The sword light also brought Mingfeng back. Mingfeng went out with Zhou Jioling to find the source of the tide, but now only Mingfeng has returned. Considering the word traitor, the implication is self-evident. Su Ming wasn't stupid. He could roughly guess what was going on. However, he could distinguish between what was important and what was urgent, and knew that at this moment, the most important thing was to create the magic card in his hand first, and everything else was secondary. Admittedly, Su Ming had a fairly good impression of Zhou Jioling, especially since she and Mingfeng had joined forces to protect him back in Qingshan district. He himself was unwilling to believe that Zhou Jioling would betray all of humanity and become a traitor. He also knew that the truth of the matter could only be determined after Mingfeng regained consciousness. Su Ming took a deep breath, and the soul brush danced rapidly, writing out pale blue characters. These characters, like tadpoles, swam around and quickly merged into Zhang Sanfeng's body. Black and white energies rose from his body and slowly gathered behind him. Zhang Sanfeng is a towering figure in the martial arts world. The founder of Wudong created Tai Chi and was proficient in both fist and sword techniques. Under his leadership, Wudong's fame spread far and wide. He was a martial arts prodigy with extraordinary talent and upright character, and was even known in legends as Master Zhang, or Immortal Zhang, and was even. As Su Ming continued writing, the black and white energies behind Zhang Sanfeng intertwined, gradually forming a Tai Chi diagram. Its supreme power was once again manifested, and the strange bodies that were closer to it exploded, which was truly terrifying. Rumble. In the sky, black and white clouds gathered wildly and spun continuously, like two yin-yang fish, one black and one white, chasing each other in the chaotic world. The sunlight was blocked by them, and for a moment, the world was filled with a depressing atmosphere. The strange creatures all submitted, crawling on the ground trembling. Indeed, the strange creatures that come with the tides are weak to begin with, but although they are numerous, they can pose a considerable threat to the human race by using sheer numbers. However, under this endless pressure, no matter how many of them there were, it was of no use. Each of these strange creatures is an individual, and each must bear this oppressive pressure alone. Naturally, they cannot withstand it, and can only crawl in fear, waiting for the pressure to disappear. However, the human warriors would not give him that chance. Kill! 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 The crowd shouted loudly, becoming increasingly excited. Hunting down these crawling monsters was as easy as chopping vegetables, so they naturally became more and more energetic as the battle progressed. Feng Xiao, Fang Ting, Fatty, Lu Yi, go all out to kill them. Gu Siruan brandished her spear and shouted loudly, her figure once again turning into a blur as she darted through the eerie world. She certainly wouldn't miss such a good opportunity to hunt. If we have a few more opportunities like this, even without getting a more powerful magic card, we have a good chance of winning this team battle. Thinking this, the members of the Kyushu team worked even harder, fighting and consuming soul pills at the same time, truly sparing no effort in slaying the strange creatures. Although they really wanted to see this strange celestial phenomenon. However, they are more aware of their responsibilities, and winning the team competition should be what they strive for. If there's no chance at all, then so be it. Now, an opportunity is presented to Gu Siruan and others. If they don't strive for it, they may truly regret it for the rest of their lives. The fact that these people were selected means that their own awareness is absolutely not a problem. Kill! 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 Hearing the shouts coming from beside me, my blood boiled even more. Although I'm not good with guns, I will still hunt down all these monsters. Gu Siruan let out a low roar, channeling her soul power into the black spear, and continued the fight. Kyushu Senate. Dean Tian, you finally come back. A middle-aged man dressed in armor and holding a long spear suddenly stood up, his expression excited. His gaze fell on the Senate gate, where a disheveled beggar was slowly approaching, his arms made entirely of interwoven energy, which looked rather unusual. Dewey, calm down, let's talk business. Tian Lan nodded to the man and replied softly. He then walked over to Frank's seat and sat down gently. At this moment, the senators finally understood why Dean Frank had specifically asked for an extra chair to be placed next to them. It turns out that the former dean has returned. Everyone, you should have heard about Mingfeng's situation by now, right? Frank looked around, his voice low. The Senate consists of 8 members, representing the highest combat power of the entire human race, with even the weakest member possessing the strength of a half-step saint. They all nodded in agreement upon hearing this. I never imagined that Zhou Jioling was actually a demon slave. Our human race invested so many resources in her, yet she ultimately betrayed us. She's truly despicable. At this moment, an old man with white hair and beard slammed his hand on the table, stood up abruptly, and looked extremely grim. Dewey remained calm and gently reminded him. Langer, when are you going to change your temper? We're not here to argue today. Oh, adieu, those damned monster slaves are so disgusting. These traitors are more hateful than monsters. They take pride in killing their own kind. It's really disgusting. Director Lang, I understand how you feel, but getting agitated won't help. The most important thing now is to find the traitor. My God, discovered the traitor ahead of time? Do you know what you're saying? The Dark Origin Mountain Lord's demonic seed is so magical, and once humans become demonic slaves, they won't show any abnormalities at all. It's impossible to detect it. That being said, we must at least remain vigilant against these treacherous slaves. Dewey paused at this point. He found that he really couldn't find any reason to refute it. The demon slave was simply too well hidden. If he doesn't want to be exposed, he'll act just like any other person, making it almost impossible to detect anything unusual. This is something that has been troubling the Senate for a long time. These depraved slaves are like thorns in the flesh. Though not fatal, they are difficult to remove. They always pop out at crucial moments to pierce the skin, which is truly disgusting. Alas, in just 3 days since the strange tide began, there have already been 36 cases of strange slaves hunting down human geniuses around the world. Frank sighed softly, his expression growing even more worried. However, he had no other options. For thousands of years, this has been a major problem that has plagued the entire human race. In particular, in the last 100 years, the infiltration of the treacherous slaves has become increasingly extensive, even affecting the stability of the entire human race. Tianlong sat quietly to the side, listening attentively, noticing that everyone remained silent. He finally opened his eyes, coughed twice, and then said, "Perhaps there is someone who can help us." Chapter 141 Doubt and Belief. Chapter 141 Doubt and Belief. After Tianlong finished speaking, all eyes in the room turned to him. Identifying the ghost slaves has always been a major problem for the human race. As long as they do not deliberately expose themselves, even saint-level experts find it difficult to identify them from their aura and other aspects. Of course, if his strange behavior is noticed by those around him and reported, and psychological means are used to break his spirit and make him tell the truth, this can also be used to identify whether he is a demon slave. However, this method is not only time-consuming and labor-intensive, but also requires a certain amount of luck. Someone must discover its abnormality and report it, making it impossible to popularize. Even so, the authorities will conduct a very thorough investigation and only take action after confirming that the allegations are highly likely based on the suspect's modus operandi. This method will only be used as a last resort. Psychological intervention not only consumes a lot of resources, but if it is carried out incorrectly, it can also cause certain psychological trauma to the person being intervened in, and it is not universally applicable. All the council members were very curious about who the old dean was talking about. You mean Su Ming? Frank's voice rang out at just the right moment, tinged with a hint of doubt. The rumored variable is something every Senate president must know, and of course, the entire human race will only let the president know. When he heard the old dean's words, the first thing that came to his mind was the name, Su Ming. That's right, it's Su Ming. Tianlong said decisively, her expression full of confidence. From the initial Qingshan district to now, he has watched Su Ming rise to prominence and naturally understands the value of the variable. Just thinking about that young man fills him with inexplicable confidence. This feeling is quite peculiar, almost like an unconditional belief. Yes, Dean Tianlong failed in his attempt to enter the Myriad Star Sea and barely survived. Unfortunately, his arms were destroyed and he became tainted by that strange energy, which not only sealed the regenerative abilities of his arms, but also completely sealed his control artifact. His strength plummeted from the peak of the Saint Realm to the initial Saint Realm. Even worse, he was the worst newcomer to the Holy Realm. Have you ever seen a Sanctuary card master who can't control magic cards? That's it. However, just as he was feeling disheartened and sneaking into the Green Mountain area to wait for a variable to appear so that he could protect the path and do his last bit of effort for the future development of humankind, a miracle, or rather, a turning point, has truly occurred. A young boy, a human race, and unpredictable events. This series of terms, when combined, seems to possess infinite magic. Su Ming? He's the champion of this year's card creation tournament. Lang frowned slightly, then continued. I admit he is indeed very strong, but he is just a young man with great talent in creating magic cards. It's uncertain whether he will fade into obscurity in the future. Can he solve this age-old problem? Old Dean, I know he's the first divine race magic card master in Kyushu, and you like him very much. But, before he could finish speaking, Frank sneered, Congressman Lang, watch your words. Besides, I also think the old Dean has a point. Dean Frank. Lang looked at the other person and called out urgently, still feeling somewhat disdainful. The problem of the treacherous slaves has persisted for 1,000 years. The culmination of thousands of years of human wisdom is no match for a mere boy from Kyushu. What kind of international joke is this? How many geniuses are there in creating credit cards? All right, Lang, the old Dean is just proposing a solution. Why are you so agitated? Frank frowned, his expression showing displeasure. Now that he's a senator, how could he still harbor resentment? If it can solve a real problem for humanity, why not give it a try? Frank shook his head, inwardly looking down on the other person a little. It's really unacceptable that senators have such a low level of understanding. Whoosh. Frank looked around, and, finding no one else had any objections, waved his hand and continued. Su Ming's creativity is truly unprecedented. Black and white impermanence and Ao Bing have already occupied the top 2 spots on the Heavenly Tao ranking, and he doesn't seem to have any creative bottlenecks. Even now, he is creating a different kind of God series. Before him, the screen of the Kyushu live broadcast room quietly appeared. All the council members turned their attention to the live broadcast and were immediately captivated by the yin-yang symbol in the sky, unable to look away for a long time. Many of them spend years adventuring in the abyss, improving their strength while also gathering bizarre information about the abyss. They don't usually have time to delve into the events happening on Earth. Moreover, most of them were unaware that Su Ming had only begun to show his talent 3 months ago. However, after listening to the praise from the old Dean and Dean Fu, I also began to think more highly of him. But now, seeing such a strange and unusual phenomenon, they were all stunned. Is this a celestial phenomenon? It looks to me like 2 fish swimming in the sky. The clouds were divided into black and white, and transformed into fish that were connected head to tail, spinning continuously. What kind of strange phenomenon is this? It is truly something I have never heard of or seen before. What kind of deity is this old Taoist priest, and what kind of divine power do the black and white colors possess? The Senate bigwigs were buzzing with discussion, their words filled with disbelief. They were well-traveled and had seen many strange phenomena in nature, but seeing clouds transform into black and white fish like this was truly an extraordinary sight. I don't like watching this. I want to go and experience it for myself. Dean Tian stood up, smiled slightly, drew out a magic card, and then disappeared into the conference hall in a series of afterimages. This scene left everyone speechless. What? The old headmaster has recovered? He can use magic cards again. The facts are there. What's there to question? What on earth is going on? Wasn't the old Dean injured by Shanghai and never able to use the card-controlling device again? Did he encounter some kind of extraordinary event? Haha. So now you know why he speaks so highly of that kid Su Ming, right? Frank laughed and stood up, leaving behind those words before disappearing from sight. The crowd remained, dumbfounded and deeply shaken. The old Dean's injuries were healed by Su Ming? That's unbelievable. Wan Xinghai is mysterious and unpredictable. Even after the old Dean was injured for so long, he never found any way to break the curse. How could he be defeated by such a young upstart? Guluai, I really have nothing to say. This kid might really bring about a different kind of change for our human race. Maybe he can really solve the problem of the ghost slaves. I can't even breathe properly, my heart is pounding. This is so unexpected. I'm quite curious that he can even cure the old Dean's chronic illness. Let's go? Let's go to Demon Suppression City and get a closer look. Alright, let's go. Chapter 142, Yin-Yang Comprehension. The Milky Way falls from the 9 heavens. Chapter 142, Yin-Yang Comprehension. The Milky Way descends from the heavens above the demon-suppressing city. Black and white clouds transform into 2 fish, head to tail, constantly chasing and spinning, filling the entire sky, with a mysterious aura pouring down. At that moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the corner by the window of a tavern. They were dressed in plain clothes and looked out the window. One of them, with empty sleeves and nothing on his body, had the tea on the table float to his lips. Frank, this aura is both yin and yang. It's quite mysterious. Tianlon squinted, her deep voice ringing out, before she finished her tea in one gulp. Upon seeing this from a distance, The waiter carrying the teapot shuddered. He quickly approached with the teapot, refilled the small teapot on the two tables, and then bowed and retreated with a smile. Although the shopkeepers in these passes are just ordinary people, their eyesight is by no means weak. They knew very well that they were just ordinary people, the lowest of the low in this pass. Those who are able to enter the pass are either ordinary people like them who have applied for a business license or low-level card masters, or soldiers at the border. How weak can the soldiers guarding the border be? The waiter was well aware that jobs in this pass were highly sought after, not only because of the attractive wages, but also because they offered the chance to meet top experts who were not usually seen, and even to glean secrets from their words. Although it requires being far from home, and sometimes not even being able to go home once a year. But compared to the benefits gained, it's really insignificant. He naturally cherished each guest, treating them with utmost care and enthusiasm, always greeting them with a smile, and never daring to show any emotion. In particular, longtime employees like him have seen a lot, having come to understand even more just how powerful it is to control objects with qi. They naturally dared not slack off even more. It's truly mysterious. But yin and yang are inherently opposites. What kind of great figure is Su Ming trying to create that can possess both of these powers simultaneously? Frank frowned in thought, his words filled with confusion. Although he was from a Western allied country, he had thoroughly studied the culture of Kyushu over the past few centuries. He naturally understood the meaning of the two words yin and yang, and knew that they were opposing attributes. Making the two coexist would be a huge challenge. At least, Frank himself, as the dean, couldn't do that. Lan Tian maintained his smile and pointed to the sky, continuing, "Do you see this yin-yang fish in the sky? I once read a fragmented book that recorded something about it, but it was extremely incomplete. If it weren't for Su Ming creating it today, I would never have been able to figure out how it works, even if I racked my brains." The yin-yang fish, one yin and one yang, are connected head to tail, and life goes on endlessly. Frank murmured to himself, his eyes fixed on the black and white clouds. At that moment, the clouds in the sky seemed to transform into two living fish in his eyes, constantly swimming in the air, connected by yin and yang, endlessly regenerating. "I see, this is truly amazing." His eyes brightened, a faint angelic power emanated from his body, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Immediately, a tattered, yellowed piece of paper appeared before him. Heaven and earth give birth to the two energies of yin and yang, which in turn give birth to light and darkness. The fusion of yin and yang enables endless life. Light and darkness alternate. So who says that angels are only light and cannot be in darkness? I've been going down the wrong path all along. The dark angel recorded on this fragment from the god's tomb might not be an angel fighting against the dark and bizarre. Maybe he himself can transform into darkness. Su Ming, you're quite the lad. With just one glance, you've enlightened me. Frank's breathing became somewhat rapid, his gaze shifting back and forth between the tattered pages and the strange phenomena of heaven and earth, and his smile grew even brighter. Immediately, he took a deep breath and gripped the tattered page tightly in his hand. Glug! He tilted his head back and drank the tea in one gulp, breathing heavily, his heart pounding. If all goes well, he might actually be able to create another kind of angel god race this time, making the angel pantheon even richer. Elder Dean, I have gained some insights. Please protect me, as I wish to create a brand new angel magic card. Frank suddenly stood up, his expression excited, and his voice rose several decibels. At that moment, he couldn't care less about anything else. All he wanted was to realize his own ideas completely. These words immediately drew the attention of everyone in the tavern. However, they basically only glanced at it once, and then focused their attention on Zhang Sanfeng and the strange phenomena in the heavens and earth. They obviously did not believe that this old Western man could create a brand new angel magic card. Of course, there are still exceptions. The waiter's eyes darted around a few times before he stepped forward with the tea and whispered, "Senior, do you want to create a brand new angel magic card? You believe I can create it?" Frank raised an eyebrow, asking somewhat unexpectedly. "Of course, don't underestimate me just because I'm an ordinary person. I've seen countless people in this profession, and I knew you were extraordinary the moment I saw you," the waiter said, glancing at Tianlan beside him. "The person next to you can control objects with their qi. How can you be ordinary?" "Haha kid, you have good taste." Frank laughed and casually pulled out a purple magic card, then said, "Consider this item card a gift from me. Keep it close to you. It could save your life in a critical moment." Thank you so much, Senior. The waiter was flattered and delighted. He bowed to express his gratitude, and after refilling the tea, he withdrew on his own initiative. Rumble. Just then, a booming sound rang out in the sky, and the yin-yang fish spun faster and faster, until its shape became so obscured that even the naked eye could not see it clearly. The black and white colors merged together under this high-speed rotation, like a large black and white plate covering the entire sky. Thump, thump, thump. The next moment, 3 chimes resounded from the sky, their echoes lingering and far-reaching. The heavenly Tao resounds 3 times, and the magic card is complete. Everyone looked up at the sky, their expressions filled with anticipation. They were all very curious about what kind of deity this old Taoist priest belonged to. Of course, the most excited were the old guys in the Senate, especially Frank and Tianlon. He created the card so quickly. He can create a yin-yang opposing magic card without any difficulty. Just how many more surprises will Su Ming give us? Tianlon took a deep breath and said, her voice filled with shock. Beside him, Frank, who was about to put his plan into action and create the Dark Angel magic card, also stopped and stared blankly at the sky, unable to react for a moment. Rumble. The yin-yang fish that had been spinning in the sky calmed down, accompanied by a roar, and gradually separated, revealing a huge crack. The river of time and space surged down, like the Milky Way descending from the heavens, its boundless power suppressing the entire world. Chapter 143 The magic card is created, destroying the strange. Chapter 143 The magic card is created, destroying the strange and unusual. A crisp sword cry resounded through the sky, and then an old man in plain clothes was seen slowly emerging from the river of time, his long sword swirling around him like a hopping bird. Only after the old man had completely left the long river did it return to its sheath, leaving only the sword's tinkling sound to linger for a long time. Master Zhang didn't care about this. He walked calmly on the river of time and space, with a black and white yin-yang fish faintly appearing behind him. He remained unmoved as the river surged with towering waves, displaying a rather otherworldly demeanor. It seems that none of this has anything to do with it. The way of Tai Chi emphasizes the balance of yin and yang. As the founder of Tai Chi, Zhang Sanfeng was naturally able to achieve a state of tranquility and undisturbed mind. He reached the end of the river of time and space, where the 2 figures merged and golden light burst forth. A moment later, the glow faded, and a golden magic card stood suspended in the air. It was entirely golden, but there was a Tai Chi symbol in the upper right corner, which was black and white. This position should have been reserved for the God Race magic cards. Each God Race magic card would have its own 2-color mark engraved here, such as the hook and chain of black impermanence, the morning staff of white impermanence, or the dragon scales of Ao Bing. However, this mark should be black under any circumstances, as it is the color representing the gods. This Tai Chi mark is exactly the same as its original image, composed of black and white, which is indeed somewhat different from the God Clan's magic card. Su Ming noticed the difference in detail at a glance, but he wasn't too surprised. After all, he knew very well that Master Zhang was not a god, but a grandmaster from a low-level martial arts world who was wholeheartedly pursuing the way of Tai Chi. Even if he shattered the void as in the legends and biographies, and went to pursue a stronger Tai Chi path, he would definitely not be a god. Now, this magic card mark is different, just as it should be. I created Zhang Sanfeng to explore new possibilities for magic cards. Judging from the markings alone, perhaps I have indeed found a magic card series that is not too different from the magic cards of the gods. Su Ming swallowed hard, his eyes brimming with barely suppressed excitement. He really wanted to get his hands on the magic card and check its specific attributes. Unfortunately, the 2 yin-yang fish in the sky had been dyed gold, and they made a boom sound when they collided with each other. Golden rain poured down. This energy feels so good, so peculiar. Su Ming sat cross-legged, and as the golden rain merged into his body, he couldn't help but groan. Although the golden rain looks no different from the previous blessing from heaven, it feels more peaceful in the details. As he continued to absorb energy, Su Ming could feel the restless soul power within his body becoming more and more stable, and even his heart was becoming calmer and calmer. This feeling is something I've never experienced before. Although this energy is not as powerful as that of the Yin God clan, it has its own unique characteristics. If you do this a few more times, it can even elevate your state of mind and slightly improve your comprehension. Su Ming murmured softly, his smile deepening. He himself never imagined that creating a Zhangzhenren magic card would not only bring blessings from heaven and earth, but also have such a unique effect. After this, Su Ming even began to wonder if the blessings from heaven and earth triggered by each series of magic cards would have different magical effects. Splash! The entire city of Jinma was bathed in a dazzling gold, resembling a dreamlike painting. At this moment, all the humans, both inside and outside the city, sat cross-legged, greedily absorbing this rare blessing from heaven. Indeed, creating magic cards is not easy and requires a very specific environment. Generally speaking, card creators will choose an absolutely safe and quiet place to create magic cards and will not tolerate any disturbance. This approach is indeed the most correct. Every magic card is incredibly precious, and it is already extremely difficult to create one. Naturally, we need to do our best in every aspect so that even if we fail, we won't regret it. At least they tried their best. Moreover, only absolutely original divine magic cards can trigger the blessing of heaven. If the creation of a card fails due to some external factors, one will definitely regret it to the extreme, which is really not worth the loss. Regret is different from failure. It will become a thorn stuck deep in your heart, and it won't be easy to pull it out. Splash! The torrential rain was an immense opportunity for humanity. However, the strange creatures were not so lucky. This was a blessing from heaven. The strange creatures of the abyss were not compatible with heaven. What was a great tonic for humans was a poison for the strange creatures. What is honey to me is poison to you. That's roughly the case. Roar! 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 The golden rain fell on the strange creature, hissing and burning sounds accompanied by wisps of blue smoke rising up, and miserable roars echoed endlessly, rippling out like a sound wave. At this very moment, the strange tidal attack is at its most intense. A relentless stream of eerie attacks swept in, completely filling the area outside the city. Just then, the golden rain began to fall, its main purpose being an indiscriminate assault. No matter how strange it is, it will all be burned, dissolved, and vanished by the golden rain. This golden rain was so domineering that it annihilated and destroyed everything within its coverage area in just a few breaths. However, the tide was just right. The monsters in front were eliminated, which made room for the monsters behind. The monsters lined up excitedly and ran forward without stopping. Their eyes were bloodshot and their speed was extremely fast. Unfortunately, they could not withstand the blessing of the golden rain. As soon as they entered the rain, they turned into smoke and disappeared again. Even so, the strange creatures behind them did not stop. They continued to rush towards the demon suppression city, their scarlet eyes flashing with a strange blood-red light. Their bodies did not pause for a moment, but continued to rampage. Although most of these strange creatures are soldiers or generals, they are not so stupid as to lack intelligence and not know how to seek advantage and avoid harm. Even the weakest soldier-level monsters in the wilderness of Blue Star understand the principle of survival of the fittest and seeking advantage while avoiding harm. Therefore, there is only one explanation. These strange entities are controlled by an even more terrifying being and are simply powerless to resist. They have even lost their self-awareness. Su Ming sat cross-legged, the golden magic card spinning continuously in front of him. The scene of the entire golden rain area naturally appeared in his mind, and he took in the strange movements of those eerie creatures. However, he didn't pay any attention to it. These weirdos deserve to die, whether they are controlled or act out of their own nature. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. What's more, these bizarre creatures from the abyss want to invade Earth, exterminate humanity, and let the abyss rule the world. This makes them natural enemies of the human race, with no possibility of reconciliation. The strange creature should be killed. Su Ming remained extremely calm, and even making this decision did not cause him much distress, which was a benefit brought about by this blessing from heaven. He squinted, a Tai Chi yin-yang diagram rising in his mind, and a flash of inspiration struck him, a mysterious aura rising in his sea of consciousness. The Tao gives birth to one gives birth to two, and two gives birth to all things. The Taiji gives rise to the two forms, which are yin and yang. The two forms give rise to the four symbols, and the four symbols give rise to the 8 trigrams. Chapter 144 Yin-Yang Conception, the Mountain Lord Scheme. Chapter 144 Yin-Yang Conception, Mountain Lord Scheme. Before Taiji was chaos, and chaos is the Tao that contains all things. Perhaps this is the strongest Tao. Su Ming had a sudden realization, and the yin-yang Tai Chi concept quietly rose, forming black and white energy flow in his sea of consciousness, which circulated within his sea of consciousness. At this moment, he actually comprehended the yin-yang concept directly. Although it was less than 10%, it was still extremely rare. You should know. To comprehend a realm of meaning requires extremely high comprehension ability. It is not that one can naturally comprehend a realm of meaning, reach the peak of the king realm, or even the half-step emperor realm simply by reaching the 9th star of the king realm. That's absolutely impossible. There is a vast chasm between the emperor realm and the king realm, which can be considered the true threshold for a card master. It cannot be reached simply through hard work. One must possess a certain level of comprehension. Otherwise, no matter how hard one tries, it will be difficult to break through this barrier. Admittedly, even those at the king realm are very powerful. Ordinary card masters wouldn't dare to even dream of reaching that level. However, no matter how strong a king realm expert is, in essence, there is no difference between them and soldier or general level card masters. The only difference is in their own soul power reserves and the level of their magic cards. As long as they work hard enough and supplement their soul power with spiritual medicines, they have a high chance of breaking through. However, this doesn't apply to those at the emperor level. Understanding the essence of a concept relies entirely on each person's comprehension, which is extremely important. Without comprehension, no amount of resources will help. Of course, if two people have the same level of comprehension but one has enough resources while the other does not, the former will most likely break through first, but this is not absolute. After all, the understanding of artistic conception is profound and mysterious, and luck plays a significant role in it. Perhaps, an ordinary person can grasp the essence of a lake just by glancing at it. Even someone born into a wealthy family, and with good comprehension, might have a high chance of achieving nothing even after 2.5 years of targeted training. No one can explain all of this clearly. The understanding of artistic conception is just that mysterious. However, this blessing from heaven can calm people down, clear their minds, and naturally enhance their comprehension. Of course, this does not mean a permanent increase in comprehension. However, it can calm the person who is caught in the rain, clear their mind, and prevent them from being affected by the outside world, allowing them to directly enter a state of enlightenment. In this state, one can quickly grasp certain truths and improve one's comprehension and cognitive abilities. A state of sudden enlightenment is rare and precious. Even the most gifted geniuses may not experience it even once in their lifetime. However, under this blessing from heaven, a small number of people who were getting rained on were directly put into a state of enlightenment, and their comprehension soared up dramatically, which was truly terrifying. As a result, Su Ming successfully comprehended the concept of yin-yang. Although it was only in its rudimentary form, it was still incredibly magical. Before this, although he had reached the 4th level of the king realm, he had no clue about the comprehension of the intent and did not know where to start, let alone comprehend it. Back then, after Li Wushuang became a king-level card master, he directly comprehended the Gale Sword intent. Even before his soul power reached its peak, he had already comprehended 30% of the Gale Sword intent, which was truly terrifying. Without a doubt, Li Wushuang's level of comprehension is what makes him a true prodigy, terrifyingly so. Su Ming was also ashamed of himself. However, very few people in the entire human race possess such comprehension. Most people do not have strong comprehension abilities, and it is extremely difficult for them to comprehend the essence and step into the emperor level. It is no exaggeration to say that only 1 in 10 can achieve this. The 10 here refers to the fact that even among 10 King Realm 9-star card masters, not one might successfully comprehend the intent. What does this golden rain represent? This means that as long as you can get wet in the rain and your comprehension isn't too bad, there's a high chance you'll enter a state of enlightenment. In this way, one can greatly improve one's comprehension and cognitive level, making it easier and more comfortable to grasp the essence of things. Even if one is not as good as Li Wushuang, that freak, one is probably not far off. Although this is only a temporary buff, it is still extremely powerful. With a shower of gold, how many Royal Realm card masters will be born for the human race? The concept of yin and yang is so difficult to grasp. A hint of worry appeared on Su Ming's relaxed face. He then immediately withdrew from the enlightenment state, but there wasn't enough time to enter it again. Fortunately, he was in the center of the golden rain, where his state of enlightenment was most complete, and thus he grasped a trace of the yin-yang concept. Of course, this doesn't mean Su Ming's comprehension is bad. It just means that the concept of yin-yang is extremely profound, and it's naturally very difficult to comprehend it. There are countless realms of artistic conception, some strong and some weak. The yin-yang realm points directly to the origin, naturally belonging to the highest level. It is on the same level as the supreme realms of life, destruction, time, and space, and cannot be compared with ordinary sword intent or saber intent. Su Ming was able to comprehend yin and yang, and although his comprehension was not top-notch, it was not weak either. Puff puff puff. Under the golden rain, breakthroughs resounded continuously among the crowd, and various artistic conceptions emerged. Judging from the subtlety of its meaning, one can tell that it was something someone had just grasped. The sword is like a swift wind. The sword transforms into a swift wind, and the swift wind can also become a sword. I see. Ha ha ha. Li Wuxuang suddenly stood up, laughed loudly, and his aura surged at that moment. Countless gusts of wind gathered around him, instantly enveloping the surrounding area. The next moment, these gusts of wind transformed into sharp swords, blowing like a gust of wind, forming a gust of wind sword domain. A nascent domain form. Li Wuxuang's comprehension is terrifying. Inside the inn, Tianlan exclaimed in surprise, her expression filled with excitement. Frank swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself down. Li Wuxuang hasn't even reached the king realm yet, but he's already comprehended the rudimentary form of a domain. Once his soul power reaches the required level, he can directly break through to the king realm and become the strongest king realm. If his soul power is sufficient and his control artifact can reach the 9th star of the Emperor realm, then he can directly advance to a half-step Saint realm expert. To comprehend the rudiments of a domain at the king realm level is truly terrifying. Dean Frank murmured to himself, his shock growing ever stronger. He shook his head and continued to sigh. Your 9 provinces have been without gods for thousands of years, but the appearance of Su Ming, this variable, directly changed the status quo. Not only did a monstrous card creator like Su Ming appear, but a terrifying card master like Li Wuxuang was also born. How lucky you are. Li Wuxuang is indeed very strong, but I think the strongest is still Su Ming. His creativity is terrifying. He can create the God Clan magic cards whenever he wants, and every time he can bring unexpected and miraculous effects. From the initial Yin God Clan to the 9 provinces Divine Dragon, the heavenly blessings they triggered could enhance and repair their foundations and improve their cultivation. Now, this old Taoist priest in plain clothes can directly induce a state of enlightenment, greatly improving the efficiency of advancing from the king realm to the emperor realm. This alone can significantly enhance the high-end combat power of our human race. Is this the meaning of variable? Tianlan murmured to himself, quietly feeling the golden raindrops, and fell into deep thought. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of miles away, at Dark Origin Mountain, the mountain lord, dressed in a black robe, had an extremely unpleasant expression. A half-transparent image appeared in front of it, showing everything that was happening outside Demon Suppression City. Su Ming, this boy must be eliminated as soon as possible. Unfortunately, I cannot take action myself right now. Those saint-level card masters of the human race are not to be trifled with. Once my mysterious saint-level attacks, they will definitely try to stop me. Not only will I fail, but I will also alert them. It seems I'll have to sacrifice my strongest demon slave. If we can hunt down and kill Su Ming, it will be worth it. Chapter 145 Zhang Sanfeng, the Immortal Cultivator. Chapter 145 Zhang Sanfeng, the Immortal Cultivator, True Man, Zhang Sanfeng. Type, Character Card. Quality, Gold, Legendary. Level, King Realm 9 stars. Attributes, Yin and Yang. Race, Human. Occupation, Immortal Cultivator. Abilities, Tai Chi Sword, Tai Chi Fist, Pure Yang Wujigong, Wudong 9 Yang. Skills have turned into abilities, and these abilities are the cultivation techniques and martial arts that Master Zhang has practiced. Su Ming looked at the attributes of the magic card in his hand, his brows furrowed slightly, and his expression showed a mixture of doubt and curiosity. This wasn't the first time he'd encountered this situation. During the World Card Creation Tournament, he successfully created the demigod quality, black and white impermanence. At that time, the skill disappeared. He thought that the skill had been integrated into the body after the quality reached demigod level, which was why it disappeared. However, it seems that things are different now. Zhang Sanfeng is just a legendary quality magic card, and even his race is human, but his skills have disappeared. No, to be precise, It's about transforming skills into abilities rather than fixed standards or limitations. In this light, it seems more like a person lacking the fixed attributes of skills. By combining various abilities, it can unleash even more terrifying power. Of course, this isn't without its downsides. At least in the skill mode, each skill has a fixed standard. As long as the skill is released, it can provide stable damage and effects. However, Su Ming preferred magic cards like Zhang Sanfeng's. Aside from skills, the only other change is in profession. His profession is cultivator, who seeks truth and immortality through cultivation. Cultivation is about pursuing one's true self, seeking the Tao, and ultimately breaking through the void to join the ranks of immortals. Now that cultivators can exist, can those immortals from the past also be created? Immortals and gods are both very powerful beings. Gods are appointed by the heavenly court, but their own strength is not necessarily very strong. It is only because of the blessing of this divine position that they have great power and strength. If they were to leave this heavenly Tao, would their strength be reduced to its original form? But immortals are different. They are all cultivated from humans and are extremely powerful beings in themselves, not relying on the blessing of a god. An immortal can be a god, but a god is not necessarily an immortal. Immortals pay more attention to self-cultivation than gods, and their inner strength is also greater. Perhaps the immortal demon card is the one with the most potential. Su Ming squinted, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind, his anticipation for the immortal growing even stronger. Although these are just his personal conjectures, they do have some merit. This world is ultimately based on myths and legends, constructing different magic cards to awaken their souls from the river of time and space, thereby unleashing powerful forces. Gods, knights, elves, dragons, and other creatures from my past life's fantasies can all be created, so why can't immortals be created? Moreover, now that even cultivators seeking immortality have created their own magical cards, creating an advanced version of an immortal doesn't seem like such a difficult task, right? Thinking of this, Su Ming couldn't help but feel excited, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Since martial arts and immortal cultivators exist, and they are all asleep in the river of time, why can't we, the human race of Blue Star, cultivate their techniques to achieve our own cultivation abilities? Devil cards may be powerful, but they are ultimately external things. Su Ming squinted, pondering, but couldn't find a way to break the deadlock. In the end, he shook his head helplessly and murmured, "My most important task now is to improve my strength." Countless predecessors have tried to develop their own potential and have even created techniques, but they have all failed. Some people have even tried to learn the secret techniques from the character cards, but they found that the energy of this world is completely incompatible with their martial arts techniques, so it is simply impossible. Perhaps it is time to go and take a look at the Tomb of the Gods. Maybe I can find something there. However, my current strength is still too weak. I need to improve my strength first before considering other things. Everything must be based on my own strength. Otherwise, I won't even be able to take care of my own safety. Everything else is like a castle in the air and not worth mentioning. Su Ming murmured to himself, finally realizing that his thoughts were much clearer than before. It's important to know that before creating the Zhang Sanfeng magic card, he had always wanted to forge another path. Just like in myths, legends, novels, and biographies of the past, everyone can learn martial arts and cultivate immortality, and everyone can become like a dragon, thereby enhancing the strength of the human race. But things are different now. His dreams still existed, but he wasn't as eager or impulsive as before. He didn't believe that with his identity as a time traveler and the treasures of Earth's culture in his mind, he could succeed as long as he wanted to do it. Now, as if he had suddenly realized something, he recalled the efforts of his predecessors. They had long ago discovered that although the sole power of this world could strengthen the human race, it had to be forcibly absorbed through the medium of magic cards. Otherwise, it would only lead to death and annihilation. Admittedly, Su Ming still harbored a certain arrogance, but he also felt that his current strength was far from sufficient to achieve that goal. He needed even greater power, as well as a broader perspective to understand the true nature of this world, in order to realize this idea. Heaven's blessing. Could this be the blessing from heaven that cultivators trigger? It allows one to enter a state of enlightenment, see one's true nature more clearly, and makes one's thoughts more active. Su Ming took a deep breath, and while shocked, he couldn't help but feel secretly fortunate. Fortunately, he created Zhang Sanfeng. Otherwise, he might have ended up in a dead end. Yes, the eerie threat from the abyss is imminent. If I don't quickly improve my strength, who can guarantee that I won't encounter danger or unforeseen events? Su Ming isn't stupid. With such extraordinary talent, how could those mysterious higher-ups in the abyss not know? My situation is actually quite dangerous. Back in the capital, the dark demon bull spoke volumes. His existence had long been known to the higher-ups of the abyss, who called him the prophesied youth. Even the dark demon bull was willing to destroy its own cultivation in an attempt to possess him in order to pursue a higher realm. Therefore, after that, Su Ming realized that if he wanted to rise quickly, he couldn't keep a low profile. The only way to succeed is to continuously improve one's strength and suppress all dangers. Keep creating magic cards, and improving my strength is the key. Once I reach the peak of the Saint Realm and have the ability to protect myself, then I'll study things related to cultivation. Besides, as long as I can create more magic cards, I believe I can always obtain more useful information. My strength lies in creating magic cards. If I were to abandon that and instead focus on cultivation, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? Thinking of this, Su Ming smiled and shook his head, his eyes becoming even more resolute. Chapter 146 Golden Rain Disperses, Captain Gu is shocked. Chapter 146 The Golden Rain Disperses. Captain Gu is shocked as the golden rain stops and the clouds disperse. A blood moon hangs in the sky. A faint crimson glow fell from the gray sky, draping the demon suppression city in a crimson veil once more, making the whole world even more sinister. Everything returned to normal. Captain Gu catch. Su Ming's voice rang out, and he threw out the magic card he was holding without the slightest hesitation. You gave it to me? Gu Siruan was also a little stunned and couldn't react at all. She never imagined that the other party would actually give her this divine magic card. This is a Protoss magic card, not some ordinary, common item. In the entire 9 provinces, only Su Ming, the God Clan card creator, possesses a God Clan magic card. No one else, not even those at the Emperor Realm or Saint Realm, can obtain one. What makes her so special that she now possesses a divine magic card? Admittedly, Su Ming did promise them that he would customize a magic card for each team member, but at that time he said it was a martial arts card, not a god race magic card. Even though she used the materials she provided to create this magic card, she never even considered obtaining it. But now the facts are right in front of me. The golden magic card is floating in front of me, leaving no room for falsehood. Su Ming, is this really for me? Even so, Gu Siruan stopped what she was doing, looked up at the boy on the city wall and asked. Of course, it's just a legendary magic card. Su Ming chuckled lightly and said casually, then lowered his head to select materials again. He was telling the truth. Although Zhang Sanfeng was a grandmaster, he rose from a low-level martial arts world to become a cultivator. However, compared to the other powerful figures in Su Ming's mind, his strength was truly insignificant. Su Ming created him merely as an experiment. Although Zhang Sanfeng's Yin-Yang Dao is extremely powerful and belongs to one of the strongest paths of Dao, unfortunately, his strength was still too weak and his potential was not very high. Su Ming himself found it useless. Of course, the most important thing is that he had already promised to create magic cards for him, and even accepted the benefits. Su Ming is a man of his word, and he doesn't usually make promises to others easily. However, once a promise is made, it will not be broken. This is the bottom line. At least it's his bottom line as a human being. It really is true. Aye. After receiving an affirmative answer, Gu Siruan trembled with excitement, and tears welled up in her eyes. She never imagined that one day she would possess a divine magic card, and that this day would come so quickly. But when she touched the golden magic card in front of her, she was completely stunned. What's going on? Humans? Why the human race? Shouldn't it be the gods? Is the blessing from heaven a lie? Are the 3 chimes of the bell also a lie? Wait, could this magic card be fake? That's right. I only contributed a small amount of materials. How could they possibly give me such a precious divine magic card? A legendary golden martial arts card. That's a huge win for me. That's not right. An old man in plain clothes, carrying a long sword on his back, with a black and white yin-yang diagram behind him. Isn't that the old immortal who just emerged from the river of heaven? But why is he human? Isn't it only the divine magic card that can trigger the blessing of heaven? It's unbelievable that a human could receive blessings from the heavens. The shock on Gu Siruan's face slowly turned into astonishment. Her pupils dilated as she stared at the magic card in front of her, not daring to breathe. However, it happened very quickly. A hint of curiosity surfaced on her shocked face, her brows furrowed slightly, and her large eyes blinked. Professional cultivator. What kind of profession is this? And the skills on the panel have also been transformed into abilities. What kind of magic card is this? This should be even rarer than the God Race magic card. Gu Siruan held her breath, her mind and spirit shaken. She stood frozen in place, her heart churning with turbulent emotions. She rubbed her eyes and once again focused her gaze on the magic card in her hand. After confirming that he wasn't seeing things, he was stunned again. This is absolutely incredible. Sister Siruan, what's wrong? Guofangting looked at the stunned captain and shouted loudly, feeling a little anxious. It should be noted that the strange tides were extinguished by the golden rain. However, the area blessed by heaven and earth is not actually very wide, only about 200 or 300 miles outside the demon suppression city. Outside of this area, the strange phenomena remained unaffected. Now that the golden rain has disappeared, the strange creatures will naturally continue to attack again. If Gu Siruan continues to stand there in a daze, it will definitely be a very dangerous situation. Indeed, even after the strange phenomena in front were extinguished and dissolved by the golden rain, the tides behind continued to pour in. They were continuously dissolved and obliterated. To be honest, how much can be eliminated in just half an hour? This tiny amount is nothing compared to the entire tide. It's insignificant. The abyss is a vast and boundless world, teeming with bizarre creatures, with new and strange beings constantly emerging. If they are strange creatures at or above the king realm, then they are somewhat precious, as they are considered the mainstay of the abyss. This bizarre creature was born extremely quickly and was born as a soldier, possessing unfamiliar combat abilities. However, their speed of advancement and cultivation level is far inferior to that of humans. For example, the genius sunflower leaf of Dark Origin Mountain is known as a genius that appears only once in 100 years in the abyss due to its hanging ghost form. Even with the support of a powerful force like Dark Origin Mountain, it still took nearly 70 years to break through to the peak of the King Realm, and it had only just begun to comprehend a trace of its essence. Even so, he was already an extremely rare genius in the abyss. However, such a performance would be quite ordinary for a human. Li Wushuang is not even 70 years old yet, but he has already grasped the rudiments of enlightenment and is qualified to advance to the Saint Realm. Such talent is exceptional even among humans, similar to the status of Qi in the abyss. It should be noted that this was the result of Li Wushuang's foundation being severed 5 years ago, leaving him to waste 5 years of his life. Admittedly, in terms of comprehension, these strange creatures are far inferior to humans. However, they have almost endless lifespans, and as long as they live, they can continue to improve over time. This is something that humans cannot compare to. Moreover, within this abyss, the power of the abyss is inexhaustible, and strange creatures are constantly being generated, requiring almost no cost. This is also the fundamental reason why the strange tides keep coming. After all, for Dark Origin Mountain, the strange creatures at the soldier and general levels are not worth mentioning at all, so there is no need to worry about the consumption of resources. The Mountain Lord and other big shots don't care at all either. Fangting, let me show you this magic card. It's really amazing. Gu Siruan came to her senses and, speaking, lightly leaped onto the city wall, revealing the magic card in her hand, its attribute panel clearly displayed. Chapter 147 The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, Golden Silk Armor. Chapter 147 Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, Golden Silk Armor Cultivator? What kind of profession is that? Guofangting's pupils contracted, and she exclaimed in disbelief. As a card creator, she has an encyclopedic knowledge of the basics of magic cards. He was intimately familiar with all sorts of magic cards across the entire planet, but he had never heard of a profession called cultivator. Su Shin has created a completely new series of magic cards. Guofangting took a deep breath and froze on the spot, her heart filled with turbulent emotions. She hadn't known Su Ming for very long, but in that short time, he had not only enabled Kyushu to possess the God Race magic cards, but had also created so many magic card series. Such achievements are unparalleled, even by renowned card creators throughout history, none of whom could reach the heights he achieved in just a few months, even after a lifetime of dedicated work. His talent is almost supernatural, with no limits. The idea had unconsciously arisen in his mind, like an indelible brand. The livestream camera moved in at just the right moment, revealing the card's attributes in their entirety. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Holy crap, look! This is just a human magic card. What? A human magic card? How is this possible? Didn't it just trigger a blessing from the heavens? When did a human magic card become capable of triggering a blessing from the heavens? Oh my god, there must be some mistake. Only the gods are so noble that they can receive blessings from heaven and earth. How can we humans be compared to the gods? I must have drunk too much last night, and I'm still not sober. Who says we humans can't be compared to the gods? We have an ancient saying in our 9 provinces. Man can conquer nature. Do you understand? Your 9 provinces had no gods before. When the ancients said that man can conquer nature, weren't they talking about conquering the gods? Heavens, your Kyushu has shown utter disrespect to the gods. Aren't you afraid of divine punishment? The gods are the gods. How could we humans possibly compare? Oh, my fellows, look at what these people from Kyushu are saying. Have they forgotten who saved Earth? It was our Western gods who created the divine magic cards based on them that allowed us to resist the strange invasion. Damn it, they are showing such disrespect to the gods. Haha, you Westerners are really hilarious. No matter how powerful the gods are, we still need to use magic cards to retrieve them from the river of time. I can only say that it's a win-win situation. Your groveling is disgusting. My god, I bet the reason why your Kyushu couldn't create the god race magic card before is because there are just too many thugs like you. This will anger the gods. I don't know if the gods are angry, but I do know that you're in a bit of a precarious situation now. Please remember, which country currently holds the most powerful magic card on the heavenly ranking? Kyushu. Kyushu. That's right, it's Kyushu. Oh, you've all gone mad. You've all gone mad. With this attitude, aren't you afraid that the gods will no longer favor the 9 provinces, and that your Su Ming will no longer be able to create the divine race magic cards? No, we in Kyushu also respect the gods. As long as they can protect our human race well, they are worthy of respect. For example, we are grateful to and have awe for the gods who were created, such as the black and white impermanents, Ao Bing, Oxhead, and Horseface. By the angel god above, these people of Kyushu have no reverence for you, no gratitude in their hearts. They truly deserve to die. Black guy with a question mark. JPG, this is truly the funniest joke I've ever heard. He, the angel god, is a Western deity who neither protects the 9 provinces nor brings us any blessings. Why should we respect him? That's right. Why should we respect a god who has never protected the 9 provinces? Oh, look at you. All the people of Kyushu are so selfish. The gods are high above, so they should be more noble than us humans. You can't even have a sincere faith, so why should the angel god protect Kyushu? I'll say it again. Humans can conquer nature. Relying on the gods will only make humanity weaker. Now, God Su has already used Zhang Sanfeng to tell us that humanity can also stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods and receive blessings from heaven. Su Shun is awesome. Our human race also has powerful figures. Humans are no weaker than any other race. With Su Shun in the land, great fortune will surely come. The chat in the live stream quieted down for a moment, but soon it erupted into a heated argument again. Of course, this time no one dared to slander Su Ming. Even though they wanted to do so, they didn't dare to. They're afraid of being proven wrong. It's that simple. There's no way around it. Su Ming's talent for card creation is undeniable, especially now that he's created a human race magic card that can invoke the blessings of heaven and earth. This situation is truly a first for all of humanity, an unprecedented spectacle. There's no way to spray anymore. As for the people of Kyushu, they were naturally excited and thrilled. The appearance of this magic card meant that their long-held beliefs were without any problems. Who says humans are inferior to gods? Even mortals can rival gods. Then let's continue. There are still 3 more magic cards to create. Su Ming squinted, and the soul power brush reappeared, dancing rapidly. The Dragon Slayer saber is most suitable for Feng Xiao. He is already physically strong and has amazing defense. With the Dragon Slayer saber, a weapon with a powerful and sweeping style, he can better utilize his physical advantages. He will have strong defense and considerable attack power at the same time, which will greatly enhance him. Moreover, Feng Xiao has always liked powerful weapons like broadswords, and the Dragon Slayer sword is the most suitable for him. As for Lu Yi, he is obsessed with swordsmanship, so naturally we need to create a sword-type equipment card for him. Since there was the Dragon Slayer before, we can also arrange the Heaven Sword. Maybe the 2 magic cards can trigger some special effects. If Fatty Lu wants something that can help him survive, then give him a golden silk soft armor. As for Guofangting, she only wants to ask me about knowledge related to magic card creation, which is a bit difficult for me. Su Ming murmured to himself as the Dragon Slayer blade in front of him took shape. The weapons and equipment in this low-level martial arts world are no challenge for him now. They are truly within his grasp. This is too easy. Just create all 3 magic cards at the same time. Su Ming remained calm as 2 more soul pins appeared simultaneously. Before long, the original artwork for the Heaven Sword and the golden silk armor was also completed. The 3 pieces of equipment rotated around it, adding a touch of awe. Source card fusion. At Su Ming's command, a surge of soul power erupted, and 3 source cards instantly took shape without any difficulty. Immediately, he didn't stop there and immediately started the second step. Chapter 148, Tai Chi Chuan reaches Divine Mastery. Equipment card takes shape. Chapter 148, Tai Chi Mastery reaches perfection. Equipment card takes shape. Roar. Outside the demon-suppressing city, a large number of eerie creatures once again attacked, stirring up gusts of cold wind. Soldiers, kill them. These soldiers stationed in the demon-suppressing city had long been tempered by iron and blood, and hunting strange creatures was commonplace for them. The situation was on the verge of erupting, and the scene descended into chaos once again. Let's keep fighting. Gu Siruan regained her composure, a glint of light flashing in her eyes. She placed the card-controlling device in front of her chest, and with her right hand holding Zhang Sanfeng, she slid down and clicked the magic card into the slot. The golden artifact emitted a dazzling light, and the old man in plain clothes stepped out from within the golden light, calmly gazing at the strange tides below the city. Senior, let's hunt down the monsters together. Gu Siruan spoke respectfully, even though she knew that once a soul merges with a magic card, it will be sealed and will lose its consciousness. However, she deeply revered this human elder who was comparable to a god. The Protoss are very strong. This is an undeniable fact. The reason why Kyushu has always lagged behind the Western Alliance is fundamentally due to the God Race magic card. Although the people of Kyushu rose to power by relying on the belief that man can conquer nature, they were able to withstand the attacks of strange creatures. However, the fact that the Western Alliance possesses the divine magic card can dispel the fog at night, allowing people to move freely, demonstrates just how powerful the divine magic card is. Although the current Kyushu also possesses the God Race magic card, and even occupies the first and second positions on the heavenly ranking. Nevertheless, none of them are as shocking as this human magic card. Humans can also receive blessings from heaven and earth. A mortal body, yet comparable to the gods. Moreover, the fact that this mortal was a senior from Kyushu made her even more excited and thrilled, and her heart remained unsettled for a long time. Perhaps Westerners won't feel this way. At most, they'll just be happy for a moment, which is about the same as creating another low-end Protoss card. After all, although Zhang Sanfeng invoked the blessings of heaven and earth, his power was actually only average. Among the divine demon cards that exist on Earth, he was only at a lower level, let alone entering the top 10 of the heavenly ranking. Such a magical card, and not even a god-type card, makes it even less interesting to Westerners. Most of them are devout believers in gods, believing that only gods can bring them hope and strength. No matter how strong a human is, they are still just a human. What use are they without divine power or divine might? This is the inherent way of thinking of Westerners. However, Gu Siruan is different. She is from Kyushu, and the belief that human will can conquer nature is ingrained in her bones. In her view, it was a great thing to be on par with gods with a mortal body, and something to be worshipped. Relying on heaven, earth, or gods is not as reliable as relying on the human race itself. Therefore, this made her even more excited, thrilled, and respectful than if she had obtained a divine magic card. The Tai Chi has descended upon the world. Zhang Sanfeng took a step forward, unleashing the purest Tai Chi Yang Gong from his body. The Jinwu sword flew out from behind him with a clang, carrying the power of Yin and Yang Tai Chi into the strange tide. With a light tap of his foot, a Tai Chi diagram was created, and he began to practice Tai Chi in the air. Although this fist technique looks extremely soft and weak, it can move the power of heaven and earth. Behind it, there is a huge yin-yang Tai Chi that keeps rotating. Endless pressure descends upon the world, directly suppressing the strange creature under its feet so that it dares not move. Using fist techniques to manipulate the power of heaven and earth, this person can actually control the power of a domain. His strength is truly immense. How is this possible? When he stepped out of the river of time, he didn't have much pressure. How could he drive the power of his domain with the strength of a 9th-level King Realm expert? What's going on? Could it be that our human race's powerful beings are not as adept at suppressing with their aura as the gods? So even if a true spirit leaves the river, it cannot unleash a strong aura? I think that's highly likely. After all, divine might, isn't that exactly what the gods excel at? Inside the demon suppression city, in a tavern, people gathered together, gazing at the figure in the sky that seemed to command the power of heaven and earth, and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The entire tavern was immediately engulfed in debate and discussion. Only the two elderly men sitting in the corner by the window remained silent, simply raising their heads and squinting as they quietly gazed at the figure in the sky. Old Dean, what exactly is going on? Judging from Zhang Jinren's true spirit aura, it shouldn't be possible for him to activate a domain with the strength of a king realm cultivator, right? Frank looked puzzled. As a peak saint, he naturally saw more than ordinary people. When Zhang Sanfeng's soul walked out of the river of time, he saw clearly that although this person was very strong, he had only just touched the threshold of godhood, and his strength was even inferior to that of a two-winged angel. However, it is extremely terrifying that such a person can exert strength close to that of a 9th-level emperor with only the 9th-level king realm. Although the divine race magic cards are very powerful, there is a huge gap between the king realm and the emperor realm. To unleash the power of the emperor realm at the 9th level with the power of the 9th level of the king realm, one would need at least a divine race magic card like the four-winged angel, or even a divine race card that is ranked in the top 15 of the heavenly ranking. Now, Zhang Sanfeng has accomplished it. Tianlan gazed at the sky, her eyes fixed on the figure of Master Zhang, dancing Tai Chi. Each punch and movement, though slow, carried a magical power that seemed to drive the heavens and earth to aid him. I understand. Master Zhang's boxing skills have reached a divine level, which is why he can use his boxing skills to drive the world and use the power of the world to amplify the Tai Chi conception, thereby achieving a magical effect that is almost like a domain. He stroked his white beard, a look of shock appearing on his face. However, after the initial shock came overwhelming joy. He also loved boxing and practiced it every day before losing his arms. With the support of his mountain-shattering fist, Thunder Fist became even more powerful and fierce, and its overall power reached a new level. Even when activating the Thunder domain, he confused his fist techniques with the domain, allowing his strength to surpass that of an ordinary peak Saint Realm cultivator. This was also a major reason why he was able to survive the Wanqing Sea back then. If he hadn't integrated his martial arts into his domain, he wouldn't have been able to withstand even the first storm, let alone encounter the beautiful woman who brought him back. Although I am skilled in boxing, I can only integrate boxing into my domain to enhance my strength, which is still a mortal skill. However, this Master Zhang can use his fist techniques to manipulate the power of heaven and earth, directly enhancing his own domain and allowing it to reach a higher dimension. This is truly divine and miraculous. Tianlan's voice trembled slightly as she spoke, her eyes gleaming as she stared intently at everything. As he spoke, his figure vanished into a blur. The next moment, they appeared directly on the walls of the demon-suppressing city. He needed to get closer so he could more clearly feel the opponent's superb boxing skills and hope to grasp the essence of them, even if it was just a trace of their core meaning, which would greatly benefit him. Could it be that once martial arts skills reach a divine level and break through the limits, one can be called a cultivator? Perhaps this is the key to being able to rival the gods. Tianlan squinted, guessing as she did so, her heart pounding with excitement. Looking at his arms, which were almost fully grown back, he felt a surge of excitement, realizing that he had found a path to stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods, even with a mortal body. Although the road ahead is rugged and bumpy, at least we can see hope. However, upon seeing the emergence of various cultivator cards in the near future, he realized that cultivators were not so simple. They were merely a group of people seeking immortality and enlightenment. However, there are even stronger beings than immortals. At this moment, atop the city wall, Su Ming opened his eyes, and the dragon-slaying saber and heaven-reliant sword in front of him hummed, then grew to tens of meters in length and slashed down at the strange tide. After the vision, 3 golden magic cards floated in front of him, radiating dazzling golden light. 3 top-tier martial arts legendary equipment cards were simultaneously formed in his hands. Chapter 149 Harvesting Soul Stones. Frank creates Dark Angel. Chapter 149 Harvesting Soul Stones. Frank creates the Dark Angel. The enormous phantom of swords and blades fell, unleashing terrifying power and tearing a large gash in the tide. Equipment cards can also possess the aftereffects of a card, but they do not have the same autonomy as character cards. They can only unleash the power of their after effects through the manipulation of the card creator. Su Ming naturally wouldn't waste such a great opportunity. He directly used the aftershock to unleash his sword, which could be considered as making a small contribution to guarding the pass. As for the gold-threaded soft armor, this thing only serves a defensive purpose, and it only works when worn. It's better not to borrow Qingkai. Although the Dragon Slayer saber and the Heaven Sword are low-level weapons, their combat power is still quite impressive, at least comparable to the Azure Dragon Sword. Furthermore, their magic cards have a bond, allowing them to unleash even greater power when used together. Even the weaker gods of Japan could put up a fight. Of course, both must be present at the same time. Whether it's the Dragon Slayer sword or the Heaven Sword, they will most likely shatter after striking the God and Demon cards, just like the Azure Dragon Sword back then. It's truly a case of hurting others by 100 while injuring oneself by 1,000. Even so, these two magic cards are already equipment cards that countless card masters dream of. The Azure Dragon Sword, as the strongest magic card under the God race, is highly sought after. After all, there aren't many God race magic cards, and not every card master can obtain one. Even experts above the Emperor realm, unless they have exceptionally outstanding talent, are unlikely to be bestowed with a God race magic card. Of course, if it's a card creator as prodigious as Su Ming or Alice, then that's a different story. Are the divine race magic cards very rare? Su Ming just wanted to say that he could create a new one by simply rubbing his hands together, so this thing was really not precious to him. However, for most card masters, it's a different story. They work hard their whole lives and still can't get a single rare magic card, let alone an epic or legendary magic card. Of course, if you join the army to guard the pass, you can get a few standard rare magic cards in 2 or 3 years, and if you are lucky, you can also get standard epic magic cards. If you persevere for a few more years, you might even get a standard legendary card, or even spend your merits to have a card maker create a custom magic card for you. These are all possible to achieve in the military, and it is also the simplest way for ordinary card masters to accumulate magic cards and improve their strength. After all, guarding a pass is an extremely dangerous and tedious task, which is not only physically difficult, but also mentally challenging. The soldiers guarded the pass day and night, preventing the strange creatures from invading the city. Moreover, stationed at the border, no one knows whether they will live or die the next day. These things are extremely demanding on mental strength and self-recovery ability. It's really hard to persevere without a heart attack. The soldiers' achievements were earned with their blood and lives. Even so, they might not be able to obtain an original legendary magic card even if they spent their entire lives, let alone a more powerful weapon like the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Such a weapon would be coveted even by many powerful figures at the Emperor realm. They really gave it to us? Feng Xiao and Lu Yi exchanged a glance, their faces filled with disbelief. Even after the two magic cards flew into their hands, they were still unable to come back to their senses, feeling as if it were all a dream. Golden silk soft armor. What terrifying defensive power. This is the magic card I've always wanted. After examining the magic card in his hand, Lu Qi exclaimed in surprise, his face beaming with uncontrollable joy. At this moment, Guo Fangting, who was standing next to her, couldn't help but laugh and said, "How could this be fake?" Su Shen even gave Sister C1 a magic card like Zhang Zhenren, which is comparable to a god. Would he really embezzle yours? Su Shen said that he is the most trustworthy person. Yes, we were both too attached to it. It's just that this is so exciting. It feels like a dream. It's so unreal. Feng Xiao held up the dragon-slaying saber, as excited as a child. You should know that this guy is usually extremely composed, and he embodies the phrase, unmoved as a mountain, in every aspect, both outwardly and inwardly. Beside him, Lu Yi wasn't much better off. His hand holding the magic card trembled uncontrollably. My mission is complete. Can I return Li Bai now? Su Ming's voice rang out, and the two of them came to their senses. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi quickly handed over the hero, Li Bai, with an extremely respectful attitude. Su Ming took the card, said nothing, just smiled and nodded, then turned to leave. Just then, Gu Siruan's voice rang out. Su Ming, the magic card you gave us is too precious. Please accept this 50,000 soul stones. As she spoke, her attitude became increasingly respectful. As soon as these words were spoken, Feng Xiao and the others also spoke up, taking out the only soul stones they had, hoping that the other party would accept them. To be honest, these soul stones are really insignificant compared to the magic cards we obtained. Such powerful magic cards are practically priceless. If it weren't for this opportunity, one might never have been able to obtain such a good card in their entire life. In that case, I'll accept it. Su Ming nodded and did not refuse. At this moment, in the demon-suppressing city, Su Ming is not only a prodigy, but also a man of high character. Our Kyushu is probably really about to rise. Tianlan looked at the scene on the demon suppression city and nodded in satisfaction, unable to hide the excitement in her eyes. Throughout history, many outstanding individuals have perished prematurely due to their flawed character. Some even degenerated into treacherous slaves, causing countless troubles to the human race. Su Ming was originally the legendary variable, but the woman in Wangxinghai didn't say whether this variable was good or bad. Now that he has seen the other person's character, he naturally feels much more at ease. If he can continue to grow smoothly, with Su Ming's monstrous talent for creating cards, he will definitely bring better development to Blue Star. Frank chuckled and chimed in. Old Dean, you're mistaken. His existence will definitely help our entire Blue Star Alliance rise to prominence, and perhaps he can truly drive the strange creatures to the depths of the abyss. Let's drive away the strange creatures. I hope that day will come soon. Tianlan sighed, then turned to Frank and said, Didn't you say you had some insights and were preparing to create magic cards? That's for sure. Today, I'll also create a divine race demon card in this demon suppression city, and bring some benefits to these soldiers as well. Light and darkness are opposites, yet they also coexist. Who says angels can only be light? Frank pondered for a moment, then directly conjured a soul brush and quickly began to write and draw. Inspired by the yin-yang tai chi of Master Zhang, he plans to create a revolutionary angel magic card by fusing darkness and angels. Chapter 150 Alice's self-deprecating mood, buying materials. Chapter 150 Alice mocks herself, buying materials in the Holy Light City, located in a spatial rift outside Angel City. This is one of the 3 major passes of the Western Alliance, and it is made entirely of dark stone, just like the demon-suppressing city in the demon capital. This is also the standard configuration of the ancient city of Guanai. They look almost exactly the same. Even the materials are identical. Its appearance is quite different from its name of Holy Light. However, naming conventions vary from country to country. Westerners, who believe in angels and holy light, naturally have a different way of choosing a name. What exactly is Zhang Sanfeng of the human race? Su Ming, thinking. Why is it that the human race he created can attract the blessings of the heavenly Tao? Is this the difference between him and me? Alice stood on the city wall, but her attention was not on the strange tides at all. In front of him, a transparent screen was flashing continuously, showing footage from Kyushu. The Yin God clan, the human race comparable to gods, the martial arts world, the Dragon God clan. Just how many trump cards does he still have? What can I use to compare with him? I never even imagined that a mortal human body could rival a god. This is simply illogical, yet he created it. Alice murmured to herself, then gave a self-deprecating laugh. She grew up under the spotlight of being a peerless genius, enjoying smooth sailing all the way, and believed that her talent for creating cards was unmatched. It wasn't until after the World Championship began that he met the boy from Kyushu named Su Ming. From that moment on, her pride was shattered. After the team competition started, she specifically opened the Kyushu live stream room. Actually, she didn't want to see who would win or lose, but was mainly curious about what kind of magic cards Su Ming would provide. But upon seeing this, she felt even more ashamed. With my limited talent, how can I claim to be the best in the world? That's so shameless. Why? Alice continued to sigh, her spirits seemingly dampened. What a powerful magic card. Feng Xiu's Dragon Slayer blade is so domineering. Every slash is accompanied by a dragon's roar. When he unleashes his ultimate move, you can even see a pale golden dragon, the 9 provinces' divine dragon. The Heaven Sword is also very powerful in Liu Ye's hands. Its speed is extremely fast, cutting through iron like mud, with sword light dancing endlessly. And the golden silk armor on that fat man's body can actually form a defensive barrier 3 meters away from him, which is strangely impossible to break. Holy crap, is this the charm of Su Shun? Who would have thought that he created these 3 magic cards at the same time? I was really surprised. When I saw him create 3 magic cards at once, I thought he was just showing off. Even if he succeeded, they certainly wouldn't be good cards. The result was the creation of 3 legendary gold cards? Who can argue with that? Look at the power of these 3 equipment cards. They are among the top quality in terms of transfer. Damn it, I figured it out now. Su Shin wasn't trying to show off at all. He just thought creating them one by one was too slow and a waste of time. It is truly a great blessing that the 9 provinces have the god of Su. Brother, you're being too narrow-minded. This isn't just a blessing for the 9 provinces, it's a blessing for the entire Blue Star Alliance. Ha ha ha, that's right. The world where only the abyss is strangely injured is about to be achieved. As the Kyushu team members unleashed the true power of their magic cards, the chat erupted even more. The live stream was almost completely filled with comments praising and marveling. Su Ming was completely unaware of this, and even if he saw it, he would only smile calmly and would not be surprised. After all, although he seemed to create the magic cards casually, he was backed by the entire treasure of Chinese culture. The magic cards he created, whether they were of the Ein God type, the Divine Dragon type, the Immortal Cultivation type, or even the weakest martial arts type, were all outstanding treasures of Chinese culture, so it's normal that they generated such a response. Su Ming walked through the demon suppression city without making any attempt to conceal himself, and the soldiers walking on both sides of the road cast admiring glances at him. Card creators are already an extremely prestigious profession, let alone Su Ming, the only card creator from the divine race in the 9 provinces. He walked on the main road, and the crowd in front of him naturally parted to make way for him. There were no foolish playboys or beautiful women throwing themselves at them. However, the soldiers on both sides of the road stopped and gave a thumbs up, cheering loudly. Su Ming responded with a smile and continued walking, soon arriving at the entrance of the Tianding Chamber of Commerce. The 6 legendary exchange tickets that Fatty gave me can be exchanged for 6 legendary materials. The rest are the 100,000 spirit stones that Feng Xiu gave me, the 200,000 spirit stones that Captain Gu gave me, and the 90,000 spirit stones that Lu Yi gave me. Su Ming stood still, his mind already immersed in the storage card, constantly taking stock of his gains this time. As the largest chamber of commerce in Kyushu, I hope the Tianding Chamber of Commerce can give me more surprises. Su Ming looked up at the 2 characters, Tianding, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Compared to soul stones, he naturally prefers all sorts of unique materials. As long as there are enough materials, he can bring all the Chinese myths and legends in his mind to life more quickly. Mr. Su, please come in. As soon as Su Ming stepped through the door, a beautiful girl came to greet him. She was wearing a red cheongsam, bowed slightly, and was extremely respectful. However, her flushed ears and trembling arms spoke volumes about her inner nervousness. Behind him followed several girls, all dressed in red cheongsams, their faces flushed as they stared at Su Ming, looking as if they wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing that someone else had beaten them to it, they couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment. However, as sales consultants for Tianding Chamber of Commerce, their professionalism is beyond doubt. A moment later, they regained their professional smiles and enthusiastically threw themselves back into their work. Mr. Su, what materials do you need? The girl also recovered, and although her ears were still a little red, she returned to a professional level. Su Ming nodded and said with a smile, I need some legendary quality materials, and I also need some spiritual items. Mr. Su, please follow me. Our Tianding Chamber of Commerce has 3 floors. Legend has it that the materials and spiritual items are all stored on the 3rd floor. The girl bowed slightly, gesturing for the girl to enter, a faint smile always playing on her lips. After she finished speaking, she walked ahead to lead the way for Su Ming. Along the way, she lifted up various curtains to let the guests pass before jogging ahead to lead the way. This whole routine was executed flawlessly, clearly showing that he's done it quite often. The girl always had a smile on her face, and Su Ming could tell that it was a genuine smile from the bottom of her heart, showing how dedicated she was to her work. Such a smile is truly rare in this era. Following behind, Su Ming couldn't help but be infected by the smile, and a smile appeared on his face without his noticing. Chapter 151, A Page of Black Paper. Chapter 151, A Page of Black Paper. The Tianding Chamber of Commerce is the largest chamber of commerce in Kyushu, with branches throughout major base cities and strategic passes across Kyushu. Although this place in Jinma Pass is not the largest, it is still 3 stories high. As soon as Su Ming stepped onto the 3rd floor, the view opened up before him. A faint fragrance wafted through the air, refreshing his mind and even lifting his spirits. The 3rd floor is actually no different in size from the 1st and 2nd floors, except that it displays very few items, only about 100 at a glance, which makes the space seem extremely empty. Mr. Su, this is rhinoceros horn incense, made from the unique qualities of the unicorn horn of the Dark Knight rhinoceros, a strange creature from the royal realm. Burning it can calm the mind and nourish one's spiritual power. Chu Xiaoyu's voice rang out, unhurried, and with a smile on her face. I must say, the Tianding Chamber of Commerce truly lives up to its reputation as a top-tier chamber of commerce. The sales staff are all highly skilled. They are not only beautiful and approachable, but their professionalism is also impeccable. Along the way, Su Ming also went to the second floor to browse around. The girl in front of him could describe every item in great detail. Her happy appearance was obviously not faked, but genuine. This is something Su Ming couldn't do, whether in his previous life or this one. A few months after transmigrating, he rose rapidly, receiving various praises and rewards, as well as the admiration and respect of many people. Logically speaking, someone with such an extraordinary life, admired by countless people, should be very happy and carefree. At least, this was what he had dreamed of in his previous life. No need to work day and night in a cramped office. No need to pay attention to the bald boss's expression, and no need to act according to everyone else's wishes. It sounds wonderful. But after obtaining all of this, Su Mingkai realized that troubles were inevitable. He now has more worries. When will he be able to create all the myths and legends in his mind? Where does this abyss come from? When will the bizarre creatures be completely defeated? When will Earth be free of the black mist and restored to its former glory? My strength is still too weak. In this strange and insidious world invaded by the abyss, I still have no power to protect myself. All of these things left me with too many questions on my mind. Especially as he grew stronger and learned more secrets, it became increasingly difficult for him to experience that simple joy. Therefore, when he saw Chu Xiaoyu's genuine smile, he smiled knowingly. Su Ming walked slowly on the soft carpet, his gaze sweeping back and forth across the glass counter as he carefully selected materials. Chu Xiaoyu followed quietly behind him, ready to answer any questions at any time. What is this? Su Ming suddenly stopped, his gaze falling on a black sheet of paper. The paper was incomplete, with the edges seemingly burned away by a raging fire, leaving only a palm-sized piece of paper on which gilded characters could still be seen. It's unclear whether it's due to the great age of the text or because it was burned by fire, but the characters are no longer legible. Mr. Su, this black paper is a strange object that drifted down from Wangxinghai 30 years ago. No one knows its purpose, and even the Chamber of Commerce's top appraisers cannot find any clues about it. Chu Xiaoyu bowed slightly, her eyes curving into crescents, and gave an extremely professional explanation. Su Ming nodded slightly, signaling the other party to continue. Although I don't know what Wangxinghai is, the training manual states that any item from Wangxinghai will be called a rare item, and it must have some value. Although the value of this page has not yet been discovered, it is extremely tough and impervious to water and fire. This is also its most amazing feature. It is impervious to water and fire, yet it can be burned into this shape. The flame must be extraordinary. After Chu Xiaoyu finished speaking, she looked around and, seeing that no one else was around, leaned closer and whispered, Mr. Su, although this black paper is mysterious, it has not been sold for 30 years. It cannot even be infused with soul power, and it is only mysterious left. You'd better not buy it. Thank you. Su Ming smiled and nodded, feeling a bit more favorably disposed towards the little girl. Okay, actually Chu Xiaoyu is a few years older than Su Ming, but Su Ming has lived 2 lives, so these people in their 20s are just kids to him. However, I am very interested in these strange objects. Su Ming changed the subject abruptly and immediately pulled out a voucher. Yes, Mr. Su. Chu Xiaoyu nodded, took the voucher, and pressed the green button on the black paper counter. A red light swept across her face. Beep, beep, beep. Verification passed. Item number 43 has been locked. Once the facial recognition authentication is successful, the counter with the black paper quickly sinks and disappears, indicating that the item has been purchased. When the customer leaves, the front desk will tidy it up and hand it over to the buyer. Su Ming continued to stroll around, and when he spotted some good legendary materials and spiritual items, he immediately bought them. Chu Xiaoyu followed behind, her smile growing even brighter. Mr. Su is really rich. He bought so many legendary materials in one go. This trip will bring me even more commission, bringing me one step closer to buying my parents a safe house in the city center. Mom and Dad, it wasn't easy for you to raise me. I told you I would make sure you could live in a safe house in the safe zone and never have to live in fear again. I'm working very hard now, and I'll apply whenever there are openings at the checkpoints. Although it's a bit dangerous here, I can earn more money. Only 3 years have passed, and my wish is about to come true. I really have to thank Mr. Su. The commission he gave me this time is equivalent to a whole year's worth in the past. Once this transaction is completed, I can go home and buy a house in a safe zone. When we bring our parents over, they will be very happy. As Chu Xiaoyu thought this, a happy smile appeared on her face. The sales assistants nearby also cast envious glances at Chu Xiaoyu. But just then, a middle-aged woman dressed in brocade stepped forward and said urgently, "Xiaoyu, something terrible has happened. This is terrible." Upon hearing those 4 words, her heart skipped a beat, and she vaguely sensed something was amiss. She glanced at Su Ming, then her gaze fell on the woman. After all, she was at work and could not leave her post without permission. Her nana, please finish serving Mr. Su first, and we'll discuss the details later. The woman in brocade took a deep breath and realized that she had lost her composure. Seeing this, Su Ming nodded and said, "You go ahead, I can wander around by myself, and you can come back and explain it to me later." "Yes, thank you, Mr. Su." Chu Xiaoyu nodded emphatically, her eyes filled with gratitude. 10 minutes later, Su Ming was staring at the pair of scarlet eyes in front of him, somewhat mesmerized. Suddenly, he heard heavy footsteps behind him. He turned his head and looked over, his brows furrowing involuntarily. The person who arrived was none other than Chu Xiaoyu. However, she was now sitting upright, looking absent-minded, her whole being filled with weariness, her eyes red-rimmed, clearly having had a good cry. This scene was like a thorn piercing Su Ming's heart. Is this still the same lively, lovely girl who was full of hope for life, and whose smile was so genuine and joyful? Chapter 152, All Traitors Must Die. Chapter 152, All Traitors Must Die. The light in her eyes disappeared. Su Ming clearly remembered the girl's hopeful smile when he stepped into the Tianding Chamber of Commerce. And there's the heartfelt joy I felt while explaining things. That kind of precious joy. Now, they've all disappeared. The person in front of me seems to have lost his soul. Although his face has not changed, he is completely different from before. Su Ming frowned even more, and after hesitating for a moment, he asked softly, "What's wrong with you?" Chu Xiaoyu stared blankly for a moment before she came to her senses. She pursed her lips, as if trying to hold back her tears. She looked at the young man before her, this prodigy. After taking a deep breath, I couldn't hold back any longer. Tears streamed down her face as she said in a trembling voice, I don't have a mom and dad anymore." She said those words with heartbreaking intensity. Just like her previous heartfelt joy, this was a heart-wrenching, desperate cry of grief. Whether it's joy or sorrow, it's all incredibly sincere and extremely infectious. These words struck Su Ming's heart like a heavy hammer. He thought of his past life, when he was only 10 years old, on the day his father died unexpectedly. That kind of pain is simply indescribable. Even now, my heart still aches faintly, and I can't let it go for a long time. What's more, Chu Xiaoyu lost both her parents at the same time. Of course, if it were an ordinary person, he wouldn't be so moved, nor would he feel so deeply for them. However, he witnessed a person who was full of hope and optimism suddenly change his soul in an instant. Such a change is truly heartbreaking. Su Ming was never a heartless person, so naturally he couldn't bear to see such a scene. Before creating Zhang Zhenren, he might not have been so interested, and would have just sighed with regret. However, after comprehending the concept of yin and yang, his state of mind also underwent a significant change. He realized that although he had transmigrated to this world, but they were not just passing through. I didn't come to this world just for sightseeing. I became a living, breathing person from Kyushu. Everything in this world is real, not a game. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoyu burst into tears. She sobbed as she recounted what had happened. My parents were killed by the demon slave. Our entire slum was wiped out by that demon slave. We live in an impoverished area on the edge of Kuejiang Bay City. Our home is in a poor community that is only a wall away from a wilderness area. There are always strange attacks of varying degrees every year, so it's not safe. But that would only result in small-scale skirmishes, with few casualties. But this time, a treacherous slave sacrificed the entire impoverished community in order to increase his strength. My parents, my neighbors, they all wailed. They didn't survive. I've thought it all out. Once I finish Mr. Su's deal, I'll be able to raise enough money to buy a small apartment in the safe zone. In this way, I can get my parents away from that dangerous place. If I work hard enough and come to Zhima City to work more often, I will definitely be able to earn a better life. I also fantasize about how my parents will react when they see the house in the safe zone. I've rehearsed it in my dreams many times. They always laughed happily, just like a child. By this point, Chu Xiaoyu was already in tears, her eyes filled with desolation and devoid of any spirit. A demonic slave. Another demonic slave. Su Ming unconsciously clenched his fists, his heart filled with anger. If it were a strange creature that did all this, he would still be angry, but not as furious as he is now. After all, humans and strange creatures are irreconcilable enemies. They are adversaries in every respect. The Abyss has always wanted to break through the demon suppression city and completely control Blue Star, turning Blue Star into its own territory. This is a battle between two races, and whatever the Abyss monster does is within reason. After all, whether it's the human race or the strange creatures of the Abyss, everyone is fighting for their own race and their own future, and no matter how despicable or extreme the methods used, it is understandable. But this time, it was the cunning slave who made the move. It is important to understand that for a human to become a demon slave, they must willingly accept the demon race. Otherwise, even if the Mountain Lord possessed immense power, he could not possibly have instilled such strange ideas into the hearts of humans. A human willingly becomes an enslaved creature, even sacrificing the lives of an ordinary person in a neighborhood in order to quickly increase their strength. Damn it! Su Ming squinted, the scene from the World Championship flashing through his mind once again. The same was true of Takase Nishikuro of Japan. He crushed the evil seed in his heart, wanting to perish together with himself. At a crucial moment, the withered wooden hand from the Abyss caused Su Ming a lot of trouble. The combination of these two actions clearly indicates an intention to take his life. Who says there's no connection between the two? Su Ming will definitely give them both a grand competition, along with a few lines of traditional Chinese culture. In fact, incidents of demonic slaves injuring people have occurred before, and in fact, quite frequently. However, those were almost always aimed at human geniuses or certain powerful individuals. Even so, the demon slaves have always been a major threat to the human race and are difficult to resolve. This time, the demon slaves actually attacked ordinary people directly, and there were tens of thousands of them. This is utterly shameless. It has no humanity whatsoever, and is even more hateful than the bizarre. Traitors like Gui Nu are the most hateful. Deceitful slaves. All traitors deserve to die. Su Ming took a deep breath, his deep voice squeezed out from between his teeth, his expression becoming extremely cold and terrifying. As the deep voice rang out, the temperature on the entire third floor dropped a few degrees. Upon seeing this, Chu Xiaoyu couldn't help but tremble. However, she quickly regained her composure, a hint of determination appearing in her eyes, and whispered in agreement. That's right, all the demon slaves must die. As she spoke each word carefully, a murderous aura rose from her body, drawing Su Ming's attention. A person can change in an instant. These traitors lurking among the people have repeatedly hunted down human prodigies, and now they don't even spare ordinary people. These traitors are more hateful than demons. Huh? What's going on? Su Ming's expression shifted, and he felt that the cyan calligraphy brush in his sea of consciousness was trembling slightly. He squinted, savoring the memory. This writing brush seems to have been activated when I made the decision that all traitors should die. After hearing Chu Xiaoyu's words, she began to tremble even more violently. As Su Ming pondered this, an idea naturally arose in his mind. Traitor, monster, writing brush, could it be that he wants to descend upon this world? Chapter 153 Reunion with the Mysterious Woman. Chapter 153 Reunion with the Mysterious Woman deep in the abyss, atop dark origin mountain. The three figures coalesced once more, gazing down the mountain. Brother, what's the point of mobilizing more low-level monsters to attack the city? It's impossible to breach any human stronghold this way. The shadowy figure's voice rang out, its entire body seemingly merging into the night sky, leaving only a faint afterimage. The Mountain Lord gently stroked his black robe and replied in an extremely deep voice, Second brother, don't panic. The strange tides cannot be stopped. I need them to attract the attention of the human race so that I can act covertly and launch a feint attack. A feint attack. The shadowy figure's hoarse voice was filled with doubt, clearly savoring something. At this moment, the fourth sister, whose face was as white as paper, smiled and said, Second brother, you shouldn't try to guess what eldest brother is thinking. Just follow along. Eldest brother has lived for so long and has learned a lot of strategies from the human race. We just need to obey. That's true. But even though there are many of these low-level monsters, and they are being born in the abyss every moment, they can't withstand this kind of consumption. The shadowy figure nodded and continued to voice his doubts. Although it's not very bright, it can still see things clearly. Upon hearing this, the Mountain Lord couldn't help but laugh and say, "No need to worry. We'll be able to close the net soon, in 10 days at most." 10 days? Why does it take so long? Your strongest ghost slave is a half-step Saint Realm cultivator. It shouldn't be difficult for him to ambush and kill a King Realm card creation master, right? The fourth paper doll turned her head, making a rustling sound that sent chills down one's spine. It was indeed somewhat puzzled. Its elder brother was already prepared to sacrifice the strongest demon slave, so why did it still need to take so much time? Su Ming is currently inside the demon suppression city. Taking care of him shouldn't be too difficult, right? The Mountain Lord pondered for a moment, then explained in a low voice, "Humph. All those old guys in the Senate went to Demon Suppression City to watch Su Ming create the magic card. Lang couldn't find an opportunity to make a move." Upon hearing this, the other two fell silent. This is indeed a big problem. A moment later, the Mountain Lord stretched out his withered hand and played with the white worm, then snorted coldly, "Humph. If this continues, the three of us will have to take action ourselves." "Personally take action? Brother, isn't the timing right? Those old men are using the power of the past to their advantage. It'll be difficult for us to gain any advantage against them, won't it?" "Haha. Who said we were really going to make a move? All we need to do is lure those old men away from Demon Suppression City, and Lang's problem will be solved, won't it? Why not take action now and lure those old senators away to avoid any unforeseen complications?" The second brother in the shadows spoke again, his words filled with doubt. He couldn't understand why he had to wait another 10 days. Shouldn't this kind of thing be resolved as soon as possible so that he could feel at ease? "Second brother, what do you know? Eldest brother has his reasons for doing this. To lure all those old men away, the three of us have to act at the same time. Do you know how much risk that will bring?" The fourth sister's voice rang out, and her tone became a bit louder. Upon hearing this, the shadowy figure trembled slightly, then suddenly realized what was happening. The three siblings are the three most powerful monsters in the entire abyss, suppressing the entire abyss, and can be considered the three pillars of the abyss. Although some of their protectors have reached the Saint Realm, they are at most at the early stage of the Saint Realm. If any of the three of them were to die, the balancing mechanism would be broken, and they would be forced to retreat to their lair and never come out again. Sigh, it's all that big idiot's fault. If he were still here, we wouldn't be in such a passive position. The paper figure squinted and continued speaking. "All right, fourth sister, third brother's spirit has already perished, so don't say such harsh things." "Yes, brother." "Second brother, fourth sister, send all your strongest men to Fenghua Pass for a full-scale attack." "Second brother is right. We don't need to wait until that day. It's time to put more pressure on them." The Mountain Lord murmured a decision. "Yes, brother." The two answered in unison, and then activated the power of the abyss to issue commands. At this moment, in an inn in Jinma City, Su Ming sat cross-legged, holding the soul stone in both hands, his soul power flowing through his body, forming a perfect closed loop. Creating 3 magic cards in a row undoubtedly took a toll on his resources. If it weren't for the blessing from heaven and earth after creating Zhang San Foam, which raised his realm to the 7th star of the King Realm, there probably wouldn't have been enough to supply them. As night deepened, the blood moon grew increasingly somber. The power of soul calling has finally returned to its peak. Su Ming opened his eyes, let out a long sigh, and a smile appeared on his lips. Immediately, he pulled out a memory card, and as the light dissipated, a pile of materials floated in front of him, emitting a faint golden glow. There are 9 items here, including 5 legendary materials, 2 spiritual items, and 1 rare item. The goods are genuine, and there are no problems at all. Su Ming's gaze swept back and forth over the objects in front of him, and then he put away all the spiritual items and legendary materials, leaving only that 1 page of black paper still floating in the air. This black paper did not shimmer with golden light like the legendary materials, nor was it as lifelike as a magical object. It simply floats quietly in the air, with nothing unusual about its surface. Only when one senses it with spiritual power can one perceive that it is slightly special. What kind of material is it that makes it impervious to water and fire? Su Ming squinted, his face full of doubt. He stretched out his right hand and slowly approached the black paper, feeling a surge of excitement. Boom! As fingertips touched the black paper, golden light instantly burst forth, coating the entire room with a dazzling gold. Even outside the inn, one could faintly see this shimmering golden light, like breathing. Although everyone was curious, no one dared to step forward to investigate. The inn was heavily guarded, making it impossible for ordinary people to get close. Huh? Where's this place? Su Ming struggled to open his eyes, only to be met with complete darkness. He looked around and couldn't see a single ray of light. It was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. However, Su Ming was not in a hurry. He knew very well that the most important thing at this moment was to stay calm. The more chaotic his mind was, the harder it would be to solve the problem. I think I lost consciousness when I touched that black page, and I regained consciousness in this pitch-black space. I suppose this must be related to it. Could this actually be the interior space of that black paper? Su Ming frowned, pondering the matter, which he considered the most likely guess. He quickly calmed down, constantly observing his surroundings and remaining vigilant. Rumble. The next moment, a thunderclap was heard in the darkness, and a bolt of lightning flashed across the endless darkness. Immediately afterwards, countless stars twinkled, dotting the black curtain with stars. Splash! The twinkling stars converged and eventually merged into a long river of stars, flowing gently down from the end of the night sky. This scene seems familiar. Su Ming remembered clearly that he had been dragged into such a mysterious space before he encountered the cyan penholder. Da-da-da. The next moment, the familiar voice rang out again. A tall woman dressed in a white and gold outfit walked out from the starry sky, her red high heels making a crisp sound with each step. Young man, we meet again. I didn't expect you to have collected all the fragments of the divine artifacts that we scattered across the mortal realm so quickly. Unfortunately, we don't have much time left. We hope you can assess the abyss within 3 years. We'll be waiting for you in the Star Sea world. Young man, keep it up. The Starry Sea world is the paradise where you can unleash your card-creating talent. Chapter 154 Su Ming's Reminder, Fallen Angel. Chapter 154 Su Ming's Reminder, Fallen Angels, outside the tea house. Buzz. A holy radiance shot into the sky, reaching straight into the clouds, its faint holy light rippling outwards like waves on water. In a window seat in the tea house, an elderly man with white hair and beard sat cross-legged. Before him, a transparent source card floated, its surface radiating a faint holy light that shone upon the old man, making him appear even more sacred and majestic. Source cards. This senior is actually creating magic cards. That holy light was so vast, and it even carried a faint divine quality. This magic card might not be simple. A foreign old man, so holy and radiant. Could he be planning to create an angelic race? If we succeed in creating it, will we be able to enjoy another blessing from heaven and earth? That's wonderful. The blessing from heaven that Su Shun created when Zhang Zhenren descended was so wonderful. To have it happen again is an immense blessing. Duh. Outside the tea house, a steady stream of people stopped in their tracks, their eyes fixed on Frank by the window, and they began to whisper amongst themselves. Even the soldiers who were hurrying on their way paused slightly and cast curious glances into the tea house. Creating magic cards is a novel experience, no matter where you are. Moreover, this magic card, being a newly created source card, has already caused such a phenomenon. Its holy radiance also carries a faint divine quality, which further demonstrates that this card is not simple. Divinity is something that cannot be seen, touched, or traced. It can only be felt. This demon-suppressing city is full of card masters, and even includes many king-level experts, so it's easy to sense their divinity. Holiness can be called angeliism, and darkness can also be called angeliism. They are just different attributes. But wouldn't pure darkness be no different from the bizarre? For thousands of years, so many geniuses of our human race have tried to create magic cards with pure darkness, and no one has succeeded. No, apart from Su Ming, his Ean God clan is indeed purely dark, even closer to the abyss than dark clans. I don't think I can compare to those geniuses of the past, let alone reach the level of Su Ming. Pure dark element can't create, and might even cause me to lose myself. Black and white, yin and yang, light and darkness, they are opposites yet intertwined. If I follow the path of Zhang Sanfeng, I might really succeed. Half holy, half dark, an angel with open eyes, a demon with closed eyes. Frank muttered to himself, inwardly cursing. Different ideas kept popping into his mind, and then, as if an accelerator had been turned on, they were rapidly rehearsed in his mind. However, every single one of them ultimately failed. At least, based on his knowledge base, that's the result of the simulation. It wasn't until he used Master Zhang's Tai Chi method that a sliver of possibility appeared. If you want to break through your limits, you must be bold and try. The way of yin and yang is the most successful possibility I can think of in the past 100 years. So whether you succeed or fail, give it a try. Frank's eyes hardened as he pulled out all the documents and neatly arranged them in front of him. A pair of feathers shrouded in holy light, a wing formed from darkness, and a beating heart. All right, let's get started. Frank's expression hardened. He took a deep breath, and his soul power surged out and directly merged into the source card. Immediately, the source card burst forth with holy light, and an angel with 4 wings slowly emerged, radiating a faint divine power. Dark wings go. Without hesitation, he let out a low shout, and his soul power, carrying the darkly condensed wings, landed on the angel's head, then slowly decomposed into pure energy and merged into it. Frank sat cross-legged, doing his best to control the decomposition and fusion of the materials. Although the material loading stage is the simplest, it is still not something to be taken lightly. Especially at such a critical moment, there is no room for carelessness. If failure is caused by carelessness, it would be a great loss. Dean Frank was a genius at card creation. The first 4-winged angel he created is still guarding the city of angels to this day, protecting it from the invasion of the abyss mist. Even at night, people can still come and go normally and enjoy the nightlife they dream of. In that era, being able to create a divine magic card like the 4-winged angel was already extremely remarkable. Although they cannot be compared with the celestial gods such as the North Wind god, they were still outstanding talents of their era. His talent in card creation is undeniable. It is at least among the top levels of the entire human race. Even so, he was still incredibly nervous at this moment. He had longed to break through his own limitations for far too long, but he had never had the opportunity. Now, the opportunity has arrived. Naturally, I want to make the most of it. Buzz. As the dark wings continued to merge, the 4-winged angel's form gradually expanded, and the holy radiance on its body was slowly stained black. The pale gold patterns on its body gradually turned into deep purple, and its pupils turned into a bewitching purple. A terrifying aura slowly emanated from its body. Glug! Frank swallowed hard. His breath caught in his throat, and a hint of fear crept into his expression. He felt that terrifying aura more clearly than anyone else. This aura struck straight to the heart, and even he, a peak Saint Realm expert, couldn't help but tremble slightly. No, this absolutely cannot continue. We must neutralize it with holy light, otherwise there will definitely be a huge problem. Frank took a deep breath, and his soul power surged again, landing directly on the pair of holy light feathers, his soul power surging. However, just as he was about to integrate the feather into the 4-winged angel, a familiar voice rang out. Dean Fu, wait. Su Ming? Frank was startled and immediately stopped what he was doing. If anyone tries to stop him, he will ignore them and create according to his own ideas. Moreover, this angel prototype has been corrupted by darkness. If no intervention is made to allow the holy light to merge with it, it may fail in the next second. However, Su Ming is different. His talent in card creation is undeniable. No one in the world can surpass him, even if the time frame is extended to 1,000 years for the strange arrivals. Since he has spoken, it is naturally necessary to listen to him. Frank turned his head, looking at the entrance of the stairwell with a puzzled expression, his brows furrowed into a deep frown. There was nothing he could do. The angel in front of him, brimming with dark energy, was truly making him uncomfortable. Looking at this extraordinary angel, Su Ming couldn't help but remind him. The way of Tai Chi is for the balance of yin and yang. The holiness of angels and darkness are completely different and cannot be compared. Yin and yang are abstract concepts. They can be mutually generating and restraining, and thus they can be integrated. Angels are a divine race. They possess divinity, which can also be called humanity. They can be elevated to become holy angels of light, or they can fall and become fallen angels. Chapter 155 Fallen Angels, Bloodline Inheritance. Chapter 155 Fallen Angels, Bloodline Inheritance, Fallen Angels. Frank muttered those 4 words to himself, his heart pounding like a hammer, and he froze on the spot. The pile of holy light materials that had been floating in the air fell directly to the ground, no longer daring to decompose and fuse. Divinity, humanity. Although angels are gods, they also have their own thoughts. Who can guarantee that they will not fall? But is the idea of a fallen angel really feasible? Frank was clearly hesitant. The statement was indeed somewhat outrageous, at least in his opinion. However, it was this kid, Su Ming, who said those words. He looked up at the handsome young man, and his heart began to struggle again. Despite his profound knowledge of the angel race, he was second to none on the entire planet. However, this didn't stop the fact that it was Su Ming from Kyushu who came up with this idea. If it had been someone else who proposed it, Frank would definitely have ignored it without hesitation and might even have muttered, "What a lunatic." Su Ming is the person mentioned by the mysterious woman in the Myriad Star Sea. He has created the God clan, the 9 provinces dragon clan, and the mysterious race represented by Zhang Sanfeng in a short period of time. These are all achievements he made in just a few months. His talent for creating cards is far beyond my reach. It's not surprising that I can't understand his thoughts. Frank murmured to himself, his mind already made up. Blood Knight Heart, merge with me. He let out a low roar, and his soul power surged forth, directly enveloping the beating heart and gradually sinking into the angel's heart. He muttered to himself, constantly drafting the document. I couldn't help but feel nervous about what kind of story and background I should create to fit this prototype. The demonic heart enters the chest. Roar. The angel prototype also roared in a low voice, revealing a ferocious face. Its entire body trembled continuously, and its 2 pairs of black wings stretched straight out, with feathers standing on end, clearly in great pain. Frank squinted, giving it his all, his soul power surging in continuously, and the speed of his heart fusion increased even further. Angels represent light, and there are many powerful beings within their race. Without sufficient strength, one cannot successfully fall and transform into darkness. Su Ming's voice echoed in Frank's mind, serving as a gentle prompting. However, he dared not continue speaking. This is a limitation imposed by the rules of heaven and earth. Even if he could recite the backstory of the fallen angel Lucifer by heart, he still could not tell it to others. Otherwise, they will be suppressed by heaven and earth, or even be directly destroyed. Su Ming naturally dared not gamble. Such a hint was already the limit, and he couldn't give any more. Betraying the angel race, willingly falling into depravity, and not being stopped by the strong members of the race, his strength must be extraordinary. A mere 4-winged angel could not possibly do that. But I created a 4-winged angel this time. Is it going to fail? Frank's heart skipped a beat, his brows furrowed, and he became slightly flustered. However, having lived to this age and weathered countless storms, his resilience is certainly not weak. He raised his head and looked at the prototype of the angel shrouded in darkness before him, and an idea slowly rose from the bottom of his heart. Bloodline inheritance. That's right, it's bloodline inheritance. Frank murmured, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. Immediately, a complete story formed in his mind, containing the knowledge he had gained from studying the Protoss cemetery over the years. With Su Ming's reminder, they unconsciously blended together. The beating heart quickly and completely merged into the angel prototype, and the black radiance pierced the sky like an ion lightsaber before spreading out to both sides. The entire inn was stained black, and the tender green tea leaves in the teacups withered quickly, eventually turning into a pitch-black mass. After they dispersed, they even stained the tea with a faint black tinge. However, no one paid attention to any of this. At this moment, everyone's attention was drawn to the angel, whose entire body was purple-black, and they couldn't wait to see what would happen. As for the doubts, they probably didn't have that idea, and that wasn't because of Frank's identity. After all, the onlookers didn't know who Frank was. They only believed in Su Ming. As the first God Clan card creator in Kyushu, he has become a household name in just a few months. There was no way around it. Wherever I went, videos about Su Ming creating the God Race magic cards were playing. In this situation, it would probably be even more difficult to find a Kyushu person who doesn't know him. While this is one reason, it's not the most crucial one. Most importantly, the God clan created by Su Ming belongs to darkness and is extremely compatible with the eeriness of the abyss. Now, with Su Ming's reminders and guidance, this dark attribute angel, though seemingly absurd, has a chance of success. After all, that's Su Shun. The crowd of onlookers grew larger and larger. Some craned their necks to get a clear look at the fallen angel, while others fixed their gazes on Su Ming, unable to look away. The latter, there are even more. Some of the women were staring at Su Ming with burning eyes, as if they wanted to devour him at any moment. This kind of scene is not allowed to be viewed by anyone under the age of 14. Su Ming was somewhat aware of this, but he didn't care. After experiencing this situation many times, you get used to it. Who can blame me when I'm both talented and good-looking? Buzz. Just then, the black light receded, and the second step was completely completed. He watched with great interest as Dean Frank condensed his soul pen, and pale blue characters floated out, continuously merging into his body. Su Ming was now very curious to see if his few words of advice would be of any use. However, he remains optimistic. After all, the other party is the current Speaker of the Senate. Although the two have not interacted much and have only met once, it can be considered as a brief encounter. However, someone who can reach the pinnacle of the Saint realm and sit in that position is certainly not a reckless person. Since he has already begun to assemble a brand new system of magic cards, he has naturally made ample preparations. With a little self-reminder and correction of mistakes, the success rate should be quite high. Rumble. Just as Su Ming was pondering, thunder rumbled in the sky, and dark clouds began to rapidly gather. This is an anomaly in Qingca. If you can get to this point, it means you're at least 80 to 90% close to success. There seemed to be little suspense left after that. More and more dark clouds gathered in the sky, soon filling the entire sky and obscuring the blood moon once again. The whole world was plunged into darkness at that moment. A few minutes later, thump, 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 the 3 bells tolled, their sound resounding throughout heaven and earth, like a great bell, awe-inspiring and powerful. Chapter 156. With a stroke of the pen, heaven and earth are shaken. With a fall, life and death are interred when. Chapter 156. A stroke of the pen can shake heaven and earth. A stroke of the pen can define life and death. It's a success. Frank was startled, and his face lit up with ecstasy. He himself never imagined that he would eventually create a magic card made entirely of dark materials. Fortunately, it was a success in the end. Tear. A rift was torn in the dark clouds, and the river of time and space plunged down, stirring up a chilling wind throughout the entire demon suppression city. Everyone shivered involuntarily, and as they gazed at the surging river, their breathing became heavy. A short while, an angel, entirely black with 4 wings on its back, emerged from the long river. Its wings were covered with jet-black feathers, yet they were shrouded in a blood-red glow, which was quite eerie. Bobobo. He walked on the river, each step creating ripples, spreading a dark aura, and the whole world fell silent. Outside the demon-suppressing city, the endless stream of strange creatures were once again forced to the ground by this terrifying aura, this time even more submissive, unable to muster the slightest will to resist. Clearly, compared to Zhang Sanfeng, fallen angels share the same origin as the supernatural, both stemming from darkness. When his divine power descended, these strange creatures naturally assumed they had encountered a strange deity, and their devout worship was entirely expected. Tea house inside the city. Success. Although it's not Lucifer, it does have a bloodline of a fallen angel. From now on, exploring further will be much smoother. Su Ming squinted and sighed softly. He had absolutely no intention of creating Western deities such as Lucifer and Gabriel. He didn't even have time to construct his own Chinese myths and legends about gods, immortals, and great demons. So why would he bother to create these Western gods? To be honest, in his view, these Western gods are all gods who became gods through faith, and their upper limit is already set, so there is not much need to create them. At least, he wouldn't stoop to that. Of course, if he could offer a few words of advice to someone as he does today, which would lead them to create entirely new Western deities, he would be more than happy to do so. Ultimately, I am also a member of Earth. With a formidable enemy at hand, this can be seen as contributing to the rise of the human race. As for the idea that Western gods created too many things, leaving Kyushu in a passive and weak position, he had considered it. However, on second thought, Kyushu has its own territory. In the future, he will not only create the entire underworld system, but also the heavenly court system, and even create real immortals, not to mention great demons such as Sun Wukong, the Bull Demon King, the Ancestral Dragon, the Qilin, and the Phoenix. If we become strong enough in the future, the river of time and space will be able to reflect the primordial era. Then, he would definitely create all the great beings from that era and let them live a second life in this world. Of course, this was just his own opinion. That moment is so far away now, and whether it will even succeed in the end is still an unknown. My current goal is to create netherworld magic cards to quell the war between the Abyss and humanity, and even suppress the entire Abyss's strangeness. Su Ming murmured to himself, pondering how to suppress the Abyss. Thinking of this, the image of the mysterious woman in high heels resurfaced in his mind, her words etched deeply into his memory. We hope you can quell the Abyss within 3 years. We'll be waiting for you in the Star Sea world. What exactly is the Wanqing Overseas region? But I should be able to pacify the abyss within 3 years, right? Su Ming murmured softly, then paused and said with absolute certainty, no. In 3 years, I will not only pacify the abyss, but also rebuild the entire order of the abyss. The moment the underworld card book is fully formed will be the moment of rebuilding the cycle of reincarnation. At this moment, he exuded a confident glow. Although it was indescribable and no difference could be seen on the surface, one could feel this magnetic field just by looking at him. Splash. Just then, golden rain poured down. I used to enjoy the blessings that I brought upon myself, but this is the first time I've experienced it as an observer, so it's quite an experience. After all, I will eventually spend my days creating magic cards, and such opportunities will probably not be many more. As Su Ming was thinking, he arrived outside the tea house, where rainwater instantly poured down and seeped into his skin. However, he did not show any enjoyment. In fact, his expression became somewhat strange. Huh? That's it. This energy is way too weak. Su Ming shrugged, turned his head to look at the passerby who was sitting cross-legged and doing his best to absorb the energy of the golden rain, and was really puzzled. While this energy is special, there's really no need to make such an enjoyed expression, is there? That's absolutely outrageous, seriously. All right. Su Ming himself had no idea what this energy meant to ordinary people. He was used to eating fresh delicacies, so when he suddenly ate some ordinary meat, although he didn't find it too bad, he found it unremarkable. Phew, that's about it. I have a pen in my hand and a page of black paper. It's time to create that one. Su Ming murmured softly, his mind already sinking into his sea of consciousness. At this moment, a peaceful atmosphere filled his mind, with magic cards floating among them. In the corner, legendary materials acquired this time were piled up, along with the cyan brush handle and black paper. These two items are called fragments of a divine artifact by the mysterious woman, but they don't seem to have anything special about them. When I obtained these two rare items, I encountered that mysterious woman. Who exactly is she? They were waiting for me in the Myriad Star Sea. Could it be that there really is another group of humans in the Myriad Star Sea? She also said that my talent for creating cards will be fully displayed in the Myriad Star Sea, which is my paradise. What exactly is this Myriad Star Sea? Forget it. There's no point in thinking about it any further. Let's just create the underworld magic card first, quell this abyss's strangeness, and restore the cycle of reincarnation before we talk about anything else. Perhaps, when we reach that level of strength, everything will fall into place. If these really are so-called artifact fragments, would it be feasible for me to create magic cards based on them? Su Ming murmured to himself, his attention once again focused on the two magical fragments in front of him, his brows furrowing again. He quickly put this question out of his mind. Whether it would ultimately succeed depended on practice, and thinking about it now wouldn't do much good. Fortunately, Su Ming directly withdrew his attention from the artifact fragment, and let his divine sense continue to wander in his sea of consciousness, directly arriving at the seven-colored sprout at the edge of his sea of consciousness. The seedlings still look the same as when they first sprouted, without much change. It grows quietly on the edge of the sea of consciousness, slowly absorbing the soul power within it to continuously grow stronger. However, it sucks very slowly and can easily compensate by its own passive recovery, so it doesn't feel like a burden. After observing the tender seedlings, his consciousness returned to that secluded corner. Su Ming carefully sifted through the pile of materials and finally selected 3 legendary materials, plus a beating heart spirit item. 3 legendary materials, 1 spiritual item, plus a divine artifact fragment should be enough. A judge's pen in one hand, a record of life and death in the other. With a stroke of the pen, heaven and earth tremble. With a stroke, life and death are depicted. As the head of the 4 judges under Yama, the king of hell, Judge Chui, with so much material, shouldn't we be able to get you out of here? Chapter 157, prefixed with blood curtain, shocks Frank. Chapter 157 prefixed with blood curtain, Frank shock, blood curtain, Lurais. Type, character card. Quality, legendary, gold. Rank, 7 stars of the Holy Realm. Attribute, dark. Race, fallen angel. Frank examined the golden magic card in his hand, his face filled with barely suppressed excitement. A late-stage Saint Realm Divine Race Magic card can significantly boost his combat power, even for someone at the peak of the Saint Realm. Moreover, the Fallen Angel's race is of the Dark attribute, which completely makes up for the diversity of its magic cards. The magic cards in his hand are always dominated by light, occasionally mixed with the 5 elements, but the main force is the angel race, which represents holy light. Admittedly, the holy light angels do have a certain restraining effect on strange creatures. However, only when one reaches his level does one understand that the mutual generation and restraint of these attributes are not immutable. Especially after reaching the saint realm, even with the same attribute, each person's understanding is different, so the power they can unleash will also be different. For example, even with the same understanding of the water attribute, if someone understands the fluctuations of water, they can manipulate the water's power to not only possess a certain offensive capability, but also a detection capability. If someone comprehends the great wave, they can use the water attribute to unleash a massive, ferocious attack. Each attribute has a different focus. The earth attribute can be used for both defense and offense. However, who can guarantee that Diablo can find another way to completely change the situation where it is restrained by the holy light? Just like water and fire, water can extinguish fire, and fire can also evaporate water. The principle of mutual generation and mutual restraint is generally like this. Su Ming's Zhang Sanfeng is a human, yet he can still attract celestial phenomena. In that case, there should be no essential difference between the gods and humans, except that most gods are very powerful. The birth of fallen angels also proves this point. Perhaps the difference between gods and humans is not so great. Does the belief in the 9 provinces that humans can conquer nature and that mortals can be compared to gods mean that everything is correct? Frank murmured to himself, a slight tremor running through him. He only now realized that he had been underestimating Su Ming all along. The other party has such a high level of vision. This is not just about creating a completely new god race system of magic cards. What's even more terrifying is that he can enlighten himself with just a few words. They even saw that humans and gods are essentially interconnected. Of course, Frank also knew that this relationship between humans and gods was just his conjecture, and whether it was true or not could not be determined for the time being. No, perhaps we can be certain. That kid might have studied this area, or even know it all along. Thinking of this, he glanced at the stairwell, his gaze sweeping around as if searching for something. However, Su Ming was nowhere to be seen. The magic card takes shape, and the heavens and earth bestow blessings. The entire city of Jinma was immersed in this continuous joy. No one noticed that a familiar figure walked through the noisy street and slowly disappeared. Of course, not everyone was unaware of it. At least, Senator Lang's attention was always on him. Lang watched the boy's departing figure, his brows furrowing as he looked around, contemplating secretly following him. If the other party stays in the Abyss Demon City, he's not in a hurry. He'll find an opportunity to strike eventually. He believed that with his own strength, taking down Su Ming would be a piece of cake. However, once the other party leaves and returns to Earth, it will be difficult for him to take action again. As for their strength, I won't go into that. On Blue Star, his cultivation level will be suppressed, and he can only exert the peak of the King Realm. Once he exceeds this limit, he will be suppressed by the Heavenly Tao. However, this does not mean that he can only exert this much power. As long as one is not afraid of death or being suppressed by the Heavenly Tao, one can conceal the Heavenly Tao for a short period of time and unleash one's strongest combat power. Although the time was extremely short, it was enough to deal with Su Ming. Moreover, he was originally a demon slave. After the deed was done, he could be sacrificed and enter the abyss to become a real demonic creature, which would also solve the problem. The biggest difficulty is that the Senate is stationed in the abyss and cannot enter Earth unless there is a special mission. They patrolled the passes in pairs, making it impossible for them to escape. This makes completing the assassination mission much more difficult. Lang, what's with that look on your face? Our dean has created a brand new God Race magic card. Why are you frowning like that? Seeing his old friend's furrowed brows, Dewey, standing beside him, couldn't help but ask in confusion. Dewey didn't suspect anything, but Lang, standing to the side, felt a jolt of unease and a slight sense of panic. He paused for a moment before replying with feigned concern. Oh my God, my dear old Dew, I didn't mean that at all. I was just worried about the dean. The angel magic card he created this time seems a bit off. Well, what you said does make some sense, but we don't need to worry too much. The black and white impermanents created by Su Ming are the same. They are true divine demon cards. Moreover, Dean Frank created this magic card with Su Ming's reminder, so there shouldn't be any major problems. Dewey squinted and answered seriously. At the end, he looked at the other person again and reminded him. And how many times have I said this? Can you please not add darling before calling me? It's giving me goosebumps. Oh, honey, Lao Du. You know this is our customary expression. It's to show our friendliness towards you. Lang forced a smile. He had already suppressed the panic in his heart. At this time, the most important thing is to remain calm. With a smile on his face, Dewey continued to focus his attention on the inn, his heart filled with excitement. Compared to Su Ming, Dean Frank's magic cards can provide the human race with timely combat power more directly. The level of a card depends on the creator's strength. Generally speaking, a general-level card creator can only create general-level magic cards. Even someone as wicked as Su Ming couldn't break through this limitation. Therefore, no matter how high the quality of the magic cards created by Su Ming is, their level is too low to have any impact on high-end combat power. Even if they begged Su Ming to customize a God Race magic card, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Admittedly, character cards and equipment cards can indeed be improved through training. However, that would come at a higher cost, and upgrading the magic card would also take a lot of time, so it would be better to wait for Su Ming to grow up. At this time, in the suburbs of Shanghai, we're finally back. Now we need to prepare for Judge Chui's birth. Before that, I need to improve my strength quickly. I need to at least advance to the half-step Emperor realm, and ideally reach the sealed Emperor realm before I can start constructing cards. Su Ming murmured to himself, and after crossing the spatial rift, his figure quickly disappeared from the spot. He knew very well that compared to the black and white impermanents, Oxhead and Horseface, or even Ao Bing of the Dragon Clan, Lord Chui was far superior in both ability and position. Although I have now reached the King realm, I am still not safe. He wanted absolute certainty. Chapter 158 Re-entering Demon Suppression City. Beginning card creation. Chapter 158 Re-entering Demon Suppression City. Starting card creation 5 days later. In the heart of Shanghai, in a quiet villa district. Puff puff puff. A series of breakthroughs echoed in the small room. In the center of the house sat a boy. He closed his eyes, with yin and yang energies constantly flowing around his body, and a Tai Chi diagram constantly rotating behind him. When the yin and yang energies converge to form the Tai Chi concept, a Tai Chi symbol will appear behind the person. Su Ming had previously grasped a trace of the Tai Chi concept under the golden ring. In the past few days, he has devoted himself to cultivation and has finally crossed the threshold of Tai Chi, which can be considered as entering the realm of Tai Chi. However, while getting started is one thing, there's still a long way to go before truly grasping even a fraction of the essence. Understanding the artistic conception is indeed quite difficult. Su Ming awoke from his meditation and couldn't help but sigh. However, if his words were to get out and be heard by others, he would probably be beaten to death by them. You mastered the basics of a style in just a few days, and you call that difficult? Those 9-star King Realm experts, which one of them doesn't spend a lot of time, at least a year, to comprehend a single realm? For most people, it still takes decades or centuries as a unit of measurement. It's perfectly normal that even a 9th-level King Realm expert might not be able to comprehend a single state of mind even after hundreds of years. This artistic conception is extremely mysterious, and sometimes it is like a gotcha game, where luck plays a role. Of course, comprehension is the most important thing. As long as one's comprehension is high enough, understanding the artistic conception will be as easy as eating and drinking. Take Li Wushuang for example. He comprehended the Gale Sword intent even before reaching the 9th star of the King Realm, and even more than 10% of it. Even in his 5th grade, when his foundation was destroyed, he still managed to comprehend the Gale Sword intent to perfection, and with the help of Zhang Sanfeng's Golden Rain, he comprehended the prototype of a domain in one fell swoop. Such insight is truly unprecedented. However, it's also possible that someone with duller aptitude might suddenly have an epiphany just by seeing a fallen leaf. Who can say for sure? Su Ming probably doesn't have this kind of trouble. He knows me very well. He doesn't think he's particularly quick-witted and can't compare to someone like Li Wushuang. However, even among ordinary people, they are considered outstanding. With diligent practice, grasping even a fraction of the essence will come naturally. Even if the yin-yang conception is more advanced, it just takes a little more time. Moreover, he possesses memories of his past life, and his mind is filled with cultural treasures waiting for him to recreate them. As a card creator, he only needs to keep creating magic cards, and his level will always increase. This is beyond doubt. In this world, magic cards reign supreme. If he can create powerful magic cards, then he can truly do whatever he wants. Not strong enough. Creating a magic card can invoke blessings from heaven and earth, and one's cultivation level will continuously rise. If creating one magic card isn't enough, then create 2, 3, until you're satisfied. Perhaps others don't have this ability, but for Su Ming, it's really a piece of cake. The reason he found it so difficult to comprehend the artistic conception was because his strength had improved too quickly before. Suddenly, being forced to cultivate in such a quiet environment and immediately engaging in such a difficult task as comprehending the essence of a conception naturally feels challenging. Few if I were to comprehend the yin-yang conception on my own, it would probably take at least 2 or 3 years to reach the first level. Moreover, this is not a specific time. Although talent plays a decisive role in comprehending the essence of a concept, the time it takes is still largely dependent on luck. I can't wait 2 or 3 years, or even longer. Su Ming calmed himself down and continued to analyze the situation. He had little doubt that he could grasp even a fraction of the essence of yin and yang. However, we really can't wait any longer. With a 3-year deadline, he'll have to pacify the entire abyss by then. Where will he find the time to cultivate? It seems that Lord Shui's creation will have to be brought forward. Fortunately, I have reached the half-step Emperor realm, and my soul power is already extremely strong, so it should be barely enough. Su Ming took a deep breath, stood up, and didn't rush to cultivate anymore. Lord Shui is very strong. He wants to break through to the Emperor realm before creating anything else, as this would be a safer approach. However, he still underestimated the difficulty of comprehending the yin-yang concept. However, Su Ming is not someone who doesn't know how to adapt. Given the current situation, he naturally has to change his strategy. Being at the half-step Emperor realm should be enough. Perhaps I can take this opportunity to break through the bottleneck and advance to the Emperor realm. With that thought in mind, Su Ming took a step out and arrived outside the villa. Inside the inn in Jinma City, 2 figures sat facing each other, gazing out the window. Steam rose from the tea in their hands, releasing the unique fragrance of the tea leaves, which was refreshing and delightful. Sure enough, he finally came back. Lang paused suddenly, his hand holding the teacup, his gaze fixed on the street outside the window, and a smile appeared on his face. Now, with the tide attacking the city, he and Du Bin are in a group guarding the demon-suppressing city to deal with any emergencies. The other senators are also going to the Beacon Fire Pass, the Bloodbath Pass, and the demon-exterminating city to guard the city. Lang specifically assigned this task to guard the demon-suppressing city. He conspired with the Mountain Lord, and all the powerful and mysterious figures would forcibly cause trouble at Fenghua Pass, so that no one in Jinma City could control them. However, they have been waiting for the right opportunity. The timing of Su Ming's arrival. As for Lang staying in Jinma City to wait, he wasn't entirely certain that Su Ming would come back. However, as a member of the Senate, he also knew that Su Ming had promised the Senate that he would go to the pass to create a divine magic card, draw blessings from heaven and earth to enhance the strength of the border warriors, and most importantly, to heal their injuries. Su Ming has not yet achieved this. Lang was well aware of this. Although Zhang Sanfeng had also received blessings from heaven and earth, the effect of that golden rain was only to enhance people's comprehension, not to heal the warrior's injuries. So he decided to wait there and wait for his prey to come to him. Unexpectedly, he actually got what he was waiting for. Dean Frank and the others have all left, but with Du Bin around, I can't make a move. He's far stronger than me. It seems we need to get the Mountain Lord and the others to make a move. That way we can get Du Bin out of the way and ensure everything goes smoothly. Lang muttered to himself, his hand under the table forming a mark. A faint black light flashed, and then it disappeared. However, Lang's smile grew wider and wider as he pushed the teacup to his lips and drank it all in one gulp. These soldiers sacrificed their lives for all of humanity. Many of them lost their lives and destroyed their foundations at a young age, their lives ending there. But they were more than that. They could even be considered the pinnacle of the card masters. They sacrificed so much to protect the human race and the lights of countless homes. I was once one of those they protected. Now, I have the ability. Then let me create Judge Chui and use a golden rain to restore the foundation of all the soldiers. Thinking this, Su Ming leaped up and landed directly on a rooftop. Immediately, he closed his eyes, his soul power transformed into a brush, and fell heavily, leaving a pale blue mark in the air, radiating a faint power. With just the first stroke, power was born. All I can say is that Lord Shui is truly terrifying. Chapter 159, I Just Want to Live. Chapter 159, I Just Want to Live. With a stroke of his pen, faint ripples spread outwards, an invisible wave emanating from Su Ming as the center and expanding outwards in all directions. At that moment, everyone in the city felt as if they had been struck by a heavy hammer, leaving them in a daze. Of course, this only lasted for a moment, and no one felt too uncomfortable, assuming it was their own problem. Su Ming sat cross-legged on the roof. Although the location wasn't exactly secluded, unless someone looked up specifically to look for him, they probably wouldn't be able to find out what he was doing. After all, he had only just made one purchase, so his target wasn't particularly large. Most of the passers-by were soldiers participating in the defense of the city, and they didn't have much leisure to appreciate the beauty of the sky. Of course, the sky above this abyss only has a blood moon that is repulsive, and even most people rarely go out of their way to look at the moon. However, there are bad people among the crowd. Lang is no ordinary person. He guards this place for Su Ming's sake, and his attention has always been on him. As he finished writing, his expression involuntarily turned somewhat unpleasant. Lang, what's wrong with you? Su Ming has started creating magic cards again. Why do you look so pale? At this moment, Dewey, who was standing next to him, asked a question. As a saint-level expert, his perception of the surrounding environment is unmatched by ordinary people. Although he didn't notice Su Ming when he first appeared in Jama City, the moment the soul brush made its first stroke, it immediately locked onto its target. A saint-level expert is one who comprehends a state of mind to its ultimate limit, and then mobilizes the power of heaven and earth to transform it into a realization for their own use. He was able to draw upon the power of heaven and earth, and naturally became more integrated with them. As long as it's within his perception range, he can detect even the slightest movement. In fact, he was able to sense Su Ming when he appeared in Jama City. However, Dewey didn't pay much attention to it, automatically ignoring it and treating it as an ordinary card master, letting it pass by in a whim. This kind of operation is very common. Anyone who has entered the sanctuary for a period of time will do this, unless they enter a battle. There's no way around it. If it's not automatically blocked, all sorts of information floods into the mind constantly under the influence of divine sense, creating a chaotic mess. If this situation continues for too long, even a saint-level expert will find it very annoying. Automatic blocking is also a good method. Upon hearing this, Lang couldn't help but laugh and said, I was just worried because of that mysterious fluctuation. It can directly affect one's mind. How terrifying is that? That's true. You should be relieved now, right? Oh, dear old Dew, of course I'm relieved now. This is the greatest genius of our human race, creating magic cards. Lang made an exaggerated expression, looked towards the rooftop, and continued, I'm really getting more and more excited now. Dewey didn't react much to this. Having worked together for so long, they already knew each other's personalities well, and were no longer surprised by such exaggerated expressions and ways of speaking. The two sat facing each other without saying another word, their gazes fixed on the rooftop, never looking away. Lord Mountain Lord, Su Ming of Kyushu is creating brand new magic cards. This time, the magic cards are sure to be very powerful. Please act quickly. Lang smiled, but his heart was filled with anxiety. His consciousness sank into the strange seed in his heart, and another message was sent out. Make ample preparations. Within a day, the elite army will approach Fenghua Pass. Then it will be time to strike. A moment later, a thought emanated from the monster seed, which calmed his mind considerably. One day later, that will be soon enough. Lang couldn't help but feel excited. If he could complete this mission, he could embrace the abyss, become a monster, and further enhance his strength. The bottleneck that had plagued him for 200 years could finally be broken through. At this moment, he was undoubtedly excited and unable to contain himself. After so much time, Lang had long seen through it all. If he couldn't continue to grow stronger, he could only watch himself slowly age and eventually turn into a handful of dust. Then what is the meaning of all this in the world? He was once a genius boy who made rapid progress to the peak of the king realm, but then he encountered his first major setback. This step took him more than 50 years before he finally stepped into the emperor realm. After that, he cultivated like crazy, went out of the city gates, and ventured into the abyss to fight and grow stronger. 23 years later, he once again hit a bottleneck, stuck at the 9th level of the emperor realm, unable to find any way out. For the next 180 years, Lang made no progress and watched helplessly as his lifespan slipped away. He knew that his talent had reached its limit, but he was unwilling to accept it. He waited nearly 200 years and worked hard for so long in order to transform the artistic conception into understanding. He naturally didn't want to give up. He was unwilling to accept defeat. So he ventured into the abyss again, this time going even further. 12 years later, Lang returned. He became a half-step saint, and his lifespan increased by another 100 years. He thus became a member of the Senate, protecting the safety of humanity. But nobody knew. The reason he was able to break through the shackles and achieve the half-step saint realm was entirely due to the help of the Lord of Dark Origin Mountain. For this reason, Lang voluntarily accepted the demonic species and became a demonic slave. "Old do have some tea." Lang glanced at Su Ming, then looked away and picked up his teacup. Dewey looked at his old friend with some confusion. Why did he suddenly pick up his teacup? However, he didn't think much of it, and picked up the teacup in front of him. Bang! The sound of ceramics colliding rang out. Glug! Lang drank it all in one gulp, even swallowing all the tea leaves in the cup. He glanced at the empty glass, then at his old friend in front of him, and sighed inwardly. "Lang, what are you doing? Why did you drink the tea leaves too? Haven't I told you countless times? The essence of drinking tea is to savor it." Lang watched his old friend chatter on, but this time he didn't stop him. Instead, he felt a pang of sadness. After a moment, he smiled and nodded, saying, "Oh, I know. It's been 20 or 30 years since I've had tea like this. Can't I recapture that feeling from back then?" All right, you're getting nostalgic now." Dewey looked speechless, then picked up his teacup again, took a small sip, and showed an expression of enjoyment. However, he did not notice that Lang's hand holding the teacup was trembling slightly. It's time to say goodbye to humanity. "Old Dew, my old buddy, from now on we'll be enemies." But this is the only path I have left. If I want to survive, I can only keep getting stronger. Unfortunately, my talents are limited, and I have no other choice but to embrace the abyss. Humans or monsters, they're all just different races. The victor takes all. I haven't made a mistake in choosing this path. All I want is to keep living. Chapter 160 Conspiracy, Mysterious Attack. Chapter 160 Conspiracy, Mysterious Attack in the Demon-Suppressing City, on the rooftop. Su Ming sat cross-legged, his forehead covered in fine sweat, and his breathing became somewhat heavy. His gaze was fixed on the front, and the soul brush was slowly descending, leaving a pale blue tail. Few as expected of Judge Chui, it's really not easy to create him. Su Ming murmured to himself, secretly feeling fortunate. Fortunately, I made good plans and chose to create Lord Chui after raising my strength to the half-step Emperor realm. Otherwise, the creation will definitely fail, and then it will likely suffer a backlash, the outcome of which is unknown. Given Judge Chui's status and power, the backlash he will suffer after his defeat will definitely not be easy. This is not like the college entrance exam, where kids can easily have their ideas fail and then relax. It's important to understand that the stronger the prototype itself, the greater the backlash will be if it fails. This is especially true for completely original works. After all, absolute originality is about awakening the spirit of history, which means that this person existed in history. His soul was merely asleep. Each stroke of the painting was like leveraging a long river to awaken it, with a profound impact. At the very least, this is disrupting the rules of heaven. No, nothing that is absolutely original can compare. Magic cards that are not entirely original are also known as replica cards or standard cards. Of course, there are some differences between the two. Replica cards are created by reworking existing, original magic cards. As long as the originality reaches the critical value of 50%, the card can be created. The standard card is a large-scale, one-to-one replica of this counterfeit card, but its performance is somewhat compromised. The relationship between them is roughly as follows: original magic cards, imitation cards, standard cards. Lord Chui is the prototype of the original magic card. Creating him would definitely shake the river of time and space. This is beyond doubt. Su Ming was quite confident about this. Buzz. With another stroke, the surrounding space trembled slightly, and invisible waves spread out. Su Ming was not in a hurry, carefully sketching the portrait in front of him stroke by stroke. He knew very well that being impatient for quick results would only harm him. There is no set time limit for the creation of an original painting. As long as it can be kept from collapsing, it is perfectly fine to paint for 3 days and 3 nights. However, keeping the original artwork intact is not easy. Especially when creating completely original magic cards, any flawed stroke will leave hidden dangers. While the original artwork doesn't need to be 100% accurate, it also can't be too far off. Every incorrect stroke foreshadows its eventual collapse and will also have a certain impact on the final card. For example, Su Ming previously created Bullhead a Bang, but he simply drew the wrong waist tag, which directly lowered its divine power, preventing it from reaching its optimal state, and even causing it to miss the opportunity to merge with horse-faced Rakshasa. If Su Ming had made any more mistakes when sketching the original artwork, it might have directly caused the artwork to collapse, and he would have suffered the backlash. This time we can't rush it. Su Ming murmured to himself as he continued drawing the original artwork. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to improve the quality of a magic card once it was formed. At this time, at Finghua Pass, Tier, 100 miles outside the pass, a rift suddenly appeared in the sky, and 7 figures were seen appearing there. Instantly, an immense pressure emanated from the 7 people, and the entire space seemed to freeze. Among the 7, the leader was a figure completely shrouded in black mist, and a woman whose entire body was made of paper. This paper figure looked extremely strange. 2 patches of red blush appeared on her pale face, and an inch of red extended from her mouth. Her long hair was also made of black paper. Her body was painted bright red, and bruises dotted it. An ordinary person would probably faint from fright if they saw it. Fourth sister, shall we act now? The shadowy figure's hoarse voice rang out, clearly seeking the paper doll's opinion. Of course we have to take action. Otherwise, what are we doing here? The paper figure covered its mouth and let out a strange laugh, its body trembling and making a grating sound as the paper rubbed together. After she finished laughing, she added, however, everyone, take it easy. The goal this time isn't to kill these inferior creatures. We need to lure in powerful human warriors and keep them here. Yes, Valley Master. 5 strange creatures behind him nodded, their attitude extremely respectful. They are all top-tier combatants in the Abyss faction, with even the weakest possessing the strength of a half-step Saint Realm expert. In order to eliminate Su Ming, this variable, the Mountain Lord has sent out most of the Abyss's fighting force this time. Beacon fires in Guangzhou. Huh? That's the Valley Master of Chaotic Heart Valley. Gu Tiexiong stood on the city wall, gazing into the distance. His pupils suddenly dilated, and he couldn't help but take a half-step back. As a powerful expert at the Emperor Realm, he is currently guarding the Beacon Fire Pass. The Abyss is incredibly powerful and mysterious, and its top-tier combatants are extraordinary, with as many as 3 at the peak of the Saint Realm. The 3 major forces in the Abyss, the Lord of Dark Origin Mountain, the Lord of Chaotic Heart Valley, and the Shadow King of Misty Swamp, all stand at the top of the Abyss, possessing the strength of the peak of the Saint Realm. Among them, the Mountain Lord always wears a black robe and is known only as a strange, withered tree, rarely making a move. The Shadow King is hidden in the black mist, and although he has made his move many times, his true form remains unknown. Only the Valley Master, who always reveals its true form, possesses an extremely terrifying paper doll technique. Now that the 2 peak experts from the 2 holy domains of the Abyss have arrived in person, how is Gu Tiexiong supposed to deal with this? Moreover, with these 2 powerful figures present, how could the strange beings following behind them be simple? Swish, swish. Just as Gu Tiexiong was feeling uneasy, 2 figures suddenly appeared beside him. Senior Meng, Senior Gua. Looking at the man and woman, Gu Tiexiong felt much more at ease and quickly bowed in greeting. At least, with the arrival of powerful figures in the Senate, we now have the means to resist. Facing a saint-level expert, someone at the emperor level like him was really of little use. He couldn't even withstand a single exchange. 2 saint-level experts stepped forward, their auras suddenly erupting and directly suppressing the strange tide of attacking the city. They drew out the gleaming golden magic card and then inserted it into the card-controlling device. Suddenly, a giant ape and a swordsman in green robes appeared, roaring to the sky with overwhelming power. Magic card true form. Their voices rang out simultaneously, and endless radiance burst forth from the card-controlling device. Combined, the giant ape and the swordsman in the sky turned into streaks of light and disappeared into the 2 men's bodies. Instantly, the 2 of them surged in power once more, radiating the attribute glow of their magic cards. Behind him, the original form of the magic card became semi-transparent, as if guarding its master. The true form of the magic card. This is the strongest state of a card master at the Emperor Realm or above. That wasn't all. The 2 drew out magic cards again, embedded them into the card-controlling device, and summoned 2 weapons, which they held in their hands. Clearly, they are prepared to go all out. Chapter 161 The Human Race Will Never Surrender. Chapter 161 The Human Race Will Never Surrender. Rumble. Senators Meng and Gua took to the air, their terrifying power directly stirring up the storm, creating a massive spectacle. When the saint-level expert activated his strongest state, the strange creatures in the tide outside the city exploded instantly. They were only at the soldier and general level, and they could not withstand such pressure. Buzz. However, the next moment, the oppressive aura then vanished. It was visible 100 miles away. The Valley Master chuckled softly, surrounded by paper figures. A faint ripple spread from his body, directly dissolving the oppressive aura and protecting the strange entity within the tide, restoring its freedom and leaving it unaffected. Upon closer inspection, the difference in quality is immediately apparent. The peak of the Saint Realm is truly terrifying. You two are bullying the weak. Aren't you disgracing the holy domain? It chuckled softly, its sharp voice echoing through the heavens and earth, sending chills down one's spine. These barbaric invaders dare to talk to us about manners? How laughable! Meng Poyan shouted loudly, his aura becoming even more fierce, while the giant ape behind him roared madly and glared angrily. However, roaring and shouting are just that. He dared not make a move rashly. With Fenghua Pass behind him, he could still use the pass's power to hold off the enemy for a while. If he went out, he would be walking into a trap. Meng Poyan and his companion were well aware of this. Once they were 1,000 meters outside the city, they would not be able to activate the gates formation. Wouldn't that be like lambs to the slaughter? Acknowledging the gap between the two sides is a required course for the strong. As for why he yelled those 2 times. Hey, they've come knocking on our door, we can't afford to lose in terms of momentum. However, they themselves knew that even with the help of the formation of Fenghua Pass, the 2 of them alone were no match for the 2 strange beings in the abyss. It would only take either the Valley Master or the Shadow King to suppress them. What's more, there are 7 of them. Moonshadow, have you sent a message to the Dean? Meng Poyan asked in a low voice. This is the way to break the deadlock. Only the Dean or the Grand Elder can deal with this situation. Yes, we sent out a distress signal a long time ago. Guo Yueying nodded gently, her expression unchanged. She was dressed in a blue robe. Her long hair was tied up with a jade hairpin, and she held a 3-foot-long sword in her hand, looking like a female knight-errant from an ancient costume drama. Thump, thump. The 2 nodded, took 2 steps, and came to the outside of the city wall. Of course, they did not go beyond a kilometer's distance. They took out 2 more magic cards and directly entered the card-controlling device, transforming into 2 golden rays that disappeared into the beacon fire pass. Rumble, rumble. Immediately, a thunderous sound rang out. The city gates swung open, and dark purple light condensed from the beacon tower, soaring into the sky. Soldiers, return to the city. Gu Tiexiong shouted, and a swordsman materialized behind him, clearly having also activated his true form as a demon card. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The soldiers outside the city roared, maintaining an extremely orderly formation, fighting and retreating with great discipline, as if they had rehearsed countless times. 100 miles away, the Valley Master of Paper Dolls, resting his chin on his hand, said with a hint of envy, humans are truly well-trained and united. If even our low-level abyssal creatures possessed such combat skills, we would have conquered Blue Star long ago. It's a pity that low-level abyssal creatures aren't very intelligent and simply can't coordinate like this. Valley Master, there's no need to worry. As long as this plan succeeds, kill Su Ming, bring back his corpse, and with the Mountain Master's abilities, we'll soon be able to march straight in and make Blue Star our paradise. That's quite right. Sinful spirit. Then you 2 brothers should take the lead and test the strength of the human race's holy domain. The Valley Master played with the small paper figure in his hand and said with a smile, Yes, sir. The 2 armored skeletons nodded, then their bodies swelled in the wind, transforming into 100-meter giants, and headed towards the demon suppression city. With each step it took, the earth shook and countless low-level monsters beneath its feet perished. To these high-level, bizarre creatures, these low-level monsters are not even considered their kind. They are merely tools to be used. They wouldn't even give these low-level, bizarre creatures a second glance. The law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak, is vividly demonstrated among these bizarre creatures. With my strength, I can dominate everything, including the lives of the vulnerable. Furthermore, they are so blatant and undisguised. Strange is strange indeed. They even kill their own kind with such righteous indignation. They are truly inhuman. Guo Yueying snorted coldly, and the green sword in her hand hummed, with a faint green color swirling around its blade. Her aura surged, and the massive swordsman in the blue robe behind her suddenly opened his eyes. Azure wind and drizzling rain sword. As Guo Yueying's voice rang out, the world seemed to change color, and a gentle breeze and drizzle spread outwards from her center. The area within 100 meters also became her domain. The next moment, two eerie creatures rushed over, extending their stark white skeletal claws, which were imbued with an unchanging aura of decay. Bang! The twilight claws collided with the sword domain, unleashing a piercing roar that shook the entire world. On the other side, Meng Poyan also held a long spear, while the giant ape behind him roared as it charged toward another strange creature. The two collided, creating a fierce and chaotic battle. Buzz! After a while, the formation of Fenghua Pass was finally activated. Dark purple light rose up within a kilometer radius, forming a transparent protective shield that enveloped the entire town. Damn humans, always coming up with these weird and wonderful things. Come out and fight me if you dare. The skeleton's eerie hands clenched together with a cracking sound, its hoarse voice extremely rhythmic, and one could even hear the faint cracking of bones. However, no matter what it said, the two remained unmoved, simply standing guard outside the beacon fire pass, their eyes blazing. Humph, a bunch of intruders, yet so arrogant, they deserve to die. A bunch of inhuman, selfish devils, you will all perish. Meng Poyan responded loudly, glaring angrily. He has always had a fiery temper. If this had happened decades ago, he wouldn't have cowered here. He would have already grabbed a spear and started a big battle. However, people always change. Having dealt with the abyss's mysteries for so many years, he had long since figured out its methods. These strange occurrences never follow the rules, no matter how grandly they present themselves now. However, if you go out, you will definitely be attacked by them in groups. How boring. It took so much effort to kill two early-stage Saint Realm cultivators. The Valley Master of Paper Dolls sneered, and a pale white light emerged from his hand. The small paper dolls around his body quickly condensed, then grew wildly, eventually transforming into a giant 100 meters tall. This giant is made entirely of white paper, and upon closer inspection, one can see that it is composed of countless tiny paper figures embracing each other. Useless. Little paper, kill them. At the Valley Master's command, an invisible pressure rippled outwards, instantly turning the surrounding trees into dust. Even the low-level monsters crawling on the ground could not escape, all exploding into black and red blood mist. Bang! The paper figure was 100 meters tall. When it threw a punch, space shattered and the sound was deafening. Gurgle! Meng Poyan and his companion couldn't help but swallow hard, their hearts pounding with apprehension. This is an attack from the peak of the Saint Realm. Even with the help of formations, they are far from being a match for it. However, as the two turned to look at the eager gazes of the people and soldiers in the city, their fists clenched again. My human race and the supernatural are sworn enemies. If you want to break through the city gate today, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Humanity will never surrender. Meng Poyan turned around and roared loudly, while the giant ape phantom behind him also howled to the sky. Guo Yueying stood to the side without saying much, but one could see an irreplaceable determination in her eyes. Both of them knew that they probably couldn't withstand this attack. But they will not back down. Although they are invincible, it will be enough if they can delay them for a little while. Chapter 162, Crushing Victory. Original artwork complete. Chapter 162, Crushing Victory. Original artwork complete. Rumble. The 100-meter-long paper figure raised its enormous fist and slammed it down, engulfed in flames, towards Meng Poyan and his companion. Wow, what terrifying power. Is this the strength of a peak Saint Realm expert? Meng Poyan's pupils contracted, and he gripped the spear, making a creaking sound. Celestial Star Formation, give me power. As his voice rang out, the array shone even brighter, drawing in purple energy from all directions and pouring it directly into his body. Roar! At that moment, the giant ape behind him roared to the sky, its semi-transparent body growing taller and taller, eventually becoming comparable to the giant. The cloud-piercing spear technique can shatter all laws. Meng Poyan dared not hold back in the slightest, soaring into the sky, his spear radiating a sharp golden light, exuding an aura that seemed capable of shattering everything. Bang! Instantly, fist and gun made contact, and invisible waves spread outwards, causing the earth to tremble violently, which could be clearly felt even inside the beacon fire tube. The next moment, a plume of green smoke rose up, and a figure was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the city wall. Brother Poyan. Guo Yueying flashed and arrived directly beside Meng Poyan. Looking at the armor that was already crumbling inch by inch, her killing intent surged. Don't go, you can't stop them. The peak of the Saint Realm is beyond our reach. She was about to get up to fight when Meng Poyan grabbed her hand and stopped her. Meng Poyan gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his body. That last shot was the strongest he could muster, yet it was still no match for his opponent. What's even more despairing is that the Valley Master of Chaotic Heart Valley hasn't even personally gone into battle. He's only condensed a paper figure, yet he's already completely crushed them. This is the suppressive power of a peak Saint Realm cultivator. Meng Poyan and the other man both knew that the Valley of Chaotic Hearts was called that because its members were extremely skilled in mental attacks, and illusions, charms, and the like were all within their grasp. This is the Valley Master of Chaotic Heart Valley, and he is well versed in mental attacks. Physical attacks are his weakest point. Even so, with the support of the Passes formation, Meng Poyan was still no match for his opponent. Indeed, he did block the punch, preventing a massacre. However, he could no longer unleash his strongest fighting power in a short period of time, while the 100-meter giant only threw a casual punch without expending much energy. The Valley Master of Chaotic Heart Valley, Peak Saint Realm. Guo Yueying gripped her longsword tightly and spoke in a low voice, a hint of anger appearing on her usually calm face. She took a deep breath, withdrew her hand, and said in a deep voice, Brother Poyan, we are both senators. Protecting our people is not just your responsibility, it is also my responsibility. After speaking, she straightened up, the green sword in her hand trembling slightly. Whether from excitement or fear, it was hard to tell. Guo Yueying of Kyushu, I have witnessed the mastery of the Valley Master of Chaotic Heart Valley. Today, even if I die, I will die standing. Guo Yueying's beautiful face was as cold as ice. Her eyes seemed to burn with flames, and the green sword in her hand was already wrapped with the breeze and drizzle. With the blessing of the gentle breeze and fine rain domain within a radius of 100 meters, coupled with the array enhancement of Fenghua Pass, she felt that her strength had reached an unprecedented level, at least comparable to the mid-stage of the Saint Realm. Since you've chosen your own death, I'll grant your wish today. The Valley Master's smile was eerie, and his words carried an added chill as he finished speaking. Paper giant, blast them into mincemeat. A chilling voice echoed across the sky as the 100-meter-tall giant swung his fist again and slammed it down. Its punch had no specific target. It was simply aimed at the location of the city wall. If no one blocked it, it would definitely hit the city wall directly. Admittedly, Fenghua Pass is an ancient fortress that is not so easy to breach. But at times like these, no one dares to gamble on how much it can withstand. After all, if it were really broken, then Earth would be doomed. Among the strange creatures in the abyss are 3 peak Saint Realm beings, and these 3 creatures have lived for a very long time, the exact age of which is unknown. The Mountain Lord, in particular, possesses terrifying strength. Even Dean Frank is no match for him, and can only fight him without losing with the aid of an array. If the pass is lost, humanity will face annihilation. Gentle breeze and drizzling rain sword, the secret technique of man and sword becoming one. Guo Yueying took a deep breath, her face showing relief. She threw the long sword in her hand into the air, and the green-robed swordsman behind her opened his eyes, turning into a stream of light and merging with the sword. Immediately, the 3-foot-long green sword grew larger in the wind, and a gentle breeze and drizzle condensed on its surface, transforming into a length of more than 10 feet in an instant. This move is his trump card, a secret technique that, once unleashed, will directly destroy part of the foundation. But now that things have come to this, it's okay to destroy it. Fight! Just then, a crisp sound rang out, followed by a familiar voice. Moonshadow stepped back. Dean! Guo Yueying's eyes immediately brightened, and she felt a great sense of relief. She let out a long breath, her fierce aura subsided, and the Tianzhong-long sword light suddenly contracted, transforming back into a 3-foot-long green blade that fell into her hand. You're just a troublemaker, bullying the younger generation. What kind of skill is that? Frank snorted and instantly inserted 2 magic cards into the card slots. Suddenly, 2 4-winged angels appeared behind him. One angel was black, and the other was white. They were the Holy Light Angel and the Fallen Angel that he had created not long ago. Frank, you're finally here. I thought you were going to stay cowardly and never show your face. Fourth brother, let's attack together. Luan Xian chuckled softly, and a scarlet light burst forth from her eyes. instantly darkening the entire sky. The Shadow King beside him then slipped into the boundless darkness, heading in Frank's direction. "Holy light, shine upon all," Frank murmured, and the angel of holy light flapped its wings, radiating holy light that directly illuminated the figure of the Night King. With a grim face, he said coldly, "I'll use you to test my newly created fallen angels." Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the fallen angel behind him merged directly into his body. Frank, who was originally righteous, gradually turned to the dark side, and his body transformed into that of a fallen angel, with two huge black wings growing from his back. His momentum also increased, making him feel even more at ease in this abyss. Fallen angels are inherently dark beings, and the environment of the abyss is a perfect fit for them, allowing them to unleash their primal power. The three of them then stood together. This time, Frank didn't use the formation of Fenghua Pass to enhance his skills, yet he was still able to fight the two to a standstill. But that's all. Neither side can do anything about the other. However, the Abyss faction still has 5 powerful and strange creatures, 4 at the early stage of the Saint Realm and 1 at the half-step Saint Realm. Frank, however, was not worried, as reinforcements had already arrived. Swish, swish, swish. 3 whooshing sounds rang out, and 3 more figures from the holy domain of the human race appeared, representing the reinforcements arriving from the other 3 major passes of the 9 provinces. And Du Bin was among them. At this moment, in the demon-suppressing city, Su Ming gritted his teeth, and the soul brush slowly fell, drawing the final stroke. Before him, holding a jade pen in one hand and a thick book in the other, the tall and imposing Judge Chui exuded an aura of authority without even raising his voice. Although it is still the original drawing, it still exudes a faint divine power. But then, at that moment, he moved the jade pen in his hand and gently touched it down. Terrifying power burst forth from the tip of the pen, instantly spreading to every corner of the demon-suppressing city. Ah! 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 The next moment, screams of agony rang out from every corner of the city. Chapter 163 The Judge's pen fell, and the traitor perished. Chapter 163 The Judge's pen falls, the traitor dies. In the demon-suppressing city, the winds of change are blowing. Inside the city, in a tea house, Lang squinted slightly, toying with a ceramic teacup in his hand, wisps of smoke rising and the aroma of tea filling the air. It has a slightly bitter taste at first, but a sweet aftertaste. Kyushu tea is truly a wonderful thing. It's a pity we have to say goodbye, Lang murmured softly, a hint of reluctance in his expression. It was unclear whether he was referring to the tea leaves or the earth itself. The day he became a demon slave, he was destined not to keep Blue Star, but to embrace the bizarre and fall into the abyss. Previously, Lang had always thought he would look forward to this day. After all, he had long been fed up with his stagnant life. After becoming a monster, he was able to break free of his constraints and achieve rapid progress in his cultivation in a short period of time. When the day finally arrived, a sense of sadness was inevitable. However, this feeling was fleeting, and he quickly forgot about it. Lang gently put down the teacup, filled it to the brim, and steam rushed towards him. Looking at the world through the mist, it seemed somewhat surreal. "Let's have one last drink, there's no rush," he murmured to himself, sniffed the aroma of tea, and kept his gaze fixed on the rooftop, not far away. Why am I not such a genius, a half-step Emperor Realm cultivator at 18? That way I wouldn't have to betray the human race. I can't make a move yet. This kid's card master is a demigod level. His strongest combat power can definitely reach the half-step Saint Realm. In the previous card creation competition, this kid used the black and white impermanence to repel the Mountain Lord. To kill it, we must strike when it's off guard and kill it with a single, decisive blow. If the first strike fails, we must retreat. Lang had a complete plan in mind and tried his best to make it perfect. He knew very well that he only had one chance to make a move, and timing was crucial. It's best to wait until he fails, or until the most critical moment before the source card is fully formed, to minimize the risk. Lang was a high-ranking member of the human race and possessed the strength of a half-step saint. Although he was not a card creator, he had lived for so many years and naturally understood these basic questions. Furthermore, he had studied Su Ming's fighting style and concluded that he definitely possessed the strength of a half-step Saint Realm expert. At least, when the black and white impermanents are summoned, the opponent's combat power will not be too weak. He wanted absolute certainty. Thinking this, Lang picked up his teacup again, took a small sip, and showed a very enjoyable expression. The next moment, his expression changed drastically. His mouth twitched wildly, his body trembled, and his face was full of disbelief. Puff, puff, puff. Immediately, fist-sized holes exploded on his body, blood gushing out. The blood-red holes quickly turned black, and a strange aura gushed out. His entire body was immobilized, and he could only watch helplessly as it crumbled in the explosion. No, this is impossible. What on earth is going on? Lang was terrified, completely unaware of what had happened or why his body had inexplicably disintegrated. He wanted to salvage the situation, but found that no matter how hard he tried, how many methods he used, or how he constantly mobilized his soul power to try to repair his collapsing body, he was still powerless. This feeling truly plunges one into darkness and utter despair. No, I can't die. I am about to complete my mission and transform into a strange creature. From then on, my talent will no longer be a burden. I will become a strange creature in the Holy Realm, and I may even have the opportunity to reach the peak of the Holy Realm. Damn it, my life is about to enter a new phase. Why? Why is this happening? Damn you, God, it's all your fault. Lang was in a panic, unable to move his entire body, including his mouth, and unable to utter a single word. Life and death. The strange species. Haha, I won't just die like that. To fall into the abyss and transform into a monster. I was going to abandon this physical body that bound me, and then reshape my body as a soul, becoming a body that would completely belong to the monster. This body is just a burden to me. If it collapses, so be it. Lang gradually calmed down and once again focused his gaze on the boy on the distant rooftop. He still wanted to assassinate Su Ming, but he didn't want his physical collapse to arouse the other party's suspicion. Fortunately, the boy had his eyes closed, a blank magic card floating in his hand, and was concentrating on constructing a card. But when his gaze fell upon the original painting in front of the boy, he was greatly shocked, and his entire soul trembled. The original artwork is composed of the simplest lines and is devoid of any color. However, his soul couldn't help but tremble, especially when he saw those eyes. His entire soul felt like it was about to dissipate, and fear arose spontaneously. Boom. Lang was about to look away when he discovered that the scene before him was rapidly collapsing, shattering into pieces like a broken mirror. He could even see the scenes in the fragments slowly drifting away and dissipating before his eyes were plunged into darkness. Am I blind? Or is this the necessary process for transforming into a bizarre creature? Lang panicked again. The situation was very different from what he had expected. Fortunately, he saw a blood-red halo forming in the distance, which calmed him down considerably. At least he hadn't gone blind. When the bloody light got closer, he was completely dumbfounded. It was a character for death drawn in blood, emanating a terrifying aura that sent chills down one's spine. No! He finally roared it out, and his body regained control, but the word death in his eyes grew larger and larger, eventually disappearing into his forehead. Immediately, his eyes dimmed, and his body instantly turned to dust and vanished. With a stroke of the judge's pen, all traitors perish. At the moment his soul dissipated, Lang saw a city called Fengdu standing in the endless darkness. A powerful judge holding a jade pen stood on the city wall. With a stroke of his pen, he fell into the boundless darkness and never made a sound again. Su Ming, it was him. It was at the very last moment of Lang's life that he finally came to his senses. Looking at the Fengdu city and Judge Chui, he suddenly understood everything. Puff, puff, puff. Meanwhile, this situation continued to unfold throughout the entire demon suppression city, with one after another, the demon slaves exploding and disappearing into nothingness. It's important to understand that not every demon slave possesses the strength of Lang, capable of holding out for more than 10 seconds. Those weaker demon slaves exploded the moment Judge Chui's pen fell, their lives extinguished. Such a strange situation naturally alerted everyone in the city, and everyone felt threatened. Unfortunately, just as you're eating, you suddenly see the beautiful woman at the next table explode, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Anyone would be stunned speechless, their heart filled with panic, fear, and worry. After all, nobody knows what's going on, or if they'll be the next victim. This sentiment was constantly brewing in the demon-suppressing city, and soon it spread throughout the entire city. Immediately, it was seen that apart from the soldiers who were on rotation to guard the city, most of the other casual soldiers rushed to the teleportation array. The teleportation arrays, which are usually scattered here and there, were now unusually crowded with queues. Chapter 164 The Powerless Mountain Lord, Source card takes shape. Chapter 164, The Powerless Mountain Lord. Source card takes shape. Huh? My strongest demon slave is dead. At the summit of Dark Origin Mountain, the black-robed mountain lord trembled slightly, his voice filled with fury. Didn't they say they would act immediately and succeed? Could it be that its identity was exposed at this crucial moment? And coincidentally, there is a saint-level expert in the demon suppression city. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Could this be the legendary boy, whose destiny is on his side? After his initial rage, the mountain lord quickly regained his composure, but was filled with confusion. Amidst the confusion, there was even a sense of powerlessness. The legendary boy? This legend has been passed down through generations in the upper reaches of the abyss, and its age is unknown. This information has been passed down through generations without interruption. Even when other precious artifacts were lost, the legend has endured. Before the previous mountain lord left, he repeatedly instructed that if anyone was suspected of being a monster, they should be brought into the camp of the supernatural at all costs. If that's not possible, then just kill them. It did indeed comply, but it now discovers that the gears of fate seem to be so magical. He had made different attempts to target Su Ming, from initially wanting to reduce him to a demon slave, to even planting a curse in the abyss. However, it was still easily resolved in the end. He then lowered his demands, preparing to kill the creature and leave it with a complete corpse. In the World Championship, it did not hesitate to use its secret techniques to take action, but it still failed and even suffered a minor injury. Now, it would rather abandon its strongest spy among the humans than let it die. Even so, it still ended in failure. This is a demonic slave who is halfway to the Holy Realm, and even a member of the Senate. The number of people holding the position of counselor is less than 20 across the entire planet Earth, making them true high-ranking members of the human race. Lang's existence is not as simple as a half-step saint-level powerhouse. His status as a counselor can bring a lot of confidential information to the abyss. Strategically, it can also play a very good role. Even now, abandoning all of this still leads to failure. This undoubtedly left the mountain lord utterly helpless, feeling as if every punch was landing on cotton, experiencing a sense of powerlessness with nowhere to use it. It has traversed the abyss for thousands of years, and has it never felt such pain and despair? The more I think back, the more powerless I feel. Wrong. The mountain lord, who was stuck in the mud, suddenly exclaimed. 13 of my demonic slaves died in an instant, and they were all in the demon suppression city. There are 13 demon slaves in total, some strong and some weak. I haven't issued any other missions to them except for Lang. How could they have been exposed at the same time, and even died at the same time? Could it be that the human race has already mastered a way to identify the demon slaves? The mountain lord was shaken to his core upon thinking of this. This is by no means good news, at least not for the abyssal monsters. The mountain lord has been planning this for so many years, and the infiltration of the ghost slaves into major base cities on Blue Star is also a trump card of the abyss. Human Su Ming, I will definitely take your dog's life. The mountain lord flicked his black robe, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, and a fierce killing intent soared into the sky, intimidating the strange creatures below the mountain into submission. This operation can be considered a complete failure. It murmured softly, a flash of dark green light appeared, and it fell directly into the void. Dean Fu, I never imagined that you, the dignified president of the Senate, would create such bizarre magic cards. How laughable, how utterly laughable. Luan Xian chuckled and stretched out her pale arm. Handwriting quickly appeared, directly painting mysterious patterns onto the paper arm. The illusionary realm, descend. Its eyes turned pure black, and the writing on its arm also began to show. These handwritings twisted and merged in the air, eventually forming a city framework that pressed down on Frank. That trick again, but it's ineffective against me now. Frank remained expressionless. His emotions had been somewhat affected by merging with the fallen angel. However, his mental strength was also greatly enhanced after the fusion. What about me? At this moment, a figure emerged from the void, its body transforming into mist and carrying terrifying power as it charged forward. Chung. The clang of refined iron rang out, and the holy light angel appeared before the Shadow King at some unknown time, slashing down with his holy sword and completely blocking his path. At this moment, Frank was fighting against two peak Saint Realm experts alone, and they were evenly matched, with Frank not losing ground at all. I feel that fallen angels are much stronger than holy angels, especially in terms of the amplification of their spiritual power and physical body, which is extremely terrifying. Frank hovered in midair, feeling the surging power within his body, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Is Su Ming cheating? He even knows about our Western fallen angels. He muttered to himself, becoming even more curious about Su Ming. It should be noted that the angel race has always presented itself to the world as a being of holiness, purity, light, and justice. In this world, whether in the West or the East, the image of angels can be traced back to Frank's creation of the first four-winged angel. Frank had studied the angel race for a long time and entered the god's tomb many times, and only recently did he discover some different places. He saw decay, ruin, darkness, and fear. These are things that should not have appeared in the holy race of angels. Even so, he never actually associated it with angels, thinking it was just a critique of strange creatures. If it weren't for Su Ming, he might never have thought of it in this way. It wasn't until Zhang Zhenren was created and the concept of yin and yang tai chi was revealed that a flash of inspiration struck him. However, in retrospect, his inspiration was clearly wrong. If it weren't for Su Ming, I wouldn't have been able to create the fallen angel at all. This is the variable that the woman in Wangxinghai predicted. It is truly beyond the reach of ordinary people. Frank waved his fist, feeling a surge of emotion, and couldn't help but look forward to seeing what kind of changes Su Ming could bring to the world if things continued like this. At the very least, what kind of help can the new magic card series provide to the human race? Bang, 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 bang. In the sky, several streaks of light constantly changed shape, and the booming sound was endless, moving the entire world. The strange tide below had already been affected by the aftershocks of the battle, and was directly blasted into dust. These ordinary and bizarre creatures are of no concern to the higher-ups of the abyss, and the powerful humans are eager to exterminate them. With no one on either side caring about their lives, this is likely their final fate. The human soldiers had long since returned to Finghua Pass. Protected by the city walls and formations, the aftershocks had no effect on them whatsoever. What? He failed. How is this possible? Didn't Big Brother use his strongest demon slave? How could he have failed? While the battle raged on, the Mountain Lord's voice suddenly appeared in his mind, startling him greatly. It raised its head and looked at the human warriors locked in battle, a hint of confusion appearing in its eyes. With Du Bin here, then Demon Suppression City should only have Lang as its only strong expert. How could it possibly fail? Although Luan Xin was filled with doubt, he knew it was time to retreat. Their purpose in coming here is to hold back the human powerhouses and make ample preparations for hunting down Su Ming. Therefore, they meticulously planned and implemented the plan step by step, and even implemented it perfectly. Logically speaking, this should be a dead end for Su Ming, right? Unexpectedly, it failed. However, what's done is done. Whether they succeed or fail, there's no need to drag it out any longer. Fourth brother, let's retreat. The shrill sound of Luan Xian rang out, reaching the ears of every eerie creature. Upon hearing this, the Shadow King's mist rapidly spread out, enveloping all the strange experts, tearing through space, and disappearing without a trace. At this moment, in the demon-suppressing city, the source card has finally been successfully fused. Su Ming stared at the source card shimmering with golden light, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Only the beads of sweat on his forehead spoke of how difficult this fusion of source cards had been. Ignoring the sweat, he squinted and murmured with a smile. The moment the original drawing was completed, all the traitors in Jinma City were executed. If the card creation is successful, what earth-shattering things will Judge Chui be able to do with the residual power of the card? At this point, a hopeful expression appeared on his face. Chapter 165 The Shocked and Excited Soldiers. Chapter 165 Shocked and Excited Soldiers. On the rooftop of Demon Suppression City, the pale golden light flickered incessantly like breathing, and a faint pressure spread outwards from its center. At that moment, everyone was shaken. Did you all feel it? Along the street, a soldier stopped and asked in a low voice. You mean that pressure from the mind just now? That's right. Although it only lasted a short time, it has left me trembling with fear. Do you think this could be related to those people who just self-destructed? Everyone fell silent, their pupils contracting, clearly showing some fear in their hearts. Although they are soldiers guarding the border, they are first and foremost human beings, and it is perfectly normal for them to be afraid of death. They volunteered to guard the pass. I had already come to the realization that, besides life itself, there were things more important than life that I wanted to protect, so I could face death with equanimity. At least, the strange creatures they face outside the city are real individuals that they can see and touch, giving them a target to fight and risk their lives for. However, the mysterious events that had occurred in the demon suppression city were completely unfathomable, leaving one with a feeling of helplessness. These soldiers guarding the city all had a hope and a dream in their hearts, or at least something to worry about. No one wants to die so mysteriously, without even a complete body. Thump. The oppressive aura swept over once more, and this time even more soldiers felt it. Along the streets, more and more people stopped in their tracks. The soldiers who were resting during their shifts were no longer sleepy, and all raised their heads, as if searching for something. Soon, someone pointed to a rooftop and exclaimed, "Look, what's that flashing light over there?" The roof is shimmering with golden light. Could it be that some rare treasure has been unearthed? This demon-suppressing city has existed for over 1,000 years, and our human race has been living here for several hundred years. What treasure could possibly have survived until now? I think the source of this light is probably the culprit that has caused our minds to tremble. Dude, you're really good at making connections. No, have you gone mad from dealing with these strange creatures? Don't you know how to observe them more closely? Look carefully. Although the golden light flickers like breathing, it dims for 2 seconds at each point, and you can't see even a glimmer of light during that time. Holy crap, it's really true, and every time the light dims, the feeling of shock washes over me again. Yes, that's exactly right. Brother, your observation skills are truly amazing. Why are you in the army fighting strange creatures? That's a waste of your talent. Have you ever thought that I am actually a scout? It's just that the situation is critical right now, and we don't have enough manpower, so our entire scout battalion has been brought in to rotate with you and fight against the strange tide. Ugh, those weird creatures are really something else. Well, now that we've identified the problem, why don't we find out exactly what it is? Otherwise, this can't go on like this. What are you looking for? Just smash this house to pieces, and it'll have nowhere to hide. At this point, the soldiers turned their attention back to the golden light and began discussing their next steps. Since the golden light was discovered, the soldiers who were resting have gathered around. The already narrow street is now packed with people. Alright, let's do as everyone says. Anyway, the house has already been emptied, so let's just tear it down. Finally, someone raised their voice, and a final decision was made. There was no way around it. That kind of shock that struck right to the heart and soul was just too unbearable. Rumble. Just then, thunder roared in the sky, and a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, making the whole world as bright as day for a moment. You must understand, this is the abyss world. Here, there is no distinction between day and night, seasons, or sunshine and rain. The blood moon hangs in the sky all the time, and the whole world is covered in a bloody color under its light. It can be said that, apart from the unusual phenomena of Chunka and the blessing of heaven, the weather in this world will not change at all. Even the occasional sandstorm is extremely rare. This time, there was not only thunder but also lightning, which was truly extraordinary. Moreover, the blood-red sky was cloudless, and the thunder and lightning seemed to appear out of nowhere, without any conditions for them to develop. Just as everyone was puzzled, endless golden light suddenly burst forth from the hidden house, which then turned into black light, filling people with fear at a single glance. What is that? It looks like a person? No, it's a sketch standing in midair. Holy crap, could someone be creating magic cards? Everyone looked up and discovered that, without anyone noticing, a portrait of a figure holding a jade pen and a book had appeared out of thin air on the roof, radiating a faint golden and black glow. As fellow card masters, they naturally realized that someone was creating magical cards. This is actually someone creating magical cards? This should only be the first step, right? How could it cause such a powerful celestial phenomenon? The first step alone is enough to shake the entire demon suppression city to its core, and it attacks indiscriminately regardless of cultivation level. This is simply incredible. Just how powerful must this magic card be? Not only that, but the thunder and lightning that just appeared out of nowhere were also strange phenomena. Everyone needs to know where we are. This is the abyss world. Damn, now that you mention it. I even have reason to suspect that those people who self-destructed before were also caused by this Chinka anomaly. Perhaps that's true. Look at this original artwork. Doesn't it have some similarities with the black and white impermanence? More than that, these appearances and strange phenomena clearly indicate that they belong to the Een God clan. Holy crap, Is Su Shun creating magic cards again? Phew, I'm relieved now. I can just sit back and enjoy the blessings from heaven. I've heard that the blessings from heaven triggered by the God clan can restore injuries and foundations. I hope my old injuries can be healed. That's right, just waiting for the golden rain. Since it's someone punished by the God, they're definitely not a good person. The soldiers smiled, their eyes fixed on the original painting of Judge Chui in the sky, their faces full of hope. This time, they were no longer flustered. Even though their minds were still shaken, they said nothing more. What a joke. This is Su Shun creating magic cards. He is the first God race card creator in Kyushu, and also the most powerful card creator among humans. To be able to witness him create magic cards is something many people dream of. Moreover, Su Ming has never failed to create a card since the college entrance examination. Furthermore, every magic card he created is a masterpiece among masterpieces. As soldiers of the demon-suppressing city, they understood this even more deeply. A few days ago, Su Ming created cards for the members of the Kyushu team on the city wall, and all of them were top-notch, each one a masterpiece. As for that groundbreaking cultivation card, there's no need to mention it. It allowed a human to rival the gods. What else is there to say? Although this Judge Chui painting has only completed the original artwork stage, its distinctive style reveals that it will be another painting of the God clan. How about this, without exciting them? Chapter 166 Black Paper Variables, Deck Design. Chapter 166 Black Paper Variables, Deck Ideas. Compared to the excitement of the soldiers, Su Ming was now somewhat confused and helpless. He sat cross-legged, and after using a few small blue bottles, his soul power gradually returned to its peak state. However, some problems arose in his sea of consciousness. Why can't this page of black paper be moved? Su Ming used his mental energy to probe into his sea of consciousness, intending to retrieve the black paper he had obtained earlier, but found that no matter how focused he was, it remained in that corner, unable to move. There was even a faint sense of resistance emanating from him. It's actually resisting? Could it be that these strange objects can't be used as materials to create cards? Su Ming frowned, feeling somewhat flustered. This sudden turn of events undoubtedly disrupted his previous plans. This black sheet of paper was originally intended to be the material for creating Judge Chui. Now that the source card has been generated and the second step has begun, we are preparing to infuse the body with materials, but unexpectedly the materials are not cooperating. At this moment, the arrow is already on the bowstring, and there is no turning back. If we give up, everything will be in vain, and we will suffer the backlash of failing to create a card. The consequences are unimaginable. I created Lord Chui of the underworld. He is a judge and holds a high position in the underworld. If I give him up, the backlash will be significant. No, we can't give up. Su Ming quickly made a decision. In the current situation, it was absolutely impossible to give up. He couldn't bear the backlash after failure, or rather, he didn't want to suffer such a backlash. She had only been in this world for a few months, and everything had gone smoothly. She possessed memories of her previous life and had no bottlenecks in creating magic cards. She could create them however she wanted. The biggest obstacle is simply insufficient soul power and a lack of mental strength. Su Ming had consulted ancient books and found that the backlashes after a failed card creation varied. The stronger the soul awakened by the magic card, the more severe the backlash would be. This was beyond doubt. Once upon a time, a genius in the West created a Dragon Clan magic card, but due to a mistake, he failed and directly damaged his sea of consciousness. It took him 5 years to fully recover. During this period, the person was completely unable to create magic cards, and even his combat abilities were severely limited. Judge Chui is definitely many times stronger than a Western dragon. If he really fails, Su Ming muttered to himself, not daring to think any further, knowing that it would ultimately cause enormous backlash and damage. Even if it's just being unable to create a card for 5 years like that person, he still can't accept it. 3-year period. These words resurfaced in his mind. They were spoken by the beautiful woman after he was dragged into the mysterious space following the acquisition of the black paper. Su Ming didn't think the other party was deceiving him. After all, it's better to believe it's true than not to believe it's not. Continuously creating magic cards from the past life of China to enhance one's strength and strive to quell the abyss as soon as possible is something I am happy to see. If nothing unexpected happens, 3 years should be more than enough time. Wrong. It's not as simple as just calming the abyss. Su Ming squinted, harboring even greater ambitions in his heart. As a Chinese, he had already created underworld officials such as Black and White Impermanence and Oxhead and Horseface. So he wanted to do his best and strive to create all the magic cards with the entire underworld as the background. Within 3 years, at least its framework should be established, and a completely new deck should be created, a deck recognized by the Heavenly Tao. In this way, with the power of the deck, it might really be possible to establish an alternate world's underworld in this abyss, and establish the 6 paths of reincarnation. That's right. I will use the underworld to suppress the entire abyss and establish the 6 paths of reincarnation, so that the abyss will be completely integrated into Blue Star. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are the entry into the abyss and underworld, or being thrown into the 18 levels of hell, or drinking Mengpa soup to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation and descend to Blue Star again. If such a mechanism were truly established, I might actually be able to change the entire planet. Su Ming squinted, his heart already filled with anticipation. Of course, he himself knew that these were just wishful thinking on his part, and whether they could be realized in the future was still unknown. However, it is confirmed that he created the underworld magic cards and established the underworld deck, which was also his goal. Scene cards, character cards, equipment cards, and item cards are all indispensable. Furthermore, a correlation mechanism must be established to construct entirely new card decks. Su Ming murmured to himself, not thinking about it any further. It wasn't a problem for him. He calmed himself down and continued to focus his attention on the materials in front of him, which was the most urgent matter at hand. Fortunately, he had already gained a lot before this, with 5 legendary materials and 2 spiritual items placed in the corner. Legend has it that the ghost-eyed Taoist priest's tattered robe. Legend has it that the ghost-eyed Taoist priest's skull. With a thought, Su Ming summoned 2 sets of materials he had prepared earlier, which appeared directly in front of him. The stench of decay emanated from them, even staining the surrounding air black. Material fusion. Su Ming let out a low shout, and his soul power surged out, directly carrying one of the materials to the top of Judge Chui's head. The material then quickly melted away, turning into tiny black light spots that merged into the original artwork. Its body slowly grew fuller, but compared to the previous prototypes of the magic cards, the rate of expansion was significantly slower. As expected of the Judge of the Underworld, his strength is probably even greater than I imagined. Su Ming's eyes gleamed, and he couldn't stop smiling. This situation was naturally something he was happy to see, since who wouldn't want their magic cards to be even more powerful? Phew, luckily I bought more materials beforehand, otherwise I probably would have had a disaster today. Su Ming squinted and dived into the sea again, this time taking out all the legendary materials piled in the corner. As for other epic and rare materials, he didn't even glance at them. Are you kidding me? This creation belongs to Cui Ju, the chief of the 4 judges of the underworld. Does it deserve materials below legendary level? So in the end, only you are left. Don't disappoint me. If I could also incorporate this fragment of the divine artifact into it, that would be even better. Su Ming focused his gaze on the cyan pinholder and began to pray silently. Would you be willing to integrate with Lord Cui? His consciousness merged into the pen, and he asked urgently. Buzz. The cyan pin trembled slightly, floated on its own, and then disappeared into the void, vanishing from the sea of consciousness. The next moment, the space trembled. The cyan pin flew out and landed directly in Judge Chui's original painting right hand. Then, it was noticed that the cyan pinholder had directly replaced the jade pin in the original painting and was embedded in his right hand, as if that was where it was meant to be. Buzz. At that moment, space itself trembled violently. Especially around the pinholder, tiny spatial cracks appeared, like glass cracking, and a vast aura burst forth from it, spreading outwards. Meanwhile, outside the city, an invisible wave swept by, and the surging, eerie tide instantly froze, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Roar! They cried out to the sky in anguish, their faces contorted in pain, yet their bodies remained motionless. Chapter 167 Slaughtering the Bizarre, Integrating Materials. Chapter 167 Slaughtering the Strange, Integrating into Materials, Kiss. Invisible waves stretched endlessly, constantly sweeping across the tides, rendering all the strange creatures immobile. Regardless of rank, whether they were soldiers or generals, they were all treated equally under the suppression of this wave, their bodies imprisoned in place. In contrast, the human soldiers were completely unaffected. They were simply stunned by the scene before them and stood still, not daring to make any unnecessary movements. What's going on now? These strange creatures seem to be frozen in place. They were immobilized. I bet it was one of our human experts who used a secret technique to suppress them all. Could it be a saint-level card master from the Senate? That's highly likely. Only those bigwigs in the Senate could suppress the strange tides on a large scale without anyone noticing. A saint-level expert, that's really impressive. Brothers, why worry about all that? These monsters are immobilized, which is our chance to counterattack. Damn it, kill the monsters and earn merits. That's right, fuck them, let's kill them all. Duh. The soldiers guarding the city were stunned for a moment, and were even startled by the sudden situation, fearing that they would also be affected by this invisible fluctuation and unable to move. Soon, everyone gradually realized that the fluctuations came from the demon suppression city and only suppressed the strange creatures. Although the soldiers fought on the battlefield year after year, it does not mean that they were physically strong but simple-minded. They quickly realized that it was highly likely that powerful human beings were helping them suppress the strange phenomenon. After understanding this, the soldiers' enthusiasm soared even higher, and they threw themselves into battle again, killing without worrying about their lives, and naturally fought even harder. For humans, hunting the supernatural is truly a win-win situation. This not only protects the family behind you and the lights of every human household, but also allows you to obtain strange materials, which are excellent for exchanging for battle merits or money. Normally, they risk their lives every time they hunt a strange creature. Now, an endless array of bizarre creatures are at his mercy, and most importantly, these creatures won't resist. Admittedly, they were wrong about one thing. The suppression of the strange tide was not caused by the Holy Domain card master of the Senate, but by the aftershocks of Su Ming's card creation process. Of course, the truth was meaningless to the soldiers. They only needed to confirm that the fluctuations were harmless to them. What followed was a wanton massacre. Puff, puff, puff. Tear. Outside the demon-suppressing city, the soldiers charged directly into the tide, and various colors of light flashed up. One after another, the monsters were cut down to the ground, and some were even torn into pieces, a gruesome sight. Awesome. That's fucking awesome. Someone let out a long howl, then brandished their sword, and began hunting with all their might. You son of a bitch, I'll fuck you to death. Kill monsters, get materials, and go make money to get married. Haha. Killing monsters like this is just too wonderful. Even if I break my hands today, I will still tear them to pieces. I will avenge my parents on these pieces of trash. The soldiers were in high spirits and kept advancing forward, fighting with great gusto. Woo! Woo! Roar! The eerie creatures cried out in anguish, but were powerless to do anything. The invisible waves continued to emanate, suppressing them so they could not move and were left to be slaughtered at will. These low-level, bizarre creatures may not be highly intelligent, but that doesn't mean they know nothing. The feeling of being bound and watching helplessly as your body is cut to pieces is extremely torturous. However, they had no choice but to maintain the status quo. Brothers, don't stray too far from the group. Let's push outward side by side. Don't act alone. Yes, Sergeant. The soldiers were very disciplined, and under the leadership of their squad leaders, centurions, and kiliarchs, they maintained proper formations and continued to clear out the strange creatures. They practiced this advancing tactic regularly. Although it takes up less time than the defensive tactic, it's more than enough to use when the strange creature is immobilized. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, the card masters on the city wall also shouted loudly, and they spared no effort to control 2 or even 3 character cards at the same time to fight. Such an opportunity, whether it is available or not, who knows how long it will last. One-sided slaughter is so satisfying and morale-boosting. Oh, the penholder was actually replaced directly? In other words, the cyan penholder directly became part of the prototype of Judge Chui, instead of being integrated into the original painting as the most basic particle light spots, and then condensed and filled in at the end. What exactly is going on? Could it be that this blue pen was originally part of Judge Chui? Could it be the judge's pen? Su Ming frowned, his mind filled with doubt. Such a situation is truly unheard of and unseen. He considered himself to have a fairly good understanding of things. At least he had read various historical materials, and he had also seen most of the secret documents of Kyushu with Zhou Qingli. This is truly the first time I've encountered such a situation. Materials are used to blend and fill in, to make the original painting fuller into the prototype body, which is basically common sense. However, the Judge Chui I created is a high-ranking figure in the underworld, and his status as a deity is not low either. It seems normal that some strange things happened during his creation process. After all, common sense is meant to be broken. Haven't I broken enough common sense rules in the past few months? Su Ming muttered to himself, his furrowed brows slowly relaxing, and a smile appeared on his lips. He's figured it out. As a time traveler, he has already broken too many common sense rules in just a few months. Are you afraid of this one? What do these things matter as long as we can eventually create Judge Chui? Moreover, there's no point in meddling in this now. All the unknowns stem from a lack of strength. As long as I keep improving my strength, I can unravel more mysteries. Once I have suppressed the entire abyss and become strong enough, I will go to the myriad star sea. At that time, these problems may no longer be problems. As Su Ming thought this, his sea of consciousness trembled slightly, and his soul power surged out more and more violently, directly carrying a new legendary material, which gradually merged into the Judge. Call. As the materials continued to fuse, Judge Chui's body gradually became fuller, and a faint divine aura rose, inspiring awe in all who beheld him. Glug. Glug. While Su Ming controlled his soul power to continuously grind the materials, he was also drinking 3 bottles of Sanjing brand oral liquid with great gusto. It has a sweet and sour taste, and can also replenish soul power, which is quite good. Glug. Glug. After finishing 3 bottles, Su Ming took out another box and drank it all in one gulp. He quickly finished 5 boxes. It tastes good, but the amount of soul power it restores is too little. I'll give their boss some feedback next time and see if we can specially make a batch with a high concentration. Otherwise, I would have to drink 10 or more boxes each time. No matter how delicious it is, I can't just go through all that trouble. My heart may be willing, but my stomach won't. Looking at the empty bottles scattered on the ground, Su Ming couldn't help but complain. He had this idea a long time ago, but time was too tight, and he really couldn't find the time. However, he has made up his mind that once the card creation is completed, he must implement this plan. As one's strength continues to increase, the need for soul power recovery will also rise. This little blue bottle is about to run out of power. How embarrassing would it be if one could drink more than one could consume it? The other pills were tasteless and unappealing. Chapter 168, Who Dares to Offend Our China? Chapter 168, Who Dares to Offend Our China? Hiccup. Thanks to the 7-colored sprout, my soul power was able to recover so quickly. Su Ming burped, his soul power finally returning to its peak state. At his feet lay 10 empty bottles of soul power restoration liquid scattered haphazardly. The pale blue glass bottles, placed on the ground, were actually quite pleasing to the eye. Soul power recovery has always been a major challenge for card masters. Natural recovery is extremely slow. Even a King Realm expert would need at least 5 days to replenish their depleted sea of consciousness through natural recovery. Needless to say, Su Ming's recovery ability is quite good, but his sea of consciousness is vast. Although he was only at the half-step Emperor realm, the size of his sea of consciousness was already comparable to that of many late-stage Emperor realm card masters. It was vast and boundless. Moreover, a 7-colored sapling was planted next to that sea of consciousness, absorbing soul power to grow stronger every moment. Su Ming even discovered that the speed at which this seedling absorbed soul power was almost the same as his natural recovery speed. As his strength increased, its absorption speed would also increase, truly emphasizing a balance. In this case, if we rely solely on natural recovery, he probably won't be able to fill his sea of consciousness in his entire life. Fortunately, this seedling is not one that only eats and doesn't excrete. The amount of soul power it absorbs is negligible compared to the miraculous effects it produces. Calling it grazing and milking is not an exaggeration at all. Although the seedlings have just sprouted, they can directly upgrade the level of the magic card, and they don't need any other materials, only a continuous supply of soul power. This undoubtedly solved a major problem. For Su Ming alone, the time and effort required to upgrade a magic card is far more troublesome than creating a completely new magic card. This tender seedling perfectly solved the problem. All it needed was a little soul power. If it weren't for the tender seedlings growing in his sea of consciousness, he wouldn't have left the old magic card unupgraded. After all, these are immediate combat forces and are the key to forming the underworld deck. He intends to use this to suppress the entire abyss world, and even to bring the underworld back to life. If we don't upgrade the black and white impermanence and oxhead and horseface, and something goes wrong, it will be too late to regret it. Moreover, these tender shoots can also purify the poison of medicinal herbs. This is the fundamental reason why Su Ming was able to drink soul power recovery liquid continuously without any side effects. Every medicine has some degree of toxicity. This is an age-old truth. Although the soul power recovery liquid is mild, it still cannot escape this principle. Most people can only drink 2 or 3 bottles at most before reaching their limit. If you force yourself to drink it, not only will it not restore your soul power, but it may even damage your meridians. However, Su Ming, who possesses the 7 colored seedlings, has no such worries at all. No matter how much soul medicine you consume or how much poison accumulates, there's no need to worry. The tender seedlings can devour and neutralize it in an instant. This 7-colored seed truly lives up to its reputation as a blessing from the heavens. It is indeed quite extraordinary. Su Ming smiled and spoke, feeling quite satisfied. He activated his soul power again and controlled the 2 materials to come to the top of Judge Chui's head. Tiny spots of light slowly slid down and merged into his body. This time, Su Ming didn't hold back and directly controlled the fusion of the 2 materials. Having already verified it, Su Ming felt confident that there shouldn't be any major problems with simultaneously grinding 2 materials and fusing them together. In that case, why not increase the fusion speed? Buzz. As the 2 materials transformed into light spots and continued to merge, Judge Chui's body gradually swelled up, and jet black light emanated from it, making his divine power even more intense. After a while, a dense black light enveloped it, and its skin gradually turned inky black. That's about enough. It's time to fuse with the spirit object and awaken its spirit. Su Ming understood immediately, his eyes flashing with a sharp light, and he held up a beating heart in his hands. He then tossed it into the air, his soul power transforming into a giant hand that grasped the heart and pressed it into Lord Chui's heart. Buzz. Immediately, gold and black lights flashed alternately, and the entire demon suppression city was dyed in gold and black, becoming even more mysterious and unpredictable. As the light flashed, Lord Chui's body also grew taller, reaching a height of 100 feet in no time, standing like a god or demon in the demon suppression city, causing everyone to bow and pay their respects. There was nothing they could do. These mortals were naturally unable to resist the divine power of the judge. The Ean God Clan. This is definitely the Ean God Clan. The divine race magic card that Su Shun created this time is so powerful. Its physical prototype alone is 100 feet tall, and its divine power is vast. It actually directly shielded the blood moon. What kind of deity is this? Can its status among the Ean gods be compared to black and white impermanence? Although I have never seen the black and white impermanence, the aura of this Ean god is vast and boundless, definitely not simple. At the very least, it is an existence that can be listed on the heavenly Tao ranking. Haha. I've heard that the blessings from heaven that come after a Ean god becomes a card can not only improve one's cultivation and talent, but most importantly, can heal injuries and even restore one's foundation. This is extremely important for us soldiers guarding the border. Yes, everyone has some kind of injury, and many even have hidden ailments. It's like rain after a long drought. I'm really looking forward to this golden rain. Holy crap, look! Ishi has started writing. Under the overwhelming divine power, everyone prostrated themselves on the ground, their hearts filled with nothing but reverence. Of course, that's all. Although Judge Chui possesses immense divine power, he can only inspire awe in people, not worship. This is the thought of every normal Kyushu resident, and also their belief. The Ean spirits are very powerful, that much is certain, and they are also very respectful of them, as this is a sign of respect for the strong. However, this is not mindless worship. Human determination can conquer nature. They firmly believed in this statement. Even the most powerful god, Mocha, was created by humans, and only through human intervention could its full potential be realized. The kneeling at this moment is simply an expression of heartfelt reverence. If this deity is harmful to them, they will have no choice but to take up their weapons and kill the god, even at the cost of their lives. This is the belief of the people of Kyushu. Whoosh. Here, after Chui Fuju infused with the heart of the spirit creature, his listless body suddenly gained more charm and divinity, becoming more lively. At that moment, he opened his deep eyes, his gaze burning fiercely as he looked sharply into the distance beyond the city, his brows furrowing. Who dares to offend my China? His voice was like thunder, and as soon as he finished speaking, the world changed dramatically, with thunder roaring and a deafening sound echoing throughout the abyss. In an instant, He picked up his pen and placed it on the illusory book of life and death in his left hand. Endless ghostly light exploded. The world changed drastically, and ghosts howled. At the same time, a torrential downpour began, accompanied by lightning and thunder, illuminating the face of Prefect Chui. His gaze was firm and sharp, as if it could pierce through time and space, and see through all illusion and reality. Chapter 169 Divine Might Overwhelms, a Final Touch. Chapter 169 Divine Might is overwhelming. The stroke of the pen brings out the majestic, demon-suppressing city, the proud body of gods and demons. Judge Chui stood in the center of the city, like a giant statue, suppressing this land. Rumble. Overhead, the sky rumbled with thunder, lightning flashed across the heavens, and torrential rain poured down. Judge Chui had eyes like copper bells, glaring angrily. He wore a black gauze hat and a red robe. He picked up his pen and wrote, which emitted a dark, eerie light. The rain stopped, the wind died down, the thunder subsided, and the whole world fell silent. Inside and outside the city, neither humans nor strange creatures could make a sound. At this moment, the entire world was plunged into endless darkness, except for Lord Chui, who emitted a golden and black eerie light and became the center of the world. And that is largely the case. Everyone was captivated by the giant figure before them, unable to look away. This is absolutely the first time I've ever seen such a scene in my life. Its vast divine power sought to suppress everything. It seems that with a mere gesture, one can influence the rise and fall, life and death of this world. Of course, this was just everyone's illusion. Under Judge Chui's vast divine power, their spiritual strength was naturally no match for it. They felt like a small boat on the sea, which could be swallowed up by the waves at any time. However, the human soldiers quickly regained their composure, and their wavering hearts gradually settled down. They knew that although the divine body before them was majestic and powerful, it would not cause them any harm. This divine body was created by the Su god of their 9 provinces, so what harm could it possibly cause them? Without a doubt, the more magnificent and powerful the divine body was, the more excited and invigorated the soldiers became, and their expectations rose even higher. Magic cards are the foundation of a nation and the very basis of humanity. The divine race's magic cards are the fundamental reason for humanity's rise to power, and also the trump card for resisting the abyss's strangeness, or even launching a counterattack. As the first God Clan card creator in Kyushu, Su Ming's status and reputation are at least top tier in Kyushu, unmatched by anyone. Since he created this Judge Chui card, everyone naturally hopes that this magic card will be as powerful as possible. Brothers, we completely underestimated Su Shin's magic card. Just based on its power now, I can even dream of it reaching the top of the Heavenly Dao ranking. I feel it's better to be conservative, otherwise the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. That's right, the current number 1 on the Heavenly ranking is Black and White Impermanence, who was formed by the fusion of Black Impermanence and White Impermanence. How could it be so easy to surpass? Weren't Black and White Impermanence also created by Su Shin? Isn't it normal for him to create an even more powerful divine demon card? Squad Leader Liang, you don't understand. That's 2 character cards fused together, and the resulting magic card is created. In our card creation circle, this is already considered a godlike achievement. It directly changes the conclusions that have been held since ancient times. The fusion and upgrade of 2 character cards was something that was unthinkable before. Furthermore, every card creator has a golden period. After creating a powerful magic card, they will inevitably spend some time in seclusion absorbing knowledge in order to continue creating original magic cards. Along the street, a young man in armor explained to his squad leader, then paused before continuing with a smile. However, Su Shin is indeed an exception. Perhaps this time, the divine race magic card can truly break history. After all, Su Shin has already broken countless common sense and historical records, so one more wouldn't be strange. The boy spoke with some emotion, his admiration evident in his words. As a card creator, he understands better than the average person how difficult it is to create an absolutely original magic card, let alone a god race magic card. Su Ming's sudden emergence directly won over a large number of card creators. In this world, the strong are always admired. At this moment, outside the city, they've all died, their lifeblood has been severed, and their core souls have completely collapsed. After examining the strange figure lying motionless on the ground in front of him, one of the soldiers cheered excitedly. That's right, all the monsters on my side are dead, only their bodies remain. That's the same for me. Me too. Then, a series of sounds rose and fell among the crowd, and each soldier found a strange creature and began to examine it. Ultimately, they came to a conclusion. All the strange creatures were killed by that one stroke. Holy crap, they're dead. They're all dead. They're all dead. This is way too powerful. Dressed in a red robe, wearing a black gauze hat, holding a jade pen, and wearing black boots, he exudes divine might. Which magic card is this? Which saint-level expert made this move? This time it's probably not a saint-level expert making a move. It's Su Ming creating a brand new Een God Demon card. What? The Een God Demon card. It's within the normal range that the gods could unleash such power by leveraging the lingering effects of the creation card. But I don't recall hearing the heavenly bell toll, nor did I receive any blessings from the heavenly Tao. No. You've misunderstood. This magic card isn't fully formed yet. This should only be the second step, material infusion. Are you kidding me? The second step can unleash such power. Look quickly, the pale blue soul runes are rising up and merging into that divine body. The fusion of soul runes into the body. This is actually just the power unleashed after the divine body has taken shape. This is truly terrifying. That's God Su. The soldiers outside the city looked up and saw the pale blue characters, like tadpoles, floating up. They all gaped, their minds shaken, and their breathing became heavy. Before this, they would never have believed that the strange phenomena caused by the completion of the second step of creating the magic card could suppress an entire tide. Previously, most people would have thought this was nonsense and impossible to achieve. The facts are now before us, and there is no room for doubt. At this moment, I am simply awestruck. After a while, the soldiers finally came to their senses, suppressing their shock, and turned their gazes to the dead, eerie creature, their eyes shining. This place is overflowing with gold. An opportunity to obtain a large amount of materials without any danger is naturally not to be missed. Although they are border guards, they are first and foremost human beings, and also card masters. They have families behind them, and who wouldn't want to earn more money to give themselves and their families a better life? That's fine. Basically, Kyushu will make proper arrangements for the soldiers who participate in border defense, and at the very least, they will be provided with housing in the safe zone. However, if a card master wants to cultivate, the demand for resources is naturally quite high. Such an opportunity, on a grand scale, might change a card master's life, giving him the chance to climb to even greater heights. Judge Chui, also known as Lord Chui, was originally named Chui Ju. He is the head of the 4 judges of the underworld, wielding the judge's pen to decide life and death with a single stroke. Su Ming controlled the soul brush, writing continuously. With each stroke, he felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, as if a mysterious and unpredictable force was preventing him from writing. I've felt this way before, but never as intensely as this time. Su Ming frowned slightly, looking somewhat puzzled. However, he was not flustered. A bigger obstacle did not mean he could not put pen to paper. As long as he could write the soul script, that would be enough. It would just require more soul power, which was not a difficult thing for him. Not enough soul power. It's drugs. Anyway, he has colorful seedlings to neutralize the poison. Chapter 170 Qingshan District. The evil slave is causing trouble. Chapter 170 Qingshan District. The evil slave's influence. Blue Star, Mountain City, Qingshan District. A black fog enveloped the entire city, and faint lights flickered on both sides of the street, as if they would go out at any moment. The streets were deserted and eerily quiet. Despite its name, Yangwang Road is extremely dilapidated and shows no trace of sunshine. Instead, it is dark and heavy. Perhaps that is why it was named this, expressing people's expectations. As a marginal community in an impoverished area, Sunshine Road is located at the very edge of the base city, and also in the most dangerous place. Occasionally, strange creatures sneak into the city under the cover of fog, and these are the places that suffer the most. In such places live the poorest members of the entire human race, mostly ordinary people without any talent. A few months ago, Su Ming also lived here. Every day, he had to return to his house before nightfall to activate the protective device, otherwise he would get lost in the streets and wouldn't survive the night. The black mist is actually the power of the abyss, and also the source of power for strange creatures. Ordinary people would die from skin ulceration if they came into contact with even a small amount of it. Su Ming's father was melted into a pile of bones after coming into contact with the mist outside the city, leaving only a broken sword behind. During the team competition, Su Ming only lent out Li Bai instead of giving him away directly, which was one of the reasons. Admittedly, he is a time traveler. However, after he transmigrated, apart from the change in the route of this world, his teachers and classmates remained the same, which was a major reason why he was able to adapt so quickly. Naturally, his parents remained the same, except that they had both passed away. This is exactly the same as the previous life, only the cause of death is very different. Furthermore, hero, Li Bai, was the first magic card he created, so it was even less likely that he would give it away to someone else and keep it as a memento. Throughout Qingshan district, not to mention peripheral areas like Yangwang Road, even the central areas are mostly populated by ordinary people, except that the people there are slightly wealthier. Card masters only exist among the teachers of Qingshan No. 1 and No. 2 middle schools, as well as the night watchman team. Others either become card masters and go to a safer place, or they live their lives diligently as ordinary people. If you follow the routine every day, but something strange happens, you can only leave it to fate. In impoverished areas like Qingshan district, the streets become utterly desolate at night, with hardly a soul in sight. However, today is a little different. 3 figures suddenly appeared on the street. They were dressed in black, tight-fitting uniforms with badges of cards and shields on their chests, and the card-wielding devices in their hands gleamed. Captain, during my patrol I spotted 4 figures sneaking into Sunshine Road, and then I lost track of them. A clear female voice rang out, filled with self-reproach. Wang Minjiang frowned slightly, then comforted her. Qingqing, you don't need to blame yourself. You've already accomplished your mission by discovering the suspicious person and safely delivering the message. But those 4 people don't look like good people. We can't find many card masters in our Qingshan district. Since those 4 can walk freely in the mist, they must not be ordinary people. Lu Qingqing took a deep breath and then analyzed, her brows furrowing into a deep frown. She paused for a moment, then continued, Captain, Su Shin's home is also on Yangwang Road. Could those people be undercover agents who came here to find out Su Shin's secrets? Will they harm Su Shin? As Lu Qingqing spoke, a hint of worry crept into her voice. She felt genuine gratitude and admiration for Su Ming. Ever since she first learned that Su Ming was the creator of Li Bai, she had developed a deep respect for this boy who was 2 years younger than her. At the time, she even thought about getting close to him to resolve the crisis she was facing in her family. However, after the National League, she completely gave up and no longer had any intention of getting close to him. Instead, her admiration for him only increased. Later, Su Ming rose to prominence, constantly creating divine magic cards, breaking through doubts and limits one by one, and becoming famous throughout the world. He made the divine magic cards of Kyushu reach the top of the heavenly Tao ranking, becoming a highly sought-after figure among the entire human race, and was known as the most monstrous genius of the human race in 1,000 years. At this moment, she unconsciously changed how she addressed Su Ming, calling him God Su. However, compared to others, she felt a sense of pride and smugness. After all, she had personally met Su Shin and even politely exchanged a few words with him. These few points are enough. Originally, she was still overwhelmed with problems within her family, but the news her father sent back soon after left her completely bewildered. The other branches of the family suddenly stopped vying for power. They even came to apologize in person, saying that from now on, Lu Qingqing's branch would take the lead, and the other branches would wholeheartedly assist them, swearing to heaven that they would never break their promise. Lu Qingqing was incredibly clever. Although she was initially a little confused, she quickly realized that this matter was definitely not simple. What were those branches like before? After Li Wuxuan's grandfather was injured and his own father lost his support, those people revealed their crazy faces. Isn't their goal to seize the position of family head? She remembers all of these things vividly. Believe they suddenly had an epiphany? It's better to believe ________. Lu Qingqing quickly uncovered some clues and realized that it was all because of Su Ming. Although she wasn't familiar with Su Ming, they had met once. In addition, the incident of hunting cat-like monsters was becoming more and more outlandish, which caused those branches to make a 180-degree turn. At this point, in addition to admiration, she felt gratitude. Perhaps to express her gratitude, she stayed in Qingshan district as a full-time night watchman, even after resolving the crisis at home. Every night during her patrol, she paid special attention to Yangwang's movements, as a way of expressing her gratitude. This is how suspicious individuals can be identified so quickly and reported promptly. Lu Qingqing, Wang Minjiang, and Zhang Yeqing continued to move through the streets. Since the other party was not a monster, the compass tracking could not be effective, and they could only investigate with their naked eyes. Captain, something terrible has happened. Zhang Yeqing, holding the shield, walked at the front. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He exclaimed in surprise, and his body trembled involuntarily. Oh no, it smells of blood, a very strong smell of blood. Wang Minjiang's nose twitched, his face changed drastically, and his heart began to pound. He took a few steps forward, parted the mist, and came directly to the front, his breath catching in his throat. Lu Qingqing followed closely behind, her eyes wide open, tears streaming down her face, her complexion deathly pale, and she trembled uncontrollably. Ahead, on rows of closely packed buildings, lights flickered, and a round, bulging human head was sandwiched between windows, with blood flowing down the windows and soaking a large area of the wall. This scene appeared on the windows of every room, and it looked incredibly frightening and terrifying. The round, bulging head and wide-open eyes seemed to be telling of the resentment and despair in its heart. All the boys and girls on Sunshine Road will die. Isn't Su Ming very skilled at creating cards? Yet he's still helpless against our ghost slaves. He's offended the Mountain Lord, so let's start hunting him down from his birthplace. Ha ha ha, countless treacherous slaves. Humanity is destined for extinction. Everyone, let us embrace the abyss together. You all died because of Su Ming, remember that. An arrogant voice rang out in the darkness, followed by 4 figures that transformed into streaks of light, constantly weaving through the buildings of the residential complex, the stench of blood growing ever stronger. Chapter 171 The Demonic Slave Deserves to Die. Chapter 171 Ghost Slaves. Damn it, what? There are actually 4 general-level ghost slaves? How is this possible? Wang Minjiang took a deep breath, stared ahead, his face full of disbelief. What kind of place is Qingshan District? This is just a poor area, especially Yangwang Road, which is a slum within a poor area. Normally, you can't even see a single card master, so how could 4 card masters suddenly appear out of nowhere? Old Zhang, Qingqing, you two run. Without hesitation, Wang Minjiang pulled the 2 of them back, his brows furrowed into a deep frown. As a general-level card master, he naturally knew how vulnerable soldiers were to generals. With the 4 opponents being so brutal, a real fight would be troublesome. I am at the late stage of the general level, so even if I can't win, I am confident that I can escape safely. Zhang Yeqing and his companion nodded and quickly withdrew. This was a tacit understanding they had developed. The more critical the moment, the more important it was to follow orders. Captain, aren't you leaving with us? Lu Qingqing finally couldn't hold back and couldn't help but ask. Wang Minjiang kept his eyes fixed ahead and said in a low voice, You are too weak. Are you staying here to hold me back? Old Zhang, take her away. Report this to your superiors as soon as possible. Yes, Captain. Zhang Yeqing nodded, put away his shield, grabbed Lu Qingqing's wrist, and prepared to leave. He had worked with Captain Wang for many years, and the tacit understanding between them was self-evident. He himself was not particularly smart and could not see through many things, but over the years, as long as he listened to the captain's orders, he was always right. Just as the 2 were about to leave, they noticed that the mist beside them was becoming distorted, and then they saw a man wearing a scarlet mask walk out. Leave? It's too late. Today, you will all die, including the entire Qingshan district. The man chuckled, and the card-controlling device in his hand was already flashing with purple light, with the character King written in the center and surrounded by 9 5-pointed stars. 9 stars of the royal realm. At that moment, the 3 of them stared wide-eyed, their throats bobbing as they subconsciously swallowed. A King Realm expert is definitely among the strongest, not just in Qingshan District, but even in the entire Shanqing City. Moreover, a King Realm 9-star expert is a pillar of strength. Normally, the 3 of them might not even get to see each other. Now, the other party is right in front of you. Unfortunately, they are the enemy. 9-star King Realm, who exactly are you? Wang Minjiang braced himself, refusing to yield to the other party's overwhelming momentum. He gritted his teeth, raised his head slightly, and questioned them with all his might. As for Lu Qingqing and Lao Zhang, they were only soldier-level card masters, so naturally they couldn't withstand the pressure of a King-level 9 stars aura and had long since collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Haha, you're not worthy to know who I am. The masked man laughed loudly, his aura increasing even more imposingly. He snorted coldly, clenched his fist, and slammed it directly at Wang Minjiang. Night's Watch? Dot. Boom. A deafening roar erupted, and the shockwave sent old Zhang, and his companion flying. The surrounding mist was also blasted away, creating a vacuum zone within a 10-meter radius. Team leader. Lu Qingqing screamed her heart out, tears streaming down her face. Her pupils trembled incessantly, and she felt as if she were suffocating. A deep sense of powerlessness rose from the bottom of her heart, as if she were being peeled away layer by layer. She was well aware of the difference between a 9-star King Realm expert and a 7-star General Realm expert. If the two clashed, would the latter have any chance of survival? She was utterly devastated that such a caring elder had died right before her eyes. Rumble. As the dust settled, the expected outcome did not materialize. Strategist Lan Lanchen? Lu Qingqing stared blankly ahead, her words becoming somewhat incoherent. When did the Blue Army strategist become so powerful? In the center of the battle, smoke dissipated. A man in green stood in front of Wang Minjiang, protected by a light blue semicircular shield. The demonic slave's fist was firmly embedded in the protective shield, unable to move. Traitor, you're asking for death. Lan Tian snorted coldly, and terrifying power erupted from his body. Bang, 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 bang. Immediately afterwards, a piercing explosion was heard from behind, followed by a miserable scream. Who are you? How could you kill Ah Wei and all of them? The masked demon's voice trembled slightly, clearly frightened by the man before him. He tried to pull his arm away, but found that he couldn't get his fist out at all, and his panic intensified. As a card master at the 9th level of the King Realm, he has this much insight. It was obvious that this person could kill 4 general-level card masters remotely with just a cold snort, without even glancing at them, and the opponents couldn't even muster the slightest thought of resistance. There was no need to elaborate on how strong he was. A powerful expert at the Emperor Realm? He must be at least a King Realm expert. As a peak-level King Realm expert, he didn't believe he could be so decisive and efficient. Admittedly, it would be easy for the masked slave to hunt down 4 general-level card masters. He could easily suppress them with a casual move. However, he still needs to take action himself, and there are still clues to follow. It's absolutely impossible for this one-armed man to be so relaxed and carefree. He had been stuck at the 9th level of the King Realm for many years, so he naturally knew the gap between himself and the Emperor Realm. Artistic conception. That's right. It's that indescribable and inexplicable state of mind that can only be understood by oneself. Perhaps only such profound and mysterious power can kill a person silently. The masked demon slave thought so. This also matched his impression of a powerful figure at the Emperor Realm. They strike without warning, killing without warning. Little did he know that the one-armed youth standing before him was not a Royal Realm card master, but an even more powerful Saint Realm expert. Even a Saint-level peak card master. I really don't understand why you would betray humanity. Is it really that tempting to become those inhuman, ghostly things? Lan Tian narrowed his eyes, his expression unwavering, but the faint killing intent emanating from him spoke volumes. Ha! Can the human race allow me to continue to increase my strength and gain immortality? The masked figure laughed eerily, its voice growing increasingly maniacal, before roaring. Kill me or torture me. It's all up to you. Wanna die? It's not that easy. Tianlan sneered, then revealed a faint smile and continued. If you want a quick death, you'd better obediently tell me all the information about the ghost slaves. Tell me, how many places are you targeting in this operation? Ha, how ridiculous. Do you think I would tell you? I want to commit suicide, and you think you can stop me? The masked demon slave laughed loudly. Then his eyes burst into crimson light, and his heart slowly bulged out, as if it were about to explode at any moment. However, he clearly underestimated Lan Tian's strength. Seal up. Lan Tian parted his lips slightly, and a single word floated out. Before anyone knew it, a magic card had appeared in front of him, with a large seal character appearing on it, directly landing on the demon slave and suppressing him instantly. No, impossible. This is the Mountain Lord's strange seed. How could you possibly seal it away? The masked demon slave gasped in disbelief, his words filled with incredulity. However, whether he believes it or not, the facts are undeniable. Shut up. Lan Tian, of course, wouldn't tolerate him. With a light snort, an invisible wave swept across, directly stunning him. He knew he wouldn't get anything out of them at this point, so he could only take them back to the Senate and then think of a better solution. Maybe that kid Su Ming can figure out a way to get these demon slaves to talk. As Lan Tian thought this, he looked up at Wang Minjiang and the other two, and then said with a smile, Captain Wang, Lao Zhang, Qingqing, it's been a long time. Chapter 172 The Heavenly Bell Tolls, The Generals Pray. Chapter 172 The Heavenly Bell Tolls, The Generals Pray. Lan Tian, how did you become so strong? Wang Minjiang was a little confused. Although he knew that the other party was no ordinary person and had been parachuted into the night watch team in Qingshan district. The two had worked together for 5 years and had never realized that the other was so powerful. He had always thought that Lan Tian was weaker than him and had even lost most of his fighting ability after losing his arm. At that moment, he finally understood. No wonder the blue strategist is so knowledgeable about astronomy and geography. It's no wonder the opponent is so powerful and knows so many secrets. Captain Wang. Actually, my real name isn't Lan Tian. It's Tian Lan. As Tian Lan finished speaking, her body began to change, and she quickly transformed into the appearance of the old beggar. Everyone was stunned at that moment. This old man looks so familiar. So that's how it is, Lan Tianshan. Wang Minjiang stared blankly at himself, muttering to himself for a long while before finally reacting and exclaiming in surprise. What, Tian Lan? You are the former president of the Senate. That's right. However, please keep this a secret for me and don't tell anyone else. Alright, I have to go now. Until we meet again. Dean Tian Lan revealed a kind smile, then picked up the masked ghost slave and transformed into a streak of light, disappearing from the spot. Wang Minjiang and his two companions were left dumbfounded, unable to recover for a long time. In the demon-suppressing city, a storm is brewing. Above the sky, dark clouds covered the sky, and streaks of lightning constantly darted and moved through the clouds, like snakes, creating a spectacular sight. Beneath the dark clouds, the divine power emanating from Lord Shui grew even stronger, and his originally lifeless body became radiant and spirited. At this moment, whether inside or outside the demon suppression city, everyone held their breath, staring motionlessly at the terrifying presence in the city center, and a sense of piety rose in their hearts. This feeling really arose involuntarily from the bottom of my heart, and I couldn't stop it no matter what. Such terrifying power. I feel that his appearance will definitely change the entire landscape of the abyss. This Yin god has such a terrifying aura, and his divine body is so tall and mighty. He must be even more powerful than the black and white impermanents. That's right. I'm certain of it. It must be so. To be honest, before this, I always thought that black and white impermanents would be hard to surpass. After all, it is a magic card that has reached the top of the heavenly Tao ranking, and it was only created by Su Ming not long ago. Even if he is a genius, it is impossible for him to create an even more powerful God race magic card so quickly, right? Now I know I was wrong. Terribly wrong. How could I compare Su Ming to an ordinary person? Haha, comparing an ordinary person to God Su? Even if you bring up Alice, that Western prodigy, she can't compare to our God Su of Kyushu. A genius like her is far inferior to even a tenth of God Su. An ordinary person? You're just inflating your own value, aren't you? I didn't mean that at all. I was just expressing my admiration for Su Ming and to show how strong he really is. I think you're being too reserved. If you ask me, it's simply, God Su is awesome. God Su is the best in the world. Vulgar. How can Su Ming's talent be summarized with just awesome? It should be said that he is unparalleled in history and unmatched in the future. Su Ming is the best in the world. That's right, the best in the world. I am really looking forward to this Yin god taking shape. I have never heard of a second step of card formation that can suppress and kill all the strange things within a radius of 10,000 miles. This is really too powerful. Holy crap. Do you guys think that if the card is successfully created, this Yin god could use the residual energy of the card to suppress the entire abyss? You're really going too far. The abyss is vast and boundless, filled with countless strange and powerful creatures. It's not so easy to suppress. But I think this great god will definitely bring us some surprises after he becomes a card. Brother Jean and I was just fantasizing a little, you know. After all, the other party is God Su. It's reasonable for me to fantasize a little, right? Reasonable? You're really a fearless young man. The middle-aged warrior, addressed as Brother Jean, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had dealt with the abyss's mysteries for many years and knew all too well just how powerful it was. The constant stream of low-level strange creatures was enough to make these border guards suffer greatly, not to mention the other, more powerful strange creatures, whose methods were always unpredictable and difficult to defend against. He fought for more than 20 years and saw too many of his comrades fall victim to the enemy's cunning and unpredictable tactics. He couldn't bear to think about it. Even now, Just thinking about it sends chills down his spine. I never thought I could suppress the entire abyss. If he could identify all the traitors of my human race, that would be great. Zhang Ji's voice continued, filled with melancholy. Many of his former comrades and brothers did not fall in direct combat with the strange creatures, but were stabbed in the back by their own brothers. Traitor, treacherous slave. These are words that make him feel resentful, and his heart ached just thinking about them. It would not be an exaggeration to describe them as deeply hated. Deceitful slaves? Damn it, I want all these traitors to die? No, I want them to suffer the agony of being slowly sliced to death. To die like this is too easy for them. They're such damned bastards. Well, what can we do? These demon slaves are hiding too well. As long as they don't expose themselves, we humans have no way to detect them. It's really too difficult. Brother Jean, do you think this god can identify the ghost slaves? Oh, this is too difficult. The ghost slave is the ultimate problem that has plagued our human race for thousands of years. Then, Brother Jean, if I were to say, if we petition together and let Lord Yin Shen know that one of us is among them, would he take action because of it? The young warrior's face, covered in blood, wore an innocent expression, and his bright eyes looked at Brother Jean with anticipation. Petition, Jean Gu murmured, a hint of joy appearing on his face. Perhaps it really was worth a try? Thinking of this, he shouted loudly to the soldiers around him. Soldiers, do you want to hunt down the treacherous slaves and the traitors? Yes, 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 yes. The sounds rising and falling from the crowd were enough to show how unpopular and deeply hated the ghost slaves were. Upon hearing this, Jean Gu pressed down with his hand, and then shouted, Then let us pray together to this Lord Yin God, hoping that he can use Chung Ka's remaining power to help the human race identify the traitor. Yes, General Jean. The soldiers answered in unison. They all closed their eyes and muttered to themselves, a strange aura rising among them. Just then, the dark clouds in the sky grew even thicker. Su Ming also finished the last stroke, and the light blue characters floated up and instantly merged into the forehead of Lord Shui. Immediately, a surging aura soared into the sky. The sound of the bell resounded from the heavens, deafeningly loud. Thump, thump, thump. Chapter 173 The bell tolls 8 times, shocking everyone. Chapter 173 The bell tolls 8 times, shocking everyone. Knock, 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 knock. The 8 bells tolled, their sound resounding throughout heaven and earth, melodious and lingering for a long time. The sound was like a resounding bell, deeply imprinted in everyone's minds, inspiring a sense of awe and reverence. This is the voice of heaven, and also heaven's affirmation. In the sky, dark clouds rolled, and blue lightning, like a dragon, surged down from the heavens, creating a magnificent sight. 8 bells tolled, a sound never before heard. At this moment, both inside and outside the city, all was silent. Everyone looked up at Judge Chui, who was flashing with divine light, their eyes shining brightly. They held their breath with their mouths open, afraid that the slightest movement would disturb this sacredness. Clearly, they were all completely shocked by what they saw. 8 tolls of the heavenly bell? This was something they had never heard of or seen before. This was a scene that the entire human race had never imagined before. How could it not be shocking? Not to mention the border guards, the strange creatures that continued to gather thousands of miles away, who originally wanted to launch another attack on Jinma City, were now involuntarily retreating. Soon, large numbers of strange creatures were seen retreating in the opposite direction without the slightest hesitation. This is their instinctive reaction. It's important to understand that these low-level, bizarre creatures are actually quite mindless, even less intelligent than some animals. They are corrupted by the power of the abyss, which enhances their strength and gives them the ability to fight from birth. But precisely because of this, their minds are not so lucky. Under the influence of the power of the abyss, they become extremely crazy and confused. Of course, the strange big shots of Dark Origin Mountain are different. They can easily control the abyssal power in their bodies, so they are naturally much more clear-headed. However, being corrupted by the abyssal power for many years still makes them crazy, bloodthirsty, and perverted, which is the nature of strange creatures. This is the fundamental reason why the Mountain Lord and others can easily control thousands of strange creatures. Because controlling the power of the abyss is equivalent to controlling these low-level monsters, which all live for the power of the abyss. It can be said that under the orders of the Mountain Lord and other Peak Saint Realm beings, they dared not disobey at all, and under the impetus of the abyss power, they became tools without any self. But do they really have no self? Obviously not. Now, the 8 chimes and the boundless dark clouds directly awaken their self. Fear is strange to humans and has an unimaginable deterrent effect on all living beings. Roar, roar. The eerie creatures roared loudly, their expressions filled with terror as they scrambled to escape this dangerous place. The entire scene was chaotic and spectacular, with the tide flowing backwards. At least for the human race, this is a breathtaking thing. Such a scene has been rare for 1,000 years. Even when a saint-level expert arrived in person, these stubborn and strange beings did not back down and charged forward headlong. Whether it's alive or dead. Rumble. After the bell rang, a deafening thunderclap resounded through the sky, and as the lightning bolts moved, the dark clouds were seen to be cleaved in two as if sliced by a giant knife. Immediately, with the sound of rushing water, a long river filled with starlight fell from the sky, like the Milky Way cascading down, a breathtaking and beautiful sight. This scene was not unusual. The soldiers in Jinma City had all witnessed it. After all, Su Ming had already descended into the river of time when he created Zhang Sanfeng. However, this time the river was even more magnificent, and a purplish-black mist could be seen rising from its surface, making it appear even more mysterious. Although the amount of this purplish-black mist was small, it was enough to shock everyone. The river of time flows on, unchanging through the ages. Since the creation of the first God Race magic card by the human race, the river of time has never changed. It is a river formed by the convergence of starlight, falling from the heavens. The souls that slumber within it are awakened by the magic card, and reborn in this era, living a new life in another form. It was already quite remarkable that these spirits could break free from the river of life's constraints, let alone cause other unusual phenomena to appear in the river of life's life. This was simply unbelievable. But today, it actually happened. This was nothing short of a fantasy to them. They had never imagined such a scene would occur. Holy crap, what's going on? The soul hasn't even been awakened yet, and it's already left the river of time. So how come there's such a huge purple mist? This is unscientific. Just what kind of god-level being did Su Ming create? Shaw, what's impossible about that? Were you all deaf just now? Didn't you hear those 8 chimes? There were 8 chimes, a full 8 chimes. Phew, that's right. 8 chimes of the heavenly bell. This is truly unprecedented and will likely never be repeated. God Su is just too awesome. I even think that our fervent prayers might actually be answered by this great God. I think it doesn't matter whether it's realized or not. As long as God Su is here, we will be able to drive away the strange creatures one day and restore our most beautiful home on Earth. Yes, I've seen the documentary video of Earth in the 21st century. It's so beautiful. Skyscrapers, green mountains and clear waters, and people, though always in a hurry, have a vibrant nightlife. I'm so envious. If it could really be restored to that appearance, that would be wonderful. I really didn't have any hope before, but after seeing Su Ming today, I think I can look forward to it. Su Ming is really too strong. Alright. Brothers, let's just pray and hope it helps. I don't want to let any of those traitors who betrayed humanity get away with it. Yes, keep praying. Duh. The soldiers raised their heads, their gazes fixed on the Milky Way that seemed to fall from the heavens, not daring to move their eyes or even blink. They fear that if they are not careful, they might miss a detail that they will regret for the rest of their lives. This time, we're going to witness history. Above the sky, dark clouds split in two, resembling a bottomless canyon. Within this Grand Canyon, a long river, where starlight converges, flows down, vast and magnificent. Splash. Finally, the soft sound of splashing water rang out, and everyone looked over with focused attention. A black-faced judge, dressed in red robes and wearing a black gauze hat, emerged from the crowd, holding a pen in one hand and writing in the other. His eyes were wide open like copper bells, his mustache stood on end, and he looked down at all living beings with an imposing presence. Chapter 174 The River of Oblivion, the Red Spider Lily. Chapter 174 The River of Oblivion, the Other Shore Flower. He stepped out of the water without hesitation, and the surface of the starlight river immediately rippled, spreading outwards. The black mist on the river's surface trembled slightly, and as it advanced, it retreated to both sides, not daring to block it in the slightest, as if it had seen a natural and trustworthy force and dared not act rashly. This scene, witnessed by the crowd on the ground, amplified their shock. Lord Shui walked steadily on the river of time, and the chaotic starlight gradually became clear as he moved forward. With each step he took, the starlight behind him seemed to dissipate, transforming into crystal-clear river water, making it appear even more magnificent. It seemed that with every step Lord Shui took, he was cleansing the turbidity from the long river. However, the scene on both sides of the long river is completely different, a scene of earth-shattering change. Originally, there was no color to be seen on either side of the long stretch of space, let alone any scenery. It was just pitch black. However, as he continued forward, a winding, narrow path appeared on the left bank of the river, and one could vaguely see blurry figures moving forward on the path, lined up in a very orderly fashion. Along the path, crimson flowers sprouted like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, quickly turning both sides of the riverbanks blood red. A gentle breeze blew, causing them to sway softly, creating the eerie feeling of being immersed in a sea of blood. As the crimson flowers swayed, the clear river behind Judge Chui slowly turned red. It was unclear whether the water color had changed or if it was reflected by the flowers on the bank. The answer came in the next second. As the red river water slowly rippled, one could see pale, skeletal hands reaching out, trying to extend upwards. Unfortunately, they could not all reach out and eventually sank back down. However, there were an unusually large number of these skeletal hands. As soon as one batch sank down, another batch would take its place. Some of these hands were even stained with blood and rotten flesh, making them look even more gruesome. Judge Chui paid no attention to this, seemingly having seen such scenes before. He continued walking forward, following the river of time and space toward the divine body in the demon-suppressing city. He proceeded at his own pace, without any sign of haste. This alone is enough to surpass all other gods. Which of those Western deities, after escaping the river of time and space, didn't travel in a hurry? It seemed as if there was some god-slaying monster in that long river, and if you slowed down even a moment, you would be dragged back and never be reincarnated. That is indeed the case. No one knows the origin of the river of time and space, not even the gods who are suppressed within it and forced into a deep sleep. They were once high and mighty gods, possessing boundless power, looking down upon all living beings, and were the rulers of this world. Now, they are buried in the river of time and space, where there is an even more terrifying power that even they cannot escape. Now that they've finally been awakened by the humans and escaped their predicament, they have no choice but to run as fast as they can. Of course, no one knows these secrets. Each awakened deity would naturally not mention it personally, as it would be a very shameful thing for a deity. As deities, it is naturally better for them to maintain their sacredness and solemnity. However, the divine magic cards created by Su Ming were quite different. They were always unhurried and had an expression of complete control. Even Zhang Sanfeng, who was a human, was no exception. Perhaps this is the power of foundation. Su Ming smiled and murmured to himself, knowing he had noticed these differences long ago. However, he didn't see anything special about this. It should be the norm. After all, the mythological treasures of China's 5,000 years of history, with its all-powerful gods who can ascend to heaven and descend to earth, are something that even Western gods could rival. Are you kidding me? Chinese mythology is the coolest. Bobobo. Judge Chui continued on his way, and half of the river of time was stained blood red. The red spider lilies on both banks swayed in the wind, revealing a touch of beauty amidst the eeriness. At this moment, a vast city suddenly appeared ahead of the narrow path. Although it looks a bit blurry, you can tell that it is definitely not ordinary. Lord Shui continued walking, but the river of time suddenly changed course, heading directly towards the blurry city. Soon, the river flowed through the city gate and ran parallel to the narrow path, and the figures on it gradually became clearer from blurry. Those were figures dressed in black and white uniforms, leading semi-transparent spirits into the city one by one. Looking up, the city wall, imbued with a sense of solemnity, bears the three large traditional Chinese characters, Fuging, Fengdu City. The city of Fengdu, the black and white impermanence, the road to the underworld, the flowers of the other shore, and the river of forgetfulness that has been transformed under Lord Shui's feet should be the river of oblivion. Su Ming tilted his head back, his expression slightly excited, and his voice trembled slightly. Although he knew that Judge Chui was powerful, he never expected him to be so terrifying. It's only at the card-forming stage now, barely awakening its soul. It should be noted that the souls of these ancient gods were suppressed in the river of time and space. It is already quite remarkable that they could be awakened, successfully walk out of the river of time and space, and merge with the card. This information was also learned by Su Ming from various ancient texts, which were basically written by the card creators of the Western gods. These books are quite credible, as they are all based on the personal accounts of the card creators who created the god race magic cards. But now this restriction has been easily broken again. No. This is not just a simple breaking. It completely overturns previous theories. It's far more than just barely breaking free from the constraints of the river of time and space. They completely treated Kong Changha as their own home, making arbitrary changes without the other party uttering a single complaint. They even deliberately changed their route and took a detour to enter the illusory Fengdu city. All of this is just too magical. Even Su Ming himself was in a daze at this moment and did not fully react for a while. He had considered that Judge Chui must be different from ordinary gods, but he never imagined that there would be such a big difference. Of course, Su Ming quickly came to his senses, and a faint joy rose in his heart. The fact that Judge Chui could cause such a commotion is not a bad thing. It only proves his formidable strength. As a card creator, who wouldn't want their magic cards to be more powerful? Moreover, Su Ming intends to bring the entire Chinese mythology to this world, so that the fame of the Chinese gods can spread throughout this other world. The more powerful Judge Chui is, the easier it will be for him to achieve this ideal. Moreover, he also intends to pacify the abyss within 3 years, and even reshape the 6 paths of reincarnation, restart the underworld, and completely suppress this abyssal world. Judge Chui is a magic card from the underworld, so naturally the more cards you have, the better. As expected of the head of the 4 judges of the underworld, his entrance certainly lives up to the title. Su Ming squinted and nodded slightly, his heart filled with anticipation. Chapter 175 The Deceptive Slave, the Most Hateful. Chapter 175 The Deceptive Slave, Most Hateful. Under the vast sky, all was silent. Compared to Su Ming's understanding of Lord Chui, these soldiers had absolutely no idea what kind of origin this soul that emerged from the river of time was. Even Su Ming was slightly shocked after seeing such a huge phenomenon and couldn't recover for a while. Moreover, there are these natives. The soldiers looked up, dumbfounded, their mouths agape, wide enough to fit a large egg. Holy crap, with so many mouths to feed, how many baskets of eggs would that take? They gazed at the river of time, their eyes following the footsteps of Judge Chui, without feeling any discomfort in their necks. At this moment, apart from the rumbling sound coming from the sky, virtually no other sounds could be heard. Half an incense stick later, some people finally realized what was happening, and a commotion began to rise. Did you see that? That's Fengdu City. It's the strange phenomenon that was created after the black and white impermanence merged with the magic card. It's exactly the same. Holy crap, it's exactly the same. In fact, it's even clearer this time, and the aura is even stronger. Hey, don't you guys have a feeling? The black bricks of this building in Fengdu City seem kind of familiar. These black bricks look exactly like those in Demon Suppression City. Huh? Holy crap, it looks just like it. Everyone turned their heads and focused their gaze on the city walls of Jinma City. They couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, their hearts filled with even greater shock. The Demon Suppressing City, along with all the fortresses and passes around the world, are constructed from these mysterious black stones. They possess magical power, making them not only indestructible, but also capable of suppressing strange creatures. Although its suppressive effect was not very strong, it still greatly reduced the burden on the various border posts. Furthermore, the formation within the pass city is based on this black stone, which is engraved on the city wall, thus enabling it to exert its magical effects. This alone is enough to explain how special this black stone is. For thousands of years, human scholars have been studying the black stone, but they have never been able to get to the bottom of it. They cannot analyze its composition or know its origin. They only know that it is an extremely special material that seems to be of the same origin as the power of the abyss, but also has the characteristic of suppressing it in the opposite direction. It's truly amazing and unfathomable. Now that this mysterious black stone has appeared in Judge Chui's card-forming phenomenon, it undoubtedly elevates his status in the hearts of the soldiers once again. As border guards, they understood the power and significance of the black stone better than ordinary card masters. Also, have you noticed? Aren't those people who appeared on the narrow path very similar to the black and white impermanents? They wear the same clothes and have the same weapons, only their faces are different. Dude, I really didn't notice that until you pointed it out. This is too amazing. They can't all be black and white impermanents, can they? Holy crap, if that's really true, This is terrifying. The black and white impermanents created by Su Shun have already topped the Heavenly Dao ranking. Yeah, you're telling me now that the black and white impermanents, who topped the Heavenly Dao ranking on Blue Star, actually have countless pairs? That's way too outrageous. Do you really think the God Race's magic cards are as common as cabbages? If even the black and white impermanents are as common as cabbage, then what are those magic cards ranked below them? Su Shun really surprises us time and time again. This, in God, is probably excessively powerful. Damn it, let's stop speculating. I now think it's not outrageous for Su Shun to continue breaking all sorts of restrictions. That's right. When watching God Su create magic cards, the main point is to keep a calm mindset, otherwise you'll get so excited that you'll die one day. All I can say is, Su Shun is awesome. Duh. The city of Jinma was bustling with noise. Su Ming stood on the rooftop, hands behind his back, listening to the flattery around him, completely unconcerned. There's no way around it. The more you hear it, the higher your threshold becomes. He squinted, continuing to watch the figure walking in the long river, his curiosity growing stronger. Following this river, will we also witness the viewing platform, the 3 live stone, and the bridge of helplessness? The wind becomes a sword, and the sword domain rises with wind. Li Wushuang's brows were furrowed, and although he held no sword, a terrifying sword intent emanated from his body, piercing straight into the sky. As he finished speaking, the sword intent spread outwards like particles on a cicada's wing, and a gust of wind suddenly rose within a radius of 1,000 meters, directly becoming his domain. You treacherous slave, still trying to run. He snorted coldly, his body blurred, and then he disappeared. The next moment, a gust of wind swept through the Gale's sword domain, and Li Wushuang's figure appeared there. In front of him, a blond middle-aged man dressed in a sacred church robe took several steps back. Oh my God, you, the Holy Land Master of Kyushu, cannot attack a glorious church bishop. His voice trembled slightly as a golden magic card was inserted into the card-controlling device, and a giant wall composed entirely of holy light blocked the two of them. Upon seeing this, the bishop transformed into a beam of holy light and fled. He knew perfectly well that he could never be a match for a saint-level card master who had unleashed a domain. No, we definitely can't escape like this. Since we've already been exposed, let's just unleash the full power of the strange seed. It's a pity I can no longer nurture the monster seed, nor can I continue being an undercover agent. Otherwise, I would definitely have gained even more benefits. Then let's just transform into the supernatural. The bishop murmured softly, his eyes flashing with an eerie crimson light, and wisps of black mist gradually rose from his holy robes. However, at that moment, a terrifying pressure struck, making it impossible for him to breathe. The expanding monster was suppressed by this power and returned to calm. You think you can just transform into a monster? How naive. Li Wushuang snorted coldly, appearing in front of the man and striking him directly on the forehead with his sword-like finger. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, and boundless sword intent pierced into the bishop's mind. The crimson in his eyes vanished instantly, and the black mist on his body was forced back into his body. We can only seal him away for now. Hopefully, we can get more information about the ghost slave from him. Li Wushuang withdrew his sword domain, but the sorrow in his eyes did not fade. Instead, it intensified. He picked up the bishop and sighed softly. These demon slaves are getting more and more unruly lately. They're causing trouble in all the major base cities. If only we could get rid of them all. It's a pity that they are too cunning, and we humans can hardly distinguish them. Deceitful slaves. These traitors all deserve to die. Traitors are the most hateful. Chapter 176 Find Purple-Black Threads, Strangling the Demonic Slave. Chapter 176. The Purple-Black Threads, Slaughtering the Devious Slaves in the West, the City of Angels. This is the first city in the entire human race to escape the night fog. It was once known as the City of Sin, but is now called the City of Angels. The Human Senate headquarters is located here. Unlike the Kyushu Senate, which is located in the fortified city of Fenghua Pass, the headquarters naturally needs to be in a safer place. The Senate initially did not have a headquarters or a fixed location. After all, the Senate is the most powerful organization of the human race and its leader. Only saint-level card masters, or rather, outstanding half-step saint-level masters, can join it. These people are the strongest fighting force of the human race. They are stationed in the passes year-round and rarely have the opportunity to gather together. Therefore, it doesn't make much difference whether the Senate grounds are there or not. The only difference is that a small, Confidential room is set up in each of the major passes, which can be considered a place for discussion. This situation persisted for a long time. Only after the strength of the human race continued to increase, and Dean Frank discovered the method of using Protoss statues to protect base cities, was the headquarters of the Senate finally established. At this time, the number of human saint-level experts gradually increased, and they gradually had more time. In the early days, the number of human saint-level card masters was extremely limited, and they were simply unable to spare the time. Thump. In the dimly lit basement, Li Wuxuang threw the monster slave he had captured earlier onto the ground with a dull thud. Immediately, he saw two figures appear beside him. Wuxuang, how many ghost slaves have you captured now? Frank's voice rang out, heavy with emotion, clearly indicating that he had been in a bad mood lately. The visitors were none other than the two presidents of the Senate, Frank and Tianlan. In recent times, riots have been caused by vengeful slaves in various base cities on Blue Star. They all seem to share the same goal, to constantly instigate riots in areas inhabited by ordinary people, and to ruthlessly hunt down the weak who are powerless to even kill a chicken. Even worse, some college teachers became demon slaves, directly killing young students. It's utterly despicable. Unfortunately, even these powerful saint-level beings were powerless to do anything about it. They could only rush to the scene after receiving the news and carry out the suppression. However, this didn't have much effect at all. There are simply too many of these treacherous slaves. They are constantly causing trouble in various base cities, and they choose different times to carry out these actions, which is clearly premeditated. Sigh, this is the fifth one. Li Wuxuang sighed softly, then continued. The other demonic slaves had already been suppressed and killed by the other card masters before I arrived. This one is the only one I captured alive. Humph. These past few days the demon slaves have been constantly rioting, clearly under the orders of the Dark Origin Mountain Lord. It's a pity I can't find a way to identify them, otherwise I would definitely have slaughtered them all. Li Wuxuang clenched his fists so tightly they cracked, his heart filled with rage, his cheeks flushed red. These past few days, he has watched helplessly as countless lives were slaughtered by these monstrous slaves, though in the end, the monstrous slaves were also killed by powerful human warriors. However, this was far from enough to quell the anger. Moreover, no one knows how many more treacherous slaves are hiding among the human race, which is undoubtedly a huge hidden danger. He witnessed a primary school being completely massacred. When he arrived, the rioting thugs had already been executed on the spot, but the students who lost their lives would never see the sun rise again. Students are children, they are hope, and some of them will surely become card masters and pillars of the human race in the future. If the problem of the ghost slaves cannot be resolved, such incidents will continue to occur in the future. A 1,000-mile dike can be breached by an ant hole. These cunning slaves, though not particularly strong, are indeed like ants lurking in the human race's long dike. If this problem is not resolved, one day the Abyss will be able to use this power to defeat the entire human race from within. Alas, the reason we created the Night Watch in Kyushu was to guard against this. Although it has prevented some cases of demon slaves to a certain extent, it is only a temporary solution. Tianlan stood to the side, sighed deeply, and frowned. The Senate naturally understood this principle, which was one of the purposes for which Kyushu created the Night's Watch. Otherwise, why would a base city that already has walls for protection form so many Night Watch squads? Admittedly, impoverished areas like the Qingshan district, bordering the Abyss, do indeed need the protection of the Night Watch squad. However, this is not the main purpose. After all, if those powerful and bizarre creatures really did break in, Wang Minjiang and his group would be completely useless. However, why would such a powerful Night Watch squad be assigned to the Qingshan district? This is entirely because Qingshan district is an impoverished area, and you rarely see any royal card masters there. Even if there were traitors among them, Wang Minjiang and his group were more than capable. This is the fundamental reason why the Night Watch squad stationed in more prosperous areas are stronger. They weren't meant to fight strange creatures, but rather to target those suddenly mutated monster slaves. Otherwise, why would big cities need night watchmen? Powerful card masters constantly roam the city. If any strange creatures were to invade, they would only be courting death. After all, most of the strange creatures on Earth are at the soldier or general level, and the king level is extremely rare. Moreover, these king-level beings who are hiding on Earth are very careful with their lives and basically will not attack human-based cities. They were banished to Blue Star by the Abyss's higher-ups when they were still soldiers and generals. Although they have now grown into kings by chance, they have no hope of returning. Clearly, for them, the outcome between the abyss and Earth is not of great concern. They even hope to maintain the status quo and fight a major battle between the two sides so that they can become the kings of the mountains. As long as they don't do anything reckless, they can live a very comfortable life. After all, whoever wins in the end will eventually turn their attention to him. Especially the Abyss's bizarre faction, those high-ranking members who only know the law of the jungle and the theory of bloodline and talent. By then, humanity will have been defeated. These worthless creatures will definitely be the first ones it deals with. After all, the Abyss is full of strange and unpredictable things, and a brand new territory like Blue Star is definitely not a place for cannon fodder like them to stay. At that time, they certainly wouldn't bother sending these vanguard cannon fodder back. Erasing them would be much easier and more convenient. These are principles that soldiers and generals with their unusually low intelligence would definitely not be able to understand. However, their strange psychological gates, which have already been promoted to the king realm, are very light. It's not that they have any humanity, but rather that's just how they think. They're kings of the mountains and don't care about the lives of lowly monsters. This is its bizarre nature. Bang! Li Wuxuang took a deep breath and could no longer hold back. He punched the monster in front of him in the face, sending it flying and crashing heavily into the wall. He roared in fury. You treacherous slaves all deserve to die. Wuxuang, calm down. This won't solve the problem. What we need now is to get more information about the other demon slaves from these demon slaves. Tianlan stepped forward and tried to persuade her. Li Wuxuang, still clenching her fists, couldn't help but question, Old Dean, is there really no other way? Asking them one by one like this won't solve the problem at all. Sigh, I really don't want to admit it, but it's the truth. We humans have been researching for hundreds of years, but we just can't find any way to crack it. Lan Tian sighed and continued helplessly. The ghost slaves are too well hidden. As long as they don't expose themselves, we have no way to locate them. Even the holy light of angels cannot see through their disguise. But simply asking doesn't really make much sense, does it? What other way is there? At least it has some effect, and it's already the best we can do. Frank shook his head, looking equally helpless. The interrogation room fell silent instantly, the oppressive atmosphere making it hard to breathe. Roar! 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 Just then, the demon slaves in the interrogation room suddenly began to howl loudly, their cries filled with horror and despair, rising and falling in waves. Then I saw it. Strands of purplish-black silk threads shot out from the bodies of these demonic slaves, piercing them all like hedgehogs and strangling them instantly. The scene was extremely spectacular. What on earth is going on? Li Wuxuang and the others stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief, clearly not understanding what was going on. Chapter 177 The Demonic Slave Dies, Blood Flowers Bloom. Chapter 177 The Demonic Slave Dies, Blood Flowers Bloom, squeak squeak squeak. The purplish-black lines constantly weave through the body of the demon slave, emitting eerie and unpleasant sounds that sent chills down one's spine and raised goosebumps all over. The imprisoned slaves were almost all in the same state. They tilted their heads back, widened their eyes, opened their mouths slightly, and moved their throats, emitting dark and unpleasant sounds, as if trying to say something, but it was difficult for people to understand. Dark purple threads continuously poured out of its mouth, ears, nose, and eyes, slowly piercing its body and leaving it suspended in midair. A strange, blood-red flower slowly took root and sprouted from its heart, eventually blooming. The entire process took no more than a minute. It was extremely fast. Remote hunting? Has the Lord of Dark Origin Mountain now possessed such terrifying strength? Tianlan frowned as she looked at everything before her, her face turning extremely pale. Keep in mind that this is the Senate headquarters of Angel City. Not only is it heavily guarded, but the interrogation room is also equipped with a concealment and defense array composed of 18 legendary item cards. Even a saint-level expert would not be able to find this place in a short time. Furthermore, the demonic slaves and their demonic seeds have been completely sealed away, making it impossible for them to contact the Mountain Lord. The Lord of Nature should also be unable to sense the location of these strange slaves. The Senate has dealt with the ghost slaves for hundreds of years. Although it cannot easily identify the ghost slaves hidden among humans, it has made great achievements in sealing the ghost species. Over the years, the sealing technique has matured and can basically sever the Mountain Lord's connection to it. However, what they were seeing now left them completely dumbfounded. Frank's breath hitched, and he frowned, saying, "Could it be that the Mountain Lord's strength has improved again?" I think that might really be the case, otherwise it doesn't make sense. How could it strangle all the demon slaves in the interrogation room? Tianlan nodded, her brows furrowing even more deeply. Humanity and the abyss are irreconcilable enemies, and a great war between the two races is inevitable. Judging from the recent events such as the Strange Tide and the Beacon Pass crisis, this day should not be too far away. The abyss's sinister desire to devour the blue planet is as clear as day. Let's not talk about Li Wushuang. He's not very old, only in his 50s or 60s, and he just joined the Senate. There are many secrets he doesn't know. However, Lan Tian and Frank are different. They are both at the peak of the Saint realm. One is the former dean of the Senate, and the other is the current dean. They can be said to be the two people who know the most about the strangeness of the abyss. They were well aware of the vast gap between humanity and the abyssal monsters, and even though humanity's strength had increased considerably, the gap was still significant. If it weren't for the existence of the ancient pass, Earth would probably have fallen long ago and become a bizarre paradise. However, there were only so many ancient passes, each guarding a stable entrance to a space. If the unseen beings were to open up new and stable spatial rifts, the pressure on the entire human race would be immense. Without the protection of the ancient passes, the human race's flesh and blood alone could not withstand it. This is also the greatest weakness of the human race. They are now relying solely on the legacy of the ancients. The demon slave has shriveled up. Just then, Li Wushuang's voice rang out, deep and slightly trembling. As the crimson flowers bloomed, the eerie slave quickly withered, seemingly turning into nutrients to nourish the strange flowers. No, that's the truth. As the demon slave's body withered, the crimson flowers bloomed even more vividly, and a faint crimson mist rose up, quickly filling the entire interrogation room. These flowers smell so good. Li Wushuang held her breath, unwilling to inhale the blood mist. However, no matter how hard he tried to close his nostrils, the blood mist seemed to have a magical power, invading his nasal cavity. I was immediately captivated by its unique fragrance. It was a scent I had never smelled before, one that I couldn't resist, and lingered there. It smells so good, and it seems to be improving my health. My hidden injuries are slowly healing. This time, it was Tianlan who spoke. His voice was somewhat excited, and his arms, made of energy, were slowly growing. Frank was the strongest and resisted the longest, but the blood mist that lingered around his nasal cavity was slowly seeping into it. The next moment, he lost control. Fortunately, this floral-scented mist is harmless. It can not only heal injuries, but also guide the flow of qi and blood. It even has a significant clearing effect on mental strength, unlike its terrifying and eerie appearance. That's not right. Although this demon slave was strangled, the blood flowers that grew out of it are so beneficial to humans. This shouldn't be the work of the Dark Origin Mountain Lord. Li Wushuang was the first to react. He squinted his eyes, and his agitated mood gradually calmed down. The whole story came to mind, and the more he thought about it, the more something seemed wrong. Logically speaking, if it really was that withered tree spirit that did the trick, it would never let go of such a good opportunity. Frank's gaze swept over the blood-red flowers in the interrogation room, his expression growing increasingly certain. At this moment, Tianlan nodded and said, "That's right. If it really was Shanghua who did it, there would be no way he could have left behind such a blood-red flower that is beneficial to the human race." Deans, what if this is a sinister conspiracy? Is it using the fragrance of the flowers to cover up its own power increase? Or perhaps, this blood flower appears to be beneficial to us, but is actually highly poisonous to humanity. Prolonged use will damage our foundation? Just like a special drug on Earth 1,000 years ago, the first taste is wonderful. But once addicted, it's impossible to quit. The more you use, the more your body will collapse. These blood-red flowers are too eerie. I think we should treat them with caution. Li Wushuang stroked his beard and thoughtfully offered his reminder. What he said made sense. The scene before them was indeed too bizarre and unpredictable. Beep beep beep. Just then, a screen of light suddenly popped up in front of the three of them, flashing with a bright red light. This scene startled the group. This is the Senate's mandatory alert notification, which is only activated in the event of a major incident. It can be directly connected to the security device for the most effective alert. However, when they saw the prompt, they couldn't help but exchange a glance, their faces showing excitement. In the scene, a colossal figure stands in the demon city, a cyan pen in his hand radiating a dazzling light. That's not the most important thing. Instead, behind him was a magnificent river descending from the sky. Although the river was blood red, it could be roughly guessed that this was the River of Time. On both banks of the long river, crimson flowers bloom, their shape exactly like the blood flowers in the interrogation room. Chapter 178, The Judge's Pen Falls, Deciding Life and Death. Chapter 178, The Judge's Pen Falls, Deciding Life and Death, the blood-red flowers bloom. Could the deaths of these demonic slaves be related to this brat Su Ming? Tian Lan's pupils contracted, her heart trembled, and she swallowed hard. He knew all too well how difficult it was to deal with the ghost slaves. This wasn't just a problem for one country, but a major problem for the entire human race. In other words, if the threat of the demon slaves is truly eliminated, then the entire human race can unite as one, without worrying about teammates betraying them, or about their own backyard being on fire while their powerful warriors are fighting desperately in the abyss. Just like this time, the strange tides attacked the city and the high-end combat power of the abyss attacked the Beacon Fire Pass. But the human race did not dare to send out all of its high-end combat power, and still had to leave a part of the strong to guard the Blue Star. What is being prevented? You don't think it's one of those weird creatures outside the base city, do you? That's impossible, of course. Compared to the monster slaves, those strange creatures are nothing but rotten fish and shrimp, not even worth mentioning. The treacherous slaves are the real threat. Even so, the entire human race still suffered heavy losses in this outbreak of the demon slave. Although they killed mostly ordinary people, a significant number of them were infants and students, who were the future of humanity. Investigate. Try to find out as many incidents as possible of blood-red flowers growing on Earth. Frank squinted and made a quick decision. He turned on his communicator and issued the order directly, a sense of anticipation rising within him. The demon-suppressing city is shrouded in thunderclouds. The river of time and space has been stained blood-red. The other shore flowers sway in the wind. Fengdu City, Naiha Bridge, and the Three Live Stone are somewhat blurred, but they can still be seen clearly. At the end of the long river, two figures, Lord Shui, stood facing each other. Long time no see, world. The spirit on the long river smiled calmly, then walked towards the divine body. The two then merged and burst forth with endless brilliance, instantly dyeing the entire world purple-black. At this moment, everyone was in darkness, but there was no panic, and their hearts became even calmer. Phew, Lord Shui, the fusion has finally been successful. Su Ming looked up, his eyes sparkling like stars. The endless purplish-black seemed to have no effect on him, and he could see through everything at a glance. Indeed, this was the case. He created the entire Lord Shui magic card, so this little card-forming anomaly had no effect on him. He can shield himself from all the glitz and glamour if he so chooses. However, he did not do that. It was enough for him to see the changes in the arena through the purplish-black light screen. This magnificent spectacle was created by him, so naturally he had to appreciate it properly. The feeling was absolutely wonderful, something that ordinary people really couldn't understand. The purplish-black luster. Lord Shui should be at the demigod quality after completing the card, right? I just wonder how many purplish-black pentagrams he can achieve. Su Ming's lips curled up slightly as he murmured to himself, his words filled with anticipation. Judge Chui can be considered the first demigod quality magic card he created. As for black and white impermanents, they were not created by Su Ming himself, but were upgraded by fusing the two magic cards, black impermanence and white impermanence. There was still a certain element of luck involved. If it weren't for creating the horse-faced Rakshasa before the World Championship, thereby activating the divinity of the Minotaur, and learning about the elements of fusion and upgrade, I'm afraid he might not be able to make the black and white impermanence merge. After all, the conditions for fusing two magic cards are still too demanding. Even for a transmigrator with Chinese cultural background, there is a certain chance that he will not be able to trigger it. Judge Chui was different. The purplish-black light he emitted when he was created meant that this was a demigod-quality magic card, and it was also a magic card created by Su Ming himself. In the entire world, besides the black and white impermanence, there is only one such image. Judge Chui is even more powerful than the black and white impermanence by more than one level. It seems that to create a magic card of demigod quality, special materials must be used, namely objects that drifted from the Sea of Stars. These are the artifact fragments that the beautiful woman mentioned. As Su Ming watched the rapidly merging Judge Chui, he already had a guess in his mind. Although this is based on his experience, it also eliminates a lot of misinformation, and the conclusion is fairly accurate. Admittedly, it cannot be ignored that Judge Chui is stronger than the magic cards Su Ming created before, both in terms of strength and divine status. However, This does not mean that the black and white impermanence, Oxhead and Horseface, or even Ao Bing and other deities are weak. In their previous lives, they were also famous figures, possessing divine power. Ao Bing, the third prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace, was a rain god and even had the potential to become a second god. They could never be just golden legends. If the material quality is high enough, achieving half-body quality would be a piece of cake. The reason why the God Race magic cards are called God Race magic cards is because their original souls were once gods and possessed divine power, right? Logically speaking, their upper limit should be divine. These are all theoretical knowledge summarized by predecessors, and are not anything new. Su Ming's creation of Judge Chui can be considered a partial demonstration of this theory. After all, as fellow gods, all Lord Chui had was a blue writing brush. Moreover, this was at the time when the material was incorporated. The remaining materials were decomposed before slowly fusing and filling in the mixture. This calligraphy brush is different. It merged directly with the pen in Judge Chui's hand, and even transformed the pen in the portrait into its own form. Wrong. It should be said that it was a direct replacement, okay? I wonder what kind of quality the Divine Race magic card, forged from fragments of divine artifacts, can achieve. If only we could skip the demigod level and directly reach the divine level. Su Ming murmured softly, his gaze never leaving that imposing figure. Then why are there light spots? Suddenly, Su Ming saw through the purplish-black light screen that clusters of tiny light spots rose up and gradually converged into a small river of light that merged into Chui Fujian's body. This scene was truly amazing and unheard of. At least, this was the first time Su Ming had ever seen such a scene in all the times he had created the God Race magic cards. His gaze followed the spots of light, and he discovered that these spots of light actually emerged from the bodies of the soldiers who were still praying in the demon suppression city. Could this be the power of faith that Dean Frank spoke of? Su Ming subconsciously thought of it, but quickly realized something and frowned, muttering, "That's not right. The people of Kyushu only believe in themselves. They wouldn't so easily believe in gods. It's impossible that my creation of a few divine magic cards would directly change my beliefs, right? Even if some people change, it's impossible to change so many people all at once, right? Moreover, they are border guards." Seeing this scene, Su Ming became even more puzzled. As a native of Kyushu, he was well aware of the thoughts of the people around him. This is a cultural inheritance, a deeply ingrained idea that is fundamentally difficult to change. Buzz. Just then, invisible ripples spread out, and Lord Chui officially merged successfully. He opened his eyes, nodded to Su Ming, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light, and a faint killing intent soared into the sky. Deceitful slaves? Traitors. I, Chui Ju, hate traitors more than anything in my life. Today, I will use the judge's pen to order the extermination of all traitors. Lord Chui picked up his jade pen and made a light stroke on the book of life and death, his voice as loud as a great bell, resounding throughout the heavens and earth. A purplish-black light burst forth from the somewhat illusory book of life and death, then vanished into the void. Chapter 179 Blessing, Dark Purple Rain. Chapter 179 Blessing. The purplish-black rain rumbled down. As Lord Chui finished writing, the black light curtain gradually receded, and the strange phenomena in the sky gradually faded. The river of time and space reversed, and the black clouds that had been divided into two have collided again, with lightning and thunder continuing. Splash. Immediately afterwards, a torrential downpour of rain, golden mixed with purplish-black, followed by rising mist, transforming the entire demon suppression city into a dreamlike and ethereal scene. Before the soldiers could recover from their previous shock, they were completely bewildered by this divine blessing. Blessed by heaven, Su Shen's magic card has been successfully created. This card is definitely extraordinary. The phenomenon that appeared when the card was formed was terrifying. I have never seen such a powerful phenomenon before. Anything produced by my Su Shen is guaranteed to be top-notch, okay? No, does anyone know what just happened? I have a chill running down my spine. Isn't that normal? The aura emanating from a single person is bound to make people feel terrified. Holy crap, look! This time, the blessing from heaven seems completely different. Why is the rainwater purplish-black? I remember the light screen that blocked our eyes earlier was also purplish-black, but now the heavenly blessing is also golden mixed with purplish-black rain. What on earth is going on? Brothers, I have a bold idea. Do you think Su Shen might create a magic card that surpasses legendary quality this time? You mean demigod quality? Like the black and white impermanence? Isn't this a sure thing? I analyzed the creation process of this god before, and it is superior to black and white impermanence in every aspect. Gurgle. The soldiers suddenly fell silent. This thought had taken root in their minds, and they were no longer calm. For thousands of years, the most powerful magic card ever created by the human race has only been of legendary quality. Of course, there are differences between legends, which is normal. But even the strongest legend cannot break through the limitations and achieve greater heights. Even Su Ming's black and white impermanence was evolved from the fusion of two divine demon cards, so it naturally cannot be compared with a demon card created from scratch. Splash. The rain in the sky grew heavier and heavier, and the discussions in Jinma City gradually subsided, leaving only the sound of thunder and rain. As the rain poured down, the ominous aura that had been rising in the city gradually subsided. Each soldier sat cross-legged, welcoming the baptism of the rain. The results are naturally outstanding. Border guards spend years hunting strange creatures, and their fierce aura is not weak. It can even affect their mentality, making their lives and cultivation more difficult. However, after the rain washed them away, all of these things vanished as if they had never existed. My mind became clear, and I seemed to have entered a state of enlightenment. Moreover, its effects are not limited to this. My hidden ailments have all been healed. Moreover, my soul power is increasing rapidly. Me too. Purifying the mind, elevating one's realm, repairing injuries and foundation. This blessing from heaven is truly amazing. Holy crap, this isn't just amazing. This is the strongest in history. Haha. Thank you so much, Godsu. I was injured and lost my arm yesterday. I thought that was the end of my life, but I never expected that my hand could grow back. One of the soldiers with a severed hand shouted with a broad smile, his joy evident on his face. Such situations were not uncommon, and cheers and sounds of breakthroughs gradually rose up inside and outside the city, the noise increasing and becoming deafening. These soldiers have been fighting strange creatures for years, often risking their lives. As a result, they often suffer from hidden injuries, and it is quite common for their very foundations to be damaged. Now, this blessing from heaven has descended, directly resolving all their hidden dangers one by one. This is truly a comprehensive solution, addressing not only the physical but also the mental well-being. At this moment, no one spoke anymore. They all entered a meditative state, trying to absorb as much blessed energy as possible. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Who would want to give it up? This feeling is so wonderful. Su Ming closed his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. He has only been a card master for a few months, and his journey has been smooth sailing. He has encountered virtually no difficulties and suffered no physical or mental damage. So naturally, he has little experience with rainwater repair. Not enough. Under this blessing, his mind gained an unprecedented sense of tranquility, and his thoughts became more active. An epiphany has arrived once again. No, this is different from an epiphany. His mind simply became more ethereal, and his thinking became more active, but it was very different from his previous enlightenment state. When he is in a state of enlightenment, his consciousness is blocked, and he is wholeheartedly comprehending the artistic conception and realm. He cannot be as mentally active as he is now, doing whatever he wants. What are those thin, purplish-black lines? Su Ming's mental power was like a fish in the ocean, unrestrained, and he quickly noticed something unusual. Before him stood Judge Chui, shrouded in a purplish-black mist. Or rather, fine lines were constantly emerging from the illusory book of life and death that Judge Chui was holding in his left hand, disappearing into the void and vanishing to who knows where. This scene was obscured by the mist, so naturally no one except Su Ming could see it. What exactly are these black lines? And what are they connected to? Su Ming was puzzled, and his mental energy quickly swam to the black line. The moment he touched it, he couldn't help but shudder, and then the door to a new world opened up for him. His spiritual energy followed the thin thread and disappeared into the void, passing through bolts of thunder and lightning, and suddenly the view before him opened up. This is actually Shanxing City. Su Ming was greatly shocked, never expecting that the other end of the thin line was actually connected to the earth. Then he witnessed a scene he would never forget in his life. Images flowed into his mind along the thin lines. Miserable cries echoed throughout the mountain city as ghost slaves were pierced through their bodies by the thin lines and drained of their life force, leaving behind withered corpses. Vibrant spider lilies grew from these bodies, swaying in the wind. I see. Upon seeing this, Su Ming suddenly realized what was going on. So this is the meaning behind what Judge Chui said when he used the lingering effect of Chinka's words to bring down his judge's pen. He actually used this one stroke to execute all the evil slaves on the entire blue star, leaving none behind. Su Ming's mental energy constantly traversed the fine lines, and he basically figured out where these fine lines went. They covered almost the entire blue star, and even the major passes in the abyss were not spared. Wherever there are demonic slaves or demonic species, thin purple-black lines will appear. After those demonic slaves were strangled, their bodies and souls became nourishment, causing the spider lilies to bloom in various base cities. Although the fragrance was faint, it filled every corner. I said, all the demon slaves must die. I just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Su Ming was overjoyed, then smiled and murmured, "Thank you, Judge Chui." Chapter 180 The Shocked Crowd, The Mountain Lord's Plot. Chapter 180 The Shocked Crowd, The Mountain Lord's Plot. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the major human-based cities were all shaken. One by one, vibrant lives perished right before our eyes. This is an extremely shocking event, no matter where you are. Mountain City. This is the 32nd one already. What kind of strange thing is causing this? Ouyang Qingran frowned as she looked at the report that had been sent back, her brows furrowing into a deep frown. She couldn't help but feel a little flustered. As night watchmen, their duty is to protect the safety of the base city. Now, in just a few minutes, it was discovered that 32 card masters had died mysteriously, and their corpses had been completely absorbed and turned into nutrients to nourish blood-colored flowers. The flowers were as alluring as blood and looked extremely eerie. Nobody knows why it exists. However, the fact that it is cultivated to bloom only by hunting humans is incredibly strange. The methods used by this strange creature are truly unprecedented. It seems to be a curse, but who exactly is it targeting? Judging from the victims so far, people from all walks of life and of all ages have been affected, and even 2 people have died in my night watchman building. Ouyang Qingran's voice was low and deep, and his eyes flashed with boundless killing intent, his heart filled with rage. He was able to become the minister of the night watchman in the mountain city because he had experienced various battles and dealt with many strange things. He had seen all kinds of strange things to some extent. However, it was precisely because of this that he felt increasingly panicked. Based on past experience, this incident does indeed fit the bizarre appearance of a curse, but no pattern can be discerned at all. The whole incident appears to be chaotic and without any discernible pattern. Humans are always empiricists, and when something happens now that cannot be solved by past experience, they tend to panic. Even someone in a high position like Ouyang Qingran is like this. It's human nature. However, he had been through so much, and his panic was only momentary. He quickly regained his composure. This phenomenon is not unique to mountainous cities. Most major base cities are in the same predicament. In the capital city, Minister Gu and Zhou Qingli met. They looked at each other, speechless. The atmosphere in the entire conference room was extremely somber. The 2 men had furrowed brows and looked worried. "Old Zhou, what do you think about this?" Gu Tiexiong frowned as he looked at the screen in front of him and asked. Although he was the head of the Night's Watch, he always listened to the advice of his strategist, Zhou Qingli. He was well aware of this, as everyone has their own expertise, and he was not good at reasoning. The 2 of them might bicker and joke around normally, but when it comes to crucial moments like this, they have to regain their composure. Zhou Qingli squinted and pointed at the screen, saying, "Old Gu, do you see these blood-red flowers?" "Yes, I see it. What's wrong?" "This flower looks really strange, and it doesn't seem like anything good. I just received a message that a beggar in the east of the city accidentally ate this blood-red flower. The beggar was originally just an ordinary person, but after eating the flower, he awakened his card master and became a card master." "What? He became a card master just by consuming the flower? How is that possible? How old was that beggar? He shouldn't even be 18 yet, right?" 62 years old. Zhou Qingli took out his communicator and then projected a video onto the screen in front of him. It's actually true. Gu Tiexiong swallowed hard, his face full of disbelief, and he even felt that his worldview had collapsed. This is completely illogical. There is only one way to become a card master. Create an original magic card to gain the approval of heaven. Otherwise, it is impossible to awaken a card master's artifact. If it's true that consuming a single crimson flower can make one a card master, that's just insane. However, the facts are undeniable and cannot be ignored. "Old Gu, don't get agitated. This crimson flower only grows after devouring a card master. No matter how powerful it is, it's still useless. Trading the life of a mature card master for an ordinary person to become a card master? What kind of logic is that? The more Zhou Qinli spoke, the more he felt something was amiss. He frowned, as if deep in thought. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh hard and cried out, "Oh no! If the cultivation method of this blood-red flower is leaked, it will be a huge blow to our human race, especially to those card masters who have risen from humble beginnings." You mean? Gu Tiexiong couldn't help but shudder. He wasn't stupid. He naturally understood the meaning behind the other person's words. That's just human nature. Not every member of a powerful family has the talent to create cards, let alone become a card master. In the past, there was only one path that heaven recognized. If they couldn't make it on their own, their families would definitely give up. But now that they see another path, what do you think they'll do? Zhou Qinli took a deep breath before slowly saying, "I hope it's all just a coincidence. Otherwise it really is a tricky matter. What's meant to be will be, we can't escape it. Let's report this to our superiors." Good. The two nodded and immediately took out their communicators. Just as the two were about to dial the Senate, a screen popped up in front of them, showing three old men, Frank and his two companions. "Dean!" Gu Tiexiong and his companion exclaimed in surprise. Frank nodded and replied eagerly, "I know what you want to ask. This is a good thing, not some strange disturbance. But we lost many card masters, including many geniuses at the King realm." Gu Tiexiong bowed and replied, his face full of anxiety. "Haha, old Gu, those who died were all demon slaves. I've already found out from the two deans that this was all caused by that kid Su Ming. He created a brand new Een God demon card, and that Een God used the residual energy of the card to directly eliminate all the human demon slaves." Li Wushuang laughed and explained, then sent over another video, continuing, "Look, this is a video sent back from Jima City. Isn't that flower exactly the same as the one born in the River of Time?" Upon hearing this, Gu Tiexiong and his companion quickly opened the video. Then they were completely dumbfounded. This is actually a card-creating phenomenon? Just how powerful a divine demon card did Su Ming create? It can kill all the human race's demonic slaves with a single stroke. This is a thorny problem that our human race has been unable to solve for thousands of years, but now he has solved it so easily. The two were dumbfounded, frozen in place, unable to believe it. All of this is so magical and unrealistic. Frank and his two companions burst into unrestrained laughter at the sight of the two men, their white beards flying wildly with laughter. They weren't mocking, but rather felt that this scene was all too familiar. Not long ago, the three of them stood in the interrogation room. And wasn't this exactly what they looked like? In fact, it's even more exaggerated. Dark Yuan Mountain. Rumble. Thunder rumbled, dark clouds gathered, and the whole world was gloomy and terrifying. What? My demonic slave vanished in an instant. The mountain lord trembled slightly and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Its voice was like thunder, resounding through the heavens and earth, even suppressing the thunder in the sky. Its sound resounded throughout the heavens and earth, even shaking the dark clouds in the sky apart. Never before has the atmosphere in the entire Dark Origin Mountain been so somber. No one dared to speak loudly, for fear of startling the mountain lord and incurring a severe punishment. The mountain lord clenched his fists, steadied himself, and looked in the direction of Demon Suppression City. He whispered, "Su Ming, it must be related to this kid. The prophesied youth, you really are the nemesis of our strange beings. Unexpectedly, this mission has failed again. It seems we have no choice but to use Fourth Sister's trump card. Hopefully, her puppet hasn't been destroyed yet. No, this time we'll create a spatial rift by working directly with Fourth Sister's puppets from the inside out, and strike straight at the heart of the enemy. We can't wait any longer." Chapter 181 Time Freeze, Spatial Rift. Chapter 181 Time Freeze, Spatial Rift. This is really interesting. The life of a demon slave can be exchanged for a red spider lily, and a red spider lily can awaken an ordinary person. Killing two birds with one stone is truly amazing. Su Ming sat cross-legged on the roof and grinned. This is indeed a joyous occasion, and it is no exaggeration to call it a cause for universal celebration. The demon slaves have always been a major problem plaguing the human race. There is simply no solution. Even if we want to solve it, we can't find a foothold. It's like hitting a ball of cotton, which is completely ineffective. Now, this problem that has plagued us for thousands of years has finally been solved. Although Su Ming was just a transmigrator, after experiencing so many things, he had long been able to empathize with them. Moreover, He was originally a human, and his own interests were closely related to the interests of the entire race. How could he not be happy to be able to solve this age-old problem with his own strength? Of course, more importantly, even Su Ming himself did not expect that he would be able to eliminate the treacherous slaves lurking among the human race in one fell swoop by relying on Lord Shui. Splash! The rain kept falling from the sky. After completing the probe, Su Ming's mental energy returned to its proper place. He then felt a mysterious aura generating from his sea of consciousness. The yin-yang conception started to rotate on its own, and the rules of the conception poured into his mind as if they were free. Even if he wanted to refuse, he couldn't stop it at all. The yin and yang intent surged rapidly at this moment, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Perhaps this is what they call being fed by God. This was the only explanation Su Ming could offer. Otherwise, there was no way to explain this phenomenon. Although he had some understanding and accumulation of the yin-yang concept, he could never have done it so easily, and even broke through to the Emperor realm without his knowledge. To say that it was a reward from the heavens for successfully creating an absolutely original God race magic card would be illogical. After all, how many godlike magical cards are there in this world? However, I have never heard of such a thing happening. Perhaps it's just because Lord Shui is so powerful? With a stroke of his pen, he can sentence all the demon slaves to death and carry it out immediately. Now, it seems reasonable that the blessing is a little special. Su Ming squinted, thinking to himself. He stopped thinking about it and closed his eyes to enjoy the gift from heaven and earth. The entire demon town fell silent. Not a sound could be heard. What a joke. This is a blessing from the heavens of demigod quality, the first time in history. We must seize this opportunity. At this moment, in the suburbs of Shanghai, Dean Fu, the space-time within the spatial rift is frozen by a mysterious energy, making it impossible to activate teleportation capabilities at the moment. The wormhole manager, clad in armor, spoke respectfully. Time and space-time frozen. How is this possible? Upon hearing this, Frank looked shocked. He took a step forward and arrived directly in front of the spatial rift. Looking up, he couldn't help but catch his breath. At this moment, Li Wushuang and the other person following behind him also widened their eyes and exclaimed in disbelief. He was actually frozen. This Su Ming is too amazing. They stood beneath the spatial rift, heads held high, motionless. This was a scene they wouldn't even dare to dream of, yet it actually came true in reality. However, they were all saint-level experts after all, and they quickly came to their senses, revealing a wry smile. Sigh, I thought I could get a piece of the divine blessing this time. But it seems that this opportunity is not for us. Tianlan shook her head and murmured. Li Wushuang, however, was not saddened. Instead, he said excitedly, Deans, this is wonderful news. The bigger the commotion caused by the magic card created by that kid Su Ming, the stronger its quality, potential, and power become. This is a great blessing for our human race. Haha, you sure know how to comfort people. But what you said makes sense. The three of us can't enjoy this blessing. We don't have that opportunity. But the thousands of soldiers of my human race can enjoy it, and that's enough. Frank smiled and continued. The magic card created by Su Ming has ended our age-old predicament. This is already a great blessing. Our human race is truly fortunate to have Su Ming. It's more than just a stroke of luck. Mr. Su's existence has directly resolved the hidden dangers facing humanity, bringing unprecedented unity to our race. Without any worries, we will surely rise again. At this point, Tianlan even changed his form of address. In his opinion, Su Ming's resolution of the traitorous slave incident was enough to make him famous for all time and qualified him to be the savior of the human race. Calling him sir would not be an exaggeration at all. Haha, old Dean, you're right. Su Ming deserves the title of teacher. Frank nodded in affirmation, his eyes narrowing involuntarily. He then chuckled and said, I really want to see what kind of expression that old guy from Dark Origin Mountain has. He's probably in a terrible mess right now, isn't he? TSK, just thinking about it makes me feel smug. After the two deans finished speaking, they couldn't help but look at each other and chuckle involuntarily. If you didn't know their identities, you would definitely think they were two perverts talking about something inappropriate for children. Upon seeing this, Li Wushuang subconsciously moved back a little, acting as if it were none of her business. Dark clouds loomed over on Yuan Mountain, foreshadowing impending doom. The mountain lord stretched out his withered hand, and a pale green bubble floated up and gradually enlarged before his eyes, revealing a small island within it. Fourth sister, is this the kingdom your puppet controls? Its slightly hoarse voice rang out, its words trembling slightly. It is indeed difficult to avoid this. The sinister slaves that it had planned for hundreds or thousands of years were destroyed overnight, leaving not even a trace behind. Whether the evil seeds were planted a long time ago or were recently planted, they were all destroyed. All of this is the result of its hard work and dedication. How can I not feel heartbroken? The fact that it didn't go crazy because of this shows that it has a strong mental fortitude. The fourth sister nodded and replied, "That's right. This is that country. Is this really the only way? We're still lacking in dimensional crystals. Isn't it too reckless to open a spatial rift now?" Don't be reckless. With Su Ming around for even a day, there will be more variables. Nobody knows what kind of damage he will inflict on my abyss mystery next time. Do you know? The destruction of the ghost slave was simply impossible in the past. That problem that the human race had been unable to solve for thousands of years was solved by that kid named Su Ming with just a magic card. This is truly terrifying. As the mountain lord spoke, a look of fear appeared on his face. Fear? Its mountain master was born powerful. When has he ever been afraid? Humans are nothing but fish on a chopping board, at its mercy. If it weren't for the ancient past standing there, the abyss's strange creatures would have already successfully invaded. But this time, it truly felt threatened. The most terrifying thing is that Su Ming has only been rising to prominence for less than a year, and he is still an 18-year-old boy. Chapter 182 Paper Puppets, Japanese Secrets. Chapter 182 Paper Puppet, Japanese Secrets. Big brother, are all your ghost slaves scattered across every corner of the blue star? Are they really all gone? At this moment, the Shadow King, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but ask, clearly still somewhat incredulous. How much power would it take to annihilate tens of thousands of demonic slaves at the same time? The mountain lord shook his head and sighed softly. Alas, I also thought it was fake, but the connection between the demon slaves and me has been completely severed. Even if they haven't died, they can no longer be used by me. The Shadow King remained silent, standing still, the thick fog trembling slightly. The mountain lord looked at Luanxin and continued to ask, "Your puppets shouldn't have been destroyed, right? This is its biggest concern. Only if the puppet is safe and sound can the rest of the plan proceed." Luanxin nodded, and the sound of paper rubbing together reassured the two of them. "Big brother, second brother, my puppet is safe and sound, and I can still control it with my mind." After Luan Xian finished speaking, 3 paper figures the size of a thumb flew out of her hand. They shimmered with a pale white light, and just looking at them made one feel uneasy. The 3 eerie creatures watched the paper figures writhe with gleaming eyes, their spiritual power merging into them, instantly traversing time and space to possess their targets. They opened their eyes and saw through the glass window the dazzling neon lights and the bustling streets with people and cars. Once he was certain he had complete control over the puppet, his consciousness retreated back to its original state, and he continued to plot. "Fourth sister, you'll have to work hard from now on. The plan needs to be moved up." The mountain lord's voice was still hoarse, but it no longer trembled, clearly indicating that he had calmed down considerably. Since the puppet is still there is still a chance to turn the tide. This time, it's going to do something big. Luanxin, cradling her paper head, asked with some worry, "Big brother, are we really going to carry out that plan? Wouldn't it be safer to wait a little longer and collect more dimensional crystals?" "Fourth sister, we really can't wait any longer. I'm now 100% certain that Su Ming of the human race is the prophesied youth. He's only been born a few months ago, and he's already turned our world upside down. All my years of planning have been ruined in an instant." The mountain lord spoke, revealing that it was truly afraid. "But it's not the right time yet. If we fail, all our plans will be for naught." The fourth sister spoke again, her words filled with worry. This wasn't just her being overly worried. The dimensional crystals were simply too scarce. If she tried to create a spatial passage now, it would likely fail, and all the materials she had painstakingly collected would be damaged. If we want to gather this many materials again next time, who knows when that will be. Furthermore, the presence of Su Ming, a human, certainly wouldn't give them that much time to explore the abyss. The Shadow King broke its silence and said, "Fourth sister, I think eldest brother is right. That Su Ming is just too monstrous. To be absolutely certain, we need at least another 50 years to collect materials. With that kid's abilities, by then." It didn't continue speaking, and the 3 of them looked at each other in silence. After a long pause, Luanxin took a deep breath and said softly, "My 2 brothers are right. We can't wait for that moment. As my eldest brother said, with inside and outside cooperation, We have at least a 70% chance of success. We can take the gamble. Alright, then let's get moving without delay. Fourth sister, I'll have to trouble you this time. The mountain lord nodded emphatically, his voice firm. Luan Xian couldn't help but let out a sharp laugh, then said, I've been letting that little island roam free for so long. It's time to reel it in. Wasn't the whole point of leaving that island here for this moment? We're all working for the entire abyss. No need to talk about hardship. Haha, fourth sister, you have such foresight. Back then, I wanted to swallow that island whole and opposed your approach, but in the end, I still have to rely on you. The mountain lord laughed loudly, his words full of certainty. Initially, they used dimensional crystal fragments to open unstable spatial rifts, allowing a large number of low-level, bizarre creatures to descend upon Earth in order to seize territory. The various nations on the entire planet were gradually defeated, until only Kyushu, the Western Alliance, and Japan remained in the world, thus marking the success of their plan. At that time, Kyushu and the Western Alliance relied on their own strength to withstand the attack. Later, as the human card masters continued to rise and their strength increased, those low-level strange creatures were naturally powerless to help. As for Japan, it is just a tiny country, and a small island at that. Back then, the card masters weren't as powerful as they are now, and it would have been impossible for them to survive on their own strength. However, they were miraculously not taken over by the strange creatures, and were not even greatly affected. At the time, the entire planet Earth was puzzled by this, not knowing why. It was only because of its good fortune, and the fact that it happened to be located next to the great nation of Kyushu, that those strange creatures had all set their sights on Kyushu, which allowed it to survive. That's not actually the case. Rather, it was a deliberate act of a disturbed mind. It excels at mental attacks, and is incredibly skilled in paper puppetry. So it released a few paper puppets to control the Japanese high-ranking officials, turning the entire country into its puppets, just in case. The reason for choosing Japan is quite simple. It is a small country, very easy to control, and it is not far from Kyushu. In this way, once the battle begins, the 9 provinces can be better restrained, which can be considered as holding back a major force of the human race. Actually, Ranshin's initial target was not Japan, but a province in Kyushu. This province was closer to Kyushu and was also an island, so it would have been a better choice if it could have been controlled. Unfortunately, it ultimately failed. Although this island is isolated from the Kyushu mainland, there is an inland sea between the two. However, the strange creatures still failed to break through the island's defenses. The card masters within the island were on par with those in major base cities across the Kyushu continent. Furthermore, with the inland areas providing resources, they simply could not breach the base city's defenses and thus could not enter. Then, Luanshin settled for Japan as a second choice. Otherwise, given the strength of Japan, such a small island nation at the time, it would have been impossible for them to withstand the invasion of strange creatures. At this moment, in the demon-suppressing city, Su Ming was unaware of the abyss's plans. His attention was entirely focused on the black mist in front of him. The rain gradually stopped, and the dark clouds slowly dissipated. The blessings bestowed by heaven are drawing to a close. Buzz. In the sky, a purplish-black light slid down and shone directly on the black mist. The black mist surged wildly, and then slowly subsided. Then, a magic card, entirely gold with purple patterns inlaid on all 4 sides, floated in the air. It exudes a terrifying aura. Chapter 183 Judge, Chuiju. Chapter 183 Judge, Chuiju Judge, Chuiju. Type, Character Card. Quality, Demigod, Dark Purple. Rank, Royal Level 9 stars. Attribute, Life and Death. Race, God. Deity, Judge of the Underworld. Background story, Chuiju, also known as Lord Chui or Judge Chui, is one of the 4 judges of the underworld. He is a just and upright person who holds the judge's pen and the book of life and death, and is responsible for judging the sins and punishments of souls. As a judge of the underworld, his power. Divine transformation, 13%. Alas, it seems that my strength is still too weak. The dignified Lord Chui is only at the 9th level of the Emperor realm. Su Ming looked at the magic card in his hand, and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. If others knew about this scene, they would probably all call him Versailles. However, only Su Ming himself knew that these were truly his own thoughts. As a Chinese, he was all too aware of Lord Chui's position in the underworld. Such a powerful god, after being transformed into a card, only had the strength of Emperor, which was a complete waste of his talent. He couldn't help but feel a little sentimental. However, he quickly put the idea out of his mind. If the magic cards he created were of too high a level, wouldn't he be unable to use them? Moreover, he still has the 7-colored sprout, which he can raise as his strength increases. As for choosing between facing Judge Chui and whether he could use it himself, Su Ming would naturally choose the latter without hesitation. After all, a magic card that you can't use is meaningless, no matter how powerful it is. Wait, what's with this deification thing? Su Ming looked down and suddenly noticed that there was another line of text at the end, leaving him completely dumbfounded. This line of text was something he had never seen before. Immediately, his consciousness directly entered the magic card and had a face-to-face conversation with Judge Chui's soul. Fortunately, although the souls that awaken from the river of time have incomplete memories, many of their past life memories are extremely fragmented. However, they have a fairly good understanding of the magic cards that carry them. Su Ming understood after asking. It turns out that if a magic card reaches demigod quality and wants to advance further, all 9 pentagrams must be transformed into dark purple. However, this is far from enough. The demigod quality isn't actually a completely new quality level for magic cards. It's just a transition between legendary and mythic. Although the 9 5-pointed stars have turned dark purple, the entire card still retains its legendary gold base and has not undergone a complete transformation. A true mythical magic card must be composed entirely of dark purple, as brilliant as amethyst, and divine matter will be born on it, which can directly crush magic cards below mythical level. No wonder dark purple patterns have appeared on the edge of this magic card. It turns out that it has activated its divine transformation. Su Ming suddenly realized. This makes perfect sense. However, although this magic card has started the mythic progression, it still has a long way to go before it can truly be upgraded to mythic quality. Su Ming didn't know how to improve its quality. After all, this was a demigod-level quality advancing to mythology. His theoretical knowledge was clearly insufficient. There's nothing we can do about it. He's currently the only person on Earth to create a demigod-quality magic card. Sigh, someone always has to go out and explore. Who can blame me for being so capable? Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle to himself, a smile appearing on his face. At least now we see hope for magic cards to be upgraded to mythic quality, which is more important than anything else. The road ahead is long, and no matter how many difficulties we face, so what? As long as there is a clear goal, then we should do our best to achieve it. Su Ming was filled with boundless ambition. As long as he continued to create magic cards, he would one day break through this constraint and successfully possess the mythical magic card. Wrong. His ambitions go far beyond that. He intends to create the entire underworld, and even all the gods and demons of the heavens. Mythical magic cards will only be the minimum standard for him to be considered. Thump, thump, thump. Just then, the sound of bells rang out again in the sky. Immediately, a rift opened in the blood-red sky, and 7-colored light poured down. The heavenly Tao ranking reappeared, with divine demon cards standing on it, shining brightly and illuminating the entire abyss. Buzz. The next moment, a 7-colored stream of light slid down from the heavenly Tao ranking, directly pulling the Lord Chui magic card to the top of the ranking without any hesitation, and it landed directly at the top position. Rumble. The roar of the heavens was incessant. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder roared, and a fierce wind raged. The phantom of Judge Chui stood tall and enormous. He held a pen in one hand and wrote with the other, his vast divine power radiating outwards, creating a magnificent spectacle. The entire abyss trembled, and all the strange creatures bowed down in submission, daring not to cause any trouble. At this moment, at Dark Origin Mountain, the 3 saints were also shaken to their core, and a deep fear arose spontaneously. What a terrifying aura. I feel like I want to prostrate myself in worship. It's truly horrifying. 4th Sister Luanxin spoke first. Normally, she was fearless and not like this at all. Clearly, she was really frightened by that aura this time. It was a fear and trembling that came from the source. The Shadow King was not a talkative person to begin with, and being shrouded in black mist for many years, he did not show much change. However, the slightly dissipated mist just now explained everything. Only the Mountain Lord took a deep breath to steady his mind before speaking. Su Ming, it's that kid again. I sense the 7-colored light. His magic card has topped the Heavenly Tao ranking. What? Reaching the top of the Heavenly Tao ranking? How is this possible? Luanxin asked incredulously. Having dealt with humans for so long, they naturally knew the prestige of the Heavenly Tao ranking. It was extremely difficult to be listed among them, let alone reach the top. Most importantly, didn't he just top the rankings at the World Championship? How could he have topped it again so quickly? This kid's improvement rate is incredible. Luan Xin's body trembled slightly, and the more she spoke, the more flustered she became. It was completely unexpected that Su Ming would be able to reach the top twice in such a short period of time. What this means is clear to Luan Xin. At this moment, she truly understood why this so-called prophetic boy was considered a great threat to the entire abyss, even capable of overturning it. With such a terrifying rate of progress, if it were allowed to continue for another 10 years, the abyss would likely be in a very difficult situation. Thinking of this, Luan Xin murmured softly, "Brother, I finally understand why you were in such a hurry to carry out the final plan. It turns out we really couldn't wait any longer." The primal fear from just now still lingers in its heart. It will probably never forget this feeling for the rest of its life. That feeling is like being scrutinized by someone in a superior position, someone who could crush you like an ant if they were even slightly displeased. This is not an exaggeration at all. "Big brother, I'll go back to Chaotic Heart Valley now and do my best to control the puppets. You and second brother should construct a spatial passage as soon as possible. We must succeed this time." What fourth sister said is exactly what I wanted to say. It must be completed within 6 months. The Mountain Lord clenched his fists, his voice hoarse. Chapter 184, first place on the heavenly ranking, 7-colored glow. Chapter 184, the number 1 spot on the heavenly ranking, with a thunderous roar of 7-colored light. Thunder roared in the sky. Beneath the dark clouds, Lord Chui's figure occupied most of the sky, with lightning flashing behind him. Looking up, he exuded an unparalleled domineering aura. Number 1 on the heavenly Tao ranking. We've witnessed history. Su Shun, the eternal god. He has once again topped the heavenly Tao ranking. This is just too powerful. Brother, this is more than just strong. It's a miracle. Do you know what a miracle is? I really don't know what's going on in Su Shun's head. Why is creating a god race magic card so easy for him? That's right, you don't know. If you saw right through us, you'd be finished. No, brother, how come I can't see through what you're saying? Fat Fei, the fact that you even asked this question says it all. How could we mere mortals possibly comprehend the knowledge that Su Shun possesses? He's someone who has broken records time and again, constantly climbing to the top of the rankings. That seems to make sense. I can't even understand the magic cards he created, so trying to see through Su Shun's mind seems a bit like being ignorant of my own limitations. This is talent. It's absolutely terrifying. Our 9 provinces haven't created a god race magic card in 1,000 years, and Su Ming has topped the heavenly rankings with just 1 move. He's really amazing. Alas, I'm uncultured. All I can say is holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. That's holy shit. Inside and outside the demon suppression city, everyone looked up at that towering figure. They were talking excitedly, their words filled with admiration for Su Ming. The heavenly ranking has changed hands twice, which is quite a shocking thing in any era. What's more, the fact that it was all done by the same person makes it even more amazing. Judge Chui Ju ascends to the top of the heavenly Tao ranking, bestowed with 7-colored radiance, a cause for universal celebration. Above the heavens, the sound of the great Tao resounded like a great bell, echoing endlessly across the sky. Immediately, they saw the phantom of Lord Chui transform into endless rays of light, scattering in every corner and merging into everyone's body. At this moment, the wild grass in the crack of the wall swayed continuously, becoming even greener and shimmering with a faint fluorescent light. My physical injuries have all healed, and even my mental trauma has been cured. In the city hospital, Mingfeng suddenly sat up in bed, feeling his body completely recovered, and was stunned. He sat cross-legged, his soul power constantly flowing through his 8 extraordinary meridians, and the shock on his face grew deeper and deeper. My strength has actually broken through again. And what's going on? I feel like my life force is even stronger. What's happening? His breathing quickened, and for a moment he couldn't tell if this was reality or a dream. It should be noted that his battle with the ghost slave directly damaged his foundation. Not only was his physical body severely damaged, but his mental strength also collapsed, resulting in extremely serious mental trauma. After being rescued by Zhang Sanfeng, he was sent directly to the Jinma City Hospital, where he subsequently fell into a coma. Mingfeng himself didn't know how much time had passed, but he gradually regained consciousness when he felt a little warmth entering his sea of consciousness, and was then able to barely hear the conversations of the other people around him. That's all, of course. He was like a vegetable, unable to move, only able to hear. It was only from other people's conversations that he realized that he was able to regain consciousness because Su Ming had created a cultivator magic card, and the sword light that saved him was the card's manifestation. He originally thought he would stay like this forever, not knowing how long it would take to recover. But only 10 days have passed. Su Ming reappeared and created a God Clan demon card. The heavenly blessing he received healed his physical injuries, but his soul was still very fragile and not strong enough to support such a powerful body. Now, the seven-colored light descends, not only repairing the soul, but also making it even stronger. He could even feel that his understanding of the Ruijin's sword intent had become deeper, and his vitality and energy had also made great progress. Su Ming, are you a human or a god? Mingfeng was somewhat dazed. The last time he saw the other person was in Qingshan district of Shanxing City, when he was a general-level card master who had just finished the college entrance examination. Now, in just 3 months, the other party has grown to this extent. It's truly astonishing. He considers himself a genius, but compared to others, he's really nothing. Mingfeng was somewhat moved, and then slowly walked out of the hospital, heading directly towards the city center. Buzz. In the sky, the strange phenomenon gradually disappeared, and the light converged and formed the Lord Shui magic card, which fell down. Su Ming stored the magic card in his mind's eye without lingering for long. While everyone was still stunned, he slipped away quickly. There was no other way. If he stayed too long, he would be completely surrounded by these soldiers, making it extremely difficult to leave. Don't assume that just because they are border guards, they will be rational and follow the rules. It depends on who you're dealing with. These soldiers, who face life and death every day, admire the strong the most. Moreover, Su Ming is no ordinary strongman. He is not only powerful, but also has an extremely powerful ability to create cards. The magic cards he created truly brought blessings to the human race, restoring soldiers' injuries and foundations to their original state, and significantly enhancing their strength and talent. If you do just one of the points mentioned above, you will be able to move the soldiers to tears of gratitude. Su Ming, however, did not miss a thing. In fact, the final 7-colored glow even amplified their vitality. This is truly a blessing that has given us a second chance at life. It would be abnormal if they could remain calm. As expected, Su Ming's choice was wise. Phew. Thank goodness I ran fast, otherwise I wouldn't be able to get out today. Su Ming stood on the teleportation array, watching his soldiers frantically searching for him, and breathed a sigh of relief, secretly rejoicing. But just then, a sweet voice tinged with fear suddenly rang out from behind him. Su, could you please take a picture with me? Su Ming turned his head and saw a sweet girl with long, straight hair and a light blue dress looking at him timidly, her big eyes full of hope. Okay, no problem. Su Ming nodded, picked up the other person's phone, and brought it close to his body. With a click sound, he placed the phone directly in the girl's hand, then quickly pulled it away, activated the teleportation array, and left the place. Phew. Thank goodness it was just one person, otherwise it would have been troublesome. Su Ming looked at the shimmering white light rising from the array and finally smiled. He didn't want anyone else watching. Just stay in the same place. The girl stared blankly in the direction of the teleportation array, then touched her rosy cheeks, frowning and muttering to herself in confusion. Am I that ugly? Why is Su Shin avoiding me like the plague? She pouted and looked back at her phone. Looking at the group photo on her phone, she couldn't help but giggle. Chapter 185 Nominal Senate Membership, Unconditional Supply of Materials. Chapter 185 Nominal Senate Membership, Unconditional Material Supply. Phew. The air on our blue star is so much better. Su Ming stepped out of the spatial rift, took a deep breath, and couldn't help but sigh. This is the place where humans should be. That abyss world was just too oppressive. Not to mention the blood moon in the sky, the constant smell of decay in the air was unbearable. Blue Planet is still the best. It has beautiful mountains and clear waters, and the air is fragrant. Su Ming, you're finally out. Just as he was enjoying himself immensely, a familiar voice entered his ears. Principal Li, what are you doing here? Su Ming feigned confusion and asked, since he wasn't a little cutie and naturally knew why the other party was waiting for him there. With such a top-tier magic card as Lord Shui appearing, the fact that these top human experts from the Senate didn't come to Jinma City to find him is already considered a dereliction of duty on their part. This magic card is not simply about giving humanity an extra God race magic card. It also completely resolved humanity's internal problems, annihilating all those damned demon slaves. This alone makes it worth more than a God Race magic card. This truly eliminates the possibility of the abyss's strangeness disintegrating humanity from within, right at the source. Do you even realize the magnitude of what you've just done? Li Wushuang stepped forward, excitedly patting Su Ming's arm, her eyes sparkling as if she had seen some rare treasure. Young Su, what kind of magic card did you create this time? It actually uprooted all of our human race's demon slaves. This is truly amazing. We humans have suffered for far too long, and we have been waiting for this day for far too long. I never expected that you could completely solve this problem with just one of your magic cards. Mimi. Beside him, Tianlan's voice rang out, and by the end he was even becoming somewhat incoherent. As the former president of the Senate, he knew better than anyone how much harm the demon slave had brought to the entire human race. Now that it had finally been completely eliminated, he was naturally overjoyed. Dean Tian, please don't get agitated. It's just a matter of eliminating some traitors. There's no need to make such a fuss. Su Ming responded with a smile, speaking in a way that was incredibly casual. He must have known that saying that would make him seem a little arrogant, and even a bit pretentious. But so what? He likes it. In the past, when his strength was relatively weak, he naturally wouldn't have said that. Even though he had broken through many constraints back then, he was still not strong enough, so it was better to keep a low profile. But things are different now. With the successful creation of Judge Cui Ju, his strength also improved significantly, his sea of consciousness expanded again, and his soul power soared. As for his strength level, he has now reached the peak of the Emperor realm and is only one step away from the Saint realm. If it weren't for the higher level of the Yin-Yang conception, and if it were a slightly weaker conception, he probably would have already comprehended the domain and advanced further, becoming a Saint realm expert, standing at the very top of the world. Even so, his strength should not be underestimated. Ordinary Saint-level experts are no match for him. Even after he used the characteristics of the God Race magic card, even peak Saint-level experts dared not confront him head-on. With his possession of a demigod card-controlling artifact and the numerous powerful demonic cards of the Rising God clan, Su Ming's strength cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Especially after advancing to the Emperor realm and being able to use the true form of the magic card, his strength increased exponentially. Even though there is an insurmountable gap between the Emperor realm and the Saint realm, it can be smoothed out by his terrifying potential. If you still want to keep a low profile after this, aren't you just asking for trouble? However, his words left Li Wushuang and the other two speechless. That's quite arrogant of you. After a while, the three of them came to their senses. Cough, cough. Frank coughed twice before awkwardly saying, "Hey Su Ming, I see you've also reached the peak of the Emperor realm. I wonder if you'd be interested in joining the Senate." He was still a little apprehensive when he said those words. Although the Senate is the highest human organization, almost no one would refuse this invitation. But the person in front of me is different. Su Ming is the most powerful card creator among humans, and also the most talented person in history. Every magic card he creates is of the highest quality, breaking through all constraints. In just a few months, he has advanced from an ordinary high school student to a peak Emperor realm expert. His talent in card manipulation is also first class. Admittedly, a large part of this is due to divine blessings, but that was something he created himself. That's the most terrifying thing. In short, the Senate is now begging the other side to join. The Senate? But I still have many magic cards I want to create. I don't want to. No need. You don't need to worry about anything. Just join the Senate and register your name. Everything else is none of your business. Frank answered first, his expression becoming increasingly excited. After speaking, he realized something was amiss and added, "Furthermore, whatever card building materials you need in the future, we will absolutely supply them unconditionally." He didn't even realize that he had unconsciously started using the respectful term, "you," when addressing people. There was no other way. Su Ming was now the treasure of the entire human race, and the key to whether or not they could defeat the strange forces of the abyss. So naturally, they had to take good care of him. Geniuses and the strong all possess privileges, and this applies to any world. Unconditional supply of materials. Su Ming squinted, clearly intrigued. Yes, that's right. This time, both Frank and Tianlan, the two deans, spoke up at the same time, their heads bobbing like chickens pecking at rice, which added a touch of comicality. Okay, I promise you. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, the three of them beamed with joy, almost jumping for joy. However, they didn't know that Su Ming's goal is to suppress the entire abyss, and whether or not he joins the Senate, this will not change. Moreover, he had actually planned to join from the very beginning. The human Senate has sacrificed so much for the entire planet Earth. In fact, the human race's survival to this day is largely thanks to this organization. As a human from Earth, he saw the soldiers of Jinma City putting themselves in dangerous places to resist the strange creatures, yet he had no complaints whatsoever. He witnessed the human race's powerful warriors fighting desperately, and the rampaging and destruction of the human race's foundation by the monstrous slaves. All of this has only strengthened my resolve. Destroy the monsters and restore humanity. Su Ming, then we won't bother you any longer. Frank smiled, said goodbye, and then disappeared from the spot. Su Ming didn't linger. He moved and fled directly towards Shanqing City. This time, he plans to stay home for a longer period of time. Peak Emperor realm is still not enough. His goal is to suppress the entire abyss, and even rebuild the underworld. Chapter 186 The Changes in Qingshan District, Su Ming's Plan. Chapter 186 Changes in Qingshan District, Su Ming's Plan, Long Time No See, Qingshan District. In the pitch-black sky, a figure soared through the air, hovering in midair and looking down. It was a city, a different city from the base city. It is much smaller, although it is also surrounded by walls. Its size is only 1/10, or even smaller than that of a typical base city. Moreover, the city's walls are quite strange. The outer part of the walls is about 100 meters high and stretches endlessly as far as the eye can see, even enclosing the area outside the city. However, the other wall was less than half the size, and even the rune cards on it were much fewer. This is not just any place. It is Qingshan District, an independent area located outside the mountain city. Its interior is home to bizarre creatures that were once kept in captivity by the Dawn Project, specifically to provide materials for human card creators. And it is also the best training ground for new card masters. Sunshine all the way. I never imagined that this place would become so desolate in just a few months since I left. Su Ming walked on the dark street, the streetlights flickering and dimming. The entire street was silent, with only the sound of his own footsteps echoing through the alley. Only 2 or 3 rooms in the buildings on both sides were lit up, making them look particularly deserted. He remembered that before he left, the neighborhood wasn't so desolate. At least half of the houses were lit up at night. This world is not the previous one. If lights are not lit at night, the fog will invade, and ordinary people simply cannot survive in such an environment. Therefore, a house without lights is probably uninhabited. How could this be? It's only been less than 3 months since I left Qingshan District. Have all these residents moved away? Su Ming was puzzled. Logically speaking, such a thing shouldn't have happened. Could something have happened? Su Ming's expression hardened, as if he had thought of something, and his face turned somewhat ugly. Immediately, he closed his eyes, his spiritual energy surged forth, and he quickly spotted 2 familiar figures. Found it! Su Ming let out a soft murmur, his figure transforming into a blur before disappearing from the spot. The next moment, they appeared 10 miles away. Who is it? Zhang Yeqing, holding up his shield, looked at the suddenly appearing figure and asked loudly, "Brother Zhang, it's been a long time." Just then, a familiar voice entered my ears, and I didn't react for a moment. It wasn't until he saw that familiar face and that familiar smile that he finally came to his senses. "Young Master Su Ming, it's you. What brings you back?" Zhang Yeqing's face showed surprise and joy. Then he seemed to remember something and stammered. I should call you Mr. Su Su. Look at my brain. I was so excited to see you that I forgot." "Brother Zhang, let's not talk about those empty rules. You will always be my brother Zhang. When I was just starting out, I was so grateful to you for lending me the magic mirror. Otherwise, I don't know if I would be where I am today." Su Ming replied with a smile, and those words truly came from the bottom of his heart. He always remembered the moment he first transmigrated here. At that time, Su Ming had just created his first magic card, hero, Li Bai, and had just become a prospective card master. Although he could resist the invasion of the mist into his body, he could not see very far in the mist. At that time, in order to create a satisfactory divine race magic card for the college entrance examination, he had to go out into the wild to find suitable materials and spiritual objects, which is why he met Zhang Yeqing at the city gate registration office. At the time, Brother Zhang even tried to dissuade him from going out, since the wilderness was far too dangerous for a prospective card master. Wrong. This is not just a simple matter of danger. For an ordinary aspiring card master, it is practically tantamount to suicide. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yeqing scratched his head and said with a smile, "Hee, our Qingshan district produces several preliminary card masters every year. You were a prospective card master back then. Such talent is rare in Qingshan district, only seen once every 10 years. I just didn't want the talent of my hometown to fall away like this, so I just did it as a favor. And I also had my own selfish motives. You were a prospective card master back then, and I also had the idea of investing in you. Zhang Yeqing continued to grin foolishly, then said in a serious tone, Mr. Su Ming, I didn't mean anything by it. Please don't misunderstand. I'm just not good at speaking. I'm very straightforward. All right, brother Zhang. Let's not say any more. That magic mirror is extremely precious to you. I know that your willingness to give it to me is not just a simple investment. You are kind-hearted and don't want the genius of your hometown to perish. Su Ming replied with a smile. Although he didn't have much contact with Zhang Yeqing, he was perhaps the only person left in the world who had truly cared for him back then. As for the others, they all had some ulterior motive, more or less. However, Zhang Yeqing was different. Although I showed some potential back then, it was by no means enough to warrant an investment in a magic mirror. It should be noted that Zhang Yeqing himself was only a mid-stage soldier-level imperial card master, and he worked in a remote and impoverished area like Qingshan district, so he was naturally not a wealthy person. At the time, Su Ming didn't quite understand, but now he knows that the magic mirror is most likely the most precious item he owns. It's not just a precious item. As a night watchman, especially a soldier-level card master, that thing is absolutely indispensable for him if he wants to fight in the wilderness. In the wilderness, or rather in the mist, a card master without a magic mirror is like a nearsighted person who has lost their eyes. They cannot see very far, and their combat power will be greatly reduced. This is something that concerns the lives of our family. At that time, the other party simply accepted the request, which undoubtedly moved and impressed Su Ming greatly. Admittedly, the other party was not entirely acting for themselves, but they were definitely acting for the entire Qingshan district and for all of humanity, which alone is enough to earn their admiration. What's more, you're the one who benefits. To return a favor, a drop of water in need deserves a spring in return. This has always been Su Ming's code of conduct. This time, he returned to Qingshan district with the intention of consolidating his cultivation before continuing to create cards. Create 2 magic cards for Li Wushuang and Zhang Yeqing respectively. Zhang Yeqing's strength is relatively weak. Although he has been blessed by the heavenly Tao and now possesses the strength of the peak soldier level, he is still extremely weak. Creating magic cards for him is not a difficult task. After all, even if it's too strong, he can't handle it. As for Principal Li Wushuang, Su Ming had already made up his mind. Since the other party liked swords, he would create a divine sword for him. This was not difficult for him. After successfully creating the 2 magic cards, Su Ming will focus all his attention on creating the underworld deck. This is the key to completely suppressing the abyssal mystery. Chapter 187 Those Smiling Faces, Those Warm Hearts. Chapter 187 Those Smiling Faces, Those Warm Hearts. The night was silent, and mist shrouded the entire Qingshan district. After saying goodbye to Zhang Yeqing, Su Ming walked slowly towards home and gradually disappeared into the mist. This place is small and located in a poor area. However, this place holds immense significance for Su Ming, at least because the environment of his home is exactly the same as in his previous life. He came to this world alone and was actually lonely inside. Even though there was nothing to miss in her previous life, Qingshan district was not much different from the city she lived in her previous life in terms of appearance, and her parents, classmates, and teachers had not changed. Sometimes Su Ming even wondered if he had transmigrated, or if everything in his previous life was just a dream. Waking up to find the world changed, but not completely, does feel a bit off. Perhaps, only this home can hold his longing. Although I didn't have a good life in my past life, at least it was a peaceful world, a world dominated by humans. That kind of environment is what everyone in the world dreams of. We've finally arrived. Su Ming looked up at the house number, a smile involuntarily appearing on his face. He opened the door with a click, then pulled out an energy card and inserted it into the slot. A bright white halo quickly surrounded the room, dispelling all the dense fog and making the entire room bright. It's always so comfortable to be at home. Su Ming sighed and lay down comfortably on the bed. Admittedly, with his current strength, he has no need to worry about the dangers of the mist, nor does he feel physically tired, and an ordinary bed would not make him feel any more comfortable. But this is home, and when I return here, my mood and state of mind change completely. This cannot be explained simply by being reasonable or unreasonable. It is a form of spiritual comfort. This world is indeed too dangerous. Even though Su Ming possessed the knowledge and wealth from his previous life and his strength skyrocketed, he basically never encountered any major difficulties or dangers. However, when people are outside, especially in the abyss world, the oppressive and tense emotions have a great impact on their minds. Sigh. I never expected that in less than 3 months since I left, Sunshine Road would encounter such a tragedy. Those treacherous slaves really deserve to die. Su Ming took a deep breath, his expression becoming somewhat serious. He had already learned from Zhang Yeqing and the other man that the Sunshine Road where he lived had been attacked by 3 ghost slaves not long ago. The residents were either killed or injured, and more than half of the entire community had been slaughtered, leaving rivers of blood and a truly horrific scene. Uncle Wang, who sells beef buns, is so simple and honest. When I was poor, he would often secretly give me buns to eat. Aunt Kai next door is the same. When she sees me all alone, she often invites me to come over for a meal. She also brings me dumplings during the Chinese New Year. And then there's that girl on the first floor. She always calls me brother, and she's so adorable. Duh. Su Ming lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, and warm images floated through his mind, a smile involuntarily appearing on his lips. These neighbors are so kind. But these good neighbors were slaughtered by the treacherous slaves. Call. Thinking of this, Su Ming couldn't help but let out a big sigh of relief, and his eyes even reddened. Uncle Wang's steamed buns will never be available again. Aunt Kai's door can no longer be opened. And Man Ni's smile is forever frozen at the age of 3.5. All of this seemed like a dream, an illusion, utterly unreal. Su Ming struggled to get out of bed, still somewhat dazed. He took out a bottle of his treasured liquor, filled a glass, took a deep breath, and murmured, Uncle Wang, Aunt Kai, Man Nizi, and all the neighbors on Sunshine Road, I have avenged you. I have wiped out all the treacherous slaves hiding among the human race. This glass is for you all. He held the wine glass with both hands, tilted it gently, and spoke respectfully. However, this is not enough. The demon slave is dead. Next, I will suppress the entire abyss and eradicate all evil. I also want to rebuild the underworld and create the 6 realms of reincarnation. Maybe I really will be able to see you all again. Su Ming murmured to himself, then tilted his head back and drank the wine in his hand. Next day, as the sun rose, the fog dissipated. These materials should be enough. Su Ming sat at the dining table, on which a large pile of materials were neatly arranged, mostly Chinese herbal medicines, supplemented by strange crystals of plants. He turned his head and stared out the window, momentarily lost in thought. In the past, by this time, the roadside would already be filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares, pushing carts and selling their own delicacies. Uncle Wang is definitely among them, and he always stays in the windowside spot in Su Ming's kitchen. This happens every single day, without fail. In addition, the shouts of various breakfast vendors could be heard everywhere else. Today, however, it was extremely deserted. The entire street was empty and lifeless. Only occasionally could one see a few pedestrians passing by, making the whole street seem incredibly desolate. Call. Su Ming withdrew his gaze and focused his attention on the dining table in front of him, muttering to himself. In this world, one's own strength is fundamental. Brother Zhang is too weak. Creating a consumable card for him is the most practical thing to do, and it would be best if it were a pill that can cleanse the marrow and strengthen the body. The marrow cleansing pill was the item card he wanted to create this time. Admittedly, this elixir is truly insignificant compared to the divine race magic card and the divine artifact magic card. However, Su Ming still understood the principle that possessing a treasure is a crime, not a crime. He could create powerful magic cards, and even do so with great ease, but such magic cards were clearly unsuitable for an ordinary soldier-level card master in his 30s. This was a choice made after careful consideration by Su Ming. The marrow cleansing pill could be said to be the most suitable magic card for Zhang Yeqing. Brother Zhang's talent is not good, and it is extremely difficult for him to improve his strength. If he takes the marrow cleansing pill, it may really change his aptitude. Then he can go a step further and grow into a more powerful card master, which is what he needs most. Su Ming murmured, and without further hesitation, he activated his soul power to begin constructing the original sketch. The marrow cleansing pill was just an ordinary item card. Although it belonged to the cultivation series, it was extremely easy for Su Ming to obtain. Now materials are plentiful. In less than half a day, the marrow cleansing pill demon card was fully formed. Golden legend, not bad. Su Ming looked at the magic card that was gradually taking shape, and its golden color made him happy. Chapter 188 The Marrow Cleansing Pill. He actually gave it to me. Chapter 188 The Marrow Cleansing Pill. He actually gave me the marrow cleansing pill. Type, item card. Quality, gold, legendary. Level, 9-star Emperor Realm. Efficacy, cleanses the tendons and marrow, enhances physical constitution. Just as I thought. The marrow cleansing pill can directly change a person's aptitude. Su Ming looked at the attributes of the magic card in his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. However, its level has reached the 9th star of the Emperor Realm. I wonder if Brother Zhang, with only the strength of the Soldier Realm, can withstand it. But that's not a big problem. If it really doesn't work, we can just dilute it before taking it. Su Ming murmured to himself, already having a plan in mind. His concerns were not unfounded. The effects of the marrow cleansing pill for a 9th-level Emperor Realm cultivator were likely beyond the tolerance of a soldier-level card master. If Zhang Yeqing were to actually swallow it, it would be impossible to know whether it would help him or harm him. Although Su Ming had never taken similar pills, he had watched so many movies and TV series and read so many cultivation novels in his previous life that he naturally knew that this would most likely cause him to explode and die due to the excessive energy. The higher the grade of the marrow cleansing pill, the stronger its effect of cleansing the marrow and tendons, which is a good thing. We can let Brother Zhang take a smaller amount each time, so that his aptitude can be changed more thoroughly. Su Ming stored the magic card in his mind, then transformed into a stream of light and headed directly towards the Night Watcher's base in the Green District. Su Mingxian, what brings you here? Zhang Yeqing opened the door and looked at the person who came in with some surprise, clearly not expecting the other party to come in person. His words immediately drew the attention of Lu Qingqing and Wang Minjiang inside. The two followed the sound and quickly walked out. When they saw Su Ming, their faces lit up with smiles. Brother Zhang, I have something for you. Su Ming got straight to the point, directly recalling the marrow cleansing pill from his mind. Instantly, golden light burst forth, bathing the entire room in a soft golden hue. The three of them froze, staring dumbfounded at the golden magic card, completely unable to react. Their minds were completely blank, their mouths were slightly open, and their brains were a complete void. They were merely soldier-level or general-level card masters, and the most powerful magic cards they possessed were only of the rare level. Moreover, these are just standard magic cards issued by the Night Watchers organization and cannot be compared with original magic cards at all, not to mention comparing it to an absolutely original legendary magic card. As for whether this is a standard golden legend card, they hadn't even considered this question. This thing was made by Su Ming. How could it be a standard design? The other party is Su Ming. After a long while, they finally came to their senses. Zhang Yeqing stammered. Su Ming, you mean this magic card is for me? Yes, that's right. This is for you, as a way of thanking you. Su Ming nodded and spoke the truth. He wasn't one for beating around the bush. He gave this gift simply to express his gratitude, without any ulterior motives. Glug. Zhang Yeqing swallowed hard, his eyes burning with desire. However, he ultimately suppressed his strong desire, took a deep breath, and said, Su Ming, I'm only lending you the magic mirror once. This gift is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. Su Ming raised his head slightly, feeling somewhat surprised. They actually refused? He could tell that Zhang Yeqing desperately wanted this magic card. Indeed, the allure of a legendary card to a card master is undeniable. Not wanting it is absolutely impossible. However, he was still able to resist such great temptation and maintain his true self, which is truly commendable. This alone strengthened Su Ming's resolve that he had made the right choice in giving such a gift. If Brother Zhang can grow stronger with the help of the marrow cleansing pill and eventually become a powerful human, it would be a great blessing for the human race. His character is trustworthy. Brother Zhang, the magic mirror you lent me back then has exceeded its intrinsic value. To me, it is more precious than this magic card. Su Ming continued to persuade him, which was also his most sincere thought. If he hadn't had the magic mirror to help him when he first entered the wilderness, he probably would have perished. But the magic mirror really isn't worth that much. This magic card is far too valuable. Zhang Yeqing frowned, still unable to get over his inner turmoil. Upon hearing this, Su Ming smiled and continued to persuade him. Brother Zhang, you have your principles, and I have mine. As you know, a golden legend card is nothing to me. I can create it easily. Moreover, this magic card is called Marrow Cleansing Pill, and taking it can improve a person's physical attributes. Su Ming paused here, then continued. Brother Zhang, Our human race desperately needs talent in our fight against the abyss. You know about the ghost slaves, right? If those with ill intentions are allowed to grow up and become high-ranking members of the human race, it will be a disaster for the entire human race. However, if you take the marrow cleansing pill to improve your aptitude, you will have a great chance to become a strong human, or even join the Senate. How much you will contribute to the human race then? I'm giving you the marrow cleansing pill not just for you, but for the entire human race. Su Ming explained softly, though there was some truth to his words. It was mostly just an excuse to persuade Zhang Yeqing to accept the pills. Sure enough, he hesitated after hearing the words, for the sake of humanity. There's hope. Seeing this, Su Ming pressed his advantage, saying, all right, I can create a golden legendary card anytime. It's not a rare magic card, so you can accept it without any guilt. By the way, your strength is too weak. You absolutely cannot take one pill at once. It is best to grind it into powder and take it in batches. Each person can only take one pill at most. Taking more is harmful. After saying this, Su Ming placed the magic card in the other person's hand and then disappeared from the spot. He didn't want to dwell on this for too long. It was just an ordinary legend item card, nothing particularly valuable. He has more important things to do. An item card to improve aptitude? He really just gave it to me like that. Zhang Yi stared blankly at the golden magic card in his hand, clearly in disbelief. This is a legendary, gold-quality magic card. Moreover, it's an item card that can enhance a person's talent and aptitude. This thing is really too precious. Wang Minjiang and Lu Qingqing exchanged a glance, both able to see envy in each other's eyes. Old Zhang is so lucky. However, while they admired him, they felt no jealousy whatsoever. They all knew Lao Zhang's character, and this could be considered a reward for his good deeds. They were just a little regretful. If they had helped Su Ming when he was still a nobody, would they have been able to rise to prominence and achieve great success as a result? Chapter 189 Secret Academy, Sky-Piercing Array. Chapter 189 Secret Academy, Sky-Piercing Array. Old Zhang, quickly test its effects. Wang Minjiang stepped forward and eagerly offered his reminder. He also wanted to see what kind of magic this magic card, created by Su Ming, possessed. Oh, okay, Captain. Zhang Yeqing nodded in response, and then directly inserted the magic card into the card-controlling device on his wrist. Golden light shone, like a small sun. Item cards have a limited number of uses, but there are no restrictions on the user's level. Anyone who is a card master can control magic cards. Even a prospective card master can activate Royal Realm item cards, which is the fundamental reason why many large families collect high-level item cards. They use them for self-defense for their younger generations. As the golden light gradually faded, a white porcelain bottle fell into my hand. Without hesitation, Zhang Yeqing pulled off the red stopper on the porcelain bottle, producing a crisp sound. Splash. Immediately, a faint milky white halo appeared at the mouth of the bottle, which then transformed into a gentle breeze and spread outwards. It smells so good. Lu Qingqing wrinkled her nose, unable to help but sigh, her throat moving as she swallowed repeatedly. This fragrance can only be found in heaven. It is a rare treat to smell in the mortal world. I feel like the bottleneck that's been bothering me for so long has actually loosened up. Wang Minjiang stared wide-eyed, his face full of disbelief, and said, just smelling the fragrance of the marrow-cleansing pill was enough to give him enlightenment, which was truly incredible. Captain, there are 5 pills in the porcelain bottle. I can only take one, and I'll save one for my wife and daughter. The rest can be one for you and Qingqing each. Zhang Yeqing glanced at the pills in the bottle and couldn't help but grin. Old Zhang, do you know how precious this elixir is? I can't accept it. Wang Minjiang refused righteously. Although he really wanted the marrow-cleansing pill, he couldn't bring himself to take away what others desired. Just as he said, the marrow-cleansing pill is extremely precious. It is a miraculous elixir that can directly enhance a person's talent and aptitude. Such pills, if sold, would be priceless treasures. Especially those large families, they will definitely spend a lot of money to acquire them. However, Lu Qingqing remained silent, staring at the porcelain vase, unsure of what to do. Reject? She didn't want to refuse. Although his talent was good, it had not reached the top level. If he could take such a marrow-cleansing pill, he might be able to rise directly and grow all the way to the saint realm. Such a temptation would be irresistible to anyone, let alone a young girl like her. As Mr. Su just said, each person can only take one pill. Taking more than one pill will not only be ineffective, but will also cause adverse effects. Zhang Yeqing paused, then continued. Besides, There are only 3 people in my family. 3 coins are enough. Alright then. I'll buy it from you once I've raised enough funds. Wang Minjiang eventually gave in. The temptation to become stronger was simply too great. In addition, given his understanding of Zhang Yeqing, he knew that whether he agreed or not, the other party would definitely keep one for him. That's just the kind of person Lao Zhang is. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain this bottle of marrow-cleansing pill. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing's face lit up with a smile, and she said excitedly, Brother Zhang, I will definitely give you enough soul stones and materials, don't worry. The soul stone isn't important, I'd give it to you for free. We're comrades who've been through thick and thin together. We're all fighting for the sake of humanity. Besides, this pill was given to me by Mr. Su, so I should thank him instead. Zhang Yeqing said with a smile, and at this moment he once again addressed Su Ming as Mr. At this time, in Japan, in a secluded garden, 2 figures knelt, with a pot of tea and 2 teacups on the table. Yamamoto-kun, has the location for the space-breaking formation that the master requires been chosen? The white-bearded old man sitting on the right asked with a solemn expression. Yamamoto was a middle-aged man dressed in a black samurai outfit, but he did not have a sword at his waist. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't want to be a match, but rather that this place wasn't a suitable place for him. The location where the 2 were situated was called the Secret Courtyard. Just as its name suggests, this place was extremely secluded and unknown to ordinary people. This place is also where the highest power in the entire country of Japan is gathered. These 2 people are the Emperor and the Grand Minister of State of Japan, the 3 people with the highest power. Lord Ikeda, this is the place I have chosen. Yamamoto Onizuka pointed to the courtyard and said calmly, You mean the secret palace? This is the most central and confidential place in our great Japan. If anything goes wrong, how will we explain it to the emperors of past dynasties? Shinichi Ikeda frowned slightly and questioned him angrily. Yamamoto explained with a serious expression, Lord Ikeda, whether this operation succeeds or fails, do you think our Japan can still survive on Earth? Upon hearing this, Shinichi Ikeda fell silent. Yes. In any case, after this incident, Japan will cease to exist. They will either be swallowed by spatial rifts or obliterated by the powerful figures of the 9 provinces. There are only 2 possible outcomes. They had no choice at all. When I accepted the condition of disturbing the mind, I already knew this day would come. But is it feasible to refuse? That's obviously not going to work. If they hadn't accepted it, they would have been completely devoured by the strange creatures 100 years ago. How could they have survived to this day? Puff, puff, puff. In the quiet space, the sound of folding paper could be heard. On a tree branch not far away, several palm-sized white paper figures were standing, chasing and playing. Don't be fooled by their harmless appearance. They were actually placed there by a mysterious and powerful figure to monitor the 2 of them. These paper figures can even possess their bodies at will, causing them to lose control of their own bodies. So even if they don't want to do it, there's nothing they can do. The other party simply expended more effort to personally control the paper figure by having its consciousness descend. You're right, the Secret Academy is the safest place. Setting up the space-breaking array to connect the spatial rifts is a great achievement. When the time comes, if the strange creatures rule the blue planet, our Japan will at least be able to follow behind and get a share of the spoils. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Onizuka couldn't help but smile and comfort him. Lord Yamamoto, why be so pessimistic? In the future, we will all be able to transform into monsters, which can be considered as having endless vitality. At that time, we will be able to rebuild the Japanese nation in the strangely ruled Blue Star and restore the former glory of the great Japanese Empire. Yamamoto, you're right. Now that we've chosen a side, we must fight with all our might. As long as the Abyss wins, our Japan situation will at least not be worse than it is now. Shinichi Ikeda took a deep breath, his expression becoming even more resolute. Afterwards, the 2 left the place and secretly began setting up the sky-breaking array. They kept this a secret from everyone, conducting it in private between the 2 of them, not daring to let the news leak out. Chapter 200 Forging a Divine Sword. Chapter 200 Forging a Divine Sword. Half a month passed quietly. Su Ming has been staying in Qingshan district all this time and hasn't gone anywhere else. He had only recently advanced to the peak of the Emperor realm, and he took advantage of this time to familiarize himself with his abilities and gain power in the yin-yang intent. Admittedly, most of his improvement came from the blessing of heaven, and there were no side effects. In fact, his foundation was even more solid than that of an ordinary card master. However, this couldn't stop Su Ming from creating so many divine demon cards so frequently, which attracted the blessings of the heavenly Tao. That's why his improvement was so rapid that he couldn't keep up with the surge in strength. If you don't take the time to adapt, you won't be able to grasp it at all. Fortunately, after 15 days of familiarization and practice, he has perfectly mastered the strength of the peak of the Emperor realm, and his overall combat power has reached its peak. He also mastered the unique magic card true form of a powerful Emperor realm expert, and with the addition of powerful divine magic cards such as Judge Chui and Black and White Impermanence, his strength reached a new level. 10 days have passed. Principal Li should be arriving soon, right? Su Ming opened his eyes, murmured softly, looked out the window, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. They're here. As he finished speaking, a streak of azure light pierced through the air, and Li Wushuang appeared before him. Young Su, here are all the materials. Please check to make sure you haven't missed anything. Li Wushuang handed over a storage card, saying with a smile. He came here to deliver materials, which Su Ming had requested from the Senate 10 days ago, and had specifically instructed Li Wushuang to deliver them. Of course, even if he didn't specifically designate it, this mission would most likely fall on Li Wushuang's shoulders. After all, the materials Su Ming needed were extremely precious, mostly legendary quality spiritual items and high-level strange crystals. These items were the most precious materials of the entire human race, and Frank and the others were not at ease letting others transport them. Li Wushuang was a newly promoted Saint Realm cultivator, and since his Swift Wind Sword magic card was incomplete and unsuitable for the battlefield, this task naturally fell to him. Su Ming naturally considered these questions. However, he still chose to give special instructions in order to ensure that nothing went wrong. Once the materials are in place, he will prepare to create a divine artifact card for Li Wushuang, and it will be a divine sword. Su Ming never forgot this promise, even though the other party was unaware of it. It was merely a thought in his own mind. Principal Li, could you please unbind your Gale sword and give it to me? Su Ming took the storage card with a smile on his face. What are you trying to do, kid? Li Wushuang frowned slightly. The Gale sword was his treasure, something as important as his life. Even though it was broken in two, he didn't abandon it to find other magic cards. In his eyes, the Gale sword was no longer just an ordinary magic card. This magic card holds so many of his thoughts, his past, and his father's expectations. Unbind. He had never even considered this idea when facing life or death situations. Principal Li, I want to use your Gale sword as a foundation to recreate a divine artifact card for you. A divine sword. Su Ming naturally understood the other party's thoughts. The two of them could be considered half-confidants, and he knew Li Wushuang's past very well. So, I decided not to beat around the bush and explain the reason. Using the incomplete Gale sword demon card as a foundation, create a new divine sword demon card. Li Wushuang stared wide-eyed, her face filled with shock as she asked. Such an idea is absolutely insane. It's unheard of. Having lived for decades and now being a saint-level powerhouse, he had never heard of a way to construct new magic cards using incomplete magic cards as raw materials. Is this feasible? Li Wushuang wavered slightly and asked softly. Of course. Principal Li, don't you believe me? No, of course I believe you. You are Su Ming, the first God Clan card creator in the 9 provinces, and a genius who simultaneously ranked first and second on the heavenly ranking. If that's the case, what else do you have to worry about? Young Su, you know that the Gale sword is my father's heirloom. To me, it's not just a magic card. Li Wushuang hesitated for a moment as she spoke. He pulled out the half of the magic card and asked again, as a material incorporated into it, can it still retain its aura, the aura of my father's soul? At this moment, Li Wushuang finally revealed the secret hidden deep in his heart. No wonder he was so devoted to the Gale sword, even risking his life to protect it. It turns out that this magic card had already been infused with a wisp of its father's soul, which preserved a sliver of hope. Upon hearing this, Su Ming was greatly shocked. Principal Li, how could you have been so willing to unleash that sword strike? What if you had made a mistake? Su Ming's pupils dilated, and he asked incredulously. Back then, Kuei Yi, the genius of Dark Origin Mountain, came to kill Su Ming. At that critical moment of life and death, Li Wushuang unleashed a sword strike that he had been nurturing for 5 years. That sword strike resolved the crisis, but it caused the Gale sword to collapse even further. If Su Ming hadn't created the horse-faced Rakshasa and attracted the blessing of the heavenly Tao, it would have been a disaster. I'm afraid the Gale sword will really shatter. Upon hearing this, Li Wushuang replied with a faint smile, "The monsters are already right in front of me. How the hell can I possibly tolerate this? Besides, you can't die. You are the hope of Kyushu, and the hope of humanity. Even if it means my death, I will never let you be in danger." As Lu Wushuang spoke, her smile widened even more. He stroked his beard and chuckled. In the end, it proved that my choice was correct. Your potential is truly limitless. Besides, you said back then that as long as the card creation was successful, it would heal my injuries. That was because I trusted you. Upon hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. Back then, it was truly a critical moment of life and death. Only by striking with that sword could they survive. Whether it was a desperate gamble or a calm and steady approach, it was indeed Li Wushuang's brilliant sword strike that saved him in the Qingshan district. He looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, became serious, and said very earnestly, "Principal Li, the new magic card I created using fragments of the Gale's sword is different in function and appearance. However, a wisp of your father's soul will surely remain. There's even a chance to awaken a part of the soul's consciousness and make it the spirit of the divine sword." As Su Ming spoke, he became somewhat excited, already having figured out what kind of divine sword he should create. Although the identities of the spirits are different, they are all spirits, and they will eventually create that divine sword.